Chapter 1. Binding to the sect system, beginning with compensation of the emperor's cultivation. On the ancient wilderness continent, in the eastern region, wild state, at the ethereal sect, before grave, a disheveled man sat on the ground, engulfed in profound sorrow, his voice a cacophony of despair. Master, it has been a decade since you left. Oh, you have any idea how I have survived these 10 years? Had I not been misled by your deceitful words, I would never have agreed to cultivate with you. You have tricked me most cruelly. Chen Xuan sat on the ground, wailing, tears and snot smeared across the gravestone, utterly devoid of the composure expected of a cultivator. 10 years prior, he was a young man diligently working in a factory, living a life confined to the same monotonous routine. Though an orphan with no kin, he possessed a heart full of sunshine, always striving towards a brighter future. According to his plans, he intended to toil in the factory for a decade to save some money, then open a breakfast shop by the factory gates, find a girlfriend, and lead a blissful life with 2 children. Yet unbeknownst to him, one fateful night, the factory experienced a sudden power outage. He was tasked with shutting off the electrical switch of the assembly line, but inadvertently pulled off the wire. In an instant, a blinding light flashed, and the factory regained power. His head spun, and he found himself in a fantastical realm known as the ancient wilderness continent. Indeed, this was the ancient wilderness continent, the very world beneath his feet. Upon his arrival, he learned that this was a realm of cultivation, where the higher one's talent, the greater their achievements in cultivation. However, it was also a perilous world rife with cultivators, demon races, and ferocious beasts. He had witnessed a powerful demon transform, casting shadows over the land, larger than mountains, devouring an entire city in a single gulp. He had also seen a formidable human warrior cleave that beast in two with a single sword. Moreover, he had been awestruck by the sight of thousands of cultivators soaring through the sky, filling him with yearning for this world. Logically, one would assume that having traversed into this realm, he must be the child of destiny, with future outcomes involving great figures vying to take him as their disciple, subsequently dominating all, with princesses and queens vying for his affection, leading to a life of unparalleled bliss. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary to his expectations. The vastness of the ancient wilderness continent rendered it impossible for an ordinary person like him to travel far. He could not even escape the confines of wild state, let alone venture beyond its borders. In a desperate bid to cultivate, he resorted to high-interest loans to acquire the most basic cultivation techniques, only to discover months later that he had achieved no progress whatsoever. Whether it was a scam or mere misfortune, he could not tell. Eventually, his borrowed funds depleted, he was pursued by loan sharks and had no choice but to flee under the cover of night, becoming a vagabond. While wandering, he heard of a recruitment event for disciples being held in a distant location. Believing his opportunity had arrived, he braved countless dangers and traversed treacherous terrain to apply, only to find that not a single sect was willing to accept him. Crushing his aspirations of being the protagonist, departing from the recruitment event, he resigned himself to a life of wandering. Later, when he found himself on the brink of despair once more, he finally encountered an elderly man with an ethereal presence as master, now peacefully lying in the grave before him. At that moment, the elder offered him a medicinal pill, instantly revitalizing his weary spirit, making him feel as if he had encountered a discerning mentor. With eager anticipation, he listened as the elder, his face adorned with kindness, uttered those timeless words. "Young man, I see in you bright eyes and pristine teeth, beauty akin to a crowned jade, elegance of a towering tree, and an extraordinary talent that is truly rare. Though you may currently be a gem obscured by dust, with the guidance of a great master, it won't be long before you shine brilliantly, illuminating mountains and rivers alike. I am the 107th sect master of the mysterious Cloud sect. Would you be willing to take me as your mentor? Together, we could embark on a path of renown and save countless souls." Upon hearing the elder's inquiry and gazing into his magnetic eyes, Chen Xuan needed no further contemplation. Of course, he would not hesitate. After wandering and begging, enduring hardship and near death, he had finally encountered a sage with keen insight who praised him so extravagantly. How could he refuse such an opportunity? Without a second thought, he knelt down and bowed to accept the apprenticeship. Little did he anticipate that the days following his acceptance would mark the beginning of a nightmare. After becoming his disciple, Chen Xuan soon learned that the elder was gravely injured and had little time left. Unable to fly, the elder could only walk him back to the sect. As they journeyed, the elder grew increasingly frail, and Chen Xuan dutifully served him with tea and water, attending to him with greater care than he had shown to his girlfriend in the past. Thus, the two of them trudged for half a year before finally reaching the gates of the mysterious Cloud sect. However, just at that moment, the master could no longer hold on and passed away. Before his final breath, he bestowed upon Chen Xuan the title of sect master, allowing him to become the 108th leader of the mysterious Cloud sect. To have my master pass away immediately after taking me as his disciple, what cruel twist of fate is this? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Xuan was filled with exhilaration as he carried his master's body up the mountain. Yet, upon arriving at the sect, he was utterly stunned. Before him stood not a glorious sect, but rather a desolate ruin. All the tales of a peak era with tens of thousands of disciples and countless powerful members were nothing but fabrications. At that moment, apart from a few standing structures, there was not a single soul in sight. Overwhelmed by despair, Chen Xuan broke down in tears. What nonsense about being the child of destiny and the sect master. This was a pitfall that had led him to ruin. How could an ordinary person like him navigate the treacherous chaos ancient mountains? Helpless, Chen Xuan could only settle at the mountain gate, embarking on a life of seclusion. Yet, what plunged him deeper into despair was that despite practicing the legacy left by his master, he saw no results, leading him to question whether the cultivation method was genuine. But even if it were false, he had no means of escape due to the rampant ferocity of beasts in the chaos ancient mountains. As an ordinary person, he was utterly trapped. Thus, the days passed slowly, and 10 years rolled by like clockwork. One fateful morning, Chen Xuan awoke from his meditation, finally perceiving the presence of spiritual energy, and he had truly entered the first realm of cultivation, the qi refinement stage. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Chen Xuan found himself in tears as he approached the grave, ready to vent his grievances. Master, how could you deceive me so thoroughly? 10 years of cultivating the first level of qi. My talent is likely inferior to that of a mere dog. You claimed I possessed extraordinary gifts and urged me to save the world. Was it merely to prevent the Piaomiao Sect from losing its lineage? Was such deception truly necessary? You may rest easy, but I am in utter despair. As Chen Xuan's agitation escalated, his stomach began to rumble, compelling him to halt his complaints. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and unsteadily rose, deciding it was best to fill his stomach before resuming his lamentations. After all, time was abundant in the mountains, waiting to be spent. However, just as he stood up, a celestial voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! 15 years of charging have concluded. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the most powerful sect system of all realms. Boom! At the sound, Chen Xuan felt a jolt throughout his body, stunned into silence. A system. Incredible. You truly exist. When did you arrive? I've been waiting for you. In an instant, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Had the system not manifested, he had resigned himself to a life of solitude in the mountains. Yet, it had indeed come to him. Truly, novels do not deceive. In response to Chen Xuan's exhilaration, the system promptly replied, Ding! This system has been present since before your transmigration. However, an unforeseen incident during your crossing delayed your arrival. I apologize for the wait. Present before my crossing. In an instant, Chen Xuan was taken aback, rendered speechless. It turned out the system had existed for 15 years. What a revelation! Reflecting on those 15 years, a tumult of emotions surged within him as he exclaimed, 15 years. Do you know how I've endured these years, Ding? I sincerely apologize. This system will provide compensation to the host. The system's voice was tinged with regret. Compensation? Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, his sorrow dissipating as curiosity sparked within him. What kind of compensation? I must warn you, if it is inadequate, I shall refuse it. May I offer the host the cultivation level of an emperor as compensation? After a brief pause, the system cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The cultivation level of an emperor? Was it the system that had erred, or was it he who misheard? This was the pinnacle of the ancient continent. What did you say? I offer the host the cultivation level of an emperor, along with an unparalleled weapon, the Tai Huang sword. Is that acceptable? This is the utmost compensation I can provide. The system, sensing potential dissatisfaction, added an additional weapon. This. Chen Xuan could no longer contain himself. 15 years for the cultivation level of an emperor and an extraordinary weapon. What a bargain. Truly a remarkable deal. He promptly nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, absolutely, most certainly. Quickly, let us claim the compensation. Chapter 2. The Supreme Weapon, the Divine Emperor's Sword, slicing through the stars in the realm of the ancient continent. The mightiest cultivation is embodied in the title of Divine Emperor. The phrase beneath the Emperor, all are but ants, serves as the most profound testament to the Emperor's unparalleled strength. Although there exist beings beyond the Emperor, known as immortals, their presence has yet to grace this world. Even the former emperors have tirelessly sought the existence of immortals, suggesting that such beings may merely represent an ethereal realm, perhaps non-existent. Thus, the Emperor stands as the pinnacle of martial prowess on the continent. A single drop of blood can vanquish deities and demons, while a mere strand of hair can collapse the ancient firmament. As for the supreme weapons, they are treasures of extraordinary caliber, rivaling even the might of the Emperor. These weapons, renowned for their unparalleled power, are exclusively wielded by emperors. The materials required to forge a supreme weapon are exceedingly rare. Many emperors spend their entire lives searching for the components necessary to create even one such weapon. Consequently, not every emperor possesses a supreme weapon. Those who do are invariably of immense strength. It is said that a peak emperor wielding a supreme weapon may contend with immortals, even if the emperor remains inactive. The mere presence of a supreme weapon allows them to sweep aside all realms beneath the emperor's threshold. One can only imagine the formidable nature of the bond between the emperor and the supreme weapon. Having acquired these two rewards, he can now traverse the ancient continent with unmatched confidence, unperturbed even by the most seasoned of emperors. The process of merging with the emperor's cultivation has commenced. Please, host, prepare to receive. As the system prompted, the cultivation of the emperor began to flow into Chen Xuan's body. In an instant, Chen Xuan felt a jolt throughout his being, wholly dedicating himself to assimilating the emperor's essence. Boom, boom, boom. The influx of power transformed his aura, causing his realm to ascend rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transcended the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, reaching the foundation establishment stage. The frenetic pace of his breakthroughs left Chen Xuan in a state of astonishment. However, the cultivation being infused into him was but a single drop in an ocean of power. One can only fathom the terrifying heights he would attain upon fully embracing this vast sea of energy. Boom. Foundation establishment, 9th level. Boom. Spirit Sea convergence. Spirit Sea, 9th level. Boom. Skyward realm. Concentration realm. Celestial king realm. Sovereign realm. Near saint. Saint. Near emperor realm. Boom. As Chen Xuan's cultivation surpassed the near emperor stage, a series of explosive sounds resonated within him. His flesh and blood underwent a profound evolution, his cells transforming at an unprecedented rate. Boom. 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 The continuous rumblings echoed through him as all 66 trillion of his cells experienced their ultimate metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the 206 bones throughout his body shattered their constraints, transcending the very rules of existence, impervious even to the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void twisted, and countless streams of resonance penetrated his flesh and blood. Time became an abstraction as Chen Xuan completed the most terrifying ultimate evolution. Every inch of his being pulsed with the rhythm of Tao. Even as his life approached its conclusion, his body would endure for countless eons. Should he fully unleash his aura, the surrounding void would likely shatter under the strain. Sensing his own formidable power, Chen Xuan gradually opened his eyes. His pupils filled with astonishment. My goodness, what an extraordinary physique. A single drop of his blood could quell myriad divine beings, and even a strand of hair could collapse the ancient firmament. Indeed, it was no exaggeration. If I were to release my restraint, even a mere whisper of my aura would shatter the entire Misty Sect. Fortunately, The system had just aided me in suppressing my breakthrough energy. Otherwise, the surrounding area for miles would have been obliterated. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuan continued, System, claim the Tai Wang sword. Ding. The Tai Wang sword has been issued. Please check for receipt. Suddenly, the void before him trembled, and an ancient long sword slowly tore through the fabric of reality, materializing before Chen Xuan. The Tai Wang sword appeared serene and unperturbed, its blade inscribed with the 3 characters, Tai Wang sword. Although it seemed unremarkable at first glance, Chen Xuan understood that immense power resided within the blade. Once fully awakened, even sages would falter before it. Thus, Chen Xuan reached out and grasped the hilt of the Tai Wang sword. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the Tai Wang sword fully revived, resonating with Chen Xuan. At that moment, he felt that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could likely sink an entire continent. With this thought, Chen Xuan, unable to contain his excitement, flickered and vanished, shooting toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst the starry expanse, gazing at the distant celestial bodies. Chen Xuan raised his hand and swung the sword. Instantly, a distant star erupted into splinters, reduced to cosmic dust. Simultaneously, on the ancient continent, powerful figures observing the celestial phenomena were taken aback. What transpired? A star has vanished. No, it has not merely vanished. It has exploded. It seems to have been obliterated by some force. Hiss! Could there be a disturbance in the cosmos? Those watching the celestial events were filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, many venerable ancestors of the sacred lands opened their eyes in unison, gazing into the starry sky. I sensed the aura of an emperor and the presence of an imperial weapon. Could it be that an emperor has awakened? A great age is upon us. Relay the order, double the cultivation resources for all disciples of the sacred lands, and open the secret realms. With the emperor's emergence, the 8th and 9th brothers accompany me to the starry sky to pay homage to the emperor. In the starry expanse, Chen Xuan regarded the obliterated star, silently marveling. The might of an emperor, combined with a supreme weapon, was indeed formidable. With a mere gesture, one could pluck stars and slice through the moon. My years of perseverance have not been in vain. Ding! A 10-star genius has been detected. Please proceed to recruit disciples. Suddenly, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. Chen Xuan then realized he had yet to comprehend the full capabilities of the system. Thus, he lightly inquired, System, what functionalities do you possess? Are there rewards for recruiting disciples? If there are no rewards, or if they are insubstantial, I must decline your task. After all, I already possess the cultivation of an emperor and a supreme weapon, lacking for nothing. System, dear brother, the bestowal of the emperor's prowess and the supreme weapon is not intended for your complacency. The system, with a countenance of despair, elucidated, it is not difficult. It is rather simple. Then do enlighten me. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, gradually putting away the Tai Wang sword. The Tai Wang sword seemed to resonate with him, obediently diving into the spiritual sea, reveling in the nourishment of spiritual energy. Very well. This system is known as the Supreme Sect System of the Myriad Realms. As the name suggests, it requires the host to elevate the sect to the pinnacle of the Myriad Realms. Naturally, the development of a sect cannot proceed without disciples. Thus, the host must recruit disciples to enrich the sect, to incentivize the host's enthusiasm for recruitment. The rewards for enlisting disciples are as follows. For recruiting a disciple with a potential rating exceeding 10 stars, the reward is an extravagant disciple recruitment package, which guarantees at least one Immortal-summoning Card, with additional rewards being random. For recruiting a disciple with 10-star potential, the reward is a luxurious disciple recruitment package, which guarantees 2 Emperor-summoning Cards, 2 Sage-summoning Cards, with other rewards being random. For recruiting a disciple with 9-star potential, the reward is a deluxe disciple recruitment package, which guarantees 2 Sage-summoning Cards, with other rewards being random. For recruiting a disciple with potential below 9 stars but above 6 stars, the reward is a standard disciple recruitment package, containing 1 King summoning card. Note, all summoned beings from the summoning cards will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host. Furthermore, every 10 summoning cards of the same level can be combined to form a stronger being. Additionally, Emperor cards and Sage cards can only be synthesized once and cannot undergo a second synthesis. King cards, being of a lower grade, Can be synthesized twice, but not a third time. Realm levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, spiritual sea, sky control, spirit condensation, king, emperor grade, sage, great emperor, immortal. Chapter 3. The emergence of the 10-star genius, Lin Fan, and the unwavering summoning card for strong warriors. It can even be synthesized. The rewards are quite satisfactory. However, the requirements for accepting disciples are rather stringent. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Nevertheless, with his imperial cultivation, as long as he is determined to accept disciples, it should not pose a challenge. After all, the ancient wilderness continent is vast, teeming with numerous individuals possessing 10-star talents. With this thought, Chen Xuan nodded and declared, "Very well. I shall undertake this task. Excellent host. To assist you in discerning the talents of your disciples, the system additionally rewards you with a pair of eyes of insight, capable of detecting both overt and hidden talents. Furthermore, a foundational construction blueprint for the sect is included, which will allow for the establishment of essential infrastructure, complete with a super spirit gathering array. Please hasten to accept disciples, lest others snatch them away." Understood. Chen Xuan nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished, making his way towards the location indicated by the system. This location, fortuitously, lies within the same expansive region as his sect. Ancient Wilderness Continent, Eastern Domain, Wild State. At the edge of a towering cliff, several disciples from a sect were in pursuit of a fellow disciple. "Lin Fan, you cannot escape. Surrender obediently, and we shall grant you a swift end." "No, we cannot grant him an easy death. I must torment him severely. He has slain my younger brother, and I must exact vengeance." "Enough. Quickly finish him off and return to claim our reward. Brother Wang has promised that whoever brings back Lin Fan's head shall gain entry to the second level of the Divine Arts Pavilion to select techniques." Clad in the garb of the Sword Sect, the disciples slowly advanced towards the cliff's edge. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood at the precipice, his body battered and bruised. Gazing at the faces of his former comrades, he could no longer contain his laughter, which echoed into the heavens. "Ha ha ha, pack of lackeys. Wang Chong bullies his fellow disciples and seizes my resources. I merely defended my rights and injured him, yet the sect refuses to uphold justice for me, expelling me and issuing a bounty for my life. Who is truly in the wrong? If I do not perish today, I shall slay Wang Chong and eradicate you." "The pack of dogs!" Lin Fan roared towards the sky, unleashing the anguish within his heart. He had once been a disciple of the inner sect of the Sword Sect, a dominant power in Wild State. When he first entered the Sword Sect as an outer disciple, he was filled with fervor to serve the sect. Although his talent was not exceptional, he nonetheless entered the inner sect through his innate understanding of the sword path, earning admiration as a senior brother. He had thought he would devote his life to loyalty within the Sword Sect. Little did he know that the inner disciple Wang Chong, relying on his father's position as an elder, ran rampant within the inner sect, oppressing his peers, with countless female disciples falling victim to his malice. Yet, in pursuit of his cultivation and to repay the sect for their investment in him, he endured. Alas, Wang Chong grew increasingly arrogant, even attempting to eliminate him during an external training mission. In self-defense, Lin Fan accidentally injured Wang Chong, and the sect, without discerning right from wrong, expelled him and issued a bounty for his life. Such a sect filled him with despair. He felt as though his unwavering loyalty had been fed to the dogs. Wang Shidi is indeed excessive, but who can blame him for being the favored son of the elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Perhaps if he had provoked someone else, there wouldn't be so much trouble, but to provoke Wang Shidi is unwise. Alas, your demise is inevitable today. Several fellow disciples approached with disdain etched on their faces. Drawing closer, Lin Fan gazed at the crowd, acutely aware that his fate seemed sealed. After all, the Divine Sword Sect stands as one of the two dominant powers in the wasteland, the only supreme sect. A mere insignificant figure like himself offending an elder of the Divine Sword Sect could hardly escape the grim fate of death. Yet, even in the face of death, he wished to maintain control over his own destiny. Lin Fan raised his voice to the heavens, exclaiming, My life is mine to command, not dictated by fate." With that, he turned to leap from the cliff. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Wait, don't jump." Lin Fan was taken aback. Halting his momentum, looking at the newcomer with confusion. An elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Unlikely. The sect did not possess such youthful elders. Could it be someone here to save him? That seemed improbable, as the Divine Sword Sect was the sole supreme sect in the wasteland. Who would dare offend them? As he pondered, the man spoke again, a smile gracing his face. Youth, I observe your bright eyes and radiant smile, as beautiful as jade. A tree of jade on the wind, elegant and talented. You are indeed a rare genius of remarkable caliber, though presently you may be a diamond in the rough. With the guidance of a great master, it won't be long before you shine brightly, illuminating mountains and rivers. I am the 108th generation sect master of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Thus embarking on the path of renown, to save the world? Gasp. At these words, not only was Lin Fan bewildered, but so were those around him. To accept a disciple? Surely, he must be blind to the current situation. Moreover, he sought to take in a disciple pursued by the Divine Sword Sect. Was he not disregarding the sect entirely? And what was this mysterious Cloud Sect? He had never heard of it. Seeing this, a disciple immediately retorted coldly, boldly. A mere inconsequential sect dares to take in a traitor of the Divine Sword Sect before our eyes. Do you wish to oppose us? Silence. Chen Xuan did not even turn around, raising his hand for a strike. Boom. The disciple was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Gasp. In that moment, everyone inhaled sharply, especially Lin Fan, whose eyes widened in disbelief. One strike to annihilate a cultivator of the 5th level of the Spirit Sea? Who was this man to dare offend the Divine Sword Sect? Could he be from a hidden sect, often secluded from the world, thus unaware of the Divine Sword Sect's reputation? Realizing this, Lin Fan hastily cautioned, Senior, you have slain a member of the Divine Sword Sect. They are a dominant force in the wasteland and will not let this go. You should leave quickly to avoid trouble. Yes. How dare you kill a member of our Divine Sword Sect? You are finished. You are doomed. Even if you are a powerful cultivator, you cannot escape our pursuit. Young man, I advise you to surrender immediately and accompany us back to the Divine Sword Sect to accept your punishment. Otherwise, should the elders intervene, it matters not who you are, your demise is assured. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect threatened with unwavering confidence, for the realm of Sky's sovereign was plentiful within their sect. Furthermore, the reputation of the Divine Sword Sect was so formidable that merely hearing its name could cause one's knees to tremble. Thus, even in the face of a seemingly powerful opponent, they were unperturbed. A mere Divine Sword Sect can be easily extinguished, Chen Xuan said with an air of nonchalance, gazing at Lin Fan without a hint of concern. Now, tell me, will you become my disciple? If you choose to do so, I shall eliminate a few of them in your stead. Should you decline, I may take my leave. Avenge me? Lin Fan was taken aback, filled with confusion. Senior, have you heard of my tale with the Divine Sword Sect? No, I have not heard your story, but your visage is replete with tales untold. Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile, and before him appeared information about Lin Fan. Name, Lin Fan. Realm, 4th heaven of the Spirit Sea. Constitution, unactivated ancient sword body. One of the most formidable constitutions from the ancient era, possessing an innate affinity for the sword path. Upon activation, it can command the sword path, and upon reaching maturity, it can transcend the sword path and wield a sword to become an emperor. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, a disciple of the inner sect of the Divine Sword Sect. Having endured numerous trials to gain entry, relying on his innate affinity for the sword path to enter the inner sanctum. He worked diligently in the inner sect but was oppressed and harmed by the son of an elder. After resisting, he was expelled and hunted down by the sect. The detailed information unfolded. Chen Xuan's words rang true. The face of his opponent was indeed inscribed with a myriad of stories. Thus, when he had just slain members of the Divine Sword Sect, he had shown no mercy. A killer must be prepared to face death. I am willing to become your disciple. Lin Fan hesitated briefly before giving his affirmative answer. Initially, he feared implicating the Misty Sect. But now that the other party claimed knowledge of his story and stated that a mere wave of the hand could annihilate the Divine Sword Sect, it was evident that they were of extraordinary lineage. Naturally, he was eager to accept the apprenticeship. After all, without the protection of a sect, he would eventually be slain by the Divine Sword Sect. To find a refuge was indeed a great favor. Excellent. Then allow me to avenge you first. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to face the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. In an instant, all the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect trembled. You dare? Chapter 4. The Reward for First-Time Apprenticeship. Activating the primordial sword body. Do you dare? If you kill us, you shall not escape unscathed. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, filled with terror, rallied together to attack Chen Xuan. Yet, before they could even unleash their divine abilities, Chen Xuan snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound echoing through the air, an instantaneous tremor coursed through the bodies of all the Divine Sword Sect disciples, and then, boom, boom, boom. In an explosive display, all the disciples were obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood that dissipated into the ether, vanishing from sight. Gasp! Lin Fan's pupils constricted in shock. Heaven above. With a mere snap of his fingers, he annihilated several practitioners at the Spirit Sea stage. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of those in the Skyward Realm. It could only be accomplished by elders at the Concentration Realm. Indeed, I have not chosen the wrong master. In that moment, Lin Fan gazed at Chen Xuan with unbridled reverence. Disciple, why are you not kneeling to pay your respects? The ethereal voice roused Lin Fan from his astonishment. Startled, he jolted and immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Disciple Lin Fan, pays respects to master. The sound of 3 resounding kowtows echoed powerfully in the air. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 10-star potential disciple. The luxurious apprenticeship gift package has been credited. Good disciple, rise. I shall take you back to the sect. Hearing the system's reward, Chen Xuan was too elated to respond, raising his hand to support Lin Fan, lifting him into the air. Piaomiao Sect. Atop the main peak, gazing at the surrounding dilapidated mountains and crumbling houses, Lin Fan was utterly perplexed. Master, is this truly the Piaomiao Sect? Why is it so desolate? Alas, I completely forgot to renovate the sect. Chen Xuan, taken aback, hastily concocted an excuse, saying, This is merely an illusion. I shall dispel it and reveal the true sect. With that, he silently urged the system. Use the sect construction card swiftly. Ding! Sect construction card successfully utilized. Sect facilities are materializing. The system's voice resonated. The construction card vanished without a trace. Chen Xuan promptly feigned a grand gesture. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Countless peaks erupted from the earth, growing tall and majestic. On these peaks, various pavilions and grand halls materialized. In the blink of an eye, a brand new sect revealed its true form. Simultaneously, as the sect facilities emerged, the super gathering array embedded within the construction card was activated. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured in from all directions, instantly multiplying the surrounding spiritual essence 1,000-fold. As Lin Fan felt the atmosphere thickening with spiritual energy, his body began to instinctively absorb it voraciously. Even his injuries were subtly healing. Gasp! Is this the true visage of the Piaomiao Sect? Indeed, it is a hidden grand sect, with spiritual energy surpassing that of the Divine Sword Sect by countless magnitudes. If one were to cultivate here for a single day, it would undoubtedly equate to several months in the outside world. Lin Fan was struck with astonishment. Following closely behind Chen Xuan, his reverence for the sect escalated dramatically. Ahead, as Chen Xuan led the way, he silently activated the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. System, open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding! The luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Emperor-summoning cards, guaranteed rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Sage summoning cards, guaranteed rewards. Note, all summoned strong beings will be unconditionally loyal to the host. Accumulating 10 cards of the same level allows for summoning a higher tier strong being. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 celestial veins for sect facilities. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the perfected ancient sword body. Ancient sword body. Every single cell within contains supreme sword intent, allowing for the utmost mastery over the sword path, compelling all swords to submit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient celestial scripture, the Chaotic Heaven Decision. Chaotic Heaven Decision, a sword technique from the ancient era left by the sword immortals, capable of reversing the yin and yang of the universe. Wielding the sword across the river of history to observe the past, present, and future, hence the name Chaotic Heaven. As the rewards were credited, Chen Xuan, leading the way, felt a sudden surge throughout his body. His comprehension of sword intent reached its zenith instantaneously. In the grand hall of the sect master on the main peak, the figures of the master and disciple gradually appeared. Gazing at the imposing bronze hall, Lin Fan's steps became increasingly sluggish. "Disciple, why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up." Chen Xuan sensed something amiss and turned around to urge him on. Lin Fan shuddered and cautiously inquired, "Master, why have we not encountered a single senior brother or elder along the way?" At that moment, he even felt that he might have stumbled into some perilous realm. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, akin to an immortal paradise, the vast sect remained devoid of anyone but the two of them, and the pervasive silence was indeed rather unsettling. "Oh, ever since our sect closed its doors and became reclusive, we have not taken in any disciples. Those former disciples have since ascended to the status of elders. Our elders are either in seclusion or wandering the world. My emergence from seclusion is to gather disciples widely and re-establish the presence of the Miao Sect." Chen Xuan explained without a hint of unease. Flawless. He didn't even need to employ the summoning cards he had just obtained. Furthermore, those cards could be synthesized into stronger beings, which he intended to reserve for that purpose. So that's how it is. Does that mean I am the grand disciple of this generation? Lin Fan's heart soared with joy upon hearing the explanation. He quickly quickened his pace to match his master's steps. Just moments ago, he had feared he had been deceived into a terrifying place. But it turned out the sect's seclusion was the reason. No wonder the spiritual energy was so rich. Moreover, his luck was truly remarkable. Not only had he joined a reclusive sect, but he had also become the senior disciple. The senior disciple of an entire sect. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. In an instant, Lin Fan was overjoyed beyond measure. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and continued to lead the way. Soon, he brought Lin Fan into the grand hall of the sect leader. As the name suggests, this was the hall where the sect leader resided. Upon entering the hall, Chen Xuan beckoned Lin Fan, saying, "Come here, my disciple. I shall help you awaken the ancient sword body." The ancient sword body. Could it be that I possess a unique physique? Lin Fan was taken aback and hurried forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Master, do you mean to say that I have the special ancient sword body?" He was aware that the ancient sword body was the most formidable sword physique from ancient times, inherently attuned to the sword path. "Indeed, you possess the ancient sword body," Chen Xuan affirmed with a nod. Upon receiving his master's confirmation, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. "No wonder I have always felt a deep affinity for swords. And why practicing sword techniques and divine abilities comes so naturally to me. It turns out I possess the most formidable physique, the ancient sword body. However, I have heard that to fully awaken the ancient sword body, one must use the ancient sword intent as a catalyst. But with the current upheaval in the world, it is nearly impossible to find the ancient sword intent, let alone the ancient corpse." With this thought, Lin Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Master, I have heard that the ancient sword body requires the ancient sword intent to be activated. Otherwise, I will only ever have an affinity for the sword path, unable to truly comprehend it." Such a mere ancient sword intent is easily within my grasp," Chen Xuan replied with a calm smile. He then raised his hand, condensing a surge of sword intent and infusing it into Lin Fan's body. In an instant, Lin Fan felt a jolt throughout his entire being as the ancient sword intent awakened and activated him. Every inch of his skin awakened, deepening his understanding of the sword path. This made him admire his master even more. However, he had no time to ponder further as he continued to delve into the insights of the sword path. Time seemed to slip away. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated within Lin Fan's body. Following that, his physique emitted a symphony of 1,000 swords ringing in harmony. This signified that the ancient sword body had been thoroughly activated. With a swift motion, Lin Fan opened his eyes, attaining a new level of comprehension regarding the sword path, which further activated the innate abilities of the ancient sword body. In that moment, his hair stood on end as if stirred by an unseen wind. He raised his arm and addressed the void, declaring, "Sword, come forth." Boom. The sound echoed throughout the grand hall, reverberating into the surroundings. Clang. Wherever the sound traveled, be it through the mountains or the earth, the tremors of swords could be felt. Subsequently, Countless broken and rusty swords emerged from the soil and surfaced from the pools of water, all racing towards the Miaomiao Sect. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of long swords flew into the grand hall of the sect leader, encircling Chen Xuan and Lin Fan in a display of submission. This was the innate ability of the ancient sword body, a natural dominance over swords. However, these swords were not only broken but also low-grade weapons, rendering them useless if left behind. Chen Xuan simply uttered a single word, scram. Clang. Hundreds of swords quivered in unison, abruptly turning around and soaring out of the grand hall, returning to their original places. Chapter 5. The Transmission of Celestial Scriptures and the Glance Across Space Gasp. To Lin Fan's astonishment, his master is also of the ancient sword body. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan inhaled sharply. No wonder his master possesses the ancient sword intent. It turns out he shares this extraordinary constitution. In an instant, Lin Fan's admiration for Chen Xuan surged to an indescribable height. His master had saved his life and awakened his potential, granting him a second chance at existence. Such kindness and favor could never be repaid in a lifetime. Without hesitation, Lin Fan knelt before his master, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Disciple humbly thanks you, Master. There's no need for such formalities, my disciple. You are the contemporary eldest senior brother of our sect. I hope you will diligently cultivate and uphold the prestige of our school. By the way, I happen to have a celestial scripture here, perfectly suited for one with a sword physique. I shall pass it on to you. As he spoke, a scripture materialized in Lin Fan's hands. Upon inspecting it, he found the two grand characters celestial scripture inscribed upon it. The ancient chaos sword technique. Cultivating it to the utmost can reverse the chaos of yin and yang, traverse the river of time with a sword, and attain emperorship through the sword. Boom. Lin Fan's heart trembled, beginning to doubt whether he had been slain by the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Perhaps everything he encountered was merely a figment of his imagination before his demise. Heavens! Celestial scripture. How could this be possible? This is a treasure even the Holy Lands do not possess. His master casually presented it to him, and he had only just begun his journey. Such trust is overwhelming. Lin Fan was so exhilarated that he could hardly articulate his emotions. He discreetly pinched his thigh, the sharp pain instantly forcing a grimace upon his face. Gasp! He inhaled sharply, finally confirming that all of this was indeed real. He quickly clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude again. Thank you, Master. Well then, let us begin your training, Chen Xuan replied with a subtle smile. The initial phase is the most challenging, and fortunately, I have the time to guide you. Yes. Upon hearing that his master would personally instruct him, Lin Fan eagerly opened the scripture to peruse its contents. Before long, he had read through the cultivation material. However, there were several points of confusion, prompting him to raise his head to ask his master. But just as he did, he noticed his master's gaze shift to the side, his brow furrowing as he muttered two words. Impudent. Master, what troubles you? Lin Fan was taken aback and quickly inquired with concern. Nothing of consequence. I simply dealt with an individual who was unaware of their own limitations. Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his gaze, uttering a remark that left Lin Fan bewildered. Weren't they in the main hall of the sect? There were no others present. How could one be taught a lesson? Lin Fan was perplexed but did not dwell on it, instead focusing on his questions, eagerly awaiting his master's explanations. Time rewinds by a quarter of an hour. In the Divine Sword Sect's main hall, several elders stood below, engaged in animated discussions while the sect leader remained expressionless in the principal seat. Have you gathered the necessary information? The sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect, Xuan, cast a calm gaze towards the elders below. One of the elders responsible for investigating the disappearance of the disciples hastily approached Xuan, clasping his fists in salute, and reported, Sect leader, all 6 inner disciple soul tokens have shattered. Upon inspection, the scene of death left no traces whatsoever. Is there truly not even the slightest clue? No residual aura at all. Xuan, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, frowned, evidently displeased. Earlier that morning, he had received news of a traitor within the sect and had issued a hunt order. However, the pursuit was to be conducted by the disciples alone, with no elders involved, serving as a trial for the younger generation. Little did he anticipate that shortly thereafter, the soul tokens of 6 inner disciples would be completely destroyed, and they were inner disciples no less. The simultaneous demise of 6 core disciples was no trivial matter, prompting him to assign the elder of the law enforcement hall to investigate immediately. Yet, after half a day, he was met with the disheartening news that there were absolutely no leads. It was indeed rather bewildering. Not a trace of aura was left behind, as if they had vanished into thin air at the edge of a cliff. The elder of law enforcement shook his head. Elder, could it be that Lin Fan found assistance? Perhaps his accomplice killed our disciples and then rescued Lin Fan? After all, his body has yet to be discovered. At that moment, Elder Wang Ben from the scripture pavilion could no longer contain his inquiry. He was indeed the father of Wang Chong, the elder of the scripture pavilion. He was not overly concerned about the number of deceased disciples. His primary worry was when they would capture the culprit, Lin Fan. After all, he had fathered a son late in life, and his son had nearly lost his manhood due to Lin Fan's actions. If they failed to apprehend Lin Fan for revenge, he would have no way to explain it to his son and would be unable to vent his anger. That seems unlikely. Lin Fan has a clean background. With no ties in the secular world, no one would assist him. Moreover, to simultaneously slay our 6 core disciples without leaving any traces is beyond the capability of a practitioner in the airborne realm. It must be a practitioner of the concentration realm. An ordinary inner disciple like Lin Fan would never have a strong ally in the concentration realm. I suspect it must be other forces targeting us. The law enforcement elder analyzed seriously, then clasped his fists again towards Yushan, stating, Sect leader, considering the abundance of talent within our sect, as we prepare for the new disciple recruitment conference, it is inevitable that we attract the ire of other factions. I implore the sect leader to utilize the Void Mirror to investigate the matter. If there truly are other forces aiming to undermine our dominant sect status, we must be prepared in advance. The Void Mirror is merely a fragmented divine weapon. Each use reduces its lifespan. Are you certain that our divine sword sect is being targeted? Yushan expressed reluctance. Weapons are categorized into spiritual tools, divine weapons, and imperial weapons. Divine weapons are rare treasures. Even their dominant sect possesses only one incomplete divine weapon, which has established their foothold in the wilderness state and elevated them to a dominant force. However, each use of the Void Mirror diminishes its lifespan until it ultimately shatters. Utilizing the lifespan of a divine weapon to uncover the reason behind the disciples' demise, to be frank, is indeed a misuse of resources. Sect leader, if the disciples were mistakenly killed, that would be one thing. But if there are indeed other forces secretly targeting us, knowing sooner would allow us to take precautions. As the old adage goes, one should not fear a multitude, but rather the singular unexpected event. There are many who wish to usurp our sacred sword sect. Yushan felt a twinge of reluctance as Elder Xing continued to analyze the pros and cons. The other elders voiced their agreement in unison. Indeed, I support Elder Xing's proposal. I too lend my support. Agreed. Only the divine weapon can unveil the truth. All the elders echoed their assent. Yushan recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly concurred. Very well then. If that is the case, let us employ the divine weapon. With a grand gesture, he summoned a fractured mirror that hovered in the air, facing the shattered soul talisman. Yushan extended his hand and infused the mirror with spiritual energy. In an instant, the mirror spun wildly, seeking the last remnants of energy left upon the soul talisman. Before long, the scene within the mirror stabilized atop a precipice. Upon confirming their suspicions, sect leader Yushan intensified the flow of energy to continue the search. Once again, chaos erupted within the mirror. However, this time, before the scene could solidify, a pair of profound eyes abruptly appeared within the mirror. It seemed those eyes could see through the mirror and gaze upon them. In that moment, everyone within the grand hall was taken aback in unison. Sect leader Yushan, particularly startled, hastily ceased the infusion of energy. Yet, at that moment, a voice emanated from the depths of the mirror belonging to those eyes. Impudent. Boom. Boom. The sound instantaneously pierced through the mirror, sending the sect leader of the Sacred Sword sect flying. Yushan staggered backward, spitting out blood. Subsequently, the scene within the mirror vanished, and the divine weapon disintegrated into dust. How powerful! How formidable! Yushan had no time to lament the loss of the mirror. His eyes widened in abject fear. Sect leader, are you unharmed? Quickly, fetch a healing elixir. The other elders, astonished, rushed to his side. It is worth noting that their leader was a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of concentration, yet he had sustained damage from the mirror, which was truly unfathomable. Supported by the others, Yushan swiftly consumed a healing elixir, regaining his composure. Though still haunted by the encounter as he glanced at the spot where the mirror had turned to ash. Only after realizing that those eyes had vanished did he finally exhale in relief. Chapter 6. Merging 9 Celestial Veins, 5,000 times the concentration of spiritual energy master. What has transpired? Why is there a voice emanating from the void mirror? Is it not incapable of replicating sound? What is the significance of those eyes? Could they belong to the perpetrator? The elders inquired with evident concern. The recent spectacle had utterly surpassed everyone's comprehension. Shu, do not speak carelessly, Yushan admonished, furrowing his brow as he cautioned the elders. He then continued cautiously, those eyes can transcend the void, perceiving us through the mirror. We have all laid bare before its gaze. Moreover, I sense that it merely issued a warning. Otherwise, through that mirror, we would all have been annihilated in an instant. What? Hiss. So terrifying? My heavens. It can traverse space to observe us? What level of cultivation could this be? It cannot possibly be a king-level expert. A being of the king level should not possess such capability. At the very least, they would be of the emperor rank, or perhaps a half-saint. What? Half-saint? In that moment, all the elders were taken aback by the mere mention of the term half-saint. After all, such beings only existed within the holy grounds. Had they inadvertently offended the holy grounds? A chill swept through the assembly. I do not know, but I can sense that those eyes can pierce through all. Regardless of whether it is a monarch or a half-saint, there is no need to investigate the matter of the disciple's death. For if we were to offend those eyes, our divine sword sect would surely face extinction. Yushan replied, trembling with trepidation. He was uncertain of the opponent's strength. Yet he understood that those eyes were a force they could not afford to provoke. Very well. This formidable being must have been wronged by our disciple and consequently obliterated him with ease. Since they did not strike at the master directly, we can believe they will not lay the blame at our feet. This matter must remain confidential and not be divulged to outsiders. Dismissed. What of the order to hunt down Lin Fan? An elder from the Techniques Pavilion, still unconvinced, cautiously glanced at the master. The master hesitated for a moment before responding. Lin Fan is unlikely to be connected to those eyes. Let us rescind the order for his pursuit and instead shift to a covert capture. Remember, we must take him alive, and the capture process must not offend anyone. Furthermore, if we cannot capture him, so be it. Misty Sect. Under Chen Xuan's guidance, Lin Fan had already begun to grasp the fundamentals of the path. The reasons for his rapid enlightenment were rather straightforward. First, he possessed the ancient sword body, which naturally endowed him with an affinity for the sword path. Second, the celestial scriptures were derived from a sword immortal-s insights, making them particularly suited for one with a sword physique. Third, this realm was abundant in spiritual energy, providing an ideal environment for cultivation. With all these factors combined, his learning progressed at an astonishing pace. Disciple, there are numerous houses outside the main hall. You may freely choose one to reside in. Upon exiting the Master's hall, Chen Xuan gestured towards the nearby dwellings. Understood. Lin Fan nodded, then selected a residence, preparing to report to his master. Yet, as he turned around, Chen Xuan had ascended to the heavens. Simultaneously, 9 translucent colossal dragons suddenly materialized in his hands, rushing towards the ground with a flourish of his arm. Hiss! Is this a spiritual vein? No, this aura is far mightier. Could it be a divine vein? Surely it cannot be an immortal vein. My goodness! My master is capable of manifesting an immortal vein with bare hands? Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan was utterly astounded. Spiritual veins are the intangible essence formed by the convergence of the world's spiritual energy, typically nurtured by nature itself. As for immortal veins, they are even more extraordinary. Most cultivators have never encountered a divine vein, let alone an immortal vein. Yet his master could effortlessly manifest an immortal vein. Such a feat is truly terrifying. For a moment, Lin Fan stood in a daze, his eyes wide as he watched his master lay out the immortal vein. Soon, as the first immortal vein integrated into the mountains and rivers, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, causing the local celestial barrier to begin to wane. This, 1,500 times the spiritual energy? Indeed, it is an immortal vein. With the first immortal vein established, Lin Fan instantly felt the exponential increase in spiritual energy, utterly astonished. Boom. The second spiritual vein also delved into the mountains and rivers. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to soar. Hiss, 2,000 times. Moreover, the celestial barrier grew even thinner. Lin Fan's eyes widened once more. This was merely the establishment of 2 immortal veins. What might the spiritual energy reach if all 9 were laid down? In Lin Fan's incredulous gaze, one by one, the immortal veins, guided by Chen Xuan's movements, successively penetrated the mountains and rivers. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, all 9 immortal veins merged into the land. The spiritual energy at the peak of the mysterious cloud sect surged to 5,000 times that of the outside world. Of course, this was at the main peak. However, even the other peaks beyond the main one exhibited over 4,000 times the spiritual energy, even in the most secluded corners beneath the various peaks. The concentration of spiritual energy reached 3,000 times. Yet, in comparison to the celestial barrier, these energies were inconsequential. For at this moment, the celestial barrier within the mysterious cloud sect had become exceedingly frail, allowing the myriad Tao rhythms and rules to be sensed with little effort. In certain areas, even Tao rhythms seeped through the celestial barrier, visible to the naked eye. This is true terror. What is the greatest fear in cultivation? Isolation or battle? Neither. The greatest fear in cultivation is the inability to comprehend. Without comprehension, no matter how diligently one practices, progress remains elusive, especially in the later stages. Breakthroughs require profound insights. Now, with the rules of the mysterious cloud sect manifesting and the Tao rhythms circulating, remaining here to cultivate presents virtually no formidable obstacles. As long as one is willing to endure the hardships of training, a breakthrough is inevitable. It is no exaggeration to say that if a dog were tossed into the mysterious cloud sect, it would likely become a formidable beast in no time. Truly, our sect is magnificent. I must devote myself to rigorous training, not to betray my master's high hopes or the exceptional environment of our sect. With a heart full of astonishment, Lin Fan entered his room and earnestly began his arduous cultivation. On the other side, after Chen Xuan had arranged the celestial veins, a satisfied smile graced his lips. The rewards bestowed by the system were indeed remarkable. With such transformations within the sect, it was likely that recruiting disciples would become significantly easier in the future. As for the summoning cards, Chen Xuan had no intention of utilizing them for the time being. Primarily, he had already attained the cultivation of an emperor. Summoning 1 or 2 more emperors would hold little significance for him. It was far more prudent to reserve them for synthesizing into an immortal. As for the saint summoning cards, they were even less necessary. Who would desire a saint when one could synthesize an emperor? The system had previously mentioned that the cards could be synthesized, albeit emperors and saints could not undergo secondary synthesis. This meant that the saint summoning cards could only be synthesized into emperors, and once an emperor card was formed, it could no longer be further synthesized but only summoned for use. However, the emperor summoning cards could indeed be synthesized into immortals. Thus, to maximize the benefits of the summoning cards, the ideal approach was to synthesize emperors into immortals and saints into emperors. After all, in this world, it had been countless millennia since an immortal had been witnessed. If the sect were to possess an immortal, it would undoubtedly be magnificent. With an immortal in their ranks, recruiting a multitude of emperors as elders would also be quite splendid. As for the rewards for the lower-tier disciples, they would all be synthesized into saints to serve as external elders. After all, the elders of the Misty sect could not be below the level of saints. Otherwise, how could they uphold the prestige of the strongest sect? At that time, as the sect leader, Chen Xuan envisioned himself commanding numerous saints, emperors, and immortals, a truly spectacular sight. As he pondered this, Chen Xuan broke into a grin. It was uncertain whether the system had detected his thoughts, but suddenly it sprang to life once more, providing a reminder. Ding! Detected that 3 days hence, the Divine Sword City would host a disciple recruitment event, during which a genius with 10-star potential would appear. The system advised the host to mark the time for recruitment. Recruitment event? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, questioning, "System, are you mistaken? The Divine Sword Sect is recruiting disciples, and you want me to go compete for them?" Ding. Not at all, host. Although it is the Divine Sword Sect conducting the recruitment, you need not go to their main sect. Simply proceed to the Divine Sword City. Numerous sects will be present, not solely the Divine Sword Sect, including many smaller sects and various factions seeking to pick up discarded disciples. Thus, the host could rightfully go under the pretense of scavenging. Discarded disciples. Chen Xuan thought to himself, how absurd. Here I am, the future leader of the mightiest sect, an emperor-level sect leader, reduced to scavenging at the doorstep of a mere hegemonic force? He grumbled inwardly, yet upon realizing that the individual in question was a disciple with 10-star talent, his irritation dissipated. After all, the sensation of acquiring cards was truly exhilarating. All right, understood, I shall be there. With that, Chen Xuan vanished into the main hall of the sect leader. Chapter 7. The Senior Disciple's Continuous Breakthrough and the Quest for New Apprentices 3 days later. Atop the lofty peak of the Misty Sect, Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes and expelled a breath of stagnant air. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. In just 3 days, he had remarkably traversed 5 minor realms. This environment is truly a paradise on Earth. Moreover, the celestial-level technique bestowed upon me by my master is indeed formidable. After my cultivation, my combat prowess has soared by at least several dozen times. My master mentioned taking me to recruit new disciples. I shall inquire when we shall depart. Rising to his feet, Lin Fan exited his chamber and entered the grand hall, clasping his fists in respect. Master, I have completed my training and have now reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. When shall we set forth? With bated breath, he awaited his master's praise, for even the most gifted prodigies in the sacred grounds would likely find such a rapid advancement arduous. At the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea, are we? Not bad. However, compared to my master, I am still a tad slow. Lin Fan mused. He recalled how his master had effortlessly ascended from the 1st to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in but a single breath. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and offered a word of commendation, albeit one that inadvertently included himself. To breach 9 minor realms in a single breath? Lin Fan was taken aback, wholly incredulous. Such boasts. Even the ancient emperors could not achieve such feats. My master, no matter how extraordinary, cannot possibly do so. Nevertheless, despite his disbelief, Lin Fan humbly remarked, I, a foolish disciple, dare not compare myself to my master. That is sufficient. Let us be on our way. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction and soared into the sky. Lin Fan promptly followed suit. Thus, the master and disciple flew towards the Sword God City, one ahead and the other behind. However, to prevent being recognized and attracting trouble due to his prior affiliation with the Sword God City, Lin Fan had donned a bronze eye mask to conceal his identity. Sword God City, a bustling settlement subordinate to the Sword God Sect, lay in close proximity to the sect itself, making it a favored destination for those seeking apprenticeship. At this moment, the city was alive with an incessant flow of people, creating an atmosphere so vibrant it felt as though the city might burst at the seams. Such is the allure of a dominant sect. Aspirants flocked here, eager to join the Sword God Sect and ascend to greatness. Naturally, various sects also sought to scout talent, for the most gifted disciples congregated in this locale. It was far more fruitful to seize opportunities here than to search for prodigies at their own doors. Stop. What is your purpose here? At the city gate. As Chen Xuan and Lin Fan prepared to enter, they were halted by 2 gatekeepers. Chen Xuan paused and calmly replied, We are here to recruit disciples. Recruiting disciples? The gatekeepers' expressions were impassive, as if such encounters were commonplace. They immediately gestured with their fingers, signaling for something. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan quickly grasped the implication. No wonder the Sword God Sect allowed others to scout. It appears there is profit to be made. He inquired nonchalantly, How much? 300 spirit stones. Chen Xuan exclaimed. How inexpensive. Stop dawdling. Pay quickly. There are many more waiting to enter the city. The gatekeeper, sensing the confidence of the other party, hastily urged them on. It is but a trifling sum of 300 spirit stones. Chen Xuan nodded, turned to Lin Fan, and said, Disciple, pay the fee. Lin Fan, though startled by his master's prompt, felt no displeasure whatsoever. To assist his esteemed master was a privilege earned over a lifetime of cultivation. He would not hesitate to part with 300 spirit stones, nor would he shy away even if it cost him his life. With enthusiasm, he retrieved the stones and tossed them over. Upon entering the city, it was imperative to remember that one must not impose their will upon others. Everything should be voluntary. Should anyone dare to oppress or coerce, the consequences would be theirs to bear. The gatekeeper, ever diligent, offered this final reminder. The master and disciple paid no heed to them and ventured directly into Divine Sword City. Upon entering, the bustling and vibrant streets immediately captured their attention. The sounds of pedestrians, vendors calling out, and the haggling of prices filled the air. Even Chen Xuan found himself enchanted by the scene. Having spent a decade in seclusion on the mountains and not having seen such a throng of people in ages. On the streets, handsome youths and beautiful maidens were in abundance, along with some middle-aged and elderly individuals. They weaved through the crowd, casting furtive glances, occasionally appearing in the alleys flanking the streets to intercept young men and women. Fear not, for it was not robbery, but rather recruitment. Young man, I can see from your celestial features that you possess great potential. Would you care to join my Moonwell sect? Entry guarantees you a position as an inner disciple. Step aside. I have aspirations to join the Divine Sword sect as an outer disciple. Young lady, last night I observed the stars and saw the auspicious signs. A prodigious talent is destined to emerge. Might you consider joining my carefree sect? I would take you as my personal disciple. Please, I am on my way to join the Divine Sword sect. I have never heard of your carefree sect. One after another, the sneaky elderly figures in the alleys tempted the youth. Their manner of speaking was remarkably similar. Witnessing this spectacle left Chen Xuan bewildered, for he had employed similar tactics when he first recruited Lin Fan. He turned to glance at Lin Fan, who wore an expression of calm. Having been a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, he had encountered many such scenes and remained unfazed. At that moment, Chen Xuan felt a tinge of embarrassment and discreetly led the way deeper into the city. Master, should we find a place to stay first? Or shall we seek out the person you are looking for? Lin Fan respectfully inquired during their walk. Chen Xuan replied with earnestness, let us go directly to find him. Once we have taken on a disciple, we shall return. With that, he looked towards the direction indicated by the system's location. Before long, he spotted a young girl clad in a figure-hugging, sheer dress. Though the streets are bustling with handsome men and beautiful women, the appearance of that young girl still caused quite a stir. She stood tall and graceful, and wherever she went, all the other beauties seemed overshadowed by her presence. In an instant, countless eyes were drawn to the emergence of that young maiden, showering her with astonished glances. Yi Qingcheng. Chapter 8. The Reincarnated Celestial Body. From a millennium hence, Wang Chang's eyes gleamed with an unsettling excitement as he scrutinized Yi Qingcheng intently. A paragon. A true paragon indeed. Her figure, her visage, her skin, her slender waist. How utterly enchanting. For a moment, Wang Chang's gaze was filled with lustful desire. It had been far too long since he had encountered such exquisite beauty. Now that he finally had, to let her slip away would be a disservice to his reputation as the dashing scion of the Divine Sword sect. With a beaming smile, he positioned himself before Yi Qingcheng, feigning concern as he spoke. My dear lady, you must be here to participate in the Divine Sword sect's recruitment event. Am I correct? The entrance examination has commenced today. Why have you not yet made your way there? Have you lost your way? Allow me to escort you to the Divine Sword sect for the entrance test. No, thank you, Yi Qingcheng replied, her brow furrowing as she shook her head, rejecting him on the spot. Yet, the young man remained unfazed, his expression still brimming with lecherous intent. My lady, I am Wang Chang, an inner disciple of the Divine Sword sect. My father is an elder of the Techniques Pavilion. I can recommend you for entry, which would spare you much hassle. Furthermore, should you perform well in the outer sect, I could easily use my influence to facilitate your admission to the inner sect. What do you say? Shall we become acquainted? With anticipation etched across his features, he seemed utterly confident in his approach. However, the unexpected was about to transpire. Yi Qingcheng's reaction was remarkably subdued as she shook her head once more, declining his offer. The rationale behind her refusal was straightforward. Lin Fan was no longer part of the Divine Sword sect. Why should she join? Moreover, given her innate talents, she could gain direct admission to the inner sect without any need for a recommendation. I apologize, but I do not wish to join any sect at this time, Yi Qingcheng stated calmly, turning to leave. Yet, her demeanor instantly extinguished Wang Chang's patience. His expression darkened as he coldly threatened. If you do not wish to join the Divine Sword sect, then what are you doing here? Do you think you can simply come and go as you please? What is your purpose here? Yi Qingcheng could only manage a bitter smile in response. She had not intended to come here either. Yet, she had been thrust into this world against her will. In her previous life, she had existed a millennium hence on the desolate ancient continent. In that era, her extraordinary talents had allowed her to flourish amidst countless adventures. Although an orphan without family, her path of cultivation had been relatively smooth, as if she were the destined heroine of a novel. However, everything changed upon encountering a woman named Lung Shi, who radically altered her perception of her own identity. It became painfully clear that she was not the heroine, but rather a supporting character. For every time Lung Shi appeared, she would end her life due to various grievances. And Yi Qingxing could never escape, meeting her demise time and again. In her 9 reincarnations, she had been slain 9 times, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. In her first life, during her formative years, she had dealt with several obstacles due to certain conflicts. Eventually, the accomplished young woman known as Lung Shi found her end. Without hesitation, struck her down, claiming it was an act of vengeance for her family. It was then that Yi Qingcheng realized those obstacles she had overcome had connections to Lung Shi's kin. After being reduced to ashes, Yi Qingcheng was reborn at the original starting point, embarking on her second cycle of reincarnation. This time, she took extra care not to offend the family of the prodigious Lung Shi. Even when encountering Lung Shi's kin, she maintained a cordial demeanor, fearful that Lung Shi would surpass her in cultivation and seek her demise. Yet, fate has a cruel sense of humor. The heavens conspired to place a man beside her, who was infatuated with her to the point of obsession. Despite her indifference towards him, little did she know that the young Lung Shi would reappear, intent on claiming that man for herself, leading to her own destruction. For that man was her boyfriend. Upon learning of this, Yi Qingcheng was consumed by rage. Thus, in her third reincarnation, she vowed not to offend that young woman and to avoid any interaction with the man. Yet, fate intervened once more, and she found herself cornered by both of them again. The outcome? Death once more. In subsequent cycles, she could not escape the fate of being vanquished by that young woman. Even when she attempted to take preemptive measures, the young woman always managed to evade her, only to return stronger, ready to eliminate her. This nearly drove her to the brink of despair. It wasn't until her 9th iteration that she abandoned all strategies of conflict with that young woman and dedicated herself to rigorous training. She resolved to minimize her interactions with the world, ultimately achieving the quasi-emperor realm at an astonishing pace, before finally feeling ready to emerge. According to the timeline, at that moment, the young woman was far from being her equal, nowhere near the quasi-emperor level. Thus, she confidently stepped into the fray. Indeed, as she had anticipated, the young woman reappeared, significantly weaker than her. Just as she believed she could finally eliminate her adversary, an unfamiliar man emerged, striking her down with a single blow, reducing her to ashes. In her final moments, she discovered that this new figure was the young woman's senior brother, a being of imperial caliber, far superior to her. Moreover, their master was a man named Lin Fan. Upon learning this shocking revelation, Yi Qingcheng was left in disbelief. The young woman was already an extraordinary challenge, and now there was a senior brother, an imperial figure. Not only did he obliterate her with ease, but they also had a master above them. Good heavens! Just how formidable was Lin Fan, that even his disciples could attain imperial status. Opposing them was indeed a perilous endeavor, even with her ability to reincarnate. Escaping the fate of being obliterated seemed improbable. Who could fathom the true realm of Lin Fan? Thus, after coming to this realization, Yi Qingqing secretly resolved that in her next reincarnation, she would seek out Lin Fan as a disciple, hoping to align herself with his power. However, she could never have anticipated that in her 10th life, she would inexplicably travel back a millennium, becoming the eldest daughter of the prominent Yi family, second only to a hegemonic force. Only half a month prior had she awakened the memories of her previous 9 reincarnations. This upheaval sent all her plans into disarray. The thought of potentially encountering once again that young woman who had relentlessly bested her filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon awakening her memories, she unexpectedly learned that the Divine Sword Sect was convening its triennial recruitment conference. Her father, the clan leader, had often extolled the virtues of the Divine Sword Sect, which stirred fragments of her past life to the surface. Lin Fan, it seemed, hailed from the Divine Sword Sect. However, for reasons unknown, he had severed ties with the sect and soared to new heights. Had she perhaps traversed back to Lin Fan's era? Her heart raced with excitement as she eagerly sought information about Lin Fan, quickly discovering that he was indeed a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and notably an inner disciple, though not held in high regard by the sect. Upon receiving this news, she wasted no time and, following her father's wishes, ventured forth alone to participate in the recruitment conference of the Divine Sword Sect. She fervently assured her father of her unwavering confidence in becoming an inner disciple. Her father's enthusiasm was palpable as he presented her with countless treasures to enhance her prowess. Yet, as fate would have it, destiny has a penchant for jest. This morning, just as she resolutely prepared to attend the trials, she discovered that Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect. The reasons remained a mystery. His whereabouts were unknown. Her hopes of clinging to his coattails were dashed once more. Consequently, her desire to join the Divine Sword Sect evaporated entirely. Her thoughts consumed with the quest to locate Lin Fan. Thus, she bore no goodwill towards the Divine Sword Sect disciple before her. After all, given her capabilities, even if she joined the sect, her status would undoubtedly surpass that of this individual. With a mere flick of her hand, she could easily ascend to become the sect leader's personal disciple. However, considering Lin Fan's expulsion, she recognized that joining the Divine Sword Sect might place her in opposition to him, prompting her to abandon the idea altogether. Nevertheless, in this life, she had family and responsibilities, unlike in her previous existence as a solitary wanderer. Offending a dominant power like the Divine Sword Sect could jeopardize her family's standing. Thus, she softened her tone and said, "I apologize, but I truly do not wish to join the Divine Sword Sect at this time." Today. Whether you wish to join or not, you shall join. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Wang Chong sneered, gesturing dismissively towards the distance. In an instant, several disciples of the Divine Sword Sect materialized, surrounding Yi Qingsheng. Chapter 9. The support of a powerful ally, apprenticing under Yi Qingsheng. Stop. Just as Wang Chong was about to strike, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. Following this, two men, one tall and the other short, approached them slowly. Could it be that the Divine Sword Sect resorts to coercion even in the matter of accepting disciples? The newcomers were none other than Chen Xuan and Lin Fan, with Lin Fan being the one who spoke. He wore a bronze eye patch, his expression devoid of emotion. "Is that Lin Fan?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Chong instinctively called out Lin Fan's name. Lin Fan replied, "You recognized me? How amusing. Among those who dare to oppose me without backing, you are the only one in the entire sect. Even if you were to turn to ashes, I would still know you." Wang Chong sneered, his voice icy. "How bold of you to appear in Divine Sword City. After you ambushed and injured me last time, you shall not escape this time. Brothers, let us take him down together." With the order given, the other disciples of the Divine Sword Sect spread out, encircling Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. On the other side, upon hearing their conversation, Yi Qingqing shuddered, her heart racing with astonishment. Instinctively, she looked towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, could he be the revered master of Lungxi, the formidable figure who would ascend to greatness in a millennium? In that moment, Yi Qingqing was left in a state of shock. She never expected that the one she sought would appear so effortlessly. "I must align myself with him," she thought. "When Lin Fan engages in battle, I will seize the moment to express my loyalty and earn his trust." With this in mind, Yi Qingqing became alert, ready to act at any moment to provide assistance. Though she was merely at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea, the skills accumulated over 9 lifetimes were not to be underestimated. Even if an elder were to arrive, she was confident she could swiftly escape with Lin Fan. However, at that instant, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect suddenly found themselves immobilized, as if their legs were rooted to the ground, unable to move. "What is happening? I can't feel my legs." "Me too. It's as if they are glued to the ground. I'm stuck as well." Panic ensued among the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He recognized that his master had intervened, granting him the opportunity for vengeance. He turned his gaze to Wang Chong and coldly declared, "Wang Chong, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy into a palm and directed it toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong's heart trembled. Yet, as a cultivator at the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, he believed himself to be a level above Lin Fan. Although he felt somewhat weak, his higher realm was not to be trifled with. Even without assistance, he was unafraid. Lin Fan, in a direct confrontation, You are no match for me. Today, let me show you the might of the 5th level of the Spirit Sea, Tiger Fist. With that, he unleashed his 5th level aura, conjuring a pair of fists that surged toward Lin Fan's palm with a fierce strike. Boom. In an instant, the two forces collided. As Wang Chang's fierce tiger fist made contact with Lin Fan's palm, it instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Following this, the palm descended upon Wang Chang's head with the weight of a mountain. Hiss! Wang Chang gasped in shock, disbelief coursing through him. Impossible! Impossible! How could you? Merely at the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea, shatter my fierce tiger fist in an instant? He was utterly astonished and hurriedly summoned all his spiritual energy to form a defense. Yet, before his protective barrier could take shape, that enormous hand pressed down upon his head, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! A dull thud resounded as the bluestone floor was instantaneously cratered. Wang Chang vanished without a trace. In an instant, everyone around was stunned, peering into the pit with wide eyes. All they could see was a blurred mass of blood and flesh. He, who said I was merely at the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea, I am now at the 9th layer. Lin Fan murmured to himself. With vengeance fulfilled, the hatred and obsession in his heart dissipated entirely. He then turned to Chen Xuan and clasped his fists in respect, saying, Master, the revenge of your disciple has been accomplished. Boom. As these words left his lips, the crowd finally snapped out of their stupor. My heavens, a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect has been reduced to mere pulp. They have killed. A disciple of the Divine Sword Sect has been slain. Run for your lives. In a flurry, the young men and women around were startled and began to flee. This was a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Moreover, on the very grounds of the sect itself. To dare commit murder here, wasn't that akin to a long-lived elder seeking death? Those who remained to watch were either of considerable background or believed themselves to possess some level of strength. As the crowd dispersed, the few remaining disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were left dumbfounded. Though they had regained their mobility, their confidence in apprehending the culprit had evaporated. The 9th layer of the Spirit Sea. My heavens, did Lin Fan truly break through 5 small realms in just 3 days? How could that be possible? And what of the silent figure beside him? Is he his master? No wonder he couldn't move earlier. It must have been his master's influence. In that moment, the disciples were in utter shock, too intimidated to utter threats, quickly retreating to signal the elders of their sect. Only then did they dare to observe Lin Fan and Chen Xuan from a distance, fearful that they might escape. However, it was evident they underestimated Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. Escape? That was the act of the weak. At this moment, Chen Xuan not only refrained from fleeing, but rather nodded approvingly, praising, well done. When it is time to act, one must act. This aligns perfectly with the essence of our mysterious cloud sect. With that, he slowly approached Yi Qingcheng, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. My dear lady, I perceive great potential in you. You are destined for greatness. Would you consider becoming my disciple and joining the mysterious cloud sect? I am the 108th sect master, with formidable power and deep roots. I shall cultivate you into an emperor in the future. Swish. The moment Chen Xian's words echoed, the surrounding crowd was left in utter disbelief. My heavens. He dares to recruit disciples instead of fleeing. My goodness, what audacity. I have never encountered such boldness in my life. The Piaomiao Sect? I have not heard of such a faction. Have any of you? I have not either. It must be an inconsequential sect. Yet, their audacity is staggering. They have slain a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect and dare to recruit disciples on the spot. Are they courting death? In an instant, the crowd was astounded. Yi Qingcheng was equally astonished. The Piaomiao Sect? The 108th generation sect master? Lin Fan's mentor? Could she have encountered someone of immense significance? Her fortune is truly remarkable. What better time to bow than now? Without a second thought, Yi Qingcheng fell to her knees before Chen Xuan, exclaiming with fervor, Disciple Yi Qingcheng, paying respects to my esteemed master. With that, she offered 3 resounding bows, causing the stone floor to echo with each impact. This spectacle left all onlookers wide-eyed and agape, utterly incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. She has bowed. Indeed, she has truly bowed. My heavens! Is this not a path to self-destruction? Alas, this girl. She is doomed. Offending the Divine Sword Sect rarely ends well, and she dares to take on a master? TSK. What a pity. This young lady appears to possess extraordinary grace and commendable talent, yet her fate seems grim. The leaders and elders of the surrounding minor sects could not help but lament. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, for the system's rewards had just been credited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple with 10-star potential. The luxurious recruitment gift pack has been delivered. Please check your inventory. Chapter 10 with a single sentence. The elder was stunned, and that pair of eyes appeared once more. Very well, my obedient disciple, rise quickly. The ground is chilly. After successfully taking on a disciple, Chen Xuan excitedly helped Yi Qingqing to her feet. Then, with a beaming smile, he pointed at Lin Fan and introduced, Qingqing, this is your senior brother, Lin Fan. Henceforth, you shall be my second disciple. Greetings, senior brother. I humbly ask for your guidance in the future. Yi Qingqing promptly bowed to Lin Fan, her heart brimming with unparalleled excitement. This was it. She had become Lin Fan's junior sister. A millennium hence, she would no longer fear that cold Shi. At that time, standing before cold Shi, could she truly believe that he would dare to lay a hand on her, the disciple of his master? Moreover, if her master could teach Lin Fan to such an extraordinary level, surely her own instruction would not be lacking. Greetings, junior sister. There is no need for such formalities. We are all disciples of the sect. Let us strive together for progress. Lin Fan returned the gesture with a fist salute. All right, now that you are acquainted, let us be on our way. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, preparing to lead the two back. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed throughout the Divine Sword City. Old One, you dare to slay a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect and attempt to flee? Surrender at once. Suddenly, a furious gust of wind swept through the air. Following closely, two elders from the Divine Sword Sect descended gracefully onto the street. Where's my son? Where's my son? One of the elders, Wang Ben, the father of Wang Chong, immediately began searching for his son upon landing. Today marked the first day of the disciple recruitment event, and he had been assigned to patrol outside the sect with his cousin, maintaining order. Suddenly, he received a communication from Divine Sword City. The message stated that Lin Fan had appeared in Divine Sword City and had slain his son. Upon hearing this news, Wang Ben nearly broke down, urgently dragging his cousin to fly over. Quickly tell me, where's my son? He hastily seized a disciple of Divine Sword City, fervently inquiring. Elder Wang Shidi. He is the captured disciple trembled, gripped by an overwhelming fear, unsure of how to respond. Speak. Quickly. Wang Ben's agitation escalated, saliva spraying the disciple's face. The disciple, in that instant, became even more terrified, completely forgetting how to articulate his words. Thankfully, at that moment, another disciple provided an answer. Elder Wang Shidi is in the pit. In a flash, Wang Ben appeared at the edge of the pit. Upon seeing the pit filled with muck, he instantly collapsed. My son. Wang Ben howled to the heavens. The aura of a powerful being could no longer be contained, fully radiating outward. Boom. A tremendous pressure erupted, instantly overwhelming all the surrounding young men and women, rendering them breathless. Hiss. Such immense pressure, I can hardly breathe. This is half-step condensation? The dominance of such a powerful force is indeed formidable. It is said that the inner elders of the Divine Sword Sect are at least in the late stage of the Skyward Realm. The true guardians of the mountain are all at the Spirit Concentration Realm. Is this the power of the late stage of the Skyward Realm? Though I too possess the Skyward Realm, the pressure emanating from them is such that I fear I could not withstand even a single strike. Indeed, in the path of cultivation, as one ascends in rank, the disparities between each level become increasingly pronounced. In an instant, the crowd around gasped in astonishment, hurriedly attempting to resist this overwhelming force. Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing similarly changed countenance, feeling an acute sense of pressure. Yet at that moment, Chen Xuan slightly lifted his gaze, and the pressure that clung to the two vanished instantaneously. It is our master. They turned their eyes towards Chen Xuan, their hearts flooded with a sense of security. Lin Fan, how dare you take my son's life? Prepare to meet your demise. At this juncture, Wang Ben suddenly struck, rushing towards Lin Fan with astonishing speed that left everyone dazed and unable to react. This rendered Lin Fan utterly speechless. He had donned a blindfold, yet someone still recognized him as Lin Fan. However, Chen Xuan was not to be trifled with. To dare lay a hand on his disciple before him was akin to stirring up trouble on the head of the sovereign. an act of folly. Ants, Chen Xuan uttered expressionlessly. Boom. The mere utterance of ants transformed into an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Wang Bin. Upon being struck by those two words, Wang Bin's body exploded with a resounding bang, showering the area with blood. He did not even have the chance to utter a sound. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. He exploded? My heavens. This man seems to be the 108th generation leader of the Piaomiao Sect. Is the Piaomiao Sect truly so formidable? Just 2 words, and he obliterated a peak elder of the Skyward Realm? Could he possibly be at the Spirit Concentration Realm? The pressure imbued within those words was no less than that of the Spirit Concentration Realm. Wang Bin, after all, is also at the peak of the Skyward Realm. Even the leader of the Sword God Sect at the Spirit Concentration Realm could not achieve such devastation with mere words alone. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Could he be even stronger than the leader of the Sword God Sect? In an instant, all present regarded Chen Xuan with heightened vigilance, fearful that he might suddenly turn his hand against them. Even Chen Xuan's 2 disciples were left astonished by this display, particularly Yi Qingqing, whose eyes widened in admiration and excitement, filled with awe. Our master is so imposing, truly worthy of having trained Lin Fan as a disciple. I hope to inherit even a fraction of Master's prowess. Lin Fan remarked. Master is indeed master. When he does not act, he is calm, but when he does, it is with devastating might. He can eliminate a peak elder of the Skyward Realm in an instant. The 2 exchanged glances, and then simultaneously clasped their fists towards Chen Xuan, praising, Master is majestic. The Piaomiao Sect is magnificent. Enough with the flattery. Let us return. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing took to the skies without a soul daring to impede them. Even Wang Bin's bewildered cousin, Wang Shuang, was left speechless, filled with resentment, yet unable to voice his discontent. After the figure of the assailant had completely vanished, he muttered irritably to those around him, he won't escape. The sect leader is presiding over the disciple recruitment ceremony at the mountain gate. I will report this to him immediately, and he will surely capture him. With that, he produced a communication talisman and reported, Sect leader. A grave incident has occurred in Divine Sword City. The elder of the scripture pavilion was obliterated by a single word from Master Lin Fan. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Whoosh. The talisman shot forth a beam of white light, racing towards Divine Sword Sect. He then stood still, murmuring to the place where his cousin had turned to ash. Cousin, do not blame me for not intervening. He is simply too powerful. Had I acted, I would have surely met the same fate. Your son is already deceased, and now you 2 have perished. Grandfather has only you and me as grandsons, and I have no descendants. We cannot allow grandfather's lineage to end, can we? Moments later, the sect leader of Divine Sword Sect, accompanied by several inner sect elders, descended from the mountain. He surveyed the scene while listening to the reports. Piaomiao Sect? I have never heard of this sect. He pondered. Moreover, apart from that inner disciple, Elder Wang left not a trace behind. Even in obliteration, there should be some residual aura, should there not? Yushan looked at the spot where Wang Bin had met his demise, filled with confusion. Sect leader. The place where Elder Wang vanished seems to bear no traces, much like those 6 disciples. Suddenly, the reminder from Elder Xingfa jolted Yushan awake. He trembled all over, incredulously exclaiming, could it be those eyes within the void mirror? Chapter 11. The 10 tons of enlightenment tea. Unquenchable and immeasurable upon hearing those eyes, the heart of the elder of judicial affairs trembled. The events that transpired in the void mirror last time filled them with dread. Quick, did anyone remember that person's appearance? Draw it for me. Yushan inquired of those present at the scene. I remember his visage. Soon, a small sect's leader sprang forth, exclaiming excitedly, I recall that person's features. Hurry, let me depict it. Yushan's voice was laced with urgency. The individual nodded, produced paper and ink, and shortly thereafter sketched the likeness of Chen Xuan and his 2 disciples. The 3 figures lay neatly on the parchment. Leader, it is completed. The artist presented the drawing. Yushan eagerly accepted it, unfolding it to examine. In an instant, those familiar eyes emerged on the paper. Both Yushan and the elder of judicial affairs felt a jolt in their hearts. Indeed, it was those very eyes. However, before they could process their astonishment, they witnessed the pair of eyes suddenly blink at them. Reflexively, both men tossed the drawing away, leaping in unison, emitting cries of terror. "Ah, what the hell? Leader? What is happening?" The other elders were startled by the reactions of Yushan and the elder of judicial affairs, rushing forward in concern. Yet, Yushan had no time to attend to them, for at that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his scalp prickled. It was him. It was him. How had he offended him once more? Cursed be this fate. Nevertheless, the other party had merely blinked, seemingly unperturbed. Thinking of this, Yushan, still shaken, retrieved the fallen drawing and commanded the assembly. Inner disciple Wang Chong and elder Wang Bin, abusing their positions as elders of the Divine Sword Sect, have committed heinous acts, covertly harming fellow disciple Lin Fan, and thus deserve execution. Currently, while investigating Wang Bin and Wang Chong, they have unjustly provoked powerful figures from other sects, bringing trouble to the Divine Sword Sect. Their demise is well-deserved. Relay my orders. This matter shall cease. No one is permitted to continue investigating, and furthermore, we shall vindicate Lin Fan and absolve him of his grievances. Very well, disperse. With a grand gesture, Yushan was the first to leave the Divine Sword City. He did not resume the disciple recruitment assembly, but instead retreated into the main hall of the sect leader, seeking refuge in his trepidation. Those eyes had struck fear into him twice. Anyone would be on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue further trouble. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Within Divine Sword City, Yushan's words quickly spread. The name Misty Sect gradually circulated as well. However, that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan sensed that someone was observing his portrait, so he blinked, giving them a fright. After all, the observer intended merely to ascertain his appearance and bore no ill will. Thus, he did not resort to lethal measures. "Junior sister, prepare yourself. We are about to enter the mysterious sect," Lin Fan reminded his junior sister, Yi Qingcheng, just before their arrival. Yi Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her senior brother's intent. After all, what preparations were necessary for entering a sect? Could it be that there were trials to overcome? Not dwelling on it further, Yi Qingcheng nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother." With that, she stepped forward alongside her master and senior brother into the mysterious sect. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped them. Yi Qingcheng shivered, astonished, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this energy. Even having traversed the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, she had never encountered such a rich source of spiritual essence. In that moment, her soul seemed to transcend, and she felt herself float in ecstasy, instinctively spreading her arms wide to embrace the overwhelming spiritual energy around her. "This energy is extraordinarily dense," she murmured. This is merely the beginning, junior sister. Why not take a moment to truly absorb it?" Lin Fan chuckled, offering another prompt. Yi Qingcheng, taken aback, immediately focused her senses anew. Before long, her eyes widened in shock. The barrier between heaven and earth is so fragile. It feels as if it could be pierced with a mere touch. Is this the environment of the sect? To cultivate and comprehend here must be hundreds, if not thousands, of times more effective than in the outside world. Yi Qingcheng's heart raced, her pupils dilating with astonishment. Had the cold she of her previous life cultivated in such an environment? Under these circumstances, it seemed almost natural to feel inadequate. Noticing her daze, Lin Fan, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Junior sister, being able to join the mysterious sect is a blessing for us. You must cultivate diligently and not slack off." "Yes. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Yi Qingcheng replied excitedly. She then glanced at Chen Xuan, who was walking ahead. His pace was steady, his demeanor unruffled, offering no introductions to the sect, seemingly disinterested in conversation. This demeanor made Yi Qingcheng pout slightly. She had so many questions to ask. For instance, why was the sect so eerily quiet? Why had they not encountered a single senior brother along the way? However, as her master remained silent, she found it inappropriate to inquire further and turned her gaze to Lin Fan instead. Though Lin Fan did not ponder deeply, as the eldest senior brother, he felt it was his duty to provide an introduction to the sect. Thus, he earnestly relayed to Yi Qingcheng the information he had received from Chen Xuan, leaving her in a state of profound astonishment, especially when she learned that the mysterious sect was a hidden sect, with all disciples having ascended to the rank of elder. This revelation left her utterly speechless. The entire sect's disciples had achieved the status of elders, What immense depth that must signify. Furthermore, she had just been accepted as the direct disciple of the sect leader, an honor in itself. Her excitement surged as she looked toward her master. But Chen Xuan remained expressionless, continuing to lead the way. However, it was not a fade of seriousness. Rather, he was engaged in claiming system rewards. The luxurious disciple recruitment package had successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Emperor-summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Sage-summoning cards. Congratulations on acquiring the Ultimate Illusory Tower for the sect. The Ultimate Illusory Tower consists of 9 levels, encompassing thousands of chambers. Each level can conjure diverse realms and peerless scenarios, allowing cultivator spirits to enter the illusion for training. Within the illusion, time flows 10 times faster than in the outside world. 10 days spent in the illusion equates to just 1 day outside. Note, the cultivator's spirit experiences a 100 authentic sensation. Injuries and deaths within the environment feel entirely real, yet the physical body remains unharmed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the extraordinary skill, the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Congratulations on obtaining the Reincarnation Celestial Scripture. The Reincarnation Celestial Scripture, created by the Reincarnation Celestial, offers the ultimate achievement, ensuring immortality without reincarnation, rendering one undying and indestructible. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Tea embodies the essence of the Tao and the laws of nature, assisting cultivators in their path to enlightenment. Ding! The ultimate illusory tower has materialized within the sect. As the system's voice faded, the rewards instantaneously arrived. Gazing at the treasures within the system's space, Chen Xuan smacked his lips. He had amassed 4 Emperor-summoning cards and 4 Sage-summoning cards. He believed it would not be long before he could summon an immortal. Furthermore, the ultimate illusory tower could be utilized by his disciples for cultivation. The Reincarnation Celestial Scripture and extraordinary skills could be passed on to the 2 recently accepted disciples. The only reward he could use seemed to be the 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Wow, 10 tons, might that be a tad excessive? I may not get to drink it until the year of the monkey and horse. It appears I can only bestow it upon my disciples. As Chen Xuan made his way towards the main peak, he quietly calculated the system's rewards. Meanwhile, a colossal tower, comparable to a mountain, suddenly emerged in the sect's clearing, gradually transforming from ethereal to tangible, ultimately condensing into a towering edifice that reached the heavens. Chapter 12, Family Correspondence. Yi family mobilization meeting. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a colossal tower, both Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Master, look! A gigantic tower has appeared." Awakened by the astonished voices of his disciples, Chen Xuan cast a glance at the ultimate illusion tower and began to impart his wisdom with utmost seriousness. "My dear disciples, there is no need for such alarm. This tower is the ultimate illusion tower. Upon entering, cultivator spirits will traverse various mystical realms and perilous landscapes conjured by the tower, all while their bodies remain entirely unscathed. It serves as a tool to facilitate the cultivation of our sect's disciples. You may also venture inside to experience it if you have the time. As my disciples, you are free to enter without any restrictions." Goodness, such formidable capabilities? To remain unharmed while within, is this not akin to possessing immortality? In that instant, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing were profoundly astonished. After all, the most common experience for cultivators is combat. Only through battle can one continuously transcend their limits. Yet, battles often accompany the specter of death. If there exists such a cultivation tower, would it not alleviate the myriad life and death crises along the path of cultivation? Furthermore, the notion that my disciples face no restrictions implies that those who are not direct disciples of the Master would indeed face limitations. As direct disciples, they could enter at their leisure? Heavens! It is truly a stroke of fortune to be under the tutelage of the Master. They would be the first to access such remarkable resources. In a moment, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing were rendered speechless with excitement. Ding! Detection of a 10-star potential disciple. They will appear near the Rule Realm in 7 days. Please prepare accordingly, host, to receive your disciples. At the main peak, before the sect leader's hall, Chen Xuan had scarcely caught his breath when the system's prompt for receiving disciples rang out once more. 7 days hence. Very well, we shall address that in 7 days. Chen Xuan, lacking the inclination to ponder further, promptly dismissed the system notification. 7 days? There is ample time. It can wait. With that thought, Chen Xuan slightly raised his finger, and simultaneously, a book materialized in the hands of Yi Qingcheng and Lin Fan. He instructed, "You two. One a reincarnation body, and the other an ancient sword body. I bestow upon you the corresponding techniques and divine abilities. You are to cultivate diligently. In 7 days, accompany me to the Rule Realm to receive new disciples." Yes, the two promptly bowed, then began to peruse the books in their hands. Lin Fan's reaction was relatively composed. Having previously encountered the celestial classic, he was not as taken aback by the divine techniques. Though the divine techniques were among the most powerful in existence and largely considered lost to time, they still paled slightly in comparison to the celestial classic. In contrast, Yi Qingcheng was far more astounded. As she gazed at the reincarnation celestial classic in her hands, her reaction mirrored Lin Fan's first encounter with the celestial classic, her eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. The celestial classic. It is indeed the celestial classic. How terrifying that the Misty Sect possesses such a treasure. She clutched the celestial classic with fervor, struggling to articulate her current state of exhilaration. After all, she had undergone 9 reincarnations, and never in any of her past lives had she laid eyes on the celestial classic. No wonder that in every lifetime, I have been unable to surpass Lung Shi. It seems that the fortune inherited by Lung Shi has exceeded her wildest imagination. To contend with such a terrifying sect would indeed be an extraordinary feat. What you all have learned are the ultimate techniques of the celestial scriptures, which may prove somewhat challenging to cultivate. Allow me to bestow upon you some insight tea. Should you encounter any uncertainties, you may ponder upon it using the tea. If you still find yourself perplexed, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. With that, Chen Xuan reached into the void and grasped 2 handfuls of insight tea, casting them towards the 2 disciples. Upon witnessing the floating tea leaves before them, both of them trembled with astonishment, their pupils contracting sharply. So many, indeed, so many, far more than we anticipated. They had thought their master would provide each of them with merely a single leaf of insight tea. To their surprise, it was a handful for each. Each handful contained no less than 100 leaves. Their master's generosity is truly remarkable. Thank you, esteemed master. We shall diligently cultivate and bring honor to you and our sect. The 2 disciples quickly collected the insight tea and bowed in gratitude. Very well, go and cultivate. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction, preparing to ascend to the pinnacle of the ultimate illusion tower. However, at that moment, Yi Qingcheng hurriedly interjected, "Master, disciple, I have been away from home for several days and wish to send a message to my family to inform them that I have become a disciple of the sect. So they need not worry. May I do so?" The communication talisman allows for long-distance messaging, but would reveal the location from which the message is sent. Thus, she dared not take action without consulting her master. Of course, since our sect has emerged, we need not fear revealing our location. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, and then took a step towards the ultimate illusion tower, his figure vanishing in an instant. Upon receiving his affirmation, Yi Qingcheng felt a surge of excitement and promptly bowed in the direction where Chen Xuan had disappeared, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed master. Sister, these vacant rooms have no occupants, so feel free to choose one. I am off to cultivate for the upcoming Rule Secret Realm, where many dominant forces will participate, and the powers from the surrounding states will also be present. You must cultivate diligently to avoid disappointing our master," Lin Fan kindly reminded as they exited the Grand Hall. Yi Qingcheng immediately clasped her fists in thanks, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I have heard of the Rule Secret Realm. It is said to be an ancient space filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, accessible only to cultivators under 30. At that time, the geniuses from the neighboring states will converge to compete. I will certainly not let our master down. Indeed, strive hard. Let us make our mysterious sect known through our performance in the Rule Secret Realm." With that, the 2 entered their respective rooms to commence their rigorous training. However, Yi Qingcheng did not begin her cultivation immediately. She carefully placed the celestial scriptures and insight tea on her bedside, and then took out the communication talisman to send a message to her father. After all, when she initially left home, she had vowed with certainty that she would become an inner disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Now, Several days had passed since the sect's recruitment event began earlier that morning, and if she failed to respond to her family, they would undoubtedly worry. Father, the daughter has already joined the sect. All is well, do not worry. After Yi Qingcheng conveyed this message through the communication talisman, she sat cross-legged and commenced her cultivation of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Meanwhile, within the esteemed Yi family, one of the countless top-tier clans in Huangzhou, the clan leader Yi Changsheng was addressing all the elders and ancestors of the family at a mobilization meeting for the young disciples. In the vast training ground stood over 1,000 youthful disciples, predominantly boys in their teens. These young men, braving the scorching sun, focused their gaze straight ahead. Before them lay a long table, stretching several meters, behind which sat a row of venerable family elders. Even the esteemed ancestor Yi Junlin was among them, listening attentively to the clan leader Yi Changsheng's speech. Although the ancestor held the highest status within the family, this was the clan leader's moment to shine, and it was not the time for him to interject, regardless of his esteemed position. Such was the custom of the Yi family. With a booming voice, Yi Changsheng addressed the thousands of young clan members gathered in the training ground. My dear sons of the Yi family, it is well known that cultivation is arduous, exhausting, and fraught with peril. Yet countless individuals persistently throw themselves into this path. But for what purpose? Is it for longevity? No. Is it for the sake of vanity? No. It is to grow stronger. But why seek strength? Perhaps many do not comprehend. The sole purpose of becoming stronger is to safeguard oneself, to protect one's family, and to provide shelter for future generations. Do not fear hardship or exhaustion. Your presence will warm our family through all seasons. And it is thanks to you that our clan shall flourish even more beautifully. Chapter 13. The distressed clan leader of the Yi family heads to the mysterious sect Gurgle. Gurgle. Yi Changsheng paused momentarily to take a sip of water before summoning his voice once more, proclaiming loudly, Imagine, decades hence, when you find yourselves in my position, facing your sons, daughters, and descendants. If you lack sufficient strength, how shall they flourish and mature? Just as we once stood at your age. Had we not diligently cultivated and strived forward, you would not enjoy such a comfortable environment for growth. You might occasionally face oppression, or confront a formidable presence intruding upon your lives, threatening your parents, siblings, and kin. Therefore, we, in this present, are destined to become the future you. You, in this moment, represent our past. It is your fate to become the pillars of the family, upholding our lineage. As Yi Changsheng spoke with increasing fervor, his voice grew ever louder. The children in the training hall began to feel the weight of his words, seemingly aware of the consequences of neglecting their cultivation. Even a few ambitious youths clenched their fists, veins protruding from their small hands. The elders seated on either side were also moved, genuinely admiring the compelling nature of Yi Changsheng's oratory. Seeing that the emotions of the crowd had been sufficiently stirred, Yi Changsheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction and raised his voice again, shouting, Come, let us sing our Yi family battle song together, he declared. In the midst of wind and rain. Prepare, sing. In the midst of wind and rain, what is this little pain? Wipe away your tears, do not fear, for at least we still have dreams. In the midst of wind and rain, what is this little pain? Wipe away your tears, do not ask why. In that moment, the resounding chorus of thousands echoed throughout the Yi family estate. Even the elders of the Yi family, with flushed faces and throaty voices, joined in the grand chorus. It must be said, the first-generation ancestor of the Yi family was a true visionary. Not only did he establish motivational gatherings for the clan's youth, but he also created the family battle song. It is precisely because of these two remarkable innovations that the Yi family has remained resilient through the ages. Whenever the clan faced decline, one or two extraordinary figures, inspired by these innovations, would emerge to lead the family back to prosperity. Thus, even if the Yi family is not overwhelmingly powerful and has long been unable to ascend to the ranks of dominators, they have remained ever flourishing, their lineage unbroken. Buzzing. Suddenly, the communication talisman in Yi Changsheng's possession flickered several times. He promptly bent down and whispered to the elder beside him, Elder, I shall take my leave for now. You may announce the conclusion once the singing is finished. With that, he tucked the talisman away and exited the venue, returning to his courtyard, where he eagerly retrieved the communication talisman. His excitement stemmed entirely from the fact that this talisman was linked to his daughter. Its flickering indicated that there was news from her side. Their family had been diligently accumulating resources and fortitude. Now, he eagerly awaits his daughter to join the Divine Sword Sect and become a distinguished disciple, seizing the opportunity to engage with sovereign-level powers, thereby accumulating resources for her ultimate transformation into a force of dominance. His anticipation for news regarding his daughter, Yi Qingsheng, is palpable, and the entire family shares in this enthusiasm. Yi Changsheng takes a deep breath and channels his spiritual energy into the communication talisman. Soon, the voice of Yi Qingsheng resonates through the air. "Father, I have entered the sect, and all is well. Do not worry." "Entered the sect? Ah, splendid." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yi Changsheng exhales in relief. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes he has not discerned whether she has become a disciple under the sect leader, nor has he learned about the initiation process. This leaves him with a sense of perplexity. After much contemplation, he resolves to seek clarity. Thus, he sends a message to his daughter. "Qingqing, have you become a disciple under the sect leader? Was the entrance test challenging? I knew you would not disappoint me. Once you settle in, ensure you foster good relationships with your senior brothers and sisters. I will arrange for someone to bring you some spiritual tools and elixirs as gifts for them, to strengthen your connections." Whoosh! The message is dispatched. Moments later, it reaches Yi Qingsheng within the ethereal sect, stirring the attention of the cultivators. She picks up the communication talisman, feeling somewhat exasperated, yet she listens intently. Upon hearing her father's inquiries, she is momentarily at a loss for words. For she has not joined the Divine Sword Sect, but rather the Ethereal Sect. After a brief hesitation, Yi Qingsheng ultimately decides to speak the truth. Thus, she sends a message. "Father, I have indeed become a disciple under the sect leader. And the test was not difficult. As there was no test, the sect leader simply accepted me. There is no need to send any elixirs. Currently, there are only 2 disciples in the sect, my senior brother and myself, as the older generation of disciples have all aged." Whoosh! The communication is sent. When Yi Changsheng receives these revelations, he is momentarily rendered speechless. No test? Only 2 disciples? The older generation has all aged? Is this truly the Divine Sword Sect? Surely, no sect would be so outrageous. Goodness, could it be that his daughter has been deceived? He had previously cautioned her repeatedly not to trust those within the Divine Sword City. In a state of alarm, Yi Changsheng exclaims, "Daughter, are you certain you have joined the Divine Sword Sect? Do not let anyone deceive you." Yi Qingsheng replies, "Father, to be candid, I have joined the Ethereal Sect." Yi Changsheng. At this moment, holding the communication talisman, Yi Changsheng is on the verge of tears, utterly overwhelmed. His daughter has indeed fallen victim to a deception. He exclaims, "How could a sect of no renown have lured you back? Daughter, you must return immediately. The Divine Sword Sect's disciple recruitment event is merely days away. If you miss it, you will have to wait for years. Come back at once, do you understand?" Yi Qingsheng exclaimed, "Father, you must not speak ill of the Piaomiao Sect. Master will be displeased. Moreover, the Piaomiao Sect is not as wretched as you claim. It is a prestigious hidden sect and it is entirely normal for you to have never heard of it since it has only recently emerged. Furthermore, this is a celestial realm, and the cultivation environment here surpasses that of the Xinjiang sect by 1,000-fold. My progress in cultivation is astonishing, and my master has even bestowed upon me the celestial scriptures for my training." Yi Qingsheng recounted all the virtues of the Piaomiao Sect to Yi Changsheng. However, how could Yi Changsheng believe such fanciful tales? A hidden sect with slumbering elders, a celestial realm, celestial scriptures. These were clearly the words of a child. Absurd enough for even a fool to dismiss. "Qingsheng, I command you to return at once." He bellowed. "No, I wish to join the Piaomiao Sect. Father, please do not dissuade me. In due time, I shall surprise you." With that, Yi Qingsheng severed the communication talisman and commenced her cultivation. After all, continuing this argument would lead nowhere. Neither could convince the other, and it would be an endless cycle. When she achieved remarkable success in her cultivation, dazzling all within the confines of the secret realm, he would naturally come to understand that the Piaomiao Sect was indeed an extraordinary sect. With such thoughts, Yi Qingsheng smiled as she plunged into her training. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Changsheng was nearly driven to madness by the lack of response from his daughter. The family's most gifted genius, the hope of the entire Yi clan, had been deceived into joining an obscure sect. This was intolerable. He promptly took the communication talisman to seek the advice of the ancestral elder, intending to have them deduce the location of the talisman and prepare to personally retrieve his daughter. However, upon learning that Yi Qingsheng had not joined the Xinjian sect but had instead been lured away by an unknown small sect, the elder was nearly beside himself with agitation. What did you say? Qingsheng has been deceived by an unknown sect? Chapter 14. Father, what brings you here? Boom. Upon receiving this information, the elder, filled with urgency, delivered a sharp rebuke to Yi Chongqing. I told you to follow Qingqing, yet you refused. Look what has happened now. She has been deceived away. You have driven me to the brink of fury. If anything were to befall her, do not blame me for turning against you. The elder puffed his cheeks and glared, his words laden with vexation. Despite his scolding, his hands did not cease their work, and soon, through the intricate carvings on the communication talisman, he deduced the source of the information. Found it. It lies within the chaos ancient mountains. I shall accompany you. The elder tossed the communication talisman aside, ready to lead the way. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing quickly grasped the elder's arm and said, "There's no need, elder. It is merely a small sect with only 2 disciples, likely a minor faction among the myriad of schools. I can handle it alone. You should remain at home and await my news." With that, Yi Chongqing soared into the air, heading towards the chaos ancient mountains. Once he ascended, the surrounding families were left utterly bewildered. What is going on? Isn't the head of the Yi family at the peak of the Spirit Sea? When did he ascend to the skyward realm? And doesn't he appear to be a recent breakthrough? His flight is so steady. To their astonishment, Yi Chongqing had concealed his cultivation for years. No wonder the Yi family always seemed so confident in their endeavors. It turns out he was a hidden powerhouse. What was he in such a hurry for? Could it be that the Yi family was in trouble? In an instant, the people of the surrounding cities began to murmur among themselves, especially the head of the Sun family, the Yi family's long-standing rivals. He gazed skyward, fists clenched, teeth grinding in frustration. "Well done, Yi Chongqing. Who would have thought you were hiding your strength?" he muttered fiercely. But then, a smirk crossed his face as he shifted his tone. "Yet, what does it matter if you have concealed your abilities? Our ancestor is on the verge of breaking through to the spirit congealing realm. I bet you are unaware of this. Ha. When you encounter our esteemed ancestor, how splendidly your expression will change. Just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement down my spine." At the mysterious Veil Sect, after a day and a half of relentless flight, Yi Chongqing finally arrived at the designated location. Observing the desolate mountain gate, he impatiently sent a message to his daughter, urging her to come out. At the main peak, after a night of cultivation, Yi Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. Wow, I have reached the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea. The cultivation environment here is indeed formidable. Although she had been practicing for a day and a half, most of her time was spent contemplating the cycle of rebirth Immortal Sutra. The actual cultivation took no more than half a day. Even so, this had allowed her to break through 2 minor realms. This only underscores the terrifying nature of the environment at the mysterious Veil Sect. At that moment, the communication talisman placed beside her bed flickered. She glanced at it and ultimately decided to listen in. After all, she had not heeded the previous messages. "My dear daughter, please return. I implore you. Will you not come back? Do not provoke your father's wrath. For when I am angry, I can be quite fearsome. Should that happen, I might very well uproot your sect. Do you believe me? Daughter, come out. I stand before the gates of the Misty Sect. If you do not emerge, do not blame me for barging in and causing a scene, showing you no leniency." As the final message echoed, the communication talisman fell silent. Yi Qingsheng was taken aback, leaping from her bed in alarm, hastening towards the door while sending a message to her father. "Father, please do not act rashly. I shall come out immediately." With that, she hurriedly flung open the door and raced down the mountain. Truth be told, she had never anticipated her father would come in person. She silently prayed that he would not act impulsively, for if he were to breach the mountain gate, she had no idea how she might plead her case to her master. Before long, at the entrance of the sect, Yi Qingqing spotted her father, Yi Chongqing, surveying the surroundings. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she quickened her pace to stand before him, exclaiming, "Father, what brings you here?" "My daughter." Yi Chongsheng's eyes sparkled as he began to circle around Yi Qingqing, inspecting her closely. The scrutiny made her feel uneasy, and she retorted, "Father, what are you staring at? Do I have flowers on me? Ah, thank goodness. Thank goodness, you are unharmed. You reckless girl, come back with me at once." Upon confirming that Yi Qingcheng was safe, Yi Changsheng grasped her hand, intent on leaving. Yi Qingcheng, exasperated by her father's insistence, remained rooted to the spot, her feet feeling as heavy as lead. "Father, I cannot leave. I am a disciple of the Misty Sect. I cannot leave the sect without permission." You are infuriating. The Misty Sect, is it? Very well. I shall see what makes this sect so enchanting that you have lost your senses. Frustrated by his daughter's resistance, Yi Changsheng turned and strode into the sect. Seeing this, Yi Qingsheng was alarmed and rushed to stop him. "Father, you cannot intrude upon the sect. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain myself to my master." "Huh? Explain what? If you have the courage, then stop me." Yi Changsheng scoffed, determined to proceed. With no other option, Yi Qingsheng delivered a punch, pushing him back, and urged calmly, "Father, should you continue, do not blame me for retaliating." Yi Changsheng replied, "Very well. For the sake of this insignificant sect, you dare to raise a hand against me. Today, I shall overturn this sect." With that, he began to counterattack. In an instant, they exchanged blows back and forth. Yet as the battle commenced, Yi Changsheng realized with surprise that his daughter's strength had significantly increased. Although he discerned that she had broken through to a higher realm, he was still a formidable presence at the 4th level of the Void Realm. He found himself surprisingly unable to subdue her without using all his might. "Dad, please, can you stop this foolishness? If you truly wish to enter and explore, then be honest. I will report to the master, and only with their consent shall I allow you passage. Remarkable. Your combat prowess has evidently grown stronger. Today, let us see if you can indeed thwart my advance." Yi Changsheng, unfazed by the inquiry, immediately amplified his strength. Seizing a moment of distraction from Yi Qingsheng, he swiftly darted toward the sect. This is it. Observing her father's retreating figure, Yi Qingsheng began to formulate her apology for later. After all, he was her father. She could not resort to any extraordinary means to confront him. Boom. The instant Yi Changsheng crossed the threshold of the sect, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy cascaded from all directions. In that moment, myriad celestial laws and the essence of Tao began to manifest intermittently. Yi Changsheng was taken aback, instinctively halting his steps, frozen in place. Is this the realm of immortals? His mind spun, the world whirled around him, and he felt as though his soul had transcended his body, enveloped in an ethereal bliss, momentarily forgetting his original purpose for entering, succumbing entirely to the exquisite sensation. Chapter 15. A profound father-daughter bond. The second disciple takes her father to the sect, the ultimate illusion tower. At the pinnacle, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, and a galaxy of stars flickered within them. The ultimate illusion tower. Yet, it still seemed somewhat inadequate. It could not contain a powerhouse of the Emperor realm. A stranger has appeared in the sect? Suddenly, the changes within the sect caught Chen Xuan's attention. In a flash, he vanished and instantly reappeared before Yi Changsheng. In that moment, Yi Changsheng, who was indulging in his surroundings, was startled, and his joyful spirit immediately returned to its original state. "Who are you? Daring to intrude upon the mysterious sect?" Chen Xuan uttered softly, his voice resonating like thunder, causing Yi Changsheng to tremble all over, overwhelmed by an involuntary urge to worship. That sensation was far more intense than encountering the leader of the Divine Sword sect. Could he be the leader of the mysterious sect? Yi Changsheng's heart tightened, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He realized that this sect was indeed different from what he had imagined. The overwhelming spiritual energy, the rules of heaven and earth, and the resonance of the Tao enveloped everything around him. To describe it as a paradise was no exaggeration. Perhaps it truly was a concealed, superlative sect. Yet, he had brazenly intruded upon this formidable sect. How could he possibly explain himself? In an instant, fear gripped Yi Changsheng as he hurriedly contemplated his defense. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Qingsheng approached and offered an explanation. "Master, this is my father. I have sinned by allowing him to enter the sect without permission. I implore you to punish me." As she spoke, Yi Qingsheng knelt down with a thud. Observing this, Yi Changsheng also came to his senses and quickly knelt beside her, urgently proclaiming, "Forgive us, esteemed leader. I acted rashly out of concern for my daughter upon learning she had entered the mysterious sect. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. Please do not blame my daughter. At that moment, he fully believed his daughter's words. He distinctly felt the might and mystery of the mysterious sect. It was clear that the Divine Sword sect could not be compared, extinguishing any flicker of defiance within him. All that remained was reverence. Since you are Qingqing's father, you shall be forgiven this time. However, should there be a next time, this sect will not be so lenient. Rise. Upon hearing that he was Yi Qingqing's father, Chen Xuan graciously held back his anger, offering a few admonitions before gently raising both individuals from the ground with a slight wave of his hand. As they felt the enveloping power, Yi Qingqing was once again astonished. Just this single surge of strength rendered him incapable of resistance. It was evident that everything his daughter had said was the truth. Thank you, esteemed leader. I shall certainly heed your teachings. Both of them hurriedly clasped their fists in gratitude. No need for such formality. Since you are here, let us proceed to the hall for further discussion. Chen Xuan nodded, waved his hand, and the three ascended into the air, spinning through the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the main hall of the sect leader. Subsequently, with another wave of his hand, 2 cups of tea appeared upon a nearby table. Then, with a gentle smile, he said, Esteemed leader Yi, having traveled such a distance, it would be impolite not to offer you a humble cup of tea. Please. I am most grateful, esteemed elder. Yi Qingqing could hardly entertain the thought of refusal as he carefully seated himself and reached for the tea. However, upon discerning the tea leaves within the cup, he was once again taken aback, exclaiming, Enlightenment tea. 2 leaves. Indeed, the tea in his hand was none other than enlightenment tea, and there were 2 leaves. Good heavens! This was a precious commodity. The master of his daughter had chosen it to entertain guests, and even included 2 leaves. Such extravagance. Yi Qingqing was momentarily overwhelmed with astonishment, hastily cradling the cup to drink. After finishing the tea, he did not forget to roll the leaves into his mouth, leaving not a drop behind. The profound essence contained within the tea compelled him to close his eyes in contemplation. In that fleeting moment, the challenges of years of cultivation unraveled completely. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt as if he had transformed into a different person. He was filled with exhilaration, having discovered that enlightenment tea indeed possessed the legendary effects on comprehension. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand once more, filling Yi Qingqing's cup again. Yi Qingqing quickly clasped his hands in gratitude and eagerly drank it down. He even rolled his tongue around the tea leaves, savoring the remnants in the cup. His exaggerated manner of drinking left Yi Qingqing speechless beside him. Yet, out of respect for her master, she hesitated to remind him, opting instead to feign a cough to draw her father's attention. Ahem. Yi Qingqing remained oblivious, continuing to lick the cup. Ahem. She coughed again. Finally, this caught Yi Qingqing's attention. While licking the cup, he looked up in confusion, asking, My daughter, what troubles you? Is your throat uncomfortable? If so, drink less tea and more water. Give me your cup as well. Yi Qingqing. Silently, she pushed the cup toward him. Yi Qingqing drank it down once more. The sight left Yi Qingqing with a dark expression. How had she not realized her father's audacity? Qingqing. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the master's seat. Yi Qingqing jumped in surprise and quickly stood, clasping her hands. Disciple is here. Since your father has arrived, take him around to ease his mind. Chen Xuan seemed to sense their unspoken conversation and smiled as he instructed. In response, Yi Qingqing quickly expressed her gratitude. Yes. Thank you, esteemed master. After saying this, she discreetly gestured to Yi Qingqing, urging him to rise. Reluctantly, Yi Qingqing stood from his seat, bowed to Chen Xuan, and followed his daughter out of the main hall of the sect. My daughter, this place is truly wonderful. Outside the hall, gazing at the picturesque scenery and the abundance of spiritual energy, Yi Qingqing could hardly contain his admiration. Without the sect leader nearby, he felt much less constrained and considerably more at ease. I wonder who just claimed that the mysterious sect is not worth the trouble. Yi Qingqing immediately pouted in defiance. However, before she could finish her words, Yi Qingqing swiftly covered his daughter's mouth, casting a wary glance around, and cautiously whispered, Shh. Silence. We must not let the sect master overhear us. Observing her father's growing reverence for their sect, Yi Qingqing felt an unusual sense of pride, and promptly huffed a few words in boastful delight. Qingqing, I admit my fault. I misjudged you without proper investigation. From now on, You may cultivate here diligently and ensure your mentor is pleased with you. The rise of our Yi family depends on you. I am fully aware of the need to cultivate diligently. Father, allow me to show you around. My mentor has instructed me to give you a tour to ease your mind. Yi Qingsheng rolled her eyes and began to lead the way. Ease your mind, indeed. Absolutely at ease. Yi Changsheng forced a smile, then muttered softly. Once she has a mentor, she forgets her father. She listens to her mentor's words, but disregards mine. What did you say, father? Yi Qingsheng suddenly turned back. Yi Changsheng quickly brightened and replied, Nothing, nothing. I was just saying how wonderful your mentor is for treating me with enlightenment tea upon our first meeting. With that, he carefully extracted 6 pieces of the crumpled, damp enlightenment tea leaves from his mouth and placed them into his daughter's hands. My dear, here is a treasure for you. Be sure to keep it safe from your mentor's gaze. Yi Qingsheng stared at the wrinkled, soggy leaves in her father's hand, nearly regurgitating the meal she had consumed 3 days prior. She clenched her fists tightly, resolutely refusing to yield, despite her father's attempts to pry them open. Come on. Catch it, silly girl. This is a special treat from your father. I couldn't bear to eat it myself. Yi Changsheng chided in exasperation. Chapter 16. The Yi family's submission and the reward of the 9. Observing her father's exasperated demeanor, Yi Qingsheng felt a wave of emotion swell within her. Although the act of prying tea leaves from his mouth was somewhat distasteful, it was ultimately a gesture born from her father's genuine affection. It reminded her of her childhood when she would eagerly snatch delicacies from her parents, oblivious to whether they had already savored them themselves. Nevertheless, emotions aside, she was now a grown woman. It was unbecoming to continue snatching food from her father's hands. With a roll of her eyes, she sighed, Father, you should just eat. What master has given me is. As she spoke, she revealed a handful of Wu Dao tea leaves for Yi Changsheng to see. Good things are never too plentiful. However, she barely finished her sentence before her father's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, causing him to exclaim a profanity. What the hell, so many? Indeed, it was an astonishing quantity. A whole handful. He had only managed to gather 6 leaves himself and regarded them as precious treasures. Yet his daughter had obtained an entire handful. It seemed that the leader of the Miao Sect was genuinely nurturing his daughter as a disciple. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Changsheng immediately became more reserved. Since someone had taken the time to cultivate his daughter, he felt compelled to set a good example and maintain a flawless impression. In that moment, he became acutely aware of his posture, exclaiming, That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Father, please take some. I can't possibly use all of this. Yi Qingsheng offered half of her bounty to Yi Changsheng. Yet, Yi Changsheng promptly stepped back, adamantly refusing, No way. This is given to you by the sect leader. You absolutely cannot share it with anyone, not even your own father. It would be terrible if the sect leader became angry. I already have these 6 leaves, which will be more than enough. When we return, I will share them with your grandfather and the elders of our family. As he spoke, he stuffed the 6 Wu Dao tea leaves back into his mouth. Yi Qingsheng, Father, could you please refrain from being so frantic? Just then, as the father and daughter exchanged whispers, Lin Fan emerged from the cultivation tower. Noticing the two in hushed conversation, he inquired with curiosity, Junior sister, what are you up to? His voice cut through the air unexpectedly. Yi Changsheng jumped in surprise. Senior brother, it's nothing. My father came to visit, and master instructed me to show him around. Yi Qingsheng quickly greeted Lin Fan and provided an explanation. Upon realizing that the man was his junior sister's father, Lin Fan became more courteous, promptly clasping his fists in greeting. Ah, it is Uncle Yi. I am Qingsheng's senior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, greetings. Yi Changsheng replied, acknowledging Lin Fan with respect. Lin Fan was taken aback and hurriedly returned the gesture, and soon Yi Changsheng followed suit. In an instant, the two became a pair of bowing machines, reciprocating bows to one another. Ah, senior brother, my father and I have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. We shall converse later. At last, Yi Qingsheng could no longer bear it and hurriedly pulled her father away from the scene. At times, she truly felt helpless. The embarrassing incidents encountered through 9 lifetimes paled in comparison to the humiliation her father brought upon her in this life. Observing the retreating figures of the father and daughter, Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. Unfortunately, he was a solitary soul, devoid of family ties. However, since the day he entered the sect had become his home, and his fellow disciples were akin to his family. Lin Fan turned and made his way towards the Grand Hall, eager to continue his inquiries regarding the challenges he faced in his cultivation. Afternoon arrived. After a day of wandering, Yi Changsheng had thoroughly recognized the formidable strength of the sect. Before departing, he returned to bid farewell to the sect leader. Inside the Grand Hall, Yi Changsheng respectfully sat in a lower position. After finishing the Tao Enlightenment tea in his hand, he rose and clasped his fists. Addressing the sect leader, "Senior sect leader, your esteemed sect has just emerged and is not yet familiar with the outside world. Although the Yi family is not a dominant force in the wilderness state, we are indeed a prominent family. Should the mysterious Cloud sect ever require assistance from the Yi family, please do not hesitate to call upon us. The Yi family will certainly oblige." Ding. The system detected Yi's display of loyalty. How could a powerful sect exist without allied forces? The host was prompted to accept the Yi family as a vassal force and to offer them an incentive, rewarding them with the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation. The 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth, possessing the power to bewilder immortals. Those beneath the immortal realm are doomed to perish upon entry. Only an immortal can breach this formation, making it a flawless protective array for the mountain. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The reward was indeed quite remarkable. It could serve as a protective formation for the mountain. Yet, how should he provide the Yi family with an incentive? After all, typical vassal forces were required to pay a certain tribute annually, and only if issues arose would the higher-ups extend assistance. However, he was not in need of that meager tribute. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xuan quickly formulated a plan. He smiled slightly and said, "Patriarchy, you are too humble. My sect has just emerged and lacks intelligence regarding the outside world. Would the Yi family consider becoming a vassal of our mysterious Cloud sect? Of course, our sect does not require any tribute, and we can offer a training quota for your vassal forces. You may send 1 person to study in our sect." Really? Instantly, Yi Changsheng trembled with excitement. Unable to contain his joy, to affiliate with the mysterious Cloud sect? That had been his very thought. After all, being under a grand sect's protection, even with some tribute, would provide shelter for his family. However, the fact that no tribute was required and that a training spot would be offered was beyond his wildest expectations. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. He could hardly believe it. It was indeed true. However, as a vassal of our sect, absolute loyalty is required. Any signs of disloyalty will not be tolerated. Chen Xuan nodded slowly. With that, Yi Changsheng was thoroughly convinced. He excitedly clasped his fists and began to vow. "I, Yi Changsheng, the patriarch of the Yi family, hereby swear on behalf of the Yi family to become a vassal of the mysterious Cloud sect from this day forth." Soon, Yi Changsheng fervently declared his oath of loyalty to the heavens, affirming his devotion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of subjugating the vassal force. The 9 has been successfully received. In an instant, the reward has arrived. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Leader Yi, from this moment forth, your Yi family shall be the vassal force of the Piaomiao Sect. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek assistance from the sect. Upon your return, you may select a clan member for further training. Our sect will cover accommodation, but not meals." "Yes, thank you for your grace, sect leader. I shall take my leave." Yi Changsheng, filled with excitement, bowed once more and referred to himself as a subordinate, signifying his current status of allegiance, before eagerly departing to choose a clan member. Such a celestial realm, if they could send even one, would be an immense opportunity. Although they could not officially become disciples, it mattered little. As for sustenance, that was of no concern. After all, simply being in such an environment, even as a helper, was a significant fortune. "Master, I will see my father off." Yi Changsheng also stood to bid farewell. Chen Xuan nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished as he proceeded to arrange the 9. In the grand hall, only Lin Fan remained. Casting an eye over the empty hall, he rolled his eyes and also stood to leave. Outside the sect, Yi Changsheng inquired, "Father, who do you intend to send for training?" "Both my second cousin and 6th brother possess decent talents. Should we consider them? Or perhaps my 3rd sister or 9th sister? They are also quite capable. They will not suffice. There are no exceptionally gifted individuals among our generation." Yi Changsheng shook his head, outright rejecting his daughter's suggestions. Yi Changsheng was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Then who do you plan to send?" Hee, you'll find out in due time. I must take my leave now. You must diligently cultivate. Yi Changxing chuckled mysteriously before leaping into the air and departing. Chapter 17. The Ancestor's Advancement and the Identity of the Elder. After a day and a half of arduous flight, Yi Changxing finally returned to the Yi family. Observing Yi Changxing's solitary return, Yi Junlin was taken aback. Changxing, where is Qinsheng? Ancestor. Qinsheng is in training. Yi Changxing chuckled. In an instant, Yi Junlin, the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family, became irate, seizing Yi Changxing by the collar and exclaiming, "What? You did not bring her back. What were you doing?" "Ancestor, please do not be angry. Let me explain." Yi Changxing hastily recounted the wonders and power of the Piaomiao Sect. After listening, Yi Junlin appeared momentarily stunned, his expression bewildered. "Is this true? Such places exist in the world? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" "It is indeed true, ancestor. Moreover, I have sworn allegiance to the Piaomiao Sect, and from now on, we shall become their vassal force. Additionally, the sect master has granted us a quota for training at the sect. We can send one person to cultivate there. Is it really that advantageous? Whom do you intend to send?" Yi Junlin gradually began to believe Yi Changxing's words. As the leader of a sect, his words often bore the weight of the entire sect's fate, and he would not speak frivolously. "I suggest you go?" Yi Changxing smiled gently. Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback. "Me? At my age, would the sect master not find me lacking?" "Not at all. It's anonymous. It matters not who goes. Our Yi family has few members with exceptional talent, and you, ancestor, were once renowned for your gifts, making you the most suitable candidate." Yi Changxing earnestly analyzed the situation with his ancestor. Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin nodded thoughtfully. Although sending an elder like himself for advancement felt somewhat peculiar, it was undeniably beneficial for the family. After all, he had already reached the 9th level of the Skyward Realm and had lived for centuries. If he did not achieve a breakthrough soon, his time would indeed run out. If that were to happen before Yi Changxing matured, the family would suddenly lose a powerful figure and would likely descend into chaos. "Very well, I shall depart at once." "Not so fast. Ancestor, please prepare yourself, bringing along a change of clothes and personal belongings. The sect covers accommodation, but not meals. Once you are ready, I will announce to our kin about our allegiance to the Piaomiao Sect." "Understood. The household is in your hands. I will prepare my things immediately." Yi Junlin nodded in agreement, and the two separated to carry out their tasks. After gathering his belongings, Yi Changxing organized a farewell gathering, urging his ancestor to pursue his studies diligently. With his pack slung over his shoulder, Ancestor Yi Junlin wiped away a tear, waved goodbye to the family, and soared into the sky. Observing the Yi family ancestor ascending into the heavens, the surrounding factions were perplexed. What is happening? If I recall correctly, the Yi family leader just returned. Why is their ancestor leaving again? Strange, very strange. It seems the Yi family ancestor is carrying a pack. Is he embarking on a long journey to break through to the spirit concentration realm? I believe his lifespan is less than a decade. Quickly, let us inquire at the Yi family to uncover if they have discovered some relic or the like. The master of the house has uncovered that the Yi family has allied with a force known as the Mysterious Sect, whose ancestor has gone off for further training. Other forces. A day and a half later, Yi Junlin, with a knapsack on his back, arrived at the gates of the Mysterious Sect. Gazing upon the towering peaks and the ethereal aura emanating from them, Yi Junlin was utterly convinced of Yi Changxing's words. Unable to restrain himself, he adjusted the knapsack on his shoulder and, feeling somewhat anxious, knocked on the grand array of the sect. As for why he carried a knapsack, it was quite simple. There were too many preparations, and his storage bag could not accommodate them all. As the grand array resonated, Yi Changxing emerged. Following the completion of the array's installation, the duty of guarding the entrance had been transferred from the sect master to her and her senior brother. Thus, upon hearing the array's sound, she was the first to receive the news and rushed to open the gate. However, upon arriving and seeing the figure with the knapsack, who stood with their back turned to the sect while gazing into the distance, Yi Changxing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Tentatively, she called out, "Elder, is that you?" Upon hearing the call, Yi Junlin slowly turned around. In that instant, a gentle breeze stirred, ruffling his beard. With a knapsack on his back and a broad smile on his face, he replied to Changxing. After entering the sect, Yi Junlin swiftly completed the necessary procedures. Under Yi Qingqing's guidance, he met the sect master and subsequently settled at the foot of the mountain. Although he bore no privileges or status as a candidate for training, Chen Xuan still granted him the opportunity to cultivate in the ultimate illusion tower for 2 days each month. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude and made his home at the mountain's base. However, being aware of the sect's formidable power, he understood that he could not remain idle. Thus, he dedicated half of each day to tidying the sect, tending to the flowers and plants, and polishing the stone pillars. The remaining time was devoted to his cultivation. Thanks to his industriousness, the sect's environment gradually became more refined, and his own cultivation level began to ascend impressively. In just a few days, he successfully advanced from the 9th level of the Skyward Realm to the 2nd level of the Spirit Concentration Realm. This only deepened his admiration for the sect's mystery and strength. Far from feeling ashamed of sweeping and polishing, he began to take pride in it. After all, in such a celestial realm, it was a privilege just to be allowed in, let alone to perform menial tasks. Moreover, in recognition of Yi Junlin's commendable performance, his unwavering spirit and willingness to endure hardship, Chen Xuan graciously bestowed upon him the title of Elder of Miscellaneous Duties, granting him a role in managing the sect's workers. This also provided him with a semblance of status within the sect. As the sect's population grew, the addition of miscellaneous workers became necessary, and with that, management was essential. Furthermore, the title of Elder of Miscellaneous Duties carried weight. Thus, the Yi family, having secured this position, firmly established their footing within the mysterious sect. Countless years later, their descendants would reflect upon their ancestors' journey and feel fortunate for the decisions made. It is precisely due to the unwavering loyalty of the ancestral figure that the Yi family has witnessed a succession of prodigies rising within the mysterious sect. However, that is a tale for another time. Presently, the Yi family finds itself the subject of ridicule from countless factions due to the actions of their esteemed ancestor. Many have stealthily followed Yi Junlin's footsteps, witnessing firsthand his daily endeavors outside the mysterious sect, where he diligently cleans the grounds and sweeps the plaza. Consequently, this has become the banter of many during their leisure moments. Have you heard? The Yi family's venerable ancestor, Yi Junlin, is sweeping the plaza of a third-rate sect. Hilarious. When I first heard he was pursuing further studies, I thought it was a remarkable opportunity. Instead, he is merely serving as a menial worker. What a laugh. How could a venerable elder, who has lived for centuries, not stay at home and instead choose to emulate others by taking on such a role? The question arises, why not go elsewhere? Even at the Divine Sword sect, he could have secured a position as an outer elder. Indeed, even at those lesser sects, he could have attained the status of protector elder or a similar role, especially considering he is at the late stage of the ascendant realm. Yet, he has chosen to serve as a menial worker at an obscure sect. One must wonder which folly has befallen his mind. I also heard that the new generation prodigy, Yi Qingqing, is among the disciples there. TSK, this family is doomed. The next time we encounter the head of the Yi family, we shall mock him together. Yes, let us deride him. The laughter of numerous families and factions continues to echo against the Yi family. Yet, they remain ignorant of the immense potential that the identity of the menial elder held by the Yi family's ancestor will soon unveil, as countless top-tier experts, even saints, will come to beseech him to oversee their candidacies for menial roles. Chapter 18. The Realm of Rules. The Three Supremes' 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Realm of Rules has arrived. On this momentous occasion, Chen Xuan soared into the sky with his disciples, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing, departing from the chaotic ancient mountains and heading directly towards the site of the Realm of Rules. Along the journey, he imparted wisdom to his 2 disciples, Lin Fan, Qingqing. Given your current cultivation levels, I have no concerns regarding rivalries within the Realm of Rules. However, one must always remain vigilant. The dangers within are manifold. As fellow disciples, you must look out for one another and uphold the honor of our Piaomiao Sect. Yes, I will certainly take care of my junior sister, Lin Fan replied earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I have recently ascended to the 7th layer of Sky Mastery. Among those below 30, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare, and I will also ensure the safety of my senior brother. Yi Qingqing, filled with pride, clasped her fists in acknowledgement, having shattered multiple small realms in just 7 days, including transcending a major realm. She felt she had reached the pinnacle of her life. With a radiant smile, she turned to Lin Fan, eager to boast, "Senior brother, what realm have you attained?" "Alas, I have just broken through to the 9th layer of sky mastery," Lin Fan responded calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "9th layer? What?" In an instant, Yi Qingqing's expression faltered, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. She had presumed her senior brother's cultivation would be akin to her own, yet he surpassed her by 2 minor realms. However, upon reflection, it was only logical. After all, Lin Fan was a prodigious talent of a millennium. It was no surprise that she, his disciple, found herself outmatched. With a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Please take good care of your little sister within the realm. Fear not, dear sister, for I shall protect you even through the fiercest trials." Lin Fan vowed solemnly. His words resonated deeply within Yi Qingqing's heart. "Senior brother, you are a good person." "Thank you," she replied, confidence radiating from her as she smiled. After all, the myriad techniques she had accumulated through 9 lifetimes were at her disposal. Thus, the 3 of them shared laughter and camaraderie, gradually vanishing into the horizon, leaving the elder Yi Junlin to guard the empty gate. The realm of rules derives its name from the stipulation that only cultivators under the age of 30 may enter. Its vast internal expanse is home to numerous ancient treasures and exotic beasts, yet the internal rules are chaotic. One moment it may be sweltering summer, and the next, one could encounter the frigid chill of winter. The irregularity of the seasons, the disordered spatial dimensions, the inconsistent flow of time, and the reversal of celestial bodies. All manner of chaotic rules converge in this singular place, hence its designation as the realm of rules. This mystical realm is nestled at the edge of the wilderness state, at the confluence of 3 states, wilderness, cloud, and green. Each time the realm opens, it draws countless cultivators from the surrounding states eager to explore its mysteries. At this moment, the entrance to the realm was teeming with people. A glance revealed that the surrounding peaks were filled with cultivators, many of whom were engaged in spirited discussions about the happenings within the realm as they awaited its opening. "Have you heard? Several formidable powers are sending their representatives into the secret realm this time. Is it surprising? They have participated in the past as well. What is all the fuss about? However, this time is entirely different. Although disciples from these great powers have entered previously, their sects never intervened. It was solely a personal endeavor of the disciples. Yet now, the major powers are dispatching their most exceptional disciples. Is that true? Could there be something extraordinary within that has caught the eye of these powerful factions, prompting them to send their strongest talents? According to those who entered the secret realm last time, it appears that a unique valley has emerged from the ruins, concealing an unparalleled technique, the Great Void Technique. This technique was bequeathed by a great sage from ancient times. It is said that every major power has sent forth their most gifted prodigies to comprehend the Great Void Technique and incorporate it into their sects. An unparalleled technique? Is that genuine? I wonder if we might encounter it. Haha, even if we do, it would be of little use. Comprehension is required. The disciple who discovered the relic of the ancient great sage during the last opening of the secret realm had the talent, but was unable to grasp it. That's why this time they are all dispatching their most brilliant geniuses. I have heard. It is said that the Flying Heaven Sect has sent its strongest disciple, Yun Feiyang. What? Yun Feiyang is here? The one whose mysterious identity astounded the ancestors of the Flying Heaven Sect upon his entry, and who has been kept hidden by the sect ever since. Yes, not only him, but also Li Taishan from the Taihe Sect and Zhao Ritian from the Wuzhizong. Goodness, the 3 prodigies have all arrived. It seems that this time, the secret realm may be in for quite a tumult. Just as they landed, Chen Xuan and the others overheard the discussions of others. Upon hearing the names of these 3 talents, even Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing could not help but be momentarily taken aback. The superpowers transcend the dominance level, hence their classification as superpowers. Each superpower is a pinnacle of strength, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that one step further would elevate them to the level of sanctuaries. They had not anticipated that the superpowers would send their strongest geniuses to contend for that unparalleled technique. However, the Misty Sect has firmly secured this unparalleled technique. As the first battle of the Misty Sect since its emergence, they would not allow their sect to be shamed, not even by the superpowers. Look, the worship of the Flying Heaven Sect is approaching. Suddenly, Someone shouted, and everyone turned to gaze upward. They beheld a colossal warship, ancient and formidable, appearing in the sky, measuring 100 meters in length, slowly descending and hovering above the crowd. At the edge of the battlefield stood several elders, gazing intently, clearly powerful figures from the sect, personally escorting the talents of their sect. However, before the crowd could envy them, another spectacle arose from a different direction. A thunderous roar erupted. From another direction, a 100-meter-long flood dragon surged forth. The dragon spiraled through the skies, its tail dragging a 3-story tall black palace that also came to a halt above the heads of the spectators. The grandeur of its appearance is utterly overwhelming, even more imposing than the battlefield of the Flying Heaven sect. It is the mount of the Grand Elder of the Infinite Sect, the 7-colored dragon. My goodness, the Grand Elder of the Infinite Sect has personally come to escort the disciples of the sect. These prodigies are simply astonishing. TSK, the dragon pulls a palace, and within surely resides Zhao Ritian, the most formidable talent of the Infinite Sect. It is said that Zhao Ritian is a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, heralded as the future hope of the Infinite Sect, rivaling even Yun Feiyang. No wonder the Grand Elder has come in person. Such a prodigy must be safeguarded by any sect with utmost diligence. As the crowd marveled, the warship of the Taihe sect also arrived in due course. At this moment, the 3 great superpowers stood at 3 different positions, quietly awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Observing the entrance of these 3 superpowers, Chen Xuan felt somewhat helpless. The manner in which these individuals protect their talented disciples is simply impeccable. However, if one were to make a careful comparison, his own status as an emperor-level powerhouse escorting his disciples should not pale in comparison. Such matters are of no interest to our sect. Dragons are meant to be feasted upon, not for ostentation. One day, I shall prepare a dragon stew for you, Chen Xuan explained to his 2 disciples. The 2 disciples believed him wholeheartedly, nodding in agreement. Thank you, master. However, while his disciples had faith, others were not so convinced. Immediately, someone muttered, "Humph. Bragging. Eating dragons? Why not just claim to shatter the heavens?" Chapter 19. The 4 Great Concentration Realms Blockade. Murong ancestors, my esteemed master has proclaimed the preparation of the dragon stew. There is no room for your doubts regarding his authority. Upon overhearing the murmurs of dissent, Lin Fan retorted with indignation. It is permissible to question him, yet to cast aspersions on his master is utterly unacceptable. Indeed, the words of my master warrant unwavering respect. Yi Qingqing also cast a frosty glance at the naysayer. Her demeanor is cold as ice. She is resolute in defending her master. The wandering cultivator, taken aback by the unexpected backlash, recoiled and fell silent. Observing this, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing refrained from further comment, coolly withdrawing their gazes and returning to stand obediently beside Chen Xuan. This prompted Chen Xuan to muse that failing to procure a dragon for stew would be a disservice to their filial piety. However, there was little time for further discourse. As Chen Xuan sensed the arrival of his 3rd disciple, he slightly turned his head to regard the newcomer and promptly instructed the 2 beside him. Lin Fan, Qingqing, there remains a while before the secret realm opens. You are to stay put and not wander. I shall step away for a moment. Understood. We bid farewell to our master. The 2 responded with a respectful clasping of fists. Chen Xuan nodded, taking a step forward and vanishing in an instant. The earlier murmuring attendant, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict in alarm. Goodness, the rules of the secret realm indeed attract formidable beings. He had assumed it was merely a minor sect, only to discover a true powerhouse among them. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly, otherwise, he might not have known how his demise would unfold. With this thought, the cultivator promptly edged away even further. Outside the secret realm, 100 miles distant, at the entrance of a sprawling mountain range, stood a young maiden, approximately 17 or 18 years of age. Murong Ingluo. Chapter 20. The overbearing master takes on disciples. The transmigrator Murong Ingluo behind her, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo seemed to recognize her prowess as a master of formations. Every time they witnessed her casting items, they opted to steer clear, daunted by her abilities. However, the duo did not venture far before inadvertently stepping into the area of the formation left behind by Murong Ingluo. In an instant, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. the dense forest morphed into the grand hall of a royal palace. Shortly thereafter, a man of imposing demeanor, crowned regally, emerged. Upon seeing him, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo trembled and quickly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Highness. You fools! You cannot even capture a mere girl. End your lives." The voice of the formidable prince resonated with fury. The two men were taken aback, yet sensed something amiss, causing them to hesitate momentarily. At that moment, the voices of their subordinates suddenly echoed in their ears. "My lord, Lu Daren, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo were momentarily stunned, recalling their mission to apprehend the princess, realizing they could not return to the palace. In an instant, enlightenment washed over them, and they dismissed the illusion of the prince with a swift strike. The surroundings re-emerged, revealing the same mountainous landscape, with their subordinates standing further away. Damn it! This wretched girl's formations have become increasingly sophisticated. Cursed be it! Continue the pursuit. They cursed vehemently, resuming their chase. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Ingluo was fleeing at a rapid pace. However, she was suddenly intercepted by two figures clad in black. Sensing the energy emanating from them, she was compelled to halt. For at the condensation realm, it appears the northern prince is relentless. Murong Ingluo's eyes narrowed, betraying none of the innocence of a young girl, instead radiating a mature shrewdness. "You cannot escape." The two black-clad figures stood resolute, unyielding like ancient sentinels. Although they did not launch an attack, she was acutely aware they awaited the arrival of two more pursuers. Recognizing the urgency of her situation, Murong Ingluo abruptly drew her longsword and fiercely slashed towards one of the black-clad figures. Snow dances in the sky. Boom! A crimson sword, spanning several dozen meters, materialized in the sky, cleaving downwards towards the black-clad figure with Murong Ingluo's fierce movement. The figure quickly conjured his weapon to defend, yet he was ultimately inadequate against the might of Murong Ingluo. His weapon disintegrated in an instant. Before Murong Ingluo could make her escape, the other black-clad figure raised his hand, summoning a mountain, which descended upon her like the weight of Taishan, forcing her to defend herself immediately. Boom! The mountain crumbled. As the dust settled, Murong Ingluo was about to flee once more when Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo had already caught up from behind. In that moment, the four figures at the condensation realm formed an absolute encirclement around Murong Ingluo. "Master, what should we do? Can we break through?" Murong Yinran hastily inquired within her heart. Although she had lost control, she could still perceive the surrounding scene. She could indeed see, but once she unleashed her true power, it was likely that she would be unable to assist you upon entering the secret realm. The voice of the ancestor, Murong, bore a hint of helplessness, as he calculated how to conserve his strength. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar figure suddenly manifested before Murong Ingluo. The abrupt appearance startled both Murong Ingluo and the four formidable experts of the spirit concentration realm. None of those present had noticed how this man had arrived. Instantly, Murong's ancestor instinctively took a step back, filled with vigilance. If this individual was also a person of the Northern King, he would truly need to exert his full strength. Yet, the subsequent reactions of the four spirit concentration experts unexpectedly eased the tension for the pair of ancestors and descendants. "Who are you, sir? We kindly ask that you refrain from interfering in our matters," Lu Yishou inquired solemnly. However, Chen Xuan paid them no heed, instead smiling warmly at Murong Ingluo. Name, Murong Ingluo, Transmigrator. Realm, third layer of Sky Sovereign Realm. Physique, innate Tao body. Incomplete. Activating the complete innate Tao body requires restoring the missing Tao resonance. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, transmigrated from a yellow planet to become the princess of the Murong dynasty. Living under the shadow of an impending rebellion from the feudal lord, she inadvertently shattered a family heirloom vase, releasing the spirit of her ancestor, Murong Zhantian, who then taught her formations. Now, she is preparing to venture into the secret realm to seize opportunities, only to be discovered by the feudal lord's subordinates, who aim to obstruct and capture her. A transmigrator, and an innate Tao body, splendid indeed. Observing the information about Murong Ingluo, Chen Xuan grew increasingly pleased, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. "My dear lady, I perceive a dark omen hovering over your brow, perhaps a portent of grave misfortune." Would you be willing to take me as your master, allowing me to help you dispel this impending crisis? Morong Ingluo. The 4 spirit concentration experts. Who is this person? Seeking disciples here? Surely, there must be something amiss with his mind. For a moment, a collective silence enveloped the crowd. After all, Chen Xuan's method of entrance was exceedingly peculiar, and no one dared to underestimate him. Even Morong Zhantian had discreetly slipped into his ring, concealing his aura. He too was apprehensive, fearing that this individual might be from the Soul Palace. It is well known that the Soul Palace has a penchant for capturing souls. No matter how formidable the soul, none would dare confront the Soul Palace head-on. All right, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Noting the lack of response from the others, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled that he had yet to reveal his identity. Thus he continued, I am the 108th generation sect master of the Misty Sect. Should you choose to take me as your master, I can assist you in eliminating these trifling nuisances. Boom. As these words left his lips, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The 4 spirit concentration experts immediately heightened their vigilance. Were they merely trifling nuisances? Was the Misty Sect truly this formidable? Is it possible that even the state of concentration is disregarded? At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became particularly bizarre. Morong Ingluo found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or confusion. Could it be that her formidable master had finally appeared? For a fleeting moment, her heart fluttered. However, given the gravity of the situation, she could not make a hasty decision. Thus, she inwardly implored, Ancestor, what should I do? She wishes to take me as her disciple. Should I comply? Morong Zhantian responded, The opponent is quite extraordinary. I cannot fathom her. You must decide for yourself. Morong Ingluo, having failed to obtain the desired clarity, ultimately resolved to follow her heart. After all, what if she were to apprentice herself to an exceptional master? That would undoubtedly propel her forward. Even if it did not lead to immediate elevation, at the very least, the current predicament would be resolved. Perhaps a powerful mentor would deter the prince from rebellion. Moreover, characters of this nature are typically formidable figures, often the protagonists. Once such an opportunity is lost, it may never return. As she contemplated this, Morong Ingluo felt her cheeks flush, her imagination spiraling into a lengthy, serialized romance novel, replete with mature themes. Should she take up the apprenticeship? If not, she would simply depart. At last, another reminder jolted her back to reality. Chapter 21. The instant annihilation of the 4 initial stages of concentration and the unveiling of the secret realm. Morong Ingluo, casting aside her shyness, eagerly nodded and exclaimed, I am willing. Oh my, it felt like a declaration made at a wedding. How embarrassing. Very well. Bow down. Chen Xuan responded with a satisfied nod. Without hesitation, Morong Ingluo bent her knees, kneeling on the ground, and proclaimed, Disciple Morong Ingluo pays homage to Master. 3 resounding bows echoed through the air. The grand disciple gathering gift package was successfully received. Chen Xuan, smiling warmly, helped her to her feet and then glanced at the 4 individuals surrounding them, casually stating, Since you are now my disciple, I shall take care of them for you. In an instant, the 4 were taken aback. The numerous practitioners of the sky flight stage in the distance dared not approach, carefully retreating further away. However, as formidable figures at the concentration stage, they could not easily concede defeat on the spot. Instead, they cautiously conferred, Since you have taken on a disciple today, shall we let this matter rest? That will not do, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head slowly. He then gradually raised his hand. At that moment, the people of the Northern King became even more vigilant. Lu Yishou could not contain his anger, stating, You are rather presumptuous. Let us see what you are truly capable of. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan snapped his fingers. Instantly, Lu's voice was abruptly silenced. Following that, the 4 figures at the concentration stage, along with all the practitioners of the sky flight stage surrounding them, erupted into a cacophony of explosions. Boom, 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 boom. All were transformed into blood mist, vanishing without a trace. It was as though they had never existed. Gasp. Morong Ingluo inhaled sharply, her heart racing. The ancestral spirit within her ring trembled, nearly causing it to lose its essence in fright. My heavens! With just a snap of his fingers, and without even releasing any pressure, he obliterated 4 initial stage powerhouses? Even a half-step king would struggle to achieve such a silent annihilation. In that moment, Admiration began to blossom in Murong Ingluo's eyes. Her imagination began to weave elaborate scenarios. Following the tropes of the novel she read, could it be that her master would accidentally discover her bathing, rush to her aid when she was injured, and become utterly enamored, eventually leading to the day she bore him a lovely child? Oh, how scandalous! While Murong Ingluo was lost in her daydreams, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Disciple, let us go. I shall introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. Huh? Oh yes, yes, master. She nodded vigorously and followed Chen as they soared towards the enigmatic secret realm. On a mountain peak outside the secret realm, the two descended slowly, drawing no attention from anyone. In this place, where strong individuals gathered, the comings and goings were far too numerous. Master, upon seeing Chen Xuan return with a young lady, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing hurriedly clasped their fists in greeting. Yes, this is my new disciple, Murong Ingluo. Chen Xuan nodded, first introducing Murong Ingluo to them, and then presenting her to Murong Ingluo. This is your senior brother Lin Fan, and she is your senior sister Yi Qingqing. From now on, you three shall be like family. It is imperative that you coexist harmoniously. When the secret realm opens later, you must look out for one another and refrain from acting impulsively. Understood. The three clasped their fists in unison, subsequently sizing each other up. Lin Fan, a perennial solitary figure, merely glanced at Murong Ingluo's appearance before retracting his gaze, silently reminding himself to refrain from inappropriate thoughts. Yet, he found himself pondering why his junior sister's dress was so form-fitting, unable to shake off the lingering gaze. At the same time, Yi Qingqing scrutinized Murong Ingluo, admiring her beautiful attire and wondering where she had purchased such a lovely dress, vowing to acquire one for herself. As for Murong Ingluo, her imagination ran wild. Senior brother Lin Fan seemed so earnest. In a previous life, he would undoubtedly be a suitor. Senior sister Qingqing is so stunning. She entered the sect before me. Surely, Master harbors no ulterior motives towards her, and she wouldn't usurp my role as the heroine, would she? I hope Master and I won't develop misunderstandings because of her. In that moment, all three were lost in their own contemplations. However, just then, a brilliant burst of multicolored aurorae suddenly flashed in the distance, soaring into the sky. As the vibrant light appeared, someone immediately shouted in excitement. The secret realm has opened. It's opened. Let us rush in. Instantly, countless cultivators soared into the air, eagerly rushing towards the secret realm. However, those who managed to race ahead were mostly loose cultivators or members of small sections. The true representatives of the three major superpowers and dominant factions did not enter immediately. Yes, they were waiting for this crowd to enter first and scout the path. After all, each time the secret realm opened, the location of the entrance varied. My disciples, the secret realm is perilous. I shall leave you a trace of my essence. If you encounter insurmountable danger, you may activate this essence, and I will come to your aid. At this moment, Chen Xuan also withdrew his gaze, raising his hand to imbue his essence into the three. Thank you, Master. We shall take our leave. The three clasped their fists in unison and slowly ascended. But just then, three figures suddenly appeared, hovering above the crowd. These three were none other than the strongest geniuses from the three major superpowers, Li Taishan, Yun Feiyang, and Zhao Ritian. Their presence commanded attention, instantly shocking everyone, compelling all to look up in awe. Yet, the trio did not glance below, but instead fixed their gazes upon one another. Brother Zhao, shall we have a contest? Yun Feiyang suggested coolly, observing the other two. Oh, what sort of contest? Li Taishan replied, his expression impassive, his robust physique resembling a mountain, brimming with bulging muscles. Hee, let us see who can reach the Sage Valley first. Zhao Ritian declared. Agreed. Both turned their attention towards Zhao Ritian, awaiting his response. Zhao Ritian, wielding a battle spear, disdainfully declared, I embody the great sun, destined to suppress all foes. If you possess the audacity, come pursue me. With that, his figure flickered, and he surged directly towards the secret realm. The other two, momentarily taken aback, recognized his acceptance of the challenge and hastily set off in pursuit. As they traversed, a tempest ensued, and in a bid to showcase their prowess, they even trod upon the heads of wandering cultivators, eliciting their ire, yet leaving them too intimidated to voice their grievances. Witnessing the trio's ostentation, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo felt nothing but contempt. True strength is not derived from mere bravado. Exchanging glances, the three resolved to reach the sacred Valley of Saints at the earliest opportunity, eager to contribute a scroll of divine techniques to their sect. Thus, they too dashed forth, entering the secret realm with fervor. As the number of cultivators dwindled around them, Chen Xuan atop the mountain did not linger, but departed for the nearest city to rest. The rules of the secret realm would persist for several days, and he had no desire to remain idle for that duration. After all, he had ventured out to take on disciples, and with that task accomplished, he felt no inclination to delve into further matters. As for exploring the secret realm, he had already reached the realm of the Emperor, such a place, which even the sacred grounds found unworthy, held no allure for him. With time to explore the realm, he would rather be in the city, indulging in music and entertainment. Soon, Chen Xuan arrived at a city named Kaoshan. He entered a flower house, securing a spot on the second floor, where he leisurely munched on sunflower seeds while observing the performers on stage, embarking on a day of carefree enjoyment. As time passed slowly, battles erupted continuously in the secret realm, with fallen cultivators increasing in number. Wang Tai, I just saw you acquire a celestial spirit fruit. Hand it over, or you shan't escape. Huh. If you desire it, let us see if you have the strength. Kill. Is anyone forming a team? I discovered a celestial spirit fruit tree, laden with fruits. Alas, a late-stage beast of the void realm guards it, and no one is willing to join forces to divide the fruits. Celestial spirit fruit tree? Don't bother. It's been stripped bare long ago, and you're still looking to form a team. What? Impossible. How could it have been taken so quickly? Moreover, that beast was of the late stage of the void realm. Could it be the three top talents made a move? No. It was three individuals from the mysterious sect who plucked them. Those three are utterly outrageous. They are likely not inferior to the top three talents, especially the leading man. He slayed the late-stage beast with a single strike. This time, the secret realm is truly teeming with geniuses. I've never heard of the mysterious sect. Could they be a superpower from even farther afield? Chapter 22. Dividing the spiritual fruits and defeating Zhao Ritian, there are a total of 360 spiritual fruits. Let us divide them equally among the three of us, with each receiving 120. In the forest, Lin Fan proposed the division of the spiritual fruits with Yi Qingcheng and Murong Ingluo. However, the two of them had hardly exerted any effort during the harvesting and felt quite embarrassed to share equally. Thus, they promptly declined Lin Fan's suggestion. Senior brother, I didn't contribute much. You should give me less. Yes, senior brother Lin Fan. I also didn't put in much effort. You dealt with the fierce beasts. I merely took care of some ambushers. I shouldn't receive such a large share. You can take the majority. And Sister Qingcheng and I will settle for the smaller portions. Murong Ingluo hastily waved her hands in agreement. Yet, Lin Fan merely smiled gently, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother, and replied, My dear junior sisters, we are all from the same school, trained under the same master. There is no need to be so meticulous about the division. Since we are a team, it is only fair that we share equally. We must not show favoritism. Now, gather your belongings. Each of you shall receive 120 fruits. Very well. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence and indifference to their concerns, the two women finally felt at ease to collect their spiritual fruits. However, just as they secured the fruits, a haughty voice suddenly boomed from above, startling the three of them. Indeed, they are here. As they looked up, they recognized the figure looming above them. Wasn't it the renowned genius, Zhao Ritian? At that moment, Zhao Ritian descended, wielding a battle spear and wearing an expressionless face, coldly fixing his gaze upon the three. Hand over the spiritual fruits. He commanded. Treasure belongs to the one who first claims it. Why should we surrender them to you? Lin Fan retorted disdainfully. Huh, to dare refuse me. Death shall be your only fate. Zhao Ritian slowly raised his battle spear, positioning it before the trio. Although he had been racing against two other prodigies, competition aside, he was not one to overlook valuable treasures. He had merely missed the spiritual fruits due to his speed and only learned of their collection from his fellow disciples, prompting his immediate search for the culprits. What he did not anticipate was that two of these individuals were quite beautiful. This revelation stirred a sense of pity within him. To keep them as servants by his side, to relieve his frustrations during cultivation, seemed rather appealing. As for the Piaomiao Sect, he had never heard of it, and deemed it unworthy of concern. Moreover, as a wielder of the Great Sun physique, he need not regard any adversary or faction with respect. Doing so would only disrupt his mindset, hindering his path to dominance. Would you two be willing to submit to me, serving as my personal maids, attending to me day and night? If you agree, I might spare your lives and guide you through the secret realm. Zhao Ritian inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the two women. In that instant, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo felt a wave of revulsion. To be honest, they had never encountered someone so confidently arrogant. Such audacious words spoken without a hint of shame. Where does this arrogance stem from? It is utterly repugnant. Bah, trash. Do you even dare to call yourself a top-tier genius? Another insufferable man. The two women immediately retorted with scorn. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and stepped protectively in front of his two junior sisters, standing tall and declaring, "Such brazen utterances! Those who insult my sisters shall perish." With that, he wielded his sword and charged towards Zhao Ritian. In an instant, a sword of spiritual energy, dozens of meters long, coalesced and swept towards Zhao Ritian. Ha! If that is the case, then perish. Zhao Ritian laughed maniacally, thrusting his war spear into the ground, unleashing a formidable aura that instantly neutralized Lin Fan's attack. Your ninth heaven of the air control pales in comparison to mine, he sneered, gripping his spear with both hands and leaping towards Lin Fan with a powerful strike. The overwhelming pressure rushed towards them from afar, causing Lin Fan and his two junior sisters' hair to be blown back. Is that so? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, showing no sign of retreat. Since they are both at the ninth heaven of air control, it is the perfect opportunity to test just how much he lags behind this so-called genius. Junior sisters, step back for now. Allow me to gauge his strength. With that, Lin Fan gripped his sword, leaped into the air, and met the war spear head-on. Boom. The moment their weapons clashed, a tremendous force erupted, causing the surrounding trees to snap in half from the sheer pressure. On the ground, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo exchanged glances, then simultaneously sprang into action. As for their senior brother telling them to retreat, nonsense. Even if he could defeat Zhao Ritian, they would not withdraw. There were plenty of treasures to be unearthed in this secret realm, and no one had time to waste here. The sooner this ended, the sooner they could hunt for riches. Thus, both women unleashed their full might, far exceeding their own realms. The dragon capture technique. Yi Qingqing conjured a massive hand, aiming directly for the top of Zhao Ritian's head. Zhao Ritian hastily defended himself, his body trembling from the impact. Immediately following, a second attack came hurtling towards him. Murong Ingluo, aware of her lower cultivation, she relinquished control of her body to her ancestor. After all, the heavenly spirit fruit could restore the ancestor's strength, so she had no fear of exhausting his power. This allowed Ancestor Murong to revel in the moment, unleashing a multitude of items to set up a grand array. The enchantment of dazzling blooms. Boom. As the array manifested, the environment around Zhao Ritian transformed dramatically, enveloped in thick white mist, leaving him disoriented. Losing his bearings was one thing, but he could not even perceive any enemies. Even his five senses were obscured. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? Zhao Ritian seethed with rage, thrashing about within the array, wildly swinging his war spear. But at that moment, a sudden surge of divine power surged towards him. That was an enormous sword. A mere glance revealed it was undoubtedly wielded by the man from moments ago. Zhao Ritian hastily defended himself, cleaving the sword in two with a single strike. However, one divine technique after another descended upon him, overwhelming him and rendering him unable to fend them all off. Boom. Yi Qingqing unleashed her dragon capture hand, instantly sending him crashing to the ground. Yet before he could rise, a colossal virtual mountain suddenly bore down upon him, pinning him beneath its weight. Boom. The earth trembled, creating a deep pit in the ground. Zhao Ritian fell utterly silent. Sister Ingluo, you possess the strength of the spirit concentration realm? Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing's pupils contracted slightly. Not quite. Sister is indeed of the sky control realm. She merely employed a special technique just now. It cannot be used continuously, regaining control of her own body. Murong Ingluo cautiously wove a falsehood, for it was best to keep matters concerning the ancestor concealed. I see. Yi Qingqing and Lin Fan nodded in understanding, choosing not to dwell on the issue. Let us depart swiftly. There are many treasures ahead, and we must not allow others to seize them first. Agreed. Let us hurry. If others witness us slaying Zhao Ritian, it could lead to complications. Morong Ingluo nodded vigorously. The three then took flight, venturing deeper into the forest. Not long after their departure, some slower cultivators gradually arrived in the vicinity. However, upon noticing the signs of battle surrounding them, they immediately slowed their pace and became alert. Look, there's a person in the pit. Suddenly, one cultivator approached the edge of the pit and discovered Zhao Ritian, half of his body missing. The crowd gasped in shock as they quickly gathered around. Yet, upon seeing the gruesome state of the body, they were all taken aback. Chapter 23. Opportunities and crises coexist. The pursuit order in the secret realm at this moment. Zhao Ritian appeared half-vanished, his remaining half a grotesque sight, flesh and blood a horrid mess, revealing chilling white bones. Such a terrifying spectacle. Is this Zhao Ritian? Goodness, it truly is Zhao Ritian. Has he met his demise here? Could it be that Yun Feiyong and Li Taishan conspired to bring about his end? A wave of trepidation swept over the crowd, startling everyone into a state of alarm. We must leave. We can't linger here. It would be troublesome if the Wuzhizong misinterpreted our presence. Yes, let us retreat quickly. In an instant, numerous cultivators fled in all directions, leaving only a few scattered practitioners behind. Among these practitioners, both male and female, upon realizing that none of them had escaped, they understood each other's thoughts. One individual proposed, "Fellow Taoists, shall we divide the spoils later?" Agreed. No objections here. Certainly. There was unanimous consent among them. Observing this, the first speaker leaped into the pit to search for Zhao Ritian's storage bag and ring. However, just as he grasped Zhao Ritian's hand, Zhao Ritian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Startled, the person attempting to take the ring instinctively recoiled. The cultivators surrounding the pit were so terrified they nearly lost their minds, vanishing without a trace. Only the practitioner in the pit remained, trembling in fear, stammering, "Ah, please, do not kill me. I am merely here to help you, not to take your belongings." Suddenly, a faint movement startled the trembling cultivator, who quickly looked up. To his astonishment, Zhao Ritian paid him no heed, but instead held a spirit talisman, murmuring something in an extremely weak voice, barely audible. Then, the talisman shot into the sky, disappearing from sight. As the talisman ascended, Zhao Ritian fell silent. His movements ceased entirely. Is he dead? The cultivator froze, cautiously prodding Zhao Ritian's arm with a twig. There was still no response. Goodness, I nearly had a heart attack thinking he was dead. The cultivator let out a sigh of relief. He then began to remove Zhao Ritian's ring and storage bag. He understood that Zhao Ritian had sent out a distress talisman, and it wouldn't be long before his fellow disciples arrived, so he dared not waste any time, swiftly gathering the treasures from Zhao Ritian's person. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even knowing that Zhao Ritian's companions would soon return, he could not resist the temptation. After all, a cultivator must not overly value his own life. Otherwise, opportunities will forever elude him, just like his friend, Taoist Shun, who, despite mastering a bit of alchemy, chooses to hide in a cave every day, avoiding opportunities. If this continues without making breakthroughs, his lifespan will inevitably dwindle, fading into the dust of reincarnation. He had warned him before that cultivation is a contest against heaven, earth, and humanity. Hiding in a cave will never lead to success. However, there are moments when I find myself envious of him, a solitary figure, unlike myself, burdened with the responsibility of a wife and children to support. It has been several years since I last returned home to see my family. Now that the secret realm has concluded, it is indeed time to return and visit them. Brother Zhao, I am truly grateful. If given the opportunity in the future, I shall certainly honor you with offerings. The cultivator gathered his belongings and immediately climbed out of the deep pit, fleeing in the opposite direction. Just then, several disciples from the Wuzhizong appeared in the sky. Upon spotting him, they furrowed their brows and promptly struck out with a palm, sending the cultivator hurtling through the air. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and his internal organs felt as though they were about to rupture, leaving him sprawled on the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Damn it! What audacity! How dare such a wretched being attempt to claim my senior brother's possessions? The Wuzhizong disciple bent down to retrieve the item clutched in the cultivator's hand. before returning to the edge of the pit to reunite with his fellow brothers. Although they had already received word through the communication talisman that senior brother Zhao Wuzhizong had been slain, the sight of Zhao's pitiful state still caused a shudder among them. The perpetrator was exceedingly cruel. Half of senior brother Zhao's body was gone. The Piaomiao Sect, is it? I have never heard of such a sect. Let us first collect senior brother Zhao's remains and return them to the elders. Additionally, summon all disciples immediately and issue a bounty for the extermination of all rogue cultivators. Anyone who can provide information or assist in the elimination of the Piaomiao Sect will not only gain access to all resources from the Piaomiao Sect, but also receive substantial spirit stones from the Wuzhizong. We have no other choice. If we remain idle, we shall surely face punishment. Very well, it is decided. Let us depart. The group leapt into the air, transforming into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Before long, the bounty spread throughout the secret realm. Everyone learned that 3 disciples from the Piaomiao Sect had slain Wuzhizong's most formidable genius, Zhao Ritian. Anyone who could provide the whereabouts of the Piaomiao Sect disciples or assist in their capture would not only obtain all resources from the Piaomiao Sect, but also reap benefits, such as substantial spirit stones provided by the Wuzhizong. In an instant, the secret realm was abuzz. Countless individuals began searching for the location of the Piaomiao Sect. Some even formed hunting parties, gathering many rogue cultivators to seek out and eliminate the 3 disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Now, let us return to the location of Zhao Ritian's demise. I cannot believe I am still alive. Amidst the thick grass, a cultivator leaned against a grand tree, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was none other than the rogue cultivator who, in his greed for the treasures of Zhao Ritian, had been struck by a Wuzhizong disciple. Though he survived, as a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm, he had been struck by a practitioner of the sky control realm. Leaving his internal organs displaced and shattered, he could hardly expect to live for more than a few days. Ultimately, he could not escape the clutches of death. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he wore a bitter smile. Indeed, as Taoist Shen said, opportunity and risk coexist. With that, he struggled to rise, exerting every effort to protect his internal organs and delay the approach of death, his steps faltering as he made his way toward the exit. He could not perish just yet. He has a wife and daughter at home. He must endure. Endure until the borders reopen. Endure until he can return to that cave. Endure until he can entrust his wife and daughter to Taoist Shen. He believes that with Taoist Shen's character, along with the care he has shown over the years, he will certainly take good care of his family. Now, back to the main point. In the depths of the secret realm, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo have become utterly bloodthirsty, even with hundreds of corpses lying around them. Speak. Why have you been pursuing us relentlessly? Lin Fan pressed his sword against the cultivator's neck, his fingers adorned with numerous rings, coldly interrogating him. Oh, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. It's the Wuzhizong. The Wuzhizong has issued a bounty on you, offering many rewards. And they claim you have accumulated numerous treasures along the way. If anyone kills you or reveals your whereabouts, they will be rewarded. The kneeling cultivator was so frightened that he lost control, his eyes bloodshot with terror. The foul odor that arose caused Yi Qingcheng and Murong Ingluo to instinctively take a few steps back, creating distance. So it was the Wuzhizong. No wonder so many people have been pursuing us relentlessly these past few days. Are they truly that arrogant, thinking the rewards from the Wuzhizong are so easily obtained? Do they believe our Piaomiao Sect is a pushover? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, and in an instant, his sword swiftly cut across the opponent's neck. Chapter 24. A Pursuit of Thousands. The Bull Demon Clan is bewildered senior brother. The number of our pursuers is increasing. It has escalated from dozens to now hundreds. Yi Qingcheng urgently suggested, we should head directly to the Sage Valley. If we delay any longer, we risk being overtaken. Murong Ingluo nodded in agreement. After several days of interaction, she had developed a profound admiration for her senior brother and sister. Despite not having set foot in the sect since becoming a disciple, she felt a sense of belonging to the sect. Being the weakest among the 3, her senior brother and sister constantly looked after her, making her acutely aware of their support, a stark contrast to her previous experiences in the palace. Have we gathered the spoils? Lin Fan inquired, nodding. Initially, they had not considered scavenging for loot, but as the number of pursuers grew, valuable items began to surface, prompting them to start collecting. Over the past few days, their fingers were adorned with numerous spatial rings, and their waists were laden with storage bags, resembling a band of beggars overflowing with treasures. All collected. Good. Let us depart. The trio took to the skies once more. However, shortly after taking flight, their whereabouts were quickly revealed. Piaomiao Sect trio, come quickly. With a swift motion, Lin Fan dispatched the caller with a single strike and continued onward with his two junior sisters. Yet, the cry had already drawn the attention of countless others. Goodness! So many? The trio was startled and immediately quickened their pace. Quick, catch up to them. The men shall be dealt with by the Huanggu Sect, while we shall take turns with the women. Let us slaughter them. After decades of cultivation, it was exhilarating to pursue a few individuals so fervently. Let us go after them. We Haven T had the pleasure of encountering a top-tier female cultivator for quite some time. In an instant, a massive force of over 1,000 appeared in the sky, darkening it like a thunderous cloud. Some soared on flying swords or wielded great blades, while others traversed the void with effortless grace. These two distinct methods of flight represented entirely different realms of mastery. Though the Spirit Sea realm was relatively lowly, the presence of numerous aerial experts instilled confidence in the pursuers. After all, they were all at the same level of flight, even if one were exceptionally strong. The collective strength of numerous aerial masters and countless Spirit Sea cultivators could wear down any opponent. Unless the Piaomiao Sect trio were all at the condensation stage, they would not dare to engage. Otherwise, even if they were merely half a step into the condensation stage, they would still be bold enough to strike. In an instant, all around, groups of pursuers converged. These factions joined forces, forming an even larger collective, bolstering the morale of the Spirit Sea cultivators. Ahead, the Piaomiao Sect trio pressed forward without daring to stop, focused solely on their escape. As the relentless pursuit of a vast army drew near, the numbers swelled to nearly 10,000. Curse it! A pack of rabid dogs. Murong Ingluo muttered irritably under her breath, relinquishing control of her body to her ancestor. Otherwise, given her current realm, escape would be impossible. Ingluo, inform your senior brother to run towards the left ahead. Lead them into that mountainous region. It is the territory of the Bull Demon clan. Within the Bull Demon clan, many bull demons reside, their highest potential limited to the pinnacle of aerial mastery. You should be safe to pass through, and it may even thwart our pursuers. Suddenly, a voice from within the ring, Murong Zhantian, offered a timely reminder. The secret realm, an ancient domain, had been explored by Murong Zhantian in his youth. Upon hearing this, Murong Ingluo's eyes brightened, and she relayed the information to Lin Fan. As the leading senior brother, Lin Fan immediately concurred with her suggestion and swiftly directed their course towards the territory of the Bull Demon clan. Though both the demon and ferocious beasts belong to the animal kingdom, they are entirely distinct entities. Ferocious beasts are known for their brutality and lack of intelligence, while the demon clan boasts a legacy of wisdom passed down through generations. Although they are beasts as well, they are inherently endowed with intellect, capable of transforming between human and demon forms. Nonetheless, even in human form, many retain distinct characteristics of their demonic lineage, much like the Bull Demon clan at this moment. Though they take on a human guise, prominent bull horns still adorn their heads. I apologize. I truly did not mean to intrude upon your territory. It was an accidental trespass. I beseech you to spare me. I will leave at once. At this moment, within the Bull Demon clan, a human cultivator knelt on the ground, trembling in terror as he pleaded for mercy. Surrounding him was a massive cauldron, with a roaring fire beneath it, filled with the corpses of human cultivators. Countless half-human, bull-headed demons scattered around them. Humans are such a nuisance, only appearing every decade to provide us with a meal. How many is this now? The leader of the Bull Demon clan huffed disdainfully, exhaling a plume of white smoke. As denizens of this realm, they seem to be cursed, forever unable to ascend to the status of great demons, eternally confined to a realm beneath the great demons, which equates to the human pinnacle of aerial mastery. Moreover, every decade, a group of human cultivators materializes in this realm, much to his dissatisfaction, compelling him to find amusement in devouring them. Leader, this is the 98th one. The young demons reported with cupped fists. 98. Not enough to satiate. Let's boil him first. We must seize the opportunity to capture more. Yes. The young demons immediately hoisted the cultivator and cast him into the cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron bubbled ominously. But at that moment, several dark figures suddenly appeared overhead. The young demons quickly alerted, "Leader, more humans are coming from the sky." 3. Not enough to fill the gaps. However, these 3 do appear formidable. Niu Air, Niu San, Niu Si, Niu Wu, ascend with me and bring them down. Indeed, in an instant, the 5 bulls soared into the air, positioning themselves before the trio from the mysterious sect. It is the bull demons. We have entered the territory of the bull demons. Yi Qingqing hastily alerted them. They must be here to obstruct our path. Younger sisters, stay close to me. Lin Fan decisively proposed the strategy and immediately unleashed a terrifying sword strike. The massive blade swept across with formidable force. Lin Fan led the 2 women swiftly in its wake. The 2 women, not to be idle, also launched their respective attacks. Yi Qingqing closely followed with her dragon capture technique, while Murong Ingluo raised her hand, conjuring a towering mountain. The 3 of them, wielding their distinct powers, charged directly towards the 5 members of the bull clan. In that moment, the 5 bulls were taken aback, thinking that the humans had deliberately come to confront them. After all, this was their first encounter with humans who initiated combat right away. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, the 5 bulls instinctively scattered to evade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the bull demons dodged, the space ahead became open. The trio from the mysterious sect swiftly passed through the 5 bulls, racing towards the distance. Their power still not fully unleashed. Chief, it seems, they have fled. Chapter 25. Entering the Valley of Saints. A sword's arrival startles thousands. How infuriating. It seems we have been deceived. Should we pursue them, O esteemed clan leader? Observing the retreating figures of the trio, the 5 bovine beings were seething with indignation, their nostrils exhaling puffs of mist. The clan leader, with a fierce glare, declared, "We must chase them down." At that moment, as he prepared to set off in pursuit, one of his subordinates suddenly cried out, "Look behind you, clan leader." Behind? What is it? The leader, momentarily taken aback, turned to look, only to be confronted by a menacing mass of dark clouds. Is it going to rain? Confusion marred the clan leader's expression. "No, clan leader. That is not rain. It is a throng of people," his subordinate warned in terror. "What? A multitude of humans?" Instantly, the bovine leader was dumbfounded. This was his first encounter with such a vast assembly of individuals. "Clan leader, we have always preyed upon them. Surely, they have come to retaliate. We must flee. What should we do, clan leader? There are at least 10,000 of them. Should we confront them? Confront them? Nonsense. Run." The leader cursed irritably and pivoted to hasten towards the trio from the mysterious sect. The remaining 4 bovines, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed in the leader's footsteps. In a heartbeat, 3 parties were racing through the skies. At the forefront were the 3 members of the mysterious sect, followed closely by the 5 bovines, with the vast human army trailing behind. At last, after an indeterminate distance, the 5 bovines found themselves at the edge of the sealed boundary. Stepping beyond this threshold would spell certain doom. The approaching army loomed ever closer. An overwhelming sense of agitation gripped the 5 bovines. "Clan leader, what shall we do? We are cornered. Clan leader, let us fight. We have nowhere left to run." The subordinates clamored with suggestions. After all, death awaits regardless. Fighting back might afford us a chance to survive. The clan leader's countenance hardened as he gazed at the distant boundary. Resolutely, he declared, "Let us fight. Kill." With that, the 5 bovines turned in unison, charging towards the vast army of humans. "Ah, damn it, it's the demon clan. Brothers, do not falter. Let us engage them. We have the numbers on our side. I have heard that demon clans relish collecting treasures. Let us seize their riches and claim their women. After all, we are within a secret realm. The outside demon clans cannot trouble us here. Damn it, I have yet to experience the company of a female demon. Today seems like the perfect opportunity, and a bovine demon is still a demon. Ah, I will annihilate you all." Boom. In an instant, the clash between the vast army and the 5 bovines erupted. Countless cultivators plummeted from the heavens like dumplings falling into a pot. Yet among the human throng, there were numerous cultivators of the skyward realm, at least several hundred, all disciples of significant sects. As the hundreds of practitioners from the sky realm began to engage, the 5-headed bull soon bore numerous wounds. It wasn't long before the first bull fell, followed by the second, the third. Naturally, The number of human cultivators was also drastically diminishing. When the battle ceased, scarcely any human cultivators remained. Without the pursuit behind them, the trio from the mysterious sect felt a sense of ease as they swiftly arrived at the sacred valley. However, the entrance to the sacred valley was already crowded with cultivators. Along the path leading to the valley, there were also many students standing, their numbers fluctuating as if something was impeding their progress. As they approached the valley, only two figures stood alone, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. They seemed to be grappling with some dilemma, frozen in place, brows furrowed in deep thought. At the end of the path lay a valley of peculiar shapes and forms. It was rumored that these were clues to obtaining the Great Void technique. Yet, entering the valley proved to be exceedingly challenging, let alone acquiring the Great Void technique. The grand formation left by the sage. Upon seeing the array that blocked the way, Murong Yingluo immediately recognized it. Could her junior sister decipher this formation? Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng were taken aback, struggling to believe it. I've seen it before. Senior brothers and sisters, follow me. I have a way to enter. Murong Yingluo smiled gently, transforming from a follower into a guide as she stepped forward. Before long, the three of them navigated through the throngs of people and caught up with Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The entire process encountered no obstacles, leaving Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng in awe, sensing that their junior sister was truly extraordinary. In response, Murong Yingluo merely smiled, offering no further explanation. After all, this was the culmination of her ancestors' years of research. Under Murong Yingluo's guidance, they soon surpassed Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The sight of the trio moving with such agility left the two dumbfounded, watching in disbelief as their figures receded into the distance. The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered, unable to trust their own eyes. Am I seeing things? How did they get in? Impossible, it can't be. My sect Yun Feiyang didn't enter. How did they manage it? They seem to be the trio from the mysterious sect. It is indeed them. Didn't they kill Zhao Ritian and are currently being hunted? I've heard that tens of thousands are pursuing them. How could they appear here? Have they dealt with those pursuers? In an instant, everyone widened their eyes in amazement. Realizing the implications of their presence, they had indeed resolved the threat posed by their pursuers. Look, they are beginning to comprehend. Suddenly, within the valley, the trio from the mysterious sect stood still, commencing their understanding of the surrounding peculiarities in search of the Great Void technique. The crowd, witnessing this, furrowed their brows once more, filled with disbelief. Alas, how astonishingly swift this is. What manner of sect is the mysterious Cloud sect? Have they truly nurtured three unparalleled prodigies? In an instant, those cultivators who were initially prepared to depart found themselves lingering, eager to witness the Grand Void technique and perhaps seize an opportunity for personal gain. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang appeared to have unraveled the enigma before them, taking several steps closer, the valley approaching ever nearer. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected twist occurred. A particular mountain within the valley suddenly erupted with a brilliant light. Simultaneously, the three of them opened their eyes wide, exclaiming in unison, "We have found it." Upon this declaration, a jade tablet soared forth from the mountainside. Outside the valley, everyone stood in stunned silence. Even Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang were left utterly bewildered. Yun Feiyang, in a daze, gazed into the valley and muttered, "This cannot be. It is impossible. How could it happen so swiftly? It must be an illusion." Li Taishan, equally dazed, murmured, "I must be dreaming. I am undoubtedly dreaming. Awaken, young man." With a roar, as the jade tablet ascended, the valley trembled. Soon after, the surrounding formations began to weaken, ultimately vanishing entirely. In an instant, all obstacles dissipated, and a swarm of people surged towards the valley. The barriers were lifted. It must be an extraordinary technique. Let us seize it quickly. How splendid. Forward. Let us reclaim the extraordinary technique. In that moment, countless individuals surged forward, including Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang, who joined the throng hastening towards the valley. This sudden rush heightened the vigilance of the three individuals within the valley. Lin Fan stowed away the jade tablet, casting a serious glance at those outside, which evoked a sense of gravity within him. Yi Qingcheng and Murong Yingluo also grew increasingly alert, unable to contain themselves as they turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Senior brother, should we not inform Master?" "No need. There is not a single cultivator in the spirit concentration realm. To notify Master would be utterly embarrassing. Lin Fan promptly declined, his expression turning grave as he declared, "You two step back. I am about to unleash the ultimate move imparted by Master." "What? Senior brother possesses an ultimate move?" Both women were taken aback, momentarily stunned, and instinctively retreated. Simultaneously, Lin Fan could no longer hold back, facing the throngs of thousands outside. He was finally ready to execute his strongest technique. Gazing at the crowd, he exhibited no trace of fear, slowly raising his right hand and assuming a sword-grasping posture towards the void. In that instant, his garments billowed without wind. Then, gathering his energy, he bellowed towards the heavens. "Come forth, sword." Chapter 26. Departure from the Secret Realm. The Celestial King blocks the path. Boom. The sound resonated in the ears of all cultivators like a muffled thunder. Instantly, every cultivator halted their steps, glancing around in confusion. What was he shouting about? It seemed nothing had changed. I was terrified, thinking it was some divine ability, only to find it was mere empty bravado. Observing the unchanged surroundings, everyone was bewildered. Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo were equally astonished, unable to comprehend what their senior brother was up to. Was he merely attempting to frighten this crowd, seeking an opportunity to escape? But how could tens of thousands of people be intimidated by a single shout? It appeared that a bloody battle was inevitable. The two women quickly prepared their divine abilities in secret, ready to carve a path through the bloodshed. But just at that moment, a sorrowful wail suddenly echoed through the sky. Clang! It was the sound of swords trembling. Following that, a second, third, and fourth wail followed suit. The swords in the hands of countless cultivators suddenly became uncontrollable, unsheathing themselves and soaring towards Lin Fan's head. In no time, over 10,000 flying swords had gathered. In an instant, everyone gasped in shock. Hiss! What is happening? Why are our swords flying towards him? Over 10,000 swords. Goodness! What kind of divine ability is this? Look! Even more swords are coming. As the cultivators' swords took flight, those long swords buried in the dust, and the broken ones scattered around the valley also soared into the air, heading for Lin Fan's head. Swords are coming. Boom, boom, boom. The words were still reverberating outward, where the sound traveled. Countless swords awakened, whether buried deep underground or already rusted and decayed. All were roused by the sound, trembling as they converged towards its source. In the blink of an eye, a dark mass of swords had gathered above Lin Fan, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The spectators were utterly dumbfounded and astonished. A slight smile graced Lin Fan's lips. At last, he would employ this technique. The innate talent of his physique, combined with the swordsmanship secrets imparted by his master and the unique skills inherent to his special physique. When these two forces merged, how immense would the power of this move be? Lin Fan pondered silently, then swiftly formed hand seals. As he completed the seals, he spread his arms wide and shouted once more. All swords returned to their origin. Kill! Boom! As Lin Fan uttered those four words, the tens of thousands of swords surged toward the thousands of cultivators with unyielding force. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. It was as though a rain of swords was descending. Each blade charged forth with the fervor of mutual destruction. Run! Goodness! This is terrifying. It cannot possibly be the might of the sky's sovereign realm. Go quickly! Instantly, the crowd erupted in cries of despair. Countless cultivators were pierced on the spot. Even though some managed to momentarily resist, they were met with the inexorable, relentless flying swords, their vital energy waning until they were ultimately pierced through by the myriad blades. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that such widespread assaults would not vanquish truly formidable adversaries, prompting him to swiftly lead his two junior sisters to escape. Sisters, let us depart. The trio soared into the skies, leaving behind a multitude struggling against the relentless barrage of countless swords. Time passed, and as the multitude of swords was ultimately exhausted, only a few thousand remained of the thousands who had gathered, many grievously wounded. In the midst of this chaos, the disheveled Li Taishan stood amidst the forest of blades, fixated on the retreating figures of the three from the Piaomiao Sect, murmuring to himself. He then turned to Yun Feiyong, who was in a similarly disheveled state, and proposed, "Brother Yun, why not join forces? Two extraordinary techniques, uniting our two sects as one?" He marveled at encountering such a formidable opponent on his first emergence. "Agreed. Let us collaborate." Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Feiyang assented. Thus, the two began rallying their surviving disciples to initiate yet another pursuit of the Piaomiao Sect trio. Days elapsed, with the Piaomiao Sect trio continuously on the move while seeking treasures, causing chaos throughout the entire secret realm. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang, accompanied by their disciples and numerous formidable allies, relentlessly pursued them. Yet, each encounter resulted in significant losses, with both Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang suffering injuries on multiple occasions. The repeated setbacks intensified the resentment harbored by these two top-tier talents. Consequently, they resolved to abandon the chase in favor of ambush tactics. With a new strategy in place, the two prodigies positioned themselves and their followers at the exit of the secret realm, awaiting the moment of its opening. Finally, the day arrived when the secret realm would unveil itself, coinciding with the darkness of night. The land was engulfed in shadows, illuminated only by the silvery glow of the moon. As the secret realm opened, the Piaomiao Sect trio slowly emerged from the distance, heading toward the exit. Brother, considering we have offended so many, essentially antagonizing the major powers across the surrounding 9 regions, do you think it may invite trouble for our sect? Murong Yingluo expressed her concerns as she gazed towards the exit. Although the journey had been thrilling, she feared that a retaliation from so many factions could be beyond the male protagonist's capacity to withstand. She did not wish for their encounter to culminate in calamity. Moreover, if he faltered, her own dynasty would inevitably face ruin. This time, they had indeed stirred an enormous tempest. Fear not, dear sister, for our Piaomiao sect is powerful. We have many reclusive elders within our ranks, Yi Qingqing quickly reassured, bolstering her confidence. Coming from 1,000 years hence, she had long since been convinced of the sect's strength through Lin Fan's introductions. Lin Fan, unconcerned, added, "Indeed, and we are not at fault here. They were the ones who first seized our spiritual fruits and coveted our extraordinary techniques. If we were to relinquish them without resistance, would that not bring shame upon our master and our sect? Our master would never allow us to bring disgrace upon the sect. Wow, so our sect is truly this powerful." Upon hearing the responses from their senior disciples, Murong Yingluo was utterly astounded. She realized that once they reached the sect, she must make a commendable impression. With this thought in mind, the trio drew closer to the exit. However, at that very moment, the forest below suddenly trembled. In an instant, countless cultivators surged forth from within the woods, resembling a massive flock of birds, all darting towards them in unison. They were shouting something. "They have emerged. Charge! Do not let them escape. The elders of the sect are waiting outside. Drive them out." Thousands of cultivators, who had long been lying in ambush, erupted like a hidden flock of birds taking flight from the mountains. Witnessing this scene, the trio from the mysterious Cloud sect was taken aback. They had not anticipated an ambush at the exit. "Senior brother, senior sisters, they are coming again. Run." The trio dared not linger and immediately quickened their pace, bursting forth from the secret realm in one breath. Yet, as soon as they emerged, they found their path obstructed by individuals from outside. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the elders of the 3 major superpowers. It was evident that they had already received news from within the secret realm, their faces filled with fury. The Grand Elder, it was they who killed Brother Zhao Ritian, and they possessed 2 sets of extraordinary skills. A disciple reported beside the Grand Elder of the Wujizong. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone present. Although they were aware that these 3 had caused great upheaval within, they had not anticipated that they held 2 sets of extraordinary skills. Should the sect acquire these skills, their power would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. In a heartbeat, many minor sects and rogue cultivators remained behind to witness the spectacle. Yet, they were merely spectators. After all, the 3 major sects would inevitably vie for these extraordinary skills, treasures that were destined to have no connection with them. In the skies, the trio from the mysterious Cloud sect found their front blocked and were pursued from behind, ensnared in a tightening encirclement. Observing this, the 3 felt a surge of anxiety. The individuals at the forefront were all the mightiest elders from the 3 super sects, escorting their disciples. It is worth noting that the strongest elders of super sects were all at the Heavenly King level. A mere breath from them could annihilate them all. Thus, the pressure on the trio was palpable. However, as the senior brother, Lin Fan steeled himself and proactively clasped his fists, addressing them. "The resources within the secret realm are unclaimed. It is first come, first served. Esteemed elders, why do you obstruct our path? Chapter 27. The one-handed destruction of the Heavenly King and the strength of the Piaomiao Sect. How dare you question me after slaying my disciple? Surrender at once and return with me to face the consequences. The Grand Elder of the Wuzhizong spoke with a dark countenance, raising his hand to seize them. At that moment, an elder from the Taihe sect stepped forward, stating, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. They have also slain many of our Taihe sect disciples, and we too shall take them with us. Just because your sect has suffered losses, does that imply the Fatian sect has been spared? We must also take them with us." In an instant, the three major sects began to vie for possession of the trio. It was evident to all that their intentions were far from noble. After all, if it were merely a matter of revenge, they could simply eliminate them on the spot. The desire to take them alive was undoubtedly motivated by the acquisition of those two extraordinary techniques. In light of this, let us propose a compromise. First, we shall return with them to the Wuzhizong, and the two esteemed friends may accompany me back to the Wuzhizong. We will deliberate on the specific course of action thereafter. Soon, the Grand Elder of Wuzhizong presented a middle ground solution. After all, prolonged debate was futile. Should the Holy Land intervene, it could lead to complications. The extraordinary techniques would not go unnoticed by the Holy Land. Agreed. That sounds splendid. The elders of the other two sects immediately concurred. Given that the Wuzhizong had lost its strongest genius, it was in their best interest to comply to avoid further complications. Once the three elders reached an agreement, their gazes fell upon the trio from the Piaomiao Sect. Witnessing their fates being treated so dismissively ignited a flicker of anger within the three, yet they remained undaunted. After all, each of them bore the aura left by their master. If worse came to worst, they could invoke it for aid. However, they couldn't help but wonder why their master had yet to appear, while disciples from other sects were being retrieved. Was it that their master was indisposed? Nevertheless, the trio did not dwell on it too long, presuming their master was simply occupied with urgent matters. Thus, the leading disciple, Lin Fan, boldly asserted, "It was your disciples who initiated the unprovoked theft of our treasures, compelling us to retaliate. Have you lost all sense of right and wrong?" Upon hearing this, the three elders were momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by expressions of amusement. Their smiles were laced with disdain and mockery, as if to say, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of discussing right and wrong with us? Youthful Navet, indeed." Thus, with forced smiles, the three elders retorted, "Is that so? Others sought merely your treasures, yet you have resorted to slaughter. Do you still dare to claim innocence? Indeed, you could have relinquished the items first and sought our justice. We would have naturally punished those disciples and returned your belongings. This does not justify your murderous actions. Correct. Others sought to seize your possessions, not to take your lives. You could have resisted, but you should never have resorted to killing." Each elder chimed in, driving the trio from the Piaomiao Sect into a state of frustration, their blood pressure soaring in response. They had merely sought to reclaim their treasures, yet they were accused of murder? Could one first relinquish the treasures and then seek the elders to adjudicate? Such words are hardly fitting for a human to utter. In an instant, many cultivators surrounding were unable to contain their disdain. Yet, before the three paramount sects, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, these super sects transcended the limits of power, embodying a concept entirely distinct from that of hegemonic sects, hence the term super sects. Who would dare provoke them? The crowd fell into a profound silence. The trio from the Piaomiao Sect was especially incensed, with Murong Ingluo, a girl from a technologically advanced planet. Feeling a surge of anger that almost compelled her to curse, unable to restrain herself, she invoked her sect, expressing her discontent. "Are you all so dismissive of the Piaomiao Sect? Ha! The Piaomiao Sect? What kind of trash sect dares to utter our name? Come with us. We shall discuss this further at our sect's Hall of Justice." With that, the Grand Elder of the Wuzhizong waved his hand, conjuring a massive palm that advanced towards the trio from the Piaomiao Sect. Their pupils constricted, fully aware of their inability to resist against a Heavenly King realm expert. They immediately prepared to unleash their aura. But just then, a voice suddenly erupted, shattering the massive hand. "Who dares to call my Piaomiao Sect trash?" The voice resounded. The trio from the Piaomiao Sect rejoiced, looking skyward in astonishment. "Master." Indeed, it was the voice of Chen Xuan. As the voice echoed, his figure materialized within the encirclement. He stood tall, his expression serene, with one hand behind his back, surveying the crowd with the poise of a superior. In that moment, the crowd furrowed their brows, unable to restrain their curiosity. "Who are you?" "I am Chen Xuan, the sect master of the Piaomiao Sect." Chen Xuan spoke his name with indifference, then turned his gaze coolly towards the three elders. "Who is it that called my Piaomiao Sect trash just now?" Having already sensed the aura of his disciples, he comprehended the entire situation, and his tone bore a chill. "Master, it was him." At this moment, Morong Ingluo swiftly stepped into the air beside Chen Xuan, pointing at the elder of the Taihe sect. The elder of the Taihe sect was taken aback, then conceded with disdain. "So what if I said it? The Piaomiao sect, a mere unremarkable sect, dares to compare with us." Boom. Before he could finish, Chen Xuan raised his hand and delivered a slap. A phantom palm materialized above the Taihe sect elder's head, descending with immense force. It instantly reduced the Taihe sect elder to a mere pulp. Hiss! In that instant, every cultivator present gasped in shock, their pupils constricting to the utmost. Heaven above and earth below, did the Taihe sect elder perish? Hiss! What a formidable and terrifying slap. Impossible. The Taihe sect elder possessed the strength of the 8th level of the heavenly king realm. Did he not evade? He did not evade. He was turned to pulp. I saw it all clearly. The sect master of the Piaomiao sect is this powerful? Heavens! With a single strike, he vanquished a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. What could possibly be the extent of his power? Has he truly ascended to the ultimate realm of cultivation, the sovereign realm? That is indeed the zenith of cultivation. Upon reaching this level, mere practice will no longer suffice for advancement, as it represents the pinnacle of one's training. To progress further, one must rely solely on profound insights. It is through relentless contemplation and understanding that one can continue to elevate oneself. Countless cultivators in the ancient continent have found themselves ensnared within the sovereign realm, unable to advance until the end of their days. Thus, attaining the sovereign realm signifies one's status as an unparalleled powerhouse. When a sect produces a cultivator at this level, it can effortlessly establish a formidable influence. In that moment, all cultivators were rendered silent, daring only to observe the unfolding scene. Particularly, the two esteemed elders from the Huanggu sect and Taihe sect were taken aback. However, as representatives of a great power, they too possessed sovereign realm cultivators. Therefore, although they were intimidated by Chen Xuan, they did not cower. "Are you being excessive, sir? Our great power is not devoid of sovereign realm cultivators. Your actions will only bring unnecessary trouble to your sect." The elder of the Huanggu sect remarked, his expression darkened. "Is that so? You too shall meet your end." Chen Xuan scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand for another decisive strike. Boom! The elder of the Huanggu sect fell. All disciples and accompanying elders of the Huanggu sect trembled in place, silenced by fear. It was absurd to kill without hesitation. Who would dare provoke him? A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. At that moment, the only surviving elder among the three, from the Faitian sect, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as he quickly surrendered. "Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intentions and shall take my leave." Chapter 28. The slaying of the three sovereigns and the commencement of the sect's revenge conference having spoken, he swiftly turned to gesture to the disciples of the sect, urging them to depart at once. Do those who block the disciples of the Miao sect wish to flee? Death awaits. Boom! Chen Xuan raised his hand, delivering another slap aimed at the head of the elder from the Flying Sky sect. Yet, the elder, evidently on high alert, narrowed his eyes and turned around instantly, coldly retorting, "Do you think you can kill me? It is not so simple." With that, he unleashed the full pinnacle aura of the sovereign realm. In an instant, an overwhelming battle intent surged forth, suffocating all present and rendering their breaths labored. He himself condensed a thick layer of spiritual energy for protection, and immediately unleashed countless divine abilities to counter that palm strike from the void. However, it was clear that he had underestimated Chen Xuan's strength. The palm he had conjured advanced undeterred, its momentum unabated, charging towards him with the force of thunder, even amidst the barrage of the elder's myriad divine abilities. Moreover, as the distance closed, the pressure emanating from the palm made it increasingly difficult for him to move. My Flying Sky sect will not let you off." The elder of the Flying Sky sect let out a terrified roar. Then boom! The elder was instantly reduced to dust. All his resistance was rendered futile beneath that colossal palm, akin to a mere buffoon in a farcical display. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, etching the name of the Miao sect firmly into their memories. Yet, it was solely a negative recollection. After all, offending the three supreme sects left no one believing the Miao sect could endure for long. Moreover, the new forces emerging in the land of the 9 provinces over the past millennia were not limited to the Miao sect alone. Numerous newly rising superpowers ultimately fell into the annals of history. Why do only the 3 supreme sects persist? It is precisely due to their profound heritage, embodying true superpowers. There was once a sect that rose to prominence, rivaling the superpowers, but ultimately, due to their arrogance and provocation of the 3 supreme sects, they were obliterated by the formidable forces sent forth by the latter, imparting a profound understanding of the enduring essence of legacies. Disciple, let us return. Having dealt with the 3 sovereigns who obstructed him, Chen Xuan gazed affectionately at his 3 disciples. In their eyes, only admiration shone forth. Master, the flood dragon. Suddenly, Lin Fan whispered, pointing towards the distant flood dragon. Goodness, truly deserving of being my disciple. I almost overlooked it. Chen Xuan was taken aback, then nodded, raising his hand to slay the mighty flood dragon before claiming it. Finally, he soared into the sky with his 3 disciples, leaving countless cultivators stunned and bewildered. Had they also taken the flood dragon of the Huanggu sect? It seemed so. How ruthless, even slaying the flood dragon. This truly exuded dominance. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems the Huanggu sect is on the brink of madness. Indeed, with the death of their grand elder and the loss of their top genius, not to mention the demise of their dragon, they have truly suffered a disgrace of monumental proportions. The cultivators sighed in lamentation and gradually departed. As they dispersed, the reputation of the Piaomiao sect began to spread across the vast lands of the 9 provinces. Hey, have you heard of the Piaomiao sect? This sect has produced 3 prodigious disciples who have wreaked havoc in the realm of rules, with 3 individuals taking on tens of thousands. Even the renowned top genius Zhao Ritian from a superpower was slain. Hiss, is that true? Zhao Ritian is a top-tier genius, the kind of talent that the Huanggu sect rarely allows to venture out for training. How could he possibly be killed by a disciple of a minor sect? Hehe, you're unaware. The Piaomiao sect is no minor sect. It is said to be a hidden sect that has emerged. Their sect leader is a formidable figure of the emperor level. With a single slap, he dispatched a late-stage heavenly king, and with 3 slaps, he eliminated 3 heavenly kings. Ultimately, he even seized the 7-colored dragon, the steed of Huanggu's grand elder. How audacious! What a boast! The grand elder of the Huanggu sect is a late-stage heavenly king. What you say is utterly impossible. Who is boasting? I was present at the scene. How about we wager on it? Extra, extra. The hidden sect Piaomiao has emerged, and their first act was to slay the strongest elders of 3 super sections. If you wish to know the latest news, come to the Playful Garden. Just 1 spirit stone per person, and you can listen from dawn till dusk. Is that true? They killed the elders of 3 super sects? Would those sects allow that to happen? Want to know what happens next? If you wish to know, come to the Playful Garden. 1 spirit stone guarantees you 1 T. Regret it. A single experience will leave you satisfied. Alright, where's the Playful Garden? Point me the way. How outrageous. Within the Huanggu sect, the sect leader furiously shattered the teacup in his hand. A mere Piaomiao sect dares to slay my grand elder, kill my top genius, and seize my dragon. If I do not avenge this, how can the Huanggu sect maintain its dignity in the 9 provinces? Sect leader. The leader of the Piaomiao sect is of emperor level. The elders of the other 2 super sects also fell by his hand. A cautious outer elder spoke of the Piaomiao sect leader's strength. Upon hearing of the opponent's emperor-level cultivation, the Huanggu sect leader furrowed his brow and disdainfully remarked, "What of the emperor level? Who among us does not possess a few emperor-level cultivators? Has the world forgotten our might simply because we have not showcased our heritage in ages? Immediately relay my command. Summon our hidden powers, unleash the emperor level, and march against the Piaomiao sect. Sect leader, do not act impulsively. The Piaomiao sect has emerged suddenly, and we know not their full strength, especially with an emperor-level presence among them. There may well be other strong figures within their ranks, and their audacity to offend our 3 superpowers may suggest they possess some confidence. It would be prudent to deliberate further." Suddenly, An elder quickly intervened to halt the impulsive sect leader, analyzing the strengths of both sides. Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the Huanggu sect leader's expression darkened, and he replied with displeasure, "How can we deliberate further? Regardless of how many sovereign realms they possess, our foundation is impervious to any royal domain. We shall simply bring our resources along. Moreover, the mysterious sect possesses two extraordinary techniques. Should we acquire these two techniques, we would undoubtedly surpass the other two superpowers. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. The sect master seems to regard the mysterious sect with disdain. However, he indeed possesses such confidence. Yet, the elders remain apprehensive. After some contemplation, they proposed an alternative. Sect master, though that may be true, if we take our resources and are ambushed by the other two super sects, what then? Furthermore, our desire for those two extraordinary techniques is surely shared by Taiha's sect and Feitian's sect. Perhaps we should convene a meeting of the three sects. We can all mobilize to the mysterious sect, bringing our resources along, ensuring absolute security. This would also showcase the might of the super sects to the world. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. However, such an arrangement would preclude us from monopolizing the extraordinary techniques. The sect master paused, visibly reluctant. Sect master, even if we manage to annihilate the mysterious sect, we cannot claim the extraordinary techniques exclusively. The other two super sects will undoubtedly intervene. If they were to launch a surprise attack on us, it could spell trouble. Currently, collaboration among the three sects is the most prudent course of action. Moreover, they are likely to agree. The elder continued to analyze the pros and cons. This time, the sect master of Huanggu sect fully comprehended the advantages and disadvantages. And with a resolute slap of his thigh, he declared, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Immediately notify the two super sects to convene a meeting of the three sects to discuss our mobilization and the division of the extraordinary techniques." Understood. Chapter 29. A disciple with extraordinary potential and a charred willow tree in the palace of the Murong dynasty. As Chen Xuan and his companions descended, they were immediately surrounded by a group of cultivators clad in yellow vests, the imperial guards of the Murong dynasty. The captain of the guards, upon noticing the princess among them, promptly admonished, "Who dares to abduct the princess and trespass upon the royal palace? Release her at once." "How audacious!" Murong Ingluo interjected, stepping forward to rebuke. "They are my senior brothers and sisters, and this gentleman is my esteemed master. He has accompanied me to bid farewell, so disperse your men immediately." Taken aback upon learning that these individuals were the princess's fellow disciples and her master, the captain instinctively turned his gaze towards Chen Xuan. Yet, aside from his striking appearance and swift descent, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. However, that swiftness alone was enough to command respect. After all, as the captain of the guards, a formidable fourth realm cultivator, he only noticed their presence upon their arrival, indicating that the man was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the princess's association with a master was not a matter to overlook. With the recent unrest surrounding the Northern King, he was particularly wary that the princess's master might be an agent of the Northern King, infiltrating the palace. Thus, the captain refrained from dispersing his men and instead clasped his fists respectfully towards Chen Xuan, saying, "My apologies, sir. The palace has been unsettled of late, and I am tasked with its protection, so I cannot withdraw." It was evident that he harbored suspicions regarding Chen Xuan's identity. Although his tone was courteous, Murong Ingluo felt a surge of displeasure. After all, it was her wish to bid farewell to her family that prompted her master's visit. Now, upon their arrival, being met with suspicion from the palace guards was a slight against her master's dignity. Nevertheless, the captain was correct in his duty to ensure the safety of the palace, a matter not easily swayed by her words. However, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. "Not to worry. We shall wait here," he said. "How could I allow my master to wait here? Master, please accompany me into the hall to rest." Seeing that her master was not angered, Murong Ingluo hurriedly led the way. This time, the captain did not impede their passage but followed closely, remaining vigilant against any potential threats posed by Chen Xuan and his companions. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Xuan's mind, halting his steps. Ding! Detection of a disciple with extraordinary potential exceeding 10 stars. Please take note, host. Extraordinary potential exceeding 10 stars. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instinctively glanced towards the imperial garden. The system indicated that the disciple with extraordinary potential was indeed within the garden. Had the system finally awakened? Had he finally encountered a disciple of such remarkable talent? Chen Xuan felt a rush of exhilaration. After all, acquiring a disciple with extraordinary potential would grant him a summoning card from the celestial realm. At that point, he would be invincible, soaring through the heavens. Master, why have you stopped? Murong Ingluo inquired with concern, noticing Chen Xuan's unusual demeanor. Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly, pointing toward the imperial garden. Ingluo, may I venture into the imperial garden? Huh. Murong Ingluo was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, the imperial garden was a domain frequented by the emperor's concubines. Surely, Master would not. He appeared rather dignified. A shiver ran through Murong Ingluo as she quickly replied, "Of course. Master, please follow me." With that, she continued to lead the way. The other guards, unsure of what to say, could only follow silently behind. However, as the group entered the imperial garden, it instantly stirred a flurry of commotion within. Several concubines who were leisurely strolling about were startled by the sudden influx of people, scurrying away like frightened birds to hide behind the large trees and artificial hills, peeking out curiously. Yet, Chen Xuan's focus was not on them. His gaze was fixed intently on a charred willow tree by the lake, reduced to a mere trunk. Name, Lu Yu. In slumber. Race, Wood Clan. Realm, none. Physique, none. Potential, over 10 stars. Experience, an ordinary willow branch attained enlightenment, undergoing millennia of cultivation to become immortal. On the day of ascension, ambushed by the Dark Sovereign, losing the accumulated celestial energy and tearing through space to arrive in the ancient continent. Now gravely injured and in slumber, with all memories lost, yet still possessing the fragmented form of an immortal. The day of recovery will coincide with the return to the pinnacle. Lu Yu, an ordinary willow branch attaining immortality? The Dark Sovereign's ambush? Upon reading this information, Chen Xuan was taken aback. While it was indeed outrageous for a willow branch to attain immortality, what manner of being was the Dark Sovereign that dared to ambush an immortal, nearly succeeding? Was this world truly so terrifying? Could even immortals not safeguard themselves? Contemplating this, Chen Xuan hastily inquired within his mind to the system. The system promptly provided an explanation. Ding. Alert to the host. The Dark Sovereign is a being tainted by dark power, capable of broadly sensing the aura of ascended immortals. It preys on newly ascended immortals to enhance its own strength. Only formidable immortals can evade the Dark Sovereign's pursuit. Goodness, how horrifying. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xuan was struck with fear. The capability to sense the aura of ascended immortals. Who could withstand such a threat? Did this mean that many emperors, even after achieving immortality, would struggle to escape the fate of being devoured by the Dark Sovereign? This was truly alarming. Thankfully, he had learned of this early. Otherwise, when it came time for his own ascension, would he not also attract the Dark Sovereign? Relieved, he thought, since he was aware of this in advance. He could prepare accordingly. The Dark Sovereign was but a trifling matter. After all, he was someone capable of accumulating power. With this thought, Chen Xuan felt a great sense of reassurance. As long as he diligently accumulated power, he did not believe a Dark Sovereign could wreak havoc. Master, that willow trunk fell from the sky several decades ago. It appears lifeless, yet it has not decayed. The emperor believed it to be an auspicious omen. Thus he remained here without moving. Observing Chen Xuan staring blankly at the charred willow tree, Murong Ingluo hurriedly introduced, "If Master likes it, you may take it." "Indeed, I do appreciate it," replied the master, "but I must inquire whether she is willing to accompany me." Chen Xuan was quite pleased with Murong Ingluo's filial piety and nodded gently. He then addressed the willow trunk. "Lu Yu, awaken." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, all gazing at Chen Xuan in bewilderment. Even those concubines who had concealed themselves partially were captivated by Chen Xuan, pointing and whispering among themselves. Was he truly conversing with that willow tree? From their dialogue, it appeared that this man was the master of Ingluo. When had Ingluo taken a master? What an intriguing man, speaking to a tree. This man is rather interesting. Foolish one, the willow cannot speak. How naive is Ingluo's master? The concubines laughed, their eyes narrowing with mirth. Having long dwelled in the secluded palace, They found the encounter with such a curious individual utterly delightful, as even the slightest incident could stir their spirits. In no time, the concubines were whispering and giggling amongst themselves. The imperial guards and disciples remained silent, quietly observing the willow tree, for they were not weaklings and could not fathom why a formidable presence like Chen Xuan would speak to a mere tree. There must be a deeper reason. At that moment, even Murong Zhantian, who resided within Murong Yingluo's ring, could not contain his curiosity. After all, he often accompanied her in this place and had never noticed anything unusual. The atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. Yet, the next scene left everyone astounded. Suddenly, the trunk of the willow tree stirred, and a shadow began to materialize upon it, growing increasingly distinct. Before long, a transparent woman, voluptuous and elegant, with fair skin and a tall figure, emerged upon the trunk. Lu Yu. Chapter 30. The apprentice Lu Yu and Murong Fubo's plan. Upon witnessing the ethereal figure of a translucent woman emerge from the torso, everyone was taken aback. The imperial guards tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes filled with vigilance. A soul resided within the imperial garden. How could the leader of the guards have been unaware of this? Fortunately, this spirit had committed no malevolent acts. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With this thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the leader's forehead, and his admiration for Chen Xuan's prowess deepened. "Did you awaken me?" Lu Yu inquired, gazing at Chen Xuan with curiosity. She could sense that it was his aura that had stirred her. "Indeed, it is I, Lu Yu." Chen Xuan responded with a gentle smile, exuding warmth that enveloped those around him like a spring breeze. "Is my name Lu Yu?" Lu Yu paused, pondering, her expression reflecting contemplation. Chen Xuan nodded once more. For reasons unknown, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable affinity towards him, leading her to trust his words almost instinctively after a brief moment of thought. "Thank you for revealing my name." Lu Yu smiled softly, her voice brimming with joy. Yet, she soon queried, "By the way, did you awaken me for a specific purpose?" Despite her mature and alluring form, her demeanor resonated with that of a newly conscious being, brimming with curiosity, contrasting sharply with her flawless physique. "You are on the brink of death," Chen Xuan declared, imparting startling news. Boom. At these words, Lu Yu was momentarily startled. However, she seemed to sense this truth herself, pausing briefly before continuing with a beaming smile. "Indeed, the spiritual energy here is sparse. I feel gravely injured. Do you possess a means to save me?" "I do. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can lead you to a more nourishing place where the spiritual energy is abundant, allowing for a swift recovery." Chen Xuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback, but after a moment of reflection, she knelt and bowed her head, declaring, "Lu Yu pays homage to my master." 3 silent bows followed. In that instant, a notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring a disciple with extraordinary potential. A lavish gift package has been received." As the sound of rewards resonated, a subtle smile crept upon Chen Xuan's lips. At last, he had obtained the grand gift from the celestial realm. He then addressed Lu Yu. "I shall first allow you to enter my spiritual sea for recuperation. I will release you upon our return to the sect." With a wave of his hand, the charred willow tree rose from the ground and soared into his spiritual sea. Hiss! Instantly, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Goodness! The spiritual sea can sustain life? Could it be that the princess truly became a disciple of a formidable sect? Amid the astonishment at the entrance of the imperial garden, the emperor of the Murong dynasty, who had been secretly observing for quite some time, narrowed his eyes slightly. No longer concealing himself, he stepped forward, guarded by an elderly eunuch, and proclaimed, "I, Murong Fubo, emperor of the Murong dynasty, pay my respects to the esteemed elder." He respectfully bowed to Chen Xuan, clearly convinced of Chen Xuan's identity. After all, such prowess was undoubtedly beyond what the king of the north could possess. Moreover, should the other party harbor ill intentions, this group would likely be unable to withstand them. "Father, you have finally arrived. Please, have the imperial guards withdraw. It is utterly bothersome that my master is followed wherever he goes." Murong Yingluo exclaimed excitedly, clinging to Murong Fubo's arm in a playful manner. "Very well. It is indeed our oversight. You may all retire." Murong Fubo indulgently responded to his daughter, then promptly gestured to the commander of the imperial guards. Upon receiving the command, the commander swiftly withdrew. Simultaneously, those eavesdropping concubines were also dismissed. In an instant, the imperial garden was left only with the master and disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, along with Murong Fubo and an elderly eunuch. "Father, I have returned this time to bid you farewell, as I shall follow my master to the sect for training." After everyone had departed, Murong Ingluo expressed her intentions. Murong Fubo, having learned from his subordinates of his daughter's desire to join the sect, readily agreed without a moment's hesitation upon hearing her words again. Then, with a glimmer in his eyes, he smiled and said, "To be able to cultivate alongside such an esteemed elder is a tremendous opportunity. However, it is getting late. Why not postpone your departure until tomorrow? This way, your master can rest for a while, and I am certain your mother would wish to see you before you embark on your journey." Upon saying this, Murong Fubo courteously glanced at Chen Xuan, clearly seeking his approval while conversing with his daughter. Murong Ingluo, upon hearing her father's words, found them to be very reasonable. Furthermore, her departure was uncertain in duration, and considering how her mother had cherished and raised her since childhood, it seemed rather inconsiderate to leave without a word. Thus, she looked at Chen Xuan with anticipation and, feeling slightly bashful, said, "Master, would it be all right for you to stay here for the night? My senior brother and sister must be weary from their arduous journey through the secret realm." "Very well, let us stay for the night." Chen Xuan, perceiving Murong Ingluo's sentiments, readily acquiesced. After all, there was no urgency to return, and it would provide an opportunity to explore the contents of the gift package. "Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful." Upon receiving Chen Xuan's affirmation, Murong Ingluo became exhilarated, joyfully hugging Chen Xuan's arm and bouncing in delight. It was only when Murong Fubo cleared his throat that she became aware of her unseemly behavior. "Ahem, Ingluo, you mustn't be so impolite. Quickly, take the esteemed elder and your fellow disciples to rest." Murong Fubo promptly instructed his daughter to attend to their guests. Blushing, Murong Ingluo hurriedly released Chen Xuan's arm and led the way for everyone. "Master, senior brother, senior sister, I will show you to your quarters. Come, let us go." Chen Xuan smiled helplessly, slowly making his way forward. It was understandable for disciples to be a bit more affectionate towards their master. Otherwise, it could lead to rebelliousness. Therefore, he paid no mind to the occasional displays of closeness from his disciples. Before long, under the guidance of Murong Ingluo and Murong Fubo, the group arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Master, senior brothers and sisters, please rest well. I shall bid farewell to mother." With a respectful bow, the father and daughter took their leave of Chen Xuan and departed. Upon exiting the small courtyard, they once again parted ways, with Murong Ingluo heading to find her mother, while Murong Fubo, accompanied by a eunuch, proceeded towards another direction in the imperial harem. As they journeyed, Murong Fubo gazed ahead, murmuring to himself, "Are you unable to discern his cultivation level as well? It is indeed enigmatic." According to the captain of the Imperial Guards, our group of 4 appeared suddenly above the harem, without even triggering any formations. It was only after our arrival that the captain became aware of our presence. The elderly eunuch lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Unless one paid close attention, it would be difficult to discern he was speaking. "It seems that Ingluo has taken on a remarkably powerful master. I hope the king of the north decides to act against us tonight. Otherwise, once they depart, the palace will face further complications. Is the emperor retaining the princess's master to counter the king of the north?" The eunuch ventured to inquire cautiously. Murong Fubo immediately shook his head, asserting no. That esteemed elder possesses a mysterious strength beyond our comprehension. However, he surely cannot stand by and watch his disciples' family face peril without intervening. Thus, I hope the king of the north strikes tonight. It would resolve matters once and for all. The emperor is wise. Wisdom my foot. I nearly exhausted myself for this dynasty," he muttered with irritation. Murong Fubo's steps came to a halt before a secluded courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard's gates stood wide open, revealing a pair of identical twin sisters lost in thought, completely oblivious to their arrival. Chapter 31. The unfathomable gift of apprenticeship and the late-night visit of the imperial consorts. Upon hearing the announcement, the elderly eunuch promptly declared with great fervor, "His Majesty has arrived." After delivering the announcement, the 2 figures stepped into the courtyard. In the courtyard sat a pair of identical twin sisters. Though they were clad in ordinary attire, seated upon stone benches, their alluring figures could not be concealed. Even in their stillness, Gazing vacantly at the moon, they radiated an irresistible charm that beckoned one to draw near. Suddenly, upon hearing the proclamation of the emperor's arrival, the sisters jolted from their reverie. The ministers had warned that they were harbingers of misfortune, destined to bring calamity to the dynasty, and thus, they were to be avoided. Why had the emperor come here today? There was no time for further contemplation. They quickly rose in unison, kneeling in greeting. "We pay our respects to your majesty." "Rise," commanded Morong Fubo, his expression impassive. He spoke directly. "I have a task for you. Should you execute it well, your freedom shall be restored. Please, your majesty, command us." The sisters responded in unison, momentarily taken aback. They had been sent to the palace by their family and had remained in this small courtyard ever since. Upon entering the palace, they had been threatened by ministers who labeled them as reincarnations of demonic beings, proclaiming that they would bring ruin to the dynasty and must not be allowed to remain. Was it merely their beauty that incited such fear, compelling men to be entranced by them? It was the men who were captivated, yet they were blamed for it. Fortunately, the emperor had not heeded the ministers' counsel and had not executed them. However, he had not visited this courtyard again, seemingly forgetting their existence. Now, upon hearing the possibility of regaining their freedom, the sisters were incredulous. Observing their reaction, Morong Fubo felt a sense of satisfaction and proceeded to articulate his intentions. "You are to do this, do you understand?" Soon, he had conveyed his thoughts. A blush instantly adorned the faces of the two sisters. Although Morong Fubo had spoken somewhat indirectly, they grasped his meaning immediately. Yet, it was difficult for them to voice it. "There is no need for shyness. If this succeeds, there may come a day when even I must pay my respects to you." He continued, "If you understand, prepare yourselves and come forth." "Yes, we shall obey," they replied. Their cheeks flushed before retreating into the house to prepare themselves. In the courtyard, as night fell, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng returned to their respective chambers to rest, leaving only Chen Xuan at the desk, eagerly anticipating the moment of unboxing his gift. System. Open the luxurious apprenticeship gift package. Ding. The luxurious apprenticeship gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Emperor Summoning Cards and 2 Sage Summoning Cards. Congratulations, host. You have also acquired a battle arena, where disciples may engage in contests or test their divine abilities, capable of withstanding attacks of Emperor level without leaving a trace. It has manifested within the sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Bloodbone Fusion Pill and a Heavenly King-level Lotus Incarnation. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 Undying Divine Herbs. Note, except for the first herb, the efficacy of each subsequent one is halved. Soon, all the items in the gift package will be credited. Upon seeing these rewards, Chen Xuan felt somewhat helpless, for this time, the reward seemed rather insubstantial. Compared to the previous 10 tons of enlightenment tea, the quantity was indeed far too meager. Thus, Chen Xuan took out an undying divine herb and consumed it on the spot. To his surprise, it was delightfully crunchy. As he munched on the herb, he arranged the summoning cards on the table. Soon, 6 Emperor Summoning Cards and 6 Sage Summoning Cards were neatly displayed before him. If he could gather 4 more Emperor Summoning Cards, he would be able to summon an Immortal. He wondered if the lavish gift package contained an Immortal Summoning Card, and whether it would also provide more Emperor Summoning Cards. After finishing 1 Undying Divine Herb, Chen Xuan smacked his lips, feeling his lifespan extend by another 10,000 years. Although the quantity of the Undying Divine Herbs was somewhat lacking, their quality was commendable. Even if the effects were halved with subsequent consumption, it would still grant him many additional years. Deciding to save the remainder for later, he continued to ponder in his mind. System. Open the Lavish Apprenticeship Gift Package. Ding. The Lavish Apprenticeship Gift Package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Immortal Summoning Card. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sect facility, the 10,000 Scrolls Library. Note, it contains powerful methods and divine abilities from across the realms, as well as extensive resources on alchemy, chi cultivation, and formations. Disciples will be automatically matched with suitable methods and divine abilities, saving them the time of selection. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of the Willow God Technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 100-acre peach orchard, containing 3,000 sacred peach trees, now manifested within the sect. Note, The sacred peach trees bloom every 300 years, bear fruit every 300 years, and mature every 300 years. Consuming one can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one realm advancement card. It can elevate the host by one minor realm. Ding. As it is the host's first time opening the lavish gift package, an additional reward of 3 Emperor-summoning cards has been granted. Note, additional rewards cannot be synthesized. With each announcement from the system, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. When all the rewards were finally credited, he could not help but smirk. What splendid treasures! Truly deserving of the lavish gift package. The 10,000 Scrolls Library, the 100-acre Peach Orchard, the Realm Advancement Card, and the additional 3 Emperor-summoning cards. It was a pity that the extra 3 Emperor-summoning cards could not be synthesized. However, it mattered little, as his disciples were increasing in number, and it was time to summon a few helpers. Just as he contemplated this, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Chen Xuan paused momentarily, then raised his hand to collect the summoning cards from the table, turning his gaze towards the door. At the entrance, a pair of identical twin sisters gracefully made their entrance. Adorned in resplendent attire, they bore expressions of shyness and delicacy, gliding in like slender willows swaying in the breeze. Noticing Chen Xuan's gaze upon them, their cheeks flushed slightly as they promptly bowed in greeting. I am Fenghua. I am Shuiyue. It is an honor to meet you. Esteemed senior. Chen Xuan, perplexed by the unfamiliar faces, opened their information panels. Name, Fenghua Realm, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment Physique, enchanting body, innately possesses an irresistible allure to men, potential, 4 stars experience. Due to her enchanting physique, she easily attracts the attention of men and is regarded as an omen of misfortune by her family. Subsequently, she caught the eye of the emperor and was taken to the palace as a consort. However, she faced opposition from the court, resulting in her never receiving any favor. Name, Shuiyue Realm, 9th layer of Foundation Establishment Physique, enchanting body, innately possesses an irresistible allure to men, potential, 4 stars experience, similar to her sister. She attracts the gaze of men and is deemed an ill omen by her family. She too was favored by the emperor and brought to the palace as a consort, yet faced resistance from the court, leading to her never being graced with any affection. Before long, 2 identical sets of information appeared before Chen Xuan. The emperor's consorts? Women related to his disciple's father? What were they doing in his room at such an hour? Chen Xuan was utterly bewildered and inquired, Do you have something to discuss? Chapter 32. Serving the senior like one would serve a sovereign. Murong Inglua's speechlessness. The maidservants in the palace of the senior were rather impetuous. Yet we have been ordered to attend to the senior's rest. As the 2 women explained, they approached Chen Xuan from either side, swiftly positioning themselves beside him. However, they did not act hastily. Rather, they performed their duties with utmost respect. Indeed, they were engaged in work. One poured tea while the other tidied the disordered table. Still, the presence of the emperor's concubines attending to him felt rather peculiar. What peculiar fondness might the emperor harbor? Nonetheless, their demeanor was proper, and their actions were entirely within the bounds of decorum. Chen Xuan, not wishing to dismiss them, rose and made his way toward the adjoining chamber. I shall take my rest. Please tidy up and withdraw. Having spoken, he stepped directly into the side room. The side chamber was quite spacious, adorned with a screen. Beyond the screen lay not a bedroom, but a bathing pool. Yes, a pool. Although he was not in the least unclean, Chen Xuan resolved to take a bath before retiring for the night. With a grand gesture, he discarded his garments and entered the water. However, before he had soaked for long, Fenghua and Shuiyue re-entered the room. Unbeknownst to him, they had changed into translucent garments, holding towels and other items, their forms becoming partially visible with their movements. Startled by the sight, Chen Xuan instinctively exclaimed, Halt! Did I not instruct you to leave? Who permitted your entry? Senior, we have come to assist you with your bath, to scrub your back, as is our duty. The 2 women halted, quickly offering their explanations in a subdued tone. Their obedient yet timid demeanor radiated an alluring charm to its fullest extent. However, such allure was merely a useless trait, insufficient to meet Chen Xuan's criteria for an apprentice, and thus he remained disinterested. Moreover, their immediate cessation of movement upon his reprimand left him with no grounds for reproach. After all, it was indeed customary in the palace for servants to attend to their superiors, and matters of bathing and dressing were trifles. Yet, he had not anticipated that the emperor's concubines would adhere so strictly to the protocols of maidservants in serving him. Had this been another practitioner, one might have imagined the emperor wearing a green hat. Fortunately, as a respectable practitioner, Chen Xuan harbored no improper thoughts. He merely shook his head and said blandly, "Please leave." "Very well. We shall take our leave." The two women, though puzzled, complied obediently, withdrawing without a hint of insistence. This aspect pleased Chen Xuan to a degree. Nevertheless, the presence of two exalted concubines, attending to him at such an hour and even assisting with his bathing, suggested that matters were far from simple. After all, even for royal guests, one would not typically offer their own women for service. This matter undoubtedly stems from the realization of Emperor Murong that his daughter possesses extraordinary capabilities. In an attempt to curry favor and solicit her assistance in quelling the rebellion of the northern king, he has resorted to this rather desperate measure of presenting two beautiful concubines to win her approval. After all, one is often susceptible to the allure of gifts. And when one is offered something, it is rare for them to refuse subsequent modest requests. It must be said that the emperor's decisiveness is commendable. He acts promptly without procrastination. However, I find myself entirely uninterested in such gestures. Rest assured, by accepting your daughter as my disciple, I shall not allow your dynasty to fall into ruin. Just in time, the system has rewarded me with an avatar of lotus roots. And tonight I shall present you with a grand gift, fulfilling your wishes. Chen Xuan shook his head and murmured to himself, before comfortably resuming his bath. Little did he anticipate that after the two women exited the bathing chamber, they did not depart, but instead made their way directly to his bedroom, quietly slipping beneath his covers. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, while he was still bathing, Murong Yingluo had concluded her discussion with her mother and arrived at the door of his chamber. Why is master not closing the door? Murong Yingluo pondered, standing perplexed at the ajar entrance, before stepping inside. Yet, upon reaching the inner sanctum of the room and catching sight of the two women nestled on the bed, she was rendered speechless. "Fenghua and Shuiyue, what are you doing in my master's bed?" Murong Yingluo exclaimed, her confusion palpable. The two women, cocooned within the blankets and only their heads visible, blushed, seemingly unprepared for the princess's unexpected arrival, and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, by virtue of their seniority, they could be considered the princess's elders, even though they were of similar ages. With flushed faces, the two women stammered, "Princess, we came to warm the bed for our esteemed elder." "Warming my master's bed?" Murong Yingluo replied, her astonishment evident. After a moment of confusion, she finally grasped the situation. Her expression darkened as she sternly addressed them. "You possess such audacity. As concubines of the harem, how dare you? How dare you betray my father? This is a grave offense punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Are you not afraid of my father's wrath?" Fenghua and Shuiyue shrank back, murmuring, "It was the emperor who sent us. He said that the palace maids lacked the necessary skills and were concerned they might not serve you well, so he instructed us to attend to you." Murong Yingluo retorted, "Even if my father sent you to serve my master, you cannot simply climb into his bed. What kind of decorum is this? And if my father were to discover that you had taken your service to such liberties?" Before she could complete her warning, Fenghua and Shuiyue hurriedly interjected, "Princess, the emperor said he would fulfill any request of the esteemed elder. If the elder has no specific requests, we are to serve him as we would serve the emperor." Murong Yingluo was left speechless upon realizing that all of this was orchestrated by her father. In a moment of utter bewilderment, she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she turned away with resignation and walked outside. So be it. If her father was willing, it mattered little to her. After all, this was a fantastical realm where men were the protagonists, and women merely served as embellishments. As long as her father was untroubled by infidelity, she couldn't be bothered. With that, she stepped out in silence. Yet, just a few paces away, she collided head-on with the suddenly appearing Chen Xuan. The two found themselves face to face at the doorway. Chen Xuan, bewildered, asked Yingluo, "Did you not accompany your mother to the palace? How did you end up in my chamber?" "Master, I came to see how you were faring and whether the maidens were attending to you adequately. However, it appears they have done quite well." Murong Yingluo pouted, her words laden with meaning. Chen Xuan, confused and lost in thoughts, soon noticed the two figures on the bed, and the realization of Murong Yingluo's implication dawned on him. What on earth? How did those two women end up in my bed? Goodness, you have utterly tarnished my reputation. Chen Xuan lamented internally. In a bid to salvage his image before Murong Ingluo, he mustered the courage to explain, "Disciple, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely asked them to step aside. Never did I anticipate they would take to my bed. Your father is simply too enthusiastic." Murong Ingluo, upon hearing the mention of her father's exuberance, felt her cheeks flush involuntarily, and she inwardly cursed. Indeed, how excessively enthusiastic. He even sent out his own consorts. Yet, what could be done? After all, she was born into a royal family. Chapter 33. Repairing the innate Tao body and reviving ancestor Murong the Emperor, by nature, is a figure devoid of sentiment. There are instances of princes usurping thrones and emperors eliminating their offspring to quell chaos. What then? Are two concubines in comparison? Murong Ingluo had long grown accustomed to such matters and was no longer perturbed. Upon further reflection, it became clear that her father had insisted the master rest for a night before departing and had even sent a daughter during the late hours, surely seeking the master's assistance regarding the insurrection of the Northern King. With a sense of resignation, Murong Ingluo spoke, "Since it is my father's good will, I implore you, Master, to be at ease." Chen Xuan, why does this feel so peculiar? Chen Xuan was at a loss for words, reluctant to delve deeper into such discussions. As a mentor, the more one explains, the more convoluted it becomes. Therefore, he promptly assumed a serious demeanor and, with utmost sincerity, stepped outside, declaring, "Disciple, tonight I shall complete your unique constitution. Upon your return to the sect tomorrow, you may devote yourself to your cultivation without worry." Will this disturb your rest, master? The two of them are still waiting in the room. Murong Ingluo paused, glancing back at the two women on the bed. Hearing about the two women, Chen Xuan retorted with irritation, "Are you jesting at my expense? To me, women are but charming skeletons, and you are no exception." Murong Ingluo, "Humph. I am not a charming skeleton. I intend to bear your child." Pouting, she mischievously thought to herself, yet outwardly, she smiled sweetly, wrapping her arms around Chen Xuan's. Continuing her playful banter, "I dare not. How will you complete your disciple's constitution, master? Is it possible that my beauty constitutes a special physique? Looks have no bearing on one's constitution. You possess an incomplete innate Tao body. I aim to restore your flawed constitution, transforming you into a true innate Tao body." Chen Xuan replied, somewhat exasperated. "What? I have an incomplete innate Tao body. Is it truly possible to mend a flawed constitution?" In an instant, Murong Ingluo was left bewildered. The drowsy Murong Zhantian, hidden within the ring, involuntarily opened his eyes. Constitution is an inherent trait possessed by an individual. The specifics of its formation remain a mystery. A unique constitution, if properly harnessed, can provide significant advantages in cultivation. The innate Tao body is an exceptional constitution of immense benefit to cultivators. Naturally attuned to the principles of the universe, allowing those endowed with such a physique to encounter fewer obstacles and exhibit greater combat prowess. It stands far above ordinary constitutions, such as the enchanting body. However, an incomplete constitution is typically irreparable. Even if it can be mended, it would require the intervention of a sage. For only a sage can grasp the nuances of the Tao. Those below sage level, even at the pinnacle of the royal tier, would find it impossible. Thus, upon hearing that an incomplete innate Tao body could be restored, both Murong Ingluo and Murong Zhantian were taken aback. Murong Ingluo felt her master emanate an aura of mystery and strength, while Murong Zhantian began to suspect the true identity of his counterpart might be that of a sage. "Of course, it is possible. I shall assist you in completing the Tao rhythm." Chen Xuan smiled faintly, his tone devoid of any pressure. As for the two individuals still lying in the room, he paid them no mind, neither scolding nor acknowledging them. After all, they were merely adhering to the highest etiquette of the royal palace in their service to him. Though their actions may have exceeded expectations, it was done solely to cater to him, not to cause trouble or create discord. As the leader of a sect, if he were to frequently admonish, threaten, or resort to violence against those who served him, it would tarnish his esteemed image. There was no need for such a fierce demeanor that would instill fear in others. In the bedroom, listening to the retreating sounds of the two, Feng Hua and Shui Yu, hidden beneath the covers, found themselves at a loss. "Sister, the senior has left. What shall we do?" "Alas, sister, It seems we are destined to grow old in solitude within this deep palace. In the main hall, Chen Xuan and Murong Ingluo sat facing each other, legs crossed, engaging in the process of restoration. His fingers lightly tapped her forehead, utilizing the power of the great emperor to fundamentally repair her constitution. The incomplete innate Tao body was a result of an incomplete Tao resonance. Thus, it was logical that by supplementing the missing resonance, a complete innate Tao body could be formed. Master, I feel a bit itchy. Soon, Murong Ingluo furrowed her brow, desperately trying to endure something. Chen Xuan, with an impassive expression, replied, "It is normal. Your broken constitution is undergoing growth, and it will soon be resolved." All right then. After a while, Murong Ingluo added, "Master, I feel as though I have entered a strange world, where everything is chaotic. That is normal. Your constitution is about to be completed." A while later, she inquired, "Master, is it not finished yet?" "It is done." Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his fingers, and Murong Ingluo opened her eyes. In that moment, her incomplete innate Tao body had been restored. Her understanding of cultivation subtly seemed to ascend to a higher level, as if she had transformed entirely, with her pupils radiating Tao resonance, an overflow of excess resonance. Feeling the changes within herself and the inexplicable insights into the Tao, Murong Ingluo was overwhelmed with excitement. It truly has been repaired. What level of cultivation does Master possess? It is simply beyond belief. She quickly transitioned from sitting to kneeling, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Rise, for you are now my disciple, and I shall impart all that I have." Chen Xuan, unconcerned, slightly raised his arm, and a tome of celestial scripture appeared before Murong Ingluo. Chaos Celestial Scripture. Upon seeing the 4 characters, her pupils constricted, and she was instantly filled with exhilaration. The significance of the celestial scripture goes without saying. During her time in the secret realm, she had known that her senior brothers and sisters had cultivated celestial scriptures, but she had not anticipated receiving such generous instruction from her master so swiftly. In a moment of excitement, she bowed once more and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master. No need for such formalities." Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Witnessing the filial piety and respect from his disciples filled him with immense satisfaction. For a teacher, the greatest joy lies in observing the gradual transformation of their students. Thus, Chen Xuan slightly nodded and continued, "Let the elder within your ring emerge. Before you depart, allow me to assist you one last time." The mention of the elder within the ring sent a shockwave through Murong Ingluo, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. Murong Zhantian, trapped within the confines of the ring, was equally startled, instinctively retreating to the farthest corner of the ring. Moments ago, he had been pondering whether his opponent was a sage, and now, it seemed his existence had been discerned. Both individuals' minds raced as they attempted to decipher where they had revealed their secrets. Yet, after much contemplation, they found no discernible flaw. Consequently, Murong Ingluo feigned ignorance and inquired, "What elder in the ring?" "Master, I do not comprehend what you are saying." It was not that she was unwilling to inform Chen Xuan. Rather, her ancestor had expressly instructed her to keep the existence of his soul confidential. For revealing such information would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Soul Palace, bringing dire consequences upon her ancestor. Thus, she had refrained from even mentioning it to her own father. "What's this? Are you unwilling? I had intended to revive the elder within your ring. If you are hesitant, then you may keep him." Chapter 34. The submission of the Murong dynasty and the significance of 2 advancement quotas. Chen Xuan did not press the matter. He merely smiled with a hint of ambiguity. As soon as the words left his lips, before Murong Ingluo could react, Murong Zhantian, who resided within the ring, could no longer contain himself and emerged directly. The celestial scripture could annihilate a heavenly king with a mere slap, repairing the innate Tao body. Each of these facts vividly illustrated to Murong Zhantian that this man possessed unfathomable cultivation. He was undoubtedly a formidable sage. Furthermore, the fact that the other party could detect even the soul that had been hiding in the imperial garden was not unexpected. Perhaps he had been discovered at their very first encounter. Thus, upon hearing the word resurrection, he finally succumbed to his impatience and ventured forth. If the other party truly intended to do him harm, he would accept his fate. Conversely, he might just seize the opportunity for revival. After all, having been discovered, He felt compelled to take this gamble, whether he wished to or not. Before long, his translucent form materialized into that of an elderly man, standing respectfully beside Murong Ingluo, and politely uttered, "I am Murong Zhantian, the junior who failed to present myself properly. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed senior. It is of no consequence." "I understand your concerns," Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile, raising his hand to reveal the lotus root avatar and the blood essence fusion pill. Upon seeing these two items, Murong Zhantian's pupils constricted sharply, and he felt a surge of excitement. The lotus root avatar and the blood essence fusion pill. Good heavens! He was utterly thrilled, never anticipating that the other party would be so magnanimous as to produce items that could restore his physical form, and such rare treasures at that. The lotus root avatar alone could enable him to regain his peak strength instantly. This prospect was enough to stir the souls of all beings. Contemplating the materials for his resurrection, Murong Zhantian restrained his inner fervor and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed senior, what do you mean by this? Considering you have been residing within the ring, it must be quite uncomfortable. This lotus root avatar was an accidental acquisition of mine. It serves no purpose in my possession, so I shall bestow it upon you," Chen Xuan said nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the significance of these items. Seeing this, Murong Zhantian became thoroughly exhilarated and hastily asked, "Such a treasure. I am unworthy to receive it. Might I inquire if the esteemed senior has any requests?" As the saying goes, a pie does not fall from the sky. Thus he continued to probe the other party for any potential demands. Otherwise, he would remain uneasy about accepting it. "I have no requests whatsoever. It is a gift, freely given," Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile. "Now, proceed to merge with it. Let this also be a fulfillment of a wish for Ingluo, allowing her to return to her sect with peace of mind." So that was the case. However, this generosity was astonishing. With this thought, Murong Zhantian once more clasped his hands and solemnly stated, "I am eternally grateful for your kindness, esteemed senior. I shall remember your generosity, and should you ever require my assistance, I would not hesitate to offer my life." With that, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and dove into the lotus root avatar. In his previous life, he had been a heavenly king-level cultivator. This lotus root avatar was also of heavenly king caliber, perfectly enabling him to restore his original strength without the need for cultivation. To know that his original plan was to seek these resources through Murong Ingluo, ultimately crafting a body of the divine concentration realm. Now, with the ability to restore his former strength in an instant, he has undoubtedly saved himself the time required for recultivation. After all, no one can guarantee that the path of recultivation will lead to an easy breakthrough. Such great favor deserves more than mere words of gratitude. Furthermore, his descendants have also joined the opposing sect, establishing an unbreakable connection between them. Once I have regained my strength, I shall become a vassal of the mysterious Mist sect to demonstrate my loyalty. With this thought, the lotus avatar gradually transformed into the likeness of Murong Zhantian. Soon, Murong Zhantian completely merged with the lotus avatar. Following this, he swallowed the blood-resolving pill. In an instant, his soul became utterly one with his physical form. The power of the heavenly king realm surged within him, rapidly permeating every corner of his being. Yet, this was not the end. As the familiar aura of the heavenly king enveloped him, it burst forth, instantly radiating outward. Boom! The immense presence quickly enveloped the entire palace. Inside the emperor's sleeping quarters, Murong Fubo, lying on the bed without any night clothes, suddenly sat up, startled by the overwhelming aura of the heavenly king. Exclaiming, "The heavenly king realm! Rustle, rustle, rustle!" 3 powerful guards emerged from the corners of the chamber, vigilantly standing before the dragon bed. These 3 were precisely the formidable warriors Murong Fubo had prepared to guard against a potential ambush from the Northern King. However, if the opponent truly were a heavenly king summoned by the Northern King, no amount of protection would suffice. Fortunately, the aura dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Sensing the vanishing presence, Murong Fubo let out a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He feared that the Murong dynasty, with a legacy spanning over 3,000 years, might crumble under his reign. "Your Majesty," a guard presented a towel to Murong Fubo. He anxiously accepted it, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if Fenghua, Shuiyue, and the others have caught the attention of that senior. That senior must also be of the Heavenly King realm. If only he could intervene. Resolving not to sleep, he decided to take a stroll outside. Morong Fubo, feeling restless, rose without changing his clothes and walked out. Inside Murong Inglua's sleeping quarters, Murong Zhantian withdrew the pressure of the Heavenly King realm. Excitedly approached Chen Xuan and suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for aiding in the restoration of my physical form. I am willing to represent the Murong dynasty and submit to your esteemed sect, becoming a vassal force of the mysterious Mist sect, to serve diligently and without complaint." Observing Murong Zhantian's display of submission, Chen Xuan contemplated briefly before granting his approval. After all, having an additional vassal force would contribute to the development of the sect. During the prior acceptance of the Yi family, being a smaller entity, had received system rewards, so he did not require their offerings. However, this time, Chen Xuan intended to impose such obligations. Although those offerings might not be immediately useful, as the number of sect disciples increased, such resources would inevitably be needed. Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Since your royal family is willing to align with my mysterious sect, we shall not neglect you. I will grant you 2 opportunities for further training. You may select 2 individuals to cultivate within our sect in the future. However, the trainees shall remain anonymous and will not enjoy the privileges accorded to regular disciples of the sect. They will only possess the rights to reside and cultivate within the sect." Upon hearing this, Murong Zhantian felt a surge of joy within his heart. According to common understanding, prestigious sects like the Mysterious Sect are typically stringent in accepting disciples. Merely being allowed to train is already a great favor. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sect leader. I shall return to select the candidates and have them accompany you back to the sect tomorrow. I take my leave. Master, I too shall retire for the night." At this moment, Murong Ingluo also bowed and took her leave. After all, it was already past midnight, and it would be inappropriate for her to continue intruding. "Very well. Depart now. Remember to return to the sect early tomorrow, and do not be late." "Understood." The 2 turned to leave. Once they had walked far away, Chen Xuan remained seated on the mat, taking out a card for realm enhancement. "This card should enable me to ascend to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm," I pondered. Chapter 35. The Sovereign is a Saint. Let them go to the Imperial Garden. Murong Fubo gazed at the moon, his face etched with regret. Moments ago, his subordinate reported that Fenghua and Shuiyue had returned to their quarters, and nothing had transpired. This only exacerbated Murong Fubo's already frayed nerves. These 2 ladies were the most striking concubines in his palace, yet they remained unmoved by his affections. What could he do? He sighed, shaking his head, and turned to leave. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling Murong Fubo, who initially thought it might be an assassin sent by the Prince of the North. He instinctively recoiled, while the elite guards behind him tensed, raising their weapons protectively in front of Murong Fubo, demanding, "Who dares to intrude upon the palace at such an hour?" Such cowardice from the emperor of the illustrious Murong dynasty was utterly disgraceful. The aged figure stood tall, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, exuding an air of a venerable sage. Upon hearing the reproach and the self-identification as his ancestor, Murong Fubo was taken aback and scrutinized the figure closely. To his shock, the old man bore an uncanny resemblance to one of his ancestors. Who are you? Why do you resemble one of my ancestors?" "Ha! Nonsense. What do you mean I resemble him? I am your ancestor, Murong Zhantian." The old man, Murong Zhantian, laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face twisting into a maze. "Impossible. My ancestor has been deceased for over 1,000 years. How dare you insult my forebear? Seize him." Murong Fubo's expression darkened, anger flashing across his face. Though the dynasty had declined, his ancestor could not be dishonored, especially not the venerable Zhantian, the only royal power to reach the Heavenly King realm aside from the founding ancestor. Insulting anyone was unacceptable, but especially Zhantian. Upon receiving the emperor's command, the elite guards instantaneously transformed their hands into a massive grasp towards Murong Zhantian. With a dismissive smile, Murong Zhantian unleashed his overwhelming aura. Boom! The powerful pressure emanated from him, instantly shattering the guards' assault, leaving them gasping for breath. Hiss! The Heavenly King realm? Was that the aura I felt just now? Realizing the truth, Murong Fubo was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "Are you truly my ancestor?" Indeed. As he spoke, Murong Zhantian immediately demonstrated the unique techniques and aura of the Murong family. Recognizing the familiar presence, Murong Fubo knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with excitement, declaring, "I, the junior Murong Fubo, pay my respects to Ancestor Zhantian. With the exclusive technique in the mid-heavenly king realm, even if he were not his ancestor, he would treat him as such. After all, such a power could easily obliterate their dynasty, making it unnecessary for him to come forth to deceive them." "Rise." Murong Zhantian nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. "Fu Bo, I am aware that the recent unrest caused by the Northern King has been weighing heavily on you. However, I have regained my strength, and from now on, the Murong dynasty shall know no worries." "Indeed," Murong Fu Bo exclaimed with immense excitement, then inquired, "Master, how did you recover? Have you perhaps broken through once more?" The mere thought of his master achieving another breakthrough filled him with exhilaration. After all, when his master was alive, he was already at the mid-stage of the Heavenly King realm. If he had indeed advanced, he would certainly be at the late stage of the Heavenly King, or even a half-step into the imperial level. Such cultivation would undoubtedly restore the dynasty to its former glory. "I forgot to mention, it was the sect leader who revived me. The sect leader is the master of Yingluo, whom you have already met," Murong Zhantian elucidated. "Additionally, I have pledged the dynasty's fealty to the sect leader, and we are now a vassal force of the Misty Sect. From now on, we shall offer tributes annually, and you must remember this." "Is it he?" Upon hearing this, Murong Fu Bo was momentarily stunned. What kind of master could revive his own? The mystery was unfathomable. As he pondered this, an ethereal aura unexpectedly emanated from the princess's palace. Instinctively, Murong Zhantian and Murong Fu Bo turned their gazes toward the palace. Before them, waves of Taoist rhythms, adorned with unique symbols, ascended into the sky, illustrating the scene of a sage attaining enlightenment. In an instant, both were astounded. This is... The flow of Taoist rhythms signifies a sage. They exchanged incredulous glances, fully confirming Chen Xuan's realm. A sage. Yes, indeed, a sage. The flow of Taoist rhythms is an omen of a sage achieving sanctity. It turns out that this formidable being is, in fact, a sage. At this moment, they realized the dynasty had firmly secured a powerful ally. A sage, and moreover, a living sage. Such an entity surpasses even the mightiest of forces. In light of this revelation, both were overwhelmed with excitement, feeling fortunate for their decisions. One rejoiced at having pledged fealty, while the other felt grateful for having invited him to stay the night, and even offered his concubine as a token of loyalty. Although the gesture was not accepted, it sufficiently demonstrated his allegiance. "Master, this must be the sect leader achieving another breakthrough. Should I go and offer my congratulations?" As he watched the Taoist rhythm's manifestation gradually fade, Murong Fu Bo could not help but seek his master's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Zhantian replied, "There is no need. Disturbing the sect leader's cultivation at such a late hour would be inappropriate. We shall extend our congratulations tomorrow." Yes, it is indeed too late. "We shall go tomorrow." He paused for a moment and added, "By the way, there is another matter. The sect leader has granted us 2 advancement slots, allowing us to send 2 individuals to the Misty Sect for training. However, they will not enjoy the rights of ordinary disciples, only a status of cultivation. You may select 2 individuals to accompany the sect leader back to the sect tomorrow." Suddenly, Murong Zhantian brought up the matter of the advancement slots again. 2 slots. Upon hearing this, Murong Fu Bo pondered briefly before pressing further. "Master, are you certain there are 2 slots?" "Indeed, there are 2 slots. Is there a problem?" Murong Zhantian responded with confusion. "There is a problem. Why is it not a single quota, or 3, but rather precisely 2? I sense that the sovereign has a deeper intention behind this. What could it be?" Murong Zhantian was increasingly perplexed, as he had not perceived any underlying implications. "Ancestor, let those 2 quotas be granted to Fenghua and Shuyue. They have served the sovereign today, so let them accompany him," Murong Fu Bo declared earnestly. "Are you referring to those 2 women in the sovereign's bed? Are you certain that the sovereign wishes for them to go?" This time, it was Murong Zhantian who was taken aback. He had not sensed any particular interest from the sovereign towards them. Let them go. If the sovereign does not favor them, it matters not. After all, they are merely 2 quotas, and he surely will not mind who attends. If he does take a liking to them, then we have accomplished another deed for the sovereign. Murong Fubo's reasoning was so compelling that even Murong Zhantian found it quite persuasive. Very well, let them go. After a brief pause, Murong Zhantian added with satisfaction, "You are indeed clever. I entrust the dynasty to you. I have every confidence in you. Thank you for your praise, ancestor. I shall personally inform Fenghua and Shuiyue." "Go ahead. By the way, although they are your consorts, they shall join the sect tomorrow, so be courteous when speaking with them." "I understand. I will take my leave now." Chapter 36. Return to the sect. Selection of divine abilities. Chen Xuan found himself utterly baffled, unable to fathom how his intentions had been so grossly misinterpreted. He could scarcely comprehend the intricate nature of the imperial mindset. Thus, when he learned the following morning that Fenghua and Shuiyue had been chosen as candidates for further training, he was momentarily taken aback. "The emperor truly selected both of you for advancement?" he inquired, gazing incredulously at the two young women bustling about to fetch him water for washing. "Indeed, Sectmaster. The emperor informed us last night, and he spoke to us with remarkable courtesy." The delight on their faces was unmistakable, as if they had not experienced such joy in a long while. Observing their jubilant expressions, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of reluctance to press further, recognizing their sincerity and the buoyant energy that accompanied their tasks, suggesting that this was perhaps the happiest day of their lives. With that, Chen Xuan chose to remain silent. After all, it was inevitable that someone would proceed, and there was no need for him to interject and risk disappointing them. With these thoughts, he gradually rose from his meditative state. Having utilized a realm enhancement card the previous day, he had now ascended to the mid-stage of the Great Emperor realm, marking him as a fully fledged Great Emperor. Armed with a supreme weapon, he was drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of invincibility beneath the celestial realm. It is worth mentioning that during his breakthrough, he had intentionally suppressed his aura. However, the rapidity of his advancement had caused some of his inherent Tao rhythm to escape, alerting Murong Zhantian and Murong Fubo to his transformation. Fortunately, his three disciples, residing nearby, remained oblivious due to their insufficient cultivation levels, unable to perceive the subtle leakage of his Tao aura. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Xuan stood upon the mat, preparing to don his shoes, when the two ladies approached him, interrupting his actions. One held a basin while the other brandished a damp towel, instinctively moving to wipe his face. Chen Xuan understood that such duties fell to the palace maids, yet he felt ill at ease. Reflexively, he grasped the towel to halt their ministrations, asserting, "I can manage myself. Once you arrive at the sect, there is no need for you to attend to anyone. Your sole focus should be on your cultivation." "Yes, Sectmaster," they replied in unison, nodding earnestly. As Chen Xuan took the towel to wash his face, he suddenly felt an itch on the top of his foot. Looking down, he was astonished to find the two ladies helping him put on his shoes. "Sectmaster, please lift your foot," they urged. Chen Xuan could only think, they truly excel at their duties. At that moment, his three disciples made an ill-timed appearance at the doorway. Upon noticing the two enchanting figures assisting him, they instinctively averted their gazes, seemingly embarrassed to have intruded upon their master's private moment, and hastily retreated. "Master, we shall wait for you outside," they called out. Chen Xuan's expression hardened as he admonished, "If any of you dare to act so presumptuously again, do not blame me for expelling you from the sect." Upon hearing the master's ire, the two women were startled and swiftly knelt, pleading for mercy. "Please, esteemed master, forgive us. We shall not dare again." Observing their fearful expressions, Chen Xuan recognized the effectiveness of his intimidation and replied coolly, "From now on, refer to yourselves as disciples. This shall not be repeated. Rise. Disciple is grateful for the master's benevolence. Let us depart." Chen Xuan, his face devoid of expression, lifted his leg and walked outside. As he emerged with the two women, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Yingluo were already awaiting them. In addition to these three disciples, the venerable ancestors Murong and Murong Fubo were also present. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, they bowed and congratulated him on his recent breakthrough, demonstrating an evident increase in respect for Murong Fubo compared to the previous day, sincere and heartfelt. Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, uttered a brief farewell, and with a grand gesture, took to the skies alongside his three disciples and the two practitioners. Once the group had distanced themselves, Murong Zhantian and Murong Fubo exchanged glances filled with reverence. Report. Inform the Emperor. Inform the Ancestor. Scouts have reported that the Northern King is on the move, summoning nearby sects to discuss rebellion. Suddenly, a guard knelt to relay the news of the Northern King's movements. The Emperor furrowed his brow and turned to Murong Zhantian. Ancestor, what shall we do? The Northern King cannot be contained any longer? Humph, merely the Northern King. Murong Zhantian scoffed. I shall go extinguish him. Prepare the troops to seize the northern territories. I am on my way. With a dismissive smirk, Murong Zhantian took flight. Witnessing the Ancestor's confident departure, Murong Fubo felt a surge of excitement and promptly began issuing orders to mobilize the troops. With the Ancestor revived, the Murong dynasty no longer feared anyone. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan soared through the skies with his companions, the breathtaking speed making the mountains and rivers below blur past in an instant. The curious Fenghua and Shui could not resist glancing downward, only to feel their stomachs churn violently, dizziness overwhelming them. Noticing their distress, Murong Ingluo quickly cautioned, Ladies, my master flies swiftly. Do not look down. Thank you, Princess. The two women responded hurriedly, closing their eyes to alleviate their discomfort, no longer daring to look around. Nevertheless, their admiration for Chen Xuan grew, their eyes shining with adoration. Chen Xuan paid them no mind, maintaining his focus straight ahead as he continued to soar. With each passing moment, countless mountains and landscapes rushed beneath him, his speed surpassing that of mere spatial contraction. Before long, after a brief yet rapid flight, Chen Xuan and his companions descended at the entrance of the Misty Sect. The protective barriers surrounding them vanished, prompting a flurry of excited chatter among the group. Senior brother, is this our sect? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Sister, the environment here is exquisite, far surpassing that of the palace. Indeed, sister, I had no idea the outside world was so splendid. While the crowd was bustling with lively discussions, Yi Junlin, who was sweeping the entrance, noticed their arrival. He raised his head and recognized that it was the sect leader along with his descendants returning. Instantly, he ceased his sweeping, his broom still clutched in hand, and with a swift movement, he appeared before them. Upon witnessing his remarkable speed, the newly arrived Murong Ingluo and the two ladies were taken aback, as they realized he was indeed at the spirit concentration realm. Yes, the spirit concentration realm. During Yi Junlin's brief tenure at the sect, he had astonishingly advanced from the pinnacle of sky ascendance to the 4th level of spirit concentration. Therefore, upon seeing the return of the sect leader, he was filled with excitement, exclaiming his respectful welcome back to the sect. He courteously bowed and then assessed the 3 daughters of the Murong family. The 3 ladies from the Murong family, feeling his gaze upon them, immediately became more reserved. Although he appeared to be merely a sweeper, he was truly a formidable presence at the spirit concentration realm. In their dynasty, such an individual would be regarded as a revered figure. The fact that the Piaomiao Sect employed a powerful cultivator to sweep the entrance was indeed a testament to their strength. During our absence, did any matters arise within the sect? Chen Xuan inquired, nodding respectfully at Yi Junlin as he walked alongside him. Yi Junlin respectfully clasped his fists and replied, All is well within the sect. However, in recent days, a peach tree garden, a plaza, and a large pavilion have been established. I have not dared to disturb them. Chapter 37. The Art of Longevity. Bestowing the method of the willow deity, the concealed facilities of the sect have now manifested. There is no need for alarm. Your diligent watch over the sect these past few days has been commendable. Please, take a peach from the peach tree garden as a reward for your vigilance. Consuming one can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. Chen Xuan generously presented a celestial peach to Yi Junlin on the spot. Upon hearing of the peach's extraordinary effects, the crowd's eyes gleamed with envy. To consume a single peach and gain a millennium of life? Surely, this peach must be a divine elixir. The potency is astonishing. In an instant, admiration filled the air, especially from Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing, who were deeply shaken. The sect is indeed formidable. The concealed formations have not entirely faded away, and now several precious locations have been revealed. One can only imagine the scene when the sect fully emerges into the world. The thought alone is exhilarating. Thank you for the generous gift, Sectmaster. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude with fervor. Although he had already extended his lifespan by a few years and no longer feared the depletion of his life force, The prospect of an additional 1,000 years was undeniably thrilling. By the way, these two are newly arrived disciples in training. Please arrange accommodations for them, and kindly inform them of the rules for trainees. Suddenly, Chen Xuan pointed towards the two ladies, Fenghua and Shuyue. Yi Junlin once again clasped his fists in acknowledgement and courteously greeted Fenghua and Shuyue. Although the responsibility for the training disciples had been entrusted to him, he too was a trainee and felt it prudent to remain humble. I am the humble Yi Junlin, pleased to meet you, fellow Taoists. Fenghua and Shuyue responded with polite bows, acknowledging Yi's greeting with grace. After the formalities were exchanged, Chen Xuan instructed Lin Fan. The newly appeared pavilion within our sect is the library, housing countless rare tomes. As the number of disciples is currently limited, I entrust you to lead everyone inside to select a suitable technique for cultivation. Moreover, do not forget to elaborate on our sect's background. Understood. Lin Fan replied with a respectful gesture. Once all instructions were concluded, Chen Xuan nodded and made his way alone to the main peak. Once Chen Xuan had departed completely, Lin Fan resumed his role as the senior brother and guided the group toward the library, ensuring to introduce the sect's illustrious background in his usual fashion. He spoke of how all disciples had been promoted to elders, how the elders were either in seclusion or wandering, and how the sect had just entered the world, weaving an enchanting narrative of the sect's prowess. The three newcomers listened with rapt attention, filled with admiration and reverence for the sect. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the library. With the doors pushed open, the multitude of books and jade slips within the pavilion fully captured their gaze. The shelves, densely packed with volumes, reached up to the soaring ceiling, towering 100 meters high, and there were no visible stairs. Standing within the pavilion, the group gazed upward at the vast array of treasures adorning the walls, utterly astonished. How lofty! Must we fly to reach them? So many. The sect's heritage is undeniably profound. The abundance of choices was overwhelming, leaving everyone pondering how long it would take to select. At that moment, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, before they could approach the bookshelf, 6 jade slips soared forth, colliding directly into their arms. Wait, are we not choosing the divine abilities, but rather are they choosing us? Instantly, the astonishment deepened as everyone gazed at the jade slips in their hands. Upon examining her slip, Murong Yingluo could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's the combat technique from the 9 mysteries of the supreme arts. The supreme arts have chosen me. Elder sister, elder brother, what divine abilities have you received? The 9 mysteries is one of the most formidable techniques within the supreme arts. And just the combat technique alone can amplify one's battle prowess 100-fold, enabling one to fight beyond their level." Murong Yingluo was utterly exhilarated. "I too possess the supreme arts, the lone 9 swords." Lin Fan calmly declared his ability. In comparison, Yi Qingcheng was equally ecstatic, exclaiming, "I also have the supreme arts. The Great Reincarnation Technique." The Great Reincarnation Technique is also a part of the supreme arts, its power rivaling that of the 9 mysteries. Once unleashed, it grants control over the forces of time, the greatest adversary of every cultivator. Wow, mine is also the supreme arts, the embrace of the mountain seal. Yi Junlin exclaimed, jumping with delight after examining his jade slip. As a disciple in training, it was a tremendous honor to be here for cultivation, and he never expected the sect leader would allow him to choose, let alone be selected for a supreme art. This joy surpassed all the happiness he had ever experienced combined. Observing her ancestor's childlike excitement, Yi Qingqing felt genuine happiness for him. When one ascends to greatness, even their kin rise alongside them. Having secured a commendable master, the family would surely prosper. She resolved to honor her master diligently in the future. With this in mind, Murong Yingluo turned her attention to the 2 ladies, Fenghua and Shuyue. As the discarded offspring of the emperor, lacking status within the sect, though they too beamed with joy at the sight of their jade slips, they remained isolated without anyone to converse with, which was rather pitiable. Therefore, Murong Yingluo took the initiative to inquire, "Ladies Fenghua and Shuyue, which divine abilities have you been chosen for?" "Princess, I too have been chosen for the supreme arts, specifically the Great Enchantment Technique, which encompasses many alluring minor abilities." "I have the Great Enchantment Technique as well, Princess." The 2 ladies, beaming with joy, did not feel awkward or displeased due to the lack of conversation, for to them, Merely leaving the depths of the palace was a significant opportunity. Moreover, being selected for the supreme arts was enough to bring them joy. Remarkably, they all possess the supreme arts. The sect is indeed powerful. Morong Ingluo mused. However, upon seeing the excitement of the two ladies, she pondered for a moment and said, "Ladies, from now on within the sect, please refrain from calling me princess. Simply call me Ingluo." "Very well then," Shuyue replied after a moment of contemplation. However, Sister Fenghua pondered deeply and inquired with a hint of confusion. "Will Ingluo still refer to us as Your Highness in the future?" Although they had already entered the sect, within the imperial court, they were bestowed the title of concubines. "Of course, we shall be addressed as such. After all, our lineage dictates it." "Very well then, esteemed junior sisters, having selected our respective cultivation methods, let us hasten to practice." With everyone satisfied with their chosen techniques, Lin Fan proceeded to organize subsequent matters. "Yes, brother." The group obediently followed Lin Fan out of the library, eager to return and commence their cultivation. Upon exiting the library, the 6 individuals divided into 2 teams. One team, the formal disciples, headed toward the main peak, while the other, the advanced disciples, settled in their corner, officially beginning their life within the sect. At the main peak, at the corner of the Grand Master's hall, with a sweeping gesture, Chen Xuan planted Lu Yu into the ground. In an instant, spiritual energy began to converge towards the charred willow tree at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 38. The mobilization of the 3 major sect vessels. A great battle approaches. The figure of Lu Yu once again emerged upon the trunk. She spread her arms wide, lifted her chest, and gazed upwards like a child, greedily absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. After taking several deep breaths, she joyfully exclaimed to Chen Xuan, "Master, the spiritual energy in this place is so abundant. I feel so comfortable. Lu Yu, this is the Piaomiao Sect. From now on, you must diligently cultivate here and strive to soon manifest a brand new form. Additionally, I shall impart to you a powerful technique known as the Lu Divine Method, which will aid you in overcoming dire circumstances and thriving continuously until you recover." With that, Chen Xuan pointed at the trunk, and a formidable technique settled within Lu Yu's mind. After absorbing the contents of the technique, Lu Yu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this method upon me." "Yes, cultivate diligently." Chen Xuan nodded before returning to the Grand Hall. Once Chen Xuan departed, Lu Yu immediately commenced her study of the Lu Divine Method. In a short while, the charred trunk began to sprout its first tender shoot. Overjoyed, she fervently absorbed the spiritual energy, and the shoot grew longer, gradually transforming into a vibrant green willow branch. Meanwhile, in the outside world, news from the 3 major super sects swiftly spread across the 9 provinces. The announcement was that the 3 super sects would unite to besiege the Piaomiao Sect. In an instant, all factions were left in awe. "Have you heard? The 3 super sects are joining forces to attack the Piaomiao Sect." What could the Piaomiao Sect have done to provoke such a coalition? It's been nearly 2 millennia since the last time the 3 super sects united. They annihilated a force that boasted several late-stage, sovereign-level powerhouses. Are you unfamiliar with the Piaomiao Sect? Let me tell you, they are formidable. Their methods are far superior to that ancient force. Remember the last secret realm? The 3 disciples of Piaomiao Sect rampaged through it, slaying tens of thousands of disciples. Wow, is that true? Who told you this? From Shiman Yuan. I heard that tomorrow, Shiman Yuan is staging a play about the 3 disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, detailing how they were intercepted by the elders of the 3 super sects upon exiting the secret realm. Seriously? Is that even plausible? That's not the most outrageous part. It said that when those 3 disciples emerged, they were confronted by the elders of the 3 super sects, and suddenly, the sect master of Piaomiao appeared, believing they were bullying his disciples. With a single slap, he killed the elders of the 3 sects. Rumor has it he demanded that the sect masters personally go to Piaomiao and bow an apology. Goodness, that's incredibly humiliating. No wonder the 3 sects are unwilling. However, killing 3 heavenly kings with a single slap seems too far-fetched. Could the Piaomiao sect master be at the sovereign level? Don't listen to his nonsense. It wasn't a single slap. It was 3 slaps to kill the 3 heavenly kings, as each one provoked him individually. Whether it was 3 slaps or 1. I was there at the scene. Same here. Dare to make a bet. Gambling. What shall we wager on? How shall we engage in this contest? Let us take the performance at the Theater of Abundance as our benchmark. The loser shall treat the victor to an overnight stay at the Theater of Abundance. Very well. Let it be so. When I emerge victorious, I shall surely indulge in the allure of the courtesan, extracting every last drop from you. In the realm of the Boundless Sect, upon the Grand Plaza, 3 warships hover in the air, brimming with core disciples, esteemed elders, and the very essence of the sect's strength. A formidable force comprising 3 entire ships, alongside the sect's profound resources, stands ready for action. The rationale for such a multitude is straightforward. Ample manpower is essential for both the plundering of resources and the pursuit of ordinary disciples. Indeed, this expedition has been irrevocably resolved to leave no remnant of the mysterious sect, employing a triadic strategy of annihilation, plunder, and incineration. Furthermore, this serves as a declaration to the world, a demonstration of the terrifying might of superlative powers, whilst conveying the message that such formidable entities are not to be trifled with, nor can they be offended by mere mortals, regardless of their royal caliber. Master, we are ready to depart. The 3 royal-level leaders bid farewell to the sect master from below the warships. They are honored elders tasked with safeguarding the mountain gate, possessing noble statuses and formidable prowess, all being titans among the royal ranks. Thus, even the sect master must extend a modicum of deference. The mysterious sect is but a trifling matter. We could easily prevail, without even utilizing our resources. The leading elder scoffed, then remarked, Sect master, you shall remain here to oversee the disciples as they clear out the storerooms, awaiting our return with the spoils. With that, the trio ascended into the air, taking their positions at the prow of their respective warships. Set sail, the elder commanded, and the 3 warships began their slow departure, heading towards the wild state. Their pace quickened, weaving through the vast expanse of the sky. At the current speed, they would reach the wild state by tomorrow at the latest. Simultaneously, at the moment of the Boundless Sect's departure, the Taiha Sect and the Flying Sky Sect also launched their 3 warships. These 3 super sects, spread across the nearby 9 states, varying distances from the wild state, would arrive at different times. Thus, prior to their departure, an agreement was made. The 3 super sects, totaling 9 warships, would converge in the wild state before simultaneously advancing towards the mysterious sect. As this news spread, a wave of astonishment swept over the surrounding 9 states. Extra! The warships of the 3 super sects have all set sail. They will rendezvous in the wild state. So soon? Quick! Let us also depart, and see if we can seize any opportunities. After the great battle, there will surely be significant spoils. By my command, the entire sect shall mobilize to seize these opportunities. Is war finally upon us? It has been ages since I witnessed a struggle between such formidable forces. I must not miss this chance to observe the might of the super sects, the long-awaited royal-level conflict. If I can witness it, it shall undoubtedly provide immense insight into my own ascension to the royal level. I hope to arrive in time. Was that just now the battle vessel of the super sect? How imposing! Once this battle concludes, I am resolute in my desire to join the super sect, even if it means serving as a mere errand disciple. As the news spreads, cultivators from the surrounding 9 provinces are stirring. All those who can make it are now hastening towards the mysterious sect. Among them are sect forces, powerful independent cultivators, spectators, learners, and countless others. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium grand conflict. It is certain that there will be a royal-level battle. To witness such a confrontation would be immensely beneficial for the future of any cultivator. Thus, no one wishes to miss out on such an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Murong dynasty of the Wild State, upon receiving the news of the 3 major super sects campaign against the mysterious sect, Murong Fubo was astounded. Shortly after Chen Xuan and the others departed, he became aware of the events unfolding within the secret realm and had anticipated that the mysterious sect might encounter conflicts with the 3 major super sects. However, he never imagined that it would escalate into a sect war. Moreover, it is a coalition of the 3 sects. The united front of the 3 major super sects is formidable. Even if the sect leader is a sage, it is unlikely they would fare well. Yet, as a vassal force, should he lend his support? In that moment, Murong Fubo found himself engulfed in a dilemma. Chapter 39. If one goes, one does not return. Should I choose to offer support, I would inevitably be a mere pawn in this conflict. Yet, if I refrained from intervening, it would undermine the very essence of my role as a vassal. Moreover, I would undoubtedly be branded as disloyal, having only recently become a vassal. To remain inactive while my lord faces peril would provide ample fodder for gossip. With this thought weighing heavily on him, he dared not delay and sought the counsel of the venerable ancestor Zhantian. At this moment, Morong Zhantian had just returned from quelling the disturbances in the north. Upon hearing the news concerning Morong Fubo, he resolutely made a decision. Assistance is imperative. As a vassal force, how could I stand idly by while my lord is ensnared in danger? Furthermore, the Lord has treated me with great benevolence, granting me a physical form. Such kindness is beyond measure. Immediately summon all the formidable warriors of the spirit condensation realm to accompany me in aiding our Lord. Oh, and I shall leave a few to safeguard our home. With the Northern King vanquished, 3 spirit condensation warriors should suffice, correct? At last, Morong Zhantian posed a question that left Morong Fubo momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, 3 warriors of the spirit condensation realm would indeed suffice to protect the royal lineage. Even if the ancestor and others were to perish, the royal family could still endure and thrive anew. Resolutely, he nodded, declaring, "That will be sufficient. I shall make arrangements immediately. We must act with haste. The super sect's warships are swift, or I fear we may arrive too late." Thus, Morong Fubo promptly set about organizing the necessary arrangements. In no time, he gathered 9 formidable warriors of the spirit condensation realm, setting off urgently with ancestor Morong Zhantian towards the mysterious Cloud Sect. Meanwhile, the Yi family in the desolate state of Huangzhou received alarming tidings regarding the advance of 3 superpowers, dispatching 9 warships to besiege the mysterious Cloud Sect. Upon receiving this news, Yi Chongqing was filled with urgency and, at once, resolved to extend support to the mysterious Cloud Sect. Although the strongest among them, Yi Junlin, had only attained the late stage of sky control, loyalty necessitated unwavering aid. Even through trials of fire and sword, they would give their all, especially since both his daughter and the ancestor were cultivating within the sect. Assisting the sect was tantamount to aiding oneself. In a fervent rush, Yi Chongqing summoned the family's strongest members to converge. He entrusted 4 early-stage sky control members to safeguard the family, ensuring the protection of their young. As for the other sky control warriors and all spirit sea cultivators, he decided to bring them all along. Admittedly, facing superpowers, the spirit sea realm seemed feeble. Yet, who says the weak cannot demonstrate loyalty? They sought to convey to the world that passion knows no bounds. Even the weak dare to defy fate. Within the family's martial arena, all were prepared for departure. Yi Chongqing, accompanied by nearly 100 family members, bid farewell to the 4 selected elders. Esteemed elders, after our departure, the family shall be entrusted to your care. Though these 4 elders were not the most powerful, they were unanimously the eldest, brimming with life experience. Patriarch, do you truly intend to take all the family's strong members with you? Will you not leave a few behind? As they gazed upon the nearly 100 warriors ready for battle, the elders' eyes were filled with reluctance. No more shall remain. The family is secure in your hands. Each additional warrior I take with me increases our hope for victory, Yi Chongqing declared with unwavering resolve. However, what if they never return? The 4 elders remaining behind were still filled with concern. After all, should any mishap occur, they feared they would not be able to uphold the family's heavy responsibilities. Never return? Upon hearing the elders' apprehensions, Yi Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, and then he could not help but cast a glance at the clan members around him, who were poised for departure. From their faces, Yi Chongqing discerned resoluteness, tenacity, determination, and fervor, yet not a hint of cowardice. A wave of satisfaction washed over him, and he smiled proudly as he declared, "If we must never return, then so be it." With that, he resolutely turned and took the lead in taking flight. Let us depart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At Yi Chongqing's command, nearly 100 clan members soared into the skies, heading straight for the Misty Sect. However, most of this group were at the Spirit Sea realm, relying solely on their swordsmanship to fly. Yet this did not diminish their unwavering resolve to follow their leader. As the Yi clan members took to the air, the outside world erupted in chaos, particularly among families that were not on good terms with the Yi clan. Upon witnessing nearly 100 Yi clan cultivators soaring above, they began to speculate. What on earth is the Yi clan up to? What could they possibly be planning with such a large contingent? Are they preparing for war? That seems implausible. Their ancestor is currently at the Misty Sect. Not even at home. Have you heard? The Yi clan is heading to support the Misty Sect. They have taken all their strongest members. What? The Yi clan is going to support the Misty Sect? Are they courting death? Huh. The Yi clan shall surely perish this time. Summon the clan's strongest members back immediately. At the same time, send someone to the Misty Sect to keep watch. The moment a Yi clan member falls, we shall launch an assault on the Yi clan and seize their spiritual fields and resources. In an instant, several surrounding families sharpened their gazes upon the Yi clan. Within the Misty Sect, all was serene. The disciples were utterly unaware of the happenings in the outside world. In fact, the battleships of the three major sects had already entered the territory of the wilderness state early that morning, but the disciples of the Misty Sect were oblivious to this. Since their return yesterday, no one had ventured outside the sect, and having acquired profound techniques, they had been practicing tirelessly through the night, leaving no time for even a moment's rest, let alone news from beyond the sect's walls. That morning, as dawn broke, Fenghua and Shuyue, under the guidance of Yi Junlin, each wielded a broom and made their way towards the main gate to commence their diligent work on their first day at the sect. Although the sect did not mandate that disciples perform chores, the two young women, being new arrivals, felt compelled to follow suit upon witnessing Yi Junlin laboring. After all, whether at home or later in the royal palace, they had always adhered to the rules and never dared to overstep their bounds. Thus, upon seeing Yi Junlin working, they requested to join him in sweeping. After all, it would be one thing if the sect had no regulations regarding the advanced disciples. But should there exist any similar rules that they fail to observe, it could very well provoke the displeasure of the sect leader or the elders in this regard, potentially resulting in their expulsion from the mountain. Although they had only been here for a mere day and a half, they harbored no desire to leave. Not to mention that the night of cultivation had allowed both of them to break through to the spirit sea realm. The very environment of the sect and the unrestrained lifestyle made them reluctant to depart. They would not only gladly sweep the entrance, but they would also willingly serve the sect leader as attendants if required. Sister, this broom is far too rudimentary. Let us purchase a few better ones the next time we descend the mountain. No need to buy. Once we finish our tasks and have some time, we can refine the brooms ourselves. Indeed, the two followed Yi Junlin, swaying gently as they made their way towards the entrance. It was not their intention to walk in such a manner. Rather, years of adherence to customs and their natural disposition made them feel that this way of walking was the most comfortable. Before long, the trio arrived at the grand entrance, chatting and laughing. However, upon raising their gazes to behold the scenery beyond the gates, they were instantly taken aback by the sights that lay outside the sect. Chapter 40. The mysterious Piaomiao Sect, a gathering of thousands at this moment, outside the mountain gate. The area was teeming with cultivators, densely packed on the mountaintop, perched on branches, and scattered across the flat ground. As the three figures emerged, tens of thousands of eyes immediately turned toward them in unison. Good heavens! Why are there so many people today? Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, quite startled. The two young women behind him were equally astonished, trailing silently behind the elder, afraid to utter a word. An elderly man flanked by two maidens appeared to be nothing more than menial workers sweeping the mountain gate. Outside the sect, whispers began to circulate. Is it truly the Piaomiao Sect that has sent only an old man and two young girls to guard the entrance? How pitiful. Those two maidens are quite lovely. Just look at how they sway. TSK. I wonder if they LL survive after the battle. It would be fortunate to take advantage of them if they do. Hush. Speak softly. The sect leader of the Piaomiao Sect is a formidable power of the royal level. Those who gossip about the sect here should tread carefully. Why is the Piaomiao Sect so quiet? Considering the time, the three major sect ships must have completed their rendezvous after a night of flight. Are they not preparing for battle? Does the Piaomiao Sect possess such confidence? Even as war looms, they still concern themselves with menial tasks? Confidence indeed. I seriously suspect the strength of the Piaomiao Sect is greatly exaggerated. I have been here since before dawn, and not a single disciple has entered or exited the sect. Perhaps they are entirely unaware that the enemy is upon them. That is indeed a possibility. I arrived before dawn as well, and I have yet to see anyone coming or going. By the way, just how many disciples does the Piaomiao Sect actually have? It should not be this quiet. However, The spiritual energy here is remarkably abundant, perfect for another round of cultivation. The crowd watched Yi the elder and the two maidens, murmuring amongst themselves. Yet, none dared to approach or raise their voices. Though some may look down upon the Piaomiao Sect, it is a fact that their sect leader can easily dispatch a heavenly king with a single strike. Otherwise, the three major sects would not have united to launch an assault. Thus, even those who disdained the sect only dared to whisper, "Elder Yi, shall we continue sweeping?" The two young women, Fenghua and Shiyue, spoke in hushed tones behind Yi Junlin, their voices tinged with urgency. Clearly, they had never encountered such a scene before and felt a bit overwhelmed. Yi Junlin, while not entirely accustomed to such grandeur, drew upon his life experience to maintain composure. Well aware of the importance of not appearing timid, "Continue sweeping. Do not panic. Our sect has a strong background. Despite their numbers, they cannot provoke us." With that, he took the lead in resuming the sweeping. Seeing this, the two young women felt considerably reassured and joined him in the task. However, due to their lower cultivation levels, their focus remained solely on the sweeping, with no thought of eavesdropping on the discussions of the cultivators. Yi Junlin, on the other hand, was quite different. As a seasoned veteran who has lived for over 2 centuries, he swept the floor while eavesdropping on the conversation of the cultivators outside. Soon, he learned about the joint assault on the mysterious sect by the 3 great supersections. Instantly, a tremor coursed through Yi Junlin's heart, and his legs felt weak. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain composure and diligently cleaned the last corner. Observing this, the onlookers expressed their admiration. At that moment, a figure resembling a cultivator, from a distance, clasped his hands in salute and cautioned, "Senior, the 3 great super sects, Wuji Sect, Taihe Sect, and Feitian Sect, are approaching your sect to initiate a sect war. Please be informed." As these words were uttered, the murmurs around them ceased immediately, all eager to discern how the old man would respond. Did the mysterious sect possess knowledge of this impending threat or not? Seeing this, Yi Junlin could only feign an air of tranquility, mustering the courage to clasp his hands in response. "Thank you for the information, fellow cultivator. I am no senior, merely a lowly servant sweeping the floors within the sect. As for what you mentioned, our sect leader has long been aware of it. The trifling matter of 3 sects is hardly worth mentioning." Boom. At the proclamation, the entire venue reverberated in shock. "What? You dare to refer to the 3 super sects as insignificant? These are super sects, entities that all cultivators look up to. Is the mysterious sect truly so confident?" Moreover, such words came from the mouth of a mere servant. In an instant, the crowd was bewildered, astonished by Yi Junlin's declaration, secretly pondering the veracity of his words. However, at that moment, another individual could not restrain himself and clasped his hands, stating, "Senior, it is said that the 3 sects are bringing 9 warships, filled with powerful warriors. Among them, there are 9 royal-level cultivators." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively held their breath, looking on with anticipation. Yi Junlin's heart quaked anew. 9 royal-level cultivators. Goodness, have royal-level cultivators become as common as cabbage, arriving in such numbers? However, with the sect elders either in seclusion or journeying afar, would there be time to summon them? Contemplating this, Yi Junlin grew even more anxious. Although he firmly believed in the sect leader's words, that the sect strong were in seclusion or wandering, 9 royal-level cultivators were a formidable threat. Even with ample strength within the sect, failing to prepare ahead of time could spell disaster. He resolved to inform the sect leader immediately, urging the elders in seclusion to awaken and prepare for battle. Thus, Yi Junlin steeled himself again, saying with a chuckle, "Our sect possesses countless cultivators in seclusion. A mere 9 royal-level cultivators are hardly a cause for concern." Boom. With this declaration, the crowd gasped once more, struggling to comprehend the might of the mysterious sect. Such nonchalance towards potential threats. In the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, Yi Junlin finally completed his sweeping and approached Huanggu, quietly advising, "Let us return." Yes, Huanggu, already shaken by the alarming dialogue, felt her heart racing. With Yi Junlin's prompt, she quickly grasped her broom and followed closely behind him into the sect. Throughout the entire process, from an external perspective, there was not a trace of chaos. This has further fueled their suspicions regarding the true strength of the mysterious sect. However, they remain unaware that once Yi Junlin and the others entered the sect, Their previously unhurried pace transformed into a frantic dash, all in perfect unison towards the main peak. Especially Fenghua and Shuiyu, whose faces turned ashen. As daughters of the court, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of defeat, being treated as mere playthings. Subjected to ruthless slaughter was an all too common fate. Alert the sect master. Immediately informed the sect master. The two anxiously lifted their skirts, hastening to follow closely behind Yi Junlin. Sect master. Sect master. A grave situation has arisen. The trio rushed to the main peak, calling out at the entrance of the grand hall. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xuan was absent from within. Failing to locate the sect master, they hurriedly exited, only to encounter the startled trio of the mysterious sect. Elder, what is the matter that has you so flustered? What has transpired, your highnesses? Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo emerged from their quarters, approaching with puzzled expressions. Qingqing, have you seen the sect master? We are facing a calamity. Ingluo, war is imminent. There are tens of thousands of cultivators outside. It is rumored that the three major super sects are preparing to launch an assault. Chapter 41. Summoning the three great elder emperors, one of whom can shake the ancient wilderness. The three individuals chattered enthusiastically, sharing tales from beyond the sect. Their animated discussions even roused Lu Yu, who had been peacefully slumbering in a tree. With a curious demeanor, she emerged from the branches and stood beside Lin Fan, eager to listen to the explanations of the gathered crowd. Once the trio had recounted all they had witnessed outside the sect, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone. The three major super sects were joining forces to attack us? They had already encroached upon the territory of the ancient state? In an instant, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. Has anyone seen the sect leader? Quickly report to the sect leader. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. Yi Junlin urged anxiously. I saw my master heading toward the battle square. I will inform him at once. Lin Fan declared, swiftly turning to make his way toward the arena. The women, too anxious to linger, followed closely in his footsteps. We shall go as well. The group set forth with great determination, accompanied by a translucent spirit trailing behind them. However, after only a few steps, they encountered the serene figure of Chen Xuan approaching. What is the cause of such haste? Chen Xuan inquired calmly as he strolled inward, seemingly unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Seeing his composed demeanor, the crowd became increasingly frantic, glancing towards Yi Junlin for guidance. Yi Junlin promptly relayed everything he had seen and heard. After listening, Chen Xuan shook his head dismissively, offering a lesson. Such trivial matters, I have long been aware. Merely three insignificant sects, there is no need for alarm. Insignificant sects? You dare refer to the three major superpowers as such? The group was taken aback, incredulity etched on their faces. While their master exuded confidence, such arrogance seemed unwarranted. These were three super sects, after all, established over thousands of years, with profound heritage. In that moment, both Fenghua Shuyue Yi Junlin and Murong Ingluo regarded him with deep skepticism. Even Lin Fan, the eldest disciple, found his master's certainty a bit excessive. Only Yi Qingqing and Lu Yu remained unwavering in their faith in Chen Xuan's words. One hailed from a millennium hence, well-versed in the mysteries of the sect, while the other, a tree spirit, remained blissfully ignorant of the true nature of supersections. In light of this, Lin Fan clasped his fists and addressed his master. Master, how shall we respond? Simply, have I not mentioned that the sect elders are either in seclusion or wandering the world? Since conflict is at hand, I shall awaken a few elders. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. He then silently instructed in his mind. System, utilize 3 non-combinable Emperor-summoning cards. Ding. Usage successful. The Emperor entities are currently being summoned. Ding. Please assign identities for the 3 summoned powerhouses to facilitate their swift integration into the sect. Let us designate them as inner sect elders. Chen Xuan contemplated, a plan forming in his mind. After all, it was quite reasonable for an emperor to hold the position of an inner sect elder. Once summoned, they could serve as guardians of the mountain. Additionally, just a casual remark, Chen Xuan currently harbors no intention of summoning celestial beings. Although he possesses a summoning card for such entities, the experiences of Lu Yu have instilled in him a sense of caution. Should he inadvertently call forth a celestial being, the aura of divinity might attract the Dark Sovereign, which would spell trouble. Thus, He plans to accumulate several summoning cards and invoke them simultaneously. By doing so, even if a dark sovereign were drawn forth, he would not be unduly alarmed. Presently, he holds 3 Emperor-class summoning cards, which he cannot merge. Hence, it is the perfect opportunity to summon them to assist him in various tasks. Furthermore, having subordinates at his disposal would prove advantageous for future endeavors. Ding! The identity inscription was successful. Congratulations to the host for summoning 3 Emperor-level powerhouses. They are en route. Please be patient. As the announcement concluded, 3 translucent figures of middle-aged men materialized in a corner of the sect. Initially, their forms were ethereal, gazing at one another with muddled expressions, seemingly devoid of understanding. However, as their bodies solidified, their expressions began to sharpen in clarity. Once fully formed, the 3 recognized each other, nodded in acknowledgement, and soared towards the main peak, landing before the gathered crowd in an instant. Upon seeing Chen Xuan amidst the throng, the 3 Emperor-level elders wasted no time and knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in respect, proclaiming, "Subordinate Lu Tsang, Subordinate Lu Hai, Subordinate Lu Xiao, we pay our respects to the sect master." Boom! The sight of their kneeling elicited a stir among the disciples. Is this what the elders of the sect look like? Their presence is formidable. They seem impenetrable, much like our master. Yet, they do not appear overly aged. What could their cultivation level be? Only 3 have emerged. Is that not a bit scant? Speculations ran rampant among the crowd. Chen Xuan raised his hand slightly, instructing, "Rise." Afterward, he waved his hand grandly, and instantly, a colossal 100-meter-long dragon appeared upon the ground. Beside the dragon stood an abundance of Daoan lightning tea leaves, reaching half the height of a person. Chen Xuan gestured towards the dragon and the tea leaves, commanding, "Prepare this dragon for the guests. It shall serve as our hospitality." Yes. The 3 men respectfully rose and, with a grand gesture, began to attend to the dragon. Observing this, Lin Fan could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Master, have only 3 elders emerged from seclusion? Might that be insufficient? I heard that the 3 major super sects have sent 9 at the glorious level, along with their sect's resources." "Indeed, master. With the impending battle, will we have guests arriving? Are they coming to assist us?" Yi Qingcheng also questioned with intrigue. In response, Chen Xuan offered a tranquil smile and first addressed Lin Fan's concerns. "Disciple, the 3 elders I have awakened, each possesses the power to shake the ancient continent. Let alone the 3 major super sects. Even if the 3 sacred grounds were to unite, our sect would not be intimidated. Today, you shall witness the true strength of our sect, sparing you the embarrassment of timidity in the future." Could it be that a mere individual could command such authority over the vast ancient continent? The 3 great holy lands do not even merit consideration? Good heavens! The confidence of my master is truly formidable. Are those 3 elders truly so fearsome? In an instant, all disciples were filled with longing as they absorbed Chen Xuan's words, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of embarrassment at their own astonishment. Yet, they were genuinely unaware of the sect's immense power, one that could disregard even the holy lands. They had thought that the situation would at most be one of equal strength, where none would fear the other. With this realization, the disciples felt a sense of shame and promptly clasped their fists in acknowledgement, exclaiming, "Yes, we understand, master." Furthermore, regarding the guests mentioned by our esteemed teacher, they are indeed here to assist us. Although their help may not be required, their journey from afar speaks volumes of their unwavering loyalty, and they deserve to be treated with hospitality. Let us proceed. The guests shall arrive shortly. Together, we shall assist in preparing the meat." Chen Xuan smiled gently and turned to Feng Waguiyu, saying, "You 2 should go to the peach garden and gather some peaches. We shall prepare a fruit platter for dessert. Remember to select the ripe ones." Yes. The 2 women quickly bowed and made their way to the peach garden. They were more than willing to heed the sect master's request, even eager to do so, especially since they had learned just yesterday that consuming a single peach could extend one's life by 1,000 years. Perhaps today, they too might be fortunate enough to savor one. After all, there were not many individuals in the sect, and the sect master, being upright and kind-hearted, would surely not allow them to merely watch longingly. In no time, the Piaomiao Sect became bustling with activity. Chen Xuan led the disciples to the edge of the cliff, setting up pots and kindling. The 3 elders busily handled the dragon, thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, causing all disciples to salivate in anticipation. They were entirely unconcerned about the external battleships. However, while they were untroubled, others were deeply worried. Outside the sect, in the skies, Yi Changsheng and others, after a day and a half of flight, were utterly exhausted, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, not daring to stop. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation levels were already on the brink of physical collapse, gritting their teeth just to keep pace with the group ahead. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Support. The Encounter of the Two Clans Chieftain. Perhaps we should take a brief respite. Our kin have been flying tirelessly for a day and a half. A venerable elder, skilled in aerial navigation, could not suppress his plea as he gazed upon the fatigued members of the clan. Fourth elder, we are nearly there, and time is of the essence. Yi Changxing felt a pang of sympathy, but resolutely urged his kin onward. He pointed towards the distant horizon, where a range of majestic mountains loomed, exclaiming, "My dear kin, let us hold steadfast. The peaks ahead signify the Piaomiao Sect. We shall arrive shortly." Upon hearing their chieftain's rallying cry, the gathered clansfolk looked up towards the mountains and, amidst the haze, discerned the outline of the sect nestled within the range. In an instant, a renewed vigor surged through them, and they resumed their flight with unwavering determination. "Master, we are fine. Let us hasten our pace," came a chorus of voices. "Indeed, Master, we are nearly there. We cannot falter at the gates of the sect." Soon, requests for increased speed echoed among the ranks. Yi Changxing felt a swell of pride and nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us quicken our pace." Without hesitation, he lifted the weakest among them onto his back and pressed onward. Observing this selfless act, other adept cultivators followed suit, carrying those who were weary. In that moment, the clansfolk were deeply moved, and their hearts swelled with fervor, prompting them to chant a rallying cry. "Defend the sect. We shall not retreat." Their voices harmonized, resounding through the heavens, and their speed surged as they approached the sect's entrance. However, upon arrival, they found the gates already besieged by thousands of cultivators. The sight of the sudden influx of 100 individuals sparked confusion among the gathered practitioners. Yi Changxing paid them no heed, undeterred, as he and his kin approached the sect's grand formation and struck its gates. Moments later, the formation parted, granting them passage. "What is this? Are these individuals disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, returning upon learning of its peril?" murmured one. "They do not seem like it. They appear to be from the Yi family." "Huh. I have heard that the Yi family has become vassals to the Piaomiao Sect. It seems they have come to offer assistance," remarked another. "A handful of adept cultivators and a cluster of spiritual sea practitioners to provide support? Surely, they are not here to engage in battle." The notion of their support quickly spread across the mountain peaks, leaving the practitioners at a loss for words. Just then, an unexpected voice broke the silence, prompting everyone to raise their gaze towards the horizon once more. More are coming. As they looked up, another small contingent emerged into view, though this group was far fewer in number, merely a handful of 10. Yet, their presence exuded an aura far more formidable than the previous 100. "Consolidation Realm. They are all of the Consolidation Realm," exclaimed one in astonishment. Could this group also be here to lend their support? They seem to be from the Murong dynasty of the... Has the Murong dynasty also become a vassal? In earlier years, did they not proclaim that no one would be a vassal? A team at the level, it appears, is predominantly composed of mid-tier cultivators. If these individuals were to strike simultaneously, they could undoubtedly crush any ordinary hegemonic force. However, this time, they are confronted by the three great superpowers. These is simply insufficient. Indeed, while they may dominate a region in ordinary circumstances, before the super sects, they remain inconsequential. Wait, the leader appears to be at the level. Gasp. What? That elder is a... Goodness. At last, I behold a genuine powerhouse. Yet, one seems rather inadequate, does it not? That represents true strength. Even within a super sect, one could easily attain the status of elder. If they were to join a hegemonic force, they would surely be venerated throughout the entire sect. Alas, he ought not to be here. Indeed, while he is formidable, being the pinnacle among hegemons, it is still too feeble when faced with superpowers. The crowd watched as the Murong dynasty's team engaged in animated discussions. Although this seems unattainable to them, it is still trivial in the presence of super sects. At this moment, Morong Zhantian and his companions descended at the entrance. However, this time, before he could strike the great formation, it opened a breach, allowing them entry. Let us proceed. Morong Zhantian led the way, accompanied by 9, resolutely entering the sect. In an instant, the onlookers expressed their admiration, increasingly eager for the arrival of the 3 super sects. When will the 3 great super sects arrive? I can scarcely contain my anticipation. It should be soon. I just received a message indicating they will arrive in a few hours. I wonder what powerful figures the Piaomiao Sect will dispatch for their first battle. Respond. They may well surrender outright. Or perhaps they have already fled in secret. After waiting so long to see but one, how could they possibly withstand the 3 great superpowers? That is true. Is there anyone willing to wager, to speculate whether the Piaomiao Sect will flee or resist tenaciously? I am from the Treasure Pavilion, honest to all. From the Treasure Pavilion? How do we wager? Those betting on the Piaomiao Sect's flight will receive even odds. Those predicting a resolute defense lasting over an hour will also receive even odds. A wager on the Piaomiao Sect's victory will yield odds of 100 to 1. A bet on their defeat will offer odds of 0.1. A wager on a final stalemate will grant odds of 50 to 1. Will you participate? The odds seem a bit low. I shall wager 500 spirit stones on the Piaomiao Sect having fled. I wager 3,000 spirit stones on the Piaomiao Sect resisting for an hour. I stake 300 pounds of divine essence on the Piaomiao Sect emerging victorious. Suddenly, a youth produced 300 pounds of divine essence. The surrounding individuals immediately turned their gazes toward him. Some even recognized his identity, promptly mocking him. Han Pao Pao, you have come as well. It seems you have amassed quite a bit of divine essence lately. Be wary of losing it all. Haha. Winning or losing holds little consequence. But should victory be attained, 300 pounds of divine essence would instantly transform into 30,000. Han Pao Pao regarded it with indifference, a smile gracing his lips as he entrusted the divine essence to the individual from the Treasure Pavilion. The attendant from the pavilion chuckled slyly, promptly producing a token for him to affix his signature. Simultaneously, at various mountain peaks, the crowds commenced their speculations. Outside the Piaomiao Sect, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. There was even an individual who set up a makeshift stall, peddling wares. Behold the exquisite spiritual swords, freshly unearthed, the finest quality. Alongside them were fragmented crystal stones and superior crafting materials for refining spiritual artifacts. Passers-by were urged not to miss this opportunity. As the outer world engaged in their betting, within the Piaomiao Sect, the members of the Yi family were awestruck upon their arrival, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the sect's environment. In an instant, their fatigue dissipated. For the first time, they truly felt the immense strength of the upper sect, excitedly following their patriarch toward the main peak. At that moment, Morong Zhantian and his companions also arrived, closely trailing behind. As they absorbed the abundant spiritual energy permeating the surroundings, a wave of regret washed over him. He lamented allowing Feng Wagweyu to pursue advancement instead of embarking on the journey himself. This environment, this spiritual essence, this aura of the Tao. A day of cultivation here equates to months in the outside world. Furthermore, comprehension of the Tao cannot merely be attained through cultivation alone. If he were to cultivate here, he would undoubtedly ascend to the imperial realm. The Piaomiao Sect indeed boasts formidable strength. Contemplating this, Morong Zhantian developed a clear understanding of the sect. The powerful individuals accompanying him were filled with reverence, walking respectfully beside him, hesitant to casually extend their divine sense for probing. After all, such a celestial realm must surely be guarded by unparalleled powerhouses. Ancestor, there are individuals ahead. Suddenly, one of the subordinates trailing behind spotted members of the Yi family ascending the path and quickly whispered a warning. Chapter 43. This is not a peach, but a sacred medicine. Could they be disciples of the upper sect? Observing the gathering of the Yi clan ahead, Morong Zhantian paused momentarily before hastily pursuing them, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect as he inquired, "Esteemed friends, may I ask if you are disciples of the Piaomiao Sect? I am a member of the Morong royal family, a vassal force of the Piaomiao Sect, here to offer support. Where shall we rendezvous?" Despite being here to assist, they dared not exhibit even the slightest arrogance. The young clan member, taken aback by the question, turned to glance at Yi Changsheng, who was leading the way. Upon realizing that the other party was also a vassal force, Yi Changsheng quickly assessed him and, recognizing the depth of his cultivation, returned the gesture with politeness, saying, I too belong to a vassal family of the Piaomiao Sect. I am Yi Changsheng. The main peak is ahead. You will meet the sect master there. So, they are colleagues. It is a pleasure to finally meet. Upon hearing that they were also a vassal force, Morong Zhantian did not let his guard down. He smiled amicably and suggested, Yi Dao friend, since we are both under the Piaomiao Sect, why not proceed together? Certainly. Please. Yi Changsheng replied, clasping his fists. And they walked side by side towards the main peak. Before long, both parties ascended the numerous steps to reach the summit. However, upon witnessing the scene at the cliff's edge, Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian were utterly dumbfounded. For there, Chen Xuan was preparing meat with a group of disciples. Yes, they were indeed cooking meat. With the imminent battle approaching, they were engaged in such a mundane activity. In an instant, those who came to offer support began to doubt whether they had arrived at the wrong sect. Even Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian questioned whether this was an illusion. Yet, just as they stood bewildered, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly broke through their stupor. Since you have arrived, come over. Why are you standing there? His voice echoed softly. Yi Qingsheng, Morong Yingluo, Yi Junlin, Lin Fan, Feng Hua, and Xu Yue all turned to look at Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian, greeting them warmly upon recognizing their kin. Father, the guest the master spoke of are you? Come quickly. Ancestor, you have come as well? Uncle Yi, Changsheng, Yi Changsheng, Morong Zhantian, the clansmen. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the harmonious scene before them with the impending battle. Moreover, it appeared they had not made a mistake nor entered an illusion. The sect master was indeed real, as were their young lady, the princess, and the ancestor. Even those two lovely maidens, with sleeves rolled up and long sashes accentuating their figures, were undeniably real. In that instant, Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian quickly gathered their wits and hastened forward. Upon approaching a closer distance, they first bowed respectfully to Chen Xuan. We pay our respects to the sect master. Thank you for your efforts in coming from afar. Please allow your people to relax and rest in place. Have some fruit to tide you over. We will commence the meal shortly. Chen Xuan nodded, poured 2 cups of tea, and gestured for him to proceed. Master Xia. Upon seeing the teacup before him, Yi Changsheng clasped his fists and, without a moment's hesitation, recognized the presence of the enlightenment tea within. He waved at his clansmen, instructing them to rest in place, and then directly seated himself, tilting the cup to his lips with eagerness. After finishing, he promptly returned the cup with a beaming smile, offering his apologies to the master. Chen Xuan raised his hand, refilling his cup, which Yi Changsheng consumed in one go once more. This spectacle left Morong Zhantian beside him in a state of astonishment, utterly bewildered. How could one drink a mere cup of tea with such urgency? It was as if he had never tasted fine tea before. Morong Zhantian shook his head discreetly, considering Yi Changsheng's demeanor quite unbecoming of a clan leader. Retracting his gaze, Morong Zhantian also bowed respectfully to Chen Xuan, adopting an air of worldly sophistication, unhurried as he took his seat. Gradually, he reached for the teacup. However, as he drew closer, the 2 leaves floating within suddenly caught his eye. In an instant, his pupils reflexively dilated. Enlightenment tea. His face was a canvas of disbelief as he lifted his gaze to Yi Changsheng. At that moment, Yi Changsheng had already consumed 3 cups, and upon meeting his gaze, he immediately broke into a cheerful grin. In that instant, Morong Zhantian comprehended why Yi Changsheng had so little regard for his demeanor. This was, indeed, enlightenment tea. No wonder he was so unconcerned about appearances. It seemed one could indulge further. Realizing this, a wave of intense regret washed over Morong Zhantian. He lamented his pretense of sophistication, having overlooked the presence of the enlightenment tea. How foolish. The master was a sage. The tea he offered must surely be exceptional. This was a realization he should have had long ago. Feeling a pang of regret, he lifted the teacup to his lips without a moment's delay, determined to make up for the cups he had missed. After finishing, he mimicked Yi Changsheng's mannerisms, raising the cup with flourish and offering a smile to Chen Xuan. However, the moment he smiled, the wrinkles on his face contorted into an expression reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Chen Xuan observed the 2, recognizing their lack of worldly experience, yet chose not to comment further. After all, their willingness to come to support him spoke volumes of their loyalty. He continued to pour tea for Morong Zhantian. In no time, it appeared as though the two were in a contest, refilling their cups and immediately drinking without pause. Their clansmen and subordinates looked on in bewilderment, questioning whether their esteemed leaders were indeed real. What was happening? The clan leader was acting far too recklessly before the master. Was that truly the ancestor? Was the master St. truly so exquisite? They suddenly felt embarrassed for having accompanied them, praying that the ancestor would cease drinking. Although their royal lineage could not compare to the sect, they were still a dominant dynasty, accustomed to grandeur. Yet, they could feel the eyes of the Yi family upon them, and the sense of embarrassment was overwhelming. Patriarch, perhaps it would be wise to abstain from drinking. The formidable members of the Murong dynasty are observing you. Although our clan may be modest in size, we are certainly not impoverished to the extent that we cannot afford tea. How utterly humiliating. In that moment, the cultivators accompanying both parties felt an acute sense of embarrassment, lowering their heads and discreetly fidgeting with their toes. However, at that juncture, the two young ladies responsible for serving the fruit platter, Fenghua and Shuiyu, approached the assemblage of cultivators, presenting a generous platter with a gentle tone. This is a gift from the sect leader. Each person is entitled to 2 pieces, so please refrain from rushing. After placing the platter down, the two gracefully turned and departed. Yet, neither faction dared to gaze too long. Although the ladies were undeniably beautiful and possessed an enchanting sway, they were representatives of the sect, and such reverence forbade any impropriety. Consequently, the crowd forcibly redirected their gaze towards the ample fruit platter before them, silently critiquing the situation in an effort to distract themselves. How is it that the sect, with such an exquisite environment, offers only peaches? It would have been better not to extend an invitation at all, leaving us with a glimmer of hope. One voice echoed, 2 pieces each. Has the sect truly fallen to such depths of destitution? Ultimately, despite their reluctance, the presence of the sect's members compelled the assembly to take a piece. Thoughts varied among the crowd, yet in an orderly fashion, each individual selected 2 pieces of the flat peaches. However, it was not long before someone could no longer contain their astonishment. By the heavens, this is not merely a peach. It is a sacred herb. Gasp. It truly is a sacred herb. After just one bite, I can feel my lifespan extending by 30 years. Chapter 44. One family, one individual. The 3 elders of the ethereal sect unite in action. Boom. As 2 individuals who had partaken of the peaches gasped in astonishment, a tremor rippled through the crowd, prompting everyone to glance at the peaches in their hands. Those who had previously overlooked them now realized, upon closer inspection, that the peaches were imbued with an immense vitality. Could this truly be a sacred elixir? Such a powerful life force. Heavens! This is indeed a sacred medicine, identical to the descriptions found in ancient texts. Astonishing. The sect is treating us to sacred medicine as though it were mere fruit. My goodness, this is a treasure coveted even by sages. A single bite could extend one's life by 30 years. These 2 peaches could easily grant a lifespan of over 100 years. In an instant, the members of the Yi family and the Murong dynasty were all astounded, casting eager glances towards their respective patriarchs. They quickly spotted their clan leaders and ancestors, each holding a peach and indulging in it voraciously, utterly unconcerned with their image. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers wasted no time, eagerly stuffing the fruit into their mouths, performing a spectacle of 3 bites per peach. The sounds of swallowing and delighted exclamations filled the air. The Yi family members were relatively unfazed, as they were accustomed to such grand affairs and did not place much importance on appearances. However, the visitors from the Murong dynasty, all formidable figures in their own right, wielded considerable influence within their realm. Yet, at this moment, they too devoured the peaches with reckless abandon, disregarding their decorum. But who could blame them? After all, this was sacred medicine. A single bite could extend their lives by 30 years. Even those at the spirit condensation realm possessed a mere 300 to 400 years of lifespan. 30 years was an invaluable treasure to them. It could very well propel them towards a breakthrough to the king realm. Before long, the peaches were consumed, and everyone found their lifespans extended by over 200 years. The exhilaration was beyond words. Some even bowed their heads, staring at their feet, leading the uninformed to believe they were in deep contemplation. However, keen observers quickly discerned that these individuals were merely searching for fallen peach skins. Upon spotting a piece that had dropped, they instinctively rushed to retrieve it and pop it into their mouths. As for their dignity, they had no intention of preserving it. Thus, the crowd began to bend down in search of peach skins. In a short while, the ground was cleared of all remnants. Just then, an enchanting aroma wafted from a nearby cauldron, capturing everyone's attention. The search for peach skins ceased as they turned toward the source of the fragrance, discovering 3 middle-aged men standing before 3 large cauldrons, tidying up. Upon noticing the crowd, they called out, "Dinner is ready. Please prepare your bowls." With a swift motion, the members of the Yi family and the Murong dynasty instinctively rose and gathered around the enormous iron cauldron. Although they were unaware of what was simmering within, the earlier experience with the sacred medicine led them to believe that the contents of the cauldron would be equally extraordinary. However, just at that moment, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian approached to maintain order. "What are you all arguing about? Stand in line," they commanded. Such impulsiveness is utterly unbecoming. "Everyone, form an orderly queue." At their authoritative admonitions, the crowd dutifully arranged themselves in lines. Subsequently, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian moved to the forefront, exchanged knowing smiles, and eagerly presented their bowls to begin serving themselves meat. The 3 elders of the great emperor realm maintained stoic expressions, with one stationed beside a large pot, tasked with serving meat to the sect's disciples. The other 2 wielded spoons, distributing meat to the reinforcements. "Thank you, esteemed elders." Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian extended their bowls with polite smiles. Having engaged in previous conversations, they recognized the 3 as inner sect elders, thus their demeanor was respectful. The elders, Lu Hai and Lu Xiao, nodded impassively and filled their bowls generously. Upon seeing the piles of enlightenment tea leaves in their bowls, the duo's faces brightened, and they gleefully carried their bowls aside to indulge in the meat. Others craned their necks to glimpse the enlightenment tea leaves, excitement rippling through the crowd. Some without bowls even produced basins, eager to partake. In no time, the cliffside was imbued with tantalizing aromas, and everyone feasted with great enthusiasm. Amidst the revelry, some experienced breakthroughs on the spot. "Incredible! I've broken through. I have too. What kind of meat is this? It's brimming with essence." They recalled hearing from Qingcheng that this was the meat of the 7-colored serpent, the mount of the grand elder of the Wuji sect. 7-colored serpent? No wonder a few bites led to breakthroughs. It's the flesh of a great demon at the heavenly king realm. Sacred herbs, demon meat, enlightenment tea, these were treasures seldom encountered in a lifetime. Consuming such delicacies made even the prospect of death today worthwhile. Indeed, worth it, immensely worth it. To savor these treasures before departing this world is enough. They enthusiastically discussed their plans to compete with the 3 major sects after the feast, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan savored meat and broth from his bowl, seated beside the elegant Fenghua and Xue, who maintained a modest demeanor, preferring not to stand or squat while dining. Thus, their disciples rose voluntarily, allowing the 2 ladies to sit next to Chen Xuan. However, their petite mouths could only accommodate small bites, causing Chen Xuan to feel anxious watching them. He too stood up, bowl in hand, and approached Lin Fan, who was also enjoying his meal at the cliff's edge. The 2 stood side by side, gazing at the splendid view beyond the precipice while feasting. Suddenly, as they ate, a cluster of small black dots appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there were 9. In an instant, Lin Fan's pupils constricted, and he cautioned, "Master, could it be that the representatives from the 3 major super sects have arrived?" Upon hearing this, everyone around him raised their heads in eager anticipation, their mouths watering as they gazed towards the horizon. The 3 major super sects. Have they finally come? The crowd fixated on the sky, hastily devouring the meat in their bowls, preparing to rush forward for battle. However, at that moment, a single remark from Chen Xuan left everyone momentarily stunned. The 3 elders of the ocean's laughter. "The adversaries are entrusted to you." Yes, the 3 elders of ocean's laughter immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the others were left dumbfounded. Only one person would be dispatched? After all, they were facing the 3 major super sects. Could these 3 elders possibly contend with the formidable forces of the 9 great warships? As these thoughts crossed their minds, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian quickly clasped their fists and inquired, "Sect Master, what about us?" "You, just observe." Chen Xuan gazed into the distance without turning back, embodying the demeanor of a commanding figure turning their back on their subjects. "Observe?" The crowd was even more perplexed by this response. Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian wished to pursue their questions further, but at that moment, Lu Xiao spoke up, his voice resonating with strength. You need not worry. Not only can my 3 brothers handle this, even I alone am sufficient to resolve them. The sect master instructs you to merely observe, so do so. Brother, you too must not intervene. I shall handle this alone. The last remark was directed towards Lu Cong and Lu Hai. Haha, the sect master has tasked us 3. 1 for each family. Indeed, 1 for each family. No one is to compete or snatch. Lu Cong and Lu Hai did not acquiesce to their younger brother, instead proposing a fair method. The onlookers from both clans were rendered speechless, particularly the 3 elders, whose expressions and tones conveyed an utter disregard for the 3 major supersections. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Given the elders' unwavering confidence, there was little for them to worry about. In the context of their sect, it was entirely possible that these 3 inter-sect elders were indeed top-tier powerhouses. Chapter 45. The Rift in Space, crossing hundreds of thousands of miles to annihilate the 3 sects at this very moment, outside the sect. As 9 warships approached, the intricate patterns on their hulls became vividly apparent to the onlookers. Observing the ancient and formidable vessels, the gathered cultivators erupted into fervent excitement. They have arrived. The warships of the 3 grand sects have finally made their appearance. How exhilarating! Such magnificent ships, truly befitting of super sects. Every inch of material on these vessels is a treasure imbued with spiritual energy. The wealth of these super sects is astonishing. Just dismantling one of these ships could yield countless spiritual artifacts. Will the 3 grand sects draw upon their profound reserves? The cultivators below were overwhelmed with excitement. Gazing upward with fervor, their eyes alight with zeal. At that moment, from within the mysterious cloud sect, 3 figures suddenly soared into the void, standing aloft, gesturing at the approaching 9 warships. Big brother, second brother, we agreed. 1 ship per person, no hoarding. Understood, 1 for each of us. All right, let us finish this quickly. The 3 brothers bantered jovially, showing no sign of hostility toward the warships. Observing this, the 9 vessels immediately slowed their advance, drawing nearer with cautious grace. Meanwhile, the cultivators below were left bewildered, utterly confounded. Is this the force that the mysterious cloud sect has sent to confront us? Just 3 individuals? Goodness, have they surrendered? What was that they just said about 1 ship per person? Finishing quickly? I had thought there would be a grand spectacle, having flown here all night. Only to witness this? What a waste of time. The mysterious cloud sect is no more than this. Disappointment swept through the ranks of cultivators. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth, shaking the very core of the thousands below, silencing them as they instinctively looked up. In the sky, the 3 elders of the mysterious cloud sect had raised their hands. Simultaneously, 3 colossal hands, larger than the warships themselves, were forming with frenzied intensity. The atmosphere quaked with spiritual energy as a formidable pressure, emanating from the heavens, materialized within those hands. It seemed as though these 3 hands were divine manifestations, intent on subjugating all defiance in the world. The menacing aura radiating from them threatened to make the very heavens tremble and all living things submit. What an overwhelming presence! I believe these hands possess the power to annihilate worlds. What cultivation level do these 3 possess? I can feel my soul quivering. Saints? At the very least. They must be saints. I have witnessed saints in action before, and they are even more powerful than those. The cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. In that moment, the world fell silent, the cosmos hushed. Only the 3 hands of apocalyptic might loomed above, pressing down upon the earth. Panic ensued among the disciples within the 9 warships as they faced the impending dread of those 3 colossal hands, sensing the cold breath of death drawing near. Even the esteemed elder leading each warship could not help but feel a tremor of the soul, as if death were imminent. Defend! One of the elders shouted in panic. The cry for defense echoed through the other warships. Defense! Defense! Boom! 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 9 protective shields activated in an instant. All disciples desperately infused their spiritual energy into the defensive formation to enhance the shield strength. Yet, the overwhelming pressure showed no sign of being hindered by the shields, penetrating through and enveloping the hearts of everyone present. Even the three revered entities hidden within the ship's cabin could not escape the terror, their eyes fluttering open in alarm. However, before these entities could unleash their consciousness to investigate, three earth-shattering palms descended with thunderous ferocity. Boom! The palms, formed of condensed spiritual energy, had not yet reached their target, but the pressure had already shattered countless powerful beings and the protective formation driven by the esteemed elders. Following this, the 9 warships began to disintegrate. The disciples aboard, in an instant, were liquefied. These formidable warriors from the 3 great sects found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless pressure, dissolving into nothingness. Even the recently awakened essence within the heritage melted away, enveloping itself in divine energy simultaneously. In a moment of panic, the heritage conjured countless ethereal forms to resist the onslaught. Yet, all defenses crumbled before that colossal palm, unable to mitigate the pressure's advance. In the blink of an eye, the essence's form began to twist and fade. Had the era of great conflict truly arrived? Was our sect facing the annihilation crisis? Alas, in times of strife, nothing remains intact. It is fate. It is destiny. The essence felt a profound despair, gradually closing its eyes, surrendering all resistance. Soon after, it was utterly crushed into dust by that terrifying pressure, dissipating into the void. Boom! The 9 warships were instantaneously reduced to powder. With the warships no longer obscuring the heavens, the clear sky re-emerged. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the land as tens of thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the vast expanse above. Had the 3 great sections been completely annihilated? Boom! A wave of astonishment swept through all the cultivators. When they looked again at the 3 elders of the mysterious sect, their eyes were now filled with profound reverence. But this was not the end. Amidst the awe of the crowd, a voice resonated from deep within the mysterious sect. Elders of the 3 seas, heed my command. Swiftly, the 3 emperor-level inner sect elders turned to face the mysterious sect, cupping their fists and bowing in respect, awaiting orders. The Wujia sect, Taihe sect, and Feitian sect have launched an assault on our mysterious sect, initiating a sect war. I command you to immediately obliterate the 3 sects, leaving no survivors. Chen Xuan's words struck like a bolt from the blue, echoing above the mysterious sect. Tens of thousands of cultivators were left in stunned silence, believing that the sect war had come to a close. Little did they anticipate that the leader of the mysterious sect would exhibit such unwavering resolve, ready to retaliate. Yet, with the 3 sects scattered across hundreds of thousands of miles, how could they possibly engage in combat? A wave of skepticism washed over the crowd. However, at that moment, the subsequent scene unveiled the true might of the elders of the mysterious sect. In the heavens, the 3 elders responded in unison, at your command. With that, they straightened their postures, gazing toward the 3 major sects, and then, in a sudden motion, they tore through the void. In an instant, the fabric of space was sundered, revealing the territories of the 3 dominant sects. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the hearts of thousands of cultivators trembled in unison. Without delay, the 3 elders stepped into the portal of the void, which astonishingly remained open, as if they would return at any moment. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence, staring vacantly at the scene within the portal. Within the void, the 3 elders appeared before the 3 major sects, each delivering a resounding slap to their respective domains. In an instant, the formidable sects were reduced to dust. Particularly, the defensive formations of these sects crumbled like mere paper. Yet, many were acutely aware that the defenses of the 3 major sects were not as feeble as they seemed. Even without direct control, they could not be breached by a single royal-level cultivator. If a formidable force were to manipulate them, no one below the sage level could prevail. The sheer magnitude of the formation, which obliterated the entire sect with a single strike, illustrated the overwhelming power of the 3 elders, capable of altering the very tides. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the enormity of the event, the 3 elders had already returned, vanishing into the mysterious sect, leaving behind a throng of cultivators in a state of astonishment, grappling with the reality of this world. The tearing of space and the effortless annihilation of superpowers had revealed the existence of such formidable beings. While they had only heard tales before, today, they bore witness to true strength. Is this what it means to be a sage? The power of a sage is indeed beyond comprehension. The might of the mysterious sect must surely rank as the foremost sect beneath the Holy Lands. In that fleeting moment, the name of the mysterious sect swiftly reverberated across the 9 provinces. Chapter 46. The ethereal sect's renown resounds across the 9 provinces, officially establishing its mountain and accepting disciples. Have you heard? The illustrious hidden sect, the ethereal sect, has emerged. Indeed, I have heard. It is said that the ethereal sect is extraordinarily formidable. The legends surrounding it are fervently recounted daily in theaters, captivating audiences. Within a modest family, the disciples gather for casual conversation after their meal. As the topic of the ethereal sect arises, many cease their cultivation, eagerly straining to listen. Yet, there remain those who, in their fervent dedication, remain oblivious to the sect's existence. Could you lower your voices? Your tone suggests a sense of superiority. Is the ethereal sect truly more powerful than the grandest of forces? Please do not disturb my cultivation. In a few months, I shall attend the recruitment assembly of the Wuzhong. If you do not hasten your cultivation, you risk not even qualifying as a menial disciple. How could you still entertain thoughts of joining the Wuzhong? It has ceased to exist. Impossible. How could the Wuzhong simply vanish? I know you envy me, but envy is futile. I am certain to qualify as a menial disciple of the Wuzhong. Alas, brother, the Wuzhong is indeed gone. Why else would we not be cultivating? Even if we wished to, there is nowhere to go. It is true, my friend. The Wuzhong, alongside the Taihe sect and the Feitian sect, our region's only 3 great superpowers, have all been obliterated by the ethereal sect. Now, in the entire 9 provinces, there exists but one super sect, the ethereal sect. Is that really so? It cannot be. It is indeed true. The reports state that, before long, those who had previously been unaware of the ethereal sect wore expressions of astonishment, fully grasping its might and the reality of the demise of the 3 great super sects. This momentous news echoed throughout every corner of the 9 provinces. The 3 super sects had long loomed over all like colossal mountains. Their absence left no one unshaken. Many gifted individuals had been diligently training, anticipating the opportunity to join a super sect. Now, with the sects gone, what hope remained for discipleship? Meanwhile, within the ethereal sect, the atmosphere was lively and joyful. The initial tension had dissipated, replaced by laughter and merriment. I am so full. I could burst. After 3 days, we have finally finished this dragon meat. Our sect leader is truly benevolent, allowing us to feast for 3 consecutive days. I have successfully broken through 5 minor realms and have entered the skyward realm. I, too, have entered the skyward realm. Haha. I am on the brink of the concentration realm. The disciples of the Yi family sat at the edge of a cliff, brimming with excitement. 3 days had passed since the grand battle, and they had feasted on dragon meat throughout. Out of nearly 100 who had come, it seemed that 8 or 9 had ascended to the skyward realm, with only a few lacking the necessary talent. Yet they were not far from achieving that level. Even Yi Changsheng was on the brink of condensing his spirit. This remarkable progress was entirely attributed to the tea infused with the essence of the dragon. The fruits consumed after each meal, along with the abundant celestial energy and the subtle barriers of the world. This journey has proven to be immensely fruitful for them, bringing them one step closer to a dominant power. As long as a few elders advance further into the realm of flight, they will undoubtedly elevate themselves into a prominent family, even if merely a modest one. Yet, even a modest ruler holds significance. Brother Morong, the dragon has been consumed. It is time for us to return. Shall we bid farewell to the sect leader together? Yi Changsheng rose and approached the faction of the Morong dynasty, greeting Morong Zhantian with a respectful clasp of his fists. The few days of acquaintance had already fostered a sense of familiarity between their families. Initially, they had planned to depart after the battle, but the sect leader had graciously allowed them to finish their meal before leaving, which is why they remained until now. Moreover, the Morong dynasty had also reaped considerable rewards, not falling short of the Yi family by much. Among the 9 spirit condensers, half had advanced into the latter stages of their realm. Morong Zhantian had even ascended to the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, drawing nearer to the latter stages. His only regret was that he had brought too few people. Had he included those capable of flight from the dynasty, they would surely have added dozens of spirit condensers to their ranks. Alas, he had thought them unworthy at the time and failed to bring them along. Now, in comparison to the Yi family, he found himself somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the 3 days spent within the sect were well worth it. Observing Yi Changxing's polite inquiry, Morong Zhantian promptly stood and courteously replied, "Brother Yi, let us go together. It is indeed time for us to return. After you, Brother Morong. Please, lead the way." The two exchanged smiles and walked side by side toward the main hall of the sect leader. Within the main hall, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged atop the square platform, quietly listening to the report from the inner sect elders. Most of the cultivators outside the sect had already departed, yet thousands remained, eager to join the Piaomiao Sect. In the land of Kyushu, numerous talented individuals of appropriate age were making their way to the wild continent, having heard whispers of the Piaomiao Sect's potential recruitment of disciples. Additionally, it was rumored that other regions beyond Kyushu also had aspiring cultivators arriving. Elder Lu Tsong stood in the hall, meticulously reporting the affairs of the outside world with utmost courtesy. With the great battle behind them, Chen Xuan had assigned different roles to the three emperors. Lu Tsong was appointed as the Grand Elder of the inner sect, overseeing the instruction of disciples and managing the responsibilities of the elder in charge of opportunities. Lu Hai was tasked with guarding the library, serving as the elder of techniques, while Lu Xiao was dispatched by Chen Xuan to oversee the peach blossom garden, ensuring the protection of the peaches. After all, there were small animals like rabbits and foxes within the mountain gates, and having someone to guard the garden would prevent these creatures from pilfering the peaches. With the addition of the three elders, Chen Xuan began to feel a sense of relief. Disciples in need of guidance could now approach these elders directly without seeking him out. Thus, Chen Xuan now finds himself in a state of tranquility, dedicating his days to the study of the esoteric techniques housed within the library, allowing time to pass without a care. Upon hearing Lu Tsong's report, Chen Xuan nodded thoughtfully and commanded, "Our sect is sparse in disciples. It is indeed time to establish the mountain and recruit students." He continued, "You shall disseminate the news to the outside world, announcing that the Piaomiao Sect is emerging and will commence recruitment in 1 month. All suitable cultivators are welcome to partake in the entrance examination for discipleship. This test will not assess talent, but rather potential. Those who exhibit potential shall be admitted to our sect for cultivation." Understood. Lu Tsong clasped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to depart. However, upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, he encountered Yi Changxing and Morong Zhantian, who had come to bid farewell. The two greeted the inner sect elder with respectful bows, exclaiming, "Greetings, great elder." Lu Tsong nodded in response and continued on his way. The pair then straightened their posture and proceeded further into the hall, fully aware of the formidable prowess displayed by the three elders, garnering their utmost respect. Upon arriving at the main hall, they bowed first and then broached the subject of their departure. Chen Xuan, without any intention to retain them, nodded in agreement and said, "Then you may return. Furthermore, in 1 month, our sect will commence the recruitment of disciples, injecting fresh blood into our ranks. Upon your return, you may encourage suitable disciples to come forward. As long as they possess talent and character, I shall grant them the opportunity to join our sect." Chapter 47. Countless cultivators gather at the mysterious sect as the Soul Hall emerges, opening its doors for apprenticeship opportunities. Boom. The two individuals trembled with excitement, utterly astonished that their farewell visit would lead to such a fortuitous event. This was a promise made personally by the sect master, equivalent to a guaranteed admission. Was this not a divine favor? Overwhelmed with joy, they clasped their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, sect master. Go ahead." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The two promptly bowed once more in farewell. As the two clans departed, news of the mysterious sect's recruitment spread like wildfire across the land of Jiuzhou. "My son, you must ensure your entry into the mysterious sect, even if it means becoming a peripheral disciple. This is the only super sect in all of Jiuzhou." "Father, I will definitely join the sect. My son is leaving. But where has my daughter gone?" "What? The super sect has fallen, and she has gone to a major hegemonic power? Hurry and bring her back, for the mysterious sect is now accepting disciples." "My husband, the mysterious sect is 30,000 miles away. Please be cautious on your journey." "Young master, this spirit herb has been specially approved for you by the family head. Consume it quickly to enhance your cultivation and strive to become an inner disciple of the mysterious sect." "Princess, the emperor is seeking you. As it appears the mysterious sect is recruiting disciples and wishes for you to join. You must return at once. Sister-in-law, the mysterious sect is accepting disciples based on potential rather than innate talent. I wish to give it a try. Why not accompany me? With the news of the mysterious sect's recruitment spreading, a myriad of hegemonic powers, families, dynasties, and wandering cultivators sprang into action, all heading towards the mysterious sect. After all, the mysterious sect, having vanquished the three major super sects, had become an invincible force in the hearts of countless cultivators across Jiuzhou. Moreover, with no other superpowers remaining in Jiuzhou, there were no alternatives to consider. Thus, as this news circulated, scenes of farewells unfolded everywhere in Jiuzhou. Notably, cultivators of appropriate age, particularly those from distant lands, hastily packed their belongings and set off for the wild state. Of course, the reason Chen Xuan chose to open his sect after the destruction of the three super sects was quite simple. Firstly, the system only provided coordinates for cultivators with a talent rating of 10 stars or above. He aspired to develop the sect into the foremost sect across all realms. Relying solely on the system's guidance would take an eternity. Additionally, disciples with less than 10 stars also yielded rewards, though not as substantial. These rewards accumulated and were not significantly weaker than those brought by 10-star disciples. Thus, it was opportune to recruit disciples while the fame of the sect was at its peak following the destruction of the three sects, making it easier to attract gifted individuals. Once he gathered this wave of disciples, he would obtain countless summoning cards. An abundance of cards could be combined to create innumerable powerful beings, thereby naturally strengthening the sect. Perhaps this recruitment could even draw in disciples with 10-star talents. Hence, the establishment of the sect and the recruitment of disciples was an inevitable course of action. At this moment, in the wild state, the mysterious sect. After several days of fermenting anticipation, the realm outside the mysterious sect has already amassed millions of eligible cultivators. These individuals have arrived both alone and accompanied by powerful family guardians. However, with more than 20 days remaining until the formal opening of the sect for discipleship, the congregation of such a multitude is a testament to the overwhelming desire to join the mysterious sect. Master, the number of cultivators outside the mountain is increasing. Some have set up tents, others are carving out caves, and there are even those who have usurped the lair of a fierce black bear. Additionally, skirmishes have already erupted among the crowds. Should I intervene? Lu Tsong reported, cupping his fists in respect as he conveyed the situation outside the sect. Yes, intervene. After all, they have come to seek guidance and join the sect. Warn them that anyone daring to engage in personal combat will have their eligibility for the examination revoked, and they shall never be accepted again, Chen Xuan replied indifferently. He firmly prohibited any form of personal disputes, recognizing that where there are people, conflicts are inevitable. Without strict regulations, managing such a vast assembly would be a formidable challenge. Understood, Lu Tsong responded respectfully, and with Chen Xuan's edict in mind, he ascended to the skies above the sect's exterior. As Lu Tsong appeared, the millions of cultivators below simultaneously looked up in unison. It's the elder of the mysterious sect. Look, it's the elder who intervened last time. Could it be that the examination is commencing early? Hush, do not speak. The elder seems to have something to announce. Cease your fighting. The elder has arrived. Let us wait for him to finish speaking before deciding whose lair this belongs to. In that moment, the multitude of cultivators fell silent, eagerly awaiting Lu Tsong's words. Lu Tsong, without feigning gravitas, addressed the vast assembly of cultivators below, his voice resonating like thunder. The master has decreed. All cultivators are prohibited from engaging in personal combat. Should I discover any further disputes, regardless of the cause or outcome, all involved shall have their examination eligibility revoked and shall never be accepted again. The proclamation echoed throughout the skies, and the millions of cultivators heard it with crystal clarity. Instantly, those embroiled in skirmishes halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. The threat of losing their chance to participate in the examination was too daunting to disregard. In that moment, those who had intended to claim victory quickly ceased their hostilities, extending a helping hand to the injured, expressing concern. Brother, I apologize. This ground is yours. I will not contend with you. Please, do not report us. It was all a misunderstanding. No worries at all. We were merely old friends meeting for a friendly exchange. Let us share this precious ground. The combatants, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, reconciled on the spot, becoming as close as brothers. After all, should one choose to report the other, neither would have the opportunity to partake in the examination. They had traveled great distances, all eager to join the sect. No trivial matter could jeopardize their chance at the test. Even those with deep-seated grievances refrained from causing trouble. To avoid being reported by the other party and consequently losing all qualifications, Lu Tsang in the sky expressed his satisfaction upon witnessing the tranquility of the several million cultivators. He couldn't help but smile, and with a flicker, he vanished back to the sect. However, as soon as he entered, he sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened. Turning displeased, he had no choice but to set off once more, heading outside the sect. Outside the sect, the millions of cultivators had finally settled into a state of peace. Yet at that moment, a youth suddenly appeared on the horizon. Blood trickled from his lips as he staggered towards the Piaomiao Sect, carrying a formidable weapon known as the Kaitian. At first, the crowd assumed he was merely another cultivator participating in the test, and they paid him little mind. However, as three figures clad in black pursued him relentlessly from the distance, the onlookers began to sense the gravity of the situation, especially as those three black-clad figures drew closer. The crowd's pupils involuntarily contracted. Clad in hooded black robes, their faces obscured, gripping chains in their hands, they exuded an ominous aura. A gasp erupted from the crowd. It's the Soul Palace. In an instant, chaos erupted once more among the gathered assembly. Chapter 48. The Ethereal Sect. Unyielding to any threat indeed, it is a member of the Soul Palace. How is it possible that individuals from the Soul Palace have arrived here? It appears they are pursuing that young man. What has everyone become? The Soul Palace? I've never heard of it. Is it formidable? You are unaware of the Soul Palace? Never claim to be a cultivator again. The Soul Palace is a truly transcendent force in our northern region, a natural nemesis to souls. It poses a threat to the soul that is on par with that of the sacred grounds, existing solely to harvest souls. A force that harvests souls. This is the first I have ever heard of it. Could it be that the young man possesses a soul that has drawn the attention of the Soul Palace? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. After all, members of the Soul Palace are a rare sight. Wherever the Soul Palace appears, there must be a powerful soul present. In an instant, the crowd's interest in the young man's identity surged. At this moment, the young man was soaring through the air, having reached the heads of the onlookers. As he drew nearer, they could clearly see that he was gravely injured, yet somehow employing a secret technique to force himself onward. Will the Ethereal Sect come to our aid? Chen Xuan, too anxious to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, desperately inquired as he flew with all his might. I cannot guarantee it, but given that the Ethereal Sect has produced 3 saints, they should not allow the Soul Palace to act wantonly before their gates. Quickly head towards the sect's plaza. You are here to seek a master, and I believe the Ethereal Sect will not turn a blind eye. An aged voice emanated from his ring. But what if the Ethereal Sect does not intervene? After all, I have not yet joined. Chen maintained his speed, yet concern gnawed at him. The Soul Palace was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, a force that even many super sects found difficult to contend with. If they choose not to act, then I shall accept my fate. I will draw their attention away. You must hide. With so many of them, they are bound to lose track of you. Once you have joined the sect and achieved success, do not forget to avenge me. The old man's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Chen promptly interrupted. No, I will not abandon you, elder. If it comes to it, I shall face death. After all, I have already proven myself at the Cloud Sect. I bear no regrets. His voice was resolute as he landed heavily in the sect's plaza. However, due to his grievous injuries, he struggled to maintain control, causing him to slide along the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Without waiting for him to rise and plead at the mountain gate for assistance, 3 formidable figures from the Soul Palace descended, surrounding Chen. Handed over. The voice of the Soul Palace warrior was chilling, accompanied by an eerie echo. As soon as the words fell, he swung the chains in his hand, advancing menacingly towards Chen. Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly unfastened the heavenly measuring ruler from his person, preparing to retaliate with fury. But at that moment, the spirit within his ring, unwilling to see Chen perish in vain, forcibly emerged, raising its hand to intercept the oncoming chains. Run. Do not forget to avenge me. Having spoken, he forcefully raised his hand to block the incoming iron chains. However, as a member of the Soul Palace, The weapons they wielded were the bane of spirits. Instantly, dark smoke erupted from Yao Lao's arm, and he emitted a piercing scream. Ah! As the cry echoed, 3 more chains lashed out. Moreover, these chains carried the power of the void, sealing off any space for Yao Lao to escape. Yao Lao. Xiao Chen was taken aback, yet his weakened state rendered him powerless to assist. He could only watch with reddened eyes as the chains approached Yao Lao. Just then, an irate voice resounded, abruptly pulling Xiao Chen from the depths of despair. In front of the mysterious Cloud Sect, private duels are strictly forbidden. Violators shall face severe consequences. Boom. With the utterance of this decree, the 3 chains hurtling towards Yao Lao shattered instantaneously. The tension and fury dissipated on the spot. Swish. The members of the Soul Palace turned their gazes towards the entrance of the sect. There, a middle-aged man emerged slowly. With his hands clasped behind his back and head held high, his garments fluttered without wind, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. Were it not for the necessity of perception, one might fail to notice that another figure stood beneath the grand entrance. This individual was none other than Elder Lu Tsong, who had just returned to the sect after announcing the prohibition of private duels. Observing Lu Tsong, the members of the Soul Palace seemed to sense his extraordinary presence. Their brows furrowing as one spoke darkly. Are you intending to interfere in the matters of the Soul Palace? The elder had already made it clear that private duels were forbidden prior to the disciple assessment. Any fighting should be taken elsewhere. Here, he would intervene. Do you expect him to speak idly? Lu Tsong, with an expressionless demeanor, offered a brief explanation. Then his tone shifted as he coldly commanded, leave at once, or face dire consequences. Boom. At the proclamation of these words, all cultivators present held their breath, the atmosphere once again thick with tension. After all, this was the Soul Palace, a transcendent force not to be underestimated. The elder of the mysterious Cloud Sect had ordered the members of the Soul Palace to depart. Even if this elder were a sage, the Soul Palace was no less formidable than a holy land. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. The members of the Soul Palace felt a heaviness in their hearts, evidently unprepared for such humiliation from a newly risen super sect. However, this super sect boasted 3 individuals of strength comparable to sages and had extended its influence beyond the 9 provinces. Even the members of the Soul Palace dared not provoke them at this moment. Particularly since their weapons had just been shattered, they were acutely aware of their inferiority. Thus, after a brief pause, the 3 let out a cold snort. Mysterious Cloud Sect, we shall remember this. With that, they leapt into the air, preparing to make their exit. Though their words carried a hint of threat, it was clear they had yielded. Yet, it was precisely this threatening remark that soured Lu Tsong's mood. The mysterious Cloud Sect shall not be threatened by anyone. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Tsong conjured an invisible hand, swiftly grasping the 3 individuals who had intended to flee. In an instant, the 3 members of the Soul Hall were suspended in midair. Lu Tsong, with an impassive expression, declared, "Do you think you can threaten the mysterious sect and escape? The mysterious sect will not tolerate any threats. Leave them to me." With that, he clenched his palm. Boom. The 3 members of the Soul Hall were instantly crushed, and a torrential mist of blood filled the air. At that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Millions of cultivators stood in awe, the stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Kill, has he truly killed? Hiss. The mysterious sect is formidable, unafraid even to slay those from the Soul Hall. Remarkable. The mysterious sect becomes increasingly enigmatic. Shock reverberated through the crowd. Xiao Chen was equally astonished, and the elder Yao was even more taken aback. They had never anticipated that an elder from the mysterious sect would so easily dispatch members of the Soul Hall. They had assumed that the elder would merely drive them away. After all, although these individuals were not particularly powerful, they represented the Soul Hall. To kill them was tantamount to provoking the entire Soul Hall. An elder dared to recklessly oppose the Soul Hall. This sect is undoubtedly extraordinary. In an instant, the admiration of Elder Yao and Xiao Chen for the mysterious sect reached its zenith. Chapter 49. Another prodigy with exceptional talent. Chen Xuan enters the forbidden zone of life. Xiao Chen had merely heard of the rise of the Piaomiao Sect. Just as news of his soul reached the Soul Palace, he sought to join the Piaomiao Sect for some experience. Now he found himself utterly captivated by the Piaomiao Sect. He glanced at the elder who said not a word and turned to enter the sect, scarcely having the time to express his gratitude. He could only excitedly exclaim to Elder Yao, "Elder Yao, I must join the Piaomiao Sect." Indeed, the spirit of this sect rivals that of the Holy Lands. Joining it will undoubtedly lead to a bright future. I support your decision. Quickly find a place to recuperate from your injuries. We shall remain here for the time being. Those from the Soul Palace will surely not dare to trouble us further. As he gazed in the direction the Piaomiao Sect elder had vanished, Elder Yao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With a waft of smoke, he slipped into Xiao Chen's ring. In life, he had been a sage, and now he existed as a sage's soul. Even though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, his life experiences remained intact. A mere glance was enough for him to discern that Lu Tsong's prowess was exceptional, far surpassing his peak. Moreover, the audacity to offend the Soul Palace suggested that if Xiao Chun were to join the Piaomiao Sect, he would find a sanctuary, thus wholeheartedly endorsing Xiao Chen's decision. Furthermore, the decision to join the Piaomiao Sect had long been mutual. This time, however, their determination to join was even more profound. Once their opinions aligned once more, Xiao Chen promptly shouldered the Kaitian and descended from the sect's plaza in search of a place to settle. As he passed by, the surrounding cultivators cast curious glances. After all, at merely over 20 years of age, he had already reached the late stage of sky control and had managed to escape from 3 Soul Palace members who far exceeded his realm. Such a young man held boundless potential. Upon learning of his cultivation level, many could not help but cast admiring looks, and even some bold female cultivators, daughters of noble families, approached him to strike up conversations. "Friend, come over here, I have space." "Young sir, this healing elixir was sent by my lady. She wishes to invite you for a discussion." "Young sir." As he traversed the area, he was besieged by advances. Yet, Xiao Chen politely declined each one. Having just returned from an appointment with the Yun sect, he felt no interest in women, fixated solely on resurrecting Elder Yao to repay his teachings. Thus, after rejecting the suitors, Xiao Chun ascended a towering stone and began to meditate with closed eyes, simultaneously cultivating and awaiting the Piaomiao Sect's recruitment of disciples. As time gradually passed, the number of cultivators of suitable age arriving for the recruitment test increased significantly. On this particular day, there were roughly 100,000 individuals waiting around him. The area surrounding the stone where he stood was still sparse, allowing everyone ample space. However, merely 2 days later, the space around him became entirely occupied by the influx of cultivators. As he looked around, he beheld a sea of humanity atop the mountain peaks, among the trees, and beneath the boulders by the river, all densely packed with people. The entire scene boasted no fewer than 7 to 8 million participants, an increase of several million since just 2 days prior. On the 5th day following the announcement of the Piaomiao Sect's initiation of disciples, the influx of individuals had become overwhelming. With a mere 25 days remaining until the sect's official opening, the throngs of people continued to swell. Indeed, it was astonishing. Even the most mundane task, such as visiting the restroom, had become a challenge, as one could scarcely move without encountering another individual. The only respite was found 200 miles away, in a desolate mountain area devoid of people, where I resorted to attending to nature's call. Traveling 200 miles merely for such a necessity? Alas, the sheer number of people was unprecedented. It was my first encounter with such a multitude. This was the reality of a prominent sect recruiting disciples. However, given that it was the inaugural recruitment of the Piaomiao Sect, it was only natural that the turnout would be substantial. Indeed, this was merely the beginning. By the time the official recruitment day arrived, it was anticipated that billions would flock to the sect. Such fervor? In the past, even the most powerful forces would only attract around 20 million. That makes sense. Currently, the Piaomiao Sect stands as the sole superpower remaining within the 9 provinces. While the external crowd bustled, an air of tranquility enveloped the Piaomiao Sect. Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo devoted themselves to arduous training, seldom venturing outside. Their days were spent either battling within the ultimate illusion tower or meditating in areas rich in spiritual energy. Through their diligent practice, all 3 had rapidly progressed, achieving the latter stage of the concentration realm, collectively surpassing Yi Junlin, who had spent a lifetime cultivating, leaving him envious. Even Feng Huaxue and Yu, who daily swept the grounds while playfully engaging in their training, had now ascended to the airborne realm. During this period, the 2 had become the only captivating sight outside the Piaomiao Sect. Each dawn, a multitude of cultivators would gather near the sect, gazing at the two enchanting women sweeping the grounds. Initially, their admiration was solely for the women's figures and grace. However, as the onlookers noticed the rapid evolution of the women's cultivation levels, the Piaomiao Sect grew increasingly enigmatic in their eyes. On this particular day, Chen Xuan stepped out from the main hall and approached a willow tree to water it. At that moment, the willow, Lu Yu, had sprouted several fresh buds, and the charred trunk hinted at the resurgence of life. It seemed that it would not be long before the old bark shed and the tree would be rejuvenated. Chen Xuan intended to inquire about Lu Yu's cultivation progress, but upon inspection, he discovered she was not within the tree, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Ever since her injuries had healed enough for her to wander, she had frequently roamed, making her difficult to find. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan chose not to concern himself with her whereabouts. After all, a tree regaining its essence and memory harbored no malicious intent. Besides, her excursions could serve to strengthen her spiritual essence. Suddenly, as Chen Xuan watered the tree, a notification from the system resonated in his mind, halting his actions. Ding! A genius with over 10-star potential has been detected in the Eastern Wilderness's forbidden area, within the ancient divine veins. Please proceed to recruit. Another genius with such extraordinary potential? In the restricted area of the Eastern Domain? What could possibly compel such talent to venture into perilous territory? As Chen Xuan pondered, another alert from the system chimed in. Ding! The life of this prodigy is under threat. Host, you must hurry to their aid. Upon hearing the system's repeated prompt, Chen Xuan reluctantly paused his watering task. Although he felt no urgency, it was wiser to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, especially considering that the individual in question possessed extraordinary potential exceeding 10 stars. Currently, he had only one such genius, Lu Yu, and he was in dire need of more talents like her. Lu Tsong, I am stepping out to take on a disciple. Please watch over the place diligently. Chen Xuan communicated telepathically to the Grand Elder before swiftly making his way towards the ancient divine vein. The ancient divine vein, located millions of miles from is merely a mountain range, yet it boasts a reputation surpassing that of sacred grounds. It is one of the most renowned life-restricting zones in the Eastern Domain, having existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Throughout this vast span of time, anyone who dared to enter has never returned. All have succumbed to becoming mere shells of their former selves, ultimately vanishing within the confines of the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, a young girl was venturing towards the periphery of the ancient divine vein, already delving 1,000 meters inward. However, her progress was agonizingly slow, as each step seemed to inflict tremendous pain upon her. Despite her overwhelming desire to halt, a group of people behind her urged her on from a distance. Hurry! The curse's encroachment requires time. The slower you are, the quicker the curse invades. Yes, do not stop. Proceed directly to the mountaintop. If you can return with a sacred fruit, you will become a great contributor to the Taichu sacred land, which will devote itself to your cultivation. Chapter 50. The primordial sacred land Lichuan, once again, safeguards you for another 3,000 years beyond the Forbidden Zone. A throng of individuals from the primordial sacred land urged loudly. Behind these urging figures stood a group of venerable elders, each exuding an aura of extraordinary presence. Their depths unfathomable. Enveloped by these elders was a magnificent dragon chariot, drawn by 2 azure dragons, upon which sat an elderly man, aged beyond measure. His skin was withered, his frame gaunt, resembling an embodiment of impending mortality. Yet, seated upon the dragon chariot and surrounded by formidable protectors, he undeniably displayed his exalted status. However, the gathering was not solely comprised of those from the primordial sacred land. Nearby, numerous cultivators stood at a respectful distance, some of whom were also advanced in years, nearing the end of their lifespans, while others were vigorous young practitioners. They maintained a considerable distance from the primordial sacred land, especially the frail elder figures, who seemed to be in mutual wariness with those from the sacred land. Another elder from the primordial sacred land had succumbed to the passage of time. It appeared that no one could withstand the relentless march of time. The aura emanating from this elder was formidable, hinting at a potential ascendance to sainthood. A chuckle escaped, for I realized it was none other than the esteemed elderly Lichuan, who had swept through hundreds of states in the Eastern Domain 3 millennia ago. Should he procure the sacred herb atop the mountain, he might indeed achieve sainthood. However, at this moment, he was far from it. What? The elder from 3,000 years ago? He has not attained sainthood, yet he has lived for 3 millennia? Surely, he is infinitely close to becoming a saint, supplemented by longevity-enhancing elixirs. It seems that he can no longer bear the burden of time, hence his venture into the forbidden zone for herbs. It was unexpected that they had discovered a young girl capable of resisting the curse's power. Li Charan truly possesses remarkable fortune. The Supreme Bone, a rarity that emerges once in 10,000 years. The essence exuding from the flesh after its extraction surprisingly holds the capacity to counter the curse of the Forbidden Zone. However, to excavate the Supreme Bone for exploration of the Forbidden Zone seems excessively extravagant. If nurtured properly, the Supreme Bone could yield significant opportunities for imperial ascendants. They must be exceedingly generous. They could not bear to excavate the Supreme Bone. The young girl's Supreme Bone had been extracted by her cousin. This cousin, endowed with dual pupils, was a key disciple of the primordial sacred land. Upon the discovery of the young girl's existence post-extraction, she had been sent to pave the way. Nevertheless, the residual essence of the Supreme Bone within the girl was rapidly depleting. She would surely not reach the mountain's summit. What? Such a lineage exists? Dual pupils, Supreme Bone. Goodness, if cultivated, this family could potentially nurture at least 2 saint kings. To have personally obliterated one is truly lamentable. The primordial sacred land is devoid of humanity. They have extracted the Supreme Bone, and despite the wound's stimulation leaving some residual essence, they still sent her to scout. This is tantamount to leading her to her demise. Hush! Speak softly. Be cautious of being overheard. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, while some emaciated elders remained silent. Awaiting the return of the sacred fruit, one is prepared to risk everything to seize it. As for that nearly expired elder on the dragon carriage, is he not the esteemed elder of the primordial holy land, teetering on the brink of becoming a saint? This band of individuals is on the verge of death. Who truly cares about their identities? Hence, the people of the primordial holy land are ever vigilant against these reckless old souls. Even though Li Charan does not fear them, what if, in a moment of negligence, they manage to snatch it away and flee? Furthermore, should they succeed in acquiring the sacred fruit, the primordial holy land would gain yet another saint. Thus, to ensure the harvesting of the sacred fruit, more than a dozen guardians have been dispatched, discreetly accompanied by the ancestral treasure of their clan, which not only serves to deter these covetous individuals, but may also assist that young maiden at a critical moment. This is to prevent the scenario where they successfully gather the sacred fruit, yet are unable to bring it forth. However, the ancestral treasure shall remain untouched until the moment of necessity. In that instant, all eyes were fixed upon the maiden, each silently imploring her to hasten, to hurry. Within the forbidden zone, as Shirling Air ventured deeper, the resonance of the Tao upon her shoulders dwindled. She understood that once the supreme Tao resonance ignited by her wounds dissipated, she would be irrevocably cursed, transforming into a mere shell within the forbidden zone. Yet, should she retreat, death awaits her as well. Thus, she finds herself ensnared in a fatal predicament, whether advancing or retreating. Is it destined that I, Shirling Air, shall perish here today? Very well, I am already rendered useless. Even if I were to survive, the opportunity for vengeance would elude me. To be buried within the forbidden zone is acceptable. After death, no one shall disturb my rest. A wave of desolation washed over Shirling Air as she stumbled forward, each step unsteady, teetering on the brink of collapse, while those outside the forbidden zone watched in trepidation, their hearts aflutter. At last, after traversing several dozen meters, the Tao resonance upon her shoulders vanished completely, and she could no longer maintain her composure, toppling sideways onto the grassy ground. Thud! She fell heavily, feeling as though the world spun around her. In that moment, the air was thick with the power of curses, surging wildly into her being. As her consciousness flickered between clarity and chaos. Shirling Air Chapter 51. I bestow upon you the supreme technique. Allowing you to reconstruct the supreme bone, it seems this is the place. Chen Xuan descended at the edge of the forbidden zone, searching for his disciple with determination. However, his aimless glances left the surrounding crowd, men, women, and the elderly, utterly bewildered. Who is this man? What on earth is he doing? Li Charan, on the verge of entering, was baffled by his presence. Is he out of his mind? Unable to perceive the inappropriate atmosphere, he disrupted a perfectly solemn farewell. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly spotted Scherlinger lying on the grass. So she is here. No wonder I couldn't find you. His face lit up with joy as he strode directly toward Scherlinger within the forbidden zone. In an instant, the onlookers were once again rendered speechless. What? He actually entered? What? What is happening? Where did this man come from? Wait. It seems he is not resisting. Indeed. Look closely. He is unaffected by the curse. My heavens. In that moment, the entire audience widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Li Chuan, who had earlier appeared resigned to his fate, found his pupils dilating in disbelief. The elder guardians and their descendants rejoiced. If he is unaffected by the curse, does that mean the ancestor need not enter? This is wonderful. Everyone focused intently on Chen Xuan, eagerly anticipating his emergence so they could send him to the sacred mountain within to gather the holy fruit. On another note, Chen Xuan sensed the multitude of gazes converging upon him and felt a tinge of confusion regarding their scrutiny. Yet, his priority was to rescue Scherlinger, and he dismissed their stares. As he walked, he reviewed the information regarding Scherlinger. Name, Scherlinger realm. Dissipated constitution, supreme body. The supreme bone that was born has been excavated, leaving her gravely wounded. Potential, exceeding 10 stars. Background. Born into the dominant Sher family, she possessed a natural supreme body. After her parents went missing, she devoted herself to cultivation in hopes of finding them. Upon reaching the late stage of the void control realm, she birthed a supreme bone. When the news leaked, her uncles and aunts from the same clan drugged her, extracting her supreme bone and implanting it into her cousin, who entered the Taichu sacred land. Consequently, her cousin acquired a dual pupil in the supreme bone, securing her future as a candidate for the imperial path and becoming a key disciple of the sacred land. The Taichu sacred land, having learned that the Tao rhythm emanating from Scherlinger's wounds could resist the curse within the ancient divine vein, coerced her into entering the ancient divine vein to gather the Holy Spirit fruit. This was to prolong the life of the soon-to-expire elder. As the detailed information unfolded before him, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the tragic fate of this young girl. Her parents were missing, her supreme bone had been taken, and now she was being forced to gather medicinal herbs. She had been ruthlessly exploited to the utmost. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan shook his head, then knelt beside her, gently placing his hand upon her, infusing her with the breath of the emperor, dispelling the curse that resided within her. Upon entering, Chen Xuan had already sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. The laws of heaven and earth here differed slightly from those of the outside world, infused with an essence absent beyond, which gave rise to the curse, serving as a protector of this realm. However, these forces could not penetrate his imperial physique. Thus he remained unscathed. Soon, the curse within Scherlinger was dispelled, resulting in a soft moan escaping her lips. As her consciousness gradually restored clarity, she slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, a handsome visage filled her vision, rendering her momentarily spellbound. Clearing his throat, Chen Xuan prompted, "Now that you are awake, it is time to rise." Startled, Scherlinger snapped back to reality. Upon gazing at the man before her, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily pushed herself up from the ground. This scene caused those outside the forbidden zone to widen their eyes in astonishment. Wait, has she been revived? This man, who suddenly appeared, can not only resist the curse but also dispel it from others. Does he possess a physique capable of countering the forbidden zone? Such a physique, once attained, would allow one to freely enter the ancient divine veins, plucking the sacred fruits at will. In an instant, a wave of shock coursed through the crowd. Their gazes toward Chen Xuan transformed, as if he had transcended humanity, becoming a treasure beyond measure. Within the forbidden zone, Scherlinger sat on the ground, instinctively surveying her surroundings. However, upon realizing she was still within the forbidden area, a surge of alarm coursed through her, prompting her to look up at Chen Xuan. This man, he remains unscathed? Is he sent by the Taichu Holy Land to rescue me, so I may continue gathering herbs? Could he possibly be a creature from the ancient divine veins? It is said that those who enter the forbidden zone first succumb to unconsciousness, becoming mindless husks instinctively drawn deeper into the divine veins, never to emerge again. Have I now become one of those mindless beings? And is he here to lead me further in? The thought sent a tremor through Scherlinger, instilling in her a profound dread. After all, such creatures are terrifying beyond comprehension. Many have never laid eyes upon the beings within the forbidden zone, yet the mere notion of them elicits shivers and chills down one's spine. "Are you here to take me away?" Shi Ling'er stammered, pointing toward the depths of the divine veins. Chen Xuan. Clearly, she has misunderstood. He was aware she referred to those ancient creatures. While probing the aura of the curse, he had surveyed the entire forbidden zone and discovered the slumbering ancient beings within. However, he was evidently not one of them. With no horns adorning his head and lacking any grotesque features, he did not resemble them in the slightest. After a moment of silent contemplation, Chen Xuan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I am not one of those hideous creatures. Why did you save me, and how did I awaken?" Shi Ling'er fretted, particularly perplexed by the fact that, aside from the ancient creatures and the mindless undead, who else could remain unharmed within the primordial divine veins? "These curses are ineffective against me. The essence of my being resides within you. Thus they hold no power over you as well. Moreover, my intent in saving you is to take you as my disciple." Chen Xuan, observing her trepidation, felt compelled to provide an explanation. However, to prevent her from incessantly probing, he promptly posed a solemn question. "Do you wish to become my disciple? Shall I guide you away from this place?" Boom. Upon hearing these words, Shi Ling'er felt her mind clouded. Become a disciple? Here? He came to this place solely to take me as his apprentice? Yet, her supreme bone had already been extracted, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. In a daze, Shi Ling'er gazed up at Chen Xuan, instinctively responding, "But I am already a failure. My supreme bone is gone. Do you still wish to accept me? Ah, but you possess an immortal physique, long shackled by the mundane world. When the dust settles and the light is born, it will illuminate mountains and rivers. A mere fragment of a supreme bone is of little consequence. By becoming my disciple, I shall impart to you the supreme arts, enabling you to reconstruct your supreme bone." Chapter 52. The Forbidden Zone and the Disciple Stone Ling'er. The supreme weapon 7-star belt. Chen Xuan's voice resounded in Stone Ling'er's mind like a thunderclap, causing her to tremble with intensity. She possessed a celestial body, long confined by the mundane world. When the dust settled and light emerged, illuminating the mountains and rivers, what significance did the mere supreme bone hold? "Bestow upon me the supreme law, that I may reconstruct my supreme bone." Boom. Stone Ling'er was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Her soul, long plunged into despair, seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope rising anew. She swiftly transitioned from a seated position to kneeling beside Chen Xuan, gazing up at him with fervor, exclaiming, I wish to be your disciple. I, Stone Ling'er, pay my respects to my master." With that, she bowed her head in reverence. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding bows echoed, leaving all those outside the forbidden zone utterly bewildered. Yet, Chen Xuan paid no heed to their astonished gazes. He regarded his kneeling disciple with a faint smile. He then lifted Stone Ling'er, beaming as he said, "My dear disciple, let us depart. I shall take you back to the sect." With that, he led the way out of the forbidden zone. However, upon seeing the guardian stationed outside, Stone Ling'er hastily grasped Chen Xuan's arm, cautioning, "Master, perhaps we should wait for them to leave before we go out. They won't allow us to pass." He chuckled. "Ah, the Taichu sacred land, is it? My disciple. From this moment forth, you have a strong backing. Do you understand?" With a nonchalant smile, Chen Xuan strode forward with an air of pride. In that instant, Stone Ling'er felt a surge within her. Chen Xuan's figure loomed larger in her sight, resembling a mountain or the heavens, instilling her with an unparalleled sense of security. "Master." Her vision blurred, with only Chen Xuan's silhouette remaining in her eyes. She then hastened to catch up to her master's footsteps, closely following behind him. Having taken this master, she felt no remorse, even unto death. Before long, the two exited the forbidden zone. However, as soon as they emerged, just as Stone Ling'er had predicted, Chen Xuan was immediately obstructed by a group of elders from the Taichu sacred land. One elder, stroking his beard, approached Chen Xuan with a smiling demeanor, clasping his fists in greeting. "Young friend, I have a favor to ask." "No time." Chen Xuan shook his head expressionlessly, outright refusing. Although these individuals sought to rescue their ancestor, compelling his disciple to enter the forbidden zone for their own gain was hardly commendable. Thus, Chen Xuan naturally harbored no goodwill toward them. Moreover, He had no intention of doing them any favors. Yet, should they harbor ill intentions toward him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Hee, young brother, this matter is imperative. The elder maintained his genial facade, yet his words dripped with veiled threats. The other elders regarded Chen Xuan with cool detachment, each voicing their demands. Young brother, we are from the Taichu sacred land. Enter that mountain in the forbidden zone. Retrieve 9 sacred fruits, and we shall grant you entry into the Taichu sacred land, nurturing you with our utmost efforts. Fear not the dangers. Should you encounter peril, we will intervene. Each white-bearded elder spoke, their declarations laden with ominous implications. The surrounding cultivators erupted in indignation, openly voicing their grievances. They incessantly mentioned the Taichu sacred land, as if everyone were to fear them. To gather 9 fruits? Weren't they merely hoping to acquire one? It seems that greed knows no bounds. And when faced with someone capable of resisting the curse, they wished to seize everything. To bring them back to the sacred land for cultivation, they might never return. The crowd murmured softly. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained expressionless, stating calmly, what if I refuse to go? Refuse? You have no choice but to go? Today. Whether you wish to or not, you must go. In an instant, several elders emanated their formidable auras, rushing towards Chen Xuan with great intensity. Boom! A wave of overwhelming pressure from a royal-level cultivator surged towards Chen Xuan. However, this royal-level aura had no effect on him whatsoever. Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand to shield his novice disciple, then frowned as murderous intent surged within him. They dared to strike first without provocation? It seemed there was no need to spare them. Seeking death, Chen Xuan's expression turned frigid as he unleashed a palm strike towards the elder. Instantly, a palm formed in midair, crashing down upon the elder's crown. Boom! The elder was obliterated into a mist of blood. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. A stunned hush fell upon the crowd. Everything had transpired so swiftly that even the elder had failed to sense the impending danger. Grandfather, great-grandfather, third brother. As the blood mist was blown onto their faces by the wind, the crowd finally reacted, gasping in horror, and immediately assumed combat stances. Others held their breath, their scalps tingling with fear. Even the extremely aged elder seated on the dragon chariot couldn't help but lift his head, eyes sparkling with intensity as he gazed at Chen Xuan, murmuring, Saint. Boom! Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astonished, especially those from the Taichu sacred land, who instinctively recoiled, unable to believe the reality before them. A saint? This man is a saint. But he is so young. In an instant, astonishment swept through everyone. Even Sherlinger couldn't help but glance at her master's face. Her eyes filled with admiration. No wonder her master was unafraid. It turned out he was a saint. She gazed at Chen Xuan's visage, lost in reverie. Those who obstruct me shall perish. After dispatching the royal-level cultivator, Chen Xuan uttered these words with indifference, then proceeded forward with Sherlinger. But at that moment, Li Charan on the dragon chariot spoke again, his voice frail yet resolute. You cannot leave. The entire venue trembled once more, all eyes turning towards Li Charan. A saint cannot leave? This old man is merely close to being a saint. Could he really stop a young saint? Only a sage can be halted by another sage, and even those who come perilously close to such a state cannot intervene, unless they wield a weapon of unparalleled might. As this thought dawned upon them, several elderly figures suddenly froze, their gazes converging sharply upon Li Charan. Upon witnessing his serene demeanor, they were compelled to affirm their suspicions. After all, a being so close to sagehood, yet on the brink of life's end, could not possibly exude such confidence. My goodness, it seems he truly has brought forth the ancestral treasure, the 7-star bell. Gasp! The 7-star bell? The very instrument that once shattered the soul of a sage with a single strike? How unexpected! This old fellow is indeed cunning. One thing perplexes me. If he has brought forth a weapon of extreme caliber, why did he not employ it to carve a path earlier? Why venture alone into the forbidden zone? Surely, he brought the weapon to guard against unforeseen circumstances, yet he would not dare to wield it within, for the weapons of their sacred ground are mere prototypes. Forged by generations of powerful beings, they are not the creations of an emperor and thus fall into the category of pseudo-extreme weapons. Should they lose control in the forbidden zone, they would not return of their own accord. Who would have thought that Li Charan, this old rascal, had a backup plan. A pseudo-extreme weapon, after all, is second only to an extreme weapon. Indeed, it is said to be hardly inferior to the true article. The crowd's eyes sparkled like lightning as they surveyed the scene, eagerly searching for the whereabouts of the seven-star bell. Chapter 53. Suppressing all with one hand. The manifestation of the forbidden zone in the midst of the scene, Li Chuan, with a composed expression, rose from the dragon chariot and raised his hand to unveil the yellow cloth behind him. Instantly, a colossal bell emerged. At the sight of this bell, all gazes froze once more. Even Chen Xuan could not help but halt his steps, directing his attention towards the seven-star bell. Yet, he discerned that this bell was far from the formidable might of his Tai Wang sword. Although powerful, it paled in comparison to true supreme weapons. Nevertheless, it was more than capable of slaying saints with ease. On the other side, Li Chuan gazed at the bell with unwavering confidence. For this bell was the singular pride of their sacred land, embodying the faith of all its people. After all, the materials used to forge this bell had been gathered over the course of millennia, thousands of years of accumulation, combined with the 7 fragments of special celestial essence bequeathed by the ancient emperor, had undergone the craftsmanship of several generations of ancestors over 30,000 years to ultimately take form as the supreme weapon, the seven-star bell. Although it did not originate from the hands of an emperor, it still belonged to the realm of supreme weaponry. As the bell tolled, the saints recoiled. With 7 tolls, the very fabric of the ancient world trembled. Although they were unable to even summon 3 tolls, they still possessed the power to suppress all enemies before them. Thus, they regarded Chen Xuan with utter disdain. "Clansmen, let us together channel the seven-star bell," Li Chuan bellowed, subsequently infusing spiritual energy into the bell. The other clansmen followed suit. With a hum, the seven-star bell erupted forth with its first resounding vibration. Boom! The sound reverberated as if it originated from the heavens, heavy and imbued with boundless pressure, instantly shattering the dragon chariot. Following this, a terrifying aura surged towards Chen Xuan, and the bell's toll echoed throughout the realms. Splutter, splutter, splutter. In an instant, all nearby cultivators spewed blood. Whether they were venerable elders or hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows, they were all shaken into a state of bloodshed. Some of the less experienced even collapsed on the spot, oblivious to their fate. And this was merely the residual force emanating from the seven-star bell. One could only fathom the sheer might Chen Xuan would endure in direct confrontation with the bell. Humming, the sound converged upon Chen Xuan. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth resonated in unison. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, even choosing not to defend himself, allowing the bell's toll to strike him unimpeded. Humming. As the sound passed through, the myriad trees behind Chen Xuan were instantaneously reduced to dust, while the ground beneath his feet upheaved a 1,000-meter thick layer of earth, vanishing along with the mountains behind him. Yet he remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Even the spirit behind him, Scherlinger, remained unscathed at this moment. Hiss! He remains unhurt. My heavens! What level of cultivation is this? How can he withstand the assault of the seven-star bell? In an instant, the onlookers were astounded. The people of Taichu Sacred Land also widened their eyes, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. Impossible. When the bell tolls, the saints retreat. Could he be above saintly rank? Clansmen, as the command from Li Chuan resonated, the practitioners of the Taichu Sacred Land diligently channeled their spiritual energy into the seven-star bell, preparing to unleash the second strike. This time, the build-up was prolonged, more potent than the previous resonance. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xuan had already ascended to the status of an emperor. Not even a multitude of saint kings could harm him in the slightest. The emperor's form was eternal and indestructible. However, despite his invulnerability, Chen Xuan had no intention of remaining passive. With an expression of calm, he gradually raised his hand, manifesting a colossal palm of spiritual energy spanning hundreds of meters, aimed directly at the practitioners of the Taichu Sacred Land. If they sought their demise, he would not hold back. With a thunderous crash, the vast palm, seemingly descending from the heavens, struck with an overwhelming force. Instantly, the members of the Taichu Sacred Land were filled with dread. In the face of this enormous hand, even a group of royal-level experts, alongside an ancient near saint, felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere grain of sand in a boundless ocean, utterly powerless. Release it. cried the emaciated Li Chuan in panic, unable to gather further strength. He swiftly redirected his attack, unleashing the second strike of the seven-star bell against the descending hand. With a resounding hum, the bell reverberated, sending a heavy sound wave towards the intangible hand above. Yet, the colossal hand remained unfazed, continuing its descent with unwavering speed, as if the chime of the seven-star bell had lost all efficacy. The Taichu sacred land will not let you go. Boom. The hand struck down, causing the earth to tremble violently, and in an instant, all members of the Taichu sacred land were reduced to dust. The only remnant was the seven-star bell, standing resolutely upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with all present holding their breath, their hearts trembling at the spectacle before them. The annihilation of the entire Taichu sacred land's elite was astounding enough. But the ability to withstand the power of the second strike from the seven-star bell was terrifying. Such mastery suggested a level of cultivation that had reached its zenith. Amidst the awestruck gazes, Scherlinger stood in a daze, her eyes wide with admiration as she looked at her master. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan maintained his tranquil demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He waved his hand, drawing the seven-star bell before him. Though not a true supreme weapon, it still held some utility, so he decided to keep it. With a flick of his finger, he instantly cleansed the bell of all spiritual traces, subsequently placing it within his sea of consciousness. This act sent another wave of shock through the crowd, for even saint-level beings could not store supreme weapons within their spiritual seas. Although this was a pseudo-supreme weapon, the ability to do so was beyond the reach of ordinary saints. Thus, witnessing this, all present could not help but revere Chen Xuan's formidable strength, instantly elevating him to a status beyond that of a saint. Meanwhile, at the Taichu sacred land, countless elders simultaneously awakened from their secluded meditations, with some ancient beings suddenly opening their eyes wide, fixating on the void and murmuring, "This is dire." The traces of the sacred land have been obliterated by the supreme weapon. In a flurry, several venerable figures of the saint realm vanished from their retreat and reappeared within the main hall of the sacred land. Did you all feel that? Indeed, the mark has vanished. It must be that rascal Chuan who has gotten himself into trouble. He took the supreme weapon days ago. Who possesses such audacity to strike against our Taichu sacred land? Immediately alert the Lord of the sacred land and convene an emergency meeting. We must retrieve the supreme weapon. I shall journey to the ancient divine vein. I will accompany you. At the edge of the ancient divine vein, disciple, let us depart. After stowing away the seven-star bell, Chen Xuan smiled gently at Scherlinger. It was only then that Scherlinger, emerging from her stupor, responded to her master's smile. As if her thoughts had been read, her face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded shyly. Observing this, Chen Xuan merely smiled softly. After all, what maiden does not harbor youthful sentiments? Moreover, he had saved her, and particularly, he was rather handsome. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand, preparing to lead Scherlinger away. Yet, at that moment, a radiant glow suddenly erupted from the peak of the forbidden mountain in the distance. Following that, a slender stream of spiritual water shot up dozens of meters high, casting a wondrous phenomenon of chaos emerging at the mountain's summit. Chapter 54. The Conspiracy of Ancient Beings. The chaos holy water as a catalyst for anomalies? As chaos unfolded, what kind of anomaly was this? Could it signify the emergence of a treasure? No. Look at that water. It seems to harbor the essence of the Tao, that resembles the manifestation of chaos holy water. Goodness, that is indeed chaos holy water. But how could such a miraculous substance exist within the forbidden zone? It is something that has never graced the entire primordial continent. It is the unparalleled treasure that can heal the wounds of saints. Is this truly chaos holy water? A substance that even saints covet? Gazing at the extraordinary phenomenon atop the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone, everyone was taken aback, especially the gushing holy water, which left countless onlookers gasping in astonishment. Filled with desire, chaos holy water, which does not exist in the primordial realm, is said to be obtainable only beyond it, making it exceedingly rare. It is a divine liquid capable of healing the injuries of saints. Indeed, it is capable of mending the wounds of saints. When a saint is injured, ordinary remedies are generally ineffective. They must rely solely on their own recovery. Thus, this substance is something even saints covet. Although it cannot extend life, it can certainly be exchanged with a saint for precious materials that can. Yet, one cannot fathom why it would appear at the mountain's peak. Of course, while many gazed with envy, none dared to venture forth to retrieve the water. After all, this is a place where even saints meet their demise. Thus, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan, eager to discern whether this esteemed saint would dare to enter. It was understandable that he had no interest in the life-extending divine fruit. Given his youth, it was only natural not to take risks. But would he not be intrigued by the holy water? Such a substance could potentially save one's life in critical moments. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Chen Xuan slowly directed his gaze toward the mountain summit. He sensed something extraordinary within the holy water. The Tao essence contained within it bore a resemblance to the essence resting upon Linger's shoulder. If she were to absorb the Tao essence from this holy water, it would surely enable her to regenerate a new supreme bone. With this realization, Chen Xuan formed a resolution and gently smiled at Linger, saying, "Disciple, this chaos holy water is immensely beneficial for you. It can assist you in rapidly regrowing your lost supreme bone. Are you willing to accompany me to retrieve it?" Upon hearing this, Linger felt a tremor in her heart and quickly interjected, "Master, you must not. The forbidden zone is fraught with curses and slumbering ancient beings. The might of the recent extreme weapon may have already awakened those creatures. I believe I can regrow my supreme bone on my own, and I do not wish for you to take such a risk on my behalf." Her face was earnest, and her words were heartfelt. After all, having now become a disciple, she held hope for the future and did not want her master to encounter peril for her sake. "Do not worry, my disciple. While you may grow it back yourself, the means to expedite the process lies right before us. Come, I shall take you to retrieve the water." With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand and, taking Linger with him, soared toward the mountain summit. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were left in astonishment. For Chen Xuan truly ventured forth, accompanied by his newly accepted disciple. The most astonishing aspect was that he managed to soar within the penalty area, once again surpassing all their perceptions of it. Amidst the commentary of onlookers, Chen Xuan ascended to the mountain peak. This summit was not a flat expanse, but rather a sunken hollow. Upon landing, he would be obscured from the outside world by the protruding stone walls at the edges. However, before Chen Xuan could descend, the holy water, which had just gushed forth, seemed to sense his presence and instantly retreated into the small orifice in the ground. Vanishing from sight, Chen Xuan was not in a hurry. After all, the holy water would not flee. After landing with Stone Spirit, he began to observe, seeking the hiding place of the holy water. Within the hollow, at its center, there was a small orifice the size of a thumb. The holy water had sprung forth from there. Not far from this orifice lay a small pool of spring water, in which grew a half-foot-tall sapling bearing 9 holy fruits, though they appeared rather unripe and not fully matured. Yet, this spring water was extraordinary, dense and crystal clear, infused with boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was, in fact, the rare and precious divine source liquid. Heavens! It is divine source liquid. No wonder it can produce holy medicine. Upon seeing the pool of divine source liquid, Stone Spirit was quite astonished. However, she quickly noticed a dark, ancient-looking entrance not far away. The entrance was peculiar in shape, resembling the gaping maw of a fearsome beast. "Master," she was about to speak when Chen Xuan interrupted her. "Disciple, the holy water is within the cave. Let us retrieve it." "Hiss, Master, could it be that this cave is the legendary lair of ancient creatures? Perhaps we should refrain from entering?" Gazing into the seemingly bottomless abyss, Stone Spirit felt a shiver of fear. Although she admired her master's strength greatly, those were ancient beings. If they truly stumbled into the lair of such creatures, even 100 saints would not suffice to escape alive. "Do not be afraid, my disciple. They have deliberately released the holy water to entice us inside. If we do not go, would we not disappoint them?" Chen Xuan regarded the entrance with a calm voice. Yet, to Stone Spirit's ears, his words sent a tremor through her entire being, causing her hair to stand on end. "Master, are you implying that the holy water is a lure, deliberately released by them to attract us?" Her voice trembled, realizing that she and her master had been targeted by those creatures. A myriad of terrifying legends flooded her mind. "Indeed. Let us proceed. Stay by my side, and all shall be well." Chen Xuan smiled slightly, then led the way into the cave. "As for those holy fruits, He intended to harvest them upon their exit. Although they were unripe and somewhat less potent, they would still prove useful as reserves. Observing her master's retreating figure into the cave, Stone Spirit ultimately gritted her teeth and followed suit. If death were to come, so be it. After all, she was already destined for doom. Meanwhile, at the base of the sacred mountain lies an expanse illuminated by luminous pearls and gemstones embedded within the stone walls. This space, neither too large nor too small, resembles a grand hall of humanity, yet it is riddled with caves. This place appears to be the very nexus of all caverns. However, in this central area, against the walls, there are towering divine source stones, arranged with meticulous precision. Each of these stones encases unique creatures, numbering in the dozens. These beings bear a resemblance to humans, but possess horns, with skin that is parched and wrinkled, sunken noses, and pointed ears. They lie encased in the divine source like amber, in a deep slumber. Yet, not all the ancient beings within the divine source are at rest. Several have already opened their eyes, exuding an aura of terror. In the very center stands a primordial creature that has emerged from its divine source, grasping a purple gold gourd, tilting its head towards a small aperture above, drawing in the chaotic holy water. It is evident that this chaotic holy water is of its own release. Come forth. Come forth. If the sacred fruit cannot entice you, I refuse to believe that the chaotic holy water will fail to do so. Hurry and enter to serve as our sustenance. It murmurs to itself, fastening the gourd to its waist, then gesturing to lift the shattered divine source from the ground. Re-encasing itself, its gaze shifts towards several cave entrances as it slowly holds its breath, akin to the other creatures within their divine sources, slipping once more into slumber. Yet, only it knows that this is merely a ruse, as it quietly awaits the arrival of prey. Unbeknownst to it, all of this has already fallen under Chen Xuan's watchful gaze. Chapter 55. The Awakening of the 18 Ancient Great Saints. As Chen Xuan traversed through the winding cave, he brought Scherlinger into the depths of an expansive cavern entrance. Are these all divine sources? Such immense divine sources. Scherlinger, who had been hiding behind Chen Xuan, suddenly caught sight of a colossal divine source stone propped against the wall, and her heart leapt in astonishment. The divine source is a manifestation of the earth's spiritual energy, condensed to its utmost purity, infused with the essence of the sun and moon, and only existing from the ancient times. When this spiritual liquid solidifies, it forms the divine source stone, which possesses powers that far exceed that of ordinary spiritual stones, making it an indispensable treasure for cultivators on their path to enlightenment. Moreover, due to the dramatic changes in the world, divine source liquid can no longer be produced, and consequently, neither can divine source stones. Thus, all existing divine sources are relics of the ancient era. Upon seeing a divine source stone that measured over a meter in width, Scherlinger was utterly taken aback, quickly raising her gaze towards the divine source. Little did she know, upon closer inspection, she was immediately startled by the sight of an unsightly humanoid creature. Her heart raced, and she instinctively grasped Chen Xuan's arm, rendered speechless by fear. Although the creature within the divine source had its eyes tightly shut and remained motionless, the terrifying aura it exuded was chilling, far surpassing that of the elderly Charon, who had approached the semblance of a saint moments earlier. Thankfully, she managed to stifle a scream by biting her lip, but the sensation still sent shivers down her spine. Are you afraid of it, my disciple? What is there to fear from an ancient being? Chen Xuan, feeling her grip on his arm, cast a casual glance at the gourd hanging from the creature's waist before fixing his gaze upon its face. Strangely enough, it did appear to be in a deep slumber. However, this scene nearly terrified Scherlinger to her core. Her heart trembled, and she quickly rose on her toes to whisper urgently, "Master, please don't look at it. I have heard that staring directly at ancient beings can awaken them. We must be quiet and avoid looking at any creatures." Is that so? A faint smile graced Chen Xuan's lips as he raised his hand to tap on the divine source. Master. In an instant, Scherlinger was taken aback, her heart racing to her throat. She could hardly believe that her master intended to strike the divine source. Did he truly covet such a massive divine source? But within it was a sealed, ancient being. Oh heavens, was her master courting death? Amidst Scherlinger's astonished gaze, Chen Xuan's finger drew ever closer. Yet, at that critical moment, The ancient being within the divine source could no longer remain dormant and suddenly opened its eyes wide. Instantly, an overwhelming aura filled the entire cavern, and with a shudder of its flesh, it broke into a terrifying grin. Ah! As Scherlinger's pupils constricted, she instinctively jumped in surprise. However, upon realizing the situation, she quickly covered her mouth, her heart racing with palpable trepidation. "Master," she whispered urgently. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, his gaze fixed calmly on the ancient creature within the divine source. "No more pretense. Come forth." With that, he flicked his finger sharply. In an instant, the divine source shattered into fragments, and the ancient creature was abruptly stripped of its concealment, exposed to the open air. At that moment, it appeared somewhat bewildered. Not only had it failed to intimidate its adversaries, but they also dared to unveil it? Such audacity in a human. Observing the contrasting expressions of terror and calmness from the master and disciple, the ancient creature emitted a chilling, guttural voice. "Die." Boom. The sound resonated like the voice of a demon, penetrating the ears of the master and disciple. In that moment, Scherlinger's eyes glazed over in confusion, while Chen Xuan maintained his clear gaze, his expression unyielding. Indeed, it was not a benign entity. Sensing the curse woven into the voice, Chen Xuan furrowed his brows and instinctively raised his hand to shield Scherlinger, before swiftly striking his palm against the ancient creature's head. Boom! The ancient creature erupted violently, its dark crimson ichor splattering against the walls. The ancient creature lay vanquished, dead, as Scherlinger regained her senses. She stared in disbelief at the remnants of the creature, then turned to her master, who appeared utterly composed. For a moment, she could not discern whether her master was exceptionally powerful or the ancient creature was simply feeble. However, at that moment, from within the divine source nearby, an ancient creature suddenly opened its eyes. Following it, a second, a third, a fourth, up to the 18th. 18 of the most primordial ancient beings awakened, all gazing intently at Chen Xuan. In an instant, a terrifying aura, far more fearsome than that of the creature that had just perished, enveloped the cave, causing the very earth to tremble and souls to shudder. No wonder even sages met their demise here. It was home to 18 peak ancient sages. Looking at these 18 ancient beings, Chen Xuan smirked coldly and leisurely raised his hand to retrieve the purple-gold gourd from the ground. Sages are categorized into sages, sage kings, and great sages. Although all belong to the realm of the sage, each stage embodies a profound transformation. Above the great sage is the emperor. The 18 beings now awakening before him were all undeniably great sages, and not just any great sages, but those at the pinnacle of their power. Moreover, they were not ordinary great sages, they were ancient great sages. Ancient beings, by nature, are formidable, and the combat prowess of those at the pinnacle of ancient great sage status is scarcely inferior to that of quasi-emperors. Should these 18 ancient great sages join forces, they could potentially contend with some newly ascended emperors. However, such might was still deemed insufficient in his presence, because he is not only an emperor, but also a mature one, wielding formidable weapons that render him impervious to any adversary in this world, let alone a mere group of ancient saints, whom he could easily obliterate with a mere gesture. However, despite his indomitable spirit, Scherlinger, standing behind him, was utterly petrified, frozen in place, scarcely daring to draw breath. The great saints, an astonishing 18 ancient saints of peak prowess, surely more powerful than human saints, and not far from the emperor's might. Good heavens! The ancient divine veins forbidden zone is indeed terrifying, harboring 18 beings of saintly caliber. Such entities do not even exist within the sacred lands. It is no wonder that since time immemorial, apart from emperors, none could traverse this forbidden realm freely. These 18, even a newly ascended emperor would struggle to completely overpower them. Under Scherlinger's anxious gaze, the 18 ancient beings began to speak. "Damn humans! How dare you slay our gatekeeper? You can resist the curse's power. Heh! Even if you are an aspiring emperor, you shall not escape this cavern. Let your blood nourish us, ha ha ha." 18 terrifying auras, each nearing that of an aspiring emperor, surged towards Chen Xuan. Observing the dense curse emanating from these ancient beings, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, his garments billowing without wind, murmuring to himself, "So, a horde of cursed monstrosities." In an instant, he unleashed the aura of an emperor, countering the overwhelming pressure from the 18 beings. A moment's pause ensued as the ancient beings were taken aback. An emperor? Impossible. All 18 ancient beings trembled, astonished that their opponent was indeed an emperor. They had anticipated no more than an aspiring emperor. After millennia, another emperor has entered this domain? In that moment, instead of fear, their eyes ignited with fervor and madness. Kill him. We must capture him at all costs. Starting with that girl. Kill. Suddenly, the 18 ancient beings shattered their own divine sources and attacked Chen Xuan. An overwhelming wave of terrifying energy erupted within the cavern. Yet, the mountain, composed of some unknown material, remained unscathed beneath the pressure of countless powerful auras. Scherlinger, filled with trepidation, did not grasp Chen Xuan's arm, but instinctively clutched the hem of his garment. Beholding the imminent terror and the trembling Scherlinger by his side, Chen Xuan raised his left hand to grasp her wrist, while his right hand trembled, unleashing the supreme weapon, the Tai Wang sword. He regarded the multitude of ancient beings with disdain, coldly declaring, "Even with one hand safeguarding my disciple and the other wielding my sword, I shall slay you like dogs. Today, let me eradicate you wretched beings and thoroughly quell the chaos of this forbidden zone." Boom! Chen Xuan raised his hand, unleashing a surge of sword energy that instantly collided with 18 formidable auras, each perilously close to that of a quasi-emperor. In that moment, the entire sacred mountain trembled, the reverberations echoing through the very rock, sending ripples across a vast expanse of 100,000 miles. Chapter 56. Chen Xuan calms the Forbidden Zone. The beginning of another cycle boom. Outside the Forbidden Zone, every cultivator felt a tremor coursing through their bodies, all turning in unison to gaze at the sacred mountain within the forbidden area. What is happening? The sacred mountain is shaking. Could it be that the ancient beings within the forbidden zone have awakened? Could it possibly be that young man who just vanquished Li Chen? My goodness, could he be battling an ancient creature? How astonishing. In an instant, all cultivators were left dumbfounded, their hearts filled with profound shock. But that was not the end of it. Soon after, a series of thunderous roars erupted from within the sacred mountain, reverberating across a radius of 100,000 miles. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds were akin to the bombardment of divine thunder, causing countless elders of various sects, secluded seniors, and ancient beings to raise their heads and gaze towards the direction of the forbidden zone. If they had initially thought the previous sound was a mere illusion or coincidence, the continuous rumbling now unmistakably signaled that something was amiss within the forbidden zone. In that moment, all cultivators within 100,000 miles of the ancient mountain were shaken to their core. Even some timid commoners fell to their knees, trembling and praying to the heavens. Meanwhile, the cultivators outside the forbidden zone, overwhelmed by the cascading explosions, covered their ears and fled in haste. Yet even so, the resounding blasts continued to weigh heavily on their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble in response. Some cultivators of lower realms, despite having retreated and covered their ears, were still forced to spew blood from the intensity of the shock. Hurry, do not venture so close. Many cultivators were led away by their elders. Those without guardians either gritted their teeth and fled or were rendered unconscious on the spot, oblivious to their fate. In an instant, all cultivators retreated beyond 100 miles from the forbidden zone. How powerful, how formidable! What manner of monsters inhabit the ancient beings of the forbidden zone? My heavens! Although the sounds emitted no palpable pressure, they were nonetheless terrifying. Could it be that the 7-star bell of the Taichu Holy Land is being activated? Given the magnitude of the force, it does bear some resemblance. Could it be that the young man is capable of wielding an extreme weapon? The strength displayed seems to have fully unleashed the might of such a weapon. Goodness! To possess such power at such a young age. Could it be that another is on the verge of attaining the title of emperor? All eyes were fixated on the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone, their reverence for it reaching its zenith. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued to echo. With each tremor, every cultivator felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. This is unbearable. If this persists, my heart may burst. I must take my leave. I cannot endure this either. Before long, one powerful figure after another, unable to withstand the tremors, retreated. And shortly after their departure, the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone finally returned to tranquility. In an instant, the world fell into a profound silence. The vast sky, once again adorned with clouds, seemed as if nothing had transpired. Everything returned to its original state. Was it truly over? The crowd gazed intently at the sacred mountain of the Forbidden Zone, their faces etched with vigilance, daring not to breathe. Meanwhile, within the Forbidden Zone, inside the sanctum of the Holy Mountain, an eerie stillness prevailed. All ancient beings had vanished without a trace. Only a solitary man stood erect, one hand clasping a beautiful maiden's and the other gripping the imperial sword, angled towards the earth. The sword's blade pointed where dark red blood splattered, imbued with an enigmatic aura. Though lifeless, it remained terrifying. At this moment, the entire sanctum, whether upon the rocky walls, the transparent divine source stones beneath their feet, or within the walls leading to the exit, was drenched in dark red blood and the severed remains of ancient creatures. In stark contrast, Chen Xuan bore no trace of blood upon him, his attire impeccably intact, as if he had emerged unscathed. Especially as he gazed calmly at the scattered remnants on the ground, he exuded an unparalleled nonchalance. Witnessing this scene, Scherlinger was immediately entranced, her gaze fixated on her master's visage, feeling an immense sense of security. With a single sword, he had battled 18 saints, safeguarding her tranquility with ease. Such a master was indeed rare throughout the ages. Momentarily, she found herself lost in admiration. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Xuan was not merely posturing. He was deep in contemplation. Despite having vanquished the 18 great saints and the ancient beings within the divine source, the peculiar curse power and ethereal rhythm embedded in the blood and flesh on the ground eluded his understanding. The curse power within the flesh was, in fact, thousands of times more potent than that within the Forbidden Zone itself, yet it was suffused with an unsettling aura. After observing for a while without uncovering any clues, Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation. After all, the ancient beings within the Forbidden Zone had been completely eradicated. The curse power could remain. At the very least, these ancient creatures would no longer pose a threat. With this thought, Chen Xuan raised his hand to stow away the imperial sword and addressed Scherling, disciple. Let us depart. Huh. Oh, okay, master. At her master's sudden inquiry, Scherlinger's face flushed, feeling somewhat shy. Yet, suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Pointing to a drop of divine source scattered on the ground. Master, are we not taking this divine source? Chen Xuan, so you are still a little treasure seeker. He shook his head and explained. This divine source has already been tainted by the curse and is unusable. Let us go? The spiritual energy within our Piaomiao Sect is far richer than that of the divine source. With that, he took the lead and departed. Before long, the two reached the summit of the mountain. This time, Chen Xuan did not hold back, promptly plucking 9 sacred fruits. Then, with a grand gesture, he and Scherlinger vanished from the holy mountain, returning to their sect. Outside the Forbidden Zone, numerous cultivators had been waiting for a while. Upon realizing that no commotion had arisen from within, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the battle within the Forbidden Zone had truly concluded. Surely, that young man must have perished within. Unexpectedly, with merely a counterfeit supreme weapon, one could contend with the ancient beings for such an extended period before succumbing. Had he survived, he would undoubtedly ascend to emperorhood in the future. Alas, it is a pity. Had he achieved enlightenment and become an emperor, perhaps this unfortunate fate would have been averted. What a regretful spectacle to have missed witnessing this battle firsthand. Countless formidable warriors shook their heads, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, 3 terrifying auras abruptly manifested, compelling everyone to halt in their tracks. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the top-tier experts from the primordial sacred land had descended. The 3 elders hovered just beyond the Forbidden Zone, gazing into it. Their eyes filled with helplessness. Alas, they arrived too late. Those earlier sounds must have emanated from our sacred land's supreme weapon, the 7-star bell. It appears that it has been buried alongside that individual within the Forbidden Zone. What are we to do? Our sacred land cannot be without a supreme weapon. Should we not summon the sect's powerful members to procure another supreme weapon and attempt to reclaim it from those ancient beings? Absolutely not. The ancient beings here are indestructible. Even emperors can only subdue them into a slumber for millennia, but cannot eradicate them entirely, so we must abandon such thoughts. However, Without a supreme weapon, our sacred land shall descend into mediocrity. Alas, such is fate. We can only return and gather materials anew to forge another. Fortunately, our sacred land has acquired a supreme bone of the dual-pupiled, and with dedicated cultivation, the prospect of her attaining emperorhood is exceedingly promising. Should she succeed in her enlightenment, she would be equivalent to countless supreme weapons. Let us return and inform the Lord of the sacred land to fully cultivate Xiaoyou. The elder leading the group shook his head in resignation before vanishing from sight. Chapter 57. New Rewards. 2 more emperors. As the powerful elders of the Taichu Holy Land hurriedly arrived and departed, the gathered cultivators were filled with a deep sense of contemplation. Even those who had previously suffered oppression at the hands of the Taichu Holy Land could not suppress their excitement at this moment. The prospect of reconstructing supreme weapons seemed but a fanciful dream. The emergence of the 7 Stars Bell was entirely reliant on the remnants of materials left by the former emperors of the Taichu Holy Land, supplemented by millennia of diligent collection. Now, with the emperors absent, the mere thought of the Holy Land gathering materials for supreme weapons was nothing short of wishful thinking, an endeavor that even the emperors might struggle to accomplish. However, after a brief moment of elation, those who had been wronged found themselves disheartened once more. This was largely due to the existence of a quasi-empress, Shi Yaoyao, within the Taichu Holy Land. Indeed, she was the prodigious girl born with dual pupils, who had extracted the supreme bone from Shi and was heralded as the quasi-empress by the Holy Land. The designation of quasi-empress was bestowed upon her not merely for her title, but because she possessed enhancements that rivaled those of an empress. Her dual pupils and supreme bone granted her unparalleled potential. The dual pupils were a path to invincibility, while the supreme bone was the essence of a born emperor. These 2 unique attributes rendered her formidable in the world. The young girl, endowed with innate dual pupils and the postnatal supreme bone, was poised for ascension to emperorhood, making her a truly deserving quasi-empress. The recent loss of the supreme weapon by the Taichu Holy Land inadvertently accelerated the cultivation of this quasi-empress. Thus, after a fleeting moment of joy, the crowd shook their heads and departed in despondency. Before long, many left the scene. Although the individual who had trespassed into the forbidden zone was deceased, his legend would endure through the ages. Meanwhile, within the forbidden zone, the cave lay in silence. As time passed, the blood on the stone walls began to shift, merging with other blood and creeping toward the severed limbs, enveloping them completely. In a short span, hundreds of severed limbs were ensconced in dark red blood, while the blood scattered around coalesced into numerous blood orbs. Within these orbs, the essence of the great Tao flowed, seemingly harboring infinite mysteries. At times, myriad stars would circulate, while at others, strange phenomena would manifest. Yet all of it was interwoven with curse-laden power and peculiarities, creating an alternation of illumination and obscurity, a cycle of life and death without end. Gradually, the concentration of the blood orbs became diluted, revealing the faint outline of a new, youthful ancient body amidst the orbs. Within these hundreds of blood orbs, the silhouettes of countless youthful ancient beings began to materialize, heralding the dawn of yet another cycle. Of course, Chen Xuan was entirely unaware of these developments, as he had already returned to the Misty Sect. Even if he were to learn that these ancient beings could not be slain, it mattered little. He could re-enter at any moment to vanquish them anew, should he desire. He could easily dispatch an emperor to reside within, perpetually cycling through and slaying them once more. Thus, the fate of these ancient beings held no significance for him. After all, the power of curses perpetually bound them, ensuring they would never ascend to the true status of emperors. Inside the Misty Sect. Is this the mysterious sect? The aura here is so rich. It feels as though I have entered a realm of immortals. Shi followed closely behind Chen Xuan, her curiosity akin to that of an innocent child, her eyes darting about in delight. This place is simply superior to the sacred grounds. Soon, the 2 arrived at the main peak. Chen Xuan summoned the grand elder of the inner sect, Lu Tsong. Upon meeting the sect master, Lu Tsong hastily paid his respects. Chen Xuan nodded and addressed Shi. This gentleman is the grand elder of our sect. You shall accompany him to the Divine Arts Pavilion to select your techniques, and then come to the Great Hall to see me. At that time, I shall assist you in cultivating the supreme bone. Yes, Shi promptly responded with eagerness. then bowed to Lu Tsang. Linger pays her respects to the Grand Elder. Let us go. Lu Tsang smiled gently, exuding warmth towards Chen Xuan's disciple, leading the way amicably. Linger, her eyes sparkling, hurriedly followed Lu Tsang's footsteps towards the library. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan made his way directly back to the sectmaster's hall, settling onto the stone bed at the innermost part. This was his sanctuary, a place for both rest and cultivation. Upon returning to the familiar stone bed, Chen Xuan could barely contain his excitement. System, open the lavish disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding. The lavish disciple recruitment gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Immortal-summoning Card X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Source Convergence Array. Note, the Divine Source Convergence Array can absorb the aura of heaven and earth to gather Divine Source liquid. The host can place it in a suitable location, producing millions of pounds of Divine Source liquid daily. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Potential Testing Ladder. Note, the Potential Testing Ladder has 999 steps, each representing different levels of cultivation potential. The nearer one approaches the summit, the greater the potential. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Divine Weapon, the Mother and Child Heart-Searching Mirror. Note, the Mother Mirror can cast illusions, confronting one with their innermost fears, obscuring the truth. The Child Mirror can manifest scenes within the illusion for observation. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Imperial Weapon Material, the Innate Primordial Heaven Stone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Cultivation Enhancement Card X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eternal Battle Body. Eternal Battle Body, born for battle. As long as one possesses an indomitable spirit, they can confront any enemy in the world. The more they face adversity, the stronger they become, unmatched across the globe. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special additional reward, the Emperor-summoning Card X2. Special rewards cannot be synthesized. In no time, a cascade of rewards was credited. Especially with the fusion of the Eternal Battle Body, Chen Xuan felt an electrifying surge, an overwhelming battle intent igniting in his eyes. His combat prowess skyrocketed hundreds of times in an instant. Moreover, he sensed that this was merely the superficial effect of the Eternal Battle Body. The hidden abilities within this physique were boundless, poised to erupt further with each battle. This Eternal Battle Body seems even more formidable than the Supreme Body. Chen Xuan marveled. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 special Emperor summoning cards and utilized them without hesitation. The special summoning cards were unique rewards, unable to be synthesized, and holding no further use if retained. Moreover, the moment to initiate the recruitment of disciples is at hand. It is also time to appoint some elders to the sect. Ding. The summoning of a powerful sovereign is in progress. Please arrange an identity for the host. Inner Sect Elder. Ding. The summoning of the Sovereign Elder is successful and is en route to the host. Please be patient. Meanwhile, 2 exceedingly formidable figures materialized in the corner of the sect. Although these individuals had just been depicted, an indistinct yet terrifying aura emanated from within them, immediately capturing the attention of the 3 esteemed elders of Songhai Shao. Naturally, since Chen Xuan had previously delineated their identities, the 3 elders regarded them as sect elders and did not attempt to apprehend them. As the figures manifested, their gazes met, and without hesitation, they soared towards the main peak. Their passage inevitably drew the attention of other disciples. In no time, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo, intrigued, followed suit. However, upon reaching the grand hall of the sect leader, they encountered Lu Yu emerging from a tree. Lu Yu joined them, standing at the entrance of the hall, curiously peering inside. Within the hall, the 2 newly arrived sovereigns stood with their backs to the disciples, courteously clasping their fists in greeting to Chen Xuan. Subordinate Wang Zhuma, Subordinate Wang Yetian, we pay our respects to the sect leader. Upon saying this, both knelt simultaneously, bowing their heads to Chen Xuan, keenly aware of the disparity in their statuses. The disciples at the entrance of the hall widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, they are sect elders. Have 2 more elders emerged from seclusion? Their attire is identical to that of the other 3 elders. Could it be that, with the imminent recruitment of disciples, the elders have all come forth to assist? It appears that these 2 elders are not any less formidable than the previous 3. My goodness, could they be 2 more superlative powerhouses? Our sect is extraordinarily strong. The group leaned against the doorframe, whispering excitedly. Even Lu Yu, intrigued, adopted a similar stance, with foreheads arranged neatly in alignment. Chapter 58. The Mighty Supreme Law Within the Grand Hall. Chen Xuan observed the two newly arrived emperor-level powerhouses with a hint of bemusement. Huanggu, Huanggu. It appears the system's naming convention is indeed quite random. Previously, it summoned the likes of Zhang Haishao, and now it has conjured forth Mietian and Zhu Mo. Nevertheless, their names certainly sound far more formidable than those of Zhang Haishao and his companions. Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Rise." With a simple gesture of his hand, a piece of black stone levitated before the two. This was the primordial stone, a material rewarded by the system for crafting imperial weaponry. He continued, "The establishment of our sect is imminent. Utilize these materials to forge some sect tokens. Both elders and disciples must possess one. Off you go." "Yes, we shall take our leave." Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian promptly accepted the primordial stone and respectfully bowed before departing. As they reached the entrance of the hall, Lin Fan and the other disciples greeted the two newly emerged elders with enthusiasm. "Greetings, elders." The two elders nodded and then strode away to commence the crafting of the sect tokens. Seeing this, Lin Fan and the others prepared to disperse. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's voice resonated from within the hall, causing them to pause in surprise. "Disciples, I have taken in a new junior sister who is currently selecting techniques in the library. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to go and make her acquaintance." The voice echoed softly, leaving them momentarily stunned. Another junior sister? Their expressions brightened with delight, and they quickly returned to Chen Xuan with respectful bows. "Understood." With that, they set off with eager curiosity towards the library. They were keen to get to know their new junior sister. Inside the library, Shiling walked forward, utterly astonished by the sect's facilities and the abundant spiritual energy that enveloped her. She was particularly captivated by the Grand Elder's descriptions of the functions of the illusionary tower, the library's capabilities, and the wonders of the combat arena. Each revelation left her in awe. Now, arriving in the library, she felt somewhat desensitized by the overwhelming ambience. When a particular cultivation manual chose her, she felt a surge of acceptance wash over her. Glancing at the book in her hands, her pupils contracted slightly, and she instinctively read the words inscribed upon it. Celestial Scripture, Supreme Law. The supreme law that her master spoke of is actually a celestial scripture. How utterly astonishing. Shiling was filled with excitement. She had only heard of the supreme bone, but had never encountered the supreme body or the supreme law, mistakenly believing her master spoke of some sage or emperor's scriptures. Thus, upon discovering it was a celestial scripture, she was profoundly shaken and eagerly turned to the first page. The words on the first page resonated deeply within her soul as the supreme body. One shall suppress all foes. Boom. Shiling's heart raced wildly. The supreme body, is it truly this formidable? It is meant to suppress all enemies. Could it be that my cousin's heavy pupils pale in comparison to my supreme body? Shiling eagerly flipped through the pages, soon becoming utterly captivated by the profound teachings contained within the celestial scripture. According to its revelations, the supreme body possesses the extraordinary ability to subdue all adversaries, standing unparalleled among those of the same realm. The scripture recounts that its founder was indeed a supreme body, having achieved the pinnacle of its form. This individual, at the level of a sage, single-handedly battled against 3,000 sages, pushing back 800 states with remarkable prowess. Following their ascension to the throne, they epitomized the zenith of imperial authority, confronting darkness at the apex of their power. Ultimately, they engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Dark Immortal, resulting in a stalemate that firmly established their dominance as the foremost being beneath the immortals. Hence, the scripture boldly declares, "As a supreme body, I shall suppress all foes." Moreover, the sacred text contains a subsequent proclamation made by that illustrious figure at the height of their imperial reign: "I am invincible beneath the immortals, and an equal exchange above them." Indeed, such is the formidable essence of the supreme body. Upon absorbing this knowledge, Shiling's heart quivered with exhilaration, and her admiration for her sect and master soared to unprecedented heights. With great fervor, she stowed away the supreme technique and pushed open the door of the library, intent on seeking her master. However, just as she opened the door, four figures materialized before her, one of which was a soul. Startled, Scherlinger froze momentarily, for she had seen only an elder guarding the entrance upon her arrival. Now, 4 figures had suddenly appeared, all gazing intently at her, which sent a shiver down her spine. Instinctively, she turned to the elders seated nearby, who smiled warmly and said, "They are your senior brothers and sisters. Go and make their acquaintance." Relieved by the elder's words, Scherlinger quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, elder." At that moment, Lin Fan and the others approached, initiating their introductions. "You must be the new junior sister." "Hello, I am Lin Fan." "Greetings, brother Lin Fan. I am Scherling," she replied courteously. The other 3 young women then introduced themselves in turn. "I am Yi Qingcheng," she said, nodding with a stoic expression, embodying the demeanor of an older sister. "I am Murong Ingluo," she chimed in, her eyes crinkling with delight. "I am Luyu," she added, introducing herself with a charming smile. "Greetings, senior sisters," Scherlinger responded promptly, mentally noting their names. "Junior sister, have you selected your technique? Shall we head to your residence for cultivation or explore the illusion tower? We can accompany you," Lin Fan proposed with a warm smile. Embodying the role of a caring older brother, Scherlinger felt a wave of astonished honor as she looked at the other senior sisters, who were all focused on her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she replied, "My master instructed me to select a technique and seek him out, as he likely has plans for me." "Ah, then let us escort you to find your master. We too are returning to cultivate." A gentle smile spread across the faces of the group as they made their way towards the main peak. Lin Fan led the way, with the 4 women following closely behind. Notably, Murong Ingluo, a spirited and vivacious traveler, immediately struck up a conversation with Scherlinger, inquiring about various matters. In no time, she uncovered the tale of Scherlinger's experiences. Upon learning that Scherlinger had been subjected to the extraction of her supreme bone and subsequently cast into the forbidden zone to gather medicinal herbs, the senior brothers and sisters were instantly filled with indignation. Lu Yu exclaimed, "How can there be such wicked individuals? It is utterly despicable. Out of jealousy, they resort to such treachery. If I ever encounter that person, I shall certainly assist you in teaching her a lesson." Murong Ingluo reassured, "Fear not, junior sister. The loss of your cultivation is inconsequential. Since our master has taken you in, there will undoubtedly be a means to assist you. In due course, practicing here will be 1,000 times superior to that so-called sacred land." Yi Qingqing added, "Cultivation is inherently reliant on oneself. That Xiaya, driven by greed, is destined to achieve little. Rest assured, the next time we cross paths with her, we will avenge you and pierce her dual pupils." Lin Fan concurred, "Indeed. Henceforth, we are one family. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek our aid, and we shall face challenges together." "Thank you, senior sisters and brothers," Scherlinger responded, deeply touched by their concern. With renewed determination, she declared, "I shall personally seek vengeance. Yes, we believe in you. Go forth. You have us." The group continued their banter as they journeyed towards the main peak. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the sect master, after dismissing his disciples, Chen Xuan promptly retrieved a realm enhancement card to utilize. Currently at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, he was considered a mature emperor. The enhancement card could elevate his status by a minor realm each time, and this occasion would undoubtedly propel him into the late stage of the Emperor realm. With excitement bubbling within him, he contemplated the prospect of reaching the late stage of the Emperor realm, a truly formidable level of strength. The ease with which he could achieve this with a mere card was astonishing. Moreover, with the enhancements from his eternal sword body, eternal battle body, and extreme Dao weapons, he believed that once he became a late-stage emperor, it would be exceedingly difficult for any being beneath the celestial realm to rival him. Ding! Power infusion in progress. Boom! The realm enhancement card vanished, and an immense force surged into Chen Xuan's body, catalyzing the further evolution of his flesh and blood. The imprint of heaven and earth deepened. The rhythm of the Dao flowed, and the energy within each drop of blood surged, as if each drop had undergone a second creation of the universe, containing a microcosm within. Moments later, the breakthrough concluded. A late-stage emperor, fully formed in essence, emerged seamlessly. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of chaotic brilliance bursting forth, seemingly capable of piercing through the heavens and spanning the realms of time. Is this the late stage of the Emperor realm? Truly powerful. Compared to the previous mature emperor, it was akin to the distinction between an adult and a child. With such strength, should he confront those ancient beings? A mere glance would suffice. Suddenly, Shirling Heir, accompanied by other disciples, arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, clasping her fists in respectful anticipation of a summons. Chapter 59. The Sacred Water Bath. Shirlinger reconstructs the supreme bone upon witnessing Shirlinger accompanied by other disciples. Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his gaze and nodded, saying, "Come in." Yes. Shirlinger promptly stepped into the grand hall, followed closely by the other disciples. However, Chen Xuan's subsequent remark left them utterly disheartened. "You need not enter. Return to your cultivation." Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, Lu Yuo. She was the first to turn and leave, heading towards her own embodiment, the Jiao tree. The other three, indeed a tree, not a single thought in mind. They felt a wave of helplessness. Although they were curious about their master's intentions, they had no choice but to heed his command. Thus, the three clasped their fists and turned back to their respective chambers to resume their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the area outside the grand hall once more. Inside the hall, Shirlinger felt a twinge of apprehension as she approached Chen Xuan, speaking softly, "Master, I have been chosen by the supreme law." "Indeed," Chen Xuan responded, his demeanor suggesting it was to be expected, then beckoned towards the grand door. Instantly, the palace doors closed, and the candles within flared to life, illuminating the hall brilliantly. Observing this spectacle, Shirlinger was taken aback, perplexed. "Master, why have you closed the door?" "To spare you any embarrassment," Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, then glanced at the floor beside Shirlinger. The ground began to sink, forming a pool. Soon after, Chen Xuan produced a purple-golden gourd and began pouring in the chaotic holy water. In no time, the pool brimmed with the sacred liquid, and an extraordinary phenomenon reflecting the chaos of creation appeared upon the ceiling. "Child, enter and absorb the holy water. I shall safeguard you. This water is sufficient to nurture your new supreme bone." After completing this task, Chen Xuan stowed away the gourd and gradually closed his eyes, resembling a meditative monk. At this moment, Shirlinger fully grasped her master's intention for closing the door. It was to prepare for a bath. She stared at the pool of holy water, biting her lip. Although her master had closed his eyes, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. After all, for one as powerful as her master, even with his eyes shut, he could see everything. However, he was her master, the one who saved and protected her. She would not hesitate even to sacrifice her own flesh if needed. With a resolute expression, Shirlinger raised her hand to untie the belt at her waist. Just then, Chen Xuan's voice echoed softly, tinged with confusion. "What are you doing removing your clothes?" "Shirlinger, how can one bathe in the holy water without undressing? And what is the purpose of closing the door otherwise?" Shirlinger gazed at Chen Xuan in bewilderment, only to realize he had opened his eyes. Seemingly perplexed by her actions, "Master, I have undressed, to soak in the holy water." She paused slightly, offering a soft explanation. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes and clarified, "Who said one must undress to soak in the holy water? You can simply jump in." Just jump in?" For a moment, Shirlinger was taken aback. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, and she reflexively questioned, "But, you closed the door." "I closed the door to spare you the embarrassment of being all wet later." Shirlinger. In that instant, she finally understood. So that was what Master meant. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. She quickly lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze, stammering as she looked at her toes. "Disciple. Disciple understands. Then go in." Chen Xuan closed his eyes once more. Only then did Shirlinger manage to suppress her shame, remove her shoes and socks, and step into the water. She then sat facing the pool, gazing at her master with closed eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she whispered, "Master, do you feel unwell?" Chen Xuan, still with his eyes shut, inquired, "No?" "Disciple has a question." Shirlinger replied, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Xuan, her face filled with anticipation. Which is more formidable, the innate dual pupils or the supreme body? This question weighed heavily on her mind as it pertained to her future quest for vengeance. Although the text had provided clarity, she placed greater faith in her master. Both are formidable, yet the supreme body is even more so. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, "If the dual pupils are invincible, then why is the supreme body even more powerful?" A shiver ran through Sherlinger's heart as she immediately pressed on. Hee hee. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, responding. For at the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak? To see the supreme is to witness emptiness. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Sherlinger was taken aback. At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak? To see the supreme is to witness emptiness. The supreme body, is this remarkable? Hiss. She inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. Thus, it seemed that as long as she diligently cultivated, she need not fear that Shi Yaoyao. With this thought, she promptly closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the absorption of the chaotic holy water. Noticing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly. Although he had spoken truthfully, he had not revealed the entirety of his thoughts. For behind that phrase lay another. At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak? To see the supreme is to witness emptiness. The supreme gazes upward toward the pinnacle, and within it lies eternity. Soon, the energy within the holy water was gradually absorbed by Sherling. Simultaneously, the place on her shoulder where a bone was missing began to resonate with Tao rhythm once more. Before long, a brand new bone was outlined. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Tao rhythm continuously circulated, drilling into the supreme bone, urging its growth. However, this time, her supreme bone seemed to carry an extraordinary aura, gradually being activated. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, fully concentrating his attention. After a while, the supreme bone grew increasingly larger, beginning to connect with her own skeletal structure. However, at that moment, the speed at which Sherlinger absorbed the holy water did not diminish. On the contrary, it accelerated, fervently burrowing into her supreme bone. Suddenly, Sherlinger knitted her brows and exclaimed in discomfort, "Master, I feel terribly uncomfortable. My shoulders are itching as if something is trying to break free." Hearing her cries, Chen Xuan's frown gradually eased. His expression brightened as he reassured her, "Do not worry. My disciple, your innate divine abilities are being reactivated. You have awakened the innate powers within your supreme bone." What? Innate powers? A surge of excitement coursed through Sherling. Possessing the supreme bone, she had certainly heard of its legendary status. The innate powers were abilities contained within the supreme bone, transcending even the most formidable techniques. But weren't they supposed to be activated only upon reaching full maturity? Yet here she was, awakening them now. This holy water was indeed extraordinary. She could only wonder what powers it would unlock. Filled with exhilaration, Sherlinger gritted her teeth and endured the sensations. As time passed, the color of the holy water gradually became clearer. Sherlinger found it increasingly difficult to bear the discomfort. Finally, she could no longer withstand it. She spread her arms wide and tilted her head back, letting out a cry. "Ah?" In an instant, her hair danced without wind, and a brilliant beam of light erupted from the location of her supreme bone, hurtling directly toward Chen Xuan. Chapter 60. Activating the Celestial Calamity Light. An endless source of divine energy, this radiant beam seemed to emanate from the heavens above, imbued with a vast aura of destruction. As if it sought to obliterate all existence within the realm, hurtling directly towards Chen Xuan. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Chen Xuan's eyes as he beheld this luminous phenomenon. The Supreme Bone's innate divine ability, the Celestial Calamity Light, was renowned for its capacity to annihilate everything in its path. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as a disciple with extraordinary potential beyond 10 stars. Remarkably, having just reshaped the Supreme Bone, he had already activated the Celestial Calamity Light. This surely defied the heavens. Chen Xuan remained unhurried, a faint aura emanating from him, effortlessly shattering the Calamity Light on the spot. Although he could easily dispel this beam, it did not imply that it was weak. The Celestial Calamity Light, deriving from the celestial tribulations above, possessed the power to obliterate all worldly entities. The light unleashed moments ago was emitted from the Supreme Bone without any prior cultivation. Nevertheless, it could easily pierce through the defenseless body of a King Realm warrior. Despite their lack of defenses, the physical strength of a King Realm expert could rival that of low-grade divine weapons. They could stand immobile, impervious even to those of the Void Realm. It is evident that, if cultivated further, this Calamity Light could indeed devastate everything in existence. Simultaneously, after releasing the Calamity Light, Sherlinger suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness and began to topple towards the water. With a swift motion, Chen Xuan caught her and placed her upon his bed. At that moment, the water basin vanished, and the grand hall's floor was instantly restored. "Master, I feel so exhausted," she murmured weakly, lying on the bed and gazing at Chen Xuan with weary eyes. That is to be expected. The celestial calamity light is immensely powerful. It should be used sparingly in the future. Here, consume this holy fruit. It will aid in your recovery. Once you have regained your strength, you may cultivate the supreme law. Chen Xuan said as he rose from the bed and tossed her a holy fruit he had retrieved from the forbidden zone. "Thank you, Master." Scherlinger expressed her gratitude hastily, then lay on the stone bed, feebly nibbling on the fruit. Observing this, Chen Xuan slowly made his way towards the hall's exit. As he stepped outside, the grand doors opened automatically. Upon leaving the hall, Chen Xuan began to wander within the sect, seeking a suitable location for the production of divine energy. While the sect was replete with rich spiritual energy, the environment could not be squandered. As more disciples joined, provisions would naturally be needed to support them, facilitating their cultivation or accelerating their progress. Moreover, with the recent acquisition of the divine energy formation capable of continuously producing divine liquid, he would not only provide for his disciples' cultivation needs, but also generate wealth. After all, divine liquid was currently the most precious commodity on the ancient continent, sought after by all practitioners, and of unparalleled value. With the divine energy gathering formation, the sect effectively possessed a money-printing machine, indeed, the only one of its kind across the entire continent. The prospects were simply exhilarating. Before long, Chen Xuan arrived at a secluded corner of the back mountain. He ultimately decided to establish the divine energy formation here. Thus, he took out the formation and tossed it down. The divine energy formation landed and took shape. In an instant, spiritual energy began to surge, coalescing into ethereal mist, which thickened into dense spiritual clouds. As ethereal clouds drifted upward, some settled at waist height, while others soared to the pinnacle, and yet a few wisps barely reached the ankles. This phenomenon was attributed to the excessive production of divine essence within the clouds, which constrained their elevation. The higher the ethereal clouds ascended, the lesser the divine essence they contained. Conversely, the lower clouds were rich in this sacred fluid, with vast expanses of ethereal clouds swirling. The mountain was enveloped in a mist, teeming with these mystical formations. Boom! In no time, two ethereal clouds collided, releasing a cascade of divine essence that fell like a silent rain, nourishing the earth below. Remarkably, this production of divine essence occurred at a pace far swifter than the trickling drops of the ancient era. Truly, it was a testament to the formidable power of the system's reward mechanism. Chen Xuan smacked his lips in satisfaction before stepping out of the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, he raised his hand to erect a massive stone, standing sentinel at the side of the threshold, upon which he inscribed the words, "Divine Essence Mountain." Gazing at his proud creation, Chen Xuan gradually departed from the site. After his exit, the Divine Essence Mountain continued to evolve over time, with ethereal clouds gathering, colliding, and dispersing. Within a mere few days, thousands of ethereal clouds took shape, with many hovering just inches above the ground, easily within reach for harvesting the divine essence. Furthermore, to prevent an overflow of the sacred fluid, Chen Xuan assigned tasks to the two enchanting disciples, Fenghua and Shuiyue. They were to collect the divine essence. Indeed, this was their new role. After all, having two alluring women sweeping at the gate had become quite a spectacle. During his occasional observations of the outside world, Chen Xuan had repeatedly noticed lecherous cultivators lurking by the sect's entrance, covertly engaging in unsavory behavior while watching the two women. Thus, he promptly changed their duties. Given that their cultivation had been steadily improving, they were entirely capable of managing the harvest of divine essence. Since they enjoyed working, a change of venue was in order. Consequently, Chen Xuan instructed them to gather the surging divine essence daily at Divine Essence Mountain, storing it in the warehouse. Naturally, as they were scholars, they should not be overburdened with labor. Chen Xuan, not one to be stingy, ensured that they were handsomely rewarded for their efforts with ample divine essence to consume freely, alongside a substantial additional supply as well. The two women had no objections to this arrangement, especially since they were not accustomed to the public eye from sweeping. They joyfully set off to collect the essence on the very day they received the news. With two beautiful figures diligently harvesting divine essence, Their presence was as delightful as fragrant blossoms. Thus, the divine essence mountain bustled with their industrious activity, akin to diligent bees flitting back and forth between the warehouse and the sacred site. In the days that followed, everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, and the divine essence in the warehouse continued to multiply. With the influx of divine essence, the disciples' cultivation steadily advanced. Notably, the progress of Scherlinger also deserves mention, since she catalyzed the supreme bone and awakened her innate divine powers. Her cultivation has progressed at an astonishing pace, leading to remarkable transformations, particularly after studying the supreme law. As her cultivation flourished, her confidence grew exponentially, and her dominating aura became increasingly pronounced. Moreover, during competitions with her senior sister, or when faced with perilous situations within the illusion tower, she would invariably assert with unwavering confidence, "I am the supreme body, destined to suppress all foes." Upon uttering these words, she would unleash the latent potential within her, fighting with ever-increasing valor. As she gradually matured and grew stronger, her demeanor underwent a profound metamorphosis. Now, simply standing there, she emanates an air of inviolability and grandeur, as if naturally imbued with regal authority. A mere glance from her could instill such fear in the timid that they might find themselves paralyzed with terror. This has entirely reshaped the perceptions others held of her as a fragile figure, compelling them to regard her with newfound respect. At this moment, the day for embarking on the journey of accepting disciples draws ever closer. Within the main hall of the sect, Chen Xuan had just returned from the library, when Wang Zhuoyemo and Wang Mietian presented the meticulously crafted sect tokens. Sect Master, the sect tokens have been completed, including those for inner elders, inner disciples, and outer disciples, among others. Additionally, we have created badges for quick identification, which can be worn on the chest to facilitate the swift recognition of each individual's status, alleviating the inconvenience of having to constantly produce tokens. Chapter 61. A month later, the sect examination officially commences. "Oh, let me see that." Chen Xuan lifted his gaze slightly. Wang Zhuoyemo promptly presented the sect leader's token and insignia with both hands. The token was modest in size, merely the span of a hand, inscribed with the words sect leader on the front and Piaomiao Sect on the reverse. The insignia was even smaller, about the width of a thumb and half a finger in length, equipped with a clasp for easy attachment to the chest, also bearing the title sect leader. Upon viewing these items and assessing their sturdiness, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Quite impressive, sect leader. These items have been infused with primordial stones, endowing them with formidable defensive capabilities that are nearly indestructible. Moreover, thanks to the unique properties of the primordial stones, they can record the essence signatures of disciples. Even if the token is lost, one can ascertain the identity of the bearer through their essence." Wang Zhuoyemo explained with a smile, lacking any demeanor of a great emperor, resembling a loyal subject eagerly awaiting commendation. "You two have put in great effort." Chen Xuan acknowledged with a nod before channeling his essence into the token. Indeed, his information was preserved within it, impervious to common means of eradication. "Thank you for your praise, sect leader." Both men clasped their fists in salute. "Very well. In that case, distribute these tokens. Additionally, create more to be given to the new disciples." Chen Xuan affixed the sect leader insignia to his chest and waved his hand at the two men. They immediately bowed and withdrew. Upon exiting the grand hall, they promptly delivered the first token to Lu Yu, who was closest. "Lu Yu, this is the identity token issued by the sect leader, representing your status within the sect. Please keep it safe." Lu Yu's trunk had sprouted several willow branches, her once charred form now vibrant with green. Her recovery was increasingly vigorous. Hearing the elder's words, she emerged from her trunk, saying, "Thank you, elder. Here, I have placed it on your branches." Wang Zhuoyemo set the large and small tokens upon Lu Yu's branches before seeking others to distribute the remaining items. The three esteemed elders of the Zonghai and the other four disciples received their tokens in turn. Even the elder of menial tasks, Yi Junlin, and Feng Huashuiyu, who was diligently gathering resources on Divine Source Mountain, were bestowed with tokens and insignias. However, the insignias for Feng Huashuiyu were inscribed with the words Advanced Disciple. "Sister, this little trinket is truly exquisite," said one sister. "Indeed, we have a status now. Let us strive to excel and avoid being cast down the mountain." The two sisters stood amidst the swirling mists of Divine Source Mountain, their figures ethereal, holding the sect tokens with faces radiant with joy. Though they were required to gather resources daily on Divine Source Mountain, the abundant spiritual energy allowed their cultivation to progress more swiftly than when they were outside. Even while working, they experienced breakthroughs. They had no desire to descend the mountain. Outside the world, at the foot of Piaomiao Sect, as the time for the sect's grand opening drew ever closer, the number of cultivators participating in the sect examination has been steadily increasing. Especially as the day approaches, the influx of individuals grows exponentially, with tens of millions arriving daily. In recent days, the numbers have surged dramatically, nearing 100 million cultivators each day. This has rendered the outside of the Misty Sect exceedingly crowded. The closer one gets to the sect's entrance, the more congested the throngs become, leaving scarcely any room to set foot. From atop the sect, one could gaze down and behold at least several 100 million cultivators gathered outside the mountain gate, filling the entire chaotic ancient mountain range. Such a magnificent spectacle is something many cultivators may never witness in their lifetimes. Goodness, is there truly this multitude of people? Oh no, here comes another wave from above. Brother, could you assist me in finding a spot? I need to relieve myself 200 miles away. Can't you endure a bit longer? The examination begins in just a few days. I can't hold it any longer. I've been waiting for half a month. The arduous days seem to drag on interminably. Each day of suffering among the countless cultivators feels like an eternity. Yet time also seems to fly as they endure. The day of the Misty Sect's founding finally arrives. On this day, all the elders and disciples of the Misty Sect gather in the main hall. Adorned with their sect insignia, they await the words of Chen Xuan. Are we all prepared? Chen Xuan straightens his insignia, casting a commanding gaze over the assembly. Within the hall, everyone lowers their heads to glance at their insignias, then simultaneously clasp their fists in salute. We are ready. Excellent. Let us proceed. The founding and recruitment of disciples commence. Chen Xuan nods and strides forward, followed closely by the 5 inner door elders, and then the 5 disciples in tow. Finally, the esteemed disciples Fenghua, Shuiyu, and the elder of miscellaneous tasks, Yi Junlin, follow suit. The group exits the main hall and ascends into the air, soaring towards the sect's entrance. With their emergence, the crowd outside erupts in a frenzy of excitement. Look, they have arrived. The people of the Misty Sect are coming out. The founding is about to begin. Quickly, go to the woods 200 miles away and check if the young master is done, so he can return swiftly. Immediately inform the young lady 300 miles away. The Misty Sect may soon commence its recruitment. Uncle, everyone is up. Hurry and fly up to see if the Misty Sect is starting its recruitment. Xiao Chun, awaken. I apologize, but I cannot sell my items just yet. I will do so after I enter the sect. In that instant, hundreds of millions of cultivators collectively rouse themselves, all turning their gazes towards the square before the Misty Sect's entrance. They fixate on the insignias to discern each other's identities. After all, apart from Zhang Haishao, Fenghua, Shuiyu, and Yi Junlin, many others have not been in the public eye, rendering them unrecognizable, especially the sect leader, Chen Xuan, and his several charming disciples, who are truly the highlights of the gathering. Certainly, among these individuals, the most striking is Lu Yu. She appears as an ethereal being, her feet barely touching the ground, exuding an air of purity that is truly remarkable. That woman seems to embody a soul. My goodness, she is indeed a spirit. Judging by her badge, she appears to be a direct disciple. Is the Piaomiao Sect truly so formidable as to accept souls? Is there no discrimination in their teachings? That cannot be entirely accurate. After all, she is still a person. It is no wonder they dared to dismiss the Soul Palace a month ago. It turns out they have a soul among their disciples. This soul is extraordinary, its essence exceptionally pure. Should the Soul Palace become aware, it would spell trouble. Humph. The Piaomiao Sect clearly holds the Soul Palace in disdain, unafraid of their presence. I must join the Piaomiao Sect. Is that individual in the middle the 108th sect master of Piaomiao? He appears remarkably youthful. It is said he single-handedly defeated 3 sovereigns with a mere slap. Indeed, it seems to be a reclusive sect with few disciples. I wonder what the criteria for recruitment are. Alas, ancestor. Look, that is our Yi family's ancestor. Yes. The one who serves as the elder in charge of miscellaneous affairs. Haha. He belongs to our Yi family. Millions of cultivators are filled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand, summoning the testing sky ladder. In an instant, a towering white jade ladder reaching 999 levels suddenly materialized. Chapter 62. The Ascension of All. Xiao Chun versus Han Paopao. The ladder of ascension towered majestically, composed entirely of white jade, boasting 999 steps that appeared to reach the heavens. Upon the sudden emergence of this celestial ladder, billions of cultivators fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixated upon it. At that moment, Chen Xuan spoke. This is the testing ladder, the first test. It will assess your potential for the future. While cultivation talent is but one manifestation of human potential, a lack of talent does not equate to a deficiency in potential. As long as one can ascend the ladder, one may still become a disciple of our sect. Moreover, this ladder comprises 999 levels, corresponding to a 10-star potential. Those who reach the summit shall possess 10-star potential and may choose to become a direct disciple of the sect leader or select any inter-sect elder as their mentor to become a personal disciple. Those who ascend between the 900th and 999th levels shall possess 9-star potential and may join our sect as inner disciples. They will receive one-on-one instruction from the inner sect elders and may select any elder, barring the sect leader, as their mentor, of course, with the elder's consent. Those who reach between the 600th and 900th levels shall possess 6 to 8-star potential and may become outer disciples, guided by the outer sect elders. Anyone who passes the ladder test will automatically enter the second stage, the heart test. If one's heart is unblemished, they may directly join our sect. Chen Xuan's voice, though not loud, resonated like a drum, echoing clearly in the ears of every cultivator. Originally, he had intended to employ other means to assess his disciples' potential, but unexpectedly, he had devised the potential testing ladder and the heart mirror. Consequently, he had not prepared alternative testing methods and opted to utilize these two tests directly. Upon hearing these words, the billions of cultivators erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What? Just one test? It seems rather simple. What is this potential testing ladder? I have never heard of such a thing. Is potential truly more significant than cultivation talent? If 10-star potential corresponds to 10-star talent, it appears that the recruitment standards of the Piaomiao Sect are somewhat lofty. After all, 9-star talent is already awe-inspiring. Moreover, it seems that 9-star potential may be even more challenging to attain than 9-star talent. 9-star talent grants access to the sacred grounds, allowing one to become a holy child. Yet here, it merely qualifies one as an inner disciple, which is more formidable, 9-star talent or 9-star potential. It matters not. The testing ladder shall not impede my path. Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, you may run swiftly, but I hope you do not fall behind. The crowd engaged in lively discussions regarding the testing ladder, each harboring differing thoughts and intentions. Observing this, Chen Xuan promptly declared, "Commence." Boom. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire assembly of cultivators erupted into a frenzy. Countless cultivators, who had already prepared in advance, leaped into the air the moment Chen Xuan's voice fell, rushing toward the first step. Charge! We shall not relent until we reach the pinnacle. Let us go, brothers. Forward with all our might. I possess 7-star talent. I shall forge ahead. Charge! Dear sister-in-law, remain here safely. I shall take my leave. Uncle, please exercise caution and refrain from acting impulsively, lest you harm yourself. In an instant, countless cultivators heeded the call, hastening towards the testing grounds, fearing that if they lagged even slightly, they would be left behind. Meanwhile, at the sect's plaza, Lutsong gestured to arrange a row of tables and chairs, respectfully inviting Chen Xuan to take his seat. Chen Xuan did not depart from the scene. Instead, he nodded and occupied the main seat, observing the ongoing tests. This round of assessments would span 7 days, and as the leader of the sect, it was imperative for him to make an appearance. While he could be absent in the days to come, his presence on the first day was essential, for he was the sect leader. Soon after Chen Xuan settled, others took their seats in an orderly fashion, quietly watching the proceedings. At the testing ladder, thousands of cultivators simultaneously reached the first step, then leapt with all their might. Yet, before the ladder, no matter how high their cultivation, each leap only allowed them to ascend 1 step at a time, unable to skip levels. In the blink of an eye, several 100,000 had scaled a dozen steps, their speed astonishing. Those who arrived later could only scramble upwards amidst the throng. Fortunately, the ladder was remarkably wide, accommodating millions of cultivators on each step. Though it was a bit cramped, the crowd thinned as they ascended. My lord, look quickly. Young master has surged to the front. Wonderful, wonderful. We'll have an extra feast tonight. Madam, look. Miss is also at the forefront. Oh dear, oh dear. My little darling, I am so excited. You must do your best, my treasure. Your Majesty, the young prince has ascended. Though he hasn't reached the top ranks, he has climbed over 30 steps, securing a place on the second tier. He will surely enter the Misty Sect. Excellent. I shall have a successor. Provided he can join the Misty Sect, I will promptly release his beloved. In that moment, countless families accompanying their children felt a surge of excitement as they witnessed their offspring leading the charge. However, joy and despair coexisted. Some families could not find their children, or watched in dismay as their young ones lagged far behind, prompting furious outbursts. Where has my son gone? Why can't I see him? My lord, look down below. Good grief, what a waste. Is this truly my offspring? While others are leaping past 100 steps, he remains stuck at the 10th. How pitiful. He can't even keep up. The scene was chaotic. Although some had already surpassed 100 steps, throngs of cultivators continued rushing toward the first tier of the testing ladder. The sheer number of participants meant that many were still too far behind, including Xin Ping, anxiously watching as a youth rapidly approached the 200th step. Xin Ping felt a sense of urgency welling within him. However, the sister-in-law is merely an ordinary individual, standing too close. He cannot guarantee the safety of her and her daughter, for that is a final request from a dear friend. Thus, he reluctantly maintained a distance. Little did he realize that standing afar would indeed prove disadvantageous. Consequently, when he anxiously reached the first flight of steps, there were already individuals who had ascended to the 600th step. This 600 steps mark represents the most basic entry requirement of the Misty Sect. In an instant, countless gazes were raised towards the heights above. Look, is that not the young man Xiao Chun, previously pursued by the Soul Palace? He has surged to the front. Goodness! Miss, look, it is young Master Xiao Chun. He has claimed the foremost position. Princess, Xiao Chun has indeed taken the lead. Splendid. The princess's judgment has proven impeccable. He is truly remarkable. Oh, who is that behind Xiao Chun? He is quite swift as well. Suddenly, another individual emerged, pursuing Xiao Chun with remarkable speed, swiftly capturing everyone's attention. After all, although Xiao Chun held the first position, he had created a significant gap behind him, leaving a void in the chase. The emergence of this newcomer was particularly striking. He is closing in on Xiao Chun. How impressive. Goodness, another prodigy has appeared. Oh, is that not Han Pao Pao? The one who flees at the slightest hint of danger, yet he possesses such remarkable potential? How can he run so fast? Goodness, Han Pao Pao? Is that the incredibly unfortunate one who, upon joining any sect, brings about its downfall? In that moment, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. Chapter 63, The Pursuit. Xin Ping versus Wu De. This is merely the inaugural disciple recruitment of the Miao Sect. The influx of participants is astonishing, and to think that so many of the most exceptional talents have come forth is utterly beyond everyone's expectations. Particularly remarkable are the two individuals at the forefront, who have created a substantial gap between themselves and the other cultivators trailing behind. Moreover, the infamous misfortune of Han Pao Pao is well known. Calamity seems to follow him wherever he goes. His master has perished several times over. No sect dares to accept him. If he were to join a sect, would his bad luck not extend to all those around him? One wonders whether the three inner elders of the Miao Sect can withstand such a burden. They should be capable, one would hope. Those three elders can effortlessly rend the fabric of space and obliterate three sects. Their strength is nothing short of that of saints. Truly formidable. Let us hope for the best. Alas, this Han Pao Pao, a harbinger of misfortune. May the Miao Sect be able to quell his ill fate. Otherwise, should my younger kin be selected, I fear my family may also share in his misfortune. Those familiar with Han Pao Pao engaged in hushed discussions, laden with concern. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly ladder, Han Pao Pao surged forward with increasing momentum. In a short span, he caught up to Xiao Chen's rear. At this moment, Xiao Chen, bearing the heavenly measuring ruler, was intensely focused on his sprint. Suddenly, he sensed someone drawing near and instinctively glanced back, immediately spotting the youthful Han Pao Pao, closely trailing him. Han Paopao, of similar age, flashed a friendly smile upon meeting Xiao Chun's gaze. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he overtook Xiao Chun, claiming the lead. In an instant, Xiao Chun was taken aback. He silently mused, indeed, the Miao Sect's recruitment is teeming with prodigious talents. However, the first place shall be mine. With this thought, he hastened his pace, swiftly entering into a thrilling chase with Han Paopao, both racing upward and leaving all others far behind. The atmosphere was electric with astonishment. Every onlooker felt their hearts tremble, for at this moment, the two of them had already ascended past 700 steps. It is noteworthy that not a single person had yet reached the 600th step, and only a handful had made it to 500. These two prodigies had forged a 200-step gap between themselves and the rest, leading the charge, indicative of their immense potential. Clearly, those who emerge in this recruitment of the Miao Sect are extraordinary. My lady, young Master Xiao Chun has been overtaken. Oh dear, what shall we do? Princess, Xiao Chun has fallen to second place. I believe my brother Xiao Chun will become first. Fear not. Young Master Xiao is composed and unhurried, unlike that individual, who is solely focused on speed. I am confident young Master Xiao will surely claim first place. Some elder female cultivators, who had accompanied their families to this event, stood beneath the heavenly ladder, raising their heads in fervent prayer for the gallant Xiao Chun. Yet, as joy fills some, despair shadows others. On the heavenly ladder, many cultivators found themselves stymied by their own limitations, unable to ascend another step. At merely the 230th tier, I find myself unable to ascend further. Despite possessing a 3-star talent, I have only managed to reach this modest height. Even the castaway of the neighboring clan has surpassed 300 tiers. I cannot concede defeat. I feel utterly exhausted. Although I have already attained the Void Realm, I remain among the best of my peers. Yet, I am unable to advance further. Is 550 tiers truly my limit? No, I refuse to accept such an outcome. With my 7-star talent, I stand proud among the throngs, and I shall not yield. Sister, pay me no mind. You must continue your ascent. The hopes of our family rest upon you. Hurry. You must gain entry into the mysterious sect. 599 tiers. Just one more to go. If I can ascend one more tier, our family shall be secure. My lord, the young master has reached the 600th tier. He has become the 3rd in rank. Alas, my son has secured a place in the mysterious sect? Splendid. Ha. At this very moment, as the test progresses, both those above and below the celestial ladder are wholly engrossed and palpably tense. Especially those who have reached the 600th tier, both family and participants are elated, dancing with joy. Yet, at that instant, a figure darted through the crowd, directly stepping onto the ladders above the 600th tier. Without pausing, he swiftly surpassed the cultivators on the higher tiers, continuing his rapid ascent. 601, 602, 603. With each tier he crossed, he outpaced 1 or 2 cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he became the 3rd in the entire gathering. The sight of this emerging youth left countless spectators astonished. Another genius. Look, he appears so effortless. Who is this individual? It is Daoist Chen. Goodness, it truly is Daoist Chen. I never anticipated his potential would propel him beyond 600 tiers. I thought he might falter. Senior, is the Daoist Chen you speak of Shenping? Has he really reached 600 tiers? Indeed, sister-in-law, it is none other than Brother Shan. He has now ascended to 650 tiers. How wonderful. Uncle, have you finally secured your place in the mysterious sect? Daughter, look, your godfather has earned a spot in the mysterious sect. When you grow up, you too must join. I understand, mother. With godfather in the mysterious sect, we shall no longer fear being bullied. Furthermore, I shall also join the mysterious sect to support mother and avenge father. The mother and daughter wept in each other's embrace. The accompanying friends were at a loss for words. Yet witnessing Shenping's exhilarating speed intensified their desire to protect the mother and daughter. As the saying goes, upon attaining enlightenment, even the fowl shall ascend to the heavens. Now that a dear friend joins the mysterious sect, his status will naturally rise alongside it. We must diligently safeguard the sister-in-law of Daoist Shen, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. As he silently resolved this, all eyes turned towards him, with discussions about Shenping buzzing among the crowd, especially his solitary figure. Maintaining an unwavering speed, appeared particularly striking against the towering celestial ladder. Although Shen Ping was a considerable distance away from Xiao Chun and Han Paopao, he had also created a significant gap between himself and the cultivators behind him, firmly establishing himself as the genuine third place. As they ascended the ladder, Xiao Chun and Han Paopao began to feel increasingly fatigued, which consequently slowed their rapid progress, affording Shen Ping the opportunity to catch up. It remains uncertain whether this enhancement in his capabilities stemmed from the differing nature of the potential and talent assessments, or perhaps due to the time spent with his sister-in-law. Each encounter left him invigorated, deepening his comprehension of cultivation. Now, nearing the 700th step, he felt astonishingly at ease. Perhaps this time, he could defy fate, completely transform his destiny, and become an inner disciple of the Misty Sect. With fervent enthusiasm, Shen Ping encouraged himself and charged forward with all his might. However, just as he surged ahead for a few steps, another figure emerged in the cleared space behind him, claiming the fourth position and stirring yet another uproar. This individual moved with a speed surpassing Shen Ping's, rivaling the formidable pace set by Xiao Chun and Han Paopao at the outset. Dressed in simple white robes, with a compass hanging at his waist, he appeared youthful, yet exuded an air of composure that was perplexing to others. Nevertheless, some recognized his identity. "Isn't that the person who has been selling materials at the market recently?" exclaimed one observer. "Indeed, it is him. He is quite formidable. It's Wu Da. It truly is him." Another shouted, "I must eliminate him for daring to desecrate my ancestor's tomb. He has excavated the burial treasures of my forebear." In an instant, those familiar with Wu Da erupted into excited outcries. Chapter 64. Ascending the 900 steps of the celestial ladder, an extraordinary constitution, Your Majesty. The one who plundered the royal tomb is that person up there. I shall apprehend him at once. An elderly eunuch in the crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. However, the emperor seated nearby, hailing from an unknown realm, exhibited a commendable composure, furrowing his brow as he retorted, "If you are so fearless, then by all means proceed. Can you not exercise a modicum of intelligence? This is the site for the mysterious sect's initiation ceremony. Even if one were to engage in conflict, it must wait until he has been eliminated. Yet he has already qualified for entry into the sect, Your Majesty. This is merely the first trial. There remains a second. Should he gain entry, this matter will be concluded. If he cannot, then have him dismembered and fed to the dogs. Indeed, Your Majesty is most wise. It is exhausting to have a servant such as you, devoid of any insight." Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the crowd. Those unfamiliar with Wu Da merely expressed their curiosity with hushed inquiries, only to be met with the ire of those nearby. From the conversations around, it seemed that the individual above had a penchant for tomb raiding and had offended many. "Yes, he is nothing but a grave robber. The last time I went to burn paper offerings, he suddenly emerged from my father's tomb, nearly causing me to perish from fright. Now I am utterly impotent. You must not fear merely the act of burning paper." Well, yes, it was burning paper. But I also happened to bring along 2 concubines for a camping trip. Camping atop the grave? Is that truly the crux of the matter? The real issue is that he was excavating my father's tomb. Good sir, cannot you discern the essence of the problem? Alas, I never anticipated he would secure a place in the mysterious sect. What shall we do? The enmity of tomb robbers is irreconcilable. I fervently wish for a bolt of lightning from the heavens to strike Wu Da dead. My brother merely threatened him, and as a result, 3 ancestral graves were desecrated. Damn it, it infuriates me. I share your sentiment. I had a minor altercation with him at the tavern, slipped him a potion to embarrass him, but he ended up disturbing my great-grandfather's grave. My father is still searching for him. I cannot believe he has come here. Many who had suffered at his hands now found solace in their shared grievances, their teeth clenched as they lamented their misfortunes. Nonetheless, the majority still did not recognize Wu Da, perceiving him instead as a prodigious talent, speculating about how far he would ascend the ladder. Upon the celestial ladder, Wu Da was valiantly climbing, drawing ever closer to Shen Ping, utterly oblivious to the curses being hurled at him from below. Of course, even if he were aware, it would matter not. After all, he had spent his life as a grave robber. He was beyond caring. Moreover, it was not his desire to loot others' tombs. His innate constitution was one of extreme ease. Indeed, an exceedingly rare condition. Although it is uncommon for men to possess such a physique, he was an exceptional case. Furthermore, the manifestation of this extreme yin within him had led to an imperceptible influence, instilling in him an inexplicable affinity for the energy of the underworld. The sight of a tomb beckoned him as if inviting him to delve within. Although he had contemplated resolving the conflict through legitimate means rather than resorting to tomb raiding for vengeance, he found himself unable to resist the allure of the thrill. The sensation was utterly euphoric, leaving him elated beyond measure. He believed that nothing in the world could rival the joy of delving into a grave. As for others harboring resentment, he dismissed it with indifference, reasoning that it was their own volition that led him to excavate. Everything, he mused, is bound by causality. It was no wonder then that, with these thoughts in mind, Wu Du approached Xin Ping. After exchanging glances, Wu Du was the first to greet him, saying, "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Wu Du. From this moment forth, we are comrades. Do take care of me. I shall await you at the summit." With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly overtaking Xin Ping to claim the third position. Xin Ping, gritting his teeth, hastened his pace to pursue Wu Du. Meanwhile, beneath the heavenly ladder, spectators gazed in awe at the four figures leading the pack. These four were undeniably exceptional talents. Even the fourth contestant had already ascended to the 800th floor. It seemed certain they would all qualify as inner disciples. "Look, sister-in-law, Shen Daoist has reached the 800th floor, merely 100 layers shy of becoming an inner disciple. Goodness, that Han has already entered the 900th floor. How formidable. Wow, the first inner disciple has emerged. Miss, young Master Xiao has also entered the 900th floor. How impressive. Remarkable. The second inner disciple has been born." The pace of the two trailing behind seemed to have slowed. It remained uncertain whether they would reach the inner sanctum. "Ah, another has entered the 700th floor. Sigh. My son is undeniably gifted, a coveted talent among countless sects, yet he has only managed to reach the 600th floor before faltering. How disheartening. Steward, is the young master still in the restroom? Hurry and check on him. Others have already climbed beyond 900 layers. Master, trouble looms." The young master was bitten by a serpent while attending to nature's call, in the plaza before the entrance. Upon learning of the emergence of a contestant who had reached the 900th floor, Chen Xuan slightly raised his gaze. Although both Xiao Chun and Han had ascended to the 900th floor, Han's pace had evidently diminished. Only Xiao Chun continued to progress steadily, quickly surpassing Han to reclaim the first position. Meanwhile, beneath the 900th floor, only Wu Du and Xin Ping steadily advanced in the 800th tier, occupying the third and fourth places respectively. This remarkable scene piqued Chen Xian's curiosity, leading him to access the information panels of the four contestants before him. Name, Xiao Chun. Physique, no special traits, purely reliant on innate talent. Realm, 6th level of sky control. Potential, currently under assessment. Click here for early access. Experience, a prodigious youth. Mistakenly deemed a waste due to an encounter with a sacred spirit within a ring, resulting in his fiancée's withdrawal. He vowed to prove himself within 3 years, subsequently training diligently with the spirit to fulfill his promise. As the appointed time has arrived, I find myself on a journey to assist the medicine sage in restoring his corporeal form, leading to a breach of my soul and a relentless pursuit by the Soul Palace, forcing me to flee in every direction. Name, Han Pao Pao Realm, 5th layer of sky control physique, body of misfortune potential, undergoing evaluation. Click here for early access. Experience, leaving home at a tender age. I entered a sect for cultivation, narrowly escaping after my master concocted a human elixir. My fate changed upon discovering a fragmented celestial artifact, the little green bottle, thus commencing my ascent. However, due to my physique of misfortune, calamities ensue wherever I linger, most notably affecting my sect and master. Just months ago, I inadvertently brought about the annihilation of my sect, leaving no survivors, and thus began my life of wandering. Name, Wu Du Realm, 5th layer of sky control physique, body of extreme yin potential, undergoing evaluation. Click here for early access. Experience, born with an extreme yin constitution. I am irresistibly drawn to the most yin entities. I harbor a passion for tomb raiding, often slumbering in graves alongside the deceased. Within such tombs, whether in cultivation or enlightenment, my achievements multiply, and my progress is rapid. Name, Shen Ping Realm, 2nd layer of spiritual sea physique, Dual cultivation body potential. Undergoing evaluation. Click here for early access. Experience. From a young age, I grasped the intricacies of life, proceeding with caution, never swayed by fleeting temptations. After years of secluded cultivation, I emerged following the severe injury of a neighbor and fellow cultivator who entrusted his wife and daughter to me. I took them to seek refuge at the sect, searching for support. Note: the dual cultivation physique activates upon the first union. Subsequent partners reduce its efficacy by half, and this diminishes further with each change. It is now fully activated. Soon, for detailed profiles appeared before Chen Xuan. After perusing these accounts, he fell into a profound silence. This is utterly outrageous for the top 4. Chapter 65. The emergence of the top 4 and the commencement of the mentality test. The top 4. Each one more astonishing than the last. Even Chen Xuan was left bewildered. The bodies of misfortune and extreme ease were one thing. After all, with the formidable strength of the Piaomiao Sect, he was not intimidated by such calamities or the prospect of grave digging. However, the last individual, Xin Ping, turned out to possess a dual cultivation body. Each encounter and union heightened his comprehension. Now that was truly extraordinary. Did that mean that while indulging in slumber, he could become invincible? Was it akin to how Feng Huashuiyu from the Divine Source Mountain achieved breakthroughs effortlessly? Thus, among the 4 top-tier geniuses who had emerged today, only Xiaoqun seemed ordinary, correct? Chen Xuan silently rubbed his forehead, shifting his gaze towards Xiaoqun. He was eager to discern the potential this disciple might reach. As for the option to click for further details, he couldn't be bothered. The results would soon be revealed anyway. As Chen Xuan lifted his gaze, the individuals on the celestial ladder became increasingly frantic, as if under scrutiny, desperately climbing higher to showcase their prowess. Particularly at the pinnacle, Xiaoqun. At that moment, he had already ascended to the 990th layer. Yet, he clearly felt immense resistance. With each step, it was an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Especially upon sensing Chen Xuan's gaze, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the sect master was astonished by my potential? No, it is not enough. I must ascend further, and I am determined to astound the sect master. To have the name Xiaoqun resound throughout the world. Nailinyan, do you not look down upon me? Today, I shall prove that I, Xiaoqun, can not only defeat you, but also make my name renowned far and wide. Just 9 more levels to go. I must reach the summit. Xiaoqun shouted, raising his leg to ascend another step. Boom. Beneath the celestial ladder, countless onlookers trembled once more. He had ascended another level. Good heavens. Miss, look. Young Master Xiao has ascended another level. Seemingly sensing the attention from below, Xiaoqun, upon reaching the 991st layer, continued to climb. Boom. 992nd layer. Boom. 993rd layer. Boom. 994th layer. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Xiaoqun's progress came to a halt at the 998th layer. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he remained unable to conquer the final layer. At most, he could place 1 foot upon the 999th layer, only to be repelled back by the overwhelming pressure, stirring a sense of frustration within him. Could it be that I am destined to remain at the 998th layer? Xiaoqun murmured to himself, still yearning to push forward. But Elder Yao promptly intervened, saying, enough. Xiaoqun, the pressure of this testing ladder is immense. Merely reaching this point is already commendable. Moreover, an indomitable spirit is always more significant than potential. One must not act impulsively. An invincible heart surpasses mere potential. Upon hearing the comforting words of the venerable Elder Yao, Xiaoqun found wisdom in his counsel, thus relinquishing his ambition to ascend to the final tier. Potential, while it may confine an individual's future and signify inherent talent, does not imply that mortals are incapable of defying the heavens. A heart resolute in its pursuit is of utmost importance. With this realization, Xiaoqun cast aside his fixation on conquering the final layer, and with a graceful turn, he gazed down at the celestial ladder. In that moment, his long hair danced in the wind, and his elegant figure elicited an uproar among the crowd. Wow, so handsome. Young Master Xiao, young Master Xiao. Miss, look quickly. Young Master Xiao has turned back. Countless infatuated maidens sparkled with admiration for Xiaoqun. Even though he had not ascended to the final tier, he remained the Prince Charming in the eyes of many women. At this very moment, witnessing Xiaoqun's poised silhouette, Not only did the onlookers below the ladder erupt in excitement, but even Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xin Ping, who had also reached the 900th level, were taken aback. How astonishing that we have reached the 998th tier. How swift. Although the three of them were now above the 900th level, it was only upon entering the 900th tier that they truly comprehended the immense pressure present here, particularly as each layer increased the burden. It was infinitely more daunting than the mythical koan. This test truly gathered prodigies. With such elevated requirements, it was remarkable that 4 individuals had ascended beyond the 900th tier. However, Han Paopao was determined to excel in speed. He too aspired to claim the first place. At that moment, Han Paopao steeled himself, clenched his fists, and suddenly unleashed all of his hidden potential, striving to surge upward. Instantly, Wu De, who was trailing behind Han Paopao, was left in awe. After all, they had only just managed to catch up. Yet, the other had already surged ahead. How astonishing. He was concealing his strength. In that case, I shall not hold back either. With a roar, Wu De similarly clenched his fists and propelled himself upward with all his might. In an instant, the two transformed into formidable contenders, neither willing to slow their pace. Before long, both had gritted their teeth and reached the positions of the 997th and 995th layers, securing second and third places respectively. We can go no further. This is our limit. Han Paopao, having reached the 997th layer, halted and turned to face the multitude of cultivators. Following suit, Wu De slowly turned around as well. Thus, the top 3 positions were firmly established. In an instant, the crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of astonishment. They cannot ascend any further. My heavens, they have climbed so high. With 3 of the top 4 having ceased their ascent, the fate of the last contender remained uncertain. Uncle, go for it. Fellow Taoist Shun, strive hard. You must surpass them. Countless onlookers among the gathered cultivators directed their gaze towards Xin Ping, who was still in the midst of climbing. Xin Ping, sensing the attention upon him, took a deep breath and, undeterred, continued his ascent at a steady pace. He could not afford to rush. Here, the pressure is overwhelming. Once one attempts to sprint, it only takes a few moments to be overwhelmed by that very pressure. Therefore, a steady and deliberate approach, moving slowly, yields the best results. He advanced steadily, neither hurried nor slow. 960 levels, 970 levels, 980 levels, 990 levels. At last, Xin Ping's figure came to a halt at the 990 level, unable to progress further. Upon reaching his limit, he exhibited no hesitation and turned around, accepting the 4th place with equanimity. In an instant, 4 inner disciples emerged prominently. The audience erupted in astonishment. The 5th contender merely lingered at the 700 level, unable to advance. The gap between the top 4 and the 5th was stark, spanning over 200 levels, illustrating the terrifying disparity. It also highlighted the daunting chasm that many could not overcome. Observing the halted top 4, Chen Xuan, seated in the main position, felt a twinge of disappointment. Among so many, not a single one possessed the potential of 10 stars. Although Xiao Chun was tantalizingly close to 10 stars, he was not quite there. This underscored the rarity of 10-star potential. He silently hoped that a few 10-star talents would emerge in the coming days. Chen Xuan contemplated this and then gestured to Lu Tsong, signaling him to proceed to the next round of testing. Lu Tsong nodded and then called out, "All cultivators above 600 levels, please come forward in order of your levels to register your personal information and then participate in the second round of temperament testing. Those who pass the temperament test will be admitted to the sect." Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, all those who met the requirements hurried towards the plaza to register, while some still entertained the thought of climbing higher. The realization of needing to ascend several hundred more levels to enter the inner sect made them abandon the idea and join the queue for registration. After all, climbing a few more levels might be manageable, but scaling several hundred was mere folly. Ultimately, a few levels more or less would not alter their status as outer disciples. In no time, the crowd approached in an orderly manner, with the foremost being Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xin Ping. The 4 of them strode forth like triumphant heroes, their heads held high, escorted by the gazes of countless onlookers. Wherever they passed, envy and admiration filled the air. Chapter 66. The Heart Mirror of Mother and Child. The embarrassed cultivator among the countless cultivators, Only 4 have achieved the qualifications to enter the inner sect. The requirements of the mysterious Sky Sect are indeed exceedingly high. How frustrating. Why, oh why, can I not ascend even to the 100th level? My innate talent should be sufficient. Should these 4 succeed in joining the sect, they will undoubtedly become formidable figures with boundless potential. I must cultivate a favorable relationship with them. Indeed, it is said that Chen Xuan from the Yi family, after merely a month of joining the sect, has already reached the late stage of concentration and is rumored to be on the brink of breaking through to the Heavenly King level. Isn't that terrifying? Goodness. Is that true? Absolutely. The speed of her breakthroughs is simply astonishing. Incredible. I have grown weary of expressing envy. Sigh. The onlookers were filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy as they gazed upon those who qualified for the outer sect, those who had successfully ascended beyond the 600th level of the celestial ladder. Although merely reaching the 600th level grants admission, there are only a little over 100 individuals who have achieved this feat. Out of billions of cultivators, a mere 100 or so have attained a potential above 6 stars, with the majority being 6 stars and only a select few reaching 7 stars. The odds are truly staggering, though they may only be entering the outer sect once they join the sect. This group is poised to become dominant figures in their own right. Ha ha ha, my son is among them. See, my son is in there too. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. There is still the temperament test to consider. Given your son's disposition, I doubt he will pass. Ha ha, I refuse to believe it. With so many talents filtered down to just over 100, how could they possibly reject my son for a trivial flaw in character? Impossible. Just wait. Once my son enters the sect, I will ensure your downfall. As they gazed at the over 100 individuals, the crowd beyond the plaza was equally envious. After all, this is the mysterious Sky Sect. They would gladly accept even the role of a servant for their children. Unfortunately, the sect does not accept servants. At this moment, in front of the gate plaza, the registration tables and chairs had been arranged before Chen Xuan. Lu Hai was responsible for registering inner sect disciples, while Lu Xiao handled the outer sect disciples. Lu Tsang stood by Chen Xuan's side, serving as his aide and commentator. Meanwhile, Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian were in charge of the temperament test. Additionally, Chen Xuan's direct disciples and miscellaneous students were tasked with maintaining order and providing guidance. In short, everyone had their hands full. Everyone, this way please. At that moment, Lin Fan arrived with Yi Qinsheng, Murong Ingluo, Lu Yu, and Sherlinger, all adorned with the insignia of true disciples, leading Xiao Chun and the other 3 towards Lu Hai. Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xin Ping were all individuals of extraordinary temperament, each possessing their own pride. However, upon witnessing the insignia on the chest of these mysterious Sky Sect true disciples and sensing the profound aura emanating from them, they were startled and instantly humbled their pride. Such an overwhelming presence, stronger than my deceased master. The disciples of the Misty Sect are indeed formidable. Hiss, these senior sisters appear younger than I. Yet they exude an aura of profound depth. They are undoubtedly masters of concentration. The Misty Sect should not be underestimated. Though our ages may be similar, the comparison is akin to that of sparrows to swans, stars to pebbles. The 4 exchanged glances, refraining from any arrogance, and cautiously clasped their fists in gratitude, expressing their thanks to the senior brothers and sisters. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. We appreciate your hard work. With reverence, they approached Lu Hai, continuing to bow respectfully. Greetings, elder. Yes, one at a time. What is your name, how old are you, and where do you hail from? Lu Hai inquired with a warm smile, leaning over the table, brush in hand, directing his gaze first at Xiao Chun, exuding the demeanor of a kindly elder. Despite his affable nature, the others dared not underestimate him, for he was capable of obliterating a super sect with a mere gesture. Xiao Chun quickly clasped his fists, responding with deference. I am Xiao Chun, 23 years old, from. And you? I am Han Paopao, and I am. Before long, the registration for the 4 inner disciples concluded, effectively serving as an introduction to their identities. Subsequently, they followed Lin Fan to stand before Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian, awaiting their collective temperament assessment. However, as they stood in a row, gazing at the desolate surroundings, a sense of anxiety and tension enveloped them. After all, the onlookers were all esteemed figures. While they were regarded as geniuses in the outside world, here, they felt as though they were inconsequential. Fortunately, The registration for outer disciples proceeded swiftly. In no time, over 100 outer disciples, having completed their registration, gathered under the guidance of the elder Yi Junlin and Feng Waguiyu, aligning themselves neatly alongside Xiao Chun and the others. With the crowd around them, the four felt a slight release of tension. Once everyone was in position, Wang Zhuma, responsible for the temperament test, expressionless, produced a mirror and tossed it above his head. Instantly, the mirror, initially a mere foot in size, transformed into a colossal reflective surface, enveloping all disciples within it and casting their reflections. Over 100 individuals curiously gazed up at their mirrored selves, puzzled by the nature of this temperament test. Just then, Wang Zhuma spoke, calmly addressing the assembly. This is the mother and child heart questioning mirror. It allows you to enter an illusion where your thoughts and actions will be revealed. Those whose temperament is unqualified will see their reflections darken in the mirror. The darker the reflection, the more unqualified the temperament. Once the test concludes, those whose reflections remain unchanged may enter the sect. Are you prepared? After this explanation, the crowd paused momentarily, clearly taken aback, especially those with ulterior motives, who quickly began contemplating solutions. However, there was hardly time to ponder, as others, accompanied by those with impure intentions, shouted in unison, "Are we ready? Good. Then, let us begin." As the words fell, the disciples scarcely had time to prepare before Wang Zhuma infused the mirror with his essence, instantly activating it. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sight of all disciples, transporting them into their individual illusions. One of those with ulterior motives found himself directly within the dilapidated confines of the mysterious Cloud sect, beholding crumbling walls, injured disciples, and the corpses of deceased elders. Immediately, wicked thoughts began to stir within him. The mysterious Cloud sect had actually fallen? Splendid. He would hasten to see if there were any valuables to seize and escape with. Acting on his thoughts, the reflection in the mirror rapidly darkened, particularly when he encountered a male disciple of lower cultivation attempting to block his path at the Divine Power Pavilion. He wasted no time in binding him, preparing to undress him. It was at this moment that his reflection in the mirror turned as black as coal. Meanwhile, his true self, as if possessed, wore a vacant expression, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he cackled. Hee, what a lovely figure. Don't move. I'll be quick, it won't hurt a bit. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhuma's expression darkened. Those eliminated or with family members present were left speechless. This was merely the beginning, and yet it had descended into such depravity. How poor was the character of this individual? Moreover, what did he mean by figuring quick? What was he truly doing within the illusion? As everyone stood in bewilderment, Wang Zhuma, unable to bear the sight, raised his hand and expelled him from the square, stating coolly, "Disqualified." The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned to the fallen man, who wore an embarrassed expression. At the moment of being cast out from the illusion, he awoke, realizing everything had been a deception, and he fled in humiliation, covering his face. Chapter 67. Trapped in a mirage, what constitutes a trivial matter as the disciple fled, covering his face. The surrounding cultivators were overwhelmed with curiosity, unable to restrain their inquiries. "Friend, what transpired in the mirage? Your reflection in the mirror turned as dark as coal. You mentioned something happening quickly. What was that? Brother, could you elaborate? I harbor no ill intentions, merely curiosity. What unfolded in the mirage? Friend, please don't leave." Despite the persistent questioning from the multitude of cultivators, the disciple hastily concealed himself in a corner, too timid to utter a word. As for explanations or justifications, he dared not. Perhaps the disciples of the mysterious ethereal sect would learn of his actions within the mirage. If they exposed him for bullying his fellow sect members, he would be utterly humiliated. Even his close friends would shun him. With his disappearance, the crowd shook their heads and shifted their focus back to the scene. After all, there were still many individuals exhibiting even more bizarre reactions than that of the fleeing disciple. My lord, I have stolen the great void technique. My lord, thank you. My lord, I am deeply grateful. What a pitiful sect, devoid of any treasures. An enemy approaches? No, I must flee quickly. Please, don't kill me. I swear, I am an undercover agent. I am an undercover agent. I surrender. I will reveal the location of the mysterious ethereal sect's hidden treasures. I beg you, spare my life. What is wrong with my affection for men? I admit it was wrong to spy on my fellow disciples bathing. But we are all men. Does it truly matter? Before long, one figure after another began to darken. The fear of death, the presence of infiltrators from other factions, and those with ulterior motives became glaringly apparent. Some family members, witnessing their kin's disgraceful behavior, felt their teeth grind in frustration. Especially Chen Xuan. While he remained calm, he was utterly speechless at the events unfolding within the mirage. Unlike others who could only infer the actions of their peers based on their words, Chen Xuan had the unique ability to clearly perceive what everyone was doing in the mirage. This was made possible by the submother heart-seeking mirror he currently held. The submother heart-seeking mirror. The mother mirror reflects the crowd, while the sub-mirror reveals the contents of the mirage. At this moment, the sub-mirror lay upon the table before Chen Xuan, displaying the scene of the disciple who had been peeping at his fellow disciples bathing. In the mirror, at the water's edge, a young man stood illuminated by moonlight, pouring water from the pool onto his chest. The water cascaded down, leaving beads glistening upon his shoulders, creating the image of an exquisite beauty bathing. The peeping disciple, hiding beneath a tree, watched with rapt attention, his eyes wide with longing, only to be swiftly caught by an elder, leading to his hasty justification. Esteemed sect leader, perhaps we should turn our attention elsewhere? Lu Tsong, standing beside Chen Xuan, could not help but darken in countenance, awkwardly suggesting a change of focus. After all, compared to those disciples who betray their sect and cower in fear, such behavior is utterly reprehensible. As the disciple who had been peeking at the male student bathing was expelled, Chen Xuan swiftly redirected the content in the mirror to the 4 inner disciples. As future inner disciples, their character must be thoroughly understood. Soon, the illusory scene of Xiao Chen appeared in the mirrored realm. In the imagery, a woman, accompanied by a group of formidable warriors, was assaulting the Misty Sect. Xiao Chen had also become a core disciple of the Misty Sect, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his fellow disciples. Yet he steadfastly stood before the mountain gate, with his sword drawn. Nalinyan, if you wish to breach the Misty Sect, you shall first step over my corpse. Kill. In the illusion, Xiao Chen resolutely defended the mountain gate, unwavering and undeterred. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, this young man possesses integrity. He is a talent worth cultivating. Having said this, he once again shifted the focus to Han Paopao. As the scene transitioned, Han Paopao's environment emerged. In the illusion, Han Paopao was gravely injured, carrying an elder of the Misty Sect on his back, while being pursued by a horde of cultivators. Han Paopao, the Misty Sect has perished. Surrender now. You cannot escape. Hand over the elder of the Misty Sect, and we may spare your life. Master, let me go? I will hold them off for you. You must flee. I will surely revive the Misty Sect. No, I have already lost several masters. This time, I shall not forsake anyone. Ah, little green bottle, assist me. Boom. A small green bottle soared from his waist, rapidly expanding into a gourd-like shape, lifting both individuals away to safety. What is this weapon? Lu Tsong furrowed his brow, fixating on the small green bottle within the mirror. Its materials are reminiscent of extreme-grade weaponry. It must be a legendary, albeit damaged, celestial artifact. However, its aura has completely dissipated, rendering it utterly useless. Chen Xuan also scrutinized the small green bottle for a while, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it was a celestial artifact, the small green bottle was indeed rendered ineffective, with its material properties nearly vanished, thus sparking no interest in Chen Xuan, who continued to shift the imagery. The scene swiftly transitioned to Wu De. In the illusion, Wu De found himself within a grand tomb, attempting to open a coffin for treasure hunting. However, as he pried open the coffin lid, the sight within startled him profoundly. What the hell? Why is it my sect's elder? Why is my sect's elder buried here? Bewildered, he gazed at the various treasures within the coffin, his eyes glimmering with desire. Yet he refrained from taking anything. Instead, he closed the coffin lid once more. I apologize, elder. I did not intend to disturb you. Although I enjoy grave robbing, I would never desecrate the tomb of my kin. Rest well. I shall seal the entrance for you shortly. Observing Wu De's reaction, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction once again and then redirected the imagery to the final disciple, Shen Ping. Shen Ping was situated in a valley filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. In the valley, A conspicuous nameplate indicated to those within the illusion that this was the realm of the mysterious sect. Within this dreamlike state, Xin Ping was entwined with a woman of unparalleled grace and beauty. "Uncle, how can you bully me like this? What if my husband finds out?" She lamented. "Sister-in-law, your husband has already passed away. It was his dying wish for me to look after you. I have honored his last request by raising his daughter to adulthood. I believe he would understand from the depths of the underworld. Indeed, without you, our fates would have mirrored those of other unfortunate women," she continued. "For the sake of our daughter, I am sure my husband would not bear any ill will." As they exchanged tender affections, an unfamiliar figure suddenly materialized, pointing an accusatory finger at Xin Ping. "Halt! Xin Ping, how dare you dishonor my wife? I once considered you a brother, but today, I shall slay you and eradicate every member of the mysterious sect. Fellow cultivator, please allow me to explain." Xin Ping stammered, bewildered. "But wait, how did you enter the mysterious sect?" His thoughts were interrupted as his sister-in-law stepped protectively in front of him, her voice trembling with urgency. "Husband, if you must take a life, let it be mine. I willingly devoted myself to your uncle in search of protection. He has raised our daughter. Without him, we would have suffered unspeakable hardships. My apologies, fellow cultivator. Your trespass into the mysterious sect compels me to apprehend you and present you to the elders for judgment. Yet, I shall advocate on your behalf." Within the illusion, an extraordinary scene was unfolding. Regardless of the circumstances, Xin Ping's integrity shone through as he sought to uphold the sanctity of the sect. As for the matter between him and his sister-in-law, Chen Xuan chose to remain indifferent, recognizing that each individual has their own path to tread. After observing the visions of the four inner disciples, Chen Xuan reclined slightly in his chair, pondering little further. However, his direct disciples were left in a state of confusion. Although the Xin Ping in the mirror had not turned malevolent, misunderstandings began to brew, particularly among the female disciples. Their gazes increasingly labeled Xin Ping as perverse. "Sister-in-law, fellow cultivator, good heavens, what a tangled web of relationships." In that moment, Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, and Sherlinger found it hard to look on. Only Lu Yu, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly transpired? Why does her husband's spirit seek to kill him?" Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, Sherlinger, Feng Waxwai. The group fell into silence. Ultimately, it was the more open-minded Morong Ingluo who leaned in to whisper a comment. Yet, Lu Yu, even more confused, pressed on with her query. "What does it mean to engage in such licentious affairs?" The others. Chapter 68, A Bounty of Gift Packs Received. Bulk synthesis of summoning cards. The crowd was rendered speechless, collectively rolling their eyes in unison. Even Morong Ingluo felt hesitant to elucidate matters to Lu Yu this time. Surely, she could not divulge the intricacies of trigonometric functions to her. After all, that might lead to further inquiries about the very nature of trigonometric functions. As the silence lingered, Lu Yu grew increasingly perplexed, yet she dared not inquire further, choosing instead to bury the question in her heart, intending to seek guidance from her master at a later time. Before long, as the temperament assessment progressed, another cultivator succumbed to darkness and was expelled. The assembly was now reduced to a mere 105 individuals. Yes, precisely 105. Out of the millions of cultivators, only this select group remained, including 4 from the inner sect. Observing the stasis among the remaining individuals, the overseer, Wang Zhuoremo, raised his hand and retracted the mother mirror. In an instant, the few remaining cultivators awoke from the illusion. Gazing around at the vacant spaces, they were seized by a sense of unease. After all, they had come with sincere intentions to seek apprenticeship, only to discover that a few among them harbored ulterior motives. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the temperament assessment and are now officially disciples of the sect. Proceed to collect your sect tokens. Wang Zhuomo's voice roused the startled disciples from their shock. As realization dawned upon them, joy swiftly replaced their astonishment, and they eagerly lined up to receive their tokens and badges, with each disciple infusing their essence into the tokens. Chen Xian's mind was inundated with a flurry of system notifications. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a standard disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a standard disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations! In no time, all disciples had received their identities as new members of the sect, and Chen Xuan had amassed a total of 105 disciple recruitment gift packs. Indeed, the comprehensive opening of recruitment was extraordinary, with gift packs arriving in abundance. Yet, one could not help but wonder if the standard and luxurious packs contained anything worthwhile. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan prepared to unveil the contents of the packs. However, at that moment, Lu Cong suddenly reported, "Sectmaster, Yi Chongxing and Murong Zhantian are awaiting your summons." He gestured towards the two individuals standing at the forefront of the crowd outside the sect's plaza. The duo stood prominently, flanked by a throng of their kin, squeezed tightly with no room to maneuver, yet they maintained an air of decorum, offering awkward smiles towards Chen Xuan. Observing their demeanor, Chen Xuan subtly beckoned with his finger, instantly drawing the two from the congested throng. "Greetings, Sectmaster." The two hastily bowed, their faces adorned with expressions of ingratiation, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Although the second round of assessments had concluded, at this moment, there remained numerous newcomers ascending the heavenly ladder, and with a small portion of time left before the day's conclusion, it is possible that a few disciples may still be selected. Consequently, the crowd remains substantial, and none have withdrawn, including Chen Xuan, who has no intention of departing early. Moreover, Chen Xuan had previously promised Yi Chongxing and Murong Zhantian the opportunity for their family members to join the sect and cultivate when the time for recruiting disciples arrived. However, the necessary assessments must still be conducted, albeit with a slight leniency. Now that he has some leisure, it is an opportune moment to inquire and handle this matter. Thus, Chen Xuan calmly inquired, "How many from your two clans have been selected?" In response to the sect leader's inquiry, Yi Chongxing, feeling quite ashamed, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied that not a single member from the younger generation of the Yi clan had been chosen. Even the venerable ancestors, Yi Junlin and Yi Qingcheng, displayed expressions of helplessness. After all, the current generation of the Yi clan has proven to be lacking, with only Yi Qingcheng exhibiting remarkable talent. Fortunately, the Yi clan's early allegiance has garnered the sect leader's favor, which is an immense honor. "Very well, I shall grant you 5 slots. Bring forth the 5 with the greatest potential for registration and assessment in the outer sect." Chen Xuan nodded, allocating 5 slots before turning his gaze to Murong Zhantian. Murong Zhantian promptly responded, "One individual from my family has been selected. I shall also grant you 5 slots. Go and select your candidates." Chen Xuan acknowledged with a nod. Upon hearing that both had received 5 slots, Yi Chongxing and Murong Zhantian were immediately elated. After all, 5 slots are a considerable boon. Out of countless cultivators, fewer than 100 are chosen. Not to mention 5 slots. Even a single slot is a monumental blessing. The prospect of 5 slots for a single family is enough to ensure their rise to prominence. Gratefully, the two expressed their thanks. "Thank you, sect leader. We shall take our leave." With that, they excitedly turned to select their candidates. This scene, witnessed by millions of cultivators, immediately stirred a tempest of discontent. Why were they granted slots? This is unjust. Indeed, who are they? Why this preferential treatment? Hush, do you not understand? Those two are vassal forces of the mysterious Sky Sect. They once came to our aid during the siege of the mysterious Sky Sect, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives. Do you think these slots were given freely? Is that so? Well, if that is the case, I have nothing more to say. After all, they exchanged the lives of their entire clan for this. But that is still unacceptable. Our family is willing to become vassals too. They have clan members serving as direct disciples within the sect. Do you think anyone can become a vassal at will? Oh, so there are requirements for vassalage? Very well. As the explanations circulated, countless dissatisfied individuals could only reluctantly accept the situation. After all, every gain comes with its losses, a truth as old as time. With the departure of the two, Chen Xuan reclined back in his chair, resolute and unmoving as a mountain. While awaiting the conclusion of the disciples' assessment, he silently activated the disciple recruitment package. Indeed, it is time for the sect to welcome new members. System, unlock all ordinary disciple recruitment gift packs. Ding! All ordinary disciple recruitment gift packs have been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 101 king summoning cards. Due to your current low level, a maximum of 2 syntheses is permitted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,010 strands of primordial qi. This essence, formed from the primordial chaos of heaven and earth, is extraordinarily heavy. A single strand can warp the void, making it an exceedingly rare alchemical material. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,010 holy grade cleansing pills. Anyone below the sage level can purify their sinews and marrow, expelling impurities from their bodies. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 101 exquisite divine grade warships. These are immune to all attacks below the sage level. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 101 ordinary divine weapons. This includes a random assortment of swords, spears, halberds, and staffs. The system continuously notified him of the acquired items. However, after the system finished announcing the divine weapon rewards, it fell silent. Chen Xuan patiently waited a while longer, and seeing that the system remained quiet, he inquired with curiosity, "Is that all?" Ding. "Yes, that is all." Chen Xuan. "It truly is all. These rewards, aside from the synthesizable summoning cards, only the primordial qi holds some value. As for the other rewards, they are mostly useless. Take the warships, for instance. They are merely decorative and seldom utilized. And the divine weapons, even the most common ones. The newly arrived disciples struggle to wield them. Even the core disciples find it challenging to fully utilize the divine weapons with their current cultivation, while sages disdain ordinary divine weapons, rendering them neither here nor there. As for the cleansing pills, even if they are of the holy grade, they remain a quintessential novice item. Only those with low cultivation possess excess impurities in their bodies, which will dissipate as their cultivation rises. Who would need a cleansing pill? It seems the items I can truly use must be obtained from the core disciples. Chen Xuan shook his head, accepting these rewards with a sense of resignation, and then continued. System, synthesize all 100 king summoning cards for me. Chapter 69. The Outer Sect Elders are all saints. Perfectly concluding the first day of the mountain opening ding. 100 heavenly king summoning cards have been successfully synthesized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 emperor-level summoning cards. Would you like to summon? The system's prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan declared, continue synthesis. Ding. 10 emperor-level summoning cards have been successfully synthesized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 saint-level summoning card. Would you like to summon? In no time, 100 heavenly king summoning cards transformed into a singular saint-level summoning card. Although the quantity had drastically diminished, the quality was undeniably formidable. After all, a saint could traverse the entirety of the continent. Thus, Chen Xuan continued, summon it. Assign it as an outer sect elder. Ding. Identity assignment successful. Saint Elder is being summoned. Ding. The summoning is complete and is now en route to the host. Please wait a moment. As the system's prompt resonated, a slightly older middle-aged man materialized within the sect once more. Upon his appearance, he immediately advanced towards the square at the entrance. In an instant, all disciples in the square, along with the cultivators outside, turned their curious gazes towards the newly arrived elder. After all, this middle-aged man was also clad in the elder's attire, albeit distinct from that of Lutsong and the other elders, and he bore a more mature visage. Subordinate pays respects to the sect master. The saint elder knelt before Chen Xuan, bowing deeply in reverence. Boom. The entire assembly erupted in astonishment. They were struck with shock by Chen Xuan's authoritative status. After all, while many sect masters held the title, numerous decisions still required the elders' collective deliberation. The act of kneeling and paying respects unequivocally demonstrated Chen Xuan's sovereign position within the Misty sect. His word was law, exerting pressure over all, with absolute control that none dared to defy. Very well, as an outer sect elder, you shall be responsible for matters concerning the outer disciples. Go and take charge. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, issuing his command. The saint elder promptly bowed once more and made his way to the gathering of outer disciples. Instantly, the outer disciples grew tense, standing to attention. Although this elder showed utmost respect to the sect master, he remained an outer sect elder, his status inherently different from that of the disciples. No one dared to underestimate him. Upon the elder's arrival, all promptly cupped their fists in greeting. Greetings, elder. From now on, I shall oversee your affairs within the sect. After the examination concludes, I will arrange your training matters. The saint elder nodded. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, He instantly positioned all 101 outer disciples behind him. In that moment, the entire assembly of cultivators was shaken. Particularly, the newly arrived outer disciples felt their hearts tremble. They had scarcely registered the sensation when they found themselves standing behind the elder. The method employed could only be described as terrifying. Hiss! How formidable! What technique is this? Is it a reversal of the cosmos? No. This appears to be a means of spatial displacement only attainable by a saint. Alas, could it be that he is a saint? It seems implausible. How could a saint be affiliated with the outer sect? Is the strength of the Misty Sect truly so formidable? What then of the 3 inner sect masters who previously annihilated 3 sects? They ought to possess greater prowess than the elders of the outer sect. Could it be that those inner sect members are of the Saint King caliber? Surely not. A Saint King is a being that may not even possess a holy land. Even if they do, they are often in a state of half-life, sealed away, rarely revealing themselves. My heavens! A saintly elder, kneeling before the sect leader. The authority of this leader is truly astonishing. No wonder one must reach the pinnacle to serve under such a master. Now it becomes clear. In an instant, countless cultivators found their reverence for the Misty Sect soaring to unprecedented heights. The enigmatic allure of the sect in their hearts ascended several tiers, nearly reaching the level of a holy land. However, it was evident that everyone had misjudged the situation. The inner sect elders were not Saint Kings. They were, in fact, emperors, fully matured emperors. Although the outer sect elders were indeed saints, they were merely half a step away from becoming Saint Kings. Nonetheless, this half-step was still sufficient. After all, an ordinary saint can traverse the continent with ease. A half-step Saint King can effortlessly roam the cosmos. This summons of saints has enlightened Chen Xuan regarding the specific realms of those summoned by the summoning cards. To simplify, the stronger the summoned beings, the younger they appear. Conversely, the lower the realm, the older they seem. The Emperor Summoning Card brought forth adult emperors, exhibiting a middle-aged appearance. The Saint Summoning Card conjured a sage who was on the verge of becoming a Saint King. Though still middle-aged, they appeared somewhat more aged. Following this pattern, it is likely that any future celestial beings summoned will appear as youths or young adults. Yet, Chen Xuan was indifferent to their ages, for they were all destined to serve as subordinates. Youthfulness was of no consequence. Thus, he remained unfazed, comfortably reclining in his chair as he continued to open the luxurious recruitment gift packages. System: open all luxurious recruitment gift packages. Ding. The luxurious recruitment gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 8 Saint Summoning Cards. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Alchemy Building as a sect facility, now manifested within the sect, enhancing the success rate of alchemy by 50%. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Weapon Pavilion as a sect facility, now manifested within the sect, capable of storing and nurturing weapons. Congratulations, host, for receiving 40 Supreme Divine Weapons, now stored within the Weapon Pavilion, including all previous divine weapons. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 40 tons of Thunder Cleansing Water, imbued with boundless rules and Tao rhythms. Consumption will enhance personal comprehension. Congratulations, host, for receiving 4 Soul Fusion Pills of the highest quality, a unique elixir that stabilizes the soul and body, enabling perfect harmony between the two. The continuous rewards entered Chen Xuan's system space. He glanced at them, feeling somewhat disinterested. Still, they were certainly superior to ordinary packages. As for the Sage Summoning Cards, he did not continue to utilize them. Currently, he has acquired 8 Sage Summoning Cards, in addition to the 6 he had previously amassed, bringing his total to 14. This quantity allows for the synthesis of 4 Grand Emperors. However, since the disciple recruitment test has only just commenced on its first day, he has decided to wait until the conclusion of the recruitment before proceeding with the summoning. He hopes to see if he can recruit a few more to form a complete set of Grand Emperors for a simultaneous summoning. With such thoughts in mind, time slowly passed, and soon the sun began to set. Throughout this period, however, no new cultivators had ascended to the 600th level. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, signaling Lutsong to conclude the day's testing. Upon receiving the order, Lutsong promptly stood and announced, "The time has come. Today's testing is over. Those who have yet to ascend may return tomorrow to climb the ladder. Those who fail to qualify must leave on their own. Otherwise, Should they attempt to ascend the heavenly ladder again, they will suffer backlash. The consequences shall be borne by themselves. Having said this, he waved his hand to retract the testing ladder. Immediately after, Chen Xuan rose, accompanied by numerous elders, leading the newly admitted disciples back to the sect. Meanwhile, millions of cultivators remained behind, forlorn and resentful, standing in the fierce wind, yearning to dispel their lingering heartache. Chapter 70. Extraordinary Benefits and Welfare. The holy son of the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud Sect, as Chen Xuan and his companions entered the sect, tranquility returned to the square before the gates. Countless cultivators, with tears unwept, lamented their fate, pounding their chests in despair. Ah, how disheartening. This is not the outcome I desired. You promised that you would never leave me, yet here we are, apart. Alas, entering the sect is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps I should return home. If this place does not welcome me, there are surely others that will. My lady, young Master Shao has entered the sect. We should take our leave. No, let us wait a moment longer. He has yet to leave me his message talisman. Sister-in-law, fellow Taoist Shun has successfully entered the sect. How wonderful. You now have a protector. In an instant, among the multitude of cultivators, some wept bitterly, others seethed with indignation, some gazed longingly into the distance, while others brimmed with hope. The weeping ones were those who had not met the requirements, while the indignant were those who had failed their temperament tests. The gazers were blossoming maidens, and the hopeful were their beloved kin. Yet, as time passed, these individuals gradually dispersed, some leaving, some arriving. The first day of the 7-day test had just begun. Those departing were swiftly replaced by newcomers. Although 4 notable youths were absent from the throng of billions, several unfamiliar faces emerged, beginning a new chapter of tales. Everything seemed to proceed as usual, merely with a change in the protagonists. Within the mysterious Cloud Sect, as the disciples entered, the dense spiritual energy instantaneously stirred their hearts and minds. Not only had they never witnessed such richness in spiritual energy, but many had never even heard of a place with such abundance. The rumors from the outside world were indeed not unfounded. The mysterious Cloud Sect was an extraordinary, secluded powerhouse, its strength immeasurable. Thus, after entering, the over 100 disciples became exceedingly cautious, closely trailing behind the elders. Even the 4 inner sects dared not overstep their bounds. Chen Xuan led the way, conversing with Lu Cong regarding subsequent matters. After all, he would no longer appear for the upcoming foundational tests, so it was essential to make proper arrangements for the elders to handle these affairs. Lu Cong, now that the disciples have just entered the sect, if there are matters at home yet to be resolved, grant them a day to return and attend to their affairs. The sect's training facilities and divine source liquid subsidies, among others, can be distributed according to their differing statuses within the inner and outer sects. The exceptional divine weapons in the armory may also be allocated to the elders in need. Ordinary divine weapons can be rewarded based on performance. Additionally, the sect's training resources are overly advanced and singular. Most of these newly admitted disciples will be unable to utilize them. When you have the time, venture out to procure some lower-tier resources for the disciples. Items such as cooking utensils, sect attire, alchemical materials, crafting materials, spiritual tools, and soul tokens. Assess the specifics yourself. Remember, ensure the highest quality, and do not hesitate to spend on divine source liquid. Do you understand? Lu Cong promptly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Very well, go and make the arrangements. Tomorrow, you shall lead the mountain opening test. With that, Chen Xuan vanished in the blink of an eye. He had spent the previous days immersed in the vast repository of the myriad realms, absorbing profound knowledge, yet much of it remained unprocessed. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to digest this wisdom and deduce even more formidable divine techniques. After all, possessing the most comprehensive collection of texts, containing enigmas that even the greatest emperors struggled to comprehend throughout their lives, it would be utterly disgraceful if he arrived at the same insights as other emperors. Therefore, progress was not just desirable, but inevitable. Furthermore, the matter of procurement also required attention. Although he found the items obtained from the packages largely beneath his notice, for ordinary disciples, even the most trivial items could prove burdensome. For instance, even the most mundane divine weapons could only be wielded to their full potential by a king. Additionally, while any elder could easily concoct basic elixirs following the recipes from the repository, The necessary materials were lacking and required procurement as well. After all, he could not possibly use the elixir of immortality or the peach of immortality for alchemy. It would likely lead to the demise of those hapless little Karamis. Thus, the procurement matter must proceed accordingly. As Chen Xuan vanished from sight, Lu Tsang pondered briefly before turning to halt the advancing crowd. The sect leader has given me some instructions to relay to you. Please listen carefully. Seeing the inner sect's elder prepared to speak, the disciples promptly stood at attention, ears perked with anticipation. Lu Tsang wasted no time and addressed them directly. Firstly, the sect leader has decreed that since you are all newcomers, if you have relatives outside the sect or unresolved matters, you may take a day to attend to them. During these 7 days of mountain opening and disciple acceptance, you may go whenever you wish. Secondly, once you join the sect, you are forever a part of the Miaoling Sect, and betrayal is strictly forbidden. Disciples must support one another, and any form of conflict is prohibited. Violators will face the consequences as per sect regulations. Thirdly, you are granted unrestricted access to all sect cultivation facilities. Outer disciples may select one divine skill and either a celestial scripture or an imperial scripture, determined by your fortune. Inner disciples have no such limitations and may choose freely, provided you can comprehend the material thoroughly. Furthermore, all cultivation techniques and skills are strictly confidential. These necessary rules are well understood, so I shall not elaborate further. However, should anyone violate these regulations, you are well aware of the repercussions. No sect will show leniency. Lastly, our sect will distribute a suitable amount of divine source liquid to you each month for your cultivation. I hope you will dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to your training and contribute to the sect. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their excitement palpable. The elders' words resonated within them, sending tremors through their hearts, as if they were in a dream. They were well aware of the rules and had no intentions of breaching them. Thus, as they heard the elders' declarations, no doubts lingered among them. What truly exhilarated them were the resources for cultivation mentioned by the elder: celestial scriptures, imperial scriptures, divine skills, and source liquid. My goodness, what kind of extraordinary sect is this? The resources just mentioned are treasures that even the sacred lands cherish, items that cannot be easily obtained by even the most distinguished disciples. Yet now, they can acquire these resources with such ease. Does this not suggest that they are receiving resources superior to those of the true disciples from the sacred lands? Are the outer disciples of the Misty Sect equivalent to the true disciples of the sacred lands? No, even the true disciples of the sacred lands cannot fully enjoy all the benefits, with only a select few being able to partake in a portion of them. And those who can enjoy them entirely are likely to be the sacred sons. Thus, the outer disciples of the Misty Sect should be regarded as the sacred sons of the sacred lands. Or perhaps, the cultivation resources they are enjoying are beyond the reach of many sacred sons. In an instant, the crowd was filled with excitement. Their fists clenched in determination as they silently vowed to cultivate diligently and repay the sect. No mountain or sea shall stand in their way. Now, the other elders will arrange your accommodations. If you require leave, please consult your respective supervising elders. After saying this, Lu Tsang departed. After all, besides overseeing the mountain assessment during the day, he had procurement duties to attend to, thus keeping the Grand Elder quite busy. Once Lu Tsang left, the other inner and outer elders began to organize living arrangements for everyone. The inner and outer disciples were housed separately. The inner disciples resided at the foot of other peaks, while the outer disciples settled in the corners at the base of the mountain. Nevertheless, everyone remained exhilarated, for the spiritual energy in the corners was equally abundant. Some individuals even broke through while walking during the allocation of accommodations. The shock of this event resonated profoundly among the disciples, igniting an overwhelming sense of anticipation for the future on their faces. Upon entering their dwellings, many disciples could not restrain themselves and immediately sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. In fact, numerous disciples were so eager that they did not wish to take leave to bid farewell. Upon hearing that someone was going to see their family, they hurriedly approached to request a message be conveyed. Although this behavior was somewhat desperate, they truly did not want to leave this paradise. Their families had witnessed them entering the sect, and they felt that their return would naturally follow. If they ventured out, they might miss the opportunity to break through to another realm. Thus, many began to seek out those who had to leave the sect. even offering precious pills and treasures from home just to convey a message. Those who had to depart did not refuse, accepting no benefits, and then, under the dimming sky, bid farewell to the elders as they exited the sect. Among them was also Shenping. Sister-in-law, I have emerged. Chapter 71. Sect Procurement in the Precious Treasure Pavilion. The 10th elder, Luo Feishuan, prepared to depart. Before leaving, Shenping took the initiative to approach the other 3 inner disciples, wishing to convey some messages on their behalf. However, Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, and Wu De, all solitary figures, had no messages for him to relay. Their appreciation for Shenping grew as they witnessed his courteous demeanor. With no messages to carry, Shenping politely clasped his fists in farewell and departed the inner sect, watched by the 3 disciples. Outside the sect, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a twilight glow. Families eagerly awaited the emergence of disciples adorned with their sect identity badges, their excitement palpable. Look, my son is now wearing the outer sect badge. He is a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect. Yes, that's my son. Son, I am here. Your Highness. Look, the princess is coming out. In an instant, the families of the disciples converged, filled with joy as they celebrated the momentous occasion of farewell. Son, my dear son. Haha, I am here. Father, please, do not be so overly excited. The sect offers exceptional benefits. If it weren't for worrying you, I would not have wanted to come out. Now that I am part of the sect, you should return home. I will visit when I have the chance. Why the rush, my son? How long did the elders say you could stay out? Surely, this brief moment will not delay you too much. The elder granted us a day to bid farewell to our families. But many of my fellow disciples have not yet emerged, and I must hasten back to my cultivation. Otherwise, they will soon catch up to me. Is it really such a big deal? A day's time is hardly an inconvenience. I am overjoyed that you were selected for the mysterious Cloud sect. Finally, one of our lineage has emerged as a remarkable talent. I doubt anyone in the family will dare to bully us now. Come, Father will take you to the Yuchen Tower, 500 miles away, for a good time. Aren't you curious about what delights await there? I will treat you, and we shall return at dawn. Father, you do not understand. The sect's environment is akin to a paradise. Some disciples have even made breakthroughs while walking. Besides, I have messages to relay to my fellow disciples. So you can go alone. By the way, who is related to Wang Defa? His last remark was directed at those nearby who hesitated to inquire. Upon hearing about the sect's remarkable environment, the crowd was collectively astonished, their disbelief evident. Yet, this was not the time for shock. Soon, a few individuals approached. Excitement in their voices. Friend, I am Wang Defa's family member. May I ask why he has not come out? Oh, you are his family. Wang Defa asked me to convey that he is focused on his cultivation and that you should return without concern. Is there anyone from the Dali Kingdom here? Or anyone who knows someone who can help me relay a message? One by one, disciples fervently bid farewell to their families. The strength of the mysterious Cloud sect resonated once more through the words of these disciples, continually shaking the hearts of all present. As the crowd bid farewell, Shenping approached his sister-in-law from behind. She held her daughter's hand, gazing into the distance at the disciples who had come out to say goodbye to their loved ones. Her eyes filled with concern. Mother, why hasn't our adoptive father come out yet? He wouldn't abandon us, would he? No, let us wait a little longer. Indeed, Daoist Shun is not that kind of person, explained a companion beside her. Seeing this, Shenping could no longer contain his emotions and stepped forward, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I'm here. The woman was momentarily stunned. Then her face lit up with joy as she rushed into Shenping's embrace. Sister-in-law, let us go? I will take you to the city, where you can have peace outside the mountains, and I can visit you often. Daoist, I am immensely grateful for your care of my sister-in-law. We must have a drink later. Haha, splendid. It shall be my treat. Let us go. With a hearty laugh, the companion immediately followed Shenping and the others, departing the scene to assist in settling his sister-in-law outside the mountains. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong, after attending to matters concerning the disciples, turned his attention to the elders. Essentially, the elders would continue to perform their respective duties, carrying on as usual, while the subsequent testing for accepting disciples would be less crowded. He then went to the warehouse, took some divine source liquid, and hastily left the Piaomiao Sect, heading to a transcendent force known as the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion, one of the transcendent forces in the Eastern Wilderness, has existed nearly as long as the sacred grounds, and is controlled by an ancient family. Its shops are scattered throughout the eastern wilderness, and it boasts 10 branches for coordination, making it the largest procurement store for cultivators in the region. Since the sect leader had instructed him to procure high-quality items, he naturally exerted all efforts and directly arrived at the branch of the treasure pavilion. Upon learning that the visitor was an inner elder of the Piaomiao Sect, the branch manager immediately welcomed him with precious 8 treasure tea and personally went to invite the grand elder who guarded the inner courtyard. The 10 branches of the treasure pavilion each have a grand elder in charge. The Piaomiao Sect's reputation is formidable, having annihilated 3 sects and produced a sage, its fame rivaling that of the sacred grounds. Coincidentally, the jurisdiction of the 10th branch of the treasure pavilion includes the 9 provinces. Hence they were well aware of the Piaomiao Sect's esteemed reputation and dared not to be negligent. Elder Luo, an inner elder from the Piaomiao Sect, has come to procure resources. Moreover, this is the one who shattered the void and struck down a super sect with a mere palm. My subordinate did not dare to be remiss and has come to report. In the inner courtyard, the manager, with a respectful bow, reported to a woman who was admiring the beautiful portraits of women adorning the wall. The paintings depicted the subjects vividly, dressed in flowing gowns, their figures graceful, and their expressions coolly proud, exuding a beauty that was both striking and aloof. The woman, known as Elder Luo, was absorbed in her observation. But upon hearing of the arrival of the sage elder from the Piaomiao Sect, she halted her contemplation and turned slowly. As she turned, a face strikingly similar to that in the paintings emerged, almost a perfect likeness, save for a slight reduction in the aloofness that characterized the painted figure. Was she gazing at her own portrait? The drawing was deliberately made to appear somewhat distinct. Narcissism. The person in charge pondered internally, yet outwardly dared not display such thoughts. Upon witnessing Luo Feishuan turn, his already curved posture bent even further, and the politeness in his demeanor intensified beyond mere facial expressions. Although he hailed from an ancient noble family, Luo Feishuan was merely an externally appointed elder. However, the fact that she could attain the rank of a division elder through external appointment attests to her formidable prowess, which should not be underestimated. Despite his lineage, he found himself lacking in both strength and status compared to Luo Feishuan, compelling him to show the utmost respect. The arrival of the saint from the Misty Sect? Luo Feishuan paused momentarily after turning around. Indeed, their sect had recently commenced accepting disciples, citing that the previously retained resources were of such high quality that the new disciples lacked the strength to utilize them, making lower-tier cultivation resources exceedingly scarce. The person in charge responded earnestly. Yet, upon hearing this, both Luo Feishuan and the individual in charge were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that the Misty Sect had just opened its doors to new disciples. However, the notion that the sect's resources were excessively abundant while low-tier resources were scarce sounded rather boastful. Was it possible that the Misty Sect possessed nothing but treasures? Such claims would be audacious even for a sacred land. No household possesses only treasures without ordinary items. Perhaps they have remained secluded for far too long, depleting their cultivation resources and unable to maintain their pride. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Luo Feishuan resolved to personally receive them. Given the status of the visitors, it was imperative that she made an appearance. Moreover, the procurement from a major reclusive sect represented a significant business opportunity, both emotionally and rationally. She felt compelled to extend her hospitality. Thus, she nodded and said, "Lead the way." Certainly, the person in charge responded promptly, guiding Luo Feishuan toward the main hall. Chapter 72. The affluent and elusive sect in the Grand Hall. Lu Tsang sat with an air of indifference, not having touched the tea before him. Luo Feishuan, a young elder from the 10th pavilion, offered a gentle smile and clasped her hands in greeting. "I am Luo Feishuan, an elder of the 10th pavilion, and it is my honor to welcome you, esteemed senior." Despite being at the peak of the royal level, nearly reaching the threshold of semi-saint, she still referred to herself as a junior in the presence of a saint. "Esteemed Lu Tsang, there is no need for formalities," he replied, dismissing her courtesy with a wave of his hand, his expression unchanged, seemingly indifferent to her beauty. However, as beings of transcendent stature, they both regarded worldly matters with little significance. Luo Feishuan was undeterred by his aloofness. She cast a polite glance at the untouched tea and, assuming he was unaware of its origins, proceeded to explain, Esteemed senior, this tea is known as the three-leaf sacred tea, harvested once every 3,000 years from the sacred island of the Eastern Sea. It offers tremendous benefits to those in the saint realm. Would you not care to taste it? Humph. Mere refuse. Consuming it would be an affront to my palate. Lu Tsang bluntly stated, unhesitatingly voicing his disdain. Lo Feishuan was momentarily taken aback by his words. The accompanying official scoffed internally, thinking, refuse? This is a rarity even among saints. Surely, he must not have recognized its value and feels embarrassed to partake now. Lo Feishuan harbored similar thoughts, but Lu Tsang seemed to perceive their unspoken sentiments. To avoid appearing inferior during the procurement, he deftly retrieved the three-leaf sacred tea, then quietly produced 2 leaves of the enlightenment tea, stating coolly, I apologize, but I only indulge in this. With that, he placed the leaves into his cup and covered it to steep. In an instant, both Lo Feishuan and the official's eyes widened in astonishment as they exclaimed, Enlightenment tea. I only drink enlightenment tea. Anything else causes me to cough. Lu Tsang maintained his stoic demeanor, although internally, he reveled in the moment. It became clear why individuals enjoyed putting on airs. There was indeed a certain delight in it. Yet, one could hardly blame him for his display, given the quantity of resources he sought to procure. He felt compelled to showcase a measure of strength to ensure the other party would present their treasures without hesitation. Although he sought lower-tier cultivation resources, the term lower tier was relative to the elusive sect. For outsiders, such items remained luxuries. Thus, he resorted to this strategy, subtly revealing the sect's affluence. Indeed, your sect is remarkably powerful. May I inquire what materials the esteemed senior wishes to procure? Lo Feishuan could not help but express her admiration, beginning to believe the prior reports from her colleague. After all, enlightenment tea was an exceptionally rare commodity, accessible only to those of extraordinary strength, making it difficult for ordinary factions, even saints, to obtain. Unlike the three-leaf sacred tea, which served only saints and had limited applicability, the mere act of Lu Tsang casually producing the enlightenment tea further underscored the profound depth of his resources. Lo Elder, you are far too courteous. The procurement process this time is quite straightforward. Although the resources are of a lower grade, they cannot be subpar. I expect you to prepare according to the resources used by the Holy Land. Lu Tsang took a sip of his enlightenment tea and replied nonchalantly. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, both Luo Feishuan and the responsible official were once again taken aback. Preparing resources in accordance with those utilized by the Holy Land? My heavens! You must be unaware of just how exceptional the training materials provided to the disciples of the Holy Land truly are. Each disciple consumes a substantial amount every month, and the resources they employ are by no means ordinary. They are exceedingly expensive. Senior, the variety of resources used by the Holy Land disciples is vast. Moreover, the expenses are immense, including soul tokens, garments, weapons, elixirs, herbs, equipment, and talismans, among others. Additionally, elixirs and weapons are all precious items. Do you truly require each and every one of them? Luo Feishuan cautiously inquired, her disbelief evident. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts, Lu Tsang's subsequent words left her utterly bewildered. Who said I intended to procure according to the scale of the Holy Land disciples? Lu Tsang raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with skepticism. In an instant, Luo Feishuan was momentarily stunned, her confusion deepening. She hadn't misheard, had she? How could it be otherwise? Thus, she politely probed, didn't you just say you would procure resources according to what the Holy Land uses? I did not specify the scale of the Holy Land disciples, but rather the standards of the Holy Son of the Holy Land. And this is the minimum requirement. What the Holy Son utilizes, our outer disciples must possess. As for our inner disciples, we shall procure according to the standards used by the elders of the Holy Land. Boom. Upon hearing this, both Luo Feishuan and the head of the treasure pavilion were astounded. Outer disciples procuring according to the standards of the Holy Son, and inner disciples according to the specifications of the elders? Has the Miaomiao Sect lost its senses? Or has this elder gone mad? The training resources used by the Holy Son are exceptionally rare. Even the clothing and spiritual artifacts are of the highest quality. The weapons employed are exquisite spiritual instruments. It is inconceivable that even the Holy Land does not allocate such abundant resources to every disciple. Could it be that the Miaomiao Sect possesses such wealth? Surely, they are not jesting with them? The two fell into a silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing their reactions, Lu Tsang remarked casually, "What is this? Is there a problem? Money is not an issue. I shall pay with source liquid." As he spoke, he waved his hand, revealing a pool of divine source liquid. Instantly, Luo Feishuan and the officials stood up abruptly, their understanding of the Miaomiao Sect's profound resources transformed entirely. This is divine source liquid. Not only is it used for cultivation, but it can also seal foundational strength. It is a scarce commodity across the entire ancient continent. Even the Holy Land covets its existence. The Miaomiao Sect is actually using divine source liquid for transactions. Truly extravagant. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feishuan waved her hand to accept the divine source liquid, then politely continued to inquire, "Senior, how much resource do you intend to procure? After all, the resources used by the Holy Son of the Holy Land are treasures. If the quantity required is substantial, we may need to gather supplies from the headquarters. Regardless, even if it involves selling exquisite divine weapons, the treasure pavilion would be more than willing. Regardless of what the other party purchases, once the source liquid is released, she will hold the reins. Let us begin with 5,000 sets of spiritual garments, and then 3,000 sets of exquisite spiritual artifacts. Furthermore, let us procure as many medicinal herbs and instruments as possible." Upon witnessing the other party accept the source liquid, Lu Tsang declared his desired quantities. However, upon hearing these figures, Luo Feishuan and the person in charge were left dumbfounded. 5,000 sets of spiritual garments. 3,000 sets of exquisite spiritual artifacts. While it may not seem excessive at first glance, given that they are all categorized at the saint level, it amounts to a considerable sum. Moreover, there are resources meant for the elders included within. It was certain that many of the items could not be gathered in such quantities. For a moment, Luo Feishuan contemplated returning the source liquid. Observing her reaction, Lu Tsang smiled slightly and continued, "These are merely the deposits. We shall settle the remaining balance with the mysterious Cloud Sect once everything is assembled. Additionally, I am aware that you may not be able to gather everything, but whatever you can manage will suffice. Oh, and please ensure there are plenty of clothing styles with prominent rank insignias. Whatever you can manage will suffice." Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan, without a second thought, excitedly agreed, "Excellent. We at the Treasure Pavilion will take this order. I will immediately contact headquarters and our various branches to assemble the resources." "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Here is my communication talisman. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me." Lu Tsang nodded, tossed out a communication talisman, and then stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. As she watched Lu Tsang depart, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of excitement and promptly instructed the person in charge, "Immediately contact headquarters and all the major branches." "Yes." The person in charge hurriedly went to make the connections. Meanwhile, Luo Feishuan sat in her chair, eagerly inspecting the source liquid. Upon seeing the source liquid peacefully resting within her spatial ring, realizing it was not merely a dream, she could not help but smile gently. Lifting her gaze towards the direction Lu Tsang had vanished, her face radiant with joy. Chapter 73. The surge of registrants and the profound profits of businessmen. The excitement of Luo Feishuan was primarily fueled by the painting she had just observed. For a while now, a persistent voice in her mind had been urging her to venture towards a certain location. Even more astonishingly, in those alluring places, she had encountered a figure that bore an almost uncanny resemblance to herself. Based on her subordinates' reports, she captured the likeness of that individual in her artwork. Upon seeing the painting, her subordinates fervently affirmed that it was indeed the person depicted. This revelation led her to believe that the voice echoing in her mind was significant, and she dared not approach the destination it pointed to. Although she was at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, nearing the threshold of semi-sainthood, she remained cautious. Only she understood the enchanting power that voice held over her. She could not dispel the voice that persisted in her mind, let alone venture to the place it beckoned her towards. Yet, even in her refusal to follow its guidance, the voice grew increasingly potent, compelling her to inadvertently stray from her designated path. This notion filled her with profound dread. Furthermore, the holy grade calming spirit pill, possessed by the ancient family behind the treasure pavilion, had the remarkable ability to sever connections with external spiritual souls. Thus, She had long contemplated acquiring the calming spirit pill from the treasure pavilion to sever her ties with that voice. Initially, she had resolved to relinquish her freedom and join the ancient family to obtain the pill. However, with the arrival of divine resources, such sacrifices were no longer necessary. After all, joining the ancient family would bind her for eternity, forcing her to serve others without the possibility of dissent, an unbearable prospect. Elder Luo, we have received a response from the headquarters. Suddenly, while reaching out to the heads of various branches, a messenger holding a communication talisman excitedly alerted her. Very well. You may leave now. Luo Feishuan's eyes sparkled as she approached the communication talisman, mentally preparing her arguments for acquiring the calming spirit pill. Meanwhile, in the external realm, as the unsuccessful cultivators departed from the mysterious Cloud Sect, its reputation began to spread anew, creating ripples that intensified with each wave. The announcement regarding the external elders being saints sent shockwaves across dozens of surrounding states. Additionally, whispers about the sect's environment began to circulate, tales of a paradise where spiritual energy was unparalleled and the essence of the Tao permeated the air, leading to spontaneous breakthroughs while walking, were exaggerated to mythical proportions. This stirred the hearts of cultivators who had previously been indifferent or too distant, prompting them to consider participating in the sect's entrance examination in the ancient state. Hey, have you heard? The mysterious Cloud Sect is a paradise, with the essence of the Tao everywhere. Of course I've heard. It's said that yesterday, those newly initiated disciples broke through the moment they entered the sect, and by the time they reached their accommodations, they had transcended several realms. Is it really that exaggerated? You're making it sound too incredible. What do you mean? The external elders are saints, and within the inner sanctum, there are saint kings. I even heard that some disciples managed to break through while asleep. What you all say amounts to little. I have heard that some disciples can even achieve breakthroughs while attending to nature's call. I shan't converse further with you. The ship bound for Huangzhou is on the verge of departure, and I must register. What? Wasn't a ship to another state dispatched just yesterday? How can there be another today? You are unaware, aren't you? Thanks to the Piaomiao Sect, there is now a vessel heading to Huangzhou every day, though the fare has increased somewhat. I must take my leave. Goodness, I shall go as well. The news spreads ever wider. On the very second day after the establishment of the Piaomiao Sect, whispers had already reached beyond the 9 states, with ship after ship arriving at the chaotic ancient mountain range where the sect resides. Yet, despite this, countless individuals found themselves unable to board, their anxiety palpable. Witnessing this scene, several smaller sects possessing warships could not suppress their desire to transport people. Acting swiftly, numerous minor factions promptly deployed their own vessels to offer transport. Some even without ships sought to borrow from friends, all in pursuit of spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, we have a vessel heading to Huangzhou, albeit at a slower pace, 3 days to arrive. Is there anyone interested? The price is merely half that of those esteemed dominant factions. My goodness, there is still a ship. Quickly, I need 3 tickets. I'm going, I want to go. In an instant, countless cultivators surged forward, filling the ship to capacity. Concurrently, similar events transpired across dozens of major states surrounding Huangzhou. Particularly for those sects that had dwindled to a single ship, they were now thriving beyond measure. The disciples of the sect masters beamed with joy, taking turns to operate the ships. They truly achieved a momentous rise in fortunes. However, this also led to a surge in applicants at the Piaomiao Sect, once again overwhelming the registration process, especially on the 3rd day of their recruitment. At this juncture, foreign ships began to arrive in succession. One by one, individuals disembarked, once more filling the chaotic ancient mountain range. Some astute cultivators seized this opportunity to stockpile a wealth of supplies for high-priced sales. Even those slower foreign minor sects utilized the ticket revenues to procure goods in advance, preparing to profit upon arrival. Regrettably, those smaller sects, which presumed they could dictate terms, were mistaken. Nearby minor sects had already conceived the same idea. This time, the local sects did not miss their chance. The sect masters led their disciples to set up stalls and engage in commerce. After all, scavenging for deals garnered little respect. Selling goods proved far more substantial. Consequently, the business of those incoming minor sects diminished significantly. Fellow cultivators, are you here to partake in the trials? How about a top-quality fortune pill? I assure you, Consuming it will bestow upon you immense luck, perhaps even ensuring your successful entry into the sect. The Moonwill Sect is having a clearance sale. The Moonwill Sect is having a clearance sale. Elixirs, spirit herbs, we have it all. The local sects sold with great enthusiasm. There exists an even more outrageous local sect, which, due to the inability to part with their wares once sold out, decided on the spot to forge a new path by establishing several public restrooms. The Xiaoyao Sect's public restroom charges a mere 1 spirit stone per visit. Stay as long as you desire. This bizarre scene instantly captivated countless cultivators. Some of the less experienced practitioners, clutching their stomachs, gathered around, only to be deterred by the exorbitant price. To relieve oneself for a single spirit stone, why not just steal it? Heh, if you find it too expensive, you need not enter. 300 miles away, there is no one. Feel free to go there. 300 miles. By the time I return, my spot will be gone. However, are you certain that utilizing this restroom will not incite the ire of the Miao Sect? We are here to participate in the examination. We cannot allow such trivial matters to provoke dissatisfaction from our sect. Rest assured, this is an artifact of our Moonwill Sect's elder, and we will retrieve it afterward. There is no need for concern. An elder's artifact? Impressive. Here, take my spirit stone. I shall enter. Me too. Count me in as well. Chapter 74. The conclusion of disciple recruitment, the gathering of emperors, and the abundance of sages. Extraordinary events transpired in every nook and cranny of the chaos ancient mountain range. If not for the constraints of time and space, many would have aspired to establish inns in this bustling locale. Owing to the astonishing influx of visitors, often numbering in the tens of millions. Each day, new arrivals joined while others departed, allowing the local factions of the to thrive, their coffers overflowing and their spirits buoyant. Many of these factions, upon acquiring wealth, promptly commenced their expansion plans. However, while they may indeed prosper, the Misty Sect would never incur a loss. As the days progressed, the Misty Sect welcomed a fresh batch of disciples daily. Yet, the numbers remained modest. Over the span of 7 days, the sect averaged merely 100 recruits each day. Soon enough, the final day of the sect's recruitment arrived. That afternoon, with the last group of disciples admitted, Lutsong officially declared the grand disciple recruitment ceremony concluded. He then escorted everyone back to the sect. Observing this, the defeated cultivators outside the Misty Sect departed in disappointment. Alas, it's over. They came in droves, yet only a little over 100 were accepted each day. The recruitment standards of the Misty Sect were even stricter than those of the Holy Lands. We shan't return again. Ha ha. Disciple, we VE wrapped things up, and this time, we VE made a fortune. I shall arrange for a low-grade spiritual artifact for you immediately. A low-grade spiritual artifact? Truly, Master? I am deeply grateful, Master. Thank you, Master. I bow in gratitude. I kneel in thanks. I worship you, Master. Is there anyone returning to Zhangzhou? The fare for the boat back to Zhangzhou is merely 100 spirit stones per person. Let us make haste. Is there anyone going back to Lingzhou? Lord Sectmaster. Everyone has departed, yet we still have some goods unsold. Shall we dispose of them at a low price? After all, they are of little value. Very well. Let us clear everything at a discount. Go and call out. Once we're done selling, we'll head to Chen Xuan Tower for some leisure. I've heard that several female cultivators have arrived there. Excellent. I take great joy in sponsoring female cultivators. It's quite fulfilling. One by one, the throngs of cultivators departed from the Misty Sect. Thus, a grand spectacle came to a close. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Misty Sect, Chen Xuan sat upon a massive stone, continuing to refine his divine abilities, while Lutsong respectfully approached to report the results of the recruitment ceremony. Sectmaster, this recruitment lasted 7 days, yielding 12 inner sect disciples and 1,010 outer sect disciples. I am aware. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Xuan remained composed, not even opening his eyes. After all, the news of the recruitment had spread across the 9 surrounding states, with over 10 billion candidates tested. If not even 1,000 could be recruited, that would indeed be peculiar. He then calmly inquired, "How is the procurement of resources you were tasked with?" "I have already contacted the Treasure Pavilion for procurement. It should arrive in a couple of days." Lutsong continued to respond. You may take your leave." Chen Xuan nodded slightly, his figure remaining motionless, akin to an immortal seated atop a mountain peak. "Yes, this subordinate takes his leave." Lutsong clasped his fists in respect and departed. In the blink of an eye, Tranquility returned to the summit. System. Open all disciple recruitment gifts. Once Lu Tsang had exited, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and eagerly began to unveil all the gifts. Ding. Ordinary disciple recruitment gifts. 899. Luxurious disciple recruitment gifts. 8. All opened successfully. Please check, host. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 899 king summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 16 sage summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for receiving 8 ancient divine weapons. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,000 ordinary divine weapons. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 advanced divine weapons. Soon, a series of substantial rewards were credited to him. Although the types were few, the quantity was remarkably impressive. Moreover, he had gained several ancient divine weapons, which were even more formidable than the finest divine weapons, reserved for the mightiest of sages. Chen Xuan felt a degree of satisfaction, particularly with the summoning cards, which had amassed in great numbers. Among them, the 899 king summoning cards combined with the single one he had left made a total of 900. The 16 sage summoning cards, along with the 8 from Shao Chun and others, and the 6 from his direct disciples, totaled 30. Additionally, there were 6 emperor summoning cards and 2 immortal summoning cards. At this moment, he could finally indulge in a grand synthesis. The strength of his sect would once again be elevated. Thus, with a slight thrill, Chen Xuan silently commanded, System, synthesize all the powerful summoning cards. Ding. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. For obtaining 90 supreme summoning cards, can be synthesized once more, and 3 emperor summoning cards cannot be further synthesized. Quickly, the first synthesis was accomplished. The 900 king summoning cards transformed into 90 supreme summoning cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan declared, continue synthesizing. Ding. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9 sage summoning cards. After the synthesis, without a second thought, Chen Xuan immediately proceeded to summon. After all, with the increase in disciples, the elders must also be augmented. Using the 9 sage summoning cards and the 3 non-synthesizable emperor summoning cards, he designated all subsequent summoning cards to default to elder status based on their factions. Ding. Summoning successful. Identity engraving completed. The elders are on their way. Please wait a moment, host. Meanwhile, in a corner of the mysterious realm sect, a series of terrifying auras emerged. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 9 sages and 3 emperors materialized from the void. Once they coalesced, they wasted no time and proceeded in unison toward Chen Xuan. Subordinates, pay respects to the sect master. The gathered individuals knelt in unison behind Chen Xuan, performing a deep bow. Your positions can be arranged by Lu Tsang. Go. Chen Xuan turned his back to the 12 formidable beings, waving his hand dismissively without glancing back. The 12 powerful figures immediately clasped their fists in respect and withdrew, their demeanor reflecting profound deference. Should this scene become known to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the entire continent. Emperors gathered, sages in multitude. Who has ever witnessed Chen Xuan bowing his head? Such depth of character, merely contemplating it is enough to astonish the heavens and the earth. Seated upon a colossal stone, Chen Xuan remained motionless, continuing to refine his divine abilities. With the elders of the sect increasing in number, there was no need for him to concern himself. Even if the sky were to fall, he would remain unperturbed. 10 seasoned sages, in addition to 8 mature emperors, could easily dominate not just the desolate ancient continent, but even the entire expanse of the starry sky above. Thus, the 2 celestial summoning cards and the 6 uncombined emperor summoning cards in Chen Xuan's possession remained untouched. After all, with just 4 more uncombined emperor summoning cards, he could once again synthesize a celestial being. And celestial beings are essential for guarding against the dark sovereigns. He felt it prudent to accumulate a few more. His peace of mind depended on it. With that, Chen Xuan closed his eyes once more, delving deeply into his contemplations. Regardless of the star's rotation and the sun and moon's cycles, he remained steadfast like a mountain. Chapter 75. The Arrival of Cultivation Resources. The astonishment of Luo Feishuan as time gradually passed. The myriad divine abilities within the library were steadily assimilated by Chen Xuan. A formidable and unparalleled divine power was silently evolving within him. Within the ethereal sect, as several days swiftly elapsed, the newly arrived disciples experienced remarkable breakthroughs. Their rate of advancement was akin to soaring through the sky, with a single day's training yielding results equivalent to a year's worth in the outside world. Furthermore, this astonishing pace of progress did not lead to complacency. Rather, it incited a fervent diligence among them. This was largely due to the presence of their exceptionally accomplished senior brother, Lin Fan, whose breakthroughs surpassed all expectations. Indeed, it was Lin Fan, at merely in his 20s. He had attained the cultivation level of a half-step king. Moreover, he had entered the 6th level of the ultimate illusion tower to cultivate, a realm typically accessible only to true kings. The fact that he, a mere half-step king, could enter this level instantly cast a shadow over all others, rendering him a towering figure above them. Even the 12 inner disciples regarded him as a figure to be revered and aspired to. This phenomenon led many disciples to remain within the ultimate illusion tower, engrossed in relentless training. On this particular day, in the 6th level of the ultimate illusion tower, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted within the tower. In an instant, both the disciples cultivating within and those outside preparing to enter raised their heads in astonishment. Particularly affected were Xiaochun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xinping. Though there were 12 inner disciples in total, these 4 had formed an inseparable bond, known among their peers as the 4 outstanding youths of the inner sect. At this moment, Xiaochun could not contain his shock. What an overwhelming aura! Could it be that senior brother Lin Fan has broken through to become a king? So soon? My goodness, this is astonishing. Just a few days, and he is already at king level? Heaven above. He has utterly transformed my understanding of cultivation speed. Indeed, no direct disciple is to be underestimated. I hear that those senior sisters are also nearing the half-step king realm. How terrifying! With faces full of admiration, the 4 made their way toward the cultivation tower. However, at that moment, Elder Lutsong's voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. The sect's garments have arrived. All disciples and elders are to gather at the sect square to collect them. Upon hearing this, the 4 inner disciples paused in their tracks, momentarily taken aback. Brothers, the garments have arrived. Let us hurry and collect them. I've heard these garments are extraordinary, procured from the treasure pavilion. They surely won't disappoint. Let us go quickly. The sect is truly benevolent to us. With such a wondrous place, they still provide us with resources. Hurry, we must not be late. In an instant, throngs of disciples made their way toward the sect square. Even the elders guarding the peach orchard and the library joined in. After all, it was the Grand Elder's decree, and everyone acted swiftly upon it. At the sect square, Luo Feishuan had already arrived. At this moment, she was utterly astonished by the environment of the sect, staring blankly at her surroundings. Although she had long heard that the Piaomiao Sect was a paradise, she had previously dismissed such claims as mere exaggerations. However, upon her arrival, she realized that the rumors were indeed true. Just moments after her arrival, she felt an inexplicable urge to break through the barrier of the late emperor level and ascend to the semi-saint realm. Were it not for her task of delivering items, she would have immediately sought to sit down and cultivate. Furthermore, since entering the Piaomiao Sect, the voice that had been calling to her in her mind had completely vanished. It was worth noting that this voice had even resisted the effects of the divine spirit calming elixir. The fact that it had disappeared here left her in utter disbelief. If she remained here, would she no longer have to worry about the voice's seductive influence? This thought filled Luo Feishuan with astonishment. After all, that voice had been terrifying, and as time passed, her resistance to it had weakened significantly. Although she had recently exchanged for the calming elixir from the ancient family behind the treasure pavilion, consuming it had not subdued the voice in her mind. This had nearly driven her to despair. However, if she stayed here, not only would she be free from the voice's influence, but her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Even if she eventually succumbed to the voice's allure, her strength would likely prevent any significant issues. Thus, with this line of thought, the idea of joining the Piaomiao Sect instantly sprang to mind. Elder Luo, I have reviewed the resources, and there are no issues. This is the final payment. Please take a look. At that moment, Lutsong emptied the resources from the spatial ring given to him by Luo Feishuan, forming several small hills. He then handed over another spatial ring containing the source liquid. Lu Cong was quite pleased with Luo Feishuan's performance during this procurement. Initially, his request for resources had been rather vague, but Luo Feishuan had contacted him multiple times to confirm the details, resulting in such an abundant supply. For instance, the sect's attire. While many items did not meet Lu Cong's requirements and were merely ordinary spiritual treasures, compensated for it in style and quantity. There were a total of 10 styles, all crafted by powerful cultivators, with the lowest being of spiritual treasure grade. The materials used were impervious to water and fire, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. And they came with built-in formations capable of defense and automatic spiritual energy gathering to mend the body. Even if damaged, they could still be repaired due to their self-repairing function. Additionally, there were numerous high-grade spiritual artifacts and top-tier spiritual instruments, allowing each person to have several. Therefore, Lu Cong was very satisfied. He directly retrieved the quantity of divine source liquid that Luo Feishuan had requested. However, this time, Luo Feishuan did not accept it. Instead, she looked at Lu Cong with a softened tone, almost ingratiatingly, and said, "Senior, I only require half of this source liquid." Wasn't this quantity agreed upon? Why do you now only want half? Lu Cong was taken aback, but quickly understood her intentions, responding nonchalantly, "Are you asking for a favor? However, the divine source liquid is of no concern to our sect. You need not resort to this for a trade." Upon hearing these words, Luo Feishuan felt a tremor within her heart, realizing that the other party had no intention of bargaining and had tactfully declined. Yet, she could hardly fathom that the other party considered such a substantial amount of divine source liquid insignificant. After all, it was a considerable quantity. Contemplating this, she felt even more humbled, pursing her lips and humbly stating, "Senior, I dare not make any demands. I merely wish to seek a position within your esteemed sect, even if it is as a mere errand runner." Seeking a position? To exchange several dozen measures of divine source for an errand runner's task? Upon hearing this, Lu Cong was momentarily taken aback. Although the divine source held no value in the eyes of an emperor like him, it was indeed a treasured commodity in the eyes of other factions. To trade such a precious item for a humble task? Oh, that seemed quite reasonable. After all, even he, an emperor, found this celestial realm desirable. Moreover, what of a mere cultivator, not yet a sage? Furthermore, a late-stage royal being a mere errand runner was certainly deserving. Additionally, among the 1,000 outer disciples, there were several female disciples. Currently, the sect was comprised entirely of male elders. It would be inappropriate for those female disciples to discuss any sensitive matters with the elders. If a capable female errand runner were to assist the elders, it would indeed facilitate matters significantly. However, he could not make a decision unilaterally. So he tossed the ring over and said indifferently, "This matter requires the approval of the sect leader. If the sect leader consents, it shall be done." Boom. Upon these words, Luo Feishuan was instantly exhilarated. She hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Yes. Thank you, Senior. I am immensely grateful." With that, she swiftly approached the several large piles of resources on the ground, eagerly beginning to work, categorizing the resources and striving to demonstrate her worth. Chapter 76. Chen Xuan's exceptional talent and the hand of heaven. Though she had yet to become a servant, the present moment offered a rare opportunity for performance. However, just as Luo Feishuan diligently toiled away, the elders arrived in succession to collect resources, greeting Lu Cong one by one. Noticing the gathering, Luo Feishuan curiously lifted her gaze. Yet, upon seeing her, the elders expressed their confusion, inquiring, "Elder, is this individual not one of our sect's disciples? I have never encountered her before." "Oh, no. She is an elder from the treasure pavilion, here to deliver resources. It seems she has taken the initiative to work before I have even consulted the sect leader regarding her status as a servant." "Ah, I see. She appears quite industrious. By the way, the disciples will be arriving shortly. You should distribute the supplies to them, and any surplus should be stored in the warehouse." "Understood, Luo Feishuan." Upon hearing Lu Cong's words and observing the elder's gazes, felt her cheeks flush slightly, a sense of embarrassment washing over her. Nevertheless, she dared not speak up, offering a smile to the elders before resuming her work with determination. Although surrounded by a group of men, she alone squatted under the sun, organizing the items. She felt no discomfort given her strength and status. Yet, there lingered a peculiar sensation. Soon, waves of disciples began to arrive, and the crowd in the square grew larger. Upon seeing the piled resources, the disciples could not help but fixate on them, whispering among themselves. Aside from Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Sherlinger, who maintained a composed demeanor, the others were filled with excitement, for any single item from the amassed resources would be a treasure to them. Exquisite garments crafted from high-grade materials, advanced spiritual weapons, spiritual shoes, spiritual belts. Goodness, wearing such items would undoubtedly rival the Holy Sun. After all, the Holy Sun of the Sacred Land merely dons high-grade spiritual garments and wields top-tier spiritual weapons. Such splendid items, I wonder if we, the outer disciples, can even claim a single piece of the most basic spiritual attire. It seems unlikely. Those spiritual treasures must surely be reserved for the inner disciples. If we could receive a pair of spiritual belts and a basic spiritual weapon, we would count ourselves fortunate. So many styles, especially the skirts for female cultivators. They are simply beautiful. There are long skirts and short skirts. Indeed, an inner disciple could probably claim several sets. I do not seem to have spotted any ordinary garments. Are they perhaps not intended for us outer disciples? Or are our outfits yet to be distributed? Ah, how I envy the inner disciples. The outer disciples whispered amongst themselves, their eyes brimming with envy, entirely oblivious to the fact that all these spiritual treasures were indeed prepared for them. The direct disciples would come to collect their share, each receiving 10 sets of exquisite spiritual garments, along with the opportunity to select a divine weapon from the weapon pavilion. Soon, the elder began to distribute resources. The first recipients were the direct disciples, and the provisions given were all of the finest quality, inciting envy among both the inner and outer sect disciples, causing Kuan-er to flush with pride. Even the well-traveled Xiao Chun and his companions could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. However, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Sherlinger remained utterly impassive, showing no signs of surprise. Their calm demeanor earned them immense admiration from the other disciples. Elder, Brother Lin Fan is still in seclusion. May we collect on his behalf? At this moment, Yi Qingcheng proactively offered to take on the task. The elder, of course, did not decline and promptly entrusted Lin Fan's resources to Yi Qingcheng. After distributing the resources to the direct disciples, the elder continued, inner sect disciples, step forward to receive your provisions. Each shall receive 8 sets of high-grade spirit garments and 1 top-tier spiritual weapon. Boom. At this announcement, all 12 inner sect disciples erupted with excitement, eagerly advancing. Kuan-er, once again radiating envy, turned a deeper shade of purple. High-grade spirit garments and top-tier spiritual weapons. They could easily rival those of the Holy Sun. Before long, after the inner sect had received their share, many outer sect disciples gazed longingly at the remaining spirit garments. With so many spirit garments available and no ordinary provisions in sight, perhaps some would be theirs. Thus, with great anticipation, the elder finally called upon them. Outer sect disciples, step forward to collect. Each shall receive 3 sets of ordinary spirit garments, 2 sets of high-grade spirit garments, and 1 high-grade spiritual weapon. Wow! A wave of astonishment swept through all outer sect disciples. They excitedly rubbed their hands together, eager to line up for their rewards. 2 sets of high-grade spirit garments and 1 high-grade spiritual weapon. While they may not be on par with the Holy Sun of the Sacred Land, they were certainly close. Moreover, these were all equipment, not merely training resources. If one were to factor in training resources, the Holy Sun of the Sacred Land would not stand a chance against them. Thus, no one could contain their excitement. Being an outer sect disciple in the Piaomiao Sect was far more advantageous than being a Holy Sun in the Sacred Land. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands, exhilarated beyond measure. Of course, there were provisions for the inner disciples and the servants as well. All individuals within the sect were entitled to a share. Soon, all resources had been distributed. With the different garments, it would also be easier to distinguish between inner sect members and elders, eliminating the cumbersome necessity of wearing name tags. It was indeed extremely convenient. Elder Luo, come with me. At this moment, Lu Tsang interrupted Luo Feishuan, who was busy tidying up the remaining resources. Luo Feishuan paused her tasks, excitedly brushed her scattered hair, and rose to follow Lu Tsang towards the main peak. At this moment, Chen Xuan was still meditating at the summit. When Lu Tsang arrived at the mountain's peak with Luo Feishuan, He instructed her to wait in place while he went to report. Luo Feishuan stood there, brimming with anticipation, her gaze fixed upon the figure atop the massive stone. Upon catching sight of that youthful silhouette, with a tall and graceful stature, my heart raced with trepidation as I instinctively clenched my fingers. Is this truly the esteemed leader of the Piaomiao Sect? Such an imposing figure. My anxiety intensified. For despite her being at the pinnacle of the imperial extreme and having lived for centuries, a figure capable of commanding the elements, it did little to alleviate the nervousness of facing the leader of the Piaomiao Sect. This is the intangible pressure that accompanies the sect's formidable reputation. At that very moment, Lu Tsong stood behind Chen Xuan, yet had not the opportunity to bow and report. Suddenly, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and pointed towards the heavens. Instantly, he captured the attention of Luo Feishuan, who involuntarily followed his gaze upwards. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Xuan's fingertips. In an instant, the clouds spanning the sky were violently dispersed. The azure expanse shattered, revealing an unfathomable abyssal black hole. From this abyss emanated an ancient and weighty presence. In an instant, day transformed into night, as countless onlookers raised their heads, collectively drawing in a sharp breath of astonishment. Could it be the heavens have fractured? Amidst the widespread shock, a colossal hand slowly emerged from the shattered void. As the hand reached forth, an aura capable of annihilating all existence began to spread. The fragmented void accelerated its destruction, resembling the massive black hole expanding wildly, devouring everything in its path. That enormous hand seemed to descend from the celestial realm, wielding the power to obliterate all that exists. Even those thousands of miles below trembled in fear, sensing that a mere touch from this hand could reduce the earth to nothingness. Even the ancient beings residing deep within distant sanctuaries felt their souls quiver in response. Chapter 77. The Emperor Who Dismantled His Own Soul. The first female elder of the mysterious sect, a hand emerged, capable of shattering the very fabric of space itself. Good heavens! Just how formidable is that hand? The black hole. It seems to have transformed into a vacuum. Although no breath escapes, I can sense the weight of that hand, laden with an invisible pressure. The mere act of moving it would oppress the void, and should it make contact, even a sage would likely perish. What on earth is this phenomenon? Countless ancient and powerful beings trembled, their souls quaking as if they beheld the advent of apocalypse. Simultaneously, within the mysterious sect, all elders and disciples turned their gazes toward the main peak. They had long been aware that the sect master was attempting to unravel divine techniques at the summit. This aura appeared to emanate from that very heights, leading everyone to instinctively think of Chen Xuan. Could this colossal hand be the manifestation of the sect master's prowess? How terrifying! My goodness, my master mentioned recently that he would be unraveling divine techniques. Could this indeed be the culmination of his endeavors? Such an incredible technique. My master is truly remarkable. The hand he conjured has collapsed the void. If it were to move even slightly, we would surely vanish along with the earth. The sect master is indeed an extraordinary emperor. The mere appearance of this hand can obliterate all traces of aura, rendering the sky into utter nothingness. Though we too are emperors, we fall far short of the sect master's prowess. In an instant, both disciples and elders alike found themselves utterly awestruck by Chen Xuan's display. Particularly affected was Luo Feishuan, who stood in a daze. She had once believed the mysterious sect to be immensely powerful, yet she never imagined that its master possessed such overwhelming strength. At this moment, Luo Feishuan was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief, her spirit trembling, her limbs quaking. Utterly at a loss, she was left in awe, bowing in reverence, filled with admiration and respect, speechless and stupefied. The divine technique, a fusion of countless extraordinary skills, was indeed formidable. Merely condensing a single hand could crush the vast expanse of the sky. Moreover, I had only infused a minuscule fraction of my power. If I were to channel my full strength, the very mass of that hand could obliterate countless stars around it. Upon a massive stone, Chen Xuan murmured to himself. He had not anticipated that the body he had been unraveling for several days would possess such strength. What divine calamity, what sword intent? All paled in comparison to absolute mass. Wherever the hand passed, the void crumbled, everything returning to a state of vacuum. What shall I name it? This hand seems to originate from the heavens above. Perhaps I shall call it the Hand of the Celestial. Yes, the Hand of the Celestial it shall be. Soon after, Chen Xuan bestowed a new name upon the divine technique he had conceived. He then slowly retracted his fingers, causing the great hand in the sky to dissipate. The crushed void began to mend, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace, invisible to the naked eye. It appeared as though the sky had been torn open, leaving a gaping chasm over 10,000 miles wide. If allowed to mend slowly, it would surely take an eternity. Thus, Chen Xuan raised his hand once more, swiftly repairing the rift in the sky. In an instant, daylight returned, and everything resumed its normal state. Observing this, everyone from the Misty Sect breathed a collective sigh of relief, returning to their respective tasks. Yet, their curiosity regarding Chen Xuan's prowess deepened. At this moment, Lutsong, who had remained silent, finally mustered the courage to speak, acknowledging the sect leader. Respected sect leader, Elder Luo Feishuan from the 10th Pavilion of the Treasure Hall, possessing late-stage Imperial Realm cultivation, wishes to join our sect as a servant. I am here to seek your guidance. Upon hearing Lutsong's report, Chen Xuan turned slowly, his gaze falling upon the distant, anxious figure of Luo Feishuan, who was watching with bated breath. Upon meeting Chen Xuan's eyes, Luo Feishuan hastily lowered her gaze and bowed, saying, I am Luo Feishuan, a junior, paying my respects to the sect leader. Noticing her trepidation, Chen Xuan regarded her thoughtfully. Mature and possessing grace. She appears obedient, which is quite commendable. Moreover, our sect indeed lacks female elders, a point Lutsong had mentioned. The female disciples, when faced with issues in their cultivation or personal matters, often hesitated to approach the male elders due to embarrassment. Despite having numerous summoning cards, Chen Xuan had failed to summon a single female elder, leaving him somewhat helpless. Thus, upon encountering Luo Feishuan, coupled with her cultivation level, he refrained from outright rejection and casually inquired, what compels you to seek a position as a servant in our sect? Luo Feishuan's heart tightened at the question, reminiscent of childhood days when interrogated by elders. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to speak candidly. Your esteemed sect resembles a paradise. I have long been troubled by inexplicable voices in my mind, sensing an impending crisis. I wish to join the sect to hone my abilities. Should I be accepted, I am prepared to toil without complaint. Luo Feishuan openly shared her inner turmoil and expressed her loyalty. Knowing she sought to join the sect, she held nothing back. Given Chen Xuan's strength and demeanor, she felt assured he would not harm a mere late-stage Imperial Realm practitioner without cause. Thus, she was ready to divulge her secret. The voices in her mind? Chen Xuan paused, slightly taken aback by her words, then promptly accessed Luo Feishuan's personal information. In an instant, a panel materialized before him. Name, Luo Feishuan, fragmented soul of the Emperor of Condensed Moon. Realm, late-stage Imperial Realm. Physique, none. Potential, 9 stars. Experience, in the twilight of her life, the Emperor of Condensed Moon struggled to break through to the later stages of the Imperial Realm. As her lifespan dwindled, she stumbled upon the 9 Transformations Immortal Sutra, glimpsing a path to survival. To live anew, she underwent a ritualistic disintegration, her soul fragmenting into 9 reincarnated souls. Luo Feishuan is one of these 9 fragments. Note, when the primary soul awakens and consumes the remaining 8 fragments, she can defy fate and live anew, restoring her cultivation and gaining an extended lifespan to pursue the path of immortality once more. This avatar once inadvertently consumed the soul fruit, mending the remnants of its spirit, and has now formed a brand new and complete divine soul. Soon after, upon reading the information from Luo Feishuan, Chen Xuan also came to a realization. To put it simply, there existed a late-stage female emperor named Ningyue, who, despite reaching her twilight years, could not glimpse the immortal path. However, by chance, she obtained a tome of celestial scriptures. In her quest for a second life, she performed a self-dissolution according to the scriptures, dividing her divine soul into 9 parts to reincarnate and cultivate anew, aspiring to live out a second existence. The pursuit of a second life is a dilemma many emperors face. Thus, it is not surprising. Luo Feishuan is indeed one of the 9 reincarnated souls. That voice must surely be the main soul enticing her to seek it out, only to be devoured in return. Chen Xuan had encountered similar instances in the library of all realms. Yet, He never anticipated that he would find himself in such a situation one day. However, it mattered not. He held little regard for mere emperor-level reincarnations, let alone the presence of an emperor. Therefore, Chen Xuan promptly revealed Luo Feishuan's identity as one of the reincarnated souls. You were once an emperor, who, in pursuit of a second life, self-dissolved and transformed into 9 residual souls for reincarnation and cultivation. You are indeed one of those 9 residual souls, and the voice in your mind should be the essence of your main soul awakening, attempting to summon you forth to absorb your spirit and complete itself, thus living a second life. Boom. The moment these words were spoken, Luo Feishuan trembled all over, utterly stunned. Chapter 78. Chen Xuan's intervention severing the divine soul. The 2 saints of the soul palace appear, the reincarnation of the emperor. One of the 9 fragments of the soul. Summon her forth and devour her. My heavens! How could something so terrifying exist? Once devoured, what would she become? Would she merely transform into a fleeting memory? Or would she vanish entirely? In that moment, Luo Feishuan was engulfed by panic. After years of arduous cultivation and with considerable talent, although she had not encountered various fortuitous events, she had steadily progressed. Now, upon discovering that she was one of the remnants of a soul destined to be consumed, she was utterly stunned. After all, she was still young, having experienced little of life, dedicating her existence to relentless training, having finally attained the status of a supreme powerhouse, entering the upper echelons. How could she resign herself to becoming someone else's sustenance? Fortuitously, she had encountered the Piaomiao Sect's procurement, having the rare opportunity to visit the Piaomiao Sect and uncover a place that could shield her from the seductive voice. If she could not find refuge within the Piaomiao Sect, it would not be long before she was completely entranced by the voice of the main soul in her mind, leading to her demise. The thought filled Luo Feishuan with profound terror. Faced with a life-and-death decision, no ordinary person could maintain a tranquil heart. In her desperation, she fell to her knees with a thud, trembling with fear. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. If I cannot remain in the sect, I fear it will not be long before I am completely bewitched by the voice in my mind. I vow to be diligent and serve the sect faithfully. As she spoke, Luo Feishuan bowed deeply, adopting a posture of utter submission, resembling a despairing child. Observing her sincerity, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Once you enter my sect, you shall be one of us, bound to eternal loyalty. Are you certain you wish to join?" "Yes, I am willing to swear an oath of allegiance to the great Tao, never to betray the Piaomiao Sect." Luo Feishuan immediately raised her hand, forming a gesture to communicate with the great Tao, and swore her oath without a moment's hesitation. Seeing her earnest attitude, Chen Xuan ceased his inquiries, nodding. "Since you have chosen to join, I shall lend you my support. I will sever your connection with the main soul." With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand and gestured towards Luo Feishuan. In an instant, an imperial breath surged forth, penetrating her divine soul. Feeling the immense power of this aura, Luo Feishuan dared not move, allowing it to invade her essence. She felt a tightening throughout her body, letting out a soft gasp. Suddenly, the imperial breath completely severed her soul's connection with the outside world. All karmic ties of her divine essence were utterly erased. The ethereal pathway that linked her was instantaneously blocked, and she could no longer receive the alluring whispers from the main soul. At the same time, in a mountainous region of the eastern domain, a woman, strikingly similar to Luo Feishuan, suddenly opened her eyes wide and then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Huh, how formidable. To sever the link between this emperor and her avatar. Severing it means nothing. My true form shall merge with the other avatars just the same. Once I regain some strength, I shall absorb you. As for those who dare to sever the connection between this emperor and his avatar, I shall ensure that you face 1,000 torturous deaths. The goddess, strikingly similar to Luo Feishuan, bore a cold expression, radiating an air of arrogance. After a moment of murmured incantations, her gaze shifted to a corner of the cave. There, 2 women, identical in appearance to her, lay unconscious, discarded upon the ground. "I shall first devour the 2 of you." Ning Yu slowly rose, approaching one of the figures, and pounced upon her. In an instant, the 2 began to merge, ultimately transforming into a singular entity. Following this, a pure aura of a sage rapidly spread throughout the cave. Wherever this aura passed, All living beings bowed in submission, and countless beasts worshipped. Within the Piaomiao Sect, Luo Feixian sensed a peculiar emptiness in her soul. Her excitement surged. This innate connection, which she had once sought to understand from the sage of the treasured pavilion, was an existence even the sage could not comprehend. Yet Chen Xuan, without hesitation, discerned that she was one of the fragmented souls of the emperor and effortlessly severed that bond with a single strike. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess he possessed, an existence of unparalleled strength. "Thank you, Sect Master." Luo Feixian, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before him, continuing to express her thanks. As she bowed, her form inadvertently arched, creating a striking visual spectacle, yet no one was there to appreciate it. Chen Xuan, unperturbed, maintained his gaze, his expression unchanged, and gently raised his hand to lift her from the ground. "Rise. The female elders of our sect are currently in seclusion. Although your cultivation may be lacking, there is no need for you to serve as a menial worker. You shall remain as a temporary vice elder in the outer sect, assisting the primary elders with the training of female disciples. Should you break through to sage level in the future, I shall elevate you to a full elder." Boom. Upon hearing these words, Luo Feixian trembled with excitement. To be appointed as a vice elder in the outer sect? Achieving sage status would grant her the position of a formal elder. Indeed, the elders of the Piaomiao Sect were all sages. The rumors from the outside world were indeed true. She had perhaps joined a force far more formidable than the ancient aristocratic families. Thus, Luo Feixian became even more animated, hastily expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall certainly live up to your expectations." After a pause, she cautiously added, "Sect Master, as a temporary member of the sect, I still have belongings to hand over to the treasured pavilion. I wish to return for a brief moment." With that, she cast a somewhat anxious glance at Chen Xuan. After all, it was somewhat peculiar to leave the sect so soon after joining, which might raise suspicion. However, Chen Xuan was unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "Go ahead. Such trivial matters need not be reported to me. Just seek out Elder Lu Tsang." "Understood. I take my leave." Luo Feixian secretly sighed in relief, bowing as she departed. "I too shall take my leave." Lu Tsang then clasped his fists and exited as well. Upon leaving the summit of the main peak, Luo Feixian did not forget to express her gratitude to Lu Tsang, nor did she overlook their prior agreement. She promptly produced the spatial ring containing the essence liquid, presenting it with both hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your recommendation, esteemed elder. I only require half of the essence liquid to bring to the treasure pavilion. The remainder, I kindly ask you to reclaim. It is merely a trifling amount of essence liquid. Consider it as your remuneration for the past few months. Please keep it for yourself. Furthermore, here is your token. Please take good care of it." Lu Tsang responded with a faint smile, raising his hand to reveal two identity tokens, one large and one small. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished. Left behind, Luo Feixian stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she accepted the tokens. She gazed at the inscription of the outer sect vice elder, her heart racing with excitement. Indeed, this was a formidable sect. A mere few dozen units of essence liquid serving as remuneration for several months. She had thought these essence liquids were treasures of the Piaomiao Sect. No wonder they were so affluent. It turned out to be merely the salary of an outer sect vice elder for a few months. As she looked in the direction where Lu Tsang had disappeared, holding the identity token tightly, her reverence for the sect surged to its peak. It filled her with dreams of her future life within the Piaomiao Sect, even igniting a sense of impatience to enter the status of a vice elder. However, her immediate priority was to deliver the essence liquid to the treasure pavilion and subsequently sever ties with them. With this thought in mind, she stowed the token away, determinedly set her sights on the main gate, and took a step forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Before long, upon reaching the plaza outside the Piaomiao Sect's grand entrance, she soared into the air, swiftly heading towards the treasure pavilion. Yet, as she flew, several figures darted beneath her, heading in the direction of the Piaomiao Sect. Initially, Luo Feixian paid them no mind, but soon after, she encountered several small groups brushing past her, discussing matters pertaining to the Piaomiao Sect, causing her brow to furrow as she abruptly halted. Quickly. If we delay, it's possible the Piaomiao Sect may fall. Yes, we must hasten, or we shall miss our chance." I heard that this time, the Soul Palace is deploying the two Holy Ones of Xianming. Chapter 79. Do not seek further. The heap of dust on the ground is indeed those two saints, the Xianming twin saints. Is it feasible for the Soul Palace to confront just two saints? It is rumored that the Piaomiao Sect boasts several saints. Several saints? Surely that is mere boasting from the Piaomiao Sect. Do you truly believe such claims? Indeed, the Xianming twin saints of the Soul Palace are not ordinary saints. Together, they can contend with multiple saints without faltering. Even the most common sacred grounds would hesitate to engage them, and the Piaomiao Sect would likely have to yield if they possess a saint. Absolutely. I have long maintained that the Soul Palace would not overlook the Piaomiao Sect, especially with the presence of soul disciples within. The Soul Palace is the nemesis of all souls. You see, it has come to pass. Should the Piaomiao Sect lack a saint, they are destined for annihilation. Even if they do possess a saint, they must surrender their soul disciples to appease the threat. In any case, this marks the end for the Piaomiao Sect. Enough chatter. Let us hasten our journey. If we tarry, we may miss the spectacle. After concluding their discussion, the cultivators promptly quickened their pace and vanished in a flash. Observing this, Luo Feishuan also halted her departure, swiftly turning back towards the Piaomiao Sect. The Xianming twin saints are coming to seize souls. She discerned that the Piaomiao Sect had attracted the attention of the transcendent force, the Soul Palace. The sect was now facing a grave crisis. She could not stand idly by. Although she believed that the Piaomiao Sect might surpass the Soul Palace in strength as a member of the sect, she felt it was her duty to return and inform the elders to prepare accordingly. After all, regardless of the circumstances, they were dealing with two formidable saints. Should they launch a sudden assault, the sect would be unprepared and vulnerable to devastation. Thus, Luo Feishuan, feeling a sense of urgency, accelerated her flight to its utmost speed. At this very moment, some cultivators had already gathered outside the Piaomiao Sect, stationed atop distant mountain peaks or suspended in midair. Just as they steadied themselves, two shadowy figures suddenly manifested in the air, appearing before the square of the Piaomiao Sect. Both figures were cloaked in black robes, adorned with countless strange patterns and lines, emanating an eerie aura. They have arrived. The Xianming twin saints of the Soul Palace have come. At this moment, the crowd atop the mountain grew animated, their gazes fixed intently on the Xianming twin saints, murmuring amongst themselves. When true saints make their move, we shall finally ascertain whether the Piaomiao Sect possesses any saints. Is this what the legendary saints look like? They seem so sinister. The denizens of the Soul Palace embody both righteousness and malevolence, and their constant interaction with souls renders them quite abnormal. Hush! Do not speak. Look, someone from the Piaomiao Sect is emerging, under the scrutiny of the crowd. Before the Xianming twin saints could make their challenge, a figure adorned with the insignia of an outer sect elder stepped forth from the Piaomiao Sect. The elder, wielding a broom, casually inquired of the Xianming twin saints, "What brings you here, esteemed ones?" Ah, how amusing. It turns out to be a sweeping outer sect elder. Listen closely. We are the dual saints of the Soul Hall, and you, the members of the Misty Sect, have slain our soul pursuer. Immediately summon your sect leader to provide us with an explanation. It would be prudent to surrender both the female spirit of your sect and the soul contained within the ring of Shaochun. Otherwise, you shall have no one to blame but yourselves when we lay waste to your Misty Sect. The dual saints of the Soul Hall scoffed, disregarding the outer elder of the Misty Sect entirely, as they demanded the release of the souls and issued their threats. Following the previous assassination of a Soul Hall envoy, the Soul Hall sought retribution. However, their efforts had been delayed by the presence of other saintly souls in different regions. Rumors soon surfaced that the Misty Sect harbored an exceptionally pure spirit, far surpassing the purity of ordinary saintly souls. The Soul Master could no longer contain his impatience and contemplated sending others to capture the soul. Yet, recalling that the Misty Sect had shown little regard for the Soul Hall, daring to slaughter their soul pursuers and allegedly harboring a saint, the Soul Master restrained his impulse, waiting for the return of the two strongest saints before dispatching them. These two individuals, being the mightiest in the Soul Hall, held the Misty Sect in contempt. Even the rumored presence of a saint within their ranks did not deter them. After all, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary saints. Even in the event of a confrontation, they could easily seize the soul and depart unscathed. Such had always been the modus operandi of the Soul Hall: capture any soul in sight. However, Upon delivering their demands, the dual saints failed to intimidate the outer elder of the Misty Sect, merely eliciting a slight furrow of his brow. Such audacity to insult the sect leader was tantamount to courting death. Without granting the opponent a moment's reprieve, the outer elder of the Misty Sect raised his hand, conjuring two terrifyingly large hands that swiftly ensnared the dual saints. This sudden turn left the dual saints bewildered, unsure of how their words had not even fully escaped their lips before the assault commenced. Yet, before they could mount any resistance, the colossal hands firmly restrained them. Then came a resounding explosion. Boom. The dual saints were instantaneously reduced to mere powder, scattered across the ground. The dual saints had perished, utterly perplexed as to how their opponents struck before they could react, and without any semblance of resistance. It is worth noting that their physical forms were immensely powerful. Even an attack from a fellow saint of equal standing should not have been capable of obliterating their corporeal bodies so effortlessly. Alas, they had met their demise, leaving no opportunity for contemplation. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, countless witnesses were left astounded by the outer elder's sudden display of power, especially upon witnessing the pulverized remains on the ground. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. How terrifying! The elder was undoubtedly a seasoned saint. The legends were true. He could reduce even a saint to dust. The outer elder of the Misty Sect was not only a saint, but at the very least, a highly experienced one. Flee. Do not linger. Beware of being caught in the aftermath. Withdraw quickly. In an instant, the numerous cultivators atop the mountain, who had previously been enjoying the gentle breeze and light clouds, were suddenly filled with trepidation. Initially, they had anticipated witnessing the downfall of the mysterious sect, or perhaps observing the battle of the saints for the sake of learning. However, they were utterly unprepared for the abrupt demise of the saint from the Soul Palace. Should their thoughts be discerned by the adversary, it could very well lead to their annihilation. Consequently, in sheer fright, they hastily turned to flee, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. As for the elder of the outer sect of the mysterious sect, he paid them no heed. Instead, he calmly approached the spot where the two saints of the Xianming had been reduced to mere dust, diligently gathering their ashes as if he wielded the broom solely for the purpose of collecting the remains of the two. Of course, his intention in wielding the broom was merely to prepare for the collection of their bodies, with no initial desire to take their lives. Yet, he never expected his opponents to be so audacious, merely two formidable saints who had not even reached the pinnacle of their power, daring to come and insult his sect leader, brazenly declaring their intent to obliterate the mysterious sect. If he did not eradicate these two, they would never hold their heads high within the sect again. Thus, when he acted, he did so without mercy. Why insult anyone else, if not the sect leader? If I do not slay you, it would be an affront to your audacity. The outer sect elder muttered to himself as he swept their ashes. Just then, Luo Feishuan finally returned, hurriedly appearing before the elder. Observing the tranquil surroundings, she quickly produced her identity token, her voice laced with urgency. Esteemed elder, I am Luo Feishuan, the newly appointed vice elder of the outer sect. I heard that the two saints from the Soul Palace were coming to trouble our sect, and I specifically returned to report this. I implore you to quickly inform the sect leader to take precautions. No need, replied the elder nonchalantly. The people from the Soul Palace have already come. Upon realizing that it was the newly inducted Luo Feishuan, the outer sect elder offered a faint smile. What? They have already come? Luo Feishuan was taken aback, her alarm evident as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Her worried demeanor left the elder somewhat speechless. While he found her to be quite lovely, she was rather prone to overreacting. However, considering her level of cultivation, this could be somewhat understandable. Consequently, he continued to sweep while quietly explaining, "There's no need to search further. This pile of dust on the ground is those two saints, and I am currently in the process of sweeping them up." Chapter 80. The Soul Temple revives the ancestor ahead of time. Wang Zhumal points to the heavens with a thunderous crash. The words echoed through the chamber, leaving Luo Feishuan in a state of utter shock. She gazed at the dust settling on the ground, her mind clouded with disbelief. Killed? Killed? Indeed. The sage of the Soul Temple showed disrespect to the sect leader and deserves death. The outer elder nodded calmly. Luo Feishuan was left speechless. They truly killed them? What disrespect did they show to the sect leader? This is far too decisive. They were two sages. Her pupils constricted as she cautiously scanned her surroundings, yet found no signs of battle. Could it be that the inner elders intervened, or perhaps the sect leader himself acted with overwhelming strength to eliminate them? The thought sent another shiver down her spine. The Piaomiao Sect was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. This incident served as an unspoken reminder to her, urging her to be more mindful of her words and actions in the future. She feared that a misunderstanding might lead the powerful members of the sect to eliminate her as well. With this thought, Luo Feishuan quickly regained her composure, reassured herself of her cautious demeanor, and respectfully clasped her fists towards the outer elder, saying, "Elder, now that the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave." The outer elder nodded. Luo Feishuan then departed with newfound composure, unaware that her concerns were unfounded. The sect leader and elders would never resort to eliminating their own for trivial matters. In fact, it was the very outer elder she had just spoken to who had acted, a half-step sage king. Had she known that even the outer elders of the Piaomiao Sect possessed such formidable power, she would have undoubtedly questioned her very existence. After all, they were akin to adults overpowering children. Yet, it was perhaps for the best that she remained oblivious, as the knowledge would only serve to instill greater caution in her, rendering her hesitant to engage with others in the sect. Meanwhile, in a grand state within the eastern region, at the headquarters of the Soul Temple, the Soul Lord stood in the dimly lit hall, leaning against the grand door, gazing up at the statue of the Soul Temple's ancestor. At that moment, an elder rushed in, holding 2 shattered soul tablets. Urgency etched across his face as he reported, "Soul Lord, there is grave news. The soul tablets of the 2 saints of the Nether have shattered." "What?" The Soul Lord froze, instinctively turning to examine the broken tablets in the elder's hand, his eyes darkening with foreboding. "The Piaomiao Sect is so powerful that they can slay even our 2 saints of the Nether. Do they truly think my soul temple is easy prey? If so, we have no choice but to revive the ancestor ahead of time." His voice was low and contemplative, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of the abyss, filled with an icy chill. Upon hearing the mention of the ancestor, the reporting elder felt a wave of dread wash over him, a chill creeping down his spine. He dared not respond, trembling inwardly. Was the Soul Lord truly on the brink of reviving the ancestor of the Soul Temple? A storm was brewing on the ancient continent. As he quaked in fear, the atmosphere thickened with impending doom. The voice of the Soul Master resonated with a deep authority. "Obey my command. Immediately summon all saints and present all accumulated souls for the early awakening of our ancestor. The time for change has come to the ancient continent." Yes, the subordinate trembled with urgency and promptly set forth to gather all formidable beings to the altar, initiating preparations for the resurrection of the ancestor. Within the Misty Sect, the elder of semi-saint rank disposed of refuse before turning to report the recent events to Lutsong. Upon hearing the external elder's account, Lutsong remained unfazed upon learning that 2 saints from the Soul Hall had been slain. The elimination of merely 2 saints was of no consequence. The subsequent handling of the Soul Hall's aggressive approach and their affront to the sect leader required a personal decision from the leader himself. Thus, Lutsong promptly made his way to the main hall to convey the matter to Chen Xuan. Upon learning of the Soul Hall's demands for souls and their disrespectful remarks towards him, Chen Xuan responded with decisive resolution. "The Soul Hall must be eradicated." "Understood. I shall see to it immediately." Lutsong respectfully nodded before departing. Their unremarkable dialogue belied the gravity of their decision, which determined the fate of a vast, transcendent power, akin to the triviality of a mere egg. "Elder Zhuemo, the sect leader has decreed the annihilation of the Soul Hall. You are to execute this command." On his way down the main peak, Lutsong sent a message to another elder. Huanggu command received. Huanggu, meditating, did not open his eyes but extended his consciousness, which rapidly spread from the Misty Sect, enveloping millions of miles in an instant, and continued to expand in search of the Soul Hall's location. In a brief moment, his awareness encompassed a significant portion of the eastern region. At this juncture, he slowly opened his eyes. Found it. With that, he tore through the fabric of space and arrived in the skies above the Soul Hall. Gazing upon the vast and ancient structure of the Soul Hall, Huanggu raised a finger, pointing at the headquarters. Sky-piercing finger. Boom. A surge of destructive light coalesced at Huanggu's fingertips, instantly expanding into a finger the width of 100 miles. With a gentle flick of his hand, that colossal finger, radiating annihilating brilliance, shot towards the Soul Hall's headquarters. Inside the Soul Hall's headquarters, the resurrection of the ancestor had already commenced. In a vast plaza, a circular altar with a diameter of 100 meters was prominently displayed. On the altar lay an uncovered coffin, within which rested the ancestor of the Soul Hall, an ancient corpse that had remained undisturbed for tens of thousands of years. Though deceased for millennia, the ancient corpse appeared merely as skin and bones, devoid of decay, resembling a body that had merely succumbed to the most profound death. The coffin lay peacefully at the altar's most sacred position, resting upon a myriad of deep crevices. Countless individuals from the Soul Hall, bearing numerous jars of varying sizes, poured souls into the crevices of the altar. The souls flowed along the grooves, being drawn into the coffin. Simultaneously, the Soul Master, accompanied by the remaining 3 living saints of the Soul Palace and nearly 100 royal-level powerhouses, began to dance energetically around the altar. Their movements synchronized, hands raised, they formed a circle, jumping and murmuring ancient and weighty incantations. The refrain echoed, "You trick me, I trick you. You trick me, I trick you." Ah, the evening breeze blows, heralding the arrival of spring as the flock grazes peacefully. With a thunderous boom, the ancient and heavy coffin shook violently in response to the collective song and the pouring of souls. An aura, steeped in timelessness, suddenly emanated from within the coffin. This essence seemed to embody the relentless passage of time, evoking the sensation that merely inhaling it could age one's very soul to dust. Yet, rather than fear, the faces of the dancers lit up with joy. There was movement. This heralded success. The ancestor within the coffin was none other than a great sage from tens of thousands of years ago. Should their efforts culminate in resurrection, the entire ancient continent would undergo a profound transformation. Even if he could not regain his peak powers with sufficient souls, he might yet reclaim the realm of the great sage. Moreover, the souls they offered had been refined. Upon awakening, the ancestor would be influenced by these souls, thereby falling under their control. This would effectively grant the Soul Palace a terrifying new subordinate of great sage caliber. The mere thought of such a powerful ally sent shivers of excitement through the crowd. Thus, they quickened their rhythmic leaps, their whispered incantations gaining momentum. "You trick me, I trick you. You trick me, I trick you." As their tempo intensified, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from the coffin. The ancient, emaciated corpse within seemed to respond, memories from millennia ago flickering to life within its mind. "Who is it that has awakened me?" The ancient corpse slowly opened its eyes. However, as it beheld the external world and realized its resurrection, an overwhelming surge of light met its gaze, a colossal beam, akin to the Emperor's finger piercing the heavens. In that instant, the ancient corpse's pupils constricted in shock. By the heavens, who has dared to awaken me? Chapter 81, Eradicating the Roots. The mysterious realm of the divine void opens early in this moment. The ancient corpse was utterly bewildered. He had yet to fully regain control over his body when a colossal beam of light, as wide as 100 miles, surged towards him. He immediately relinquished any thought of resistance and closed his eyes once more. At that instant, everyone sensed the radiant glow above, halting their movements in confusion as they gazed skyward. The brilliant aurora drew ever closer, and an overwhelming pressure assailed them, causing their hair and garments to flutter as if caught by an unseen wind. Then, the pinnacle of the tower crumbled first, dissolving into nothingness, followed by the tower's body. The surrounding edifices, and the very earth itself, all disintegrating in an instant under the influence of the aurora's essence. "Run, Soul Master!" Several saints, eyes wide with terror, hastily fled in all directions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their feet had barely lifted before the great finger of heaven descended upon them, erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom! The sound reverberated through the heavens, echoing into the abyss below. The original Soul Palace vanished, replaced by an unfathomable chasm spanning 100 miles. The Soul Palace was obliterated. Everyone perished without a sound. Even the latent energies hidden within the palace did not awaken before ascending to the heavens alongside the rest. Gazing upon the vast abyss, Huanggu remained expressionless, slowly turning away from the distant peaks. As he did so, a rift in space reopened. However, just as he prepared to depart, Two figures, one aged and one youthful, suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the mountain, hastening towards the Soul Palace. Boom! At the sound of the explosion, the younger man lifted his eyelids in annoyance, exclaiming, "I knew they would resurrect the ancestor. My father has lost his mind. Lord Soul Child." The voice emanated from our Soul Palace. "It could be that the resurrection of the ancestor has reached a critical juncture. We should return swiftly," urged the elder beside him, raising his eyelids as well. However, upon hearing his subordinate's reverence for the resurrection of the ancestor, the Soul Child grew even more displeased. Gifted and proud, he held his own prowess in high esteem, rivaling even the divine body nurtured in secret by the Holy Land. With a cold snort, he declared, "Humph. My father has lost his mind. Does that mean you have too? There is no need for such elaborate efforts to resurrect the ancestor. Give me time, and I shall surpass him. Yes, Lord Soul Child will undoubtedly surpass the ancestor. We should indeed return quickly." The elder dared not counter, nodding vigorously. Accelerating, the two surpassed the mountain peak, entering a vast expanse of visibility. Yet, what met their eyes was not the familiar Soul Palace spanning 100 miles, but rather a bottomless abyss. Upon witnessing this, both individuals were left speechless. What the hell? Where's the Soul Palace? Where's my home? Have we taken a wrong turn? Impossible. I've traversed this path for decades without error. The Soul Child was in a daze. Beside him, his subordinate trembled in fear, staring at the chasm, stammering, "Lord Soul Child. This is the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace is gone." "What? My home is gone." A sudden realization struck the Soul Child. They had not taken a wrong turn. This was indeed his home. Yet, how could it be gone? Where was his father? His ancestors? The formidable guardians of the household? A tremor coursed through their hearts as they hastened towards the abyss. However, before they could touch the ground, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, instantly reducing the flying duo to a mist of blood. The Soul Child of the Soul Palace, along with his devoted protector, met their silent demise. Eradicating the roots of a problem only allows it to flourish anew. At a distant mountain peak, Huanggu Continent remained expressionless, stepping into a spatial rift to report back to his master. After his departure, several messengers from the Soul Palace, who had been out capturing souls, began to return. They arrived cheerfully, carrying vessels filled with captured souls, only to be struck dumb upon witnessing the transformation of the Soul Palace into an abyss. The first to return was bewildered, circling the abyss in search of the Soul Palace. "I did not stray. This is indeed the Soul Palace. Where is it?" Soon after, a second returnee shared the same confusion, also searching for the Soul Palace around the abyss. Could the Soul Palace have been annihilated? Impossible. Who could possibly destroy the Soul Palace? Perhaps it has relocated, but I received no notice of a move. Even if the Soul Palace deliberately forgot me, surely they would not forget everyone else. The returning soul capturers, perplexed, encircled the abyss in search of clues. Gradually, more and more messengers returned, and after much investigation and inquiry, they reluctantly accepted the harsh truth. The Soul Palace had truly ceased to exist. Furthermore, reports from distant observers revealed that the Soul Palace had vanished with a resounding boom, accompanied by the appearance of a colossal finger in the sky. A finger? The very location of the Soul Palace had entirely morphed into an abyss. Undoubtedly, the Soul Palace had been obliterated. Yet, they could not fathom what kind of being could so swiftly extinguish a legacy that had endured for millennia. As they gazed at the desolate expanse, confusion enveloped them. Even those who had grown up within the Soul Palace were now weeping bitterly. Oh, how could the Soul Palace simply vanish? What will become of us now? Indeed, they were adept at capturing souls, but without the Soul Palace, where would they go? Alas, brother, may you find solace in time. I have only just joined the Soul Palace, and on my first mission, I traveled far and captured dozens of souls, hoping to be rewarded upon my return. Alas, fate has played a cruel joke. Here, take these 2 jars of souls. I shall take my leave. Oh, but with the Soul Palace gone, what use are these souls to me? The sound of jars shattering echoed as released souls fled in terror. Yet, amid the sorrow, some began to seek an alternative path. A man, quick-witted and eager, hurried after the elderly figure who had only recently joined and was now preparing to depart. Old sir, please do not leave. I have matters to discuss with you. I possess over 100 divine sources. Will you take me under your wing? I will bestow my divine sources upon you." "Alas, young friend, I apologize, I too have nowhere to go. I intended to embark on a journey. The Soul Palace has been annihilated. The surviving cultivators scattered like leaves in the wind. The news of the Soul Palace's destruction spread with remarkable swiftness as the crowd dispersed. After all, it was a transcendent force that had endured for thousands of years. Its sudden demise naturally captured the attention of the great sanctuaries, ancient families, and transcendent sects, stirring a tempest among the pinnacle powers. What? The Soul Palace has been destroyed? Hiss! The Soul Palace is no weak entity. Could it be that a transcendent sanctuary wielded an extreme weapon? Yet, even a transcendent sanctuary should not accomplish such a feat without a trace. Merely the emergence of a finger led to the Soul Palace's downfall. I have heard that the Soul Palace recently clashed with a reclusive sect known as the Misty Sect. The two saints of the Dark Void were reportedly slain by an elder of the Misty Sect. It is said that several saints have already emerged from within the Misty Sect. Even if the Misty Sect is strong, could it truly annihilate the Soul Palace? After all, the Soul Palace is not without its own foundation. If it is indeed the Misty Sect, we must acknowledge that this sect is far more formidable than we had anticipated. One should not underestimate it. If it is not the Misty Sect, then who could it be? The ancient continent is growing increasingly chaotic. Within the transcendent sanctuary, the Soul Palace has been destroyed. Is it related to the Misty Sect? I did not expect another force to emerge that could rival our own. It matters not. For countless millennia, as the sun and moon traverse the skies and the stars shift, only the transcendent sanctuary remains eternal. What is our foundation? While extreme weapons and heritage serve as our support, we rely on our ability to adapt. We thrive in times of peak strength and retreat in times of decline. As long as the true inheritance remains unscathed, everything else is inconsequential. Yes, the Misty Sect should be monitored. There is no need to concern ourselves with them too much. In a moment, the news of the Soul Palace's destruction resonated throughout the eastern region. After all, the collapse of a force that has long stood at the pinnacle of the eastern region carries immense implications for all. Especially for the loose cultivators and sects beneath the sanctuaries, it has become a topic of idle conversation. Meanwhile, the might of the Misty Sect gradually echoed across the entire eastern region. This reverberation is heard throughout the eastern region. It is understood that only sanctuaries and transcendent forces like the Soul Palace can make such an impact. Even superpowers that have birthed saints cannot achieve this resonance. However, the fame of the Misty Sect did not last long. A more significant event swiftly overshadowed the Misty Sect. The Divine Void secret realm has opened ahead of schedule. Upon this revelation, all cultivators in the eastern region were instantly shaken. Chapter 82. The Direct Disciples Enter the Heavenly Realm. Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing achieve enlightenment, have you heard? The Divine Void secret realm is set to open ahead of schedule. What? Is it truly the legendary realm that only opens once every millennium and admits only those under a century of age? Incredible. Is this for real? I just happen to be 99 this year. Could I be fortunate enough to enter? Indeed, some have already sensed the emergence of the passage, and it is anticipated to open in 3 days. I can hardly believe it. The early opening is splendid news. I shall partake in this grand era. It is said that whenever the Divine Void secret realm opens, the prodigies from various sacred lands and ancient clans will emerge. This time, it promises to be an age of fierce competition among heroes. No, this is not merely an age of competition. It is rumored to be a great era of contention. Certain prodigies cultivated covertly by various sacred lands have declared their intent to sweep through the Divine Void secret realm, seeking to make their grand entrance. Incredible. The prodigies of the sacred lands are set to emerge. Indeed, while in the past these prodigies were typically low-key and engaged in training, this time, many formidable beings and heirs have made their intentions known. It appears that the age of great contention is already upon us. The information regarding the Divine Void secret realm has spread like wildfire throughout the eastern domain. Particularly, the heirs and prodigies of the major sacred lands have publicly announced their intentions to enter the realm, elevating discussions to a fever pitch. However, such excitement is customary whenever the Divine Void secret realm opens, as it is one of the most treasured sanctuaries for millions of cultivators in the eastern domain. The realm does not exist in any physical location on the continent. It is a mental world accessible solely through spiritual means, impervious to physical entry. The emergence of this realm is equally legendary. It is said that a great emperor discovered its existence at the age of 99 during a profound spiritual journey, thus opening the passageway. Consequently, the realm manifests every 1,000 years. Whenever the realm descends, all cultivators under a century of age and above the spirit sea in the eastern domain can sense the presence of the passageway, allowing them to meditate and traverse into the divine void secret realm. Though it is a mental world, once one enters, all experiences are materialized. Within the realm, many fierce beasts, divine abilities, techniques, legacies, and various rare treasures that nurture the spirit and soul exist. Furthermore, all sensations within the realm are entirely authentic, and one cannot perish. Of course, while death is impossible, if one suffers injury or experiences spiritual demise within the realm, the damage to the soul can be tremendous. Once the soul is severely injured, future breakthroughs may become unattainable. Its functions bear some resemblance to the ultimate illusory tower of the Miao Sect. However, the illusory tower poses no dangers and contains no resources. Thus, when the news reached the Miao Sect, Chen Xuan promptly issued commands to the disciples. Outer disciples were urged to cultivate with peace of mind, strictly prohibited from entering the divine void secret realm. Other disciples were free to choose, but should they wish to enter the realm, they must report to an elder. Upon the announcement, the outer disciples of the Miao Sect expressed no dissent. In fact, they felt a sense of relief. After all, only those who have reached the spirit sea realm can traverse the vast void, which serves as the minimum threshold for entering the secret realms. The divine void secret realm is open to the entire northern region, and countless cultivators seek to enter. Despite their current capabilities allowing them access, they would merely find themselves among the lower tiers, with opportunities far inferior to those available through cultivation within their sect. Moreover, the sect offers the illusion tower, abundant spiritual energy, and superior resources. Thus, for individuals of modest cultivation, remaining within the sect for training is undoubtedly the quickest path to advancement. Of course, the inner disciples and direct disciples are a different matter altogether. Their cultivation levels are comparatively high, and after extensive training, they naturally seek to hone their skills further. Since the sect imposes no restrictions on them, their choices are entirely their own, leading many to consider the possibility of venturing forth. On the eve of the secret realm's opening, within the inner sanctum, Chen summoned the other 11 inner disciples as the sole individual to conquer the 998th step of the heavenly ladder. He had made remarkable progress and had thus ascended to the position of the inner sect's eldest senior brother, wielding considerable influence. Addressing his assembled peers, Chen broached the subject of the divine void secret realm. Brothers, the divine void secret realm is set to open tomorrow. While you have all been engrossed in your training, none have mentioned the prospect of exploring the secret realm. Shall we venture forth together? Why not? Let's give it a try. Han Paopao was the first to express his agreement. Following suit, Wu De chimed in, sure. Though I wonder if there are any tombs within the realm. I've been cooped up in the sect for so long. Even though my breakthroughs have been swift, I feel an itch for adventure. Then let us heed our eldest senior brother's guidance. I shall join as well. Count me in. I've heard many holy disciples will attend. It would be a splendid opportunity to witness their grandeur. With our 12 combined, we might truly achieve something remarkable. Several of the other 8 disciples echoed their support. Only a few, still within the skyward realm, remained silent, particularly Shen Ping, who sat in contemplation, his fingers absently tapping beneath the table. Noticing this, Chen turned his gaze toward Shen Ping and inquired, Shen Ping, why the silence? Come along. Staying in the sect offers little engagement. It might even accelerate your breakthroughs upon your return. Indeed, Shen Ping, are you perhaps preoccupied by thoughts of your sister-in-law? Wu De teased, adding playfully, you send her messages daily. If all else fails, just take a leave to visit her. Shen Ping replied, eldest brother Xiao, brother Wu. It is not for that reason. You have both reached the concentration realm, while I remain in the skyward realm. Perhaps it would be best if I abstain from joining. Shen Ping was exceedingly cautious. Even though the divine void secret realm posed no physical danger, the risk of severe spiritual injury still loomed, particularly for someone yet to reach the concentration realm, prompting him to prioritize safety. However, Chen immediately countered, addressing Shen Ping, not to worry. Aren't you on the verge of a breakthrough? We'll wait for you. the Divine Void secret realm will remain accessible for some time. Let us all strive to enter the concentration realm together in the coming days, so we can embark and return as one. What do you say? Thank you, Master Brother. This is splendid. Tomorrow, I shall break through to the concentration stage. The others nodded in agreement. Observing this, Xin Ping cast aside his reservations and readily concurred. Though he harbored trepidations, having joined the sect, he understood the importance of prioritizing the collective. Very well, I shall devote myself to my cultivation. When the time comes, the 12 of us shall venture forth together. Excellent. As of now, we are the only 12 in the inner sect. We must not bring shame to our master. We shall surely carve our names in the realm of the divine and elevate ourselves. Let us persevere. Meanwhile, atop the main peak, the esteemed quartet of direct disciples prepared to enter the secret realm. However, they would enter in two groups. Murong Ingluo and Shi Linger formed the first group, entering ahead, while Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng would follow as the second group. This division was a consequence of their continuously rising cultivation levels. Recently, Lin Fan had been the first to ascend to the Heavenly King realm, with Yi Qingcheng and Murong Ingluo swiftly following suit into the same realm. Although Shi Linger had joined them later and had yet to reach the Heavenly King stage, her tireless efforts had enabled her to attain the 8th level of the concentration stage. Initially, the four had planned to enter the secret realm together upon hearing of its imminent opening. Yet, at this critical moment, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng experienced simultaneous epiphanies, one grasping the essence of sword intent and the other awakening a divine talent. Much like Shi Linger's celestial tribulation light. As of now, the two remained engrossed in their realizations. In light of this, Murong Ingluo and Shi Linger resolved that if the secret realm were to open the following day and Master Brother and Second Sister remained in their trance, they would proceed without them. After all, with one at the Heavenly King stage and the other at the 8th level of concentration, they would constitute formidable forces among the practitioners within the secret realm. After all, even the renowned scions of the sacred land often struggled to enter the Heavenly King realm before turning 100 years old. Even former prodigies, after a century of cultivation, would typically only reach the early stages of the Heavenly King realm. With their decision made, the two returned to report to their master. Chapter 83. Murong Ingluo and Shi Linger were the first to enter the Divine Void. The Grand Prince of the Super Empire, Chen Xuan, had previously asserted that apart from the outer disciples, all others could choose freely. Therefore, he held no objections regarding Murong Ingluo and Shi Linger's foray into the Divine Void secret realm, merely advising them not to bring disgrace upon their master before leaving them to their own devices. With their master's approval secured, Murong Ingluo and Shi Linger promptly vowed to uphold their master's honor before returning to their cultivation. As the opening of the Divine Void secret realm drew near, countless cultivators in the Eastern Domain prepared earnestly. Some solitary practitioners even concealed their physical forms 300 meters beneath the ground, fearful of being ambushed by foes during their entrance into the secret realm. Simultaneously, formidable outsiders began to descend upon the Eastern Domain, eager not to miss the opportunity presented by the Divine Void. However, due to the urgency of the situation, many factions were unable to arrive in time for the early opening of the secret realm. Thus, this Divine Void secret realm would undoubtedly serve as the primary stage for the cultivators of the Eastern Domain. In this era, the cultivators of the Eastern Domain were both fortunate and unfortunate. They were fortunate to be in an age teeming with prodigious talents, seemingly surpassing any previous era, hinting at a resurgence of the ancient flourishing of cultivation. That night, billions of cultivators stood ready. On that day, the Eastern Domain was unusually quiet. As dawn broke, a pathway leading to the Divine Void secret realm quietly opened. Countless cultivators immediately established a connection with the realm and entered its depths. Within the peak of the Ethereal Sect, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng sat cross-legged, their eyes tightly shut. One radiated the essence of the sword path, while the other was enveloped in the chaotic energies of time and space. It appeared that Lin Fan and Sister Qingcheng would not awaken for the time being. Linger, let us proceed first, Murong Ingluo remarked, observing the two in their meditative state from a corner. Indeed, Shi Linger nodded in agreement, and together they closed their eyes, seeking the mystical passageway. Soon, their consciousness intertwined, following a thread of the passage into an entirely new realm. They transformed into two beams of light, swiftly descending towards the ground below. At that moment, an endless sea of cultivators had gathered upon the earth beneath them. Countless luminous orbs accompanied their descent. With a whoosh, as the light points touched the ground, they fully materialized, taking on their original forms, appearing indistinguishable from the real world. Yet they understood that all beings in this realm were manifestations of spiritual power, though the sensations and visuals felt profoundly authentic, entirely unlike a mere illusion. "Wow, this is astonishingly real," exclaimed one. "Ouch, that hurts. This is 100% real experience. If one dies here, will the physical body perish? I've heard that dying here can severely injure the soul, and if one is injured and cannot recover, it will also be devastating. This place is indeed remarkable. My body feels a bit sensitive, and it seems easier to comprehend and break through than in the outside world." As soon as they landed, Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger overheard the excited discussions of those around them. However, sensitivity is merely a heightened aspect. Yet the speed of comprehension fails to match that of the Ethereal Sect, leaving one feeling somewhat disconcerted. Take, for instance, the current situation with Scherlinger, who is being held by Murong Ingluo. The sensation evokes an uncanny feeling, as if it were an intimate connection to the soul itself. Scherlinger felt a shiver run through her body, rendering her rather uncomfortable. Yet, Murong Ingluo, oblivious to her unease, began to rub her hands together, exclaiming in wonder, "Ling, your hands feel so delightful." Scherlinger replied, "Senior sister, the tactile sensations here are far more intense than those in the outside world. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it." She appeared a bit flustered. "That's quite all right. I, too, am not entirely at ease. However, one will grow accustomed to it in time. With so many people around, should you lose your way, I would have no explanation to offer, master." Murong Ingluo did not release her grasp, but continued to lead her towards the edge of the gathering. As they passed, the gazes of those nearby shifted, lingering upon the two. Despite being cultivators, it was evident there were more men than women. Moreover, the two women were extraordinarily beautiful, causing many of the onlookers to exhibit a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. Some even subtly followed in their wake. This led Scherlinger to frown, preparing to halt and inquire. However, Murong Ingluo, well-versed in human nature, discreetly squeezed her fingers and conveyed through thought, "Pay them no mind. If they dare to follow, simply eliminate them. There's no need for unnecessary actions." "Very well," Scherlinger nodded, continuing to be led away by Murong Ingluo. Yet, just as they took a few steps, a sudden flash of white light appeared, revealing several figures on the ground. As these figures emerged, the surrounding loose cultivators hurriedly made way. For those who traveled in such numbers were typically significant prodigies from major factions, accustomed to being protected rather than facing conflict from ordinary individuals. What was more astonishing was that all these figures were women, sensual and alluring, clad in revealing attire that accentuated their alluring forms, their every movement suggesting an imminent wardrobe malfunction. Among this group of women stood a young man adorned in a yellow robe. His pallid complexion indicated exhaustion, a clear sign of having overexerted himself. Nevertheless, no one dared to belittle him, not due to his prowess, but rather because of the significance of his yellow robe. It is commonly understood that the hue of royal garments varies with the rank of the dynasty. The more esteemed the dynasty, the deeper the shade of yellow. This young man donned a robe of a color that distinctly represented a superlative royal dynasty, ensuring that none approached him out of fear of attracting trouble. Particularly after they cleared a space, the group of women engaged in increasingly outrageous behavior. A group of female cultivators lay on the ground, their limbs splayed in peculiar poses. Soon, other women joined them, either reclining or lying flat, intertwining their joints, and before long, they fashioned a human-shaped palanquin. Witnessing this extraordinary scene left everyone utterly bewildered. The established norms they had upheld for years were suddenly shattered by such an absurd spectacle. A palanquin constructed from women's bodies. How astonishingly bold are the members of the super dynasty. Could they truly engage in such preposterous acts? Am I dreaming? The strength of these women is no trivial matter. None of them can I fully comprehend, yet they have been reduced to mere carriers? The onlookers were deeply astonished, even overlooking the exquisite figures they had seen moments earlier. While the beauty and physique of these women before them could not compare to those two, their scant attire and outrageous actions were undeniably captivating. Over 20 women formed a human palanquin. Not only the uninformed cultivators, but even disciples from other powerful factions would be left dumbfounded by such an outrageous sight. After all, the display was truly ostentatious. Especially as the palanquin was completed, the scene was indescribable, with thigh rests and soft backs, topped with a sunshade crafted from bodies. The flowing garments of the women served as sheer curtains, subtly obscuring the interior and preventing complete exposure of the space within. Though the delicate fabric offered little concealment, the allure was irresistible, leaving the onlooking cultivators in awe. Goodness, this is extraordinary. May I inquire, if, hypothetically speaking, I wish to acquire a palanquin such as this, how many spirit stones would it require? Chapter 84. The Supreme Genius Yu Sanqian. Submit to me or perish spirit stones. Well, that is indeed feasible. It merely requires capturing a few lower-ranked female cultivators for rigorous training. Alas, to pursue female cultivators would undoubtedly invite the wrath of some righteous individuals. I dare not attempt such a venture. Lacking an enticing background and devoid of the courage to seize, I find myself at an impasse. Sigh, my envy is palpable. The surrounding cultivators were engulfed in a wave of jealousy and admiration, yet more so in bewilderment and trepidation. After all, the ability to so torment one's subordinates suggests a heart devoid of mercy. Thus, none dared to display any disdain. Soon enough, the palanquin was fully assembled. Of the 30 women, only 8 remained, for stood at the corners of the long legs, while the other 4 positioned themselves by the windows on either side of the palanquin. Your Highness, please enter the palanquin. The female guard by the window bowed and assisted in drawing aside the delicate veil. Instantly, the interior of the palanquin was awash with vibrant allure. The frail-bodied crown prince, his expression impassive, slowly lifted his leg to step upon the body of a woman serving as a footstool, ascending into the palanquin. Your Highness, which direction shall we take? The female guard inquired, leaning closer to the window. The crown prince cast a glance around, his gaze swiftly fixating on the retreating figures of Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils dilating. The forms and undulating postures of Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling were vividly etched in his mind. Go that way. He pointed towards the 2 figures that had diminished in the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Understood. Lift the palanquin. The female guard nodded and issued the command. In an instant, the 4 women carrying the palanquin hoisted its legs, racing towards the direction of Murong Ingluo and Shi Ling. Though they were running, their speed escalated until they ascended from the ground, soaring ever higher. As they took flight, more individuals became aware of their presence. Some recognized the identity of the palanquin at a glance. By heavens, that is Yu Sanqian's palanquin. All female guards, a human-shaped palanquin. Truly, just as the rumors suggest. The crown prince of the Great Yu dynasty, Yu Sanqian. The Great Yu dynasty? The super dynasty with a legacy spanning thousands of years? Goodness, it truly is him. He brings so many women into the secret realm. Yu Sanqian? I feel like I've heard of him, though it eludes me at this moment. Could he be the one who cannot survive without women, who sleeps wherever he goes, once setting the record for enchanting over 3,000 women? Indeed, that is he. Do not be deceived by his pale complexion. It is said that with a mere wave of his hand, no woman in his vicinity escapes his grasp. From the formidable ants serving as guards to the delicate maidservants. Goodness, remarkable. Enchanting over 3,000 women at once, my word. Having such a background is truly advantageous. Here I am, struggling to find a partner. A mere super dynasty should not wield such power, should it? Who can fathom? Their super dynasty stands apart from other formidable forces, for they possess a sage. Indeed, it is said that Yu Sanqian is an unparalleled genius within their empire, his reputation rivaling that of the Holy Land's favored sons, if not surpassing it. Should he rise to prominence, he is destined to elevate their power to transcendence, sitting alongside the ancient clans and ordinary Holy Lands in equal stature. Astonishing. It appears Yu Sanqian is heading towards those 2 enchanting ladies. He has a well-known penchant for beauty, and those 2 women are likely to encounter trouble. Let us observe the prowess of a talent of such caliber. I shall accompany you. In an instant, some audacious cultivators took to the skies, following Yu Sanqian from a distance, hesitant to draw near. Upon the mountain peaks, Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger had scarcely taken flight when they sensed individuals pursuing them from behind. The two turned to cast a brief glance, descending directly onto a mountain summit. As they landed, the palanquin borne by 4 maidens also descended at an angle. However, upon seeing that the so-called palanquin was comprised of women, their brows furrowed in unison, a wave of disgust washing over them. Indeed, they were being pursued. Yet they had not anticipated that the palanquin would be formed by women. Such extravagance! As the mountain winds swept through, the gossamer garments of the women fluttered, exposing the lofty caves and deep gorges to the open air, leaving Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger with an overwhelming sensation as if their eyes were scorched, seemingly tainted. Though this world operates thus, experiencing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. However, having women as bearers is somewhat acceptable, as there exist individuals of immense power with even more outrageous eccentricities. It is rumored that some maintain numerous female cultivators by their side, engaging in no tasks other than consuming their phlegm. Yes, they eat phlegm. They euphemistically refer to it as a beauty spittoon. As the name suggests, a beauty spittoon is a receptacle for spitting into the mouths of beautiful maidens. They claim to abhor spitting indiscriminately, finding it too unsightly, insisting instead on spitting into the mouths of their lovely attendants. This is particularly the case for those powerful figures who abstain from eating and do not use the restroom. In certain secular dynasties, where cultivators lack the means to fast for extended periods, some even employ beautiful maidens as toilet paper. Thus, the strong reign supreme. Many on the ancient continent proclaim their intent to defy the heavens, unaware of how many dragon slayers ultimately transform into dragons themselves. Boom. The palanquin landed. Yu Sanxian slowly extended a finger to part the veil before him, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger, brimming with admiration, seemingly captivated by the marvels of womanhood. Observing this, Sherlinger furrowed her brow once more, perplexed as she questioned her senior sister. What does he want with us? We seem to have no acquaintance with him. Though they were of similar age, Sherlinger evidently possessed far less experience, entirely oblivious to the implications of being the object of a man's gaze. Thus, upon hearing Sherlinger's inquiry, Murong Ingluo curled her lips, instinctively responding. What else could he desire? Surely, he wishes to solve the mysteries of trigonometry. Trigonometry? Sherlinger was taken aback, clearly bewildered by this unfamiliar term. What is a trigonometric function? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Sherlinger's question, Murong Ingluo found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, it was evident that Sherlinger possessed a greater understanding than Lu Yu and would not persist in her inquiries. Thus, Murong Ingluo leaned in to elucidate the concept of trigonometric functions. Once Sherlinger comprehended their meaning, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly exclaimed, "Fourth senior sister, how could you say such things? It's so embarrassing. What's the big deal?" Murong Ingluo retorted with a roll of her eyes. Sherlinger pressed her lips together, feeling too bashful to pursue the topic further. Nonetheless, the sight of the two whispering to each other caused the brows of Yu Sanxian, who was inside the palanquin, to furrow in displeasure. He had been observing for quite some time. It was one thing for them to disregard him, but to completely overlook his presence? How dare they treat him with such contempt? This was utterly intolerable. With a frown, Yu Sanxian tightened his grip on the armrest, causing the palanquin to emit a muffled groan. Yet, he paid no heed to the palanquin's discomfort and coldly addressed the two young women. Submit to me, or perish. Chapter 85. Reduced to mud. Thousands of cultivators compete for the beauty's palanquin. Submit to me, or perish. Boom. As these words echoed, the onlookers surrounding the scene could not help but tremble. Indeed, would they dare to lay hands on these two goddesses? How infuriating, my goddess. Alas, at times, possessing beauty can be a curse. Although the spectators were filled with discontent, none dared to approach. Some cultivators, escorting their companions, discreetly retreated even further, fearful of attracting the attention of Yu Sanxian. Upon finishing her declaration, Yu Sanxian reclined comfortably against her human throne, awaiting the arrival of her adversary's palanquin. As for the consequences of defiance? There have been many who resisted over the years. In the end, did they not all succumb? Who among them, after a struggle, did not ultimately comply and step into the palanquin? The process was inconsequential. Only the outcome mattered. With that said, The four maidservants at her side swiftly lunged towards Shiling, and Murong Ingluo, disregarding their opinions entirely, intent on forcibly ushering them into the palanquin. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators could only sigh in resignation. How outrageous! How could such shameless individuals exist? Though the saint's son possessed considerable backing, he merely exhibited arrogance. This one, however, was utterly unreasonable, infuriating beyond measure. One could only hope for the safety of the two goddesses. Wait, why do these two women appear completely unafraid? Are they truly prepared to surrender? Oh, that reminds me. The one who seems more spirited is a direct disciple of the Piaomiao Sect. I encountered her within the realm of rules. A direct disciple of the Piaomiao Sect? Their reputation has indeed flourished recently. Yet can they rival you, Sanqian? After all, she is a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the concentration realm. Gasp. The 6th level of the concentration realm? How terrifying. Indeed, this is the mark of a top-tier genius. At merely 20 or 30 years of age, to achieve such mastery. How fearsome. Truly fearsome. It seems the two women from the Piaomiao Sect are doomed. Huh. So they are from the Piaomiao Sect. I sincerely hope you Sanqian can vanquish them. After all, this is the Divine Void secret realm, where there are numerous concentration realm experts under a century old. Under the gaze of the crowd, the four maidservants descended upon Murong Ingluo and Shiling from four corners, aiming to seize them. However, one is a time traveler, and the other a supreme body. Both are filled with pride. How could they simply surrender? Seeking death, Murong Ingluo raised her hand and struck towards the four. Boom. In an instant, the four maidservants exploded in midair, transforming into a flurry of snow-like particles. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Gasp. How powerful. Did she just eliminate them with a single strike? Those four women seemed to be at the concentration realm as well. My heavens. Is she not at the void realm? In just over a month, she can dispatch 4 concentration realm cultivators with a mere slap? This is impossible. This cannot be real. In that moment, the crowd was filled with awe and trepidation. I never anticipated that the 4 cultivators of the spirit concentration realm would transform an encounter into a bloody tempest. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying, especially considering their youth. The last time they appeared, it was during the Skyward Realm. Hence, no one was not astounded. Even Yu Sanqian in the palanquin, upon witnessing his mate explode into a crimson mist, involuntarily straightened his posture. Of course, it was not out of astonishment, but rather exhilaration. With a voice imbued with excitement and approval, he murmured, "Excellent. You two are worthy of becoming my new maids." With that, he dove out of the palanquin, charging toward the two women. The onlookers collectively gasped at this spectacle. Goodness, Yu Sanqian actually took matters into his own hands. Although Yu Sanqian was a formidable figure in the 6th tier of the spirit concentration realm, he could contend with those in the late stages of the same realm. They were finished. Yes, the talent surpassing that of a holy son was no exaggeration. Who would have thought that on the very first day, such a thrilling scene would unfold? Everyone's eyes were glued to the event. To be frank, many felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight of 2 stunningly beautiful and voluptuous maidens being seized by another man. Yet, in the face of Yu Sanqian, all felt utterly helpless. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yu Sanqian's massive hand swooped down. However, Murong Ingluo and Shiling paid him no mind. After all, a mere 6th-tier spirit concentration cultivator was hardly worth their attention. Their arrival was merely to ascertain the intentions of these individuals trailing behind them. If their aim was to resort to violence, then they were prepared to retaliate. Thus, observing the approach of their adversary, the two would not show any mercy. But before Shiling could act, Murong Ingluo swiftly conjured a mountain-toppling seal and directed it toward Yu Sanqian. In an instant, a transparent mountain, accompanied by a deafening roar, descended upon him. Though not large, it was semi-transparent, resembling a true peak with an overwhelming weight, crashing down toward Yu Sanqian with the force of thunder. Yu Sanqian, caught off guard, hastily unleashed all his abilities against the imposing mountain. Yet, even as the mountain loomed overhead, it showed no signs of quaking. Boom! The mountain suddenly plummeted, striking the ground with such force that the colossal edifice beneath trembled in response. Witnessing this scene, all the spectators in the distance were taken aback. Goodness! It was restrained. Even several powerful techniques failed to shatter it. What an astounding display of power! Wasn't this the mountain-toppling seal? When did it become so formidable? Surely, it couldn't crush them. The crowd collectively gazed at the dust-laden ground. Even the 4 women carrying the palanquin turned their attention toward the swirling dust. Yet, they had been conditioned, their expressions devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Soon, as the dust settled, the scene on the ground gradually came into focus. Yu Sanqian's body was utterly crushed, reduced to a mere puddle of mud, clearly lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd was struck with astonishment. Goodness! Reduced to mud. This woman, was her name Morong Yingluo? How fierce she is. It seems that dying in the divine void secret realm has severely damaged Yu Sanqian's soul. His prospects appear grim. Surely, a force of this caliber must possess sacred medicine for soul restoration. However, even with such medicine, his future potential will undoubtedly diminish significantly. His path ahead has been fundamentally severed. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. After all, a genius of this level, if everything had gone smoothly, could have at least become an ordinary saint. Now, with his soul so severely injured, the best he can hope for is to become a common saint. This outcome is quite lamentable. Suddenly, the 4 women carrying the palanquin, upon witnessing Yu Sanqian's flesh gradually dissipating, charged towards Shirlinger and Morong Yingluo. Frowning at the audacity of these women, Morong Yingluo had initially contemplated sparing them, but since they sought their own demise, she saw no reason to play the benevolent one. With a swift motion of her hand, she obliterated them in a haze of blood mist. As for the remaining palanquin, it showed no signs of breaking apart to seek revenge. Observing this, Morong Yingluo lost interest and flew away with Shirlinger. After the 2 departed, the surrounding cultivators could no longer restrain themselves and rushed towards the palanquin. Wow, that palanquin is mine. Don't you dare snatch it. Seeking death. Thunderous strike. Sweeping leg. Brothers, let us join forces. We'll share the palanquin between us. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance. All right, let us unite. In an instant, countless individuals madly surged towards the palanquin, engaging in a fierce battle for its possession. Onlookers, bewildered by the scene, were left in confusion. What is happening? These women are not avenging their master, and now they are being robbed without fleeing? Have they lost their minds, allowing themselves to be taken? If they are snatched away, they would surely be doomed. Haha, you may not know. Yu Sanqian's palanquins are composed of tamed female cultivators. Without Yu Sanqian's command, they consider themselves mere objects. Even if you were to act upon them in the moment, they would remain unresponsive. How could they possibly flee? So, are you saying that whoever manages to seize one can use it at will, and they won't even resist? Chapter 86. The emergence of the Emperor's Palace and the guardian array of imperial grade indeed. Whoever seizes it shall claim it. Of course, this is only valid until the secret realm closes. Incredible. This is truly possible. The Divine Void secret realm has been open for half a month, providing ample time for exploration. By the way, why aren't you joining in on the competition, my friend? Do you not fancy the fairer sex? Haha, whoever dares to seize it shall perish. The Divine Void secret realm is not solely inhabited by the likes of Yu Sanqian. Numerous once great geniuses, now aged, are also present. Goodness. Now that you mention it, I comprehend. Such a formidable force will inevitably give rise to new talents every few decades. Though their innate gifts may not be the most extraordinary, after decades of cultivation, their prowess is bound to be formidable. Indeed, while these individuals may be in their twilight years, as the prodigies of their clans, their former status as saints or candidates for sanctity ensures their capabilities are impressive. Many entered the late stages of spirit condensation before the age of 100. There are even those who have ascended to the rank of king. They may enjoy a fleeting moment of triumph, but once discovered, their demise is certain. I understand. However, choices vary among individuals. Some may simply desire to indulge in the experience. In that moment, atop the towering mountains, the frenzy of competition intensified. Countless divine abilities filled the air, causing the mountainside to shatter and explode. Before long, half of the mountain was reduced to rubble. Ultimately, the palanquin was seized by a venerable elder, aged 99, who possessed formidable cultivation. Ha! It's mine, all mine. The elderly figure, triumphantly bearing the palanquin, soared into the distance, while countless cultivators behind him gritted their teeth in pursuit. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the Eastern Domain's Grand Emperor dynasty. A piercing wail reverberated throughout the imperial palace. "Ah, I cannot accept this." Yu Shangquan sat cross-legged in his training chamber, his fury erupting as he threw back his head and screamed. He was filled with indignation. He was enraged. He could not fathom that he had been vanquished without the slightest chance to resist. This wail was infused with rage and despair. The Divine Void secret realm is peculiar. Regardless of whether one exits voluntarily or involuntarily, re-entry is impossible. By exiting the secret realm now, he has effectively forfeited a chance for growth, particularly to have been slain by a woman. Thus, Yu Shangquan was consumed with rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. However, this tempest of emotion was soon quelled. Waves of debilitating spirit energy surged upon him, inducing excruciating pain and causing cold sweat to stream down his brow, leading him to lose consciousness in mere moments. At that moment, several elders stationed outside hurriedly pushed open the door. Upon witnessing the Crown Prince collapsed on the floor, they were taken aback. The Crown Prince had been slain within the secret realm. "Quickly, we must take the Crown Prince to restore his spirit." A shiver ran through their hearts, and they swiftly lifted the Crown Prince, hastening toward the exit. As for the injuries of the maidservants, their fates were of no concern to anyone. At this moment, within the Divine Void secret realm, as time passed, an increasing number of individuals entered the secret realm. The Great Imperial Dynasty, upon awakening the Crown Prince and learning of the internal news, also began to send individuals to relay messages, urging the talented members of their clan to seek vengeance against Murong Ingluo and Shilinger, as well as to locate the palanquin of Yu Sanqian. However, within the secret realm, communication talismans could not be utilized, and contacting the scattered powerful beings would require some time. This group, still lacking the strength for vengeance, could only transmit messages while searching for the palanquin of Yu Sanqian. Ultimately, after half a day's search, they finally discovered the palanquin in a cave. Yet, upon finding it, they were met with the grim sight of an old man who had just perished inside. The palanquin was riddled with remnants of the old man's existence. Alas, when they arrived, the old man's body had already begun to dissipate, rendering it impossible to discern his appearance. Even if they wished to investigate his identity later, it would prove challenging without a visage to present to others, who could possibly know whom they were referring to. Thus, the matter of the old man's desecration of Yu Sanqian's palanquin was likely doomed. Oh, how fortunate this old man was, leaving no trace of his visage. He would be difficult to locate. The palanquin had been used, and the Crown Prince would undoubtedly disdain the need to eliminate them. Should we not make use of it ourselves? Otherwise, it seems a bit wasteful. No, the Crown Prince would certainly not take matters into his own hands regarding their execution. In the end, we could act swiftly in the prison. TSK, TSK, TSK. When it comes to cunning thoughts, you truly excel. Hehe. Let us grant them a swift end and send them back. We must continue to notify the other powerful beings. With resolution, the group advanced and swiftly dispatched all the women within Yu Sanqian's palanquin. This palanquin, composed of over 20 women, offered no resistance and transformed into lifeless forms, gradually fading away. Yet, at that moment, a radiant seven-colored auspicious light suddenly illuminated the distant sky. The brilliance soared toward the heavens, resembling a colossal pillar connecting earth and sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Great Imperial Dynasty were momentarily struck dumb, collectively gazing into the distance. The appearance of such an anomaly surely heralded the emergence of treasures. Our dynasty's powerful beings would undoubtedly be drawn to it. Let us go. The group promptly soared toward the direction of the phenomenon. Simultaneously, countless cultivators from the surrounding area also rushed toward the auspicious light. Even Murong Ingluo and Shilinger, who were en route, were captivated by the spectacle and immediately altered their course toward it. At the sight of the anomaly, several cultivators had begun to arrive. However, when the crowd beheld the location of the phenomenon, they were all left bewildered. For not far away loomed a massive, suspended palace. The palace hung several dozen meters above the ground, not particularly high, yet it emitted a tremendous light that pierced through the heavens. What in the world? Is this not the Divine Void secret realm? How could there be a palace here? Could someone reside within? Look, there are characters on the palace. The Emperor's palace? Could this be the dwelling of an emperor? Good heavens, could there be an emperor inside? It is implausible. Is this not a realm accessible only by the mind? Moreover, each time one enters, the scenery varies, rendering physical presence futile. How could anyone reside here? The relic of the great emperor. Goodness, it must harbor treasures within. Oddly enough, I find myself unable to fly. How shall I ascend? Good heavens, I too cannot take flight. There appears to be a restriction here. It is an array, a formation. Is there anyone knowledgeable in formations who could come forth to decipher it? As the crowd made their discoveries, a group of individuals well-versed in formations emerged. After a thorough examination, one adept in the art of arrays stepped forward, standing upon the void. Instantly, a chorus of admiration erupted from the onlookers. Incredible. Indeed, it is a formation. It seems there are steps, yet one must unravel the enigma to ascend. Mastery of formations is truly advantageous. Many ruins possess formations, and I have encountered several relics that I could not enter. Oh, why has he stopped? To the astonishment of the crowd, the formidable practitioner wore a wry smile, retreating with a sigh, stating, "The formation is too profound. I cannot comprehend the subsequent layers. It appears to be the legendary Imperial Formation." Boom! A revelation struck. The crowd was left bewildered. The Imperial Formation? Who could possibly breach it? Access seems utterly impossible. Disappointment swept through the throng. The palace once inhabited by the great emperor. Perhaps treasures lie within. This could be the pinnacle of opportunities hidden within the secret realm. Thus, even if entry proves elusive, many chose to remain, unwilling to depart. After all, should the palace open, even a mere touch might elevate one to extraordinary heights. In no time, the gathering swelled, with more individuals knowledgeable about formations joining the throng. Yet, no one succeeded in unraveling the second tier of the staircase. At that moment, Murong Ingluo, holding Scherlinger's hand, glided above the heads of the crowd and descended directly towards the entrance of the formation. As the two figures with alluring curves appeared, all present instinctively raised their heads to gaze upon them. Chapter 87. The Ethereal Sect's female disciples break the formation. The seven-colored soul flower and the black dragon as Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger soared through the air, all eyes were drawn upwards. The gaze of the crowd shifted in tandem with the descent of the two women. The reason for the collective attention was twofold. First, their remarkable figures were impossible to overlook. Second, their landing direction was towards the entrance of the formation. Observing the pair standing at the threshold, scrutinizing the air with an intent to breach the formation, the onlookers exchanged looks of disdain. How audacious these two young ladies were to aspire to break the formation, a delusion indeed. I have studied formations for many years without success. They stand no chance. If they manage to ascend the first tier, I shall perform a handstand and drink water right here. Hush, do not speak carelessly. I have seen this person before. She is a disciple of the Ethereal Sect and has previously breached a saint-level formation. What? She has broken a saint-level formation? Instantly, the elder who had boasted of performing a handstand fell silent, but he quickly retorted, "Humph, so what? The formations of the Emperor level and the Saint level are worlds apart. They cannot be equated. Look, they are moving." Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Murong Ingluo turned to Scherlinger beside her and said, "Follow my lead. I shall break the formation." With that, she began to advance with an unusual gait, and Scherlinger followed closely behind. Soon, with a few more of her peculiar steps, the two ascended a layer of ethereal stairs, appearing to hover 20 centimeters above the ground. Yet, the onlookers did not perceive them as flying, for within the formation, flight was prohibited. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators were struck with astonishment, collectively gasping in disbelief. Incredible! They truly ascended. This is impossible. In an instant, the crowd stood dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on their movements. Some, smitten by Murong Ingluo's grace, turned to the elder who had boasted of performing a handstand and retorted, "You just claimed you would do a handstand. Now that they have ascended, will you not show us?" "Humph. So what if they reach the first tier? Many have entered the first tier before. If she manages to reach the second tier, I shall immediately perform a handstand and drink water. I swear it." The elder huffed, refusing to concede defeat. Yet, just as he finished speaking, Murong Ingluo grasped Scherlinger's hand and took another step forward, ascending to the second tier. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The elder was left utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have delved into the study of formations for nearly a century. How could I be outdone by a mere girl? No, no. The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt to the ground, throwing back his head in a howl. The surrounding spectators cast wary glances, instinctively distancing themselves, fearful that he might suddenly go mad and wreak havoc among them. Meanwhile, Murong Yingluo seemed to have discerned a pattern, steadily making her way towards the emperor's palace. Although each step was punctuated by brief pauses, none exceeded 5 seconds. In no time, the two ascended to a height of over 10 meters, leaving onlookers utterly astonished, rendered speechless, and in sheer disbelief. They gasped in awe, exclaiming in disbelief, fidgeting anxiously, their breaths heavy with excitement. Quick, did you capture her movements? My goodness. Hurry and note her actions. Alas, I can't recall. Her steps are too enigmatic. I remember a bit. Follow me. In an instant, the crowd regained their composure and hurriedly followed Murong Yingluo's lead as she climbed higher. However, imitating Murong Yingluo's steps was no simple feat. Her movements were the result of her innate Dao physique combined with the knowledge acquired from studying the celestial formations in the library. Such mastery could not be replicated through mere observation. Consequently, the crowd found themselves once again barred from entry, left to watch helplessly as Murong Yingluo and Scherlinger ascended further, eventually reaching the Grand Plaza before the Imperial Palace. Though they stood suspended in midair, still 100 meters from the palace gates, Murong Yingluo and Scherlinger understood they had ascended to the final step, with no formations to hinder their path ahead. Without further hesitation, they proceeded directly towards the palace, uninterrupted. Witnessing the retreating figures of the two women, the multitude of cultivators could no longer contain their excitement. By heavens, they truly entered. What now? The imperial legacy will surely fall into their hands. What? Someone has already entered? From the Piaomiao Sect? Quickly, hurry westward to find the goddess. We must summon her to break the formation and secure the imperial legacy. Gather people, summon our sect's experts. I refuse to believe they won't emerge. What of the Piaomiao Sect? In the presence of the imperial legacy, none shall matter. Orders were swiftly given, and numerous cultivators departed to seek their respective clans' powerful members. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, as the two women stepped inside, the scene within the palace materialized before them. The palace was vast, filled with crumbling columns adorned with peculiar engravings, the very core supporting the formations. Many of these engravings had been eroded over time. Upon seeing the damaged designs, Murong Yingluo suddenly realized, no wonder it appeared so simple to break. It is merely a particularly dilapidated imperial formation. She muttered quietly, then turned her gaze toward the source of the unusual light. The illumination emanated from a stone bed within the palace. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to see a dual-leaf flower blooming atop the bed. This flower, rooted in the stone, bore 2 delicate leaves and radiated an endless brilliance. The 7-colored soul flower? Both women were taken aback by the sight. For a soul flower, even the 5-colored variety was considered to possess top-tier qualities, capable of complete restoration even after severe damage. However, the 7-colored variant was a legendary existence recorded only in ancient texts. To see such a flower sprouting from this stone bed was utterly extraordinary. Should one partake of this, how profoundly nourishing it would be for the soul. For a moment, the two could not discern whether the power lay within the stone bed or the resplendent soul flower. After all, where could one find a peerless treasure rooted in a stone bed? Unless it were a stone bed frequently used by an emperor, imbued with his essence, thus nurturing the 7-colored soul flower. Upon this realization, the two women, filled with excitement, were about to step forward to pluck the flower. However, at that moment, a sudden voice echoed forth, startling them both. How audacious! The voice reverberated throughout the palace, sending a shiver down their spines as they instinctively scanned their surroundings. Who had spoken? They demanded to reveal themselves. Though taken aback, the two did not succumb to fear. Instead, they responded with vigilant authority. Unbeknownst to them, a black dragon emerged from the crevice of the stone bed, coiling around the 7-colored soul flower. Rising to its full height, it spoke in a deep voice. This emperor is present. In an instant, the reverberation faded, leaving a clear presence atop the stone bed. Upon hearing the words this emperor, Murong Yingluo and Scherlinger were once again jolted, turning their gazes in unison towards the stone bed. Upon seeing the form of the black dragon, They were rendered utterly bewildered. Chapter 88. The Unfortunate Black Dragon of the Quasi-Imperial Realm. A transaction between man and dragon, a young dragon adorned with whiskers? Is this how you dare to proclaim yourself as the emperor? The two women gazed in astonishment at the black dragon resting upon the stone bed. For this creature was not only dark-hued, but also barely the thickness of a wrist, and just over a meter long. To call it a juvenile dragon would be an understatement. Yet, despite its diminutive stature, several dragon whiskers sprouted beneath its nostrils. However, upon hearing their mockery, the black dragon felt a surge of indignation. It extended its claws to grasp its own whiskers, displaying an angry countenance, and declared haughtily, "How dare you? These are my royal whiskers, not mere hairs. Upon encountering me, should you not hasten to kneel and pay your respects? What manners are these? Humph. Surely you do not believe that just because you are within the imperial palace, you truly embody the emperor?" The little dragon retorted, "Step aside and do not delay us in our quest for flowers. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to retaliate." The two women clearly did not buy into its bluster, especially since they felt no trace of oppressive aura emanating from it. They even doubted whether it was the soul of the emperor residing within the palace, for it lacked any semblance of grandeur. With that, Morong Ingluo raised her hand to pluck a flower. The black dragon, unable to muster the courage to protest, instinctively recoiled, retreating to the foot of the bed, its fearful and vigilant demeanor appearing quite comical. Nevertheless, Morong Ingluo paid it no mind. After collecting the flowers, she divided a leaf of the soul flower with Scherlinger, saying, "Scherlinger, let us each keep one for now. We shall find a place to consume them." "All right." Scherlinger nodded in agreement, tucking away her portion of the soul flower's leaf. The two then proceeded towards the exit, completely disregarding the dragon. For within the secret realm, no corporeal beings existed. Everything felt ethereal. Each time it opened, many things would transform. Even the ferocious beasts within were subject to change. While they could not comprehend the appearance of the imperial palace and the demon beasts this time, given the lack of any threat, the two women chose to ignore it. As they prepared to leave, the black dragon grew anxious. It darted in front of the two women with a graceful slide, exclaiming, "Wait, please do not leave just yet." What is your intention? Do you wish to seize our seven-colored soul flower?" Morong Ingluo's gaze sharpened, startling the dragon momentarily. It hastily clarified, No. This flower was cultivated by me, and I can offer it to you. I merely wish to inquire if you possess a means to exit." "You cultivated it? Huh. I suspect you are the one trapped here, proclaiming yourself as the emperor. Such arrogance. We do possess a way out. What of it?" Morong Ingluo scoffed, unconvinced by the dragon's claims. The black dragon, however, paid no heed to her tone. Upon learning that they indeed had a means to escape, it became animated, its voice taking on a much more pleasant tone. "Fair maidens, may I implore you to take me along? I have lingered here for countless millennia and have truly had enough. Moreover, this esteemed emperor is aware that several locations here harbor treasures. If you escort me outside, I shall guide you to these treasures. What do you say?" With this, it lifted its head in anticipation, the tufts of dragon whiskers beneath its nostrils swaying gently. Upon hearing that the other party was familiar with the secret realm's environment, both women were taken aback. However, the appearance of monsters within this secret realm was indeed quite peculiar. Although the opponent's strength was not formidable, it would be prudent to ascertain the situation clearly. Thus, she asked earnestly, "While taking you out is not out of the question, who exactly are you? Why have you been trapped here? What is your purpose in leaving? You must tell me everything in detail. If there is even a hint of deceit, we shall not assist you in departing." "No problem," the black dragon replied without a moment's hesitation. After all, it had been confined here for far too long. If it could escape, it would willingly answer questions, even at the cost of its lifespan. Thus, the black dragon promptly responded, "This emperor is named Long Outyin, possessing both a house and fields, living a life of boundless joy." Stop. We did not ask for a song. Speak honestly. Otherwise, we shall take our leave." Morong Ingluo furrowed her brow and immediately interrupted the dragon's performance. The black dragon chuckled awkwardly, cleared its throat, and earnestly stated, "Ahem, this emperor. Were you once a great emperor?" Morong Ingluo interjected once more. The black dragon, filled with resignation, cast a mournful glance at her and nodded. "I was once a quasi-emperor." "May I continue?" "Quasi-emperor?" "At once. Both Morong Ingluo and Scherlinger were taken aback. Such a cultivation level is indeed formidable. However, who knows if its words hold any truth? Morong Ingluo rolled her eyes and said, "Speak on." Well, this emperor once possessed the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. However, during a moment of enlightenment, I ventured into the void, which led to my physical body being ambushed and refined. Without a corporeal form to exact vengeance, I drifted through the cosmos, preparing to restore myself, but lacking a physical body rendered my strength ever weaker. Subsequently, upon sensing my decline, those rascals in the cosmos banded together to bully me, causing my powers to plummet. While fleeing, I inadvertently stumbled into a place of auroras and ended up in this wretched locale. Yet, upon entering this cursed place, there was no exit. I could only wander within, which naturally led me to discover where treasures were located. Later, with the treasures in tow, I inadvertently uncovered this imperial palace. I thought I had found a place to rest and ventured inside, but little did I know that the palace was filled with formations. I inadvertently activated the great emperor's formation while lying on a stone bed, sealing me there for tens of thousands of years. For all these millennia, I have been researching methods to break the seal, and just moments ago, I successfully unraveled the seal on the stone bed. After breaking the seal, I intended to rest and prepare to spend several more millennia deciphering the formations outside, only for you to barge in. The black dragon recounted its origins and the reasons for its presence here with clarity, although it sounded somewhat far-fetched. Once again, it is the emperor and the ambush of a foe, yet it seems devoid of any flaws. Morong Ingluo fixated her gaze upon the black dragoness eyes, finding no signs of evasion. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to place her trust in it. After all, having a knowledgeable companion in the quest for treasure would surely yield bountiful rewards. Even if it were to deceive her, it mattered little, for the being's power was woefully inadequate to pose any threat to her. However, she felt it prudent to consult her junior sister on this matter. Thus, she turned to Scherlinger and inquired, "Linger, do you think we should take it with us?" I am uncertain. If you deem it appropriate, sister, then so be it." Scherlinger gazed at the black dragon, unable to discern the veracity of its words. Observing this, Morong Ingluo nodded and addressed the black dragon. "We may take you along. However, once we venture forth, you must heed our commands and guide us." "Absolutely, absolutely. I shall lead you to countless treasures." The black dragon immediately nodded with enthusiasm. Although it withheld certain truths, everything it had just stated was indeed factual. It had been ambushed, and its body had been utilized as a rare material, forged into a supreme weapon. Yet, the one who crafted it was not an enemy, but rather its betrothed. A stunning member of the Void Spirit clan. Chapter 89. Surrounded by thousands of cultivators, 2 maidens, and a dragon trapped in the imperial palace once. In the realm of the dragon clan, he was endowed with extraordinary talent and possessed a formidable physique, earning the name Long Outyin. As he ascended to the realm of a quasi-emperor, he was acclaimed as an unparalleled being destined to attain the status of an emperor. Furthermore, he was betrothed to a stunning spirit maiden, which only amplified his prominence and made him an object of envy among his peers. However, one fateful day, his fiancée deceived him with tales of opportunities lurking in the void, urging him to embark on a mystical journey into the ethereal realms. Without a shred of doubt, he complied. In his absence, she conspired with a cohort to forcibly extract his quasi-emperor dragon physique, transforming it into an ultimate weapon. The innate strength of the dragon clan made his body an ideal material for such a formidable weapon. The betrayal by his beloved, however, was a bitter pill to swallow. He had loved her deeply and sincerely, only to be met with the cold remark that his body was simply too useful. Such cruelty was intolerable. After being sealed away, he devoted millennia to unraveling the emperor's grand formation, tirelessly striving for an escape. Only by breaking free could he hope to restore his powers and seek vengeance against the one who betrayed him. Despite the passage of countless years, he clung to the belief that his fiancée could not have perished so easily. Surely, she was living well, waiting for the day he would reclaim his strength and exact retribution. As these thoughts consumed him, the black dragon instinctively tightened his claws. The flames of hatred rekindled within his heart. "Why are you clenching your claws?" Suddenly, Morong Ingluo noticed his movement. The black dragon quickly relaxed his grip, offering an awkward smile. "Hee, just a moment of excitement." Do not attempt any tricks, Morong Ingluo warned earnestly, before she and Scherlinger walked side by side, leaving behind a statement that filled the black dragon with immense joy. Keep pace with us. Absolutely, my esteemed ladies, the black dragon exclaimed, eagerly following behind the two maidens. Mimicking their gait, he awkwardly ambled along, utilizing his claws as legs while his long tail trailed behind him. Yet, even in this peculiar stance, his head barely reached the waists of the two women, adding to the comical scene as he swayed his hips in prideful delight. Together, the two maidens and the dragon made their way toward the imperial palace. Outside the imperial palace, the throngs of cultivators grew ever more numerous, with formidable figures emerging in increasing abundance. Saints and their progeny, retired champions, and even those previously overlooked gathered, all converging at the site. Divine sons and daughters also arrived in succession, each making a grand entrance, some floating in midair surrounded by their retinue, while others stood prominently in spaces that dared not be encroached upon. Even celestial-level warriors had congregated, yet none possessed the means to breach the emperor's formation, merely gazing enviously at the movements within the palace. At that moment suddenly, three shadows appeared in the imperial palace of the great emperor. In an instant, countless cultivators on the ground and in the air turned their gazes as one. They emerged, the two women who had just entered, along with a black dragon. Astonishingly, they must have obtained the legacy of the great emperor. A multitude of eager eyes sparkled with fervor. This unexpected spectacle startled Morong Ingluo and Scherlinger, causing them to halt abruptly at the steps. They had not anticipated such a gathering of people outside after only a brief moment inside. Although most of them were feeble in strength, there were still several cultivators at the late stage of concentration and the initial stage of the Heavenly King. Rough estimates suggested there were at least a dozen at the Heavenly King realm. One was a Heavenly King in the initial stage, and the other was at the 8th level of concentration. While both could engage in battles beyond their ranks, facing such a multitude was surely daunting. Linger, my dear sister, I reckon it would be unwise to venture out today. Shall we postpone our departure? Morong Ingluo turned to Scherlinger with a tilted head. Scherlinger's previously cold expression now revealed a hint of embarrassment as she replied, You are right, sister. This place is rather safe. Let us consume the soul flower to enhance our cultivation before we choose a more auspicious day to leave. Indeed, we shall depart another day. After reaching a consensus, the two turned to retrace their steps. Their peculiar reaction left the black dragon utterly perplexed, prompting it to raise its voice. Why postpone? If you go out now, I can lead you to find even greater treasures, far surpassing the 7-colored soul flower. What the? Before it could finish its sentence, the black dragon was taken aback by the sight that met its eyes. As the two women moved aside, the throngs of dark-clad human cultivators came into view. For a moment, the black dragon was bewildered. Where did all these cultivators come from? Why were they staring at it? It possessed no treasures of the great emperor. The black dragon gulped, its throat dry. It quickly turned and raced back toward the two women. You are both right. It is indeed unwise to venture out today. Wait. Divine maidens, do not leave so hastily. The two women and the dragon swiftly returned to the imperial palace. The millions of cultivators below were filled with resentment, their impatience palpable, yet they were powerless to act. I refuse to believe they will remain hidden inside forever. They must come out eventually. It matters not. More powerhouses from sacred lands and noble families are on their way here. If the mysterious Cloud Sect can break through, I refuse to believe that others cannot. Inside the imperial palace, the black dragon lamented, Divine maidens, what shall we do? That crowd is certainly here to seek the remnants of the great emperor. We cannot leave. Fear not. Once we consume the 7-colored soul flower and make our breakthrough, we shall charge forth. Morong Ingluo said dismissively as she led Scherlinger toward the stone bed. The black dragon became frantic, insisting, but the 7-colored soul flower nourishes the soul. Even if we can make a breakthrough, it will not be significant. Perhaps one of you should venture outside to divert the attention of those waiting, while the emperor and another individual make their escape. Morong Ingluo suggested. Scherlinger remained silent, casting a glance at the black dragon, whose eagerness to depart was unmistakable. However, the suggestion was utterly foolish. Enough of that, Morong Ingluo retorted sharply, then added with a serious tone, If we cannot leave, so be it. When the secret realm closes, we shall naturally be taken out. Really? We can be taken out automatically? No wonder I couldn't find the exit. The black dragon exclaimed, elated by the prospect of escape. Instantly, its spirits lifted, and it coiled excitedly in the corner of the stone bed. Its concern was not about leaving the cursed palace, but rather about escaping this dreadful place outside. Thus, as long as it could leave, it mattered little where it stayed in the meantime. With this thought, the black dragon lay on the bed, watching the two women seated cross-legged, succumbing to a tranquil state. Its eyes blinked in anticipation of life beyond these confines. Meanwhile, the two women, seated upon the stone bed where the emperor once cultivated, consumed the seven-colored divine soul flower and closed their eyes to meditate. One aspired to achieve the 9th level of concentration, while the other sought to comprehend her innate divine abilities. As special beings, their seniors had all grasped their innate powers. And even Linger had attained comprehension of the divine calamity light, leaving Murong Ingluo feeling somewhat anxious, as she had yet to realize anything. Nonetheless, as long as both could break through, it mattered not whether they escaped. Thus, tranquility once again enveloped the emperor's palace, as the two women entered a profound state of cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 90. Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing enter the secret realm. The inherently dual-pupiled Shiyang. The opening of the secret realm has already passed 2.5 days. The disciples continue their lives as usual, diligently practicing and attending to their duties. After Luo Feishuan returned from the treasure pavilion, she fully immersed herself in the life of the sect, striving to present her best self before Chen Xuan. However, the opportunities to see Chen Xuan are regrettably scarce, leaving her to methodically pursue her tasks. Fortunately, she can also train in the illusion tower and consult various tomes of spells and techniques. During this time, her cultivation has approached the threshold of the Saint Realm, making her eager for ascension. She has grown increasingly fond of the sect, wholeheartedly regarding it as her new home. At this moment, it is noon. Numerous disciples are on their way to the illusion tower for training. However, at this juncture, a surge of sword intent emanates from the main peak, soaring skyward and coalescing into an unparalleled sword aura that pierces the clouds. Boom! All disciples turn in unison towards the main peak, awestruck by the overwhelming sword intent. Oh my goodness! Such formidable sword intent. It originates from the main peak. Could it be that the sect master has broken through? No, it cannot be the sect master. Such a scene would not be so simple. Did everyone forget the last time that great hand appeared? This must be Brother Lin Fan's breakthrough. It is said he is a sword body. The sword intent reaches the heavens, utterly unassailable. Could this be the power of an inner disciple? My heavens! In an instant, all disciples are left in stunned disbelief. Yet soon, the sword intent retracts, and tranquility returns to the world. Just as everyone prepares to depart, a powerful aura infused with the essence of time suddenly spreads from the main peak. Boom! In an instant, the temporal aura expands. A chaotic temporal energy rushes forth, distorting the vision of all present. Meanwhile, the flora and trees blooming atop the main peak visibly transform under the influence of this chaotic aura. Countless flowers and trees rapidly shift from lush to sparse, from age to youthful, from robust to slender. It seems as though everything is regressing. Within moments, all flora on the main peak has reverted to seedling status. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasps in astonishment. Hiss! Who has broken through now? Such a powerful divine ability to manipulate time, allowing the flora to regain their youth. Wow! It must be Sister Qingqing. Aside from Sister Lu Yu in the inner sect, only Brother Lin Fan and Sister Qingqing remain. My goodness, no wonder becoming an inner disciple is so challenging. It turns out that each one is more extraordinary than the last. In that moment, even the 12 members of the inner sect cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Even Luo Feishuan, who is also en route to the illusion tower, cannot restrain her wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming 2 words, prodigy. It's one thing for the elders and the sect master to be formidable, given their years of cultivation. But the disciples of the sect master, each more incredible than the last, how can one possibly keep their composure? Once again, the endless sword intent reaches the heavens, and the chaotic aura of time leaves one pondering how to navigate it. Just moments ago, everyone was a rising star or a celebrated prodigy. Yet beneath the brilliance of these few individuals, all have become commonplace. The crowd, resigned, finds themselves left with nothing but admiration. As the time aura dissipates atop the main peak and the trees return to their normal state, everyone can only continue their arduous cultivation, especially the 12 inner disciples. Among them, aside from 2 who are currently in seclusion to break through their mental focus, the rest possess fervent eyes, excitedly heading toward the illusory tower, all resolving not to leave until their 2 brothers achieve their breakthroughs. Cultivation. Relentless cultivation. They must catch up to the steps of their master and cannot afford to lag too far behind. Upon the main peak, Chen Xuan gazes ahead, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he senses 2 auras. To his surprise, both of his disciples have simultaneously comprehended their innate divine abilities. One has grasped the invincible sword intent, while the other has mastered the power of time. Indeed, they are talents worthy of cultivation. Unlike the disciple lying on the grass, Lu Yu, who, despite being a celestial being in the process of recultivation, seems to squander her days in slumber. Noticing a gaze upon her, Lu Yu slowly opens her eyes and, puzzled, inquires, "Master, what is it?" "Chen Xuan, it's nothing. You may continue your rest." With a gentle smile, he exudes warmth. As a master, he treats all his disciples equally. Although Lu Yu spends her time sleeping, it is simply her way of recuperating, so there is nothing amiss. However, her innocent demeanor raises concerns about her being easily deceived in the future. Very well, Lu Yu nods. Yet instead of returning to her slumber, she ponders for a moment and earnestly asks, "Master, do you know what it means to engage in trifling matters?" Chen Xuan. Startled by his naive disciple's question, he nearly stumbles off the cliff. He gazes at Lu Yu, suspicion filling his eyes. Has she awakened? Has she regained her memories? After a moment of observation, seeing no signs of memory restoration, he rolls his eyes and says, "Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Go to the library and investigate if you have the time." With that, he turns to head towards the grand hall of the sect leader, leaving Lu Yu lying on the grass, utterly perplexed. Though she still lacks an answer, it is evident that she has discovered a means to seek one. After a brief contemplation, she rises and heads towards the library in search of answers. Within the disciples' hall atop the main peak, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing simultaneously open their eyes, observing their 2 immobile sisters seated in meditation in the corner. The 2 turn to seek their master to report their readiness to enter the secret realm. After all, it was previously agreed that the 4 would venture together. Having been delayed by their sudden enlightenment, they now awaken and naturally wish to report before embarking on their training in the secret realm. However, before Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing could take action, Chen Xuan's voice resonated in their ears. "Your 2 junior sisters have encountered some trouble in the Divine Void secret realm. You both should enter directly to find them." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing's expressions instantly sharpened. How could their junior sisters be in peril within the secret realm? Who dared to bring trouble upon their disciples? This was utterly reckless. They exchanged glances and promptly clasped their fists in the direction of Chen Xuan's hall. "Yes, master. We shall enter the Divine Void secret realm at once to seek our junior sisters." With that, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing immediately settled beside Murong Yingluo and Shiling, assuming a meditative posture and swiftly entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the imperial palace, the number of cultivators continued to swell, though many were merely spectators. At that moment, the formidable figures from various major factions had begun to arrive in succession. The lower-ranked cultivators found themselves powerless to compete. Their curiosity about the potential legacies within the imperial palace held them in place. This is impossible. The subsequent formations cannot be broken. The imperial formation is far too profound. A saintess from the Cloud Sea's sacred ground murmured as she stood upon the 6th tier. "How difficult it is. I never imagined the imperial formation could be so intricate." A divine son from the radiant sacred ground stood proudly on the 9th tier, his brow furrowed in concentration, witnessing the 2 powerful prodigies from the sacred grounds being thwarted. The countless outer sect cultivators could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Who would have thought that even a divine son cannot enter? After 2.5 days of attempting to break the formation, the highest they have reached is the 6th tier. The imperial formation is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. If only this were the real world. If the remains of the emperor were to appear in reality, the radiant sacred ground would undoubtedly deploy ultimate weapons to breach the formation. Regrettably, this was merely the realm of the spirit. A collective sigh arose among the crowd. as they believed no one would be able to enter before the secret realm closed. Yet, at that moment, a sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. "Look! From the primordial sacred ground has arrived." Boom! As these words echoed, the entire assembly turned their gaze, captivated. Even the saintess from the Cloud Sea sacred ground and the divine sun from the radiant sacred ground could not resist turning their heads. Chapter 91. Xiaoyou breaks the formation. The reunion of the Shijia sisters in the sky. A young maiden clad in a silk gown gradually appeared, escorted by several elders. She was youthful, with an aloof demeanor, seemingly no different from an ordinary woman. Yet, as she approached, her striking eyes became increasingly discernible. When onlookers beheld her gaze, a shiver coursed through them, for within her pupils resided a smaller, distinct pupil. The juxtaposition of the larger and smaller pupils created an enigmatic depth, leaving those who met her gaze feeling dizzy, as if the very world was spinning. Indeed, she possessed the legendary double pupils. The fabled dual-eyed maiden, Xiaoyou of the Taichu sacred land, was truly a sight to behold. Whispers of her formidable nature circulated. Rumor had it she had even transplanted the supreme bone of her cousin from the same lineage. How insatiable! To possess double pupils, yet covet another's supreme bone. One would think such extraordinary talent alone would render her invincible. Why seek further from others? Yet, it was acknowledged, more bones meant more paths to glory. Astonishingly, it was said that she had already been revered as a goddess by the Taichu sacred land. Gasps of awe filled the air. Naturally, dissenters harbored grievances regarding Xiaoyou's acquisition of the bone, but the reality was now etched in stone, and none dared display their discontent, muttering only in hushed tones. As Xiaoyou descended upon the entrance of the grand formation, the members of the Taichu sacred land emerged, their eyes gleaming with reverence as they bowed in excitement before her. "We have witnessed the goddess." She stood there, regal and impassive, responding with a mere acknowledgement before fixing her gaze upon the imperial formation, stating coolly, "Stand aside. I shall break the formation." Yes, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land promptly retreated, clearing a path. They sternly addressed those blocking the way. "The Taichu sacred land is breaking the formation. All must yield." The commands echoed through the air. Those on the first, second, and third tiers of the formation, unable to resist, reluctantly stepped aside or withdrew entirely. In mere moments, the expanse above was left with only a few esteemed sons and daughters of other sacred lands. Although their status was comparable to Xiaoyou's, her dual pupils and the title of Supreme Bone easily overshadowed all. Thus, the few hovering in the air also moved aside, creating an unobstructed avenue for her. Subsequently, all eyes were riveted upon Xiaoyou, eager to witness whether she could indeed dismantle the formation. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Xiaoyou remained expressionless. Despite her origins in a dominant force, years of nurturing by the sacred land, and her elevated status had subtly augmented her self-awareness, instilling within her a sense of pride. She fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon the void. Then, her pupils constricted, the double pupils swirling within her eyes. In an instant, all cultivators who dared to look into her eyes, regardless of their level of mastery, succumbed to dizziness, the world around them swirling chaotically. Some of the less experienced cultivators even collapsed to the ground on the spot. "Alas, I feel utterly disoriented. It seems as though the very heavens and earth are spinning." "Oh no, avert your gaze from her eyes." Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd as those of lesser cultivation instinctively averted their eyes, while the more powerful among them exuded an aura of strength, striving to maintain their composure. Simultaneously, Xiaoyou's dual pupils spun ever faster, and the Grand Emperor's formation began to manifest within her gaze. Subsequently, she elegantly ascended the first step, then the second, and the third. Boom! The entire assembly of countless cultivators was momentarily shaken, witnessing Xiaoyou rise higher and higher, their perceptions of reality utterly shattered. Could such an extraordinary constitution truly exist in this world, with a mere pair of eyes capable of deciphering the Emperor's formation? Indeed, the favored child of the heavens is beyond the reach of mere mortal effort. She ascends. Ha! The Emperor's formation is no match for her innate dual pupils. Splendid. With the Divine Lady present, our Taichu Holy Land shall surely ascend to greatness. Long live the Divine Lady. In an instant, the people of Taichu Holy Land erupted with fervent excitement, their faces flushed as they shouted, as if it were they themselves who were overcoming the emperor's formation. Though their cheers were somewhat awkward, those around them dared not utter a word. For to offend this group would be to cross paths with many venerable disciples and potential successors. To cheer for the divine lady is their honor. Those who dare to trample upon their glory shall surely meet a grim fate. The crowd fell into silence, their gazes fixed upon Shi Yaoyao as she drew ever closer to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Murong Yingluo and Shi remained engrossed in their cultivation. The black dragon coiled at the foot of the bed, unable to suppress its curiosity as it lifted its head to gaze toward the palace. It was evident that it sensed someone approaching the palace, drawing nearer. Just 2.5 days prior, it had witnessed countless cultivators from the outer sect. If they were to enter, would it not spell doom for itself? Thus, the black dragon grew anxious, glancing back at Murong Yingluo and Shi, who remained oblivious in their meditative state. The dragon, torn between the urgency of the situation and the need to awaken them, oscillated between watching the two women and peering out into the world beyond. What to do? What to do? Should this emperor hide away or rouse them from their slumber? Or perhaps this emperor should take action. Yet, should it intervene, it would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. On the other hand, if it were to awaken them suddenly, it was uncertain what impact that might have on the two. At this moment, the black dragon was in a state of profound distress. Sensing the approach of the intruder, it deliberated for a moment before ultimately deciding to awaken the two women. Thus, it swiftly moved to their side, preparing to call out to them. However, just at that moment, Shi suddenly opened her eyes. Instantly, two radiant white halos emanated from her gaze. What do you intend to do? Upon awakening, Shi furrowed her brow at the sight of the black dragon before her cold demeanor betraying her displeasure. Boom. The black dragon was suddenly propelled away by a force, landing far from its original position. Yet, it showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Instead, it rose with excitement, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Marvelous! You have finally awakened. There is someone outside attempting to break the formation and is about to ascend. You must think of a plan." Someone is coming? Shi was taken aback, immediately extending her consciousness to discover a young woman nearing her peak. Upon seeing the girl's features and her striking dual-colored eyes, an inferno of rage ignited within Shi Yaoyao, how is it that you recognize the person outside? Perhaps you should awaken your senior sister as well. I fear the arrival may not bode well. Noticing Shi escalating emotions, the black dragon hastily pointed towards the seemingly indifferent Murong Yingluo. At that moment, divine light swirled around Yingluo, and it was uncertain whether she had come to some profound realization, giving her an enigmatic aura. Shi glanced at her senior sister but remained silent, abruptly rising from her bed and coldly striding towards the exit. There is no need to summon my senior sister. This person I shall slay with my own hands. Can you truly do it? Don't go. The black dragon was momentarily stunned, bewilderment washing over it. However, its words did nothing to halt Shi advance. Reluctantly, it followed closely behind. After all, if this haughty woman were to encounter any misfortune, the woman in the bed would undoubtedly hold it accountable. Though these two women were not directly related to it, if it wished to venture outside, it indeed needed their assistance. Before long, one person and one dragon emerged from the palace, standing in the void, their gaze fixed intently below. As Shi Yaoyao dismantled the final tier of the formation, upon noticing the figures emerging from the palace, her pupils constricted sharply, instinctively halting her actions. Shi, her expression froze, and a tempest of emotions surged within her heart. Chapter 92, The Inevitable Battle of Destiny. Invincible Heavy Eyes vs. Innate Supreme. Upon witnessing the appearance of Shi alongside a black dragon at the entrance of the emperor's palace, Shi Yaoyao's heart surged with tumultuous waves of disbelief. Hadn't Shi perished in the ancient mountain range, buried alongside the formidable weapon of the Holy Land? How could she possibly be here? Was it merely an illusion? In an instant, Shi Yaoyao hastily activated her heavy eyes, directing them towards Shi. To her astonishment, the figure before her was undeniably her cousin, Shi. Overwhelmed, Shi Yaoyao found herself utterly confounded, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. It was not just her. Even the cultivators present on the ground widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, Many among them had been to the ancient mountain range and had witnessed the events firsthand. Goodness, look! Is that not the woman who had her supreme bone excavated and was cast into the ancient divine vein? Indeed, it was her. She had survived. How could she possibly be here? So, the disciple of the mysterious sect who had entered the emperor's palace was indeed her? If she had not perished, did that mean her master had also survived? Could her master be a member of the mysterious sect as well? I know. She is a direct disciple of the mysterious sect, and her master is the sect leader, which implies that the man who seized the seven-star bell from the primordial Holy Land and brazenly ventured into the ancient mountain was the sect leader of the mysterious sect. Remarkable, the sect leader of the mysterious sect is truly formidable. In a moment, those who had previously encountered her trembled internally, swiftly disseminating this revelation. Even the people from the primordial Holy Land were utterly bewildered, filled with excitement. It is she. It is indeed she. Our ultimate weapon was taken by her master. The mysterious sect had seized their ultimate weapon. Splendid. This means that our ultimate weapon still exists. We must return immediately to report to the Holy Lord. The individuals from the primordial Holy Land resolved to return swiftly to convey the news. The revelation of the sect leader of the mysterious sect having taken the ultimate weapon from the primordial Holy Land. Armed with it as they boldly traversed the ancient mountain range and emerged unscathed, sent shockwaves throughout the gathering. As the crowd absorbed this information, disbelief permeated the atmosphere. Even those from the primordial Holy Land present could hardly fathom it. Despite their determination to return and relay the news, many remained skeptical. The might of the ancient mountain range was daunting enough to instill doubt in anyone. Impossible. Even a holy king cannot emerge from the ancient mountain range. Those who have previously escaped did so only because they did not encounter any ancient beasts. Indeed, historical records tell of a human saint who entered the ancient mountain range in search of secrets, never to return. Could it be that the sect leader of the mysterious sect surpasses even the human saints? Unthinkable. This is utterly impossible. Yet, the sect leader of the mysterious sect wields an ultimate weapon. If armed with such a weapon and possessing the cultivation of a saint, it may not be entirely implausible for them to escape without awakening all the ancient beasts. Does the mysterious sect possess a saint? Incredible. A living sage, it seems, has perhaps surpassed even the pinnacle of the sacred lands. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their imaginations inflating the might of the mysterious sect. Meanwhile, upon the final tier of steps, Shi Yaoyao remained bewildered, the supreme bone within her stirring with a subtle tremor, compelling her to believe that the figure before her was indeed her cousin. After all, they shared the same bloodline, an instinctive connection binding them. Shirling, are you? How can it be that you are not dead? She inquired incredulously. Upon encountering her long-standing foe, Shirlinger was engulfed in an inferno of rage. Her expression fierce as she coldly declared, "You must be disappointed that I am alive. I would never dare to perish without avenging the grudge over the bone. Come forth and meet your demise." The final proclamation resonated like thunder from the heavens, echoing ominously in the air. Yet, Shi Yaoyao dismissed her with a scoff, her laughter ringing out like silver bells. Huh, you think you can seek revenge? Do you truly believe that after taking on a master and emerging from the ancient mountains, you have regained your prowess? Shi Yaoyao's expression was one of arrogance, especially after confirming that this was no mere illusion. She paid Shirlinger no heed whatsoever. With a haughty demeanor, she ascended the last step, her contempt palpable and infuriating. However, Shirlinger, having trained in the supreme arts, had cultivated an increasingly formidable presence, remaining unperturbed by mere taunts. In that moment, she could hardly be bothered to respond, instead clenching her fists in silence. Shi Yaoyao, you shall perish. With that, Shirlinger leapt forward, launching the first assault. Boom! A tremendous force surged through the air, creating a resonant sound that pierced the silence. Shi Yaoyao stood her ground, her dual pupils spinning with heightened intensity, raising her hand to block Shirlinger's attack. "I can see through your weaknesses," she proclaimed, her gaze deep and proud. She then retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at Shirlinger's face. Shirlinger swiftly raised her hand to defend. Boom! The two forces collided, and they were instantly separated by several meters. Observing this scene from afar, the black dragon was startled, instinctively retreating to the threshold of the palace. Though both combatants were at the 9th level of concentration, It was evident that the energy they unleashed surpassed that of ordinary heavenly kings. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Simultaneously, the onlookers were wide-eyed, utterly captivated. The battle of concentration proved to be even more exhilarating than that of the heavenly kings, a rarity indeed. To think you not only recovered from your injuries, but also advanced in your cultivation at such a rapid pace. It seems you have encountered numerous fortuitous events. Observing that Scherlinger had not been harmed, Shi Yaoyao grew serious, stepping forward as her figure began to flicker in the void, leaving behind countless afterimages. These phantoms encircled Scherlinger while simultaneously extending their hands to unleash a barrage of luminous waves. Boom! Dozens of clones attacked, in unison. Scherlinger, in turn, conjured a defensive barrier to counter the onslaught. In that instant, the two figures incessantly traversed the void, leaving behind a series of phantoms. Above, the sky reverberated with explosive sounds and shockwaves. From a distance, it appeared as though countless avatars were scattered throughout the heavens, striking various poses. Yet none seemed to engage in combat. It merely appeared that no one was taking action, while the air was continuously illuminated by the brilliance of explosive bursts. This spectacle left all the cultivators on the ground bewildered, their hearts trembling with unease. Some of the less experienced individuals, after a mere glance, found themselves overwhelmed with headaches, as if their heads might explode. My head aches terribly. Cultivators of lower realms, avert your gaze. This is a profundity beyond your comprehension. Ouch! It hurts so much. My head is pounding. Why? Can't I see anyone? What are they truly doing? Is this the result of speed reaching its zenith? To us, it appears like a slow-motion spectacle. I never knew it could manifest in such a way. I understand now. I truly understand. In an instant, some were left in a daze while others experienced a moment of enlightenment from the clash between the two, eagerly settling into meditation to explore that elusive sensation. Outside the emperor's palace, after an extended bout of conflict, the two remained evenly matched. At this moment, Shi Yaoyao was incensed. She had not anticipated that her younger sister, whom she had so easily oppressed, would grow at such an astonishing pace. Even her formidable dual pupils and supreme bone could not secure victory over her sister at this juncture. Thus, she stood her ground, fixating her gaze on Scherling, and coldly declared, "Let the world I perceive be annihilated." Chapter 93. The Four Great Disciples Gather. Murong Ingluo enlightens in divine light. As soon as she finished speaking, one of Shi Yaoyao's eyes instantly transformed into a shade of gray. In the next moment, a surge of gray light erupted from her eye, carrying an aura of boundless destruction as it raced toward Scherlinger. Witnessing this scene, countless cultivators, including the Black Dragon, were left in utter shock. It was the innate divine ability of the... She had unexpectedly comprehended the innate divine ability of destruction. How terrifying! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, at that very moment, Scherlinger no longer held back. She immediately spread her arms wide, leaning back. In an instant, white light began to converge upon her left shoulder. A more potent aura of destruction coalescing. Ah, heaven! Calamity light! With a delicate shout from Scherlinger, she suddenly withdrew her reclining form and thrust herself forward. In that moment, a beam of blinding white light burst forth from her shoulder, colliding head-on with Shi Yaoyao's gray light of destruction. Boom! A dazzling radiance erupted at the point of impact between the two destructive forces. At that instant, the world was engulfed in white. Everyone was rendered deaf, as if everything had succumbed to a white void under the force of this collision. Am I dead? Why is there no sound? Why is everything white? Have I entered another realm? As the two rays of destructive light collided, countless cultivators found themselves in a world of whiteness, enveloped in a profound silence. Even some celestial kings or semi-celestial princesses could not help but feel a surge of shock within their hearts. For even those of their exalted caliber were trapped in this deafening white world, existing in an intangible state. Fortunately, at that moment, some individuals gradually regained their hearing, faint gasps of astonishment growing louder in their ears. Soon after, the white light faded, and everyone's vision returned to normal. Observing their surroundings, everything remained unchanged. The mountains were still there. The majestic palace still loomed above them. However, the two women, who had previously exuded confidence, now bore a rather tragic appearance. Both knelt weakly on one knee, propping themselves up in the air, appearing extremely frail. Their garments were in tatters, revealing patches of white skin. Luckily, the damage was not in critical areas, so it was bearable. Yet, Scherlinger appeared to be in a worse state, her heavy breathing unwavering. Suddenly, after catching her breath, Shi Yaoyao stood up. Observing Scherlinger's weakened condition, a slight smile graced her lips. Scherlinger, I did not expect you to not only regain your supreme bone, but also activate your innate divine ability. In the past, I might not have been your match. But now, with my unparalleled and supreme bone, you stand no chance against me. Prepare to perish. With that, Shi Yaoyao leapt into action once more, charging towards Scherlinger. At this moment, Scherlinger was even more feeble. Merely holding herself upright had drained all her strength, and she had no energy left to resist. Helplessly watching as Shi Yaoyao's fist drew ever nearer. Be careful. At this moment, the black dragon, hiding behind the threshold of the imperial palace, anxiously shouted a warning. Yet, Scherlinger found herself unable to resist. Just over a month ago, she had become a disciple of Chen Xuan and embarked on her ethereal cultivation. In less than 2 months, achieving a level comparable to Shi Yaoyao from being utterly powerless was nothing short of miraculous. After all, Shi Yaoyao had practiced for several years. However, the bitterness of being killed by an enemy who had betrayed her still lingered in Scherlinger's heart. With her hands pressed against the ground, she watched as the fist drew nearer, and finally, at the last moment, she lifted her head and exclaimed with indignation, as the supreme body, I shall suppress all adversaries. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from within her, causing her hair to soar without the influence of wind, and she reached out, seizing Shi Yaoyao's fist. A resounding thud echoed as their forces clashed, distorting the very fabric of the void. Shi Yaoyao, taken aback, exclaimed incredulously, How is this possible? Heh, everything is possible. Scherlinger retorted coldly, and the battle resumed. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful collisions reverberated, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. However, after a brief exchange, Scherlinger once again found herself at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. A month was insufficient for her to become invincible among those of her rank. Soon, Scherlinger was forced back, collapsing helplessly at the threshold, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Seeing this, Shi Yaoyao arrogantly declared, I told you, you are no match for me. Since you cannot rise, then perish. With that, Shi Yaoyao leaped once more, wielding a colossal, illusory seal poised to strike down upon Scherlinger, seemingly intent on sending her back to the realm of reality with a single blow. At that moment, the black dragon, hidden behind the threshold, was taken aback and swiftly prepared to unleash a full-force strike in a bid to save her. The multitude of cultivators below were equally astonished, shaken by the might of the invincible double pupils. It was over. The disciple of the mysterious sect was doomed. How astonishing it was that the battle for concentration could be so thrilling. Alas, the supreme bone was no match for the double pupils. The crowd lamented in unison. Suddenly, amidst the throng, 2 figures, a man and a woman, soared into view, shouting in fury, Stop. Little junior sister, get away. The voices belonged to Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. Their faces were etched with anger, fists clenched tightly. To their dismay, despite their haste, they had arrived too late. With the Emperor's formation separating them, they realized they could not reach her in time to offer aid. They could only tighten their fists, veins protruding, prepared to unleash their most potent divine abilities in an attempt to breach the Emperor's formation. However, at that moment, a sharp, commanding shout suddenly emanated from within the palace, causing Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing to pause in delight, halting their impulsive charge. Dare to harm my junior sister? You seek death. The fierce cry resonated, and a radiant figure burst forth from the palace, delivering a powerful punch toward the colossal seal in Shi Yaoyao's grasp. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the great seal shattered instantly, and Shi Yaoyao herself was sent flying backward. After striking Shi Yaoyao away, the luminous figure descended, radiating brilliance. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but Murong Ingluo? At this moment, she stood tall and powerful, her figure embodying perfection, radiating an almost blinding divine light. It was as if her entire being was fissured, with endless celestial brilliance emanating from these cracks, making it difficult for onlookers to discern the exact source of the light. As Murong Ingluo appeared, adorned in divine radiance, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Isn't that another disciple of the mysterious Cloud Sect? How did she become so formidable after just a few days in the palace? Does she harbor the sun within her? It's overwhelmingly dazzling. It seemed that every disciple of the mysterious Cloud Sect surpassed the last in prowess. While the crowd marveled, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing breathed sighs of relief. Ying Luo has seemingly grasped her innate divine powers. They thought, with her presence among us, we can be at ease. Both discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their brows. After all, Murong Ying Luo was at the heavenly king level. Her presence assured their safety. Especially considering her apparent enlightenment, she exuded an aura of undeniable strength. However, while they felt reassured, the people from the primordial Holy Land were left bewildered. What? Another one has emerged. She appears even more powerful than our Divine Lady. They exclaimed in shock. Could our Divine Lady be in danger? Anyone who dares to harm her will face the wrath of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Divine Lady, please return. Do not act rashly. In a flurry of urgency, the primordial Holy Land's members cried out, their shouts quickly capturing the attention of Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. Exchanging a glance, they wasted no time and launched an immediate assault on the people from the primordial Holy Land. Chapter 94. The Demise of Shi Yaoyao. 2 moves of innate divine power overturn all cognition. Boom. Boom. The powerful aura of 2 king-level beings instantaneously surged forth, enveloping all within the Taichu Holy Land. In an instant, the cultivators below were rendered bewildered. Goodness, the aura of the king realm. How could these 2 dare to assault the Taichu Holy Land? Wait, aren't those Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing from the Piaomiao Sect? Bold indeed. This will surely bring disgrace to the Taichu Holy Land. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the defenders of the Taichu Holy Land found themselves dazed yet compelled to retaliate. Yet, their strongest goddess, suspended in the void, was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of 2 10-star gifted king-level attackers. Boom. In an instant, the inhabitants of the Taichu Holy Land fell one after another. The Taichu Holy Land will not spare you. Lady Goddess, do not descend. There are 2 kings below. Before long, all the defenders of the Taichu Holy Land lay slain at the hands of Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoyao, having been repelled by a punch from Murong Ying Luo, found herself stunned by the sudden turn of events below, halting her escape. 2 kings, young kings no less. If she descended, her demise would be inevitable. At that moment, Shi Yaoyao found herself caught in a dilemma, trapped between the 2 kings below and the radiant goddess above. She longed to throw her head back and cry out, what manner of demons and monsters are these? However, such an outburst was utterly out of the question. How utterly embarrassing. In a state of turmoil, she began to sway left and right, uncertain of her next move. Before the Emperor's palace, having dispatched Shi Yaoyao, Murong Ying Luo swiftly descended to check on Shi Ling who appeared quite worse for wear. Junior sister Ling are you all right? She inquired with concern. I'm fine. Shi Ling shook her head while leaning against the threshold. Then, gazing at the divine light surrounding Murong Ying Luo, she sincerely expressed her joy, squinting her eyes. 4th senior sister, have you comprehended the innate divine power? Indeed. What do you think? Am I not striking? Noticing that Shi Ling still had the spirit to concern herself with her, Murong Ying Luo felt a sense of relief, then teased. Do you think I can now rival our master's presence? Shi Ling replied. You are indeed striking, though you still fall a tad short compared to master. Moreover, it's blinding. I can barely keep my eyes open. Murong Ying Luo. Before Murong Ying Luo could respond in disbelief, Shi Yaoyao, standing at the steps, made her decision in an instant. Rather than continuing her flight, she resolved to confront Murong Ying Luo. After all, the 2 king-level beings below were already confirmed, while the one above remained uncertain. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Thus, she turned and charged towards Murong Ying Luo, seeking to exploit the opportunity for a surprise attack. Beware behind you. Suddenly, the black dragon, who had been hiding behind the threshold and had yet to catch his breath, abruptly pointed at the ambushing Shi Yaoyao and called out a warning. Meanwhile, Murong Ying Luo remained calm and unhurried, as if she had been prepared all along. Junior sister Ling, today, I shall reclaim the supreme bone on your behalf. When we meet again in reality, you shall have the pleasure of slaying her yourself. With that, Murong Ying Luo turned and transformed into a streak of radiant light. charging towards Shi Yaoyao with astonishing speed that left the onlookers bewildered. Then, with a muffled thud, Shi Yaoyao's body abruptly froze in midair, and Murong Ingluo appeared before her, a hand having stealthily plunged into Shi Yaoyao's shoulder. So swift, Shi Yaoyao trembled, the excruciating pain causing her brow to furrow deeply. Before she could even react, Murong Ingluo seized the supreme bone from her body and yanked it out with a swift motion. With a splatter of blood, a piece of luminescent bone was forcibly extracted from Shi Yaoyao. Ah! Shi Yaoyao let out a ghastly wail, a cry of exquisite agony. Yet, no sooner had her pained cry escaped her lips than Murong Ingluo struck her head with a powerful palm, leaving no time for her to respond. Boom! Shi Yaoyao's head was instantly deformed, blood gushing forth as if it were shooting stars falling into the void. In that moment, regret washed over Shi Yaoyao. She had painstakingly chosen her opponent, believing they would be evenly matched. Little did she know, she could not withstand even a single blow. If only she had rushed down to confront those two heavenly kings, they should have been easier to handle. Unwilling, Shi Yaoyao closed her eyes, her body crashing into the void, gradually melting away into nothingness. Observing the demise of Shi Yaoyao, Shirlinger felt a portion of her anger subside. However, the vendetta of bone extraction and the destruction of her foundation was an affront that could not be forgiven. To not slay her personally made it impossible to quell the fury within. The next time they crossed paths, she would undoubtedly seek her own vengeance. Shirlinger silently resolved. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Suddenly, the black dragon noticed Shirlinger in a daze and couldn't help but call out. Shirlinger then relaxed her clenched fist and shook her head, saying, I'm fine. With that, she rose from the ground and walked towards Murong Ingluo. Meanwhile, on the ground, all factions and wandering cultivators were utterly silent. The invincible heavy pupil had actually perished. And by a mere slap at that, that radiant woman was truly extraordinary. Could this be the legacy within the Emperor's palace? As this thought crossed their minds, everyone's eyes began to gleam with fervor, particularly among the super factions, the Holy Land's disciples, and the ancient aristocracy. Excitement bubbled over as they eagerly prepared for action. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng furrowed their brows and addressed the two women above. Junior sisters, come down without fear. Today, let us see who dares to challenge our Piaomiao Sect. Boom. As these words left their lips, the entire assembly turned their gaze towards the two women. Before the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng remained utterly unafraid. They strode directly to the entrance of the passage, then turned to face the multitude of millions head-on. In that moment, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng resembled a pair of valiant goalkeepers, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior standing against an army. Witnessing this, Murong Ingluo and Shirlinger were filled with profound emotion. They promptly descended the ethereal steps accompanied by the black dragon. At this moment, the entire venue fell into silence, the atmosphere palpably eerie. Some of the elder disciples discreetly formed their mystical seals, evoking a sense of an impending storm. Observing this, several cultivators, reluctant to become embroiled in the chaos or lacking in strength, hastily withdrew from this perilous place. As the two women and the dragon descended, the surrounding cultivators dwindled in number, yet those who remained all possessed formidable prowess. Soon, upon the trio's complete descent from the final tier and their exit from the Emperor's array, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their impatience and shouted, "Eliminate them and seize the Emperor's legacy." In an instant, countless cultivators erupted, unleashing an array of mystical powers towards the four disciples of the Piaomiao Sect. A deluge of divine techniques surged forth, startling the black dragon, which instinctively grasped Murong Ingluo and Shirlinger's arms while exclaiming in a frenzy, oh no, run." However, the two women remained steadfast, calmly observing the retreating figures of their senior brothers and sisters. If their seniors did not flee, then neither would they. Witnessing this, the black dragon was filled with anxiety, doubting that these two could withstand the onslaught of millions of cultivators. Yet, the subsequent scene utterly shattered the dragon's perception of genius. Chapter 95. Indomitable sword intent and the void of eternity. The innate talents of the masses confronted by a multitude of formidable cultivators' assaults. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Disdain etched upon his features as he remarked, ignorant of their own mortality. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a radiant wave that repelled the countless attacks. Subsequently, he pointed at the crowd and uttered a single word, sword. Boom. An avalanche of sword intent erupted instantaneously, a swarm akin to a locust plague, weaving through the ranks of numerous cultivators. Puff, puff, ah. In an instant, countless cultivators were met with demise, their ranks in disarray. Even many venerable candidates for the sacred sun, aged 70 or 80, who had already attained the heavenly king realm, found themselves struggling to withstand the onslaught. Only those of equivalent heavenly king status, such as the divine sons and daughters, could fend it off with relative ease. This demonstrated the formidable nature of the flying swords imbued with sword intent. A surreal scene unfolded, causing the previously anxious black dragon to fall into a stunned silence, captivated by Lin Fan's astounding technique. However, what left it even more astounded was yet to come. The heavenly king cultivators, after dispersing the flying swords, charged toward the members of the mysterious Cloud Sect, seemingly intent on forming an alliance. At that moment, Yi Qingqing subtly raised her hand, directing her palm toward the approaching crowd, and calmly declared, "The void of eternity." Boom. A tremendous force surged forth from Yi Qingqing's palm, radiating outward and causing the black dragon and Sherlinger to have their hair and whiskers blown back, squinting against the sudden gust. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming power of time and space emanated forth, causing several newly ascended heavenly king cultivators in midair to plummet to the peak of the concentration realm. As Yi Qingqing unleashed her void of eternity, the assailing heavenly king cultivators experienced an immediate decline in their cultivation levels. The heavenly kings fell to the peak of the concentration realm, while those at the peak of concentration descended to the 6th or 7th level of concentration. A wave of horror washed over the numerous strong cultivators who had launched the assault. What is happening? My realm? How has my realm diminished? By the heavens! It is the power of time and space. She has mastered the temporal divine power, forcibly reverting my cultivation to a decade ago. We must flee. In an instant, the formidable cultivators were struck with panic, scattering in all directions. Even the seasoned sacred sons and divine sons and daughters could not resist the urge to turn and flee, disregarding their noble identities. Despite their numbers and esteemed status, they found themselves utterly powerless against the terrifying abilities of these two individuals, one wielding a multitude of swords infused with sword intent, traversing and reaping as if caught in a tempest, and the other commanding the power of time and space to diminish their cultivation levels. Such dread-inducing divine powers could only be described as monstrous. Soon, chaos erupted, and the crowd dispersed, fleeing into the distance. However, while they fled, Lin Fan's flying swords did not cease. Those who lagged behind were swiftly pursued and pierced through by Lin Fan's blades, meeting their untimely end. Several slower sacred sons fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, gasping in shock. Hiss! What extraordinary prowess is this? It is utterly terrifying. The essence of the sword, the power of time and space, divine light, and the calamity of the heavens. Good heavens! These four individuals are simply beyond comprehension. The audacity to slay the Holy Sun as if he were but a mere dog. The disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect are truly formidable. In that fleeting moment, I felt my own cultivation diminish. Each of them, so young, yet more powerful than the holy sons and divine sons of the sacred lands. It is evident that the mysterious Cloud Sect will soon command respect across the vast ancient continent. Those distant cultivators trembled with awe, their gazes filled with reverence. After all, achieving the rank of heavenly king at such a young age places one among the elite, yet they surpass even the divine sons. It is noteworthy that some sacred lands do not possess a divine son. Yet here, the mysterious Cloud Sect has produced four. One can only imagine the heights to which this sect will rise once these individuals mature. Moreover, the ability of the mysterious Cloud Sect to cultivate such talents in a short span reveals the profound depth of their heritage and strength. Otherwise, no ordinary force could nurture so many formidable geniuses. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Fan, Yi Qingqing, Morong Ingluo, and the others chose not to pursue those who had fled. After all, this battle was sufficient to establish the mysterious Cloud Sect's reputation, deterring any future covetousness towards them. Lin Fan turned around, concern etched on his face as he inquired of Shi Linger, junior sister Ling. How are you faring? Do you need to rest? With your senior brothers and sisters here, you have no need to worry. Indeed, if you are feeling unwell, do not hesitate to speak. Both Yi Qingcheng and Murong Ingluo echoed, their gazes filled with concern for Shi Linger. This harmonious scene instantly moved Shi Linger, filling her heart with warmth. Although she appeared somewhat weak, her clothing torn, this was the realm of the spirit. Given time, her attire would restore itself. Moreover, she had merely overexerted herself while wielding the heavenly calamity, and her condition was not dire. Thus, she shook her head, touched, and responded, "Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for your concern. I am quite well. Let us allow Long Outyin to lead the way in search of opportunities." Long Outyin? Who is Long Outyin? Suddenly, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng exchanged puzzled glances, scanning their surroundings for the figure of Long Outyin. At that moment, the black dragon, concealed in the background, was overlooked, wearing an expression of exasperation. However, it bore no dissatisfaction. Instead, it excitedly emerged from behind Shi Linger, exuberantly introducing itself. "I am Long Outyin. I have been here for many years, guiding you. So rest assured, you are Long Outyin, this emperor?" Upon hearing the black dragon's self-identification, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng were momentarily taken aback. Yet before they could voice their confusion, Long Outyin eagerly began to recount its lineage. There was no choice. These individuals were simply too remarkable. They were not in the slightest inferior to Long Outyin in its youth. Furthermore, each of the four possessed their own unique talents. Such qualifications undoubtedly herald a future of imperial stature. The scene of the four becoming emperors was undoubtedly breathtaking. If his fiancée, Yi, were still alive, she would likely possess at least the cultivation of a great emperor. Thus, he fervently sought to showcase his abilities and forge advantageous relationships, ensuring that should he encounter his fiancée, Yi, unexpectedly, he would have the confidence to seek vengeance. Consequently, the black dragon hastily recounted his entrapment and his encounters with Murong Ingluo and Shi Linger, ultimately revealing the direction of a hidden treasure, describing its wonders in vivid detail. Leaving Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng momentarily astonished. It seemed as though this dragon was exceedingly familiar with the area, perhaps having witnessed it firsthand. With this in mind, Lin Fan, after a brief contemplation, expressed his willingness to proceed without harboring excessive doubts. After all, the formidable prowess of Long Outyin was evident, and a mere glance from the group could easily extinguish the dragon's existence, alleviating any concerns. Moreover, it appeared that his two junior sisters had already established rapport with the creature, further easing any apprehensions. Very well, this time, I shall ensure that you all reap bountiful rewards. With the collective affirmation of the four, the black dragon was filled with excitement, promptly leading the way towards the direction he had indicated. Chapter 96. Chen Xuan's identity exposed. The Taichu Holy Land takes action as they watch the four members of the Piaomiao Sect depart. Countless cultivators remained rooted in place, too intimidated to follow. As for the legacy of the great emperor, no one dared to entertain such thoughts any longer. After all, even the pride of the Holy Land, their chosen son, had been driven away. They, mere cultivators, had no desire to court death. Rumor had it that their master had seized the supreme weapon from the Taichu Holy Land, entering and exiting the ancient mountain range with ease. Such an imposing figure, not to mention them, even their ancestors would likely refrain from uttering a sound here. If they were to offend her and provoke that man, the Holy Land would face dire consequences. Thus, thousands of cultivators shook their heads and departed, carrying with them the legend of the Piaomiao Sect. In no time, the name of Piaomiao echoed once more throughout the secret realm. Particularly, the renown of the sect's top disciples eclipsed even that of the Holy Land's sons and daughters. Of course, with fame comes trouble. At this very moment, within the Taichu Holy Land, following reports from disciples who had returned from the secret realm, the name of the Piaomiao Sect resounded through the upper echelons. The elders realized that the individual who had taken their supreme weapon was none other than the sect leader of the Piaomiao Sect. Initially, they had believed that the weapon was lost within the ancient mountain range, but now it was discovered to be in the possession of the Piaomiao Sect. Consequently, the elders convened an urgent and significant meeting to deliberate on how to reclaim their supreme weapon. The Piaomiao Sect had gone too far. They must resolutely retrieve what rightfully belonged to them. Yes, if the weapon were not reclaimed, the dignity of the Holy Land would be utterly diminished. Even if it meant waging a holy war, they had to regain their supreme weapon. However, had they considered that the leader of the Piaomiao Sect had managed to escape the ancient mountain range? Could they truly contend with him? Perhaps he had some secret methods at his disposal. After all, others had successfully emerged from the ancient mountain range before. Moreover, with their resources, they could undoubtedly succeed. But one must not forget, their adversary possessed formidable strength and now wielded the supreme weapon, while they were left without one. If he refused to return it, they would seemingly stand no chance. Indeed, should they provoke him, he might very well annihilate them with the supreme weapon in hand. That seems somewhat reasonable. In an instant, the Holy Land's assembly found itself ensnared in a new dilemma. The adversary possessed the supreme weapon, while they did not. Nevertheless, since the weapon's whereabouts were now known, if they did not seize it back, how could they navigate the future? Furthermore, without the supreme weapon to suppress their enemies, their two most powerful assets would be laid bare, leaving them with little time left. At that point, the Holy Land would undoubtedly plummet from grace, never to return to its former glory. For reasons both emotional and logical, they had to reclaim that weapon. Thus, the discussions continued. Finally, one elder proposed a novel solution. Holy Master, esteemed elders, why not issue a direct demand? If they send someone to retrieve it again, we shall be ready. Even if they refuse to comply, it is inconceivable that they would retaliate against us merely for our declaration of demanding the ultimate weapon. There is some merit to that notion. However, what if they choose not to grant our request? If they refuse, will we not find ourselves in dire straits? Indeed, it appears to be a valid concern. Such nonsense. If they refuse, we simply let it go? What a disgrace. Alas, this is the only course of action available to us at present. Nevertheless, we could simultaneously disseminate our demands while enlisting our two esteemed ancestors to conduct a covert operation. Surely, given their formidable prowess, the retrieval of the weapon would pose little challenge. Quite right. How could I have overlooked this? Our two ancestors stand at the brink of the Saint King realm, exceptionally powerful. Without the ultimate weapon to suppress them, they cannot endure for long. Ultimately, they are facing certain demise. If we can successfully procure the weapon, our entire legacy could be preserved. Precisely, it is said that the mysterious sect harbors a wealth of divine essence. Once our ancestors retrieve the ultimate weapon, we shall annihilate the mysterious sect and subsequently utilize the divine essence to reseal our ancestors, achieving 3 objectives in one decisive stroke. What an excellent strategy. Let us proceed. Everyone shall act independently. The elders will accompany me to awaken the ancestors, while the rest shall immediately spread the word, exerting pressure on the mysterious sect and issuing a vehement condemnation. Understood. Before long, the primordial Holy Land arrived at a resolution. With a plan in place, a sense of relief washed over all. Several elders, under the leadership of the Holy Master, approached the entrance of the ancestral grounds and knelt in earnest prayer. O ancestors of the primordial Holy Land, we beseech you to awaken. As the multitude of elders prayed, 2 ancient figures sealed within the ancestral grounds opened their eyes simultaneously. Enter. The 2 frowned, sensing an unusual gravity, and summoned the outer disciples to enter. Upon hearing the ancestors' summons, the Holy Master rose and, accompanied by several elders, entered the sanctuary, where they all knelt and reverently recounted the events and the devised plan. Upon learning of the intended theft, both ancestors were taken aback. Fools! They exclaimed in unison, disappointment etched upon their faces. Nevertheless, regarding the legacy of the Holy Land, they begrudgingly acquiesced. Prepare the divine essence for our restoration. Once we regain our strength, we shall proceed to steal. Yes, the Holy Master and his companions felt a surge of excitement as they hurried to gather the divine essence, bringing it to the ancestral sanctuary for the ancestors to absorb and restore their powers. In an instant, all spiritual energy within the primordial Holy Land began to converge upon the ancestral grounds, leaving many in bewilderment at this sudden phenomenon. However, such plans were of utmost secrecy, and the average individual lacked the privilege to know. They only understood that the Holy Land had commenced its condemnation of the mysterious sect. The content of the condemnation was quite straightforward, albeit lacking in conviction. Once the message of condemnation was disseminated, it became the subject of ridicule among many cultivators. For the denunciation stated, it is widely known that the seven-star bell, the ultimate weapon, was forged over millennia by the primordial Holy Land and is a vital artifact of our heritage. The Piaomiao Sect has seized our Taichu sacred land's ultimate weapon and has ruthlessly slain our esteemed elders, exhibiting an appalling lack of responsibility for their actions. In response, the Taichu sacred land vehemently protests this egregious act and demands the immediate return of our ultimate weapon, the seven-star bell, along with reasonable compensation to assuage the grief of our elders. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the entire eastern region. The leaders and elders of various sacred lands and ancient powers were left utterly astounded. Are you certain that this message originated from the Taichu sacred land? Goodness! Has the Taichu sacred land, bereft of its ultimate weapon, become so timid? A strong protest? Is this truly their method of reclaiming the ultimate weapon? How astonishing! Are they even afraid to utter the phrase "bear the consequences"? What a disgrace! They have brought shame upon our sacred lands. What does it matter if they lack the ultimate weapon? What difference does it make if they emerge from the ancient mountain range? Death is merely a step away. What is there to fear? Indeed, at worst, it is merely death. Are they truly too fearful to confront the Piaomiao Sect? Perhaps the Piaomiao Sect may hesitate as well? Mocking voices from rival factions of equal standing echoed incessantly. Chapter 97. The instantaneous elimination of two half-step holy kings. The Taichu Holy Land bewildered indeed. The derision stemmed from the response of powerful factions. However, the sentiments expressed by ordinary sects and cultivators were markedly different. TSK. How shameless. Resorting to condemnation when one cannot prevail, is it? Why is there no mention of the time they excavated the supreme bone of another's disciple? The Holy Land exhibits no sense of shame. They have the audacity to voice their condemnation. Truly, they are bullies who prey on the weak. If they possess the courage, let them initiate a holy war. Not a word about the excavation of the supreme bone. It is rumored that Chongtong was slain in the secret realm. A splendid kill, a marvelous deed, indeed, that has left Taichu in a state of uproar. It appears the Taichu Holy Land has been cowed. This is hardly surprising. For the people of Taichu possess no imperial bloodline. It is said that they were established by those who inherited the legacy of the emperor's subordinates. In recent years, they boasted of their formidable extreme weapons, but now that these weapons are lost, they no longer dare to act with bravado. In an instant, the cultivators throughout the eastern domain began to gossip. The prevailing discourse was one of disdain towards the Taichu Holy Land. After all, the incident of bone excavation is indeed a source of shame, although it was merely an internal matter of the Shi family, as the backing of Shi Yaoyao. Taichu Holy Land bears an inescapable responsibility, particularly that Li Chuan, who is yet to reach the status of a saint, once attempted to coerce the sect master of the Piaomiao Sect into gathering herbs for them. The mere thought is laughable. Upon hearing these tidings, the members of the Taichu Holy Land were all infuriated, their faces flushed with indignation, yet they found themselves unable to refute the claims, for these rumors were, in fact, the undeniable truth. Thus, they could only harbor thoughts of revenge in silence. Once our ancestor stealthily retrieves the extreme weapons and seizes the divine source, let us see who dares to mock us. A bunch of worthless beings, forever confined to the first level, oblivious to the fact that we dwell in the third level. When the extreme weapons are reclaimed and the goddess has matured, who among the vast expanse of the ancient continent will dare to speak against us? The members of the Taichu Holy Land could only indulge in their fantasies inwardly, fearing to voice them aloud. After all, should their plans be exposed, they would truly have no means to reclaim the extreme weapons. Yet, harboring such sentiments in silence was quite distressing. Many could only retreat to their chambers and mutter to themselves. After 2.5 days of dissemination, the news swiftly reached the Piaomiao Sect. Moreover, this was a deliberate transmission from the Taichu Holy Land to the Piaomiao Sect. It was impossible for them to remain unaware. Alongside the news came two elderly figures. They acted separately. The information and the individuals were to arrive simultaneously. Under the cover of night, the two elders approached the Piaomiao Sect, searching for weaknesses in the formation, seeking to breach the array or find an opportunity to infiltrate the sect and engage in thievery. However, The formation of the Piaomiao Sect was simply too flawless. The two half-step holy kings circled around for quite some time without discovering any vulnerabilities or weaknesses, which left them somewhat vexed. What a ridiculous formation! How can it be so perfect? Were it not for the extreme weapons being in the hands of the adversary, I would genuinely wish to charge in and reclaim the extreme weapons directly. As the two individuals lamented, they continued their search for the legendary weapon. After all, devoid of the extreme weapon to suppress their fate, their lifespans were drawing to a close. To reclaim the weapon was akin to binding their very lives to it, compelling them to exert every effort in their quest. Unbeknownst to them, their every move had already fallen within the watchful gaze of the Misty Sect. Upon the main peak of the Misty Sect, Chen Xuan reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the moonlight, while Luzong reported on the rampant rumors circulating in the outside world. Particularly, when discussing how the primordial sacred land dispatched individuals daily to various continents to disseminate slander and strongly condemn the Misty Sect, Luzong could hardly suppress a chuckle. However, regarding matters of the sect, he dared not vocalize his amusement and simply inquired, "Sect Master, shall I dispatch someone to eliminate them?" Unnecessary. Their expressions are simply reflections of reality. To express condemnation is not a grievous offense. Moreover, the primordial sacred land is a thorn in my disciple's side. It would be prudent to leave this matter for him to resolve. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern for the situation. After all, a sacred land is vast, with numerous factions, while one could easily extinguish it with a mere gesture. Since the incident involving Li Chuan, they had neither slandered nor physically assaulted the Misty Sect. At most, they had merely dispatched two old men to pilfer. Very well. And what of the two individuals outside the sect? Luzong nodded and continued to seek guidance. Eliminate them. They are unlikely to live much longer anyway. Consider it a warning to the primordial sacred land. Upon uttering this directive, Chen Xuan closed his eyes. Luzong offered a slight bow and instantly released a breath of energy, directing it towards the two old men. Outside the Misty Sect, the two elderly men trembled, suddenly sensing an overwhelming force approaching, one that threatened to shatter the very heavens. This is not good. We've been discovered. Flee. Their hearts quaked, and without a second thought, they attempted to escape. The sheer potency of the energy was insurmountable, leaving them with no means of resistance. Yet, just as they contemplated their escape, that formidable aura surged forth, invading their bodies. Boom. Their forms trembled before erupting into a fine powder. Their escape transformed into an obliteration. With that explosion, tranquility returned to the surroundings of the sect. "Sect Master, it has been dealt with," Luzong reported calmly after exterminating the two half-step Saint Kings. "MHM, you may leave." Chen Xuan nodded, continuing to recline in his chair, as if the death of two half-step Saint Kings were no more significant than squashing two insignificant ants. Indeed, within the Misty Sect, the demise of two half-step Saint Kings was scarcely noteworthy. Meanwhile, within the primordial sacred land, an elder meeting was convened late into the night. The elders, filled with fervor, fervently discussed the specifics of their vengeance against the Misty Sect following their acquisition of the legendary weapon. However, at that moment, an elder, tasked with guarding the Soul Tablet Pavilion, suddenly rushed back into the conference hall, clutching a shattered soul tablet. My lord, something terrible has happened," he gasped, his breath ragged and his eyes filled with terror. The Lord Saint furrowed his brow, ceasing his speech, and replied with displeasure, "I am quite well. No, my lord, it is not you who is in peril. It is the two ancestors who ventured to steal the supreme weapons. Their soul tablets have shattered." Boom. At this revelation, the grand hall fell into an immediate silence, the air thick with tension. All eyes turned towards the soul tablet in the elder's grasp, and then they were struck dumb. In an instant, the assembly forgot how to react, leaving even the elder, who guarded the Soul Tablet Pavilion, too frightened to breathe. Anxiously, he spread out all the fragments of the soul tablets for everyone to see. Once the assembly comprehended the broken tablets, the entire hall was left utterly astounded. Chapter 98. The Ascension of the Extreme Path Sacred Sect. Traders emerge in the Purple Mansion's sacred land, the Soul Tablet of the Ancestor. The Ancestor is truly deceased. A wave of desolation instantly permeated the grand hall, engulfing all in a profound gloom. Many were overwhelmed with pessimism, and several elders could scarcely contain their fervor, clamoring for war. Revenge, avenge the ancestor. Let us storm the mysterious sect, reclaim the extreme path weapon, and uphold the dignity of the Taichu's sacred land. Indeed, better to die standing than to live kneeling. The crowd stood resolute. Yet, a significant number of elders remained silent. For they understood that a sacred land without extreme path weaponry could never contend against a force that possessed it, especially now that they had lost their ancestor. Even if they were to borrow an extreme path weapon, none could wield its full might without the ancestor's guidance. Thus, they chose silence. Observing this, the sacred lord sighed, choosing to gently counsel the impassioned elders. Esteemed elders, let us first calm ourselves. We must not act rashly. Not act rashly. Shall we simply allow this to pass? Indeed, the mysterious sect has gone too far. This grievance is unbearable. Sacred Lord, we may as well die. What is there to fear? We can venture to the Soul Palace as well. The sect leader remained speechless, and the other elders were similarly struck dumb. Now, esteemed elders, please do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Reflect carefully. If we truly engage in battle, we will surely be annihilated by the extreme path weaponry. Even if we manage to borrow such weapons from other sacred lands, we lack a formidable ancestor to wield them. And what does the absence of extreme path weaponry matter? What does the loss of our ancestor signify? We still have the Divine Maiden, the invincible Heavy Eye along with the Supreme Bone. As long as we diligently nurture the Heavy Eye, we shall eventually exact our revenge. Boom. Upon hearing these words, several dazed elders abruptly shook with renewed clarity, awakening from their impetuousness. Yes, they still possessed the Heavy Eye Supreme Bone. Although Xuanyo had perished at the hands of the mysterious sect's disciples in the secret realm, recovering her with the resources of the sacred land was not insurmountable. Henceforth, as long as they cultivated the Heavy Eye diligently, revenge would inevitably be theirs. The ancestor would return. The extreme path weaponry would also come to them. With this realization, the crowd instantly felt a sense of relief. One elder among them, a sage, promptly agreed. The sacred Lord speaks truly. We should retract our condemnation of the mysterious sect, allowing them to believe we shall not pursue the matter further, thereby alleviating their discontent. Then, we shall secretly devote ourselves to nurturing the Heavy Eye. Precisely. Let it be so. Sixth elder, promptly summon back those elders who are currently outside denouncing the mysterious sect and cease all condemnations. From this moment forth, all disciples are prohibited from causing trouble externally. Focus solely on secret development. Once the Heavy Eye matures, the sacred land shall not emerge. Yes, understood. In an instant, the Taichu's sacred land regained its fervor, embarking on a new course of action. First, they halted their verbal condemnations of the mysterious sect. Then, they secretly nurtured the Divine Maiden, Xuanyo. However, to the outside world, the cultivators and factions perceived only that the Taichu's sacred land had become increasingly subdued. Due to the vehement condemnation issued by the Taichu Holy Land, the Miaolian sect has remained utterly silent. The lack of response would have sufficed, but now it appears that even the individuals who issued the condemnation have been withdrawn. It is as if the Taichu Holy Land has not lost its supreme weapon at all. This has left countless onlookers among the cultivators baffled, akin to a monk unable to comprehend a situation. Why has there been no condemnation? Why have they departed? Have they surrendered, or perhaps retrieved the supreme weapon? It seems the Miaolian sect has not responded either. How astonishing it is that they left so abruptly. It appears the Taichu Holy Land has been rendered impotent. Henceforth, one should refrain from visiting this holy land. Is the Miaolian sect truly that formidable? Has the Taichu Holy Land capitulated? After all, we are discussing a supreme weapon. Alas, what a letdown. I had anticipated a holy war. Let it be, let it be. The Taichu Holy Land has indeed shown cowardice. With the Taichu Holy Land's retreat, the eastern domains swiftly returned to normalcy. However, following this incident, the reputation of the Taichu Holy Land has plummeted sharply. The might of the Miaolian sect has spread like wildfire, permeating every corner of the eastern domain, gradually establishing itself as an entity on par with the Extreme Path, Transcendent, Holy Land. The Extreme Path Holy Land, also referred to as the Transcendent Holy Land, stands as the most formidable force among all factions. The reasons for the Miaolian sect's comparability to the Extreme Path Holy Land are quite straightforward. Firstly, the sect leader of the Miaolian sect emerged alive from the ancient divine veins, possessing an unfathomable level of cultivation. Secondly, the Miaolian sect also possesses supreme weapons. Thirdly, the sect has nurtured 4 disciples of unparalleled caliber, each no less formidable than a divine offspring. Thus, based on these 3 points, it is entirely reasonable for the Miaolian sect to ascend to the realm of extreme path sections. As the fame of the Miaolian sect as an extreme path holy sect solidified, the public gradually came to comprehend the Taichu Holy Land's capitulation. Upon reflection, it is evident that an ordinary holy land lacks the qualifications to contend with an extreme path holy land. The Taichu Holy Land was once formidable, but now it stands as a holy land devoid of supreme weapons, while the Miaolian sect, armed with such weapons, occupies an entirely different dimension of resolve. Thus, their retreat becomes a matter of course. After all, the 2 sides are no longer on the same level. Previously, many had not considered this eventuality, but now, upon reflection, it seems only natural. Indeed, should one provoke the other, a single strike from a supreme weapon could obliterate everything in its path. Consequently, the renown of the extreme path holy sect, the Miaolian sect, began to resonate throughout the entire eastern domain. However, just as the name of the Miaolian sect was spreading far and wide, another significant event shook the entire eastern domain once more. This was the betrayal of the Holy Son Tang Yin from the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Furthermore, the news was released directly by the Purple Mansion Holy Land itself. Upon the announcement of this information, the eastern domain was instantly thrown into turmoil. As the saying goes, one wave has yet to settle before another rises. Just as the Taichu Holy Land had quelled its turmoil, the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land has betrayed them. The drama in the eastern domain has become exceptionally lively. After all, the Holy Son has historically represented the face of a holy land. He is the future leader, the pinnacle figure meticulously cultivated by the Holy Land. The implications of such a betrayal are undoubtedly profound. Particularly, the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion not only betrayed his allegiance, but also managed to escape from his pursuers, now having fled into the desolate region, which has stirred a considerable uproar. Countless cultivators are eagerly engaging in discussions about this topic. Have you heard the news? The Holy Son of the Purple Mansion, Tang Yin, has turned traitor. I had heard whispers of this before. Yet, the news is so astonishing that I initially found it hard to believe, only to discover its veracity. Tang Yin has indeed taken refuge within the borders of the desolate land. It is indeed true. I have heard that the divine son of the Purple Mansion has dishonored the Holy Maiden. Thus, Tang Yin, unable to endure the humiliation, chose to rebel. Utter nonsense. The divine son of the Purple Mansion has just returned from the secret realm, severely wounded in spirit. How could he have possibly dishonored the Holy Maiden? In fact, the Holy Son Tang Yin did not enter, seemingly in secluded cultivation somewhere. Perhaps he had been in slumber before. However, I have heard that Tang Yin apparently uncovered an intolerable secret regarding the Purple Mansion, prompting his defection. Speculations abound, yet none of the information seems reliable. Is there any accurate news at all? What truly transpired within the Purple Mansion? I do not know. However, the fact that Tang Yin has escaped is undeniably true. It is said that the esteemed elders of the sacred land have already entered the desolate region to commence their pursuit. Remarkable. A holy son has managed to flee such a distance. If I recall correctly, the Purple Mansion is situated on the fringes of the eastern wilderness. How could he have made it all the way here? It is rumored that he has been on the run for several months, during which all traces of Tang Yin were completely lost. We only recently learned of his appearance in the desolate land. Amazing. Chapter 99. The Trident of the Sea King Tang Yin, the 6th disciple of Chen Xuan, found himself in the desolate land of Huanggu. A ragged and disoriented youth had stumbled to the gates of the Piaomiao Sect. His eyes were clouded, his body marred with wounds. Yet his grip remained steadfast around a formidable weapon, the Trident of the Sea King. This divine weapon, acquired during his trials in the endless sea, belonged to a powerful royal of the ocean realms. Though its rank might not be exceedingly high, it possessed the ability to conceal celestial secrets, rendering his precise location unfathomable to others. It was precisely due to this weapon that he had managed to elude numerous formidable figures from the Purple Mansion. However, having run for so long, his strength was waning. The betrayal of his beloved was one thing. After all, he had always known that the Saintess's affections were mere acts. Yet, The fact that the sacred land had nurtured him solely to usurp his imperial bloodline was a bitter truth that Tang Yin could not reconcile. From a young age, he had entered the Purple Mansion's sacred grounds, where he was meticulously groomed as a successor. He had exerted himself tirelessly, fearing to disappoint the lofty expectations placed upon him. It was only a few months prior that he stumbled upon the unsettling truth. The sacred land's interest in him was not born from genuine regard, but rather from the imperial blood coursing through his veins, which could be refined through diligent cultivation. The sacred land's purpose was to enhance the purity of his imperial blood, so it could be absorbed by the divine offspring, awakening the latent imperial essence within him, at the cost of draining his very lifeblood. Initially, when he uncovered this secret, disbelief gripped him. He sought to uncover the truth through subtle inquiries, inadvertently alerting the sacred land. A cabal within the sacred grounds conspired to harvest his blood in advance, storing it for the divine offspring to consume once he had recovered. Yet, foreseeing the impending danger, he fled the sacred land. Once the secret was exposed, the sacred land initiated a manhunt for him without delay. Relying on the trident of the Sea King, he evaded capture, journeying to Huanggu. The Purple Mansion's sacred land could no longer contain their fury and publicly declared his treachery, a ploy to force him into the open. Indeed, this announcement had compelled him to reveal himself. Was it destined that I, Tang Yin, would become mere fodder for another's ascension? A sense of profound resentment welled within him. His steps faltered, and with each stride, he felt the world spinning around him. Overcome with grief and grievous wounds, his body weakened further, each movement becoming increasingly arduous. Ultimately, he could no longer endure, collapsing stiffly onto the grass. Meanwhile, several miles away, figures of pursuers emerged stealthily in the sky. This place was under the influence of the Piaomiao Sect. Though they hailed from the sacred land, they were cautious, not daring to act recklessly in their search. After all, in recent times, the Piaomiao Sect had grown in power, bolstered by the presence of the Taichu's sacred land's ultimate weapon, making them far too formidable for those of their caliber to confront. I sensed Tang Yin's position. It lies just ahead. Suddenly, a cultivator pointed towards the location of the Piaomiao Sect. As others observed the direction known to their companion, they fell into a profound silence. The Misty Sect? Could it be that he is not entering the Misty Sect? What should we do? Should we report to the Holy Land? Or should we first investigate? Let's investigate first. Seize the opportunity if it arises. If that fails, we shall report to the Holy Land. Let us go. After a brief discussion, they reluctantly soared towards the direction of the Misty Sect. As they drew closer, the outline of Tang Yin gradually came into view. I see him. Wonderful. He has not entered the Misty Sect. Quick, let us seize him. In an instant, joy erupted among the group as they hastened towards Tang Yin. Within the Misty Sect, atop the main peak, a notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, startling him awake from his slumber. Ding. 10-star talent disciple detected. Please be attentive to recruit. He opened his eyes, basking in the gentle sunlight, and slowly stretched. As he moved, the rocking chair resting on the grass began to sway back and forth. Another 10-star disciple has come to my doorstep? It has been ages since I took on a disciple. I find myself rather nostalgic. Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since the incident with the primordial Holy Land, he had been enjoying a sense of peace for the past few days, though admittedly a tad bored. The 12 inner disciples had all entered the secret realm, leaving only the outer disciples to toil away at their cultivation. Now, with the arrival of a 10-star disciple, he could indulge in opening a treasure chest once more. The thought of it filled him with excitement. It had been so long since he last opened a chest. He was somewhat unaccustomed to it. He glanced at the system's location indicator. The disciple was just outside the mountain gate. It seemed there were others pursuing him as well. However, Chen Xuan felt no concern. Pursuers were merely standard for a 10-star disciple. He then turned over and directly transmitted a message to Lu Tsong, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, entrusting him with the task of bringing the disciple before him. Lu Tsong, a disciple has arrived outside the sect. Bring him to me. The voice resonated softly in Lu Tsong's mind. Yes, Lu Tsong replied respectfully, and with a flash, he vanished from within the sect. When he reappeared, he was already before the feeble Tang Yin, who lay on the ground, clutching a trident stubbornly. Lu Tsong's eyes flickered with doubt. This must be the one the sect master referred to. Muttering to himself, Lu Tsong waved his hand and escorted Tang Yin into the sect. This scene caused the pursuers from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, who had not yet approached, to halt in their tracks. What? Tang Yin has been taken inside. What do we do now? Should we demand him back? Demand him back? Do you wish to court death? Let us return and inform the Holy Master. Move. The group stared at the mountain gate of the Misty Sect, reluctantly turning away. After all, the incident involving the Misty Sect slaying the two saints of Xianming had only recently transpired. Even though they hail from the sacred land of the Purple Mansion, they are still unqualified to demand a person from the mysterious ethereal sect. If a demand were to be made, it would require the presence of a saint-level elder dispatched by the sovereign. Meanwhile, atop the summit of the mysterious ethereal sect, Lu Tsang appeared, supporting the weakened Tang Yin. Tang Yin lay on the grass, utterly bewildered as he gazed at the two individuals before him. He had intended to inquire about his situation. Yet before he could utter a word, he found himself brought to this place. Particularly, the formidable figure who had brought him here was now standing respectfully before the rocking chair, addressing the man seated upon it with utmost deference. This indicated to him that the man in the rocking chair was anything but ordinary, instilling a sense of caution within him. Thus, for the first time, Tang Yin relinquished the Sea King trident, propping himself on the ground and shifting from a lying position to a kneeling one, gazing weakly at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was also observing him, his gaze penetrating and revealing all pertinent details. Name: Tang Yin. Realm: 9th layer of spirit concentration. Physique: none recorded. Potential: 10 stars. Experience: due to possessing a faint imperial bloodline, he was raised by the sacred land from a young age. The sacred land sought to enhance and activate Tang Yin's imperial blood, intending to prepare him as a vessel for the Divine Sun's imperial lineage. Upon discovering this secret, Tang Yin fled in despair, leading to his expulsion from the sacred land and subsequent pursuit. Having perused Tang Yin's information, Chen Xuan remained as composed as ever in his rocking chair, showing no trace of emotional fluctuation. The notion of imperial blood or its purity held no novelty for him, as he, along with numerous inner-sect elders, shared a lineage imbued with imperial blood. However, at that moment, Tang Yin, who had been under Chen Xuan's scrutiny, could no longer contain his unease. With a hint of trepidation, he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and asked, "Senior, why have you brought me here?" "You are Tang Yin, and the sacred land of the Purple Mansion has set its sights on your imperial blood," Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile, sidestepping the question and revealing Tang Yin's secret. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was taken aback, responding with heightened vigilance. "How does the senior know this? Are you intending to deliver me back to the sacred land for a reward?" Chapter 100. The Vast Emperor's Ring, the most powerful cultivation talent in history reward? Even if offered with a weapon of supreme realm, I would scarcely take it to heart. Chen Xuan nonchalantly scoffed. However, Tang Yin clearly found this hard to believe. A reward of a supreme weapon for him. He lacked such qualifications. If such a reward were truly offered, it would surely mobilize all forces across the ancient wilderness continent, and even the Saint Kings could be captured. Naturally, Tang Yin sensed the formidable strength of the two before him, and thus refrained from questioning their words. Instead, he voiced his confusion. "Since you are aware that I am being pursued by the Purple Mansion's sacred land, why would you dare to take me away? Are you not afraid of becoming entangled in this matter?" "Entangled? You certainly have a knack for indirect insinuations. To be frank, I, of the Misty Sect, fear not to explain my actions to any sacred land." Chen Xuan smiled faintly, revealing his identity. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was immediately struck with disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Misty Sect? This is the Misty Sect? The very entity that has recently garnered such fearsome renown, even prompting the Taichu sacred land, which lost its supreme weapon, to remain silent. My heavens! Tang Yin's heart trembled profoundly, his gaze filled with admiration. After all, the legends surrounding the Misty Sect have been soaring recently, and no one could remain unaware. At this moment, Lu Tsang timely interjected. "The esteemed individual before you is none other than our sect master." "The sect master of the Misty Sect?" Boom! Tang Yin trembled once more, utterly exhilarated. Not only had he arrived at the Misty Sect, but he had also encountered the sect master. Heaven above! It is said that the sect master's direct disciple has caused quite a stir in the secret realms, even slaying those with dual pupils. If only I could join the Misty Sect. Alas, The Misty Sect is indeed formidable, but surely they would not offend a sacred land for a mere minor saint like me. Furthermore, with such an impressive disciple already, how could they possibly regard me? I am merely indulging in flights of fancy. Soon, with a firm grasp on reality, Tang Yin sighed, relinquishing his aspirations of joining the Misty Sect. However, while his ambitions might be abandoned, his gratitude would not wane. They had brought him into the sect, granting him a moment's respite, a significant kindness indeed. Thus, Tang Yin respectfully stated, I, Tang Yin, pay my respects to the sect master. I am deeply grateful for your kindness in allowing me to enter the sect and evade the pursuit of the Purple Mansion sacred land. I shall take my leave now, ensuring that I do not bring any trouble to your esteemed sect. With that, he moved to retrieve the Sea King trident from the ground, preparing to rise and depart. This decisive act pleased Chen Xuan to some extent. Therefore, Chen Xuan spoke directly. Tang Yin, would you be willing to join our sect and become one of our disciples? What? Tang Yin, caught in action, suddenly froze, fearing he had misheard. He quickly turned to look at Chen Xuan, but the earnestness in Chen Xuan's demeanor rendered everything so palpably real. In that moment, Tang Yin's grip on the Sea King trident trembled ever so slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on the ground, filled with excitement, and exclaimed, Master, I wish to join the Piaomiao Sect. Please accept me. Very well. Since you are willing, you shall henceforth be my sixth direct disciple. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Tang Yin was once again struck with astonishment, hardly believing his ears. A direct disciple. Heaven! What incredible fortune had he stumbled upon? No, this was not mere luck. It was an extraordinary opportunity, a grand chance indeed. Tang Yin was instantly filled with exhilaration. Disciple Tang Yin pays respects to master. I bow before you. He knocked his head against the ground 3 times, his sincerity unmistakable. At that moment, the system's reward notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a 10-star potential disciple and receiving a luxurious disciple gathering gift pack. Please check your rewards. With the gift pack received, Chen Xuan's face lit up with joy. He nodded approvingly at Tang Yin and said, Rise. Afterward, he instructed Lu Song, instantly calming Tang Yin's heart. Lu Song, take him to heal, and then announce his acceptance into the sect to the outside world. Once he is part of my sect, he is one of us. Whoever dares to harm my sect members, be they from sacred lands or ancient clans, shall bear the consequences. Understood. Lu Song nodded, and then turned to lead Tang Yin away. Tang Yin, overwhelmed with excitement, quickly clasped his fists in gratitude towards Chen Xuan before following Lu Song. His steps cautious. He had been on the brink of death, and now not only had he been reborn, but had also become a direct disciple of the sect master. Such profound kindness was beyond repaying. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, silently vowing to remain loyal to the sect, diligently cultivate his skills, and treat every disciple with respect, never to disappoint his master's expectations. As he contemplated this, his injuries gradually began to heal. It was then that he realized the exceptional cultivation environment within the sect. However, before he could continue to marvel, Lu Song raised his hand and completely healed all his external wounds. Startled, Tang Yin quickly expressed his gratitude. Disciple thanks Elder for your assistance. No need for such formality. I am Lu Song, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. Should you have any questions within the sect, feel free to ask me. For now, I shall take you to the library to select your cultivation techniques. With a stoic expression, Lu Song lifted Tang Yin and soared towards the library. As Tang Yin ascended, he gazed at the surroundings of the sect, marveling at the sight of outer sect disciples flying about. Each one was clad in spiritual garments and wielding advanced spiritual artifacts. It was known that such equipment was reserved for the most elite disciples of the sacred lands. The individuals he had just seen were all adorned with such gear, some even surpassing others in quality. He clearly observed that they wore badges on their chests, all bearing the insignia of outer sect disciples. This meant that those who had just flown by were all members of the Piaomiao Sect's outer sect, Heavenly Realms. The outer sect disciples are equivalent to the pinnacle disciples of the sacred land. The Piaomiao Sect is truly remarkable. Tang Yin was utterly astonished, his heart brimming with excitement. His reverence for the sect reached an unprecedented height. At the main peak, after Tang Yin departed, Chen Xuan continued to recline in his rocking chair. contentedly opening his disciple recruitment gift package. It had been quite some time since he last opened a package, and he wondered if he might uncover some splendid treasures. Chen Xuan smacked his lips and spoke in his mind. System, please unveil the luxurious disciple recruitment grand gift package. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment grand gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Emperor Summon cards and 2 Sage Summon cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an Emperor's Ring. It contains a self-sustaining realm, capable of harboring life, spanning an unfathomable area of countless square kilometers, and can simultaneously accommodate thousands of large celestial bodies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Extreme Challenge Tower, with no boundary limitations. This training facility is designed to push the limits of oneself. It has manifested within the sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sect expansion card. This card can multiply the area of the sect several times. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Outer Sect Disciple Realm Enhancement cards. Note, the enhancement cards can elevate the corresponding disciples by at least 3 minor realms. They can be transformed into elixirs to reward disciples, thereby enhancing their motivation for cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest cultivation talent in history. Note, no one can surpass the host's cultivation talent. Should a stronger talent arise, the host's talent will automatically evolve, ensuring it remains the most formidable. Chapter 101. The Outer Sect Competition of the Misty Sect. The Wrath of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. In no time, a cascade of rewards arrived. Staring at these accolades, Chen Xuan found his previously animated movements gradually slowing down. Good gracious! The Emperor's Ring, the most formidable cultivation talent in history. These 2 rewards appeared rather impressive. Chen Xuan eagerly began to explore these 2 treasures. First, the Emperor's Ring. This ring contained a realm of its own, capable of housing thousands of large stars and sustaining life. My goodness, if one were to be cast inside, they might never reach the boundary even in death. Then, there was the unparalleled cultivation talent. It was utterly outrageous. No one could surpass him. Should a talent stronger than his manifest, the strongest talent in history would automatically evolve into an even more potent entity. Incredible. This was a defiance against the heavens. Chen Xuan was filled with exuberance. He promptly donned the Emperor's Ring on his finger, allowing his consciousness to meld with it. As his awareness permeated within, the space of the ring unveiled itself. It was an expanse of void. It appeared akin to being amidst the cosmos, with no ends in sight, surrounded by an infinite darkness. However, this darkness was not akin to that of night. Rather, it stemmed from the vastness of the space, devoid of any substance to fill it. It was as if he stood in this realm, with everything else shrouded in darkness, yet he could see himself with utmost clarity. It evoked a sensation of being in an endless world. It seems that in the future, he could bring some stars to embellish this place. As it looked rather desolate, Chen Xuan muttered to himself before withdrawing from the Emperor's Ring. Since this ring was a reward from the system, there was no need for refinement or acknowledgement. It was directly bound to him. Thus, Chen Xuan did not delve deeply into its workings. Upon exiting the Emperor's Ring, he was eager to fuse with the unparalleled talent. There was no other choice. This was indeed a magnificent asset. Ever since he arrived in the ancient wilderness continent, his struggles had stemmed from a lack of talent. Now that he possessed such a remarkable talent, he had to integrate it. After all, he had long suffered from a scarcity of talent. Chen Xuan silently declared in his mind, "System, fuse the unparalleled talent." Ding. Fusion of the unparalleled talent successful. Boom. With the system's announcement, Chen Xuan's inner being trembled, and his body underwent a cataclysmic transformation akin to the dawn of the universe. Though he appeared unchanged, his talent had irrevocably evolved, achieving the status of the strongest cultivation talent in history. While becoming an emperor or immortal is determined by potential rather than talent, having multiple talents opens numerous pathways. Furthermore, a stronger talent augments potential. At this moment, his potential likely reached an unprecedented pinnacle, unmatched by any past or future. After the fusion of talent, a smile graced Chen Xuan's face as he continued to sway in the rocking chair. As for how to utilize the other rewards, he remained in contemplation. Firstly, the Limit Challenge Tower, a sacred facility of the sect, manifests automatically without needing any intervention. The summoning cards should be accumulated. There is no necessity to utilize them. The only one that can be employed is the Disciple Realm Enhancement card. However, how should this be used? Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and soon devised a plan. He immediately transmitted his thoughts to Lu Tsong, instructing him on the matter. The sect's Limit Challenge Tower will be temporarily open to outer disciples. Furthermore, all outer disciples are to be informed that, to encourage their cultivation progress, a chaotic battle competition will commence in 7 days. At that time, the sect master will personally attend. The top 3 contestants will be rewarded with a realm enhancement pill that has no side effects and can elevate one's realm by at least 3 minor levels, as well as a longevity peach that can extend life by 1,000 years. The 4th to 10th places will each receive a cultivation enhancement pill and share a single longevity peach. If this event is well executed, it will be held annually, with rewards each year. Whoosh! The message swiftly traversed the distance, reaching Lu Tsong's mind. Yes, the subordinate shall take immediate action. Having just escorted Tang Yin to the library, Lu Tsong, upon receiving Chen Xuan's notification, wasted no time and began transmitting the news to the various elders of the outer sect. Upon learning that this was a decree issued by the sect master himself, the elders dared not delay and promptly communicated the details of the chaotic battle competition to every outer disciple. In an instant, news of the chaotic battle competition spread throughout the outer sect, even reaching the advanced disciples who learned of the inaugural competition for outer disciples. Especially the enticing rewards for the top 10 positions ignited excitement among all disciples. Have you heard? Our outer sect will hold a chaotic battle competition in 7 days. It is said to be the first contest of the sect. Those who secure a spot in the top 3 will be rewarded with a realm enhancement pill with no side effects and a longevity peach that can extend life for 1,000 years. Indeed, it is rumored that even those in 4th to 10th place can share a longevity peach and a realm enhancement pill. These rewards are simply astounding. That is a longevity peach, a treasure coveted even by sages. To share one among several is remarkable. Indeed, our sect master is exceptionally generous, offering 4 longevity peaches as rewards. I anticipate that in this competition, everyone will be driven to madness. Absolutely. If one fortuitously secures a top 3 position and obtains a longevity peach, it equates to 1,000 years of cultivation time over their peers. The future is undoubtedly limitless. I have heard that the sect master will personally witness the finals. Let us go, brothers. There are 7 days left. I must enter seclusion. Even if I cannot break into the top 10, I must make my mark and let the sect master see my efforts. Yes, the sect master is watching, and we cannot disappoint him. Let us head to the Limit Challenge Tower. It is said to be a newly unsealed facility where one can challenge their own limits. No retreat until one surpasses their limits. Instantly, all outer disciples surged into the Limit Training Tower, eager to challenge their personal boundaries. As the disciples of the Misty Sect fervently engaged in their secluded cultivation, another piece of news swiftly spread, igniting a considerable uproar in the outside world. Extra! A significant event has transpired. The traitor Tang Yin from the Purple Mansion Holy Land has been captured. Have you heard? Tang Yin has pledged allegiance to the leader of the Misty Sect. The Misty Sect has declared that Tang Yin has officially joined their ranks as one of their own. Henceforth, those who dare to harm a member of the Misty Sect, be it from the Holy Land or the ancient aristocratic families, shall bear the consequences. Boom. This news soared through the eastern region like it had sprouted wings, creating a tremendous stir. After all, Tang Yin is a traitor of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, which has publicly acknowledged his treachery. Yet, at this very moment, the Misty Sect has taken him in and vowed to protect him. Is this not a blatant challenge to the Purple Mansion Holy Land? As a result, public opinion surged, rife with speculation about the Misty Sect's intentions and whether the Purple Mansion Holy Land would respond with force or retreat like the primordial Holy Land. However, as the possessor of an extreme path weapon, the Purple Mansion Holy Land would certainly not cower. Upon receiving the news of Tang Yin's induction, the Purple Mansion Holy Land promptly expressed their outrage. Did they truly believe that a sect that had merely stumbled upon a pseudo-extreme path weapon could bully the Purple Mansion Holy Land? If they do not immediately surrender Tang Yin, this Holy Land shall declare an extreme path war and obliterate the Misty Sect. Chapter 102, The Serene and Ethereal Sect. The initiation of the ultimate battle if you do not surrender Tang Yin. This sacred land shall promptly initiate the ultimate battle and lay waste to the ethereal sect. Boom. Upon this declaration, the entire eastern region erupted in a fervor. Goodness. The Purple Mansion sacred land is exceedingly resolute. They commence with the threat of an ultimate battle. Indeed, both are sacred lands, yet the disparity is staggering. Could they genuinely be poised for battle? This is the ultimate battle we speak of. It has been millennia since such a conflict last occurred. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is indeed plausible. The ethereal sect is a newly emerged sect, whereas the Purple Mansion sacred land is a venerable institution. They may have already set their sights on the ultimate weapon, the 7-star bell. The emergence of this Tang Yin has conveniently provided them with a justification. By my word, I hadn't considered that. There is certainly a possibility. The absence of previous ultimate battles stemmed from each sacred land possessing its own legacy. Even if they were to engage in combat, it would be unjustifiable, preventing them from coveting the ultimate weapons. And the ultimate weapon of the ethereal sect was seized. Should the Purple Mansion sacred land acquire it, they would have legitimate grounds to claim it. The sheer terror of a sacred land possessing 2 ultimate weapons is unfathomable. Goodness. After your discussion, it seems the ultimate battle might indeed transpire. As the words of the Purple Mansion's sacred land echoed throughout the eastern region, all eyes were drawn. Their proclamation was undeniably domineering. Within the ethereal sect, Chen Xuan remained reclined in his rocking chair, while Lutsong reported the external developments. Upon hearing the Purple Mansion sacred land's vehement demand for the return of Tang Yin, under threat of initiating an ultimate battle, Chen Xuan simply wished to laugh. The ultimate battle? Ultimately, it is merely a struggle over a broken weapon. They speak as if it were an impressive affair. Thus, Chen Xuan paid it no heed, curling his lips in disdain and declaring, "There is no need to concern ourselves. Should they dare approach, this sect leader shall bestow upon them an ultimate weapon." Bestow an ultimate weapon to a subordinate? Lutsong was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of elation. To receive an ultimate weapon should they dare to come? Good heavens! Would Lutsong finally possess an ultimate weapon? Splendid. In an instant, Lutsong was overwhelmed with excitement. Although an ultimate weapon is but a weapon, it pales in comparison to an emperor, yet it is still an emperor's armament. Given that an emperor has reached unparalleled heights, there is little that can constrain them, and even fewer weapons that can unleash their full potential. Possessing an ultimate weapon would exponentially amplify one's combat prowess. An emperor without an ultimate weapon is akin to wisdom devoid of books, a supreme emperor lacking a supreme body, or Chen Xuan without his rocking chair. Thus, Lutsong, brimming with enthusiasm, clasped his fists and expressed, "Thank you, sect leader." You may leave," Chen Xuan nodded. And then his form gradually became translucent as he ascended to seek celestial adornments for his emperor's ring. Meanwhile, the ethereal sect continued to grow steadily and gracefully in a tranquil environment, wholly unaffected by the external pressures from the Purple Mansion sacred land. All are fervently preparing for the external sect grand competition. Even Tang Yin, a newly inducted disciple, is diligently honing his skills, tirelessly traversing between various training facilities, shedding his sweat. Although he cannot participate in the competition, he remains steadfast in his efforts, all in gratitude for his master's recognition. However, adjusting to this new environment proves somewhat challenging for him. Whenever he feels fatigued from training, he often retreats to a secluded grove at the back of the sect, diving into the tranquil waters for a refreshing swim. At this moment, Tang Yin emerges from the water, his body instinctively weary. After donning his attire, he leans against a grand tree with his trident in hand, surrendering to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a small white rabbit hides nearby among the rocks, peering at him with eyes brimming with curiosity. In this moment, the entire back mountain exudes tranquility. Tang Yin rests peacefully, the rabbit watches serenely, and in another corner, Luyu is also at ease. Yes, it is Luyu. Ever since she inquired about the concept of survival with her master, who instructed her to consult the library, she dutifully complied. Little did she know, her exploration would unveil a portal to an entirely new world. The plethora of romantic novels dazzled her senses. Gradually, she began to comprehend the notions of survival and the dynamics between men and women. But that was not the end. As she delved deeper, The library recommended serialized novels, those captivating volumes that ensnared her attention completely. Once she began reading, she found herself utterly engrossed. Thus, during this time, Lu Yu became fully absorbed in the realm of fiction. The journeys of the heroines resonated with her heart at every moment. She devoured one book after another, lost in delight, especially now, as she clutches a particularly thick and enticing volume titled My Overbearing Master Fell in Love with Me. Given the subject matter concerning her master, it was hardly appropriate to take it back, lest her master should feel displeased. Consequently, Lu Yu has been visiting this spot daily to indulge in her reading. The back mountain is vast and tranquil enough for her to find a cozy nook. Settling into a comfortable position, she opens to the last chapter she read, her face illuminating with joy, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. For this chapter narrates how her master fell victim to a love potion. The Piaomiao Sect is enveloped in serenity, seemingly detached from the mundane world, entirely unaffected by external influences. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan scours the cosmos for stars. Those discerning sages gazing at the night sky would certainly notice certain stars that once shone brightly have vanished. Simultaneously, within the Purple Mansion's sacred land, the higher-ups are seething with fury. Their messages, sent out in anticipation of a response from the Piaomiao Sect, have gone unanswered, much like their recent disregard for the Taichu's sacred land, leading to their collective outrage. How audacious! Such arrogance! Do they truly believe we would refrain from initiating the ultimate battle? They do not even deign to respond to us. The Holy Master, Chen Xuan, seethed with indignation in the main hall of the sacred grounds, slamming his fist upon the table and glaring fiercely. The elders, witnessing the Holy Master's fury, also expressed their dissatisfaction and ire towards the Piaomiao Sect. Indeed, Holy Master, that Piaomiao Sect believes we lack the courage to engage in the ultimate conflict. If we were to retreat now, we would undoubtedly be looked down upon by countless sacred grounds in the future. We must assert our dominance and eradicate the Piaomiao Sect. Yes, the sanctity of our holy ground must not be sullied. Let us commence the ultimate battle and proclaim the illustrious name of the Zifu. Holy Master, let us go to war. The matter of Tang Yin cannot be delayed any longer. Should he fully awaken the imperial bloodline, our son cannot absorb it. The son possesses extraordinary talent. He is the hope of our sacred ground in this generation. If he flourishes, he shall safeguard our sacred ground for thousands of years. Indeed, Holy Master, the grand era has commenced, with divine sons and daughters emerging from every race and region. If our son fails to rise, we shall undoubtedly be oppressed by other sacred grounds and clans. In that moment, several venerable elders voiced their agreement, all unanimously dismissing the Piaomiao Sect as an equal adversary, despite their possession of ultimate weaponry. Upon witnessing the consensus among the assembly, Holy Master Chen Xuan pondered briefly before decisively issuing the command to commence battle. Thus, let us initiate the ultimate conflict and obliterate the Piaomiao Sect. Grand Elder, you are tasked with mobilizing the divine essence and preparing to awaken our revered Ancestor King. With the Ancestor King personally overseeing the activation of the ultimate weapon, we shall undoubtedly advance unopposed. Second Elder, immediately issue the battle readiness notification. All royal tier and above elders must return and prepare the warships. We shall depart in 2 days, heading straight for the Piaomiao Sect. Third Elder, you are responsible for summoning the aging Grand Elders aboard the ships, should we encounter formidable foes. Let those elders board first. Chapter 103. Tang Yin's Concerns. Activation of Imperial Blood. A series of pre-battle preparation orders were issued, prompting the elders of the Purple Mansion's sacred land to swiftly engage in readiness. The news of the Purple Mansion's sacred land's mobilization rapidly transformed into a tempest, sweeping across the entire Eastern Domain. In an instant, the Eastern Domain trembled with anxiety. The prospect of war loomed ominously. Could it truly escalate to a confrontation of such magnitude? The thought of both sides deploying extreme weaponry was terrifying. Panic ensued as countless cultivators from the wilderness state desperately fled towards other regions, fearing the impending doom that threatened to engulf them. The outbreak of the sacred land conflict had unfolded with alarming swiftness, and those of lower cultivation levels raced with all their might, terrified of being left behind. As the news spread, cultivators from the wilderness state surged towards safety. However, the response from cultivators in other states was in stark contrast. Rather than retreating, they flocked towards the wilderness state, particularly the surrounding superpowers, esteemed families, and millennia-old dynasties converged upon the scene. Nevertheless, even they dared not venture too deeply into the wilderness state, opting instead to maintain a safe distance, keen to observe the unfolding events. After all, the slightest ripple from the activation of extreme weaponry could obliterate those drawn to the spectacle. Yet, the rare opportunity to witness a battle of such unprecedented scale was too enticing to miss, especially for the wandering strong who yearned to behold the might of such power. As the entire eastern domain buzzed with anticipation, the ancient families and other extreme sacred lands remained conspicuously quiet. Although they too dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, they refrained from participating, opting to remain in the shadows. The history of the ancient continent bore witness to numerous fallen sacred lands, some even rendered extinct. Thus, when viewed through the lens of time, it appeared as if the extreme forces had never truly diminished. The key to enduring legacy lies not solely in the possession of extreme weaponry, but in the ability to gauge the tides of fortune. Yielding in your prime and seizing the moment in decline is a delicate balance. Consequently, the other extreme families and sacred lands maintained their silence, content to observe the unfolding drama and ascertain the true strength of the Purple Mansion and the Ethereal Sect. Meanwhile, after wandering through the starry expanse for several days, Chen Xuan returned to the Ethereal Sect. During his travels, he had collected dozens of stars of varying hues, which he carefully stored within the Emperor's ring, enhancing its allure. Upon entering the ring now, one would witness a mesmerizing sight, stars twirling and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors amidst the boundless void. Even if a sage were to find themselves within, they might believe they were lost among the cosmos. The fruits of his expedition were indeed commendable. Upon returning to the Ethereal Sect, Chen Xuan reclined in a rocking chair, awaiting the commencement of the outer sect competition. However, it wasn't long before Tang Yin approached him, drawn by the matters surrounding the impending extreme war. "Master, the disciple has heard that the Purple Mansion Sacred Land is preparing for battle. I have caused trouble for my master and the sect. Perhaps it would be best for my master to hand me over, as I possess the blood of an emperor. The Purple Mansion Sacred Land will not rest until they obtain me." Tang Yin knelt on the ground, his face filled with anxiety. In recent days, the news of the impending war has spread like wildfire, particularly the fact that the Purple Mansion Sacred Land is gearing up for conflict, which has reached every disciple's ears, including his own. Although no elder has approached him regarding this matter, he still feels a deep sense of guilt. After all, it is his joining the mysterious sect that has led to this situation. Thus, upon hearing of his master's return, he hurriedly sought him out, eager to propose a solution. However, he had underestimated the mysterious sect and Chen Xuan. The Purple Mansion Sacred Land was hardly a concern for them. Observing his sixth disciple kneeling respectfully, Chen Xuan bore no semblance of reproach. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "Tang Yin, this matter is not your fault. Why do you burden yourself so? Do you doubt my ability to protect you?" "No, not at all," Tang Yin hastily clarified, not daring to question Chen Xuan's prowess. After all, he was a being capable of traversing the ancient mountain range, a power beyond measure. Witnessing Tang Yin's reverence, Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. "Since you understand, focus on your cultivation. There is no need to concern yourself with the affairs of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. Should they dare to come, I shall eradicate them." "Eradicate the Purple Mansion Sacred Land?" Tang Yin's pupils constricted slightly, astonished by Chen Xuan's words. Yet, observing his master's confident demeanor, it seemed he was not jesting. Perhaps the mysterious sect truly possessed such strength. With this thought, Tang Yin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He quickly bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Very well. In light of your filial piety, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity." "Opportunity?" Tang Yin was taken aback, lifting his head in confusion. At that moment, Chen Xuan raised his hand and gestured towards him. Instantly, a wave of energy from Chen Xuan surged into Tang Yin's body. Immediately, Tang Yin's blood seemed to respond, boiling, igniting, and regenerating. Ah, so hot, so burning. In an instant, his skin flushed crimson, his face reddening, transforming him into a little red figure. Despite the discomfort, he could distinctly feel the imperial blood within him awakening. A resonance of the grand Tao, emanating from the heavens above, began to resonate within him. Buzz, buzz, ma, me, hong. The vibrations originated from his blood, gradually resonating through his entire being. Before long, it echoed throughout the vast sky. In that moment, everyone heard the profound sound of the Tao from the heavens. Buzz, buzz, ma, me, hong. Each tremor of sound seemed to strike precisely at the heart of every onlooker, compelling all to gaze upward at the main peak. Simultaneously, an endless energy radiated from Tang Yin's blood, transforming his very flesh. In mere moments, he had completed his transformation, his cultivation nearing the pinnacle of concentration. Although the enhancement in his cultivation was modest, at that instant, he felt his combat prowess had multiplied by several folds. Has my imperial blood awakened? He felt a surge of excitement coursing through him as he reveled in his body's transformation. Overwhelmed with joy, he promptly bowed to Chen Xuan. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this opportunity upon me. Go ahead, Chen Xuan replied, still reclined in his rocking chair, swaying leisurely as if it were merely a trifling matter. This left Tang Yin in awe, perceiving his master as truly extraordinary. Yes, the disciple takes his leave. Elated, he performed a respectful bow and departed, hastening toward the small grove on the back mountain to share his joy with the rabbit. Outside the mysterious Cloud Sect, as the proclamation of a battle against the extreme path echoed from the sacred land of the Purple Manor, more and more cultivators gathered outside the mysterious Cloud Sect. It was unclear why this crowd was so enamored with the spectacle. Wherever there was commotion, their figures were sure to follow. Is this the mysterious Cloud Sect? The spiritual energy here is remarkably abundant. Ah, Huang, you have come as well. What a pleasure to meet you. Goodness, the spiritual energy here seems to be entirely overflowing from within the mysterious Cloud Sect. The closer one gets to the sect, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, surpassing even my royal palace. The last time I visited, the energy was not nearly as potent. It has increased at least several times. With the emergence of the mysterious Cloud Sect, the surrounding environment has transformed as well. Remarkable. Indeed, I have visited other sacred lands, but the external ambience here nearly rivals that of ordinary sacred lands. The Extreme Path Sacred Sect is truly exceptional. Chapter 104. 100 warships head towards the mysterious sect. Reinforcements from 2 clans arrive. What a splendid place. Truly a magnificent location. My dear friend, I must retreat to seek a breakthrough. When the individuals from the Purple Mansion's sacred land arrive in the wilderness state, do remember to summon me. Do not forget, I implore you. A number of cultivators who arrived early, feeling the dense spiritual energy, pointed towards the chaotic ancient mountain range. Although this location is still some distance from the mysterious sect, those who had previously visited could already sense the transformation of the environment. Some cultivators even took the opportunity to practice their cultivation, cautioning their companions not to forget to call for them, fearing they might miss the impending action. However, at that very moment, a sudden resonance of the great Tao's voice emanated from within the mysterious sect, instantly shaking the gathered cultivators. Buzz, buzz, ma, me, hong, boom. The sound of the great Tao struck fiercely at the hearts of the many cultivators. Everyone turned in unison towards the mysterious sect. In that moment, the mysterious sect regained its enigmatic aura. It was the sound of the great Tao. Hiss, has someone within the mysterious sect achieved enlightenment? My goodness. The mysteries of the mysterious sect deepen. The crowd marveled in astonishment. Little did they know, this was merely an anomaly triggered by one disciple. For those within the mysterious sect, this resonance held no intrigue. Only by joining the mysterious sect could one truly comprehend its formidable strength. During this period, the sounds of the great Tao had been quite frequent within the mysterious sect. For instance, when a certain outer elder was cultivating, the sound of the great Tao resonated. Or when a disciple reached a breakthrough in comprehension, it would evoke some anomalies. Additionally, the temporary female vice elder of the outer sect, during her training, even summoned auspicious purple energy. Moreover, the twin disciples who assisted in the sect's operations inadvertently produced alluring melodies during their cultivation late at night. It created an impression as though a woman were engaged in some wrongdoing, eliciting the curiosity of the female vice elder, Luo Feishuan, who ventured to investigate in the dead of night, only to discover it was not as she had imagined. Rather, it was the miraculous phenomena caused by the cultivation abilities of those twin sisters. This incident was witnessed by anyone who approached the training building that night. In the mysterious sect, anomalies were a constant occurrence. Recently, there were even reports of stars disappearing from the sky, yet no one was alarmed. Furthermore, no one was concerned about the impending battle of the ultimate path. While the sect's members remained unconcerned, there were those from the outside world who were deeply troubled. Notably the head of the Yi family, Yi Changsheng. Upon receiving news of the impending conflict between the Purple Mansion's sacred land and the mysterious sect, Yi Changsheng set forth once more with his kin. Although this time he faced the ultimate sacred land, Yi Changsheng remained undeterred, leaving his family with but a single phrase. If we can advance, so can I. He then led the family's strongest warriors directly to the mysterious sect. Additionally, reinforcements from the Murong dynasty also set out under the leadership of the venerable ancestor of the Murong family. The actions of these two families have undoubtedly stirred considerable unrest in Huangzhou. Support. This is a battle of extreme paths. A group of minor characters is of no consequence. Going would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, it would be wiser to flee far away. They can return after the dust settles. I have long warned against being a vassal force. When the master encounters trouble, the vassals must face the music. If they do not engage, regardless of whether the master triumphs or falters, they will reap no rewards. Precisely, if they suffer defeat, the enemy will surely seek retribution against these vassal forces. If they emerge victorious, the master will demand to know why they did not lend support. Fortunately, we are not vassals of the Piaomiao Sect. It is quite terrifying. The smaller factions in Huangzhou are abuzz with discussions, deeming the Yi and Murong families to be overreaching. However, such sentiments have not influenced the resolute decisions of the two families, who steadfastly proceed to assist the Piaomiao Sect. At the Zifeng sacred land, after ample preparations, 100 warships have finally departed from the Zifeng sacred land, soaring into the sky. In an instant, a multitude of colossal warships appeared, capturing the attention of countless cultivators. Look, warships! So many warships! Hiss! They bear the insignia of the Zifeng sacred land. The warships of the Zifeng sacred land have set sail. Good heavens! A battle is indeed imminent. At once, numerous cultivators on the ground halted their training, emerging from their chambers to gaze up at the magnificent scene of the Zifeng sacred land's expedition. Alas, they are too far away to witness it up close. At this moment, high above, the warships of the Zifeng sacred land gradually accelerated, showing no regard for the Piaomiao Sect. Even the sages and elders aboard the ships bore relaxed expressions. In this expedition against the Piaomiao Sect, nearly all the formidable warriors were mobilized, with only a few elders remaining behind to safeguard their home. Even the Holy Lord is among them. Additionally, there are dozens of powerful artifacts, including the most formidable Holy Kings and the Supreme Path's demon-suppressing monument. It is worth noting that these are Holy Kings and Supreme Path artifacts, among the most elite in the ancient continent. When the Supreme Path's weapon is activated, which faction could not be subdued? Even when faced with a great sage, they possess the strength to contend. Thus, the expedition to confront a sect recently designated as a Supreme Path Holy Sect is perceived as a simple excursion. As for why they mobilized so many warships despite considering it easy, it is naturally to transport spoils of war and to demonstrate the might of the sacred land, ensuring the world recognizes the inviolability of the Supreme Path sacred land. Soon, the warships soared faster and faster through the sky, slicing through the air currents, and in the blink of an eye transformed into 100 streaks of light, heading directly toward Huangzhou. Meanwhile, at the Piaomiao Sect in Huangzhou, Yi Changsheng, accompanied by his kin, was the first to land at the sect's entrance. Shortly thereafter, Murong Zhantian followed closely behind. Thanks to their enhanced cultivation, they arrived in a timely manner this time. Upon their reunion, the two immediately clasped fists and exchanged greetings. Murong, my friend, it has been quite a while. Master Yi, it is a pleasure to see you well. Hehe, please. After exchanging courteous gestures, the two smiled and walked side by side towards the inner sanctum of the sect, the main peak of the Misty Sect. Master, Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian have come to offer their assistance, Chen Xuan remarked, rolling his eyes slightly. He had never anticipated that these two clans would dare to come during the battle of extremes. He was at a loss whether to laugh or feel moved. Oh, do remember to extend them proper hospitality, Chen Xuan added with a final note of instruction. Lu Tsong clasped his fists and took his leave to attend to them. The method of reception was straightforward. He led them directly to the guest pavilion for their accommodation. Soon, the enlightening tea was brewed, and the platter of celestial peaches was prepared, marking the end of the preparations. The two clans expressed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Observing the fruit platter and enlightening tea laid out on the table, they continuously smiled at Lu Tsang. Furthermore, upon entering the sect, they noticed the serene atmosphere that pervaded the place, entirely unlike the tense environment during their initial crisis. This realization brought them great relief, as it suggested that the issue concerning the Purple Mansion could be effortlessly resolved by the Misty Sect. With this thought, everyone silently exhaled in relief. Although they had prepared themselves for inevitable demise, the prospect of survival filled them with immense joy. Master Yi, my young friend Morong, please rest here for the time being. I shall not impose further. Once the fruit platter and enlightening tea were fully arranged, Lu Tsang rose from his seat and made his way outside. Safe travels, elder. The two did not dare to be negligent, promptly following behind him and escorting Lu Tsang to the door. Once Lu Tsang's figure had completely vanished, they straightened up, exchanged glances, and simultaneously rushed towards the enlightening tea in the room. Master Yi, you have taken the wrong one. That over there is yours. Cough, cough. This is an extra, let us share. Chapter 105, The Gifts of the Advanced Disciple. Sisters as beautiful as flowers faced with the exquisite Wu Dao tea and the coveted Pan Tao, neither of the two leaders was willing to yield. Thus, with a decisive clap of their hands, they resolved to divide the surplus equally among themselves. Consequently, both parties commenced a rather formal distribution of the additional Pan Tao. Before long, each individual had secured a modest share. All right, since we have finished dividing, let us indulge, proclaimed Yi Changsheng, the first to seize a piece of the sliced Pan Tao and hastily bring it to his mouth. The others, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit, hastily devouring their portions as though fearful of being outpaced and having their share snatched away. The sounds of vigorous chewing echoed throughout the space, a chorus of Amu, 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 resounding as they fervently feasted upon the Pan Tao. Not even a single morsel that fell to the ground escaped their notice. They were quick to bend down and retrieve it. Even when their clansmen, Feng Hua and Shuiyu, arrived, no one paid them any heed, as if they were a horde of famished souls reincarnated. At the entrance, Yi Junlin observed the scene with a sigh, while Feng Hua and Shuiyu exchanged glances, both equally taken aback. Upon learning that their clansmen had joined the sect, they had rushed over to reunite, only to be met with such a sight. Yet, upon reflection, their reactions were entirely understandable. After all, this was the Pan Tao. Before joining the Piaomiao Sect, they had never even had the opportunity to catch a whiff of such delicacies, unlike the three of them who had become advanced disciples, often rewarded by the sect leader to the point of weariness. Noticing the commotion, Yi Junlin stepped forward with a look of concern, exclaiming, "Changsheng, ancestor." At the sound of the familiar voice, Yi Changsheng immediately lifted his head, his face alight with joy. The other members of the Yi family mirrored his excitement, greeting him with fervor. "Greetings, ancestor, ancestor." In that fleeting moment of recognition among the Yi family, Feng Hua and Shuiyu also entered the scene. Although they were not directly related to the Murong dynasty, they were, after all, part of it. Now, upon encountering the esteemed ancestor and the mighty figures of the dynasty, it was only natural that they would wish to pay their respects, as if visiting their own kin. Having greeted the ancestor and the esteemed individuals, the two women followed closely behind Yi Junlin, bowing respectfully to the members of the Murong dynasty. Chapter 106. The enchanting melody disturbs the mind. Your supreme weapon has arrived. Upon Elder Luo's suspicion that the peculiarities may stem from the unique physiques of the two women, she diligently sought relevant materials in the library regarding their conditions. However, her attempts left her utterly bewildered, as she could not unearth any answers. Consequently, Elder Luo instructed the two to pause their cultivation and sought counsel from other elders. Yet, when the other elders learned that the two had once served the sect leader, none dared to investigate further, claiming they could not discern the specific cause. Moreover, the propriety of male-female interactions rendered a thorough examination inappropriate, leading them to insist that Luo Feishuan accompany the two to seek guidance from an inter-sect elder or the sect leader. It was quite a sight, as each elder hesitated, unwilling to take action against the two women. This left both women and Luo Feishuan in a state of exasperation. Thus, Luo Feishuan resolved to take them directly to the sect leader, reasoning that, given the outer sect elders' reluctance to conduct a close examination, the inner sect elders would likely exhibit similar caution. Ultimately, it was clear that they needed to consult the sect leader. However, just as they decided to approach him, Luo Feishuan entered seclusion to break through a significant barrier to becoming a sage. Thus, the matter was regrettably postponed. Yet, as the days passed, even without engaging in cultivation, the two found themselves beset by the enchanting melody that persisted during their rest, rendering them too anxious to sleep at night. For when slumber beckoned, the disquieting sound would emerge, disturbing Yi Junlin, who resided in the same building, prompting him to take cold baths at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, seeking the sect leader's insight became a desperate necessity. After all, who knew when Elder Luo would emerge from her meditation? Sister, do you think the sect leader will be angered by our direct approach? Oh, I cannot say, but we cannot continue to delay. Lately, this enchanting melody has begun to manifest even as we sleep, and if we prolong this any further, we may find it echoing in our waking moments too. At that point, we would be utterly unable to face anyone. Indeed, yet, we are uncertain whether the sect leader will be willing to assist us. As the sisters conversed, they made their way toward the main peak, their hearts laden with apprehension about whether their intrusion would provoke the sect leader's ire and whether he would be inclined to aid them. However, they had no doubt regarding his capability to resolve the matter. The deeper their understanding of the Piaomiao Sect, the more they recognized the sect leader's extraordinary prowess. In their eyes, he had become an omnipotent figure, where the questions of knowledge and ability paled in comparison to the concerns of willingness and desire. Before long, the two sisters arrived at the main peak, where they beheld Chen Xuan reclining on a rocking chair at the edge of the cliff. The chair creaked rhythmically, and the figure above swayed gently, creating a scene of profound tranquility. The sisters felt a surge of nervousness and approached cautiously. As they drew near, Chen Xuan's serene visage finally came into full view. His calm cheeks, subtle breaths, and gently rocking body painted an image of peace. In an instant, the two women felt their cheeks flush slightly, hastily lowering their gazes and respectfully addressing Feng Huashu pays respects to the sect master. What brings you here? Chen Xuan opened his eyes and regarded the two. Upon encountering the sect master's formidable gaze, the women felt an inexplicable tension within. Quickly disclosing their unusual bodily sensations and mentioning the matter regarding Elder Luo Feishuan's inability to resolve their predicament as well as her seclusion. Indeed, such an odd occurrence. After listening, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, his scrutinizing gaze intensifying upon the two women. Sensing the shift, they dared not move, standing shoulder to shoulder with their eyes cast down, slightly bending and refraining from raising their heads. Yet, at that moment, for reasons unknown, the sultry melodies within them resonated once again, causing their faces to redden instantly. Forget it all, sway to my rhythm, sway, sway, sway again. The faint glimmer, Chen Xuan exclaimed inwardly, what on earth? Is there singing as well? At that moment, he was bewildered, his body instinctively sitting upright. While he had indeed stirred the grand enchantment within the two, he had not anticipated such an absurd outcome. It truly was an alluring melody. The highs and lows of the tune, rich and lingering, even interspersed with soft murmurs, led one to mistakenly believe that something scandalous was transpiring. Yet the presence of song was utterly outrageous. Sectmaster, it is this sound. We have no idea where it originated. Now, whenever we sleep in the same building, Elder Yi, the old patriarch, claims he hears this sound every night, Feng Hua explained, her face flushed. After all, even she found the sound and its tune peculiar, let alone an old bachelor. In response, Chen Xuan remained silent, earnestly tracing the source of the sound. The grand enchantment. He had encountered this celestial scripture while perusing texts in the library. It was a tome only those skilled in enchantment could cultivate, containing numerous minor enchantments that, when perfected, could blur the lines between reality and illusion, akin to a fleeting dream, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the real and the imagined. However, the addition of song to such sultry melodies was indeed perplexing. Thus, Chen Xuan meticulously examined the two women under the grand enchantment. Soon, he pinpointed the origin of the enchanting melody. At a certain juncture in the grand enchantment, Your cultivation has deviated. The sultry melody is a manifestation of illusionary powers. You have not cultivated it correctly, and due to your constitutions, this has resulted in the emergence of the melody without the accompanying illusion. Having identified the cause, Chen Xuan raised his hand and pointed at the navel of the two women. Instantly, the grand enchantment began to realign itself. The sultry melody vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the surrounding scenery transformed, and the three found themselves beneath a grove of peach trees. Although Chen Xuan reclined in his rocking chair, the two women remained respectfully poised. Yet the environment had dramatically changed. Surrounding them were peach trees, petals swirling about, and from the ethereal void emerged several enchanting maidens clad in diaphanous garments. The enchanting woman, veiled in delicate gossamer, revealed glimpses of her form while emitting a melodious laugh, her alluring waist swaying as she approached Chen Xuan. The tinkling sound was unmistakably the same intoxicating melody from earlier. Undoubtedly, it was produced by her and her companions. Witnessing this scene, Fenghua and Shuyue instantly grasped the situation, promptly restraining the enchanting woman's advance and swiftly calming the surging energy within themselves. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. The enchanting woman vanished, and the blossoms of peach faded. As the trio found themselves once more at the summit of the main peak, it turned out that what they had just experienced was merely an illusion. Moreover, following that particular scene, the intoxicating melody had indeed ceased to exist, and the two women had acquired a newfound illusionary ability. Feeling the changes within their bodies, Fenghua and Shuyue were filled with excitement, promptly bowing to Chen Xuan and expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. A trivial matter, you may go." Chen Xuan gestured with a serene smile, enveloping them in a sense of spring-like warmth. "Certainly." The disciples take their leave. The two women nodded slightly before departing with exhilaration. Shortly after their departure, a multitude of luminous points suddenly appeared at the horizon. The lights grew brighter, resembling a multitude of dazzling meteors. Observing the spectacle, Chen Xuan remained unfazed and conveyed a message to Lu Tsong. "Lu Tsong, your supreme weapon has arrived." Chapter 107. The Purple-Robed Saint King, Zi Wuxiu. And the world-destroying strike of the demon suppression steel, a multitude of warships hovered majestically in the heavens, their massive hulls casting an ominous shadow that darkened the skies. The ancient vessels bore the scars of countless battles, each mark telling tales of bygone eras. As their imposing silhouettes loomed overhead, the gathered cultivators below erupted in excitement. "Here it comes, here it comes," they exclaimed. "What colossal warships! Each one seems as grand as a mountain." The palpable pressure emanating from these behemoths was unmistakable, confirming the immense scale of the Sacred Land's warships. "Quick, let us ascend and behold them. Indeed, perhaps we might catch a glimpse of the legendary weapons." In an instant, throngs of cultivators soared into the sky, reaching heights that matched the warships. As they ascended, the scene of the Purple Mansion's Sacred Land's fleet unfolded before their eyes. On the decks, countless disciples stood poised and ready, each exuding an air of determination. The higher the ship, the more formidable the cultivators upon it. Notably, on the foremost vessel, a cadre of venerable elders with white beards engaged in animated discussion, pointing towards the Miao Sect. These figures, clad in flowing white and gray robes, radiated an ethereal presence, unmistakably indicating their status as powerful beings within the Sacred Land, either saints or quasi-saints, if not half-saints. By the heavens, so many formidable figures. It appears the might of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land has truly arrived. Indeed, they are not merely posturing. Saints. So many saints. Wait, who is that elder in the purple robes at the center? Remarkably, it is true. Amongst so many elders, he alone sits upon a chair, positioned ahead of the others. His status must be significant. Suddenly, a keen observer spotted the elder, surrounded by the esteemed elders. This venerable figure appeared exceedingly frail, his skin taut over his bones. Draped in a flowing purple robe, and seated serenely upon an ancient bronze chair. Due to the throng of elders shielding him from view, only those who looked closely could discern his presence. Upon recognizing the purple-robed elder, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. In the Sacred Land, one could hardly fathom anyone of higher rank than the elders, even among those of the same cultivation level. The purple-robed elder. I know who he is. He is the purple-robed Saint King who roamed the ancient continent 2 millennia ago. A powerful being from another sacred land suddenly revealed the elder's identity. In an instant, gasps of astonishment echoed through the air. A Saint King? Is that truly possible? Are there still Saint Kings in the ancient continent? This cannot be. A Saint King cannot possibly live for 2 millennia. Without any elixirs, living 5 or 6,000 years is already a remarkable feat. It is inconceivable that he could still be alive. Indeed, it is the purple-robed Saint King. I have encountered his records in numerous texts. Yes, he must have sealed himself within the divine source liquid. The combination of the divine source liquid seal and the suppression of an ultimate weapon can indefinitely slow the passage of time for a Saint King-level powerhouse. Therefore, he must have been in a prolonged slumber within the divine source liquid to conserve his lifespan. My goodness, a battle of the ultimate realm has unexpectedly unearthed a Saint King. The ultimate sacred land is indeed terrifying, possessing such formidable lineage. No wonder they dare to challenge the mysterious sect. As the crowd ascended one by one, the fame of the purple-robed Saint King was rekindled, swiftly spreading among these cultivators. Some had heard of his name, while others were unaware. In a brief moment, the name of the purple-robed Saint King ignited a considerable uproar. The purple-robed Saint King? I believe I have heard of him. Is he not the one who once proclaimed, "Who in the world is worthy of the purple robe? Only I, the Saint King Ziwushu?" Yes, it is indeed him. Incredible. It truly is him. It is said that he is immensely powerful. During his breakthrough to Saint King, he was gravely injured, and 9 pinnacle saints, upon discovering him, banded together to attack. Yet he, with the strength of a pinnacle saint, single-handedly repelled the 9 saints and successfully ascended to the realm of Saint King. Astonishing. He is my idol. Indeed, that phrase about the purple robe was uttered by him at that time. It can be said that he became famous overnight, shocking the world. His name echoing through the ages, one of the most extraordinary talents of that era. Alas, even with such unparalleled talent, he cannot escape the ravages of time. Without ascending to emperorhood, one will inevitably fade into oblivion. With the purple-robed Saint King emerging from the source, I wonder how the mysterious sect will respond. If they cannot present a Saint King to wield the ultimate weapon, the mysterious sect is certainly doomed. Not every ultimate legacy can boast a Saint King. In my view, the mysterious sect is finished. Their ultimate weapon will likely be seized. Perhaps this era will herald the dominance of the Purple Mansion sacred land. The crowd expressed their sentiments, and many began to contemplate whether to send their most exceptional talents to the Purple Mansion sacred land as servants once the great battle concluded. After all, becoming a servant would provide them with a solid backing. Of course, this is merely the perspective of some. Many retain their pride, preferring to cultivate their own talents rather than relinquish them. Meanwhile, amidst the discussions of the crowd, the people of the Purple Mansion's sacred land began to take action. The purple-robed Saint King, Ziwushu, waved his hand. The saints surrounding him immediately parted ways. Following this, the purple-robed Saint King slowly rose to face the mysterious sect, and with another wave of his hand, a black stone tablet, towering over a person, instantaneously flew out from the cabin, hovering above the head of the purple-robed Saint King. The ancient and heavy black stone tablet bore the inscription Demon Suppression Tablet. It is indeed the ultimate weapon of the Purple Mansion sacred land. As the purple-robed Saint King exerted his control, the aura of the Demon Suppression Tablet began to circulate, distorting the surrounding void, periodically revealing strands of black fissures. This is the overwhelming pressure emanating from the awakening of the Demon Suppression Monument, a heavy aura that even the void struggles to bear, fracturing and rapidly mending, only to fracture again and then repair. Merely witnessing this scene left many formidable beings profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, they secretly pondered whether a mere touch would lead to instant demise at the hands of the monument. Under the tense yet expectant gazes of the crowd, the Holy King in purple suddenly commanded the Demon Suppression Monument with a sharp cry. Suppress. Boom. The monument instantly expanded 1,000-fold, descending upon the misty sect. Goodness. Incredible. It can grow larger. If it were to land, the misty sect would likely be reduced to ashes. Gasp. Those surrounding were taken aback, watching the monument magnify infinitely, unleashing a world-ending strike. Meanwhile, within the misty sect, Lu Tsong, observing the approaching monument, felt a surge of joy. The reason he had refrained from intervening was to await the emergence of a supreme weapon from the opponent. Indeed, his patience had not been in vain. The supreme weapon had finally revealed itself. Though it was merely a stone tablet, with a somewhat peculiar appearance, it was nonetheless a supreme weapon, and he held no disdain. Thus, brimming with excitement, Lu Tsong charged forward. In an instant, as Lu Tsong's figure appeared, the crowd outside erupted in astonishment. Look! Someone from the Misty Sect is flying out. Goodness, he's heading straight for the Demon Suppression Monument. Wait. It appears to be the Grand Elder Lu Tsong of the Misty Sect. Could he be attempting to confront a supreme weapon head-on? Chapter 108. Grateful for the extreme path weapon sent by my good friend. Just the right time to test my skills. Many instantly recognized Lu Tsong's identity. After all, during the last recruitment of disciples by the Misty Sect, he had orchestrated the entire process, save for the first day. The crowd regarded him as the most formidable figure in the sect. Yet, the most powerful individual was facing off against the demon-suppressing monument alone. Did he not comprehend the immense strength of the extreme path weapon? For a moment, the spectators were utterly baffled. The mocking voices from the Purple Mansion's sacred land echoed relentlessly. No way. Could he genuinely believe he could challenge the might of the extreme path weapon? The demon-suppressing monument? Ha! I thought the Misty Sect was truly impressive, but it seems they are nothing extraordinary. Humph. To think one could withstand the demon-suppressing monument without the extreme path weapon? Seeking death. With a disdainful shout, the purple-robed Saint King forcefully pressed down on the controls of the demon-suppressing monument, sending it crashing towards the ground. In an instant, the monument emitted a weighty aura, as if it had transformed into a celestial being descending from the heavens to suppress all existence, landing with an imposing presence. Boom. The air trembled. Even from several thousand meters above the ground, the descending force of the monument created a tempest, shaking the air violently and causing the towering trees to rustle ominously. At that moment, all cultivators felt the overwhelming power radiating from the monument. Particularly those nearer to it felt the pressure intensifying, as if they might be crushed into fragments at any moment, prompting them to retreat hastily. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lu Tsong did not withdraw. Instead, he became even more exhilarated, raising his hand to grasp the demon-suppressing monument. In an instant, the monument shrank rapidly, and before anyone could comprehend, he held it effortlessly in his palm. Lu Tsong transformed into a king of monument holding, scrutinizing the artifact in his hand with delight, his expression brimming with joy. It was as though a student had received a mobile phone, a teacher had been granted a vacation, or a bachelor had married a beautiful wife. However, as Lu Tsong examined the monument closely, the onlookers and members of the Purple Mansion's sacred land were left in a state of shock. Holy cow! Look, he has seized the demon-suppressing monument. He actually caught it. Incredible! This is an extreme path weapon. How could he hold it in his hand? What just transpired? How did the monument end up in his possession when I turned back? In that moment, the gathered cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before them, especially those who had turned away moments earlier, now utterly bewildered. Even the elders on the warship from the Purple Mansion's sacred land were flabbergasted, unable to fathom how their extreme path weapon had come to be held by someone from the Misty Sect. Consequently, the crowd turned their confused gazes toward the purple-robed Saint King, for it was he who had been in control of this formidable weapon. Ancestor, why did you give the extreme path weapon to him? Ancestor, why are you not attacking? Ancestor, quickly reclaim the extreme path weapon. The purple-robed Saint King, with a grim expression, exclaimed, Did I provide him with the means to take it? If I could reclaim it, would I merely stand by and watch? Have you all grown blind to my predicament? His countenance darkened further in response to the inquiries of several elder saints, and he snapped. He forcefully seized our ultimate weapon. The ultimate weapon is beyond my control now. A collective shock rippled through the assembly. What? He forcibly took it? That cannot be true. How could he possibly seize the ultimate weapon? It is an artifact of the emperor's. Confusion spread among the crowd. At that moment, Lu Tsong, having finished admiring the demon-suppressing steel from afar, gleefully addressed the denizens of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. Ha! You have traveled from afar to bestow upon me the ultimate weapon. I shall not stand on ceremony. With that, Lu Tsong waved his hand, severing the bloodline connection between the demon-suppressing steel and the people of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. In an instant, Panic ensued among them. The purple-robed Saint King, in a state of urgency, shouted, "This is bad. He has severed our link to the demon-suppressing steel. Quickly, let us unite our efforts to reclaim it." The other saints, not daring to delay, immediately directed their energies toward the steel, attempting to summon it back. Yet, regardless of their combined efforts, the steel remained utterly immovable, causing further distress among the Purple Mansion Sacred Land's inhabitants. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Lu Tsong, newly in possession of the ultimate weapon, had no intention of relinquishing it. Without further ado, he began a secondary refinement, infusing his essence into the artifact. Soon, his essence permeated the demon-suppressing steel, transforming it into his own weapon. After a brief moment of exertion, the people of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, still unable to establish a connection with the steel, grew increasingly despondent. None had anticipated that they would face a fate akin to that of the primordial Sacred Land, having their ultimate weapon snatched away at the outset. It was utterly outrageous. He must possess a method to counter the ultimate weapon. We have been careless. What shall we do? Must the Purple Mansion Sacred Land also succumb to the fate of the primordial Sacred Land? With hearts racing, all eyes turned toward the purple-robed Saint King. Understanding their plea for intervention, he did not hesitate, but nodded solemnly and began to ascend into the sky. After all, he had sealed his divine source to protect the sacred legacy. Emerging from the divine source was his purpose to resolve the crisis plaguing the sacred land. From the moment he entered the divine source, his fate had been sealed. Yet, without the ultimate weapon, engaging in battle again would surely drain the last vestiges of his life. Nevertheless, the wheel of cause and effect was already set in motion. Every choice was his own. With an air of pride, the purple-robed Saint King soared higher into the heavens. Beneath the earth, the revered sages seemed to sense the onset of a desolate aura, and one by one, they knelt, calling out, "Ancestor." As the saints prostrated themselves in lamentation, the others from the sacred ground, their faces etched with sorrow, joined in the chorus. In that moment, the cries of Ancestor echoed through the heavens and the earth, filling the atmosphere with a profound sense of mourning. Observing the descendants bidding him farewell in such a manner, the purple-robed Saint King turned his gaze back for a fleeting moment, and his mind was instantly flooded with memories of his youth, when he swept across the continent, overpowering a generation of prodigies. That era was his era. Yet now, this age was no longer his. Contemplating this, the purple-robed Saint King felt a pang of sorrow within, his figure suspended in midair, standing defiantly against Lu Tsong. He understood that the one before him, capable of seizing the ultimate weapon from the sacred ground, must be formidable indeed. This confrontation might very well lead to his demise. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, unwavering. At that instant, he felt as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his youth, ready to face 9 adversaries at once. Unable to contain himself, he proclaimed to the vast sky, "Who else is worthy of the purple robe? Only I, the Saint King, Ziwu Su." Boom. An aura of terrifying magnitude erupted, spreading forth towards the 4 cardinal directions, causing countless cultivators to feel a weight in their chests and a chill in their hearts. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, the purple-robed Saint King vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of light hurtling toward Lu Tsong, determined to reclaim the ultimate weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong, his expression inscrutable as he dragged the demon suppression tablet, murmured to himself, "Let us test the might of the demon suppression tablet on you." With that, he raised his hand and swung, sending the tablet crashing down towards the purple-robed Saint King. Chapter 109. The billion-mile strike that shook the sacred land of the Purple Court. The demon suppression monument perfectly strikes, reverberating through the eastern domain. The demon suppression monument hurtled towards the purple-robed sacred king. Enveloped by the overwhelming aura of a supreme weapon, the sacred king found himself unable to evade, hastily unleashing his most formidable divine powers to flee. Yet, having only traversed a few thousand meters, the monument swiftly caught up, crashing down upon him with relentless force. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The void quivered violently. The purple-robed sacred king shattered like fragile tofu, instantly transforming into a cloud of bone ash that dispersed into the wind. Subsequently, the demon suppression monument pivoted, soaring towards Lu Tsong. Witnessing this scene, the gathered crowd gasped in unison, utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Good heavens! The sacred king is dead. Is it true? Just a mere touch and he perished? Is the demon suppression monument truly this terrifying? How was I unaware of this before? Ah, ancestor, oh ancestor! Who in the world stands with the purple robe, except for our sacred king, Zi Wuxiu? The voice of the ancestor seemed to linger in their ears, yet his figure had vanished without a trace. In an instant, chaos erupted among the ranks of the purple court sacred land. Flee! Quickly withdraw! Retreat now! The elders of the sacred land shouted anxiously, their resolve to resist crumbling in an instant. In a flash, 100 warships reignited their engines, pivoting in the sky. The surrounding cultivators were left in a state of bewilderment. Are they really leaving? This is too abrupt. The purple court's sacred land has actually been defeated. Not only has the sacred king perished, but they also lost their supreme weapon. My heavens, the mysterious Mist sect is truly terrifying. With just one individual, they were able to repel a supreme, sacred land. It is simply unimaginable. Quickly, send word to the sacred master. The mysterious Mist sect has triumphed. Not only have they won, but they also effortlessly obliterated the purple robe's sacred king. The onlookers erupted into chaos. Some from the sacred lands, or possessing powerful forces with sacred beings, hastily sent messages to their respective factions. The 100 warships above, in their panic, also desperately turned about. But would Lu Tsang allow them to escape? Clearly not, for the sect master had already decreed that should the purple court sacred land dare to approach, their annihilation would ensue. He was resolutely bound to adhere to every command issued by the sect master. Thus, Lu Tsang, wielding the demon suppression monument, casually hurled it forward, charging towards the fleet of retreating warships. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated through the void. Thinking of leaving? Do you truly believe the mysterious Mist sect is a tourist destination, where one can come and go as they please? Humph! By the sect master's command, I shall obliterate the purple court's sacred land. You shall all remain. Boom! The demon suppression monument expanded rapidly, surging towards the 100 warships. Ah! Quick, defend! The sacred beings aboard the warships promptly joined forces, swiftly forming a formidable defense at the bow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The latent power within the ship's hold awakened at that moment, setting forth to construct a collective defense. In an instant, waves of energy surged forth from within the ship, rapidly reinforcing the protective barrier. Yet all is in vain. The demon suppression monument merely grazes the protective barrier, which shatters like glass in an instant. Boom! Subsequently, all the warships are instantly obliterated. For a moment, the entire sky falls into an eerie silence. All the cultivators who had come to spy and spectate are left in utter shock. Despite the combined defenses of so many formidable warriors, the speed of the demon suppression monument remains unimpeded. Indeed, the power of supreme weaponry is terrifying beyond measure. It is over. The forces of the Purple Mansion Holy Land have been annihilated. The Purple Mansion is irrevocably finished. Alas, the mysterious Cloud Sect is destined to rise. With 2 supreme weapons, the ancient continent has ushered in the era of the mysterious Cloud Sect. The crowd is astounded, holding their breath in trepidation, fearful of invoking the wrath of Lu Tsang. Yet Lu Tsang, representing the mysterious Cloud Sect, is not a capricious individual. He is merely an observer and does not seek unnecessary slaughter. Nonetheless, a show of intimidation is still warranted. Lu Tsang, holding the demon suppression monument, scans the distant cultivators with an impassive expression, then raises his other hand to tear through the fabric of space. On the other side of this rift lies the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators become even more anxious, their hearts racing in rhythm with their escalating dread. My goodness, not again. This was precisely the tactic employed to obliterate the 3 major sects. Is he truly aiming to destroy the Purple Mansion stronghold? Heaven forbid. Could he genuinely intend to annihilate the Purple Mansion? Such a notion is overwhelmingly terrifying. The crowd is on edge, feeling their scalps prickle with anxiety. After all, such a powerful being can effortlessly tear through space to locate another's lair. Should he take offense, it would spell doom for all. Amidst the collective unease, Lu Tsang refrains from crossing the chasm of fear. Instead, he directly transmits his voice to the other side of the space. The Purple Mansion Holy Land has unjustly declared war against the mysterious Cloud Sect. Thus, by the command of the sect master, I shall obliterate the Purple Mansion. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Tsang's voice reverberates throughout the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Instantly, the inhabitants of the Purple Mansion look up in confusion, seeking the source of the sound. What is happening? Have the mysterious Cloud Sect's forces appeared? Could it be that the expeditionary army has been defeated? Impossible. Even the Holy King ancestor has joined them. What is going on? Who is playing tricks? The people of the Holy Land are filled with bewilderment, unable to believe that their army has been destroyed. Consequently, some of the remaining strong cultivators immediately soar into the sky to trace the source of the prank. However, as they take flight, a colossal stone tablet suddenly descends from the heavens. Is it our Holy Land's demon suppression monument? The crowd is momentarily stunned, their faces alight with joy, mistakenly believing that the expeditionary army has returned victorious. Yet, before their elation can fully manifest, the demon suppression monument swiftly descends, though it does not touch the ground. The overwhelming pressure instantly collides with the earth, producing a thunderous sound that echoes across the heavens. Boom! In tandem with the resounding noise, the entire continent trembles violently beneath them. Beneath the demon suppression steel, everything was reduced to dust in the wake of that thunderous roar, forming a sunken expanse of yellow sand. In an instant, the cultivators and factions residing in the vicinity were startled by the sudden tremor, hastily rising to fly towards the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion. However, upon their arrival and witnessing the endless desert, they were left in utter disbelief. Good heavens! I recall this was the Purple Mansion. When did it transform into a desert? By the heavens! Could it be the colossal steel from earlier? The Holy Land of the Purple Mansion has perished? My word, it has truly been annihilated. This is dire news. The Holy Land has been obliterated. In an instant, the news of the Purple Mansion's demise spread like wildfire, leaving shock in its wake. At that very moment, outside the Misty Sect, after delivering a devastating blow to the Holy Land of the Purple Mansion, Lu Tsang raised his hand to absorb the demon suppression steel into his spiritual sea and then proceeded to report back within the Misty Sect. The onlookers, gazing at the slowly closing spatial rift, finally snapped out of their stupor. A sacred land, with a legacy spanning nearly 100,000 years, had thus been extinguished. A myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of the crowd, and their fear of the Misty Sect reached its zenith. Those from other sacred lands, equally as formidable, now trembled internally, gazing up at the Misty Sect with a newfound sense of reverence. We must depart immediately and report to the sect master. A new overlord has emerged in the eastern domain. Good heavens! To so effortlessly obliterate a sacred land of such caliber. Surely no force can rival the Misty Sect in strength. Retreat. We must return to inform our leader. Soon, the cultivators who had come to observe the Misty Sect began to disperse. Upon learning of this event, the other sacred lands and ancient factions were, without exception, left in stunned silence. Particularly, the elders of the Taichu sacred land were nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing the news. Chapter 110. The Great Powers Show Favor. The outer sect competition of the mysterious sect commences what? The Purple Mansion sacred land has been annihilated? Its location transformed into a desolate wasteland? What? The supreme weapons have also been seized? Even the Holy King has perished? Goodness! They could even slay a Holy King. Moreover, this transpired without the deployment of supreme weapons. Our two esteemed ancestors met their demise unjustly. Convey my orders. All disciples are to refrain from appearing near the wild state and return to cultivate in secrecy. The Taichu sacred land has once again contracted its sphere of influence, even establishing a forbidden zone in the wild state, prohibiting any disciples from venturing forth. Naturally, the other sacred lands and ancient powers are not faring any better. Upon hearing of the mysterious sect's obliteration of the Purple Mansion sacred land, they all issued new decrees to their subordinates. They informed all disciples and kin to avoid offending the mysterious sect. With the Soul Hall's destruction, Taichu's retreat, and now the fall of the Purple Mansion, it is evident that this era belongs to the mysterious sect. From now on, remain vigilant and do not provoke the disciples of the mysterious sect. Relay the command to withdraw from the vicinity of the wild state to avert inciting the displeasure of the mysterious sect. As these decrees echoed through the sacred lands, the renown of the mysterious sect's annihilation of the Purple Mansion sacred land began to sweep across the entire eastern domain. Who would have anticipated that in an era devoid of emperors, such a terrifying force could emerge? The foremost sect of the Eastern Domain is undoubtedly the mysterious sect. At the pinnacle of power, who stands supreme? Upon witnessing the mysterious sect, all aspirations dissipate into emptiness. The mysterious sect has ascended to greatness. The foremost sect of the Eastern Domain has emerged. Quickly, prepare gifts and accompany me to pay homage to the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect resides in the neighboring state. Other superpowers have already gone to pay their respects. Let us proceed as well. Where is the ancestor? What? The ancestor has gone to present gifts to the mysterious sect? Hurry. Announce immediately that we have no ties to the Purple Mansion's sacred land, and additionally, send powerful family members to the mysterious sect to convey our apologies and goodwill. Prepare the dragon carriage. Set forth to the mysterious sect. In an instant, the entire eastern wild erupted into activity. Countless forces and rogue cultivators responded to the news, hastening towards the mysterious sect, especially the superpowers that had previously been vassals of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, who not only distanced themselves from the Purple Mansion but also dispatched ancestors of their families, bearing gifts to curry favor. Moreover, some unaffiliated superpowers also took action, eager to ingratiate themselves with the mysterious sect. In addition, numerous formidable rogue cultivators were stirred by the desire to pledge their allegiance, all heading towards the mysterious sect. It appeared as though the entire Eastern Domain was vying to please the mysterious sect. At this very moment, within the mysterious sect, none could have anticipated that merely annihilating the Purple Mansion's sacred land would elevate them to the status of the most formidable sect in the Eastern Domain, prompting many powers to arrive, eager to extend their goodwill. However, the disciples of the mysterious sect had little time to concern themselves with worldly matters. For today marked the inaugural outer sect competition of the mysterious sect. The abundant rewards and the presence of the sect master himself made this event far more captivating to the outer disciples than any unfolding events beyond their gates. The battle square awaits. Like an amphitheater nestled within a valley, the grand arena is encircled by tier upon tier of expansive steps. These steps are vast and distinct in height, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators simultaneously. At this moment, many esteemed elders from both the inner and outer gates have already taken their seats around the main platform. Although the sect leader did not issue a decree mandating attendance for the inaugural outer gate competition of the Misty Sect, the elders regard this event with utmost seriousness. After all, the sect leader is attending. How could they possibly refrain? Moreover, each table is graced with the presence of enlightenment tea. Consequently, aside from the elders stationed at the mountain gate and those who are in seclusion, nearly everyone else has voluntarily come forth. Even the disciples Feng Huayue and Yi Junlan, along with the elder of miscellaneous duties, made their entrance without any formal invitation. Ancestor, over here. The two esteemed ladies called out, and upon their entrance, the heads of the Yi family and the elder Murong immediately spotted them, rising in excitement to wave and beckon their supporters. Without hesitation, Yi Junlin and Feng Huayue made their way directly toward the two families. After all, aside from sitting amongst familiar faces, they had no idea where else they might settle, unless they wished to be isolated in solitude. However, with their kin present, who would desire to sit alone? Thus, the three of them took their seats at the main positions of each family, which were conveniently adjacent, facilitating easy conversation. Hee. Ancestor, have you finished sweeping? Are you tired? Please, indulge in some tea. This is enlightenment tea, and every table is supplied with it. The sect leader is exceedingly generous. Esteemed ladies, please sit here. This is the honored seat. As the three settled in, they instantly transformed into prominent figures at the table, especially as the leaders of both families warmly welcomed them. The three felt an immediate shift in their status. Yet, for Yi Junlin, it mattered little. Regardless of the setting, he remained the elder of the Yi family. In contrast, the two ladies experienced a profound sense of status elevation. Before joining the sect, these individuals were ones they had revered. After entering the sect, they found themselves in awe of the various elders, relegated to the societal lower tier, where offending anyone was ill-advised. However, after spending some time at the Misty Sect's lower echelons, they now found themselves transformed into figures of the upper echelons. Although they may appear to be of the same standing, their identities were worlds apart. The two ladies felt a torrent of emotions, nodding gracefully, sitting upright, and responding with measured words to Elder Murong's flattery, completely embodying the aura of exalted celestial beings. They were utterly unconcerned with whether their reactions might displease others. Moreover, the gaze of those around them remained respectfully averted, allowing the two to genuinely experience their newfound elevation in status. However, shortly after the two ladies settled in, an inner gate elder approached, none other than Elder Wang Zhumao, the orchestrator of the event's arrangements. Elder Zhumao. The crowd promptly rose to pay their respects. Indeed, Wang Zhumo responded with a soft hum, choosing silence over conversation, as his gaze settled upon the two women, Fenghua and Shuiyu. He graciously invited, Fenghua, Shuiyu, would you kindly change your positions and stand beside the sect master? Perhaps serve him some tea? Certainly. The two women promptly rose and followed Wang Zhumo. The members of the Murong family exchanged glances filled with intrigue, their excitement palpable. In stark contrast, the Yi family wore expressions of envy, their lips pouting in discontent. Particularly, Yi Junlin, watching the retreating figures of the two women, lamented, alas, I too wish to serve the sect master tea, only to bemoan that I am not a woman. Ancestor, please refrain from such talk, Yi Chongxing interjected. If you continue, we shall lose all semblance of dignity for the Yi family. Murong Laozu retorted, goodness. If you were a woman, the sect master would likely regurgitate last night's meal. Both sides fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, a hushed exclamation from a clan member ignited excitement within both families. Look, the outer disciples are entering. With a collective motion, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the plaza. There, over 1,000 outer disciples made their entrance, standing tall and proud around the edges of the combat arena. Members of both clans began to search for their own disciples, and upon spotting their kin, exhilaration ensued. I see Yi Fan. Look, that's my nephew Yi Fan. Heh, my son is among them too. I hope he achieves a commendable rank. Murong Guanghua. Ancestor, look, it's the youngest son of the third prince. Our dynasty's little genius. Guanghua has grown stronger, though his complexion has darkened. Chapter 111. 1,000 warriors in turmoil. The top 10 emerge in an instant. As the outer disciples entered the arena, members of both the Yi and Murong families found themselves engulfed in excitement. On the other side, as Fenghua and Shuiyu took their positions flanking the main seat, the sect leader, Chen Xuan, slowly made his entrance. Accompanied by Lu Tsong, Chen Xuan gracefully approached the main seat, while his two disciples were conspicuously absent. Tang Yin was in seclusion, striving to break through to the heavenly king level. While Lu Yu displayed little interest in the proceedings, Chen Xuan did not press her, allowing her to retreat to the back mountains to indulge in her novels. Chen Xuan harbored no objections. After all, even though she existed as a mere spiritual entity, her path to recovery would eventually lead her back to her former glory. Esteemed sect leader, this way please. Lu Tsong carefully led the way. Upon the arrival of the sect leader, the elders and affiliated powers fell silent, halting their conversations, and promptly stood to welcome him. Fenghua and Shuiyu immediately bowed, respectfully ushering Chen Xuan to his seat. Acknowledging the two young women with a slight nod, Chen Xuan took his place, prompting others to gradually resume their seats. Let us commence. Once everyone was seated, Chen Xuan leaned back in his chair and addressed Lu Tsong with a commanding tone. Yes. Lu Tsong clasped his fists and then turned to face the combat arena, announcing loudly, this grand competition is a test of skill and exchange. All engagements are to be concluded with restraint. Furthermore, those who fall outside the combat arena will be automatically eliminated, as will those who concede voluntarily or lose their fighting capability. The top 10 will be determined in accordance with the order of elimination. Is that clear? Boom, boom, boom. The sound resonated throughout the combat arena, penetrating the ears of every disciple present. The 1,000 disciples, brimming with excitement, shouted in unison, understood. Excellent. The competition officially begins. Ascend to the stage. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Tsong commanded. In an instant, all 1,000 disciples surged toward the combat arena, eager to claim the central position. The arena was vast, and one's survival depended on staying clear of the edges, for those who fell beyond would be swiftly eliminated. However, as the crowd charged forward, the battle erupted immediately. Some cultivators who had reached the arena ahead quickly positioned themselves at the edges, engaging any challengers who approached. Instantly, they established the first line of defense against the incoming disciples, each intent on expelling a portion of their rivals. After all, the fewer the competitors, the greater the chance of securing a high rank. What treachery! Oldly, let me through. You brute! Exclaimed one disciple, frustrated. How did I end up down here? Wait, am I eliminated? In a flurry, many careless disciples found themselves ejected, swiftly falling victim to elimination. Among them were members of the Yi family. The ancestral figure and family head of the Yi clan seethed with indignation, yet dared not voice their ire, resorting instead to rolling their eyes in exasperation, unable to contain their disbelief. However, it was not long before some individuals opened up new avenues of thought, either by taking a detour or by joining forces, or perhaps by charging forth as a group. This scene instantly illuminated the eyes of all the disciples, as if they had unlocked the door to a new world. Quickly, let's break through from the side. Unite. Let's take them down. Let's charge together. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. I'm going in first. Damn it, a mob is attacking me. You lack martial ethics. I'm retreating. Unite. We shall also unite. Crap. There are too many. Retreat. As the cultivators below joined forces to charge, those defending the platform could no longer withstand the onslaught. However, the sheer number of people below was overwhelming. Often, as 3 to 5 individuals on the platform gathered, dozens surged forth from below, rendering them incapable of holding their ground. Thus, it was not long before those stationed at the edge of the square commanded a retreat towards the center, seeking advantageous positions. Meanwhile, the disciples on the ground continued to surge forward in waves. Before long, apart from the first wave of eliminated disciples, the rest had all ascended to the battle square and commenced a chaotic melee. Phantom dash, star shift, earthly golden light, sky-splitting palm, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, divine abilities soared, and an array of colors clashed above the battle square, with numerous lower-ranked disciples being expelled from the square. In a brief moment, all disciples from the Murong and Yi families had been eliminated, much to the chagrin of their 2 leaders, who fumed and sighed in frustration. At the main seat, Chen Xuan's gaze flitted back and forth, observing the disciples' performances. At that moment, some disciples noticed Chen Xuan's scrutiny and instantly became invigorated. Their fighting spirit rekindled as they charged forth once more. However, the battle square was remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding the might of emperors without crumbling. Thus, the forces unleashed by this group had no discernible effect. Soon, one disciple after another was expelled from the square. The number of individuals on the square dwindled. Gradually, those who were exhausted or felt inadequate began to concede. The crowd on the square diminished rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, only a dozen remained. These remaining individuals were all on high alert, standing in 10 different positions, wary of being inadvertently kicked off. However, maintaining this vigilance was not a solution. The top 10 rankings still needed to be determined. But how could they ensure their standings? If they were to band together to attack? No, absolutely not. Although there was no prohibition against teaming up, having reached the threshold of the top 10, such actions would lack integrity, especially with the sect leader and various elders observing. In such circumstances, they would rather forfeit their standings than act dishonorably. Everyone regarded one another cautiously. Yet, after a brief moment, they all arrived at a consensus. The solution was to engage in combat with equals. None should ride on the coattails of another. Upon this realization, the ancient square witnessed a dozen individuals promptly leap towards their chosen targets, swiftly forming several pairs to commence their battles. Observing this spectacle, Chen Xuan, seated at the main position, nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, the disciples of the sect exhibited a sense of justice. The elders from the outer sect, witnessing the sect leader's contentment, breathed a sigh of relief. They too feared that these disciples might resort to chaos in their quest for rankings. Fortunately, they were all individuals of honor, a commendable group of young men. After the grand competition concludes, I shall reward you with special treats. With their expressions easing, the elders gazed upon the fervent skirmishes unfolding in the square, their spirits lifted. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, a wave of participants was swiftly halved. Fewer than 10 remained on the square. However, this posed no concern, as the elders would rank them according to their order of appearance. Thus, the participants once again formed pairs to continue the combat. Before long, the top 10 were determined. Observing this, an elder from the outer sect promptly stepped forward, accompanied by two semi-holy king elders, as they soared towards the square. However, the two accompanying elders each carried a massive platter, one adorned with 3 large peaches and a sliced peach divided into 7 portions, while the other bore 10 cards that transformed into cultivation-enhancing elixirs. The usually formidable elders, in this moment, transformed into humble servants of the tray. Instantly, the top 10 disciples were taken aback, their anxiety palpable. Chapter 112. The Elder's Tray. Various forces entering the sect for pilgrimage. The Elder's Tray, to bestow rewards. Oh my goodness, what tremendous honor this is. In an instant, the 10 disciples felt an overwhelming sense of favor, their blood surging like boiling water, rushing to the crown of their heads. They were so exhilarated that they longed to confront an enemy of the Miao Sect at once, to demonstrate their unwavering loyalty. Moreover, they envisioned engaging in fierce combat, seeking to emerge with scars as a testament to their valor. To hesitate even slightly would be a sign of disrespect towards the sect. However, at present, there were no adversaries to be found. Even if there were, with so many elders present, it would hardly be their turn to act and risk embarrassment. Soon, amidst the excitement of the crowd, 3 elders descended, beginning to announce the rankings and distribute the rewards. 10th place, Chen Xuan. He dashed forward with boundless excitement to receive his prize. 9th place, Huanggu. The young female cultivator strode forth with her head held high, equally thrilled. The eliminated disciples looked on with envy, their hearts filled with longing. However, this scene appeared quite differently to Chen Xuan. Observing the elders personally bestowing rewards using the elder's tray, he furrowed his brow slightly, finding it somewhat inappropriate. While the act of awarding prizes was acceptable, the use of the elder's tray seemed excessive. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan pondered whether he should recruit some miscellaneous workers. After all, as the sect expanded, the need for those to handle menial tasks became evident. If everything were left to the elders, it would not only be a waste of their talents, but would also significantly diminish their authority among the disciples. Moreover, a vast sect should not lack individuals to assist. With this thought, Chen Xuan firmly resolved to hire some miscellaneous workers. They should possess a decent level of cultivation. Otherwise, they would be unable to coordinate effectively with the elders. At this juncture, Chen Xuan turned to convey this matter to Lu Tsang. However, just then, Lu Tsang seemed to receive some information. As Chen Xuan turned his head, Lu Tsang had already risen, clasping his fists and stating, "Sect Master, there are several individuals outside claiming to be from a super family, seeking an audience to pay homage to the Holy Sect." "Oh, paying homage to the Holy Sect? Let them in," Chen Xuan replied, somewhat skeptical, before nodding in agreement to the meeting. Lu Tsang, upon seeing this, promptly conveyed the message to the elder guarding the mountain gate. Yet, just as he finished transmitting the message, the elder reported back. "Elder, another family claiming to be from a super family wishes to meet, also here to pay homage." Lu Tsang replied, "Let me report to the sect." Before he could finish, the elder guarding the mountain gate interrupted again. "Elder, yet another family claiming to be from a super dynasty has arrived, also here to pay homage." Lu Tsang sighed. "Is there more? Are there more from the heavens?" "Understood. I will report to the sect master." He rolled his eyes, helplessly clasping his fists as he addressed Chen Xuan. "Sect master, 2 more superpowers have just arrived at the outer gate, both here to pay homage. Moreover, it seems that others are approaching. So many influential forces? Let them all in." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan decided to meet them. Pilgrimage is a form of submission by the weak to the strong. In essence, it is an act of goodwill and gift-giving. Although he does not accept gifts, it matters little to meet them since they have come. Indeed, upon receiving Chen Xuan's response, Lu Tsang promptly instructed the elders present to welcome the visitors. After all, the grand competition at the battle square had concluded. Thus, several elders hurried to the mountain gate to greet them. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, as the crowd awaited, a succession of forces arrived to pay their respects, gathering 7 or 8 factions in no time, all of which were superpowers. After all, only superpowers are deemed worthy to make a pilgrimage. Other forces lack the qualification, especially since the mysterious sect has established itself as the foremost sect in the eastern region, far surpassing other sacred lands in strength. However, as they awaited a response, impatience began to brew among the crowd. Although they were all superpowers, none possessed a saint among them. Moreover, they were here to pay homage to the premier sect of the eastern region, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were coming with a certain degree of servility. After all, such a prestigious sect would hardly regard their gestures of goodwill with any seriousness. Why has there been no response? It seems we are destined to miss our chance to pay homage to the holy sect. Sigh. The foremost sect of the eastern region is not inclined to acknowledge our presence. After all, we are insignificant in the face of such power. I hope the mysterious sect will accept my offering and, in the future, show mercy when they find me displeasing. I wonder if the mysterious sect is still accepting disciples. Regrettably, my talented kin missed the last recruitment session. Alas, at that time, I was quite foolish and failed to perceive the terror of the mysterious sect. Numerous factions anxiously awaited in the square before the gate. After all, the elder guarding the entrance had not explicitly denied them, so they dared not leave. However, after a brief wait, several elders arrived, addressing the crowd. The sect master requests your presence. Please follow me. What? The sect master requests us? Goodness. The sect master is willing to meet us in person? Why am I suddenly feeling nervous? In an instant, the crowd trembled, unsure whether from shock or joy. After all, it is rare for the sect master to appear before those who come to pay homage to a holy sect or sacred land. Merely encountering a representative would be commendable. Yet, this time, they would actually meet the sect master. Thus, filled with excitement, the crowd followed the elders into the sect. As they entered, a profound aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, causing everyone to shudder with astonishment. This, indeed, it is as the rumors foretold. The spiritual energy is extraordinarily dense. The barriers of heaven and earth are thin, with occasional traces of Daoic resonance escaping. My goodness, this environment is thousands of times more potent than the sacred lands. If I could cultivate here for a year, I would undoubtedly break through to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. No wonder it has become the foremost sect in the eastern region. This environment surpasses all sacred lands combined. At first, I believe the rumors circulating about the outside world were merely exaggerated. However, to my astonishment, not only were they not overstated, but they also fell short of the truth. How I wish I could remain here to cultivate. I wonder if the sect would be willing to accept us, their vassals. A tremor of trepidation coursed through the hearts of the gathered, akin to obedient students trailing behind their elder, treading carefully as if upon thin ice. Although they held the esteemed titles of venerable ancestors or supreme patriarchs, in this realm, they were but insignificant figures. Nay, exceedingly insignificant. For beneath the sacred ground, all are but ants. Even those formidable forces that have birthed one or two sages remain mere ants in comparison, especially under the aegis of the foremost sect, where they are even less than that. Their purpose for coming here was to curry favor, hoping to become familiar faces, so that if the opportunity arose, they might usher their kin into this hallowed space for cultivation. After all, should they gain admission to the extreme path sacred sect and rise to become a figure among the holy sons, their families would bask in the ensuing glory. Yet, upon entering, an unspoken thought began to take root among them. How splendid it would be if they could remain here to cultivate, to bring their kin into this realm? Heaven forbid. Such an act would be an utter squandering of opportunity. It is far wiser to seize the chance for oneself rather than to bequeath it to future generations. As the saying goes, one must not place all their eggs in a single basket. Striving to nurture one's descendants pales in comparison to the endeavor of elevating oneself. Chapter 113. The request of the superpower to serve as subordinates. Have I offered too much? Indeed, the onlookers could only ponder this in silence. After all, their talents and ages were manifest, and no one would welcome a group of elderly men into the sect. If they were to perform some menial tasks, it might be more acceptable. With such thoughts, the crowd, led by the elders, swiftly arrived at the combat square. All the esteemed elders were present, and even the disciples had not departed. Upon noticing these unexpected guests, everyone gradually turned their heads to gaze upon them. In that instant, the visitors felt a shiver run through them, an involuntary sense of trepidation enveloping their hearts. Why did these gazes instill such fear within me? Although their looks were gentle, why do I feel this way? Good heavens! Could it be that all these individuals are saints? My word, to witness a disciples' competition and suddenly encounter over a dozen saints? The mysterious sect is truly formidable. In that moment, the crowd felt their scalps tingle. Too intimidated to meet the elders' eyes, they lowered their gazes, approaching the main seat with humility. Once they halted, they dared to glance at Chen Xuan seated in the main position and promptly clasped their fists in a bow, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master. You are all too courteous. Since you are here, please take your seats." Chen Xuan observed their respectful demeanor, raising his hand slightly, instantly lifting everyone up, which once again struck awe into countless hearts. The sect master of the mysterious sect is indeed a powerful figure. After rising, they did not dare to sit, but rather took out their gifts, introducing themselves in turn. As they presented their gifts, they also made their introductions. "Sect master, I come from the Huanggu family of Iron State. This is a token of goodwill from my family, named Heavenly Essence Gold Silk, a superior material for crafting garments. Impervious to fire and water, with formidable defensive properties. I present this to congratulate the mysterious sect on its emergence." The elder from the Huanggu family respectfully offered his treasure. The rationale was simple: to celebrate the advent of the mysterious sect. After all, a pilgrimage should not merely consist of a brief bow before departing. There must be a valid reason. The emergence of the mysterious sect serves as the most reasonable justification. "Sect master, I hail from the Jiang family of Cloud State. This is a token of goodwill from the Jiang family, known as the Supreme Wood Yellow Spirit Water, a sacred water used to nurture medicinal herbs, capable of promoting their growth. I present this to congratulate the mysterious sect on its emergence." "Sect master, I..." One after another, individuals eagerly presented their gifts, vying to showcase themselves. Witnessing this, the thousands of disciples surrounding the combat square felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After all, these elderly figures were all prominent individuals from superpowers. Most of them hailed from small dominions or scattered cultivators, minor clans. The most formidable among them were merely from major dominions. In their hearts, superpowers were entities they could not afford to offend. Now, as the powerful figures from superpowers exhibited profound respect for their sect master, their emotions naturally swayed in response. As the saying goes, a strong sect fosters strong youth. When the youth are strong, the sect becomes even more formidable. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, those who came to pay their respects were still introducing themselves and the treasures they held. However, at this moment, not a single elder rose to receive them. Even the two young ladies attending to Chen Xuan remained still, staring blankly at the group, leaving those who had finished their introductions feeling somewhat awkward, fidgeting beside them. Noticing this, Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and said, "Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, there is no need to present your gifts. After enjoying some tea, you may take your leave." With that, he subtly lifted his fingers, and cups filled with tea leaves flew towards the guests. Although the gifts had not been presented, the fact that the sect leader personally served tea left everyone astonished, and they hurriedly accepted the cups, preparing to drink and depart. However, as one cup was grasped, the tea leaves floating within became visible, causing the leading figures to be momentarily stunned, their pupils dilating in disbelief. It was as if they had encountered something extraordinary. They quickly turned to observe the cups of others, and upon seeing identical expressions reflected back at them, their hearts raced with shock. Indeed, each cup contained the renowned enlightenment tea. Every individual held a cup with the ethereal leaves of this legendary brew. Goodness! Had the Piaomiao Sect truly brought the enlightenment tea tree home and chosen to serve it to them? Such extravagance was beyond imagination. In an instant, excitement surged through the crowd as they eagerly brought the tea to their lips. Chewing on the leaves with expressions reminiscent of Yi Junlin and Murong Zhantian during their first experience with the enlightenment tea, both amusing and pitiable. After all, at their age, being prominent figures, yet having never tasted the enlightenment tea was indeed a rather disheartening revelation. Meanwhile, as everyone savored the tea, Chen Xuan prepared to take his leave. However, before departing, he felt it necessary to arrange for subsequent matters, and so he addressed Lu Tsong. "Lu Tsong, your subordinate is here." Lu Tsong immediately bowed and leaned in to listen. Observing this, the tea tasters also perked up their ears in anticipation. "From now on, if anyone comes to pay their respects, handle it as you see fit. There is no need to inform me. Additionally, seek out some higher-ranked miscellaneous disciples from the outside world to assist the elders in managing sect affairs." The mention of recruiting miscellaneous disciples sent a ripple of excitement through the leaders of the superpowers present, igniting their interest. They quickly turned to their cups, excitedly clasping their fists in respect and exclaiming, "Sect leader! Sect leader!" Chen Xuan inquired, "What is it?" "Sect leader, I just heard you mention the need for higher-ranked miscellaneous disciples. May I inquire if you would consider me? I am currently at the 6th level of the Imperial realm." The individual looked earnestly at Chen Xuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Noticing this, others from the superpowers were equally eager, stepping forward and clasping their fists, pleading, "Sect leader, I am also at the Imperial realm. Might I join your esteemed sect as a miscellaneous disciple? At the initial stage of the sovereign level. I also aspire to join the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan, Feng Hua Shuiyu, the subordinate clans. Over 1,000 outer disciples. In an instant, everyone was taken aback, completely unprepared for such words from a sovereign-level powerhouse. Good heavens, this is a sovereign. Even among superpowers, they are at the forefront, and yet they wish to serve as a mere laborer? The crowd was utterly astonished. Of course, this astonishment was primarily felt by those who had never encountered such a situation before. Chen Xuan then gazed at the crowd, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "It is not impossible. However, are you certain you want to be laborers? The remuneration for laborers is merely 2 portions of divine source liquid each month. You must think this through. What? Laborers receive remuneration? And it consists of 2 portions of divine source liquid?" Boom. The crowd trembled with excitement, instantly animated. "Will you truly provide divine source liquid, sect master? We are more than willing." Chen Xuan, have I perhaps offered too much? Chapter 114. The winds of change at this moment. Chen Xuan found himself somewhat bewildered. After all, these individuals hailed from formidable superpowers and were among the most formidable within those factions. It was truly astonishing that they were willing to serve as mere attendants. He had anticipated that the 2 portions of divine essence would lead them to feel slighted, allowing him to gracefully offer them an alternative. To his surprise, they were even granted more than expected. It seems these superpowers are genuinely impoverished. Observing the eager and excited expressions on their faces, Chen Xuan was unable to acquiesce immediately. Although they were to be attendants, their intentions must remain pure. Only those of upright character would suffice. Moreover, he did not intend to recruit just a handful. He sought many. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan swiftly devised a reasonable plan. "Very well. In 3 days, our sect shall officially open recruitment for attendants, lasting for 1 day. During this period, anyone who can pass the character assessment may join our sect as an attendant. The remuneration will be 2 portions of divine essence per month. Please return in 3 days. 3 days? Official recruitment for attendants? Lasting only 1 day? And 2 portions of divine essence." The leaders were immediately taken aback, their excitement palpable. As long as they could join the sect, they would willingly accept the role of attendants, or even slaves. For they understood that remaining here to cultivate would inevitably lead to their ascendance as saints. Furthermore, given the sect's immense strength, a commendable performance could potentially grant them favor with the sect's higher echelons. After all, this was an existence capable of effortlessly toppling even the most powerful of sects. Whether it be gaining favor with the sect or achieving personal enlightenment, such opportunities would prove invaluable to themselves and their respective factions. Consequently, the crowd was engulfed in fervor, reminiscent of their youthful zeal, and they collectively clasped their fists, declaring, "Yes. Very well. Please take your leave." Chen Xuan nodded and rose to depart. The guests, under the guidance of the elders, exited the sect. Though the formal recruitment for attendants would not commence for another 3 days, Chen Xuan was not inclined to allow unrelated individuals to linger within the sect. "Lutsong, you shall disseminate the news externally that the Piaomiao Sect is recruiting 1,000 attendants, with the process lasting 1 day, on a first-come, first-served basis. Anyone who meets our recruitment criteria and passes the character assessment may join the sect. As for the criteria, there are no age restrictions, but the minimum cultivation level must be at the Emperor realm." As he walked, Chen Xuan instructed Lutsong. The reason for recruiting such a large number of attendants was to prepare for the sect's future development. The Piaomiao Sect had already established itself as the foremost sect in the eastern region, yet its disciples were exceedingly few. It was high time to reopen the gates and once again recruit disciples. Moreover, this time, there would undoubtedly be many who came seeking the sect, far surpassing the previous recruitment numbers. Thus, prior to the second opening for disciples, it was imperative to have the attendants in place. Once a sufficient number of attendants were recruited, they could await the closure of the Divine Void secret realm to announce the second discipleship recruitment. This, indeed, was Chen Xuan's current plan for the sect's development. Understood. I shall attend to this matter at once. Lu Cong responded promptly, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan nodded with assurance. Then his figure gradually faded, completely vanishing into the air. After Chen Xuan's disappearance, Lu Cong immediately obeyed the command and dispatched individuals to disseminate the news externally. When the news of Piaomiao Sect recruiting miscellaneous disciples spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the Eastern Domain. Particularly, the requirement that the minimum qualification be the Emperor level instantly stirred a tremendous uproar. Have you heard? In 3 days, Piaomiao Sect will commence its recruitment of miscellaneous disciples. What? Recruiting miscellaneous disciples? Is that true? 3 days is far too short. It's impossible to make it in time. Don't even think about it. The Piaomiao Sect requires a minimum of Emperor level to qualify as a miscellaneous disciple. Goodness, this is outrageous. Isn't an Emperor level individual a significant figure wherever they are? They are merely being utilized as miscellaneous disciples? Who would even consider this? The Emperor level experts from the neighboring super families have already set out. It is said that many powerful factions are registering. Incredible. As the news spread, countless cultivators were once again astonished, filled with intense curiosity and admiration for this sect. After all, every incident involving this sect lately has sent ripples through the Eastern Domain, making it impossible to ignore. In no time, numerous Emperor-level experts heeded the call, making their way to Piaomiao Sect. These powerful beings, whether emerging from seclusion or bidding farewell, all harbored the intention of becoming miscellaneous disciples. Even some Emperor-level experts from super factions, who were in closed-door training, were awakened by their kin. For instance, the Tuoba family. The family head, accompanied by a group of celestial elders, knelt at the entrance of the elders' secluded valley, collectively beseeching, "Please, ancestor, emerge from seclusion and join Piaomiao Sect as a miscellaneous disciple." The resounding voices echoed throughout the valley, even startling cultivators beyond its confines. Yet, no one mocked them, for those cultivators were also seeking their own ancestors elsewhere. Given that all surrounding factions were heading there, if they did not follow suit, it would not be long before they were trampled by other powers. Thus, they too needed to go, just to ensure they were not surpassed by rival families. Soon enough, the Tuoba elder emerged from seclusion, accompanied by his son, and prepared tributes from the elders, soaring into the sky. After the departure of the Tuoba ancestor, distant calls from another clan beseeching their elder to join Piaomiao Sect as a miscellaneous disciple could be heard. Before long, the heavens welcomed yet another elder. Such an absurd scene unfolded across a significant portion of the Eastern Domain. In no time, tens of thousands of Emperor-level elders appeared throughout the Eastern Domain, each one red-faced and resolute in their journey toward Piaomiao Sect. This extraordinary spectacle left countless cultivators in awe. After all, such Emperor-level beings, whom they might never encounter in a lifetime, were now visible above them. And this, indeed, exemplified the current influence of Piaomiao Sect. In a fleeting moment, the mysterious sect has emerged as a newfound sanctuary in the hearts of countless young cultivators. As the mysterious sect reverberates throughout the Eastern Domain, the ethereal realm finally approaches its final day of closure. Within the confines of the ethereal realm, a palpable sense of impending closure permeates the hearts of all present, driving numerous cultivators to fervently pursue their objectives. Some seize every opportunity to snatch treasures, while others lurk in shadows, clandestinely absorbing the spoils they acquire. Ultimately, those who have managed to remain until this final day have reaped bountiful rewards, significantly enhancing their cultivation. Even the least fortunate among them have ascended one or half a minor realm. Thus, as the last day of the ethereal realm unfolds, the fervor for treasure hunting intensifies. Some form alliances, others join forces, while some engage in stealthy ambushes, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the realm. Naturally, a few remain vigilant in the shadows, simultaneously hunting for treasures and engaging in hushed discussions. Strangely, why have the disciples of the mysterious sect been so silent these past few days? The disappearance of that dragon and its 4 companions was one thing, but why have 12 others also vanished? Chapter 115. the secret realm of floral seas. Nailan Yan's new support do not even mention those 12 individuals. Although their cultivation levels are not particularly high, each one is more outrageous than the last. They surpass even the 4 formidable beings, leaving desolation in their wake. No blade of grass remains unscathed. To describe their impact as catastrophic would not be an exaggeration. It is as if these 12 miscreants are incarnations of avarice, emptying every place they visit. The mere mention of these 12 sudden arrivals leaves certain cultivators grinding their teeth in frustration. First, there were the 4 extraordinary powerhouses from the mysterious Cloud Sect, which could be tolerated, as at least those 4 esteemed beings did not compete with this group of nascent spirit realm practitioners for treasures, considering the vast disparity in their levels. However, ever since the arrival of these 12 self-proclaimed disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect, misfortune has befallen those in the nascent spirit realm. Among them, the cultivation levels vary, with the lowest at the initial stage of nascent spirit and the highest merely reaching the mid-stage. Yet, when united, they can effortlessly overwhelm cultivators at the late stage of nascent spirit. Furthermore, these 12 seem to have never encountered treasures before. Upon hearing of any rumored treasures, they rush over with frenzy. Wherever they go, both significant and minor treasures vanish without a trace. Even items that nascent spirit cultivators might disregard are treated as treasures by them, taken away as if they were precious gems. Truly, they embody the phrase to strip the feathers from a passing goose, leaving no trace behind. As a result, wherever these 12 individuals appear, it becomes nearly impossible to find treasures. Since their arrival, many cultivators have been left feeling dejected, wishing to spit blood. In a short span, these 12 have swept across the region, forcing many nascent spirit practitioners to flee to remoter areas. Thus, whenever these 12 are mentioned, numerous cultivators feel the urge to curse. Curse it all. The king-level treasures are being monopolized by those 4 powerhouses, and now the nascent spirit treasures are being scavenged by these 12 rascals. If it weren't for their recent disappearance, this dreadful place would be unbearable. Indeed, fortunately, they have vanished. Otherwise, we would have to venture even farther to explore. Alas, let us not dwell on them any longer. The secret realm is about to close, so let us seize this opportunity to find more treasures. Indeed, let us hurry. The scattered cultivators shook their heads and quickened their pace, soaring through the skies in search of any luminous or shining locales. Meanwhile, within a secluded valley nestled among the mountains, vibrant soul flowers bloomed profusely. The soul flowers densely carpeted the valley, emanating a faint glow that reached for the heavens. However, as this place lies deep within the mountain range, surrounded by towering peaks and shrouded in mist, it remains difficult for passers-by to notice its extraordinary phenomena. Yet, in this seemingly inconspicuous location, 16 figures sat amidst the blossoms. These 16 individuals were seated cross-legged, their heads barely visible above the flowers. Should anyone be fortunate enough to arrive here, they would undoubtedly recognize the identities of these 16 heads, because they were indeed the elusive quartet of the Piaomiao Sect, who had vanished for 2 days, along with the subsequent 12 disciples who had plucked the feathers of passing geese. At this moment, the group of 16 sat in silence, their eyes closed, continuously devouring the surrounding soul flowers, creating a vast expanse of emptiness around each individual. Among them, the 4 individuals had an even larger area of absence, absorbing the essence at an accelerated pace. This evoked immense envy among the 12 inner disciples, who struggled to control their own absorption, not wanting to fall too far behind their esteemed mentors. Particularly, Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Shen Ping exerted themselves even more fervently. Ah, what tedium! It had been 2 days, and yet they seemed utterly unbothered by fatigue. Suddenly, a voice of complaint echoed amidst the flowers. Shortly thereafter, a dragon's head emerged from the sea of blossoms. It was the black dragon, Long Outyin. Though its cultivation was not formidable, its spiritual essence was powerful enough that it did not require such sustenance, yet it could not wander freely. Especially as the moment for the secret realm's closure approached, it dared not stray far, fearing that if the others departed, it would be left solitary within the confines of the secret realm. Moreover, without the Emperor's formation to suppress it, remaining here would not withstand the passage of time, risking its demise. Thus, in order to exit alongside the others when they were sent forth from the secret realm, It could only meander listlessly among the flowers, serving as their guardian. After observing the group for a moment, the black dragon once more submerged itself in the blossoms, aimlessly drifting, soon arriving at the entrance of the valley. Upon reaching the entrance, the black dragon casually brushed aside the fallen leaves of the soul flowers, preparing to rest for a while. But just then, a large foot descended from above, landing abruptly beside its form. Above, a flowing lotus skirt descended gracefully. As the gentle breeze stirred, the skirt swayed, subtly revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. However, the presence of white undergarments concealed all, leaving the black dragon slightly speechless as it rolled its eyes and turned its gaze elsewhere. In those other directions, one male figure after another slowly emerged. The foremost among them bore an air of arrogance, exuding the demeanor of a young master, and he gazed at the floral expanse before him, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, this place holds great fortune. Nalinyan, you shall have your share of the benefits this time." "Yes, thank you, young Master Yuan," replied Nalinyan, her voice tinged with excitement. As her gaze lifted, one could faintly see her jubilant smile, her eyes crinkling with delight. Yet, the two were so engrossed in the floral spectacle that they entirely overlooked the dragon beneath their feet. After all, such a vast field of flowers was an unparalleled treasure for anyone, especially for Nalinyan. Although she was a disciple of a dominant force, the Yun sect, nurtured with care, it was merely significant within Yun Prefecture. If one were to place the Yun sect outside of Yun Prefecture, she would be nothing at all. For though dominant forces reign supreme within their own realms, beyond them lies superpowers, and when one considers the entirety of the Eastern domain, dominant forces are but as insignificant as dust. As the secret realm unfolds, who among the entrants does not possess extraordinary talent? Countless prodigies of paramount caliber are present. Thus, she, a key disciple of a dominant sect, is hardly remarkable within this realm. Consequently, she has been treading cautiously, confining her activities to the periphery. However, she never anticipated encountering the young master of an affiliated family, Yuan Tuo, in this very place. Yes, it is this man beside her, Yuan Tuo. He hails from a superpower beyond Yunzhou, while her own sect, Yun sect, exists as a vassal to the Yuan family. Following her defeat by Xiao Chun, her master had intended to recommend her to the Yuan family, although an opportunity for such a recommendation had yet to arise. Yet, to her astonishment, shortly after entering the secret realm, she encounters the esteemed eldest son of the Yuan family, Yuan Tuo. Chapter 116. The 12 Guardians of the Mysterious Sect. Are you aware of the 12 Guardians of the Mysterious Sect? I am the leader. Upon learning that she was a key disciple nurtured by the Cloud Sect, Yuan Tuo took her under his wing, promising that after they left the secret realm, she could develop within the Yuan family. Naturally, she understood his intentions clearly. He was enamored with her beauty. However, as a woman of humble origins, her options were severely limited, especially after being defeated by Xiao Chun. Initially, she had forcefully called off her engagement with Xiao Chun, yet after entering the sect, she faced humiliation when he publicly confronted her, shattering her status as a prodigy and filling her with regret. Now, being able to stay by Yuan Tuo's side presented a tremendous opportunity, providing her with a new pillar of support. Thus, when Yuan Tuo mentioned that the soul flowers here would be shared with her, she felt a surge of excitement, for such treasures were invaluable to her. The only path forward was to grow stronger, ensuring she could seize control of her own fate. As for what Yuan Tuo's intentions would be in the future, she could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, due to Yuan Tuo's unique cultivation method, he was temporarily unable to engage deeply with women, granting her ample time for self-preparation. "Young Master Yuan, let us hurry inside to cultivate," Nan Lanyan exclaimed, eagerly fidgeting with her fingers, hardly able to contain her anticipation. However, just as they were about to enter, the commotion caused by the black dragon weaving through the sea of flowers caught their attention. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Yuan Tuo furrowed his brow, raising his hand to unleash an attack on the patch of flowers disturbed by the dragon's massive form. Boom! In an instant, a section of the flower sea exploded into fragments, and a black dragon emerged from within. What the heck? To strike without hesitation, truly uncouth. The black dragon was startled. This time, instead of fleeing, it boldly made its way forward, recognizing that it had already been discovered. Its priority was to wake the cultivators within. As it soared, it shouted, "Hey, wake up! Someone has intruded. Hurry up, before its voice could finish. 16 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously from within the depths of the flower sea, reflecting a dazzling light. What? So many people? In an instant. The two subordinates beside Yuan Tuo were taken aback, coming to an abrupt halt. Yuan Tuo and Nan Lan Yan were equally astonished, disbelief evident in their eyes. Goodness! Had they charged in recklessly, they would have walked straight into the encirclement of these individuals. How careless! They all thought, remaining vigilant. Yet, while they were lost in their thoughts, the 16 individuals were also observing them, particularly Xiao Chun. At that moment, Xiao Chun gazed at Nan Lan Yan, unable to believe his eyes. To encounter his former fiancée, here was utterly unexpected. As Xiao Chen's gaze lingered, Nan Lan Yan seemed to recognize him, gasping, Xiao Chen? You know him? Upon hearing Nan Lan Yan's exclamation, Yuan Tuo was momentarily taken aback. Certainly, Lin Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback, thus failing to act immediately. They all turned their gaze toward Xiao Chun. After all, if she were truly a friend of his junior, it would be permissible to share. However, it was evident that she was not. Xiao Chun clasped his fists towards Lin Fan and the others, who were directly taught by the sect leader, and explained, Senior brothers and sisters, she is my former fiancée. Oh, since she is your former fiancée, do as you see fit. Lin Fan nodded, refraining from further involvement. Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and the others remained silent, albeit with a hint of curiosity. Naturally, the inner sect members, including Han Pao Pao and even the Black Dragon, grew intrigued as well. This certainly did not resemble a typical encounter with a former fiancée. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Nailan Yan's response swiftly clarified matters for the crowd. Young Master Yuan, he is Xiao Chun. He is the Xiao Chun who rose to prominence after you called off the engagement, and subsequently defeated you at the Yun sect after years of cultivation. Given that. Yuan Tuo paused momentarily, then proudly lifted his chin, addressing Xiao Chun coldly. Get your friend out of here, or face death. Xiao Chun remained unperturbed, undaunted by the threat. Instead, he slightly raised his chin and replied coolly, To insult my fellow disciples is a grave offense. With that, Xiao Chun did not hold back, unleashing a formidable technique without any hesitation, regardless of the presence of his former fiancée among them. In an instant, the aura of a formidable cultivator emanated from him, surging directly towards Yuan Tuo. Upon sensing the power exuding from Xiao Chun, Yuan Tuo and his companions were taken aback. They were well aware of Xiao Chen's origins and prowess, and they had never anticipated such a rapid ascent in strength. He had evidently reached the level of a formidable cultivator, and it appeared to be quite substantial. Consequently, Yuan Tuo promptly led his two equally formidable subordinates to attack Xiao Chun. However, it was evident that Yuan Tuo and his companions were significantly weaker and no match for Xiao Chun. In just a single clash of techniques, Yuan Tuo and his associates were sent sprawling, crashing into the sea of flowers, creating swathes of desolate ground. Subsequently, the technique struck the three of them directly, sending them tumbling to the ground. Hiss! How powerful! Aren't you at the Skyward Realm? How have you become so formidable? In an instant, Yuan Tuo and his group were astounded. They had assumed that Xiao Chun had merely relied on some special means to enhance his facade, only to find that he was genuinely powerful enough to overpower them even when they joined forces. Die? Xiao Chun did not offer an explanation. Instead, he coldly chuckled before raising his hand again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the three of them. However, at that moment, Yuan Tuo realized that Xiao Chun was truly intent on eliminating them within this secret realm. Startled, he furrowed his brow and quickly revealed his identity. You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Yuan family. Yes, Xiao Chun, do not act impulsively. The Yuan family is a formidable power, one that you cannot afford to offend. Do not act recklessly. At this moment, Nailan Yan, who was utterly stunned, hastily interjected to explain. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chun indeed halted his lethal actions. However, it was not out of fear. Rather, he wished for them to comprehend their impending doom. With an impassive countenance, wielding his divine abilities, he cast a disdainful gaze and calmly remarked, The Yuan family? Are you not aware that I have already joined the Misty Sect? You know the 12 protectors of the Misty Sect, do you not? I am their leader. If you truly possess the audacity, come to the Misty Sect and find me. Meet your demise. With that declaration, Xiao Chen no longer held back. A surge of divine power swiftly descended upon Yu Wentuo and his companions. After all, they had not only insulted him, but had also belittled his fellow brothers present. Thus, he could not possibly allow these three to escape unscathed. Yu Wentuo and his associates, upon witnessing the approaching divine force, were utterly petrified. It was not the fear of death that rendered them speechless, but rather Xiao Chen's proclamation. The 12 protectors of the Misty Sect? He is their leader? My heavens! It turns out he is one of the 12 formidable figures renowned in the secret realm during this period. But why had he joined the Misty Sect? That dead woman never mentioned it. The three of them screamed in terror. They realized that this time, their death would be in vain. Faced with the might of the Misty Sect, the Yuan family truly amounted to nothing. Their pupils dilated as they helplessly watched the divine force crash down upon them. Boom! The earth shook, and the three of them met their end on the spot. Afterward, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, landing directly on Nailin Yan. Instantly, she trembled, paralyzed with fear. Xiao Chen, are you going to kill me? Chapter 117. Do not trust her, I beg you. Strike me. Xiao Chen, with a hint of trepidation, found himself facing Nailin Yan, who was struggling to maintain her composure despite the fear glimmering in her eyes. To her astonishment, after months of absence, Xiao Chen had grown to the realm of concentration, achieving a level of mastery akin to that of her esteemed mentor. Even more surprising was his recent affiliation with the renowned Piaomiao Sect, where he had risen to the esteemed position of the leader among the 12 guardians of the secret realm. Had she known these developments beforehand, she would never have rescinded their engagement, nor would she have become the object of his disdain. Regret flooded Nailin Yan's heart as she stood before the cold and powerful Xiao Chen, yet she did not flinch. It seemed she was prepared to face her demise. However, in the presence of his former fiancée, whom he had once bested, Xiao Chen felt no urge to take her life. After all, Nailin Yan had done little of consequence in the valley, and the grievances between them had been resolved long ago at the conclusion of the Yun sect's agreement. There was no need for further entanglement. Thus, Xiao Chen averted his gaze and stated flatly, "You may leave. To kill you would only sully my hands." At these words, a flicker of joy ignited within Nailin Yan's heart. Yet, she did not depart. Instead, she gazed at Xiao Chen with deep affection and, with a sorrowful expression, began to explain, "Xiao Chen, I know you cannot bear to kill me. Truly, I had no choice. I never intended to end our engagement. I had my reasons. Enough. Our matters have long been settled. There is no need for further discussion. Depart." Xiao Chen interjected with a scoff, not wishing to hear any more about the engagement's dissolution. Despite his brusque dismissal, Nailin Yan remained steadfast. She disregarded his unkind demeanor and, fixing her eyes upon his face, insisted, "No, I must speak. I do not wish for you to harbor misunderstandings. Xiao Chen, at that time, my father was gravely ill and required a rare medicine for treatment, which was only available from the Yun sect. I never wished to sever our bond. It was because of you that I felt compelled to act, as you had lost your cultivation and the Yun sect looked down upon you. Surely you can understand this, right?" As she spoke, Nailin Yan fervently grasped Xiao Chen's hand, resembling a forlorn child, her eyes pleading for his forgiveness. However, before Xiao Chen could ponder her words, a voice from a distance interrupted. "Xiao Chen, do you truly believe her? A person can conjure countless excuses to break an engagement. Just moments ago, I saw her engaging in lively conversation with that young Master Yuan. A mere compliment sent her into a frenzy of delight. Beware of a woman's heart, for it is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The more beautiful she is, the more deceitful she may be. Guard yourself, lest she ensnare you." Xiao Chen's attention faltered, and he instinctively withdrew his hand from Nailin Yan's grasp. She stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, and cast a resentful glance at the black dragon, wishing she could strip him of his skin. However, recognizing that the black dragon was an ally of Xiao Chen, she refrained from further protest and continued her explanation. "Xiao Chen, you are aware of the Yuan family, are you not? They are a formidable power outside the Yun sect, which is, in fact, a vassal beneath their influence. He insisted that I go to the Yuan family to cultivate, and I lacked the ability to refuse. Surely, you can comprehend my predicament. Moreover, I did not immediately acquiesce. In truth, I have always held you dear in my heart. When you defeated me back then, I felt a strange sense of joy. I simply did not anticipate encountering you here. Can we not mend our relationship moving forward? As she spoke, Nailin Yin grasped Xiao Chen's hand once more, as if they had returned to their childhood days of carefree play. During that time, they were inseparable, and Nailin Yin would implore him for forgiveness when she erred. Alas, they could never return to those days. Your words only fill me with disgust. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Faced with Nailin Yan's persistent entanglement, Xiao Chun furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger evident upon his visage. In his heart, their grievances had long been severed. The relentless pursuit by the other party was indeed quite irksome. Yes, I am well aware that my actions have been despicable. If slaying me would grant you satisfaction, then do so. I would willingly embrace death at your hands. Nailin Yin steeled her resolve, closed her eyes, and leaned her face closer. This scene rendered those present utterly speechless, especially Yi Qingqing, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linger. All three women, sharing the same gender, found Nailin Yan's audacity akin to a fortress, making it difficult to bear witness. Merely hearing her shameless justifications made them feel embarrassed. Yet, their inherent curiosity compelled them to observe how Xiao Chun would respond, even if they held disdain for that woman. Thus, despite their aversion, they remained silent, watching intently. Of course, they were not alone. At that moment, all the male cultivators had lost their focus on cultivation, their eyes wide with intrigue as they observed Xiao Chun and Nailin Yan, eager to see what further shameless acts she would commit. Even the black dragon felt a tinge of jealousy, continually pouting, pondering his own fiancée, Yi. After all, Xiao Chen's fiancée, Yi, had backed down. He wondered if his own would do the same. It was a perfect opportunity to learn how to handle such situations. On the other side, under the unwavering gaze of his fellow disciples, Xiao Chun, despite having a thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, his fiancée, Yi, had called off their engagement, and now this muddled entanglement, with her imploring him, was simply humiliating. Yet, gazing at Nailin Yan, who had closed her eyes and leaned in, he found himself at a loss. Their previous battle had stemmed from a 3-year agreement. Should he strike now, it would truly be an act of a man against a woman. Furthermore, they had once been childhood friends, merely diverging at a crossroads in life, and it had not yet escalated to a matter of life and death. However, witnessing her shameless demeanor left Xiao Chun feeling powerless. He clenched his fists, ultimately refraining from action, and coldly declared, I have already stated that killing you would merely soil my hands. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being unkind. Upon hearing these words, Nailin Yin slightly opened her eyes. Indeed, she beheld the darkened visage of Xiao Chun. She realized that he had yet to forgive her. However, the fact that he did not slay her was a significant opportunity. Thus, Nailin Yin provocatively declared, Xiao Chun, I have publicly annulled our engagement before the entirety of your clan. Do you truly think merely besting me will suffice? Do you not desire to vent your frustrations? Are you not a man? Have you become cowardly in these days? Boom. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Chen's countenance darkened even further. The memories of his own humiliation during the annulment surged in his mind. At that time, he had boldly proclaimed, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Yet, what did it matter? After his proclamation, the elders continued to point fingers, and the clan members regarded him with disdain, treating him as a jester, ultimately forcing him to leave his homeland to cultivate his strength. Now, having defeated her, she dared to insult his manhood. This was intolerable. Boom. The flames of rage ignited within Xiao Chun. In that moment, he could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and struck Nailin Yin with a swift slap. Crack. The sharp sound echoed, and Nailin Yin let out a piercing scream. Subsequently, she was sent flying, landing amidst a sea of blossoms. For a brief moment, the floral expanse fell silent, save for Nailin Yan's anguished whimpers. After several seconds of recovering from the dizzying pain, she lay amidst the flowers, struggling to lift her head, revealing a bloodied corner of her mouth. Yet, in this moment, her eyes reflected not fear, but rather a defiant pout. Oh, it hurts so much, brother Xiao Chun. You possess such strength. Chapter 118. Xiao Chen's fury against Nailin Yin. The secret realm closes, and everyone returns. Oh, it hurts, brother Xiao Chun. You are so strong. Nailin Yin pouted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Upon hearing these words, the others were left utterly speechless, particularly the black dragon, who seemed taken aback by Nailin Yan's outrageous comment. Having just been struck, she was still praising her assailant. Good heavens! Was she a masochist? The thought of treating his fiancée in such a manner sent a shiver through the black dragon. Merely imagining it sent a wave of pleasure coursing through him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun wore a sullen expression, equally dumbstruck. The Nalan Yin he once knew was the epitome of aloofness and cold beauty, especially as they matured. She transformed into a formidable goddess, an existence that ordinary mortals could only admire from afar. Even he, her betrothed, had once felt inferior. He could hardly believe she would utter such shameless words. The stark contrast left Xiao Chun at a loss for words, yet he felt an inexplicable thrill. However, it was but a fleeting pleasure, as the humiliation from their broken engagement still haunted him, refusing to fade away. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Chun glared at Nalan Yin once more, declaring, "This is your last chance. Leave. Otherwise, I swear I will truly strike you down." As he spoke, his hand slowly rose. Yet, Nalan Yin remained unfazed, lifting her chin and presenting her cheek once more. "Brother Xiao Chun, wasn't that slap just delightful? If it brings you relief, feel free to strike me again," she said, closing her eyes in anticipation. Xiao Chun. The others. Black Dragon. In an instant, everyone stood dumbfounded. Xiao Chun, with his hand raised, found himself ensnared in an awkward silence. Despite his fierce threats, she steadfastly refused to retreat, inviting his punishment instead. Should he not take action now, how would his senior brothers and sisters perceive him? How would his juniors regard him? What would the dragon think of him? Surely they would consider him a coward, a mere soft shell. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Chun ceased to hold back, raising his hand to strike Nalan Yin once more. Boom! In an instant, Nalan Yin's body trembled as she was propelled into the air, lifted from her seated position amidst the blossoms. A searing pain surged from her chest, coursing through her entire being, as she was sent soaring towards the heavens. The force behind this blow was exponentially greater than the previous one. At that moment, Nalan Yin believed she might meet her demise. Yet, she offered no resistance. Instead, as the valley receded rapidly from her view, she silently mused, "To perish at your hands would not be so bad." Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Nalan Yin transformed into a shooting star, vanishing from sight, only to ultimately descend upon a mountaintop, raising a cloud of dust. "Oh, I am not dead." Feeling a profound pain throughout her body, Nalan Yin slowly opened her eyes. Although she was in excruciating agony and her injuries were grave, she was undeniably alive. As expected, I knew that Brother Xiao Chun could not bear to kill me, even within the confines of the secret realm. "Brother Xiao Chun, wait for me. I shall ensure that you forgive me." With unwavering confidence, Nalan Yin murmured to herself, then struggled to rise, retrieving the soul flower that Yuan Tua had given her to begin her recovery. Meanwhile, observing Nalan Yin's distant figure vanish, Xiao Chun quietly exhaled in relief. He turned to his astonished comrades, offering an awkward smile as he said, "A minor personal matter has been resolved. Brothers and sisters, let us continue our cultivation." As he spoke, he returned to his original position, preparing to practice once more. The others remained silent, all closing their eyes in unison. Yet, one individual could not quite let go of the matter at hand. At that moment, the black dragon could not resist slithering over to Xiao Chen's side. Standing upright as it praised him, "Young one, well done. Such a woman deserves no forgiveness. She must be thoroughly tormented, made to regret her initial transgressions, and ideally spend her life in remorse." Taken aback by the black dragon's words, Xiao Chun hesitated but nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you are right, esteemed senior. I shall remember your words." Upon seeing this, the black dragon was momentarily speechless, then retorted with irritation, "And then? Is merely remembering enough?" What do you mean, esteemed senior?" Xiao Chun questioned, perplexed. The black dragon replied, "Do you not wish to vent your frustrations about this woman? Discuss methods to deal with her? For instance, the next time you encounter her, you could give her a sound thrashing or break her legs so she can never lead a normal life again." Xiao Chun was left at a loss for words, while the others exchanged glances, secretly contemplating the harshness of the dragon's demeanor. It appeared that the creature had been deeply scarred by its own past encounters with women. Esteemed senior, that is too severe. Such a woman should simply be eliminated. Torturing her serves no purpose. On the other side, Xiao Chun was desperately trying to articulate his thoughts. struggling to comprehend why the black dragon harbored such animosity towards his fiancée, even suggesting to cripple her for life. However, as soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the black dragon became dissatisfied. No, killing her is too lenient. Such a woman is a scourge upon the world. Her immediate demise would be too merciful. Furthermore, the grievances she has caused and the harm she has inflicted must be avenged. She must be ruthlessly tormented, subjected to relentless suffering, if given the chance. I shall keep her close and torment her for eternity, or else my anger shall never be quelled. The black dragon grew increasingly animated, as though it were the one who had suffered, rather than Xiao Chen. Listening to this, Xiao Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, but could only respond with a stiff nod. Yes, yes, esteemed senior. Your words are noted. Indeed, just remember, one must never show weakness towards such women. Thus, the black dragon nodded in satisfaction and swiftly returned to Lin Fan's side. Xiao Chen, feeling helpless, shook his head and closed his eyes to continue absorbing the essence of the soul flower. After all, he would not encounter Nailin Yin again. What the future held could be addressed later. For now, acquiescing to the black dragon was of no consequence. As time gradually passed, the strength of everyone's souls grew immensely, surpassing their own realms. However, at that moment, the passage leading out of the secret realm began to open. Junior brothers and sisters, awaken. No more meditation. The passage is open, and we must return. At the instant the secret realm's passage unveiled itself, the eldest brother Lin Fan was the first to open his eyes and rouse everyone. The group stirred, immediately rushing towards the returning passage. Simultaneously, the black dragon sprang up from the ground, swiftly entwining itself around Lin Fan. Lin Fan lowered his defenses, allowing their spiritual energies to merge, thereby facilitating the black dragon's departure. This method had been devised by the black dragon itself, which had realized that everyone present was composed of spiritual energy. It had formulated this approach after entering through the ethereal passage. Given its former status as a quasi-emperor, it was only natural for it to possess such a method. Soon, one by one, the figures of the group transformed into streams of light, soaring into the heavens, until only the 4 disciples remained. Observing this, Lin Fan nodded to his 3 junior sisters and said, "Junior sisters, let us depart together." All right. The 3 women nodded in agreement, and then the 4 of them simultaneously closed their eyes, transforming into a single beam of light as they ascended into the sky. Chapter 119, A Frantic Breakthrough. Lu Tsong captures the dragon single-handedly. An increasing number of ancestors gathered outside the Misty Sect, while inside, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. As the day for recruiting miscellaneous disciples had yet to arrive, everything remained as usual. Those who were to cultivate continued their practices, while others secluded themselves in meditation. At this moment, within the inner sanctum, as the spiritual force departed from the divine void secret realm, the 12 members gradually opened their eyes. Finally, they had returned. With complete control over his body, Xiao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. The elixir master, sensing Xiao Chen's awakening, immediately materialized before him. As soon as the elixir master appeared, he eagerly proclaimed, "Xiao Chen, you have finally returned. I have matters to discuss with you." "Wait a moment, master." Xiao Chen interjected, unable to listen to the elixir master as his body involuntarily began to break through. He hastily closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. The others, upon awakening, exhibited similar reactions. After all, the enhancements gained in the divine void secret realm would also elevate their physical forms upon their return. Witnessing this, the elixir master could only wait anxiously, for he indeed had something crucial to convey. Namely, the sect was recruiting miscellaneous disciples, and he wished to partake. During the time since Xiao Chen joined the sect, the elders had not troubled him, as long as he remained obediently in the ring, refraining from wandering about the sect. They would not expel him. Consequently, he had stayed within the confines of the ring, fearing that if he ventured out, he might be discovered and subsequently banished from the mountain. The elixir master had been utterly astonished by the environment of the Misty Sect, feeling as though he had entered a realm of immortals. He dreamt of Xiao Chen hastening his cultivation to attain the sage level, aiding him in restoring his physical form so that he might join the Misty Sect for training. However, upon hearing that the sect was recruiting miscellaneous disciples, he could no longer remain still. Was this not a golden opportunity to join the sect? Furthermore, the sect had not stipulated that a soul entity could not serve as a miscellaneous disciple. Regarding the requirement of imperial-level cultivation, his recent training had sufficiently enabled his soul entity to temporarily exhibit imperial-level prowess. Thus, he eagerly anticipated Xiao Qin's return, hoping that Xiao Qun would inquire with the elder responsible for this matter about his eligibility to serve as a miscellaneous disciple. If he were indeed accepted, he could cultivate freely within the sect without waiting for Xiao Qun to grow stronger. He could refine his physical form after a period of self-cultivation. The elixir master had been nearly driven to despair over the past few days, fearing he might miss the opportunity to join as a miscellaneous disciple. Fortunately, all was not lost. Xiao Qun had returned. Soon after, during the elixir master's anxious waiting, Xiao Qun broke through several minor realms and opened his eyes once more. The elixir master immediately shared his aspirations with Xiao Qun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qun rose to seek out the elder to inquire about the situation. After Xiao Qun departed, Xin Ping clasped his fists to his fellow brothers and left the room to request a leave of absence from the elder. It had been nearly a month since he had parted from his sister-in-law. Out of sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to return to comfort her and to provide her and her daughter with some financial support. In addition to this, the other inner disciples had no further matters to attend to and dispersed in a flurry, returning to their respective pursuits. Meanwhile, within the grand peaks of the disciples' abode, Lin Fan and his three companions gradually opened their eyes after undergoing a profound breakthrough. Shilinger ascended directly to the Heavenly King realm, while Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng consecutively advanced through minor realms, swiftly reaching the cultivation of the fifth layer of the Heavenly King. As the four achieved their breakthroughs, the Black Dragon could hardly contain its excitement, emerging from Lin Fan's body, transitioning from ethereal to corporeal, and soaring around the room in a jubilant spiral. Ha ha ha! I have emerged. I have finally returned. It roared with elation. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy surged uncontrollably towards its soul form, driven by a fervor born from millennia of confinement and stunted growth. Now liberated, its cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, completing an extraordinary breakthrough in an instant. Great Demon, Demon King, Demon Emperor, Quasi-Saint, Demon Saint, Holy King. Waves upon waves of vast spiritual energy cascaded forth. The higher it ascended, the more energy it consumed. And soon, Lin Fan and the others found themselves unable to compete with the Black Dragon's insatiable appetite for spiritual energy, forcing them to cease their own cultivation. As the four opened their eyes, the spectacle before them left them utterly astounded. Within the chamber, countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive vortex, incessantly funneling into the Black Dragon's form. With each surge, its formidable aura intensified. In no time, the Black Dragon reached the Holy King realm, and its cultivation continued to rise. Goodness, could it have truly been a quasi-emperor before? They gasped in disbelief. Such a rapid breakthrough. Heaven above, we have unwittingly brought back a monster. The group was filled with trepidation, urgently calling out to the Black Dragon, "Esteemed Black Dragon, please cease this at once. There are inner sect elders on guard outside. You must not provoke them." Lin Fan and Murong Ingluo spoke simultaneously, for the strength of the inner sect elders was not to be underestimated. Even if the Black Dragon were merely a soul form, inciting the displeasure of the elders would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, it was they who had brought this creature back. Failure to intervene would invariably entangle them in the repercussions. However, the Black Dragon was no ordinary being. Once a quasi-emperor, a guardian-level entity within the Dragon clan, it was overwhelmed with excitement and paid little heed to their warnings. Even if it could not reclaim its former quasi-emperor strength, it regarded a mere sect with disdain. Thus, it declared with haughty pride, "If I provoke them, so be it. Not just the elders, even your sect leader would have to address me as senior upon meeting me." After a brief pause, it added, "Nevertheless, the spiritual energy in your sect is truly abundant. From now on, I shall remain here to protect you." With that, the Black Dragon resumed its fervent absorption of spiritual energy. Yet, just at that moment, an even more formidable aura surged forth, abruptly encroaching upon them. Immediately, the atmosphere within the chamber fell into an eerie silence, compelling the Black Dragon, which had been absorbing the ethereal energy, to come to an abrupt halt. Observing the dissipated energy, the dragon's countenance darkened with dissatisfaction as it bellowed, Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Are you seeking death? With that, the irate dragon stormed out of the room, colliding headlong with the approaching Lu Tsang. It was evident that Lu Tsang had been the one to intervene. You insolent wretch, have interrupted my training. Apologize at once, and I shall let you go unscathed. Otherwise, I shall impart a lesson upon you. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lu Tsang raised his hand, instantly immobilizing the black dragon's movements. Despite having regained its status as a Saint King, the dragon found itself utterly powerless beneath Lu Tsang's formidable grasp. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from his adversary, the black dragon was rendered dumbfounded. Surely I cannot have just regained my freedom only to be captured once more. This individual appears to possess at least the cultivation of a great sage. Moreover, I have never heard of the Misty Sect. How could such a powerful sect exist? In a moment of panic, the black dragon stammered in a desperate attempt to explain. Wait, I am not a demon dragon. Oh no, I am a demon dragon, but no, I am a close friend of your sect's disciple. You cannot apprehend me. Chapter 120. The Magnificent Emperor, the astonished dragon Ao Tian, the black dragon frantically flailed its claws, desperately attempting to escape from Lu Tsang's grasp. Alas, no matter how vigorously it struggled, it could not break free from the other's control. This grip was akin to a natural law, binding it with unyielding force, instilling within the black dragon an overwhelming sense of panic, fearing it might be crushed in an instant. Simultaneously, it began to grasp the formidable power of the Piaomiao Sect. Though it had previously dismissed the sect's significance before encountering this man, its perspective had dramatically shifted. The black dragon, on the verge of tears and utterly distraught, could only manage a bitter smile, yet it failed to sway Lu Tsang in the slightest. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Lin Fan and his companions, uneasy about the black dragon, had pursued them and arrived just in time. Upon witnessing the dragon's capture, the four of them collectively exhaled in relief. Immediately, Murong Ingluo clasped her hands in apology, addressing Lu Tsang. Elder Lu Tsang, it is indeed we who brought it from the secret realm. We never anticipated its power would surge upon emergence. We beseech the elder to impose any punishment upon us. I am the one who brought it back, elder. If punishment is to be dealt, let it fall upon me. Lin Fan quickly followed suit, bowing in contrition. And I as well, elder. This was a collective decision among the four of us. Yi Qingcheng and Shi Linger chimed in, each offering their apologies. After all, it was a shared resolution to bring the black dragon forth. None had foreseen that its claims would prove to be true, nor that it would manifest such rapid power escalation. Had the elder not intervened in time, one could only speculate how far the black dragon might have ascended. If it had truly caused a commotion within the sect, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to account to their master. Observing their earnestness, Lu Tsang did not express anger. Rather, a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes as he smiled gently, since it was you who brought it forth. It is only fitting that it belongs to you. However, given the dragon's considerable strength, which you cannot contain, it shall be entrusted to the sect leader for handling. You have no objections, I trust? No objections. We apologize for the trouble, elder. The four of them responded in unison, bowing once more. They were indeed incapable of managing this dragon. Despite its seemingly harmless demeanor, its rapid increase in strength made it prudent to leave its fate in the hands of the sect leader. Very well, I shall entrust it to the sect leader. You may now focus on solidifying your own cultivation. Lu Tsang nodded, grasping the black dragon and turning toward the cliffside of the main peak. This action sent the black dragon into a state of terror. It had hoped that Lin Fan and the others would come to its rescue. Recalling how their camaraderie had flourished in the secret realm, where it had assisted them in finding treasures, and they had aided in its escape. Oh heavens! Was it truly being abandoned so swiftly? It acknowledged that its earlier tone had perhaps been somewhat elevated, but surely they could not abandon it to its fate. The black dragon, alarmed, turned back to Murong Ingluo and the others, pleading pitifully, Fairies, 3 fairies, please save me. Do not let him take me away. We are good friends, are we not, my dear fairy? Oh, fairy, save me. The 4 companions remained silent, allowing Lu Tsang to take them away. This left the black dragon in a state of despair, trembling with fear and utterly hopeless. What could be done with such a formidable being, whose realm remained unknown? Would its soul be refined? Or perhaps it would be enchanted onto some peculiar weapon to enhance its power? Oh heavens! Why are there so many uses for a dragon's soul? Who devised such a fate? At that moment, countless dreadful scenarios of demise flooded the black dragon's mind. Yet, who wishes for death if life can be preserved? Moreover, as a dignified quasi-emperor, even in a disembodied state, the black dragon could restore itself to the great saint realm. It merely awaited the opportunity to regain its physical form, with the possibility of becoming an emperor in the future. To perish now would be an immense loss. Contemplating this, the black dragon forced a most unpleasant smile, addressing Lu Tsong with a conciliatory tone. Esteemed elder, how do you intend to deal with me? I was once a quasi-emperor. I can immediately return to the great saint level. Perhaps you might consider releasing me in exchange for my allegiance to your esteemed sect? Lu Tsong remained unyielding, offering no response. Observing this, the black dragon grew increasingly anxious and continued, Esteemed elder, I assure you that I will not hold any grudges once I regain my great saint status. After all, having multiple powerful allies opens many paths. Could you please say something? By the way, is your sect leader male or female? Have there been any recent activities involving weapon crafting or other peculiar endeavors? The black dragon continued to plead humbly. Yet, Lu Tsong remained entirely unresponsive. This nearly drove the black dragon to the brink of despair. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Tsong slowed his pace, moving toward the edge of a cliff. The black dragon sensed an anomaly and lifted its gaze toward the cliff's edge, where it beheld a young man reclining in a rocking chair. He appeared youthful, his eyes gently closed, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, this very man commanded immense respect from Lu Tsong, who cautiously approached his side and reverently clasped his fists, stating, Sect leader. When Lin Fan and the others returned, they brought back the soul of a black dragon from the secret realm. This dragon has now restored itself to the Saint King realm, and I am uncertain how to proceed, hence seeking your guidance. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tsong brought the black dragon before Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan slightly opened his eyes, casually glancing at the black dragon. The black dragon, astute as it was, quickly discerned the identity of the individual before it. With a swift roll of its eyes, it hurriedly clasped its claws and smiled ingratiatingly. I am Long Ao Tian, honored to meet the sect leader. I am friends with several of your disciples, having assisted them in finding numerous treasures within the secret realm. Might you consider releasing me? I am willing to join the esteemed sect and serve as an elder to protect its peace. Such audacity! Does the esteemed sect permit anyone to join at will? Chen Xuan replied with an impassive expression, leaving the black dragon utterly bewildered. This place truly is a treasure trove for cultivation. Remaining here is essential for its restoration. Furthermore, Lu Tsong possesses formidable strength. Even if it were to regain its former glory as a great sage, it would likely still be no match for him. In order to preserve its life, the black dragon hastily proclaimed its potential, claiming it could instantly restore itself to the great sage realm and that the sect boasted multiple great sages, offering various paths to ascend. Moreover, upon regaining its corporeal form, it envisioned the opportunity to rise to the status of an emperor, foreseeing the day when the mysterious sect would be graced by an emperor's presence. Additionally, it expressed that it sought no significant position of power within the sect, merely requesting the title of an elder or similar role. Such grandiloquent boasts elicited derisive smiles from both Chen Xuan and Lu Tsong. Not only was this dragon not an emperor, but even if it were, it would lack the qualifications for such an esteemed title. Consequently, upon hearing the black dragon's declarations, Chen Xuan chose not to respond, instead gesturing dismissively to Lu Tsong. Understanding the cue, Lu Tsong revealed a charmingly wicked smile, and then unleashed his own emperor's aura. Boom! A terrifyingly potent presence surged forth in an instant, causing the black dragon to shudder violently, its eyes widening in shock. A great emperor? Chapter 121. The dragon sovereign transforms into the guardian beast of the mountain. 80,000 ancestors descend upon the ethereal sect. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Lu Tsong, the black dragon was momentarily taken aback. It had never anticipated that its opponent was an emperor. Oh heavens! How terrifying! When did emperors become so numerous? To encounter one upon its emergence? Moreover, how could it possibly engage in negotiations with an emperor? Let it be known that even in its prime, it lacked the qualifications to make demands of an emperor. In an instant, the black dragon's heart raced with trepidation. However, before it could regain its composure, Chen Xuan's imperial aura expanded with a thunderous force. Boom. Another overwhelmingly terrifying presence surged forth. Immediately thereafter, boom, boom, boom. In every corner of the sect, waves of emperor-level auras began to manifest. At that moment, the black dragon felt its scalp tingle and goosebumps erupt across its body. Goodness! All emperors. What a shock! Had it unwittingly stumbled into the den of emperors? Or was it that all the emperors of the cosmos had taken refuge here? Gulp! The black dragon struggled to swallow, collapsing to the ground in reverence, exclaiming, "Emperor Sect Master, this old dragon pays respects to you. I beseech your forgiveness for my impudence. And I am willing to serve by your side, to toil and labor, hoping for your grace." As it spoke, it lowered its proud dragon head, making intimate contact with the ground. Observing this, Chen Xuan recognized that his objective had been achieved and retracted his imperial might. Having previously observed the secret realm, he was well aware of the dragon's existence. The reason for unleashing his imperial aura to intimidate it was to prevent the dragon from becoming arrogant and causing chaos. Moreover, for the sect's growth, having a guardian beast was essential, which prompted his desire for its allegiance. After all, finding a dragon with the potential to ascend to the emperor realm was quite a rarity. Thus, upon witnessing the black dragon's submission, Chen Xuan refrained from further intimidation and stated directly, "Our sect has just emerged and is in need of a guardian beast. You shall serve in that capacity henceforth." Guardian beast? The black dragon was momentarily stunned, then elated, exclaiming, "Yes. This old dragon shall diligently protect the mountain gate, ensuring that not a single hair of harm befalls it." Very well, Lu Tsong. When time permits, procure a dragon body for it to aid in its endeavors. Understood. Lu Tsong nodded and prepared to depart with the black dragon. The black dragon, brimming with excitement, immediately bowed its head, saying, "Thank you, Emperor's Sect Master. I shall not disappoint you." With that, it rose and obediently followed Lu Tsong, ready to leave. After all, having the Emperor assist in acquiring a body was far more advantageous than seeking one on its own. Seeking one independently would only yield a lesser form. While the Emperor's intervention could lead to a superior outcome, perhaps it might even acquire a dragon body of the great sage realm. However, just as the duo was poised to depart, an elder from the outer sect suddenly approached, accompanied by Xiao Chun and a soul entity known as Medicine Elder. The outer gate elder led the way, with Xiao Chun closely following behind. The soul entity, Elder Yao, felt an overwhelming sense of restraint, even more so than Xiao Chun himself. "Subordinate, I pay my respects to the sect master." The outer gate elder began to bow from a distance, and both Xiao Chun and Elder Yao promptly followed suit. "Disciple Xiao Chun, Alchemist Yao Guang, we pay our respects to the sect master." The trio stood in silence, not daring to breathe. Chen Xuan, already aware of Elder Yao's presence, had only just learned that the elder's name was Yao Guang, and calmly inquired, "What is it?" "Sect master, it is as follows." Upon the sect master's inquiry, the outer gate elder immediately relayed the matter of Yao Guang wishing to participate in the servant trials. He further elaborated that although Yao Guang was a soul entity, he could wield royal-level power and possessed the ability to concoct all elixirs beneath the level of a saint. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's interest was piqued. After all, alchemists were a rare find, and the development of the sect was indeed reliant on their expertise. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Yao Guang and proclaimed, "In that case, to merely serve as a servant would be a waste of your abilities. How about remaining in the sect as an elder of the alchemy chamber? Would you be willing?" A surge of excitement coursed through Yao Guang, who trembled with exhilaration. He had initially sought merely a servant's position, yet unexpectedly found himself offered the status of an elder. Without a second thought, he raised his trembling arm, clasped his hands together in a bow, and exclaimed, "Yes. Thank you, sect master. I shall do my utmost to fulfill my alchemical duties." "Very well. Lu Tsong, please also procure a corporeal form for him." "Yes." Lu Tsong nodded, then led the group away from the cliff's edge. After all, it was merely a matter of finding a body. He inquired about Yao Guang's abilities and dispatched someone to search for a suitable form. The task of locating the body fell to Wang Yetian, who was swift in both departure and return. That very night, he ventured out, and by midnight, returned with a formidable dragon body of the great saint realm and a saintly corpse. One body belonged to a deceased saint, while the other was the remains of a great dragon that had been dead for an indeterminate time. Fortunately, both corpses were remarkably intact, and neither party objected, proceeding to utilize them that very night. That night, the Piaomiao Sect was imbued with a formidable presence, welcoming a new alchemist of saintly caliber and a guardian beast of the great saint realm, the 4 direct disciples. Upon learning that the black dragon had become the guardian beast, heaved a collective sigh of relief. After spending time with the dragon, they had discovered its benevolent nature, which had aided them in locating numerous treasures, resulting in significant breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Even the least advanced among them, Shirling Heir, had reached the 3rd layer of the Celestial King realm. Retaining such a being within the sect was undoubtedly a fortuitous outcome. As time swiftly passed to the following day, the news of the newfound alchemist and guardian beast spread throughout the sect. Many disciples flocked to the main peak to witness the beast. The black dragon, in turn, playfully teased the outer disciples who had never seen such wonders before. Everything was harmonious and joyous. However, while the internal affairs of the sect proceeded as usual, the recruitment of servants was about to commence at the entrance of the sect. High above the sky, countless venerable elders, their beards streaked with white and their forms stooped, have gathered. Although the numbers are significantly diminished compared to the last recruitment of disciples, it is essential to recognize that those present are esteemed ancestors of their respective realms. Even if they are not true ancestors, they are formidable solitary cultivators of the highest caliber. A glance reveals that at least tens of thousands of these venerable figures have arrived. Their ages vary, with the youngest being several centuries old and the eldest surpassing a millennium. A few even approach the remarkable age of 2,000 years. They are on the brink of death, yet still clinging to life. If their ages were to be summed, they would undoubtedly exceed the combined legacy of all the sacred sites in the ancient continent. Their prowess is unfathomable, and should they unite, even the sacred sites would tremble. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of the eastern domain. Many factions, hindered by their distant locations, could not possibly arrive within a few days. Otherwise, the numbers would surely be even greater. Alas, the turnout today is rather overwhelming. Indeed, it is said that the Piaomiao Sect requires only 1,000 individuals. Yet it appears that at least 80,000 have come. Who would have thought that I would one day vie so fiercely for a mere servant position? How perplexing. With such a multitude, I wonder how the assessments will be conducted. If it comes to a test of strength, I surely cannot compete. Look, an elder is coming forth. Suddenly, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Tsang emerged from the sect, ready to announce the requirements for servant recruitment. Chapter 122. 5,000 miscellaneous disciples shake the eastern domain. A second opening of the mountains astonishes the world. The requirements for recruiting miscellaneous disciples were quite straightforward. One's cultivation level needed to reach the imperial extreme, followed by a test through the maternal and paternal heart-seeking mirror to gain entry into the sect. Upon finishing his words, tens of thousands of ancestors descended in unison, resembling obedient students. After all, Lu Tsang was capable of obliterating a Saint King and eradicating the extreme Tao sacred land with a single strike. At such a terrifying realm, mere numbers could not compensate for deficiencies. Thus, this assembly of imperial extreme cultivators dared not act recklessly. Before long, as everyone settled, Lu Tsang raised his hand to release the heart-seeking mirror, commencing the expulsion of those with impure intentions. In a short span of time, only 5,000 individuals remained under the scrutiny of the mirror. Among them were even several half-saints. Furthermore, this group of 5,000 was entirely devoid of faults. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tsang was left helpless. The sect leader had requested 1,000 disciples, and he had continually increased the difficulty of the heart-seeking test to reduce the numbers. To his surprise, even some of those with normal thought processes were eliminated, yet still, such a substantial number remained. To put it bluntly, these individuals exhibited a certain extremism, perceiving the Misty Sect as an omnipotent existence. Even when the Misty Sect faced annihilation in secret realms, they steadfastly believed it was merely a fade. Even upon discovering the harsh reality of their destruction, they remained convinced that the Misty Sect would rise again, devoid of any malevolent ulterior motives. Indeed, they harbored little in the way of personal ambition. Left with no choice, Lu Tsang could only transmit a message to Chen Xuan, entrusting him with the decision regarding these 5,000 individuals. Master, 5,000 miscellaneous disciples have passed the test, having undergone multiple layers of the heart-seeking examination. Should we continue to increase the difficulty to reduce the numbers, or accept them all? So many? Chen Xuan, upon receiving the transmission atop the main peak, was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had not anticipated that the recruitment of miscellaneous disciples would attract such a multitude. Indeed, the number of powerful individuals applying has surpassed 80,000. I implore the sect leader for guidance. 80,000. Chen Xuan. Goodness. It appears the reputation of the Misty Sect has indeed spread far and wide. 80,000 is not simply a figure. It represents 80,000 formidable cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan ultimately decided to accept them all. After all, the sect was indeed lacking in disciples, barely exceeding 1,000. To further the development of the sect, he must recruit more disciples. However, as the sect's fame grew, this second recruitment would undoubtedly incite a massive influx of aspiring talents converging upon the Misty Sect. Thus, having a greater number of miscellaneous disciples would not be a concern. With this thought, Chen Xuan immediately instructed Lu Cong to accept them all. He also announced the timing for the second recruitment of disciples, urging Lu Cong to spread the word. Upon receiving the directive, Lu Cong waved his hand, retracting the heart-seeking mirror, and addressed the crowd. The recruitment of miscellaneous disciples is now complete. A total of 5,000 have been accepted. Follow me into the sect to receive your identities as miscellaneous disciples. Yes, the chosen 5,000 individuals, brimming with excitement, hurriedly followed in Lu Cong's footsteps, proceeding to enter the sect in succession. This scene evoked envy among those present, particularly among their descendants, who were filled with overwhelming excitement. They could hardly contain their urge to share the news and boast about their esteemed ancestor. Haha, my ancestor has been selected. My ancestor has become a servant of the Misty Sect. Haha, look, my ancestor is now a servant of the Misty Sect too. How splendid. Now, who would dare to bully us? Indeed, just recently, several powerful factions had conspired to test our limits. But now we shall see if they dare to act recklessly. Oh, ancestor, how I adore you. You are magnificent. Yet, amidst the elation, there were also those who bore the weight of sorrow. The unsuccessful candidates watched helplessly as the 5,000 entered the sect under Lu Cong's guidance, shaking their heads in despair and sighing heavily. Alas, this is not the outcome I desired. Why, despite my best efforts, have I been eliminated? I refuse to accept this. Wait, what of Tuoba Dogdan? Has he been selected? I must return and forge an alliance with his gifted offspring to ensure we secure their support. Confusion swept through the crowd as disappointment settled over the rejected. After all, they were esteemed ancestors, yet could not even qualify as servants. Truth be told, returning home would be an embarrassment. Some extreme old-timers even found themselves contemplating leaving home, torn between the urge to flee and the desire to return. However, at that moment, as the 5,000 servants completed their entry into the sect, Lu Cong halted and stood outside the sect's gates. With a sudden proclamation, he astonished all the elders, halting their thoughts. Esteemed elders, the sect leader has decreed that on this day, in 3 months' time, the Misty Sect shall reopen its doors to accept disciples. If there are suitable candidates of age with commendable talent in your families, they may participate in the entrance examination. Boom. The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. Just as they faced disappointment, a new opportunity had arisen. Thousands of elders trembled with excitement. Incredible! The Misty Sect is reopening its doors. This is fantastic. If my ancestor has just joined, and if there are disciples from our lineage who can enter, who would dare to bully us henceforth? Oh my! The Misty Sect is reopening for disciples. This is marvelous. I must return and inform our family's prodigies to prepare immediately for the entrance examination. I refuse to believe that I am unworthy of being a servant, yet with so many young talents in our clan. Surely one will seize the opportunity to join the sect. In an instant, excitement surged among the crowd. After bowing to Lu Cong, they hurriedly departed, eager to relay the news to the younger members of their families. Lu Cong smiled gently at the scene. The last time they accepted disciples, the Misty Sect had just emerged, and many had yet to hear its name. Thus, only a little over 1,000 were chosen. This time, the renowned Piaomiao Sect has captured the attention of the entire eastern domain, attracting every talented individual to gather. Consequently, upon concluding his remarks, Lu Cong promptly began to disseminate the news of the sect's recruitment of disciples. Soon enough, the entire eastern domain was engulfed in a fervor. Wang Defa, have you heard? The Piaomiao Sect is opening its doors to new disciples again. Goodness, is that true? Didn't the Piaomiao Sect just commence its operations a few months ago? Are they really recruiting again? Indeed, it is absolutely certain. Rumor has it that the Piaomiao Sect has enlisted 5,000 auxiliary members, all of whom are of the imperial level. This is all in preparation for the second recruitment of disciples. Goodness gracious! 5,000 imperial-level members serving as auxiliaries. This is utterly astonishing. It surpasses the grandeur of the Extreme Path Sacred Land by countless magnitudes. It must certainly be more formidable than the Extreme Path Sacred Land. Considering that the Piaomiao Sect single-handedly annihilated the Extreme Path Sacred Land with just one of their own. This time, I must join the Piaomiao Sect. Yes, as long as one can enter the Piaomiao Sect, a meteoric rise to prominence in the future is guaranteed. I must become a part of the Piaomiao Sect. In an instant, the legend of the Piaomiao Sect spread to every corner of the eastern domain, especially with this upcoming recruitment. The remarkable achievements of the Piaomiao Sect during this period were brought to light. Tales of silently annihilating the Soul Palace, the sect leader daringly venturing into forbidden territories, instilling fear in the Taichu sacred land to the extent that they did not dare to utter a word, and a mere elder being sufficient to obliterate the Extreme Path sacred land. Tales of these feats swept across the entire eastern domain. As the renown of the Piaomiao Sect surged, a tidal wave of enthusiasm for joining the sect erupted among countless talented individuals. All eyes were fixated on the recruitment test of the Piaomiao Sect scheduled for 3 months hence, with many resolutely preparing to enter the sect. Chapter 123. The Billion Talents depart early, completing sect expansion and receiving rewards in the eastern domain. The vast expanse of the archaic continent is home to the desolate state of Huangzhou, situated at its very heart. Upon the announcement of the recruitment of disciples, many prodigies from distant locales immediately set forth towards the ethereal sect, especially those scattered cultivators and minor factions residing on the periphery of the eastern domain. Upon receiving the news, they wasted no time and embarked on their journey, for the distance to Huangzhou was indeed considerable. Without an early departure, they would find themselves unable to arrive in time, as months would be required for travel. Thus, countless individuals, each believing themselves to be endowed with exceptional talent, began to pack their belongings and bid farewell to their families. Father, mother, I shall join the ethereal sect and bring honor to our family. I am setting off now. Child, the ethereal sect is accepting disciples. You must ascend the mountain. I have prepared your belongings, and take this ox with you as well. This journey spans millions of miles. Eldest brother, second brother, you must look after father, mother, and our sister. This time, I shall prove myself to everyone. Child, your grandfather may not live to see your growth. Here are the spirit stones I have saved. Use them to purchase your passage to Huangzhou. I can no longer accompany you. Grandfather, please don't leave me. Sob, I am now without a grandfather. On this day, countless souls departed from their hometowns. Some emerged barefoot from the wild mountains, journeying westward, while others, in tattered garments, made their way east. Young children, devoid of kin, could only remember their destination, the ethereal sect in Huangzhou. The wheels of fate for these individuals began to turn irrevocably. Of course, those who set out ahead were primarily from modest backgrounds. Meanwhile, individuals affiliated with powerful factions, possessing warships or the means to afford tickets to sacred land vessels, appeared less hurried. Unburdened by concerns over the journey, they instead chose to enter seclusion or delve into secret realms for cultivation, intensifying their efforts to elevate their prowess. At this very moment, in Yunzhou, within the Yun sect, even Nailin Yen was stirred by the news of the ethereal sect's recruitment. Without hesitation, she sought her master to request a period of seclusion in the ancestral grounds, preparing for the entrance examination of the ethereal sect. The sect master readily acquiesced, his heart filled with joy. Ever since their return from the divine void secret realm, the illustrious Yuan family had shown newfound courtesy towards the two of them. This shift stemmed from the fact that Nailin Yen's former betrothed was a disciple within the inner sanctum of the ethereal sect, and a prominent one at that. Although they had called off their engagement, an underlying tension remained. Yet, who could truly ascertain whether the engagement had indeed been annulled? Moreover, a man, having severed ties, would certainly seek to regain his dignity and flaunt his accomplishments. As the saying goes, a nobleman does not return to his hometown. Akin to a splendid garment worn in the night. Once Xiao Chen matured, would he reignite old flames with Nailin? The answer remained elusive. Thus, upon learning of these developments, the Yuan family's attitude towards the Yun sect underwent a complete transformation. If not, in the future, Xiao Chen might easily find a reason to eliminate them, leaving them with no recourse for justice. Thus, upon returning from the secret realm, Nailin Yin immediately sensed an intangible elevation in her status, and her obsession with Xiao Chen deepened. Sitting at the ancestral grounds of the sect, she clasped her hands and murmured, "Brother Xiao Chen, wait for me. I shall earn your forgiveness." The eastern region was completely engulfed in the excitement of the Piaomiao Sect's founding and recruitment of disciples. Within the Piaomiao Sect, everything remained as it usually was. Yet the number of laborers had increased significantly. The sect was filled with elderly men, their beards graying, diligently performing menial tasks. They bore no complaints. Rather, their faces radiated joy. It was inevitable. The environment here was simply too splendid. It was difficult not to feel elated. In the few days since their arrival, even though they toiled during the day and could only cultivate at night, some had already begun to sense a loosening of their realms. It is known that a royal-level expert requires years or even decades of arduous cultivation to break through a minor realm. Yet some, having only been here a few days and merely cultivating at night, felt a shift in their realms. One can only imagine the potency of this place. Not to mention performing menial labor. Even shoveling dung was a task they were eager to undertake. Thus, many were anxious not to fall short in their contributions for fear of being expelled from the sect. Each individual was fervently striving to showcase their dedication. After all, the sect leader had previously stated a need for 1,000 laborers, yet now they had an overwhelming 5,000. No one wished to be cast out. In summary, the development of the Piaomiao Sect was on an upward trajectory. Atop the main peak, Chen Xuan sat at the edge of a cliff, observing the scene within the sect. Filled with satisfaction, particularly, Long Outyin had seamlessly integrated into the Piaomiao Sect. Aside from sleeping, he roamed about daily, leading all members of the sect to be aware of the guardian beast within. Furthermore, the alchemical practices had officially commenced, yielding a steady supply of low-grade elixirs, all being stockpiled in preparation for the upcoming second recruitment of disciples. Ding! Congratulations to the host for developing the Piaomiao Sect into the foremost sect of the eastern region. Special rewards for sect development are as follows. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Chen Xuan's contemplation. Upon hearing the system's reward announcement, Chen Xuan immediately regained focus, diligently reviewing the list of rewards displayed before him. He had not anticipated that merely becoming the leading sect of the eastern region would yield rewards. He had thought that at least achieving the status of the ancient era's foremost sect or something even more formidable would be necessary for rewards. With renewed vigor, Chen Xuan observed as the virtual panel unveiled the rewards. The system tirelessly continued to report the details on the panel. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sect development reward. Golden Silk Date Tree X1. Matures once every 1,000 years. Each date can extend life by a century. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Sect Development Reward. Sect Transformation Card X. Can transform the sect's peaks. The transformed peaks will inherently possess a powerful spirit-gathering formation, enhancing the sect's prestige and cultivation environment. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Sect Development Reward. Enlightenment Tea Leaves X 10 tons. To replenish the host's resources. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Sect Development Reward. Saint King Summoning Card X10. Special Reward. Non-synthesizable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sect Development Reward. Emperor Body Enhancement Card X1. Can enhance the Emperor Body to its utmost limits. Soon, all rewards were distributed. Upon witnessing these rewards, Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He never anticipated that elevating the sect to the pinnacle of the eastern region would yield such substantial rewards. And they appeared quite impressive, particularly the Emperor Body Enhancement Card. If utilized, would he not become the mightiest among emperors in terms of physical prowess? It is noteworthy that he already possessed the most formidable cultivation talent in history. Now, with the enhancement of his Emperor Body, he would be an unstoppable force. A perfect fusion of dual blades. One could only wonder what magnificent rewards awaited him should he elevate the mysterious sect to the forefront of the ancient era or even the celestial realm. Chen Xuan pondered silently, then raised his hand to extract the first reward, the golden silk jujube tree. The golden silk jujube tree emerged, floating in the void, with thousands of jujubes radiating a profound aura, appearing rather extraordinary. Chapter 124, Transformation of the Ethereal Sect. New disciple recruitment task. Though the golden jujube tree is merely a tree, it possesses the extraordinary potential to elevate a person of moderate talent to the status of an emperor. One jujube fruit can extend life by 100 years, and a single tree bears thousands of fruits. Even if the effects diminish with excessive consumption, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. Moreover, the tree bears fruit once every 1,000 years. With such an enhancement to longevity, one could certainly endure to become an emperor. This surpasses the capabilities of a solitary immortal herb, which only extends life by 10,000 years. Whosoever cultivates such a tree will undoubtedly attract emperors. However, Chen Xuan presently lacks the need for extended life, and thus, with a casual wave, he planted the jujube tree at the edge of a distant cliff. Following this, he retrieved the sect transformation card. It was at this moment that he recalled possessing a sect expansion card as well. Consequently, he took both out and activated them simultaneously. Since he was about to establish the sect, it was indeed time for a transformation. With this thought, Chen Xuan shattered the two cards in succession. Instantly, the sect began its metamorphosis. The first was the sect expansion card. As it was employed, the sect's territory visibly expanded. What was once merely a few steps in distance was now stretched several times over. The space between the mountains became increasingly open. In an instant, the remarkable changes of the sect drew the attention of countless onlookers, especially the newly arrived disciples and the Black Dragon. These inexperienced individuals, unable to comprehend the cause of such transformations, were utterly astounded. What on earth is happening? Why is the sect expanding? Has the sect encountered a crisis? Quick! Report to the elders. Panic ensued among the crowd. The Black Dragon, bewildered, looked around in confusion, its dragon whiskers swaying back and forth, searching for the source of the anomaly. This cannot be. With so many emperors in residence, who would dare to cause trouble here? The Black Dragon, in its confusion, continued to seek the origin of the change. However, after a moment of observation, it could discern no explanation. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the sect leader resonated from the peak above. Do not panic. I am currently transforming the sect. It shall take but a moment. Boom. The voice echoed throughout the entire sect, alleviating the collective anxiety of all. So it was the sect leader who was transforming the sect. What a fright. Indeed, the commotion was immense and shrouded in mystery, rendering the situation inscrutable. It is fortunate that the sect leader is handling it. Truly impressive. With that, the crowd shook their heads and resumed their tasks. Yet, at this juncture, another transformation unfolded. Beyond mere expansion, the major peaks began to grow thicker and longer. Notably, including the main peak and the surrounding mountains, their growth was particularly rapid. In the blink of an eye, they had expanded several times over, soaring skyward like sharpened swords. Goodness, these 9 peaks have become so vast and towering. One cannot even see their summits. Wait, something is amiss. Behold these 9 majestic peaks. Their spiritual aura seemingly more profound. Indeed, the surrounding energies are converging towards these 9 summits. Ah, look, there are stone tablets atop the peaks. The main peak, where the sect leader resides, has been renamed to the first peak. By heavens, it has truly been renamed. Look at the other peaks. They are designated as the second peak, third peak, fourth peak. I understand now. These 9 peaks must be the sanctuaries for the disciples of the inner sect. The 12 disciples of the inner sect are certainly among these summits. Although the other 7 are unoccupied, I am certain they are reserved for future inner sect disciples. Incredible. The spiritual energy atop these peaks is far more potent than that of the smaller hills below. Moreover, with the emergence of the 9 peaks, it is certain that servants will be selected to work there. I wonder if the 9 peaks will conduct a selection of servants. You are absolutely right. Let us hasten to finish our tasks and inquire with Elder Yi for any updates. As the sect expands, the servants are also stirred with excitement, eager to gather information and secure opportunities to work at the 9 peaks. In an instant, the motivation of the crowd surged once more. At the main peak, After the transformation of the sect, Chen Xuan stood upon the clouds, surveying the revamped sect with a satisfied smile. The Misty Sect has not only grown larger, but each peak has also risen in height. Particularly, the 9 main peaks stand tall and imposing, piercing the clouds. With 10 holy kings appointed as peak masters, it is indeed a perfect arrangement. Subsequently, without hesitation, Chen Xuan utilized the Holy King Summoning Card and assigned them to the positions of the 8 peak masters. The 2 remaining individuals were tasked with succeeding the elders of the Peach Garden and the Library. After all, the 2 emperors deemed the Peach Garden and the Library to be underutilized. It is far more fitting for them to oversee the sect or command other elders. In a moment, with the summoning, 10 auras of holy kings emerged, each proceeding to their designated posts. As the 10 holy kings took their positions, the sect began to adopt a more formal structure. System. Utilize the Emperor's Body Enhancement Card. After expending the other rewards, Chen Xuan commenced the use of the final reward. Ding. The Emperor's Body Enhancement Card has been successfully activated, and the enhancement is underway. 1. 5. 20. 99. 100. Boom. With a muffled sound, the body of Emperor Chen Xuan was once again transformed. At this moment, his physical form had reached unparalleled strength. Even Chen Xuan himself found it challenging to break through his own body effortlessly. By heavens, this physique is truly extraordinary. Just with this body alone, I could challenge several emperors of the same level. Ah, how astonishing! As he reveled in the power of his form, Chen Xuan marveled in astonishment. After all, this body is immensely formidable. Ding. Detection of a 10-star potential disciple has occurred. The disciple is currently in peril. Please, host, recruit them promptly. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted Chen Xuan's blissful reverie. Chen Xuan composed himself and gazed towards the location indicated by the system. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xuan was taken aback. The location was not merely distant. It seemed to stretch almost to the southern domain. Goodness! This position must be at the very edge of the southern domain. Observing the coordinates, Chen Xuan felt a tinge of resignation. Ding! The system promptly confirmed. Location at the southern domain's periphery. Chen Xuan. Indeed, it truly is within the southern domain. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly rose from his rocking chair, resolved to embark on this journey himself. Although he could easily dispatch a subordinate to retrieve the information, he realized it had been quite some time since he had ventured beyond the sect. It was the perfect opportunity to breathe in some fresh air and clear his mind. Remaining confined within the sect would be rather dull. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan left a note for Lu Cong and tore through the fabric of space, departing from the mysterious sect. At the edge of the southern domain, a bleat of a sheep echoed across a vast mountain range, emanating from a sunken valley. At that moment, a massive fissure split the valley open, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Within this crevice, the corner of an ancient tomb emerged, revealing only an entrance. Yet this singular entrance exuded an overwhelming aura, soaring towards the heavens, manifesting as a colossal lotus flower in the sky. The lotus phenomenon stretched across the heavens for miles, strikingly visible. Countless formidable forces from both the southern and eastern domains hastened to the scene at the very instant the lotus appeared. At this moment, outside the valley, various factions gathered, pointing and discussing the valley with fervor. Chapter 125. The emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The sinister divine temple. Here lies a tomb, undoubtedly belonging to either a saint king or a great sage. Behold this astonishing manifestation of the blue lotus, a spectacle that shakes the heavens. Surely, there must be an elixir of immortality within. No, this phenomenon does not appear to emanate from a treasure. Look swiftly. The entrance to the tomb seems to bear a stone tablet. Inscribed upon it are the words, Tomb of the Blue Lotus Emperor. Do you see? The Tomb of the Blue Lotus Emperor, the Blue Lotus manifestation. Does it not evoke something? By heavens! Indeed, it is the Tomb of the Blue Lotus Emperor. Could it be the resting place of a great emperor, named after the Blue Lotus? Goodness, how outrageous! The Blue Lotus manifestation, the Tomb of the Blue Lotus Emperor. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the tomb of the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor. It is said that the last demon emperor of the demon race, the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor, was embodied by a blue lotus. This must be the grave of the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor. What? The Blue Lotus Demon Emperor? My heavens! This cannot be true. The Blue Lotus Demon Emperor, unparalleled in might, vanquishing all adversaries across the starry expanse. Did he truly perish? It appears to indeed be the tomb of the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor. Look at the celestial phenomenon. Is it not the embodiment of the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor? Who would have imagined that the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor had met his end? Goodness, he was the mightiest emperor among the demon race. Throughout the ages, a single blue lotus has graced the skies, its 9 leaves fully unfurled to obscure the heavens. The final great emperor of the demon race lies interred here. Whoever inherits the legacy of the Blue Lotus Emperor shall undoubtedly soar to unparalleled heights. Quickly, I must notify our formidable allies to come and explore the tomb of the Blue Lotus Emperor. Expedite the message to the elders of the Holy Land, informing them of the discovery of the tomb of the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor at the southern frontier. Goodness, it is indeed the tomb of our demon race's great emperor. Immediately alert the demon kin to claim the relics of the emperor. In a moment, as the speculation swirled, the identity of the tomb's master was thoroughly unveiled. Countless members of powerful factions, upon learning of the tomb's association with the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor, became frenzied, hastening to relay messages to their sects and holy lands. Particularly, the elite of the demon race found themselves most exhilarated. This is the tomb of the great emperor of the demon race, and it is only fitting for the descendants of the demon kin to claim the relics of the emperor. Others who wish to stake a claim would find it an insurmountable challenge. Soon enough, as various messages spread, the southern domain erupted in commotion. Numerous powerful figures from the Holy Lands set forth, especially those superpowers closest to the tomb of the Blue Lotus Demon Emperor, who could not restrain themselves from arriving early, eager to partake before the Holy Land's forces arrived. However, alas, as these superpowers mobilized, formidable beings of the extreme path had already arrived. Boom! The sky rumbled with thunderous sounds as a woman clad entirely in white, her face veiled, led several female subordinates through the air. All these women were adorned in white, their figures exquisite, even cloaked in their garments. Their resplendent forms could not be concealed. A mere glance sent ripples through the hearts of onlookers, particularly the leading lady. Though veiled, possessed eyes that shimmered with unparalleled beauty. Coupled with her delicate waist that could be grasped with a single hand, she resembled a celestial being from a painting. Upon witnessing the arrival of this group, the various factions gathered in the valley immediately recognized their identities. They were from the Extreme Path's Jade Maiden Pavilion. What brought them here? Oh my, it is indeed the Jade Maiden Pavilion, and the one at the forefront appears to be the esteemed leader, Miao Yuni. However, isn't the Jade Maiden Pavilion located on the opposite side of the southern domain? When did the leader arrive here? Indeed, it is the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, Miao Yuni. Instantly, upon recognizing the identities of this group of women, the onlookers in the valley were taken aback and hurriedly made way for the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion to descend. Although the Jade Maiden Pavilion is composed entirely of women, no one dared to underestimate them. For the Jade Maiden Pavilion is a legitimate force of the utmost path, wielding true ultimate weapons. Moreover, with the leader being the head of the pavilion, no one would dare to act rashly, as she is also a being of sage-level cultivation. Soon, the women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion landed gracefully, each possessed an alluring S-shaped figure, instantly becoming a captivating sight, especially Miao Yuni at the forefront. She was tall and well-proportioned, enveloped in flowing white garments that revealed only her hands and eyes, yet could not conceal her pure and ethereal demeanor. It made one almost wish to peel away her layers of white clothing to see if she truly embodied such purity. Of course, these were merely the thoughts of a few individuals, for the Jade Maiden Pavilion belonged to the realm of the ultimate path, and they were not in a position to desecrate it. Once they stood firm, leader Miao Yuni surveyed the valley with unwavering focus, carefully analyzing the complex dynamics surrounding the imperial tomb below. The protective array of such a tomb, having fallen into disrepair over the years, lacked any offensive capabilities, incapable of hindering the steps of a sage. Yet, given that this is an imperial tomb, the interior is likely fraught with peril. It is not a mere matter of breaching the protective array to safely acquire treasures. Thus, she refrained from entering immediately upon her arrival. While she observed the tomb, some powerful forces that had arrived earlier could hardly contain their impatience and began to breach the array. After all, this is an imperial tomb. Discovering even a small treasure could lead to their ascendance. If they continued to wait, the formidable figures from the major holy sites would arrive, leaving no share for them. Consequently, a few emperor-level powerhouses from super forces joined forces to break open a corner of the protective array and descended towards the tomb's entrance, while keeping an eye on Miao Yuni. However, Miao Yuni did not intervene. She merely watched quietly. Those who had joined forces, seeing that Miao Yuni did not obstruct them, felt completely reassured and proceeded directly to the entrance of the imperial tomb. "Ha! It's fine. Nothing is amiss. Let us hurry inside. All the treasures within will be ours." The several cooperative emperor-level powerhouses excitedly charged towards the cave entrance. Yet, just as they lifted their feet and leaned forward, an exceptionally formidable aura surged forth from within the tomb. Boom! The aura erupted, causing the figures of several emperor-level powerhouses to freeze in place, instantly turning to dust. They did not even have time to react. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the valley was startled. "Oh no, they're all dead, completely dead? What has happened?" The digital sovereign perished in an instant. Goodness, is the imperial tomb truly so terrifying? In that moment, fear gripped the hearts of all present. The other royal-level powerhouses, who were poised to follow, were struck with dread, suppressing their urge to advance. Some venerable figures, having ascended into the air, turned tail and fled, returning to their original positions. My word, it is utterly horrifying. The divine will, that is the will of the great emperor. What? The divine will? Does this mean we are indeed in the true imperial tomb? After all, a false imperial tomb would not possess such divine will. Hiss! The divine will, heavens! Is that not something only the mightiest of emperors can manifest? The Azure Lotus Emperor is remarkably powerful, having reached the level of manifesting divine will. The Azure Lotus Emperor truly deserves the title of the strongest among the demon race, even giving birth to divine will. It seems that the resurgence of the imperial tomb may not bode well. In an instant, some learned individuals deduced the origin of that ominous aura. For within a conventional tomb, it is impossible for the living to guard the sepulchre. The divine will is an obsession born from a great emperor after their death, a force so potent that it eternally protects the emperor's remains, annihilating all who dare approach. Chapter 126. The Crystalline Body of Ice and Jade. The rift in the void emerges. Although the divine thought exists to guard the emperor's corpse, it is far from benevolent. Should its power surpass that of its original form, it may resort to the resurrection of the dead, seeking to fulfill the unaccomplished wishes of its host. The divine thought, in its fervent pursuit of the emperor's desires, becomes exceedingly reckless and unscrupulous. Historical records recount a tale of a divine thought that transcended its host's cultivation, ultimately resurrecting the deceased to fulfill their unfulfilled aspirations, subsequently emulating the original in every manner, even going so far as to eliminate anyone acquainted with the emperor, sparing not even a single worm from the emperor's lineage. This illustrates that the divine thought is a source of dread to all. At this moment, as the ominous aura pervaded the air, a wave of astonishment washed over the onlookers. Even the illustrious Miao Yuni of the Jade Maiden Pavilion was taken aback. If the divine thought were moderately powerful, it would be acceptable. However, should it prove excessively formidable, no one would be able to enter the tomb, forced instead to witness the divine thought's ascension and eventual resurrection of the deceased. All would live in the oppressive shadow of the divine thought. Nevertheless, its emergence also substantiates the existence of the emperor's corporeal remains within this tomb, confirming it as an authentic imperial burial site. Contemplating this, Miao Yuni furrowed her brow and instructed her attendants, "Return to the pavilion at once and summon our elders. I shall venture forth to assess the divine thought's strength." With that, several of her companions hastily departed to gather reinforcements. While other means of communication were available, the considerable distance necessitated their journey back to the pavilion. Subsequently, Miao Yuni turned her gaze towards the valley's depths. With a graceful motion, she summoned the supreme weapon she had brought along, the Inyang Bagua furnace. In an instant, the furnace materialized, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Goodness! Look, is that not the supreme weapon of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, the Inyang Bagua furnace? Incredible! It truly is the Jade Maiden Pavilion's supreme artifact. How could she have brought such a weapon? Could it be that the legacy of the Demon Emperor is to be claimed by the Jade Maiden Pavilion? The appearance of the Inyang Bagua furnace left the crowd in a state of shock. Miao Yuni, with a deft wave of her hand, positioned the furnace above her head, enveloping herself within its protective aura. Concealed behind her veil, the spectators could only catch a glimpse of her exquisitely beautiful eyes, unable to discern her expression. Indifferent to the reactions of these mundane beings, she focused intently on the emperor's tomb and soared downwards into the valley. Just then, another figure suddenly pierced the sky, intercepting Miao Yuni's path. This was a man adorned with golden wings. He blocked her way, coldly declaring, "Miao Yuni, the Qinglian demon emperor is a sovereign of my demon clan and is of no concern to you. Depart this place at once." The echo of his voice resonated throughout the valley, shaking the spirits of those from other factions. As others beheld the man's appearance, astonishment rippled through the crowd. With wings sprouting forth, could it possibly belong to the Golden-Winged Rock clan? Indeed, it is the Golden-Winged Rock. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is renowned as the royal lineage among demons. Moreover, this individual appears to be the clan leader, Peng Wanli. What? He is the demon saint. Peng Wanli. It is said that he possesses an extraordinary weapon. Alas, the moment the emperor's tomb emerges, two such weapons have appeared. This is bound to be a spectacle. Not merely a spectacle. The Rock clan is the sworn enemy of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Do you think the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion carries an extraordinary weapon for no reason? I am aware of the enmity. The Rock clan is notorious for their lecherous ways, having abducted numerous beauties from the Jade Maiden Pavilion to serve as concubines. Hence, the two clans have always been at odds. As for why the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion frequently bears extraordinary weapons, I truly do not know. You remain in the dark. The reason is quite simple. It is said that the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion possesses unparalleled beauty, akin to the fabled ice crystal jade body. Once one engages in dual cultivation with her, their cultivation level ascends dramatically. Countless individuals in the southern region covet her. Though she is a sage, if she were to venture out without an extraordinary weapon, she would be at risk of being abducted for dual cultivation at any moment. What? Is that so? Why was I unaware of this? It is entirely normal for you not to know. Many are oblivious, as none have succeeded in their pursuits. Who would dare to spread such tales? It is rumored, mind you, that the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion encounters saints attempting to abduct her every time she steps out. In our southern region's holy lands, half of the holy masters have covertly disguised themselves and attempted to lay hands on her. What a revelation! Half of the holy masters have clandestinely sought to capture the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Indeed, yet none have succeeded. This explains why she dons a veil and carries extraordinary weapons wherever she goes. Otherwise, she would have been whisked away for dual cultivation long ago. Upon this news breaking, the surrounding individuals erupted into a tumult of astonishment. However, regarding the secrets of Miao Yuni, those privy to the details dared only to whisper, fearful of being overheard by her and subsequently suppressed. Meanwhile, in the skies above the valley, Miao Yuni had no time to listen to the gossip surrounding her. After all, having encountered a formidable adversary from the demon race wielding an extraordinary weapon, she was disinclined to heed others' discussions. Upon seeing the most arrogant leader of the Rock clan, Peng Wanli, blocking her path, Miao Yuni was compelled to halt, fixing her gaze upon him while emitting a melodious, bell-like laughter. Peng Wanli. This is not the domain of your Rock clan's emperor. It is the tomb of the Azure Lotus Emperor. You are overstepping your bounds. Her voice resonated like celestial music from the heavens, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. This, indeed, was the voice of the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, innately captivating and deeply resonant. It was one of the reasons why certain holy masters disregarded their dignity, disguising themselves in attempts to abduct her. Yet, only hearing her voice without glimpsing her visage left many feeling restless, their hearts yearning to unveil her veil. Unfortunately, Peng Wanli now faced the emperor's tomb, and despite his overwhelming desire, he swiftly summoned his extraordinary weapon, the Thunder Staff. In an instant, a long white jade staff materialized, firmly grasped by Peng Wanli, serving as a testament to his unwavering determination to claim the demon emperor's tomb. All demons converge on a singular path. The Qinglian demon emperor is also the revered sovereign of my Dapeng clan. This matter is of no concern to you. His voice resonated with strength, his expression impassive. Upon witnessing this, Miao Yuni's visage darkened, as she covertly intensified her control over the Inyang 8 trigrams furnace, wary of a potential ambush. For a moment, neither side moved, resulting in a tense standoff, both parties poised atop the valley. However, Miao Yun was acutely aware that the longer she waited, the more disadvantageous it became for her. The distance to the Yunu pavilion was considerable, and various factions harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the demon race shared a common goal. And with a rallying cry from the Dapeng royal clan, other demon powerhouses would undoubtedly heed the call. Should these other demon strongholds arrive prematurely, the situation would become gravely unfavorable for her. With a furrowed brow, Miao Yun contemplated striking first, eager to delve into the demon emperor's tomb and secure some valuable treasures. Just as she quietly prepared to make her move, a sudden ripple in the void emanated from the opposite side of the valley. It appeared as though someone was tearing through space to effect a transport. Instantly, everyone present, including Miao Yun and Peng Wanli, turned their gazes towards the source of the disturbance. After all, this was the site of the emperor's tomb. While it would be acceptable for a formidable being to emerge from the void, the emergence of something terrifying would spell doom for all. Thus, no one dared to be careless. As the crowd watched intently, the void split open, creating a rift. Subsequently, a strikingly handsome man stepped forth from the breach in the void. Chapter 127. Chen Xuan enters the imperial tomb alone. Confrontation of the extreme path suddenly. A handsome man emerged from the crevice. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting sheer bewilderment. Wow, how did a person come out of there? Well, obviously. If someone is appearing through a spatial rift, what else could it be? No, this doesn't resemble a typical spatial transfer at all. It's something different. Who is this person? He seems a bit lost. Could it be that he's genuinely misplaced? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, especially Miao Yun, whose curious gaze was fixed on the man emerging from the spatial rift, scanning his surroundings with wide eyes. Similarly, Peng Wanli furrowed his brow, feeling a tightening in his chest. He and Miao Yun sensed that the recent spatial tear was not a result of a formation's teleportation, but rather a raw and unrestrained ripping. Such an ability belonged only to a saint. The stronger the individual, the greater the distance they could tear through space. The aura emanating from the rift was far more potent than their own capabilities. Furthermore, since the figure stepping out was from the human race, vigilance was imperative. Could he also be here for the imperial tomb? Peng Wanli discreetly tightened his grip on the thunder staff, wary of a possible alliance between this newcomer and Miao Yun. On the opposite side, above the valley, Chen Xuan, just having stepped out from the crevice, found himself the subject of everyone's gaze. He felt equally perplexed, particularly with two individuals wielding extreme path weapons fixedly watching him. However, since his purpose here was to accept a disciple, he dismissed these trivial concerns and promptly activated the system locator to search for his future apprentice. The system had indicated that this disciple was currently in peril, and if he delayed, he might lose the opportunity altogether. Thus, Chen Xuan began to scan his surroundings and soon pinpointed the location of his disciple. Goodness, he actually ventured into the tomb? The disciple recommended by the system was indeed a source of worry. Gazing at the imperial tomb beneath him, Chen Xuan's expression turned helpless, as the locator clearly indicated that the tomb was right below his feet. Given the multitude of individuals surrounding him and the presence of a tomb, it was evident that they were all there to excavate and seek treasures. No wonder they looked at him as if he were a rival. In an instant, Chen Xuan grasped the nature of his predicament. Yet, he brushed it aside, for his sole purpose was to accept a disciple. He raised his gaze and surveyed the crowd before making a direct descent toward the entrance of the Qinglian imperial tomb. As he passed through, it appeared as though the protective barrier of the tomb had faltered, allowing him entry without any resistance. The onlookers were left in astonishment as they watched Chen Xuan effortlessly approach the entrance of the tomb. Wow, he went in. Why didn't the protective barrier react? Could it be that he is yet another formidable figure? It appears that he is far more formidable than the average sage. Observing Chen Xuan descend to the entrance of the tomb, he nonchalantly stepped inside, causing all onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Peng Wanli, seized by a sudden tremor, immediately soared downward in an attempt to intervene. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss behind him, Chen Xuan glanced back momentarily. However, at that precise moment, the woman in white, Miao Yun, made her move. Seizing the opportunity, She commanded the Inyang Bagua furnace to strike directly at Peng Wanli's back. Realizing the immense power of the ultimate weapon, Peng Wanli was taken aback and had no choice but to turn around and block the Inyang Bagua furnace with his thunder staff, exclaiming furiously, "Miao Yundi, are you seeking death?" With that, he angrily swung the thunder staff towards her. Miao Yundi, seeing that she had indeed attracted his aggression, revealed a hint of a smile. While defending against his attack, she shouted to Chen Xuan at the tomb entrance, "Fellow Taoist, you need not concern yourself with me. Hurry and enter." Chen Xuan responded, "Why should I care about you?" Observing the fierce battle unfolding above, he chose to ignore it entirely. After all, his sole purpose was to take on a disciple. He had no desire to involve himself in matters that did not pertain to him. Without hesitation, he turned and plunged into the imperial tomb. Miao Yundi was left speechless, realizing that he truly did not care for her. As the foremost beauty of the southern region, she had actively sought to create an opportunity for him to enter the tomb, yet he remained indifferent. Although she was well covered, did her figure not possess allure? Was her voice not enchanting? Did he not wish to be the hero who rescues the damsel in distress? If nothing else, couldn't he at least put on a brave front in front of a beautiful woman? It mattered not if he could not defeat her. What if she were moved by his courage? What a peculiar man. Miao Yundi muttered silently to herself before fully engaging in battle with Peng Wanli. As long as the benefits within the imperial tomb did not fall into Peng Wanli's hands, it mattered little if they were claimed by another. Otherwise, the demon clan would undoubtedly seize the great emperor's legacy and would not spare her Jade Maiden Pavilion. After all, many formidable beings within the demon tribe had their sights set on her. Boom, boom, boom. After several rounds of fierce confrontation, Peng Wanli, witnessing Chen Xuan enter the imperial tomb without drawing the attention of the divine beings, grew frantic. After one last clash, he distanced himself from Miao Yundi and growled, "Miao Yundi, since you wish to fight, let us see it through." With a face full of fury, Peng Wanli raised his hand and hurled his thunder staff, shouting, "Awaken! Thunder staff!" A terrifying aura erupted from the thunder staff, surging towards Miao Yundi. Aware that she had provoked him, Miao Yundi dared not be careless and hastily revived her own ultimate weapon. "Awaken, Inyang Bagua furnace." Boom. The Inyang Bagua furnace emanated a vast energy. In an instant, the two forces collided, generating a colossal gust of wind that flattened all nearby mountaintops. Goodness, the ultimate weapons have awakened. Run, quickly. This has turned into a fierce battle. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback, leaping into the air and fleeing into the distance. After all, the revival of the ultimate weapons was undeniably terrifying. Even a mere touch could inflict harm, and a collision could lead to death. No one dared to gamble with their lives. Boom, boom, boom. The two ultimate weapons clashed fiercely, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Mountains crumbled into nothingness beneath their might. Before long, the rugged terrain beneath their feet transformed into an expanse of golden sands, revealing the imperial tomb hidden within the crevices of the valley, now fully exposed amidst the sea of sand. Yet, even in the midst of this chaos, the two combatants continued to exchange blows. However, due to the excessive expenditure of energy, their powers began to wane. At that moment, the imperial tomb above the sea of sand began to slowly sink into the depths below. Observing this, Miao Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile as she prepared to retract her ultimate weapon and make her escape. Chapter 128. Miao Yundi enters the imperial tomb. Who is responsible for my demise? Since she could not obtain the emperor's legacy, neither shall the demon tribe. Just as she was about to retract her ultimate weapon, a sudden onslaught of terrifying divine powers surged towards her from all directions of the sky. The demon clan's formidable warriors had arrived with astonishing swiftness. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Miao Yundi was struck with alarm and hastily drew her ultimate weapon to shield herself in defense. However, as she withdrew her weapon for protection, the weapon of Peng Wanli lost its balance and simultaneously unleashed a fierce strike towards her. Boom! The tremendous force breached the defense of the Inyang Bagua furnace and struck Miao Yundi's body with a resounding impact. A soft moan escaped her lips as her veil was instantly stained with crimson. At that moment, 6 formidable saints had converged from the 4 corners of the sky, forming a natural encirclement. Gazing at the approaching saints of the demon tribe, Miao Yundi furrowed her brow and cast a fleeting glance at the nearly sealed entrance of the imperial tomb. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and dove towards the entrance, which was being consumed by swirling sands. Though peerless, the tomb had recently seen a young man enter without triggering the divine defenses. This indicated that the internal divine defenses might not be overly potent, or perhaps they were reluctant to act indiscriminately. Thus, entering the tomb appeared to be her only hope for escape. After all, she had just endured a fierce blow from the thunder staff, leaving her gravely injured, and the exertion of her ultimate weapon had severely drained her spiritual energy. With 6 saints from the demon tribe now lending their support, she stood no chance. Even if she managed to escape using her ultimate weapon, she could not guarantee whether they would pursue her or remain at the tomb. Should they choose to chase her, the consequences would be dire. After all, Peng Wanli belonged to the great Peng tribe and wielded an ultimate weapon, granting him a natural advantage in speed. As the saying goes, when the great Peng rises with the wind, it soars to heights of 90,000 miles. She, in her injured state, could not outrun him, nor could she withstand his ultimate weapon's assault. Thus, seizing the moment as the tomb began to sink, Miao Yundi plunged into the depths of the imperial tomb without a second thought. Even if death awaited her, she preferred to meet her end within the demon emperor's tomb, facing it with dignity. Oh no, she has entered the imperial tomb. The demon emperor's tomb is sinking. Quick, everyone, rush in together. I shall clear the way with the thunder staff. Witnessing the rapidly descending tomb, the demon tribe was thrown into disarray. Peng Wanli furrowed his brow and, wielding the thunder staff, charged towards the tomb entrance, aiming to enter before the tomb was completely submerged. However, just as Peng Wanli reached the entrance, he discovered that Miao Yundi, who had already stepped into the tomb, did not delve deeper immediately. Instead, she concealed herself in the shadows and, at the moment Peng Wanli descended, revealed herself, unleashing a desperate strike with the Inyang Bagua furnace towards him. Boom! The Inyang Bagua furnace trembled, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Miao Yundi coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her veil crimson. Nevertheless, this strike was immensely powerful, a culmination of her strength, surging towards Peng Wanli, who was preparing to descend outside the tomb. What the hell? How despicable to ambush me! Peng Wanli's pupils contracted as he hastily raised his thunder staff to defend himself. Boom! The overwhelming force collided with the staff in his grasp, instantly propelling him back several miles. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the demon emperor's tomb reverberated with thunderous roars, and then it sank into the yellow sands, escaping towards an unknown destination. Ah, damn it! The demon emperor's tomb has vanished. Quickly pursue it. As he watched the disappearing tomb, Peng Wanli's eyes blazed with fury, and he immediately led 6 allied demon saints in the direction where the tomb had fled. However, after a brief pursuit, the tomb had completely submerged beneath the southern land, leaving no trace. Ah, Miao Yundi, I shall one day obliterate your jade maiden pavilion and make you my servant. The passageway of the tomb was shrouded in darkness. Inside the entrance lay a long corridor leading to the outer chamber of the tomb. The outer chamber was simply adorned, filled with ancient, weathered tables and chairs alongside starry murals, which had existed for countless millennia, imbued with the marks of time. Even the luminous pearls hanging high on the walls appeared somewhat dim in the present moment. Yet, within this dimly lit tomb, 2 figures stood. No, to be precise, it should be 1 figure. The other was Shen Dinian, for he cast no shadow. Standing there, he resembled a specter, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld him. Before Shen Dinian stood the true figure, a boy clad in tattered garments, his face awash with terror as he trembled under Shen Dinian's gaze. The shadowless Shen Dinian glared with fierce intensity, repeatedly uttering a singular phrase to the boy. Who killed me? Who killed me? The voice echoed hauntingly within the tomb. The boy's teeth chattered in fear as he stammered. I don't know. I don't even know who you are. You're not dead, are you? Who killed me? Who killed me? Shen Dinian seemed oblivious to the boy's desperate words, continuing his relentless repetition. This nearly drove the boy to the brink of madness. I am merely a shepherd. I truly do not know who killed you, the boy exclaimed, retreating in alarm. Yet Shen Dinian pursued him unrelentingly, as if he were a shadow clinging to him. Who killed me? Who killed me? Senior, I truly do not know who killed you. The boy found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape, his heart racing wildly, and his clothes visibly trembling. However, Shen Dinian seemed convinced that the boy held the knowledge of the murderer, continuously reiterating his question. Suddenly, mid-repetition, Shen Dinian appeared to sense something, and his voice abruptly ceased as he turned his gaze toward the tomb's passageway. Immediately, an aura of unparalleled terror emanated from the divine apparition, surging towards the passageway. Within the corridor, Chen Xuan strolled leisurely towards the tomb chamber. Unfazed by the oncoming oppressive force, he continued his gait, allowing the pressure to wash over him without even a hint of resistance. Boom! The oppressive aura scattered upon contact with Chen Xuan's form, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon the hem of his garment. It was indeed a divine apparition of the great sage realm. Given another few millennia, it might truly ascend to imperial status. Sensing this formidable presence, Chen Xuan found it rather intriguing. After all, he had only learned of the divine apparition while perched atop a tree. This marked his inaugural encounter with a genuine divine entity. With a deliberate step, he entered the tomb chamber, his figure illuminated by the faint glow of the pearl. The divine apparition, seemingly aware of Chen Xuan's might, became flustered, retreating hastily towards the inner sanctum. "Do not approach. Do not come any closer." He chuckled softly, amused by its fear. Chen Xuan continued his measured advance. With each step he took, the divine apparition retreated further in alarm. At that moment, a youth nearby, already paralyzed with terror, witnessed the horrifying divine entity cower before the sudden arrival of Chen Xuan. It was as if he had found a savior, and he dashed towards Chen Xuan in a frenzy. With a resounding thud, he knelt before Chen Xuan, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for salvation. "Senior, please save me. I truly do not know who killed him." Chapter 129. The Shepherd Li Qie, enchanting beauty upon the arrival of the young lad. Chen Xuan also came to a halt, gradually examining the boy's information. Name, Li Qie. Realm, ordinary person. Physique, mundane body. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, a shepherd boy who, while tending to his flock, slipped and accidentally fell into a valley, entering the imperial tomb. Due to the lingering dark aura within the tomb, he was mistakenly regarded by the divine entity as a being of darkness. Soon, the details of Li Qie's information unfolded. After perusing this information, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling Lu Yu's ordeal. Lu Yu had been ambushed by the Dark Sovereign during her ascension, resulting in severe injury and memory loss, nearly leading to her demise. Could it be that the emperor entombed within this grave also fell victim to the Dark Sovereign's treachery? Contemplating this, Chen Xuan could not suppress his curiosity. Just what kind of being was this Dark Sovereign? Why did its shadow linger everywhere? Fortunately, he possessed a summoning card from the celestial realm, alleviating his concerns about encountering it upon his own ascension. While he pondered, the imperial tomb suddenly trembled. Looking again, the divine entity had vanished without a trace. Of course, none of this escaped Chen Xuan's discerning eye. The disappearance of the divine entity signified its entry into the inner chamber. The tremor of the tomb indicated its retreat. However, Chen Xuan did not dwell excessively on these matters. The flight of the imperial tomb, the divine entity, the Dark Sovereign, none of these warranted his concern. What was paramount was the acceptance of a disciple. Thus, Chen Xuan retracted the informational panel and addressed the kneeling Li Qie with a measured tone. "Young man, I am the sovereign of the Misty Sect. Do you wish to join my sect and become my disciple?" Boom. At these words, Li Qie's entire being quivered, halting his bowing, revealing an expression of disbelief. To become a disciple? This esteemed elder wished to take him under his wing? In that moment, Li Qie was overwhelmed with exhilaration. As a humble shepherd with but a single sheep at home, he could scarcely fathom that a day would come when he would embark on a path of cultivation. Moreover, this elder had the power to repel the terrifying entity he had just encountered and was a sect leader. In that instant, Li Qie felt as though he had ascended to the heavens, exclaiming in excitement, "I am willing. I, Li Qie, pay my respects to my master." With 3 resounding bows, the disciple recruitment gift was instantly received. "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my 7th disciple. Rise." Chen Xuan's countenance softened, his hand gently lifting Li Qie to his feet. Once upright, Li Qie hurriedly stepped closer to Chen Xuan, expressing concern. "Master, that person was the divine entity. And the reason it pursued you was due to the dark aura you had absorbed upon entering. Had you not been tainted by this aura, you likely would have been slain. But fear not, for I am here to protect you." Chen Xuan offered a brief explanation to reassure Li Qie. Although the young boy did not fully grasp the concepts of dark aura or the divine entity, he understood enough to realize that it was indeed the aura that had preserved his life up to this point. Although she was pursued and questioned by the divine entity due to her tainted aura, she had managed to survive until now and encountered her master. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Qie secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the significance of his master in his heart soared to new heights. "Master, shall we proceed outside now?" he respectfully inquired. "Not yet. Allow me to investigate the inner chamber for any clues regarding the darkness," Chen Xuan replied, preparing to enter the inner sanctum. After all, he too was eager to unravel the secrets of the Dark Sovereign. The existence of a tomb for such an emperor suggested that he had not perished at the hands of the Dark Sovereign immediately. Perhaps, like Lu Yu, he ultimately succumbed to his own demise. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the passage behind them, startling Li Qie, who quickly concealed himself behind Chen Xuan. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, a woman clad in white, her veil stained crimson with blood, staggered in. Unmistakably the same woman from outside who had urged Chen Xuan to ignore her. At this moment, Miao Yundi was swaying unsteadily. Upon seeing Chen Xuan in the tomb chamber, she immediately felt a wave of relief and, with great effort, implored, "Fellow Taoist, save me." After uttering these words, she could no longer maintain her composure. Her legs buckled, and she fell toward Chen Xuan. Although she leaned forward, she was not anxious, confident that he would surely catch her. Yet, with a resounding thud, Chen Xuan remained unmoved. Miao Yundi, on the other hand, had a rather intimate encounter with the stone slab. Miao Yundi lay at Chen Xuan's feet. "Chen Xuan, Li Qie, Master, she seems to be gravely injured." Suddenly realizing the situation, Li Qie pointed at Miao Yundi with concern etched across his face. At that moment, Miao Yundi lifted her head, her eyes filled with exasperation. "Fellow Taoist, why did you not catch me? Why would I catch you?" Chen Xuan rolled his eyes in response. Miao Yundi, truly a man devoid of romantic sensibilities. Silently lamenting, Miao Yundi slowly rose from the ground and shot Chen Xuan a dramatic eye roll. Then, she gradually unveiled her blood-soaked veil, revealing an unparalleled beauty that instantly captivated the entire tomb chamber. Chapter 130. The Supreme Holy Pill Rescues Yun Yi. A snap to annihilate the divine thought. Miao Yun Yi revealed her possession of an ultimate weapon and sought to collaborate with Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan had no desire for such an alliance. In truth, he held little interest in imperial legacies or treasures. His sole curiosity lay in understanding the nature of the Dark Sovereign. Thus, he coolly declined her offer, stating, "No need. I have no use for your ultimate weapon. No need." Miao Yun Yi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the notion that someone could dismiss an ultimate weapon. After all, this was the corpse of an emperor. Without such a weapon, how could any saint dare approach? Assuming Chen Xuan doubted her claims, she wasted no time and summoned her ultimate weapon from her spiritual sea. Her unique physique, naturally attuned to the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams furnace, allowed her to place the ultimate weapon within her spiritual realm even at the saint level. As the weapon emerged, a smile graced her lips, as if to say, "See, I was not lying." Seeing this, Chen Xuan fell silent. Consequently, Miao Yun Yi believed he was intrigued. However, before she could speak, Chen Xuan raised his hand and drew forth the Tai Huang sword. "I too possess one." Miao Yun Yi was left speechless, her mind swirling with confusion. The Tai Huang sword. How could he also wield an ultimate weapon? This was astonishing. Were ultimate weapons becoming commonplace? Impossible, this cannot be. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Miao Yun Yi's mind. Meanwhile, observing her stunned reaction, Chen Xuan sheathed the Tai Huang sword and, turning, led Li Qie into the inner chamber. Realizing that he had left, Miao Yun Yi awoke from her stupor, panic surging within her. Her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. "I was far too careless. My goodness, he also possesses an ultimate weapon. How foolish of me to believe I was the only one and to unveil my identity before him." The mere thought ignited an urge to slap herself. Glancing at the master and disciple entering the inner chamber, she found herself at a crossroads. She could neither enter nor retreat. Could he harbor ill intentions toward me? After all, he had expressed a willingness to accompany me. Reflecting on his previous indifference toward her appearance and his lack of eagerness for the ultimate weapon, Miao Yun felt a slight relief wash over her. For, from any perspective, he did not seem like a person with malevolent intent. Otherwise, he would have acted against her the moment she unveiled her identity or revealed her ultimate weapon. With this realization, Miao Yun felt a sudden lightness in her heart and followed Chen Xuan's footsteps, ultimate weapon in tow. The inner chamber was vast, several times the size of the outer room. Its arched ceiling adorned with countless colorful gemstones resembled an endless starry sky when gazed upon. At the center of the circular vaulted ceiling, a stone coffin lay quietly. A narrow crevice was pushed open in the coffin, emanating an utterly terrifying pressure. As the trio stepped inside, the oppressive force surged forth, threatening to crush them into powder. Caught off guard, the agile Miao Yundi was startled, instinctively wielding her formidable weapon to shield the three from this overwhelming force. However, the already injured Yun Miaoi suddenly acted, causing her considerable harm as well. She felt a rush of blood to her throat, nearly spitting out crimson liquid, yet managed to suppress it. Be cautious, there's the pressure of an imperial corpse here. We cannot withstand it without the formidable weapon. She swallowed the blood and warned Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, glancing at Miao Yundi's strained demeanor, was unexpectedly impressed. This woman had a surprisingly kind heart. Even in her wounded state, she managed to shield both him and her disciple. Thus, he raised his hand and tossed her a pill crafted by an inner sect elder, saying, "This pill can heal your injuries. Furthermore, put away your formidable weapon. This level of pressure does not affect me." With that, he deftly summoned the Yinyang Bagua furnace back into Yun Miaoi's body. Witnessing Chen Xuan's extraordinary ability, Miao Yundi was profoundly shaken, especially as she felt the oppressive aura dissipate. Her astonishment at Chen Xuan's strength grew. No wonder he possessed a formidable weapon. He could withstand the pressure of an imperial corpse. Relieved, Miao Yundi lowered her gaze to the pill hovering before her. Yet, upon observing the radiant glow of the pill, she trembled once more and gasped softly. "A supreme, holy medicine. There's no need for such theatrics. Just consume it." Chen Xuan replied tersely. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Miao Yundi realized the rarity of the holy medicine, yet Chen Xuan had treated it so casually. Indeed, his nonchalance implied that he did not regard the pill as particularly precious. Acknowledging this, Miao Yundi could only silently marvel at the man's prowess. She opened her mouth and swallowed the pill without the use of her hands. Boom! As the pill slid down her throat, it unleashed a terrifying aura that rapidly healed her wounds, restoring her to her former self in an instant. Once again experiencing the pill's effects, Miao Yundi was utterly astounded by Chen Xuan's mysterious capabilities, her attitude transforming completely as she clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, kind friend." Without responding, Chen Xuan continued toward the threshold. The threshold was a wall standing at the entrance of the passage, allowing entry into the inner chamber from both sides. However, as the three of them stepped beyond the threshold, they beheld a stone coffin standing beneath the arched, vaulted ceiling. A narrow gap had been opened in the coffin. Unsurprisingly, this was the imperial coffin. Before Miao Yundi could revel in her excitement, her gaze was abruptly drawn to a terrifying figure kneeling before the imperial coffin. It was the very presence she had sensed earlier. Upon witnessing Shen Dinian kneeling beneath the imperial coffin, Miao Yunzi felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Instinctively drawing out the supreme weapon to envelop the heads of the three individuals. "This is troublesome. It is Shen Dinian. Chen Xuan. Li Qia." Before Chen Xuan could express his bewilderment, Shen Dinian had already sensed their presence, instantly becoming agitated and frantically scrambling towards the imperial coffin, desperately trying to squeeze through the crevice of the coffin lid. "Miao Yunzi. Fairy, you need not fear. This Shen Dinian is afraid of my master." Suddenly, Li Qia chimed in from the side. Only then did Miao Yunzi awaken from her daze. It turns out, it is not Shen Dinian who fears the supreme weapon, but rather fears this man. With a subtle lift of her brow, she glanced at the profile of Chen Xuan, feeling an even greater sense of mystery surrounding him. Especially that face. The more she looked, the more captivating it became. With bright eyes, Miao Yunzi exclaimed, "Friend, let us jointly activate the supreme weapon to force Shen Dinian out." If we do not eliminate Shindinian, should we disturb the items here, he will fight us fiercely. Haha, such a mere Shindinian, why bother to join forces? Chen Xuan smiled faintly, then raised his hand and beckoned towards the imperial coffin. Chapter 131. The Emperor's Great Deception, the Battle of Projected Stars in the Void Boom. The imperial coffin trembled violently, and the figure of the divine spirit was uncontrollably drawn forth. In an instant, the divine spirit was startled, struggling as if attempting to burrow back into the coffin, believing that only by returning would it find safety. One cannot deny that the divine spirit possessed a certain instinct, an inherent understanding that its true form could offer it protection. Unfortunately, it encountered Chen Xuan, an evil entity. It should not exist. Chen Xuan uttered these 8 words with an expressionless visage. In that moment, the divine spirit ceased its struggles. Following that, it exploded instantaneously, disintegrating into dust. Subsequently, the entire inner chamber fell into a profound silence, resembling a desolate tomb. Witnessing this scene, Miao Yundi's pupils constricted sharply, and she gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Instantaneously annihilated. Without the use of extreme weaponry, it was obliterated. Waves of shock surged within her, leaving her utterly astounded. On the other side, Li Qiye's eyes shone brightly, equally astonished by his master's prowess. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained impassive, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential act. After vanquishing the divine spirit, he strode directly toward the imperial coffin. Seeing this, the other two had no time for further contemplation and hurriedly followed his lead. The trio finally arrived before the imperial coffin. Chen Xuan then subtly gestured with his fingers. The coffin's lid was instantly flung open. Boom! In that instant, an even more terrifying aura erupted from within the imperial coffin. It was a presence capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Just a glimpse of it could shatter one's mind. Yet, as this aura approached Chen Xuan, it vanished along with its source. The tomb chamber returned to normal. Heavens! What manner of creature is this man? How utterly terrifying. Even a holy king could scarcely achieve such a feat. At this moment, Miao Yundi was rendered numb with shock, as every display of power exceeded her wildest imaginings. Not only had she never witnessed such phenomena, but she had not even heard of them. Yet, with the imperial tomb before her, her dulled senses left her no time to ponder further. She peered into the imperial coffin alongside Chen Xuan. However, as the three gazed within, the sight before them caused them to recoil in horror, for there lay not an imperial corpse, but merely a piece of human skin. What? The emperor's body has decayed from within? Miao Yundi was utterly bewildered. No, he has escaped. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, perceiving the underlying truth. Is it possible for a corpse to escape? Li Qiye asked, equally perplexed. Indeed, if the Qinglian emperor were not dead, how could the divine spirit have come into being? Miao Yundi voiced her own inner doubts. Feigning death, he deceived us with a pretense of death, thus giving rise to the divine spirit. After its emergence, the divine spirit shed its skin and fled, leaving behind all its attachments and facade, defying the heavens to live anew. Chen Xuan gazed intently at the human skin, slowly elucidating its significance. He could sense that this skin had once belonged to a being at the pinnacle of emperorhood, an entity on the verge of transcendence. Naturally, Miao Yundi and Li Qiye could not comprehend this, yet upon hearing Chen Xuan's explanation, their minds were enveloped in confusion. They could scarcely fathom how one could deceive even oneself through a feigned death. If one could fool oneself, did that not equate to true demise? Nevertheless, they did not dismiss Chen Xuan's words as mere fanciful nonsense. For within the imperial coffin, apart from the human skin, there was naught else. Were it not for a feigned death, it would be inconceivable to lack any remnants of the deceased. Moreover, an emperor's corporeal form, if unscathed by external forces, would not decay even after lying here for countless millennia. This seemingly vacant tomb might indeed signify that the Azure Lotus Emperor had, after shedding his mortal coil, taken all his possessions with him. Miao Yundi pondered silently. At that moment, however, Chen Xuan suddenly made another move, beginning to imprint the imperial corpse. This left Miao Yundi momentarily stunned, prompting her to inquire, "Friend, what are you doing?" Behold the visage of the Dark Sovereign. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous ripple erupted in the air above the imperial coffin, swiftly distorting into a realm of stars. Witnessing this spectacle, The trio retreated several steps, their gazes fixated upon the starry expanse. At this juncture, the starry sky appeared dim and foreboding, with only a few nearby stars and faint distant points of light discernible. Moreover, across the visible stars, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any signs of life. The entire cosmos was suffused with an oppressive, ancient stillness that rendered one breathless upon merely gazing at it. Amidst this celestial panorama, two figures, one black and one green, abruptly intruded. They were engaged in combat, the shadowy figure launching an assault, while the emerald figure defended, effortlessly deflecting the attacks that surged outward into the silent void. Ultimately, the repelled force struck distant stars, erupting into colossal mushroom clouds. The sheer residual power was so formidable that the impacted celestial bodies could not withstand the force, disintegrating in the void. It was crucial to note that this was merely the aftershock, not a direct strike, yet it could effortlessly obliterate stars. This illustrated the staggering prowess of these two combatants. However, at that moment, Li Qie and Miao Yuni, standing beside Chen Xuan, suddenly let out cries of agony. "Ah, my head aches terribly," Miao Yuni exclaimed, clutching her head as pain racked her. Meanwhile, Li Qie collapsed, losing consciousness on the spot. Clearly, neither of them possessed the fortitude to witness the clash between the pinnacle of emperors and the Dark Sovereign, particularly for Miao Yuni, who was in such distress that her voice quivered, revealing the extent of her suffering. At this juncture, she fervently wished to succumb to unconsciousness, just like Li Qie, for remaining awake was excruciating, as though her very soul were on the verge of shattering. "Friend, save me." She gazed at Chen Xuan with a look of profound sorrow in her eyes. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt that if he were to make some unreasonable demands, the other party would likely not refuse. However, this thought was swiftly cast aside. Indeed, beauty has a way of stirring one's heart. With a silent murmur, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and the anguish in Miao Yundi's mind dissipated entirely. She exhaled heavily, her chest rising and falling a few times, and with lingering trepidation, she clasped her fists towards Chen Xuan in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. My cultivation is insufficient. I shall refrain from watching. You may observe now," Chen Xuan replied, before turning his attention back to the battle atop the imperial coffin. Miao Yundi, taken aback by his words, pondered, "I may observe now?" Despite her doubts, she cautiously stole a glance. After all, this was the imperial battle, where countless saints had struggled and ultimately failed to witness even a great emperor. If she could partake in this spectacle, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense, and she was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. The clash in the void continued unabated. Miao Yundi discovered that she could indeed see, and her excitement surged. She understood that this was thanks to the man beside her, filling her heart with gratitude. Yet, this was not the moment for gratitude. She immediately focused her mind on observing the imperial battle. Just as the two were engrossed in their observation, the two figures in the void abruptly ceased their combat and turned in unison to gaze at Chen Xuan and Miao Yundi. Chapter 132. Emerging from the Emperor's Tomb. Shattering the sacred beings of the Wind God Kingdom with a sudden flash, two pairs of eyes seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Gazing intently at Chen Xuan and Miao Yundi, Miao Yundi's pupils constricted, her heart racing with trepidation, nearly escaping a gasp, as she hastily covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Although she managed to suppress her voice, the tightening of her gaze was a testament to her anxiety. She anxiously pressed her lips together as she looked towards Chen Xuan. At that moment, Chen Xuan remained expressionless, raising his hand with a flourish to dissipate the overwhelming sense of dread that enveloped Miao Yundi. Despite being merely at the late stage of the Emperor realm, and far from achieving immortality, his cultivation level was significantly above that of the two figures in the starry sky. However, in terms of combat prowess, Chen Xuan was not vastly inferior to them. The duo in the cosmos seemed to be shielded from the sensations by Chen Xuan's gesture. After displaying a moment of perplexity, they resumed their fierce battle amidst the celestial expanse. Observing this, Miao Yundi finally exhaled a silent sigh of relief, her desire to continue watching the imperial battle dissipating, replaced instead by an overwhelming curiosity towards Chen Xuan. Seizing the moment while he was engrossed in the conflict, she discreetly stole glances at him, finding herself increasingly enchanted by his presence. whether it was a woman's innate admiration for a powerful man or the sheer allure of his being. Miao Yundi felt her spirits lifted and her emotions soaring as she beheld him. Before long, the two combatants in the cosmos intensified their clash. As if time itself were accelerating, the scenes flashing before them at an ever-increasing pace. Ultimately, the surrounding stars shattered into fragments, leaving chaos in the celestial realm, culminating in the retreat of the heavily injured Qinglian emperor. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan's interest waned, and he withdrew the projection of the starry sky. His purpose had merely been to ascertain the nature and extent of the Dark Sovereign's power. From the earlier vision, it was evident that aside from its ominous appearance, the Dark Sovereign was not fundamentally different from a human being, possessing merely greater strength. Thus, Chen Xuan finally set aside his concerns, the unease regarding the Dark Sovereign dissipating completely. Fellow Taoist, have you finished watching? With the tomb chamber regaining its tranquility, Chen Xuan retracted his gaze, prompting Miao Yundi to blush inexplicably, her demeanor becoming somewhat shy as she greeted him. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded, then gently called out to Li Qiye, who lay on the ground, "Disciple, awaken." With that, Chen Xuan stepped forward, and as he did, Li Qiye responded, opening his eyes. What just transpired? He rose from the ground, confusion etched on his face. However, before he could voice his questions, his master had already passed him by, compelling him to hastily follow Chen Xuan's lead. Seeing this, Miao Yundi hurried to catch up as well. Now, the three of them found themselves deep within the earth, with no knowledge of how far they were from the surface. If she attempted to leave on her own, Miao Yundi realized she might not succeed without following Chen Xuan. Soon, the trio arrived at the outer chamber. Chen Xuan then waved his hand, parting the void to reveal the scene outside. With a single step, they ventured forth. Before the three individuals stood a dazzling sight, having unexpectedly arrived at the outskirts of a majestic mountain range. To their astonishment, it was the 10,000 Great Mountains, indicating they had reached the southernmost edge of the southern region. As she gazed upon the familiar scenery, Miao Yundi felt a profound shock within her. After all, she had traversed this path aboard a cross-regional vessel to reach the borders adjoining the northern region, a journey that had taken several days. Yet, their return had taken less than an hour. Such velocity was truly astonishing. Casting a glance at her departing master and disciple, Miao Yundi, unable to contain her amazement, promptly extended an invitation to Chen Xuan. Fellow Taoist, we have now arrived in the far south of the southern region, a considerable distance from the eastern side. With the sun setting, might I suggest we rest at my Yunu pavilion, which is nearby? Tomorrow morning, I shall arrange for a warship to escort you on your departure. That won't be necessary. Chen Xuan smiled and gently declined her offer. For him, the distance was trivial. He could traverse the entire ancient continent in the blink of an eye if he wished. However, Miao Yundi appeared somewhat reluctant and quickly clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Fellow Taoist, I am still unaware of your..." Before she could finish her sentence, a few powerful auras suddenly emerged from the sky. Moments later, several men descended before them, with the leader donning a majestic python robe and exuding an air of arrogance. He positioned himself directly in front of Chen Xuan and Miao Yundi. Casting a disdainful glance at Chen Xuan, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. He pointed at Chen Xuan while fixating on Miao Yundi, questioning, "Yundi, I thought you had gone east. When did you return? And who is this man?" Miao Yundi, momentarily taken aback, retorted sharply, "Zhen Tian Wang. Where I go, or what friends I make, is none of your business. Furthermore, do not address me by my name. Please refer to me as Pavilion Master Miao." With that, she disregarded him and cautiously turned to Chen Xuan, nervously explaining, "Fellow Taoist, he is the younger brother of the Emperor of the Great Wind Divine Kingdom. I assure you, we have no connection." Chen Xuan replied, "Why explain the nature of your relationship to me? It seems irrelevant to my concerns." He rolled his eyes slightly, choosing not to regard the Prince of the Divine Kingdom. Though the Divine Kingdom was on par with the Holy Lands, if not superior, Chen Xuan held no fear. Merely clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Miao Yundi and addressing the question she had nearly posed. "No worries. I am Chen Xuan, the sect master of the Misty Sect from the eastern region. Until we meet again." With that, he prepared to depart with Li Qiye. However, just as he intended to leave, someone obstructed his path. The prince from the Great Wind Divine Kingdom once again stood in front of Chen Xuan, coldly stating, "You wish to leave? Not until you clarify your presence beside Yundi. Before Chen Xuan could respond, Miao Yundi hurriedly stepped to his side. Her expression tinged with anger as she confronted Zhen Tian Wang. Prince Jin Tian, I have shown you respect as the prince of the Great Wind Divine Kingdom. But you are being excessive. My friend wishes to depart, and it does not concern you. With that, she unleashed her formidable weapon to intimidate, then turned to Chen Xuan with a gentle smile, saying, Chen, feel free to leave. I shall handle the rest. Chen Xuan thought to himself, this young lady possesses an unexpectedly kind heart. Throughout our acquaintance, I have scarcely acknowledged her. Yet she has come to my aid time and again. With this reflection, Chen Xuan hesitated to leave, shaking his head as he raised his hand to assist Miao Yundi in forcefully retracting her weapon. He then addressed Feng Jintian with a serene demeanor. Would you care to repeat that? In a flash, Feng Jintian felt a tremor within, startled by the intensity in Chen Xuan's gaze. However, upon reconsideration, he remembered his status as the prince of the Great Wind Divine Kingdom, a formidable sage, the direct sibling of the divine nation's sovereign. His position rivaled that of the Saint Lord, and who would dare show him disrespect? In that moment, if he were to succumb to fear, how could he ever pursue Miao Yundi? How could he uphold the honor of the Great Wind Divine Kingdom? With these thoughts, Feng Jintian furrowed his brow, dismissing his trepidation, and slowly raised his finger, pointing at Chen Xuan with a cold demeanor. I declare that unless you clarify your words, you shall not leave. Heh, is that so? Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh. In an instant, his laughter transformed into a potent force that reverberated violently within Feng Jintian's mind. Boom, boom. Feng Jintian's entire being shook, his pupils contracted, and in the next moment, he was engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Chapter 133. The Crisis of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. The alliance of the two underworld sects attacks in an instant. A collective gasp resonated through the air. No one had anticipated that the chilling laughter harbored the power to obliterate saints. Particularly, Feng Jintian's subordinates were gripped by terror as they fled skyward. Chen Xuan, however, did not pursue. His expression remained impassive as he observed the scene unfold. Then, with a thunderous roar, the figures in the sky erupted, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. At this sight, Miao Yundi was rendered nearly speechless. After all, those individuals were formidable saints, yet they had been so effortlessly slain by Chen Xuan. My heavens, just how powerful is this man? In that moment, Miao Yundi stood frozen, her face a mask of numbness. Miao Daoyu, have I caused you any trouble? Suddenly, Chen Xuan's voice jolted her from her stupor. And no, she replied with a wry smile. That is good to hear. Chen Xuan nodded and clasped his fists, preparing to depart. Yet at that moment, another figure streaked across the sky from a different direction. This figure was a buxom young woman, whose presence immediately drew the gaze of onlookers to her ample form. However, upon a mere glance, Chen Xuan diverted his eyes, while Li Qie bowed his head in deep embarrassment. The young woman's garments were tattered, revealing her fair skin, with the fabric torn from her armpits, exposing her alabaster curves. Seeing this figure, Miao Yundi's pupils constricted as she swiftly pulled the young woman down before her. The girl spun in disorientation, and once she regained her balance, she was astonished to find her master before her. Master? The young woman, Su Rou, questioned in disbelief. Miao Yundi, sensing her disciple's confusion, cast an awkward glance at Chen Xuan before responding with some irritation. It is I. Su Rou, what has happened? Are you in trouble? It truly is my master. Su Rou exclaimed with joy upon hearing the response. She hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, Disciple pays respects to master. Given the circumstances, there is no need for such formalities. Rise. Miao Yundi extended her hand to help Su Rou to her feet, realizing that now was not the time for pleasantries. Su Rou's expression shifted to one of deep concern as she urgently explained, Master, grave news. The Jade Maiden Pavilion is under siege by the two underworld sects. The elders within are struggling to withstand the assault, and I was barely able to escape to seek aid from the Great Wind Divine Kingdom. The Great Wind Divine Kingdom? Chen Xuan pondered, his thoughts lingering on the fact that he had just slain a prince from that very kingdom. However, Miao Yundi seemed oblivious to the impending crisis in the Wind God Kingdom. Upon hearing of the peril within the pavilion, her brow furrowed instantly, and her expression turned icy as she coldly inquired, What? How dare the two sects of the underworld? Master, they are aware of your journey away from home, and wished to seize this opportunity. Su Rou hastily attempted to explain, but suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. She paused and questioned, "Master, did you not leave? How are you here? We shall discuss this later. The two underworld sects have allied, and their ultimate weapon is surely unified. I must return at once." With a wave of her hand, Miao Yundi turned to Chen Xuan, clasping her hands in an apologetic gesture. "Friend, I have matters to attend to in the pavilion and must take my leave. Should you return to the southern domain, please do visit the Jade Maiden Pavilion for rest." With that, she eagerly took to the skies with her disciple, Su Rou, heading towards the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. This woman, not only strikingly beautiful, spoke to him with utmost courtesy. Yet, he had inadvertently severed her path to seek assistance by slaying the very allies she had intended to find. Shaking his head at the thought, Chen Xuan took to the skies alongside Li Qie, swiftly catching up to Miao Yundi and her disciple. Upon seeing Chen Xuan approach, Miao Yundi was momentarily taken aback. Her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "Friend, I shall accompany you to take a look." Chen Xuan replied, his gaze unwavering, igniting a storm of emotions within Miao Yundi. Although the two underworld sects each possessed half of an ultimate weapon, their alliance would render them a formidable force against the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Yet, taking advantage of her absence, they had launched a meticulous assault on the pavilion, undoubtedly resulting in significant casualties among its defenders. Under such circumstances, if she hoped to expel the two sects successfully, it would undoubtedly come at a cost. Delaying further would only invite other powers to join the fray, leading to the complete demise of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Therefore, having Chen Xuan by her side could serve to intimidate their adversaries. Moreover, Chen Xuan possessed an ultimate weapon. With this thought, Miao Yundi felt a slight easing of her anxiety as she cast a discreet glance at the unwavering Chen Xuan, silently contemplating. This person is rather commendable. Before long, the quartet arrived above the Jade Maiden mountain range, heading directly towards the heart of the mountain, where the Jade Maiden Pavilion resided. The Jade Maiden mountain range, home to the pavilion, boasted peaks that bore semblances to women, hence earning its name. Particularly, the mountains surrounding the Jade Maiden Pavilion appeared vivid and lifelike. Some peaks resembled alluring women partially cloaked in garments. Others appeared as if reclining sideward, and still others seemed to represent two women engaged in conversation, creating a peculiar spectacle. However, at this moment, the Jade Maiden mountain range was shrouded in an atmosphere of slaughter, permeated with a palpable aura of menace. In the skies directly before the Jade Maiden Pavilion, thousands of powerful beings had gathered, belonging to the two underworld sects. The two holy masters of the Immortal Sect were jointly wielding an ultimate weapon, assaulting the already fractured protective barrier of the pavilion, which was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the thousands of strong warriors were scattered around, effectively encircling the entire Jade Maiden Pavilion. As the two sect leaders manipulated the supreme weapons, an overwhelming excitement surged among the onlookers, who eagerly awaited the shattering of the array to rush in and indulge in plunder and chaos. After all, the young women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion were simply enchanting. Merely hearing others describe them could drive one to madness. At this moment, the two leaders simultaneously urged the supreme weapon, the devouring sky demon canister, against the protective formation of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, unleashing a ferocious strike once more. Boom! The devouring sky canister shuddered, emanating a potent aura that surged towards the crack-laden protective array. In an instant, the formation trembled, its fissures deepening. While the elder women maintaining the array atop the main peak coughed up blood in distress. Witnessing this scene, the individuals from both sects were secretly rubbing their hands together in anticipation. "It's almost broken. Ha! One more strike, and this formation shall surely collapse." Who would have thought the incomplete imperial array possessed such formidable power, allowing a group of elderly women to withstand multiple assaults from the supreme weapon? Yet without the protection of the supreme weapon, this array is destined to fall. Indeed, in the past, the Jade Maiden Pavilion relied on its imperial array and supreme weapons, fearless of heaven and earth. Soon, we shall rush in and see if they still have the audacity to fear. They will undoubtedly be terrified. One more strike, and this formation shall surely break. Once we enter, whoever captures a target shall claim it for themselves. Not a single one must escape. All right, understood. Let us compare who captures the most. Fine. Let the competition begin. Ha! Let us prepare swiftly. With the next strike, the Jade Maiden Pavilion's formation will undoubtedly shatter. I must capture several semi-saints to nurture later the thousands of powerful beings around fervently discussed the beauties within the Jade Maiden Pavilion, then focused intently, casting their gaze towards the two sect leaders as they silently readied themselves. For the two leaders were once again controlling the supreme weapons, preparing to unleash a new, lethal assault on the Jade Maiden Pavilion. This strike shall surely break the formation. Chapter 134. A single word slays thousands. Chen Xuan once again seizes the demon vessel in the skies above. The leaders of the two ghostly sects bore a hint of madness in their eyes as they manipulated the devouring demon vessel, simultaneously gesturing toward the Jade Maiden Pavilion. With a thunderous roar, the vessel trembled violently, unleashing a formidable force that surged toward the pavilion's already cracked imperial formation. It was over. Atop the main peak of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, witnessing the overwhelming might of the devouring demon vessel, countless semi-saints and even elder saints were engulfed by despair, envisioning the shattering of their protective formation and the tragic plight of their thousands of disciples. In that moment, an elder matriarch closed her eyes, transmitting a dire message to the young female disciples. Once the formation is breached, you must not resist. Your first priority is to flee and seek out the pavilion master. She wields an ultimate weapon and will surely restore the Jade Maiden Pavilion. This command is not to be disobeyed. Boom. As her words echoed, every soul within the pavilion turned their gaze toward the main peak, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The esteemed Grand Elder. A multitude of women wore expressions of despair, their eyes misting with anguish as their hatred surged to its zenith. Many had secretly resolved that whoever avenged the Jade Maiden Pavilion would be met with lifelong devotion, serving as loyal handmaidens. They mournfully gazed skyward, helplessly watching as the assault of the devouring demon vessel drew ever nearer. But in that critical moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt!" Suddenly, a familiar weapon soared forth, forcefully intercepting the attack of the devouring demon vessel. Boom! The heavens quaked, and the residual shockwave threatened to topple the fractured imperial formation. Yet, instead of fear, astonishment lit the faces of those within the pavilion, who lifted their eyes to the sky in unison. There, amidst the clouds, stood two men and two women, among whom was their pavilion master, Miao Yundi. Heavens! It is the pavilion master. She has returned. How marvelous! She did not venture east. The pavilion master is back. Quickly, we must assist her. She cannot face the multitude of the ghostly sects alone. Let us go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several elder matriarchs, without hesitation, soared into the sky, rallying behind Miao Yundi. Despite their severe injuries, this was not the time for rest. However, the members of the ghostly sects remained undaunted. For aside from the ultimate weapon, the warriors of the Jade Maiden Pavilion had all sustained varying degrees of grave wounds, rendering them incapable of wielding the weapon's full power. Upon witnessing Miao Yundi's return with the ultimate weapon, a sense of exhilaration washed over them. Perhaps after this encounter, every member of the ghostly sects would possess an ultimate weapon, establishing their dominance across the southern territories. Ha! Miao Yundi has returned. Splendid. The leader of the upper ghost sect was brimming with excitement, while the leader of the lower ghost sect scrutinized Miao Yundi and her disciples. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed a pair of master and disciple who are breathtakingly beautiful. If they were to serve together, TSK, TSK, TSK. At the utterance of this thought, the expressions of Miao Yundi and Su Ro instantly turned icy. The audacity to suggest that the master and disciple should unite was nothing short of a delusion. However, Miao Yundi responded to them. Unable to contain themselves, the duo once again urged the devouring demon jar to unleash its fury upon Miao Yundi and her companions. Witnessing this scene, Miao Yundi furrowed her brow, realizing that even with her return, this battle was inevitable. Thus, she promptly raised her hand and released the Inyang Bagua furnace to block the impending assault. Although she successfully intercepted the attack, the devouring demon jar emitted a formidable force, entangling itself with the Inyang Bagua furnace, plunging both parties into an intangible struggle. Ha! Miao Yundi, your end is nigh? Suddenly, the leader of the underworld sect erupted in exhilaration, simultaneously maneuvering the devouring demon jar to suppress the Inyang Bagua furnace while commanding the surrounding thousands of formidable beings, disciples. Heed my command. The Inyang Bagua furnace is under our control. Advance and capture those around Miao Yundi. Yes, the thousands of powerful warriors responded in unison, immediately charging towards Chen Xuan, Su Rou, and the Grand Elder, who were positioned behind Miao Yundi. Upon witnessing this, Miao Yundi's heart raced with urgency. She attempted to forcibly retrieve her ultimate weapon to protect Chen Xuan and the others. Yet at that moment, Chen Xuan intervened. "Do not panic. I shall handle them." His calm voice resonated in Miao Yundi's heart, instantly providing her with a surge of reassurance. Meanwhile, Su Rou and the Grand Elder, having heard Chen Xuan's declaration, turned to him in unison. Initially, they had underestimated him, believing that these two men were merely entangled with the sect master's adversaries. Now that he was stepping forward to assist them, they welcomed his aid. Thus, the Grand Elders swiftly drew their weapons, while simultaneously advising Chen Xuan, "Be cautious, fellow cultivator. Let us form a defensive circle back to back. Yes, Holy Maiden, please step into our midst. And you, young man, come here as well." The Grand Elders spoke rapidly, almost in perfect synchrony, orchestrating their response. However, before they could finish their sentences, Chen Xuan made his move, not with violence, but with a singular word that silenced the Grand Elders. "Death!" Boom. Upon the utterance of that word, the thousands of rushing foes halted in unison, only to be immediately engulfed in a massive explosion of crimson mist. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. Some of the underworld warriors who had yet to reach their destination were left wide-eyed, on the brink of madness, as they frantically retreated in terror. Meanwhile, the Grand Elders and the countless young maidens gazing up in awe simultaneously inhaled sharply hiss. "My heavens! Is this man truly a suitor of the sect master? His power is astonishing. Indeed, it was formidable. With a mere word, he had obliterated thousands of warriors. Goodness, I suspect I am dreaming. And how fortuitous that the sect master has returned. Indeed, although the majority of those individuals are of the Emperor's realm, there are still several saints among them. The ease with which they were dispatched feels akin to crushing mere insects. This is splendid. Our Jade Maiden Pavilion has been saved." At this moment, both the elders and the ordinary disciples are utterly astounded by Chen Xuan's display of power. Even the leader of the underworld's second sect, who is currently manipulating the devouring demon jar, is taken aback, having never anticipated that a formidable being of the Saint realm would emerge from their ranks. Perhaps he has already ascended to the Saint King level. Yet what of it? Their wrath cannot be quelled. Those who perished moments ago were significant powers among their two sects. In an instant, the leader of the underworld's second sect is consumed by rage, his eyes blazing crimson. "Ah, even if you are a Saint King, today shall witness your demise without a grave." With that, the two of them exert their full strength into the devouring demon jar. As their power surges, the jar begins to tremble ominously. Subsequently, it reorients itself towards the crowd, rising into the air with a formidable force of attraction that instantly sweeps towards Chen Xuan and the others, attempting to draw them into the jar. This is dire. They have opened the jar. Quickly scatter. The crowd is alarmed. Miao Yin also swiftly retracts her weapon, urging Chen Xuan and the others to flee. However, just as she is frantically warning them, Chen Xuan raises his hand. The crowd is momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. But before anyone can react, Chen Xuan's fingers deftly curl. At once, the devouring demon jar swiftly merges back into one and flies into Chen Xuan's grasp. In that instant, the entire assembly is left in shock. The leader of the underworld's second sect, overwhelmed by astonishment, cannot help but exclaim a curse. What the hell? Chapter 135. The Resilient Man, please protect us. Esteemed senior witnessing the sudden theft of the devouring demon jar. The leaders of the two teachings of the underworld were utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend how their ultimate weapon had slipped from their grasp so abruptly. Good heavens! Was it truly an ill-fated day to venture forth? In that moment, as they gazed at the jar in Chen Xuan's possession, their hearts felt as though they would shatter from anguish. However, they understood that the weapon had spiraled out of control. Should they remain any longer, they would undoubtedly meet a gruesome demise. Exchanging glances, they spoke in unison. "Let us flee." Without a moment's hesitation for their precious weapon, they turned and dashed away, prioritizing their escape. Observing this, The remaining subordinates were left in a state of shock, watching helplessly as their leaders vanished from sight. Once they regained their senses, they realized that the two leaders had already retreated several miles away, with no regard for their well-being. Panic ensued among the surviving disciples as they exclaimed in disbelief, "The leaders have fled. We must run as well. Withdraw, withdraw, hurry. Leaders, wait for us." The disciples of the second teaching, upon coming to their senses, scattered in all directions. Some loyal followers even attempted to pursue their masters, shouting fervently. Yet, the two leaders paid them no heed, instead angrily transmitting their thoughts, "Fools! Disperse and flee. Do not pursue me, just run." As the members of the two teachings of the underworld began their chaotic retreat, everyone in the Jade Maiden Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. However, Miao Yuni, as the pavilion master, was not one to let matters rest simply because the enemy had fled. Those who dared to provoke the Jade Maiden Pavilion must face the consequences. Now that their adversaries were devoid of their ultimate weapon, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. With a frigid expression, Miao Yuni raised her hand without uttering a word and summoned the Inyang Bagua furnace, launching a powerful attack towards the two leaders who were miles away. Boom, boom. Two formidable energies surged forth, instantly striking the two leaders. An explosive sound erupted. The two leaders were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Although all three were of equal rank, the power of the ultimate weapon was indeed formidable. With the demise of the two leaders, the fleeing disciples were paralyzed by terror. "Oh no, the leaders have exploded," they gasped. "Quick, run! Disperse, disperse, do not pursue me." The disciples fled as if driven mad. Some guardians of the sect screamed frantically, urging their loyal subordinates to flee as well. They fully grasped the meaning behind their leaders' earlier commands. After all, should the crowd become too densely packed, a single attack from the enemy's ultimate weapon could spell death for them all. If they fled separately, the attackers might not target everyone, thus providing a chance for survival. This realization fueled the fury of the guardians, who had once again become the backbone of their group. Fortunately, no one pursued them, allowing them to escape further with their utmost fears. The reason for the lack of pursuit was straightforward. When the sect leader departed, the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion united their strengths to maintain the operation of the fragmented imperial formation, all sustaining injuries in the process. As for Miao Yuni, she could not be bothered to eliminate each one of them. With the formidable opponents vanquished, the remaining minor figures posed no threat. Thus, with a graceful wave of her hand, Miao Yuni retracted the supreme weapon and turned her gaze towards Chen Xuan, prepared to express her gratitude for his assistance. The other elders also averted their distant gazes, following the sect leader's lead. However, upon witnessing Chen Xuan's demeanor, all were taken aback. At that moment, Chen Xuan held the lid of the devouring demon jar in one hand, while peering into the jar itself with the other, his eyes nearly pressed against its surface. This sight sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Goodness, he was actually aiming the devouring demon jar at himself? How utterly absurd. The jar contained unparalleled demonic power capable of refining all things in the world. Even the Sage Kings dared not direct it towards themselves. But wait, how was he unharmed? Why had he not been drawn into it? Curiously, they turned their eyes to observe their master. In an instant, they stood frozen, as if confronted with an unimaginable terror. Chen Xuan, indifferent to their astonishment, continued to explore the peculiarities within the jar. After a thorough examination, he discerned that aside from its internal world and the residual demonic energy, there was little else of note. In truth, despite its formidable corrosive power, it paled in comparison to his emperor's ring. Moreover, its size, akin to that of a can of powdered milk, rendered it impractical as a spatial ring. Consequently, after concluding his investigation, Chen Xuan resealed the jar. After all, an abundance of supreme weapons was never unwelcome, even if he had no immediate use for it. He could bestow it upon his subordinates later. With this thought, a sense of resignation washed over him. It seemed that every time he ventured out, he garnered yet another supreme weapon. Indeed, it appeared that frequent excursions would be beneficial in the future. Chen Xuan muttered to himself as he stored the jar within his spiritual sea. Meanwhile, the individuals who had been astounded by Chen Xuan's examination of the jar were once again taken aback by his method of retracting the supreme weapon. Saints could scarcely endure such artifacts, let alone incorporate them into their spiritual seas. The ability to alter the size of supreme weapons for personal convenience was a remarkable feat. Miao Yundi could achieve this due to her extraordinary constitution and innate affinity with the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams furnace, allowing her to effortlessly retrieve it. However, Chen Xuan did not seem to possess such natural harmony with supreme weapons. The notion that he could draw supreme weapons into his spiritual sea without such affinity suggested that his strength was likely at least that of a sage king. Contemplating this, their hearts trembled once more. In the midst of her astonishment, Miao Yundi's mind raced, entangled in a whirlwind of thoughts. It was not until Chen Xuan completely withdrew the magic jar that she made a momentous decision, one that defied her ancestors. She pressed her lips together and ultimately knelt on one knee in the void, clasping her fists before Chen Xuan, and said, "Esteemed senior, I am willing to lead the entire Jade Maiden Pavilion into submission before you. I beseech your protection for us." Upon hearing these words, several elders around them were taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, and promptly knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in unison, exclaiming, "We are willing to submit to you, esteemed senior. Please grant us your protection." Chen Xuan was momentarily speechless. Is this how easily they submit? I merely intended to take on a disciple, not to inherit an entire formidable force, and a force comprised solely of women at that. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Yet, upon further reflection, the notion of accepting a formidable force as a vassal didn't seem entirely unfeasible. Moreover, once they were under his wing, the Piaomiao Sect would possess a foothold in the southern region. In time, as more disciples joined, they could construct a teleportation array, enabling the disciples to venture to the southern region for training, thus saving precious time on their journeys. Without such means, it would take ages for them to reach the southern region on their own. With this in mind, Chen Xuan formulated a plan. He then reaffirmed, "Are you certain you wish to submit to me?" Chapter 136. The submission of the Jade Maidens and the carefully prepared reception. Are you certain you wish to submit to me? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's voice, Miao Yuni's heart surged with excitement, particularly as she recalled his various displays of prowess within the imperial tomb. Coupled with the ease with which he had just claimed the extreme Dao weapon, she was convinced that his cultivation far surpassed that of an ordinary saint, reaching the realm of a saint king. A saint king, moreover, a living, youthful saint king. Although it was merely a single tier above a saint, there existed no living saint kings across the vast ancient wilderness continent. The saint kings of those extreme Dao sacred lands were all sealed within the divine sources. Their lifespans nearly extinguished. Once they emerged, they could scarcely endure, only appearing during moments of dire crisis. A living saint king was sufficient to dominate the entirety of the ancient wilderness continent. He was undeniably worthy of her loyalty and possessed the capability to protect the Jade Maiden Pavilion. While they, too, were an extreme Dao force, their stability relied solely on their own extreme Dao weapons and a fragmented imperial formation. Even so, there were those who underestimated the Jade Maiden Pavilion, secretly abducting its disciples, taking advantage of its relatively short lineage and insufficient depth, and now coveting the purity of their leader, Miao Yuni, with intentions to seize her. Now, though the immediate crisis had been averted, the strong within their ranks had either perished or been grievously wounded, and their imperial formation lay in tatters. Without a powerful ally, every woman in the Jade Maiden Pavilion would eventually become a mere plaything for others. Thus, upon hearing Chen Xuan's affirmation, she felt an overwhelming thrill and responded without hesitation. "Indeed, we are willing to serve you, esteemed senior, for all eternity." "Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be a vassal force of my Piaomiao Sect." "Rise." Chen Xuan nodded, granting her request. Miao Yuni immediately replied with fervor, "Yes, Sect Master." After which, she rose along with her companions and extended another invitation. "Sect Master, the night is drawing near. Please, stay in our pavilion and rest for the evening. It would allow us to extend our hospitality. Since that is the case, I shall remain for the night. Moreover, your imperial formation is in disrepair and cannot fend off enemies. I will assist in its restoration." Chen Xuan nodded and began to descend. Upon hearing of the restoration of the formation, the crowd trembled with excitement. After all, this was an imperial formation. Could it be that their fortune was so splendid to have submitted to one capable of mending the imperial formation? In an instant, The crowd was filled with exhilaration and hastily followed him down. Once they landed, some elders set about organizing the chaotic surroundings, while others immediately began arranging matters for the evening's hospitality. Ultimately, only a few remained to follow Miao Yuni and her disciples, accompanying Chen Xuan and his followers throughout the proceedings. However, while they were not fatigued, Li Qi was thoroughly exhausted. Li Qiye was once an ordinary shepherd boy, devoid of any cultivation. He first fell into the imperial tomb and was terrified by the divine apparition. Then followed Chen Xuan and witnessed the assassination of the prince of the divine kingdom, along with the slaughter of thousands of formidable warriors. At this moment, he was at the end of his tether, barely managing to keep pace beside Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan noticed Li Qiye's exhaustion and, in addition to familiarizing himself with the new vassal forces, decided it was time for Li Qiye to rest. Thus, Chen Xuan advised, Li Qiye, you should take some time to rest. After saying this, he turned to Miao Yuni. It was evident that everyone understood the situation, and immediately, an elder courteously offered, young friend, please follow me. I shall take you to a place to rest. Thank you, senior. Master, I take my leave. Li Qiye quickly bowed to both and followed the elder to the resting area. It wasn't he that he wished to part ways. Rather, he was utterly spent, especially after losing his sheep. Just thinking about it brought him to tears. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as he could not bring sheep into the sect. It was merely a bit exhausting. After Li Qiye departed, Chen Xuan began to move about, repairing the imperial formation of the Yunu Pavilion. With each section he restored, Miao Yunyi's admiration for Chen Xuan grew stronger. Once the formation was fully repaired, Chen Xuan had already ascended to an exalted status in her heart. She gazed at him with eyes brimming with delight, increasingly satisfied with each glance. This did not go unnoticed by her disciple, Su Rou, who sensed her master's unusual demeanor. Yet, being astute, she chose not to reveal her observations. Meanwhile, the young female elder of the Yunu Pavilion, accompanied by a group of beautiful maidens, busily arranged the banquet within the grand hall. The hall was impeccably organized, with tables and chairs neatly aligned on either side. A smaller chair and table were added beside the main dais for the pavilion master. At that moment, countless young women adorned in splendid attire continuously placed exquisite delicacies upon the master's table. These were not mere food items, they were precious treasures. A platter of heavenly spirit fruits, 6 leaves of enlightenment tea, a serving of golden dragon fish, and a jug of sacred spirit wine were among the offerings. One after another, these rare items were presented and laid upon the master's table. In contrast, the tables below appeared rather meager, although each type of delicacy was represented. They were exceedingly scarce, serving merely as embellishments. Furthermore, without exception, these items appeared somewhat neglected. For instance, the enlightenment tea leaves looked slightly curled and yellowed. If one did not scrutinize closely, they would hardly recognize them as enlightenment tea. Nevertheless, the young maidens carrying the platters to arrange the offerings had sparkling eyes, filled with envy. This was solely because these treasures belonged to the Yunu Pavilion's collection, which even the elders rarely had the opportunity to use, let alone these ordinary disciples. Hence, envy was inevitable. Of course, it was not only the disciples who felt this way. The overseeing elders were in high spirits as well, for they would finally have the chance to indulge in some fine delicacies once more. In an instant, the elders were internally rubbing their hands together, filled with immense anticipation for the forthcoming reception. Soon enough, as dusk descended, all items were meticulously arranged, and the elders took their positions. Li Qiye was the first to be invited to a seat on one side. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xuan, under the guidance of Miao Yunyi, gracefully approached and ascended to the main seat. Master, please take your place. Miao Yunyi joyfully ushered him to the honored position. Chen Xuan, without hesitation, settled into the seat. Following this, Miao Yunyi occupied a newly placed chair beside the main seat and gestured for the seated elders below to take their places in succession. As everyone settled in, Chen Xuan inadvertently caught sight of the items displayed upon the table. He momentarily froze, seemingly in disbelief. Turning to Miao Yunyi, he observed that their items were identical. Curiously, he then glanced at both sides below, only to discover that everyone possessed the same items, albeit in varying quantities, which left him utterly perplexed. However, Miao Yunyi, witnessing this scene, mistakenly believed that her meticulous preparations had deeply moved Chen Xuan. Chapter 137. The opulent Chen Xuan, beyond prediction for the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Treasures such as enlightenment tea and Holy Spirit wine are invaluable assets that provide immense aid to sages. Even the holy grounds only unveil such exquisite items for their most esteemed guests. This time, in honor of Chen Xuan's visit, they have brought forth all the finest offerings from their storeroom. Thus, witnessing the other party lost in thought, Miao Yuni felt it entirely natural for him to be moved by their generosity. For instance, if someone were to treat Yun Miao Yi with such treasures, she too would be overwhelmed with gratitude and genuine emotion. With this in mind, Miao Yuni beamed with a smile, slightly raising her head to address Chen Xuan. There is no need for courtesy, sect master. As this is your first visit, it is our duty to provide such hospitality. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of surprise. Ah, so it turns out the sect master is genuinely touched. I suspected as much. With so many fine offerings, he must be moved. Today is indeed a splendid occasion. Our meticulous preparations have not been in vain. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eyes turning towards Chen Xuan, eagerly anticipating his praise. Chen Xuan, however, found himself at a loss. Surely, they do not expect me to commend them? He felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He swore he had never encountered a force so impoverished. Or was it merely the Jade Maiden Pavilion that was lacking? Yet, if they were so destitute, how could they possess such treasures? Not wishing to dwell on it further, Chen Xuan numbly lifted 2 fingers to examine a piece of yellowed and somewhat curled enlightenment tea leaf, scrutinizing it closely, and muttered in bewilderment. Is this truly enlightenment tea? Indeed, sect master. Miao Yuni quickly responded with a cheerful smile. This is the rare enlightenment tea. Rare? Chen Xuan replied. You didn't happen to salvage this from a garbage heap, did you? Garbage? In an instant, Miao Yuni and the others were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. Was the sect master implying that these leaves were of inferior quality? Yet, the essence of the Tao had not diminished at all. Realizing the peculiar shift in atmosphere, Miao Yuni understood she was being disparaged. However, who would judge enlightenment tea by its appearance? The essence within is what truly matters. Feeling slightly aggrieved, Miao Yuni explained. Sect master, these are indeed top-quality enlightenment tea leaves. The essence has not waned in the slightest. Yes, sect master. These are our prized collection from the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Although the appearance may not be splendid, they are undoubtedly rich in complete Tao essence, so please do not worry. The others quickly chimed in, sensing the awkwardness. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan, not wishing to put the group in a difficult position, conceded. Perhaps, to others, enlightenment tea truly was a rare treasure. Thus, he generously waved his hand, and thousands of pristine enlightenment tea leaves soared into the air, gracefully landing in the plates before them, with each person receiving at least several dozen. Instantly, the crowd's expressions sharpened, their astonishment palpable. Some composed matrons could not help but utter exclamations in hushed tones. Goodness, fresh enlightenment tea leaves? Wow, so many. Is this truly for us? My goodness. No wonder the sect leader looks down upon our Tao tea. It turns out he is exceedingly wealthy. This is truly astounding. In an instant, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Even Miao Yuni, who had been intently observing Chen Xuan, could not suppress the flicker of surprise in her eyes. Noticing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and said, Why not indulge in something fresh? You may keep the old ones for yourselves. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, excitement surged among the crowd. They quickly rose to express their gratitude to Chen Xuan, secretly speculating about where the sect leader had procured such a treasure, displaying such unparalleled generosity. Naturally, Miao Yuni was equally taken aback by Chen Xuan's affluence. She felt even more fortunate about her choice. For it was rare to encounter a young powerhouse who was also a sect leader, equipped with supreme weaponry and an abundance of Tao tea, and most importantly, one who was not lecherous. To be frank, individuals like him are virtually non-existent in this world, especially the aspect of not being lustful. Aside from those inclined towards same-sex relations, such a person is indeed a rarity. This was also the reason she dared to yield to him. If it were any other man, even if he were equally formidable, she would not possess the courage to submit, as submission implies obedience to the majority of his commands. In that moment, a slight smile crept onto Miao Yuni's lips, as she felt grateful for her remarkable fortune. Soon after, a troop of dozens of beautiful women entered the grand hall and began to perform a dance. It is a known fact that women are not inherently competitive. Many delight in the arts such as music, painting, and poetry. Thus, the most fitting form of hospitality they could conceive was to showcase their talents. Before long, the hall was filled with the exuberance of song and dance. Chen Xuan observed for a while before excusing himself to rest. Of course, it was not that he was any less a man who did not appreciate dancing. Rather, he found the formal dances rather uninteresting. Therefore, after the first performance concluded, he rose to take his leave. The others, seeing this, could only gradually disperse. Meanwhile, in the great wind divine kingdom of the southern region, smash! The jade cup shattered upon the floor, scattering fragments everywhere. The sovereign of the great wind divine kingdom wore a stern expression as he furiously addressed the kneeling figure before him. My brother has been dead for several hours. Yet you have failed to uncover the murderer. What on earth are you doing? He is my brother, my own flesh and blood. My lord, we have truly found no leads whatsoever. Perhaps we should summon the national master, the sage of divine mechanisms. If the sage can discern the identity of the culprit, I would go through fire and water to bring the murderer to justice. The kneeling man replied, his face filled with grievance, speaking cautiously. They were well aware that the king of the north was the sovereign's own brother. Yet, they genuinely had nothing to investigate. It was as if the Thunder King had vanished into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. Where could they possibly search? Hence, they could only place their hopes on the national master. Thus, the subordinate cautiously glanced towards the national master seated at a distance. As the esteemed national master spoke of himself, he gradually rose to his feet and, with a sense of initiative, declared, in that case, I shall conduct a divination to assist the sovereign in uncovering the perpetrator. Upon uttering these words, the national master closed his eyes, his countenance imbued with confidence as he began to calculate, murmuring an ancient incantation under his breath. Furthermore, as he continued his calculations, he retrieved the relic of the late Feng Jintian, enhancing the trajectory of his divination. Before long, the void before the national master began to undulate, as if something was about to be revealed. Observing this, the sovereign of the great wind kingdom cast aside any thoughts of reprimanding his kneeling subordinates and instead focused intently on the unfolding spectacle, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Gradually, the void became increasingly distorted. The sovereign's heart swelled with joy, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, at that very moment, the national master abruptly opened his eyes, and in an instant, he spat forth a mouthful of blood. In a heartbeat, blood gushed forth, the warped imagery dissipated, and the national master became rigid, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The opponent is far too formidable, beyond divination. I have suffered. A backlash, he gasped, his head tilting to one side, and then he fell silent. Chapter 138. The sovereign of the nation lacks a biological brother. Turmoil in the southern domain. The sovereign was momentarily taken aback. Before he could ponder further, the national master tilted his head and abruptly fell silent. However, before the sovereign could speak, one of the subordinates who had been kneeling hastily crawled over to assist in examining the national master's condition. After a thorough inspection, he anxiously raised his head. Sovereign, he has perished. What? Perished? A jolt coursed through the sovereign's entire being, leaving him utterly shocked. How could one die merely from a personal deduction? Wasn't it said that even a saint king would only suffer severe injury from such a thing? How could this result in death? Suddenly, another tremor seized the sovereign as he contemplated in disbelief. The backlash from a saint king results in severe injury. Could it be that the adversary transcends the realm of a saint king? A chilling thought struck him. Could the one who killed my brother be from the central divine domain? Apart from the central divine domain, there is no one above a saint king. Realizing this, the sovereign was taken aback and began to feel a sense of foreboding. He inhaled deeply and urgently gestured to his subordinate. Quick, find a place to bury the national master. State that he succumbed to an unexpected mishap during cultivation. But what about the matter of the Thunder King? His subordinate queried, bewildered. This question provoked the sovereign's ire, and he coldly retorted, What Thunder King? When did our great wind nation ever have a Thunder King? The subordinate, perplexed by the sovereign's words, continued in confusion. Sovereign, the Thunder King is your biological brother. Silence. The subordinate was abruptly cut off, and the sovereign solemnly clarified. This sovereign has no biological brothers. I only have sisters and no elder brothers. There is no need to investigate the matter of the Thunder King further. Depart." The subordinate, now utterly baffled, recalled that the Northern Guardian was indeed the sovereign's brother. Could it be that his memory was flawed? Nonetheless, since the sovereign had spoken, he could only comply. "Yes, I take my leave." He reverently lifted the national master's corpse and respectfully exited the scene. Watching his subordinate's retreating figure, the sovereign quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether it was indeed someone from the divine domain who had acted, as long as he refrained from further entanglement, this matter could be considered resolved. Yun Pavilion. Chen Xuan's resting chamber was exquisitely arranged. However, he was somewhat exasperated by the lingering scent of women that pervaded the room. A testament to the time taken for tidying up, it must be said, Yun Pavilion truly was a sanctuary for women. Even though he was alone in the room, the traces of feminine presence were palpable. System. Opened the luxurious disciple recruitment package. Seated on the bed, Chen Xuan chose not to rest, but rather seized the opportunity to unpack, eagerly anticipating the treasures within. Ding! The luxurious disciple recruitment package has been successfully opened. The system's voice resonated immediately, followed by a cascade of rewards being credited. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Emperor-summoning cards and 2 Sage-summoning cards. Additionally, the host has received a 1-to-1 replica doppelganger. This doppelganger perfectly mirrors the host's cultivation and aura, enhancing in tandem with the host's growth. In the event of damage, it will automatically repair itself, though it requires the host's divine consciousness for flawless replication. Furthermore, the host has obtained 10 tons of enlightenment tea. Ding! The rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check, esteemed host. Chen Xuan. Is that all? Just that? Damn, even if the rewards are sparse. Could we perhaps switch things up next time? Another batch of enlightenment tea? I've already amassed over 20 tons of it. Observing the mountainous pile of enlightenment tea in his spatial realm, Chen Xuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him once more. It was evident that the system adhered strictly to its protocols, merely responding with an indifferent O before falling silent. Chen Xuan. I can't be bothered to argue with the system. He shook his head, casting a glance at the 1-to-1 replica doppelganger beside the enlightenment tea. But his interest waned. While the doppelganger bore a striking resemblance, it served little purpose for him. After all, he had no intention of embarking on adventures or training. Even if he did, he wouldn't need a doppelganger. His own cultivation alone could sweep away all obstacles. Not to mention the several sage-summoning cards stored within his space. Ah well, I never expected anything remarkable. I might as well save the enlightenment tea as rewards for my disciples. Chen Xuan mused silently. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke the next day, Chen Xuan awoke from his meditation and summoned Li Qia, preparing to depart for the Eastern Domain Sect. At this moment, Miao Yundi learned of his impending departure and promptly set aside her tasks, bringing her disciples and several esteemed elders to bid him farewell. After spending the previous day together, coupled with a night of contemplation, Miao Yundi found herself utterly captivated by Chen Xuan's charismatic presence. Although she felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing he was leaving early in the morning, she understood that powerful individuals had their own destinies, and mere revelry would not suffice to retain them. To etch her presence in the hearts of such formidable beings, her only recourse was perhaps to offer unwavering support. Thus, having come to this realization, she adjusted her demeanor, approached Chen Xuan with grace, and proposed to send him to the Eastern Domain aboard a warship. However, Chen Xuan immediately declined her generous offer. Before departing, he presented her with a token inscribed with the emblem of the Miao Sect. This is our sect's token. Since you have pledged your allegiance to us, should any matters arise within your esteemed halls, you may come to the Eastern Domain Miao Sect, and we shall provide you with certain support. With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand, tearing through the fabric of space, and stepped forward with Li Qia. Farewell, Sect Master. The crowd hurriedly clasped their fists and bowed deeply. By the time they straightened up, the rift in space had already vanished, restoring tranquility to the courtyard. Yet, Miao Yundi remained fixated on the space that had just been torn open, reluctant to divert her gaze. Until her disciple Su Ro's reminder jolted her from her stupor. Master, you are still watching. The sect leader has likely departed far away. Miao Yundi regained her senses, only to notice her disciple gazing at her with a teasing smile. A rare blush crept onto her cheeks, and she quickly adopted a stern expression, saying, "What is it? Are you so idle? If you are, go assist the elders with the aftermath. Hurry along." "Very well, I take my leave." Su Ro nodded helplessly, paying the price for her playful banter. Nevertheless, as long as everything was in order at the Jade Maiden Pavilion, she was willing to endure any hardship. Yet, matters seldom unfold as one wishes. After Chen Xuan's departure, rumors began to proliferate throughout the southern region regarding Miao Yuni, the pavilion master of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, having acquired the legacy of the Imperial Tomb. Have you heard? The Imperial Tomb has emerged? Miao Yuni of the Jade Maiden Pavilion has entered the Imperial Tomb. I have heard as well. It is said that the tomb contains divine artifacts, undoubtedly the genuine Imperial Tomb. Goodness, divine artifacts have appeared? Is chaos about to descend upon our southern region? It is rumored that upon her emergence, Miao Yuni annihilated the leaders of the underworld's two sects and seized the formidable weapon, the devouring demon jar, surely securing the legacy of the great emperor. Humph, the legacy of the great emperor of our demon clan must belong to us. Immediately notify all demon clans in the southern region. We must reclaim the legacy of the great emperor. Chapter 139, Returning to the Sect. Living as an ordinary person, news regarding the Jade Maiden Pavilion's acquisition of the emperor's legacy emerged one after another, drawing the attention of various sacred lands, particularly the demon clans of the southern region. Although outwardly the southern region appeared tranquil, clandestine large-scale maneuvers had already commenced behind the scenes. Yet, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, the southern region was still engulfed in the initial waves of the Imperial Tomb news. Miao Yuni had not become the target of everyone's ire. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, accompanied by his novice disciple, had just returned to the Misty Sect. At the main peak of the Misty Sect, the master and disciple stepped forth, emerging from the rift in space. Li Qie gazed at the opulent sect, blessed with a unique environment, and felt as if he were floating in a realm of immortality. He could hardly fathom how he had transformed from a mere shepherd into a disciple of a sacred sect. It all felt like a surreal dream. This transformation, however, rendered him even more restrained. At that moment, Lu Yu, who had been hiding beneath a tree engrossed in a novel, noticed her master returning with a young boy and curiously approached. "Master, you have returned." She greeted first, then turned her gaze toward Li Qie, questioning, "Is this my junior brother?" "Greetings, senior sister." Li Qie quickly bowed, too timid to meet Lu Yu's eyes. Seeing Lu Yu present, Chen Xuan pointed to her and said, "Yes, he is Li Qie. Since you are free, please help him familiarize himself with the sect and assist him in selecting a cultivation technique or two." "Of course, master." Lu Yu nodded and led Li Qie to arrange his accommodations and get acquainted with the sect. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was not idle. He summoned Lu Tsang to discuss the promotion of outer disciples. After all, the status of disciples should not remain static. Avenues for advancement must be opened. Moreover, the requirements for inner disciples were excessively stringent, and their numbers were too scarce, necessitating replenishment. After a thorough discussion, they ultimately decided to lower the recruitment criteria for inner disciples during this round of enrollment, allowing those with 8-star potential to enter the inner circle. Furthermore, all outer disciples would undergo evaluation every 5 years, and those meeting specific criteria would also be eligible for entry into the inner sect. As for the evaluation content, Chen Xuan chose not to delve into details, entrusting the entirety of it to Lu Tsang's capable management. Thus, the recruitment standards for the Misty Sect were established: 6 to 7 stars for outer disciples, 8 to 9 stars for inner disciples, and 10 stars and above for direct disciples. To ensure fairness for the disciples, Chen Xuan instructed Lu Tsang to expedite the opening of the outer promotion pathway, commencing evaluations for inner disciple candidates immediately. Upon the announcement of this news, the outer disciples were electrified, each one seemingly imbued with newfound vigor, fervently cultivating in hopes of joining the inner sect. On another front, Luo Feishuan also broke through to the sage level and, upon learning of this news, Chen Xuan wasted no time in promoting her to a formal elder of the outer sect, enhancing her benefits as a form of encouragement. There was no other choice. The sole female elder of the sect finds herself inextricably linked to the affairs of the female disciples and the female servants. Thus, upon her emergence from seclusion, Luo Feishuan is thrust into a whirlwind of activity. assisting the female disciples with health assessments and providing guidance to the despondent female servants who harbor unrequited affections for the sect's elder. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan can only hope that the upcoming recruitment of disciples will attract some female elders to alleviate the sect's deficiency in this regard. In the days following Chen Xuan's return, Li Qie gradually regained his composure. Under the guidance of Lu Yu, he became acquainted with Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and all the other esteemed senior brothers and sisters, immersing himself in the fervor of cultivation. However, as an ordinary body, his progress through cultivation was not rapid. After several days of practice, he merely reached the second level of qi refinement, his breakthrough speed lagging even behind that of new outer disciples. Despite this, Li Qie felt his progress was remarkably swift. One day, having just entered the second level of qi refinement, he experienced another breakthrough and eagerly sought out his senior brothers and sisters to share his joy. However, he was disheartened to witness sixth brother Tang deeply engrossed in an incomprehensible realization of an endless divine insight. This left Li Qie feeling dejected, prompting him to retreat to his master and confide his concerns. "Master, do you think I am too foolish? Is that why my cultivation speed is so slow? Perhaps I should remain outside. I truly do not deserve to be a direct disciple." His master reassured him, "Remember, you possess an ordinary body and need not toil as others do. Your path is to embrace simplicity. From now on, you shall tend to the fish and flowers on the main peak, gathering firewood and drawing water." Thus, under Chen Xuan's direction, Li Qie reduced his cultivation time and began his tasks on the main peak. To his astonishment, he found that his breakthroughs became increasingly effortless. At times, while engaged in work, he would inadvertently achieve a breakthrough. In just a few days, his realm soared to the late foundation establishment stage, leaving his senior brothers and sisters in awe. Particularly, Tang Yin, who had recently comprehended a new divine ability, was utterly bewildered by this news, unable to trust his own ears. To uncover the secret behind his junior brother's astonishing progress, the others collectively ascended to the summit of the main peak, eager to witness how Li Qie had managed such rapid advancement. As they observed, Li Qie emerged, one hand grasping a bucket, the other wielding a ladle. Remarkably, he had transitioned from the late foundation establishment stage to the threshold of the spirit sea realm. The speed of his advancement left his senior brothers and sisters speechless. "I recall that when our junior brother left this morning, he was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. How has he reached the brink of the spirit sea realm? This is utterly outrageous. To think that merely watering could lead to yet another breakthrough. My heavens, where did Master find such a prodigy? It seems that cultivating without effort yields results as effortless as drinking water." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Qie rolled up his sleeves and ascended the winding path, soon encountering a group of bewildered senior brothers and sisters. He courteously greeted them. "Good morning, esteemed seniors. Are you not practicing today?" The five responded with silence, and one of the younger disciples inquired, "Junior brother, how have you managed to advance so rapidly in these past few days? Have you discovered some technique you could share with us?" Morong Ingluo smiled gently, presenting a facade of kindness. Almost immediately, Yi Qingcheng could no longer contain her curiosity and pressed further. "Indeed, junior brother, what wisdom has Master bestowed upon you? How is it that you have made such progress without practicing?" Upon hearing their inquiries, Li Qie hesitated momentarily, glancing at the others. Although they remained silent, their eyes were fixed upon him, clearly awaiting an explanation. Thus, Li Qie candidly replied, "I am uncertain, truly. Master instructed me to practice less and instead engage in leisurely pursuits such as fishing, gardening, chopping wood, and fetching water. And as I busied myself with these tasks, I unexpectedly made a breakthrough." "Are you certain? You achieved a breakthrough while merely working? Surely you must have been practicing concurrently," one of the seniors remarked. "Do not entertain the notion of secretly outpacing us. We are already striving hard enough. Yes, junior brother, if we are to practice, let us do so openly and collectively." The group, somewhat incredulous, began to jest with Li Qie. However, he took their skepticism to heart, fearing a misunderstanding from his senior brothers and sisters. He hastened to clarify, "I assure you, I have not been secretly cultivating. I have genuinely been working." The group responded with silence. Chapter 140. The disciple emerges from the mountain and enters the divine realm of central land, observing the anxious and defensive demeanor of the younger disciple. The others could only respond with exasperation. Was it truly such a crime to cultivate in secrecy? They were merely jesting. With no other recourse, they offered words of comfort. Little junior brother, we believe in you. Indeed, brother Chi Yi, do not overthink it. We harbor no ill intentions, merely curiosity. The group patiently explained, their tones softened. It was only then that Li Chi Yi comprehended that they bore him no grudge. With a quiet sigh of relief, he continued, brothers and sisters, the reason I experienced a breakthrough while working is that I focused solely on the task at hand, with no other thoughts occupying my mind. Why don't you join me in working to see for yourselves? The group collectively rolled their eyes at this remark, silently thinking, oh, you clever one. Knowing full well we could not replicate your feat, yet still inviting us to try. Are you merely seeking to show off? We have no interest in watching your display. Consequently, they politely declined his invitation. Seeing their reluctance, Li Chi Yi resigned himself and remarked, since you choose not to join me, I shall return to my work. The goldfish I nurtured yesterday still await their feeding. Thus, under the watchful gaze of his peers, Li Chi Yi resumed his labor, appearing much like a diligent and uncomplaining worker. The others shook their heads, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a radiant light suddenly emanated from above Li Chi Yi's head, capturing everyone's attention. Incredible! He has broken through, Tang Yin exclaimed, while the rest stood in stunned silence. Yes, Li Chi Yi had indeed ascended, progressing from the foundation establishment stage to the spirit sea realm. Yet, he remained oblivious, continuing his work as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the others fully grasped the nature of Li Chi Yi's breakthroughs. He truly advanced while immersed in work. The little junior brother was indeed extraordinary. It was astonishing to realize that he genuinely broke through sheer diligence. I had always assumed that breakthroughs occurred when one's accumulated efforts reached a critical point. But then I encountered our little junior brother. The group reflected in awe, reluctantly accepting their fates. However, belief alone was insufficient. They understood that hard work remained essential. It seemed they could not afford to slacken their efforts, lest they be overtaken by the little junior brother in no time. Tang Yin could not help but voice his thoughts. Indeed, with an increasing number of disciples in the sect, we must push ourselves. Lin Fan concurred, nodding in agreement before addressing the group. Sisters and brothers, why not embark on an expedition to the outside world? While breakthroughs within the sect are swift, only through genuine trials of life and death can we attain greater rewards. Upon hearing the suggestion of an expedition, the group paused in surprise, then turned in unison to Lin Fan. Yi Qing Cheng, with utmost seriousness, inquired, brother, where shall we venture for our training? With our current cultivation, we fear we may find no worthy opponents among our peers. Simple, Lin Fan replied, his gaze firm as he articulated 4 words, the central land, divine realm. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of trepidation swept through the crowd. Tang Yin, in particular, expressed his astonishment. Senior brother, are we truly venturing to the divine realm? It is fraught with peril. Moreover, the powers within the divine realm do not hold us outsiders in high regard. Indeed, senior brother, the divine realm is exceedingly distant, separated by vast oceans. Although we are all at the heavenly king realm, it may take decades before we can reach the central divine realm. Morong Ingluo voiced her concerns. Lin Fan interjected. Who said we have to fly such a great distance? We can leverage the strength of our sect to reach the divine realm. If that fails, we can always use the teleportation array. It merely requires a bit more spirit stones and time. Rolling his eyes, Lin Fan earnestly addressed the group. Are you going or not? Yes. The other 4 quickly agreed without hesitation, eager for the experience. With their decision made, the quintet promptly sought out Chen Xuan and articulated their request to train in the divine realm. Upon hearing their request, Chen Xuan did not decline. After all, it was beneficial for them to broaden their horizons. Thus, he acquiesced, if you wish to go, then go. Let Lutsong escort you. Thank you, master. The 5 were thrilled and quickly bowed in gratitude before enthusiastically making their way to Elder Lutsong. Simultaneously, Chen Xuan did not neglect his 5 disciples. He issued a command to the Black Dragon, Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin, my 5 disciples are to embark on a journey to the divine realm for training. I hereby command you to protect them discreetly. Do not intervene unless their lives are in dire peril. This supreme weapon, the 7-star bell, is temporarily entrusted to you. Should you perform well, it shall be yours. Boom. The message instantly resonated in the black dragon's mind, causing it, nestled halfway up the main peak, to shudder with excitement. Its eyes wide open, gazing at the 7-star bell before it, the dragon felt an exhilarating rush. A supreme weapon. Could it truly possess a supreme weapon? Ha ha ha. Long Outyin was beside himself with joy, his face nearly splitting with a smile. It was known that when he was a quasi-emperor, his fiancée, he had covertly refined his physical body to obtain materials for a supreme weapon, which had since become an obsession in his heart. Now, the opportunity to acquire such a weapon lay before him, stirring immense excitement within. Thus, Long Outyin solemnly replied, "Yes, Sect Master. I shall diligently protect them and will not reveal myself unless their lives are at stake." After stating this, Long Outyin secured the supreme weapon and, in a stealthy manner, set off to find Lu Tsong, careful not to be noticed by the group. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, it was essential for his disciples to have a protector during their venture to the divine realm. Otherwise, they could easily attract unwanted attention and danger. Furthermore, other ordinary sacred lands, or even more formidable superpowers, typically had protectors. Thus, as a direct disciple of the foremost sect in the heavens, he could not allow his disciples to lack such protection, lest it diminish their stature. However, if the protector were to employ the inner gate elders, namely the great emperors, it would be an excessive use of resources. Conversely, should they resort to the outer gate elders, the formidable holy kings, they might lack the ability to oversee the entire situation effectively. Thus, dispatching the black dragon of the great sage realm is the most prudent choice. Furthermore, Long Outyin is among the few adept in the grand void technique, allowing him to conceal himself within the void without leaving any trace. As the rift in the void closed, the quintet from the mysterious Cloud sect finally stepped onto the sacred lands of the divine realm. Immersed in the abundant spiritual energy and the unparalleled environment, they could not help but express their awe. Is this truly the divine realm? It does not seem extraordinary at all. Indeed, this environment pales in comparison to our mysterious Cloud sect. Murong Ingluo and Tang Yin whispered while surveying their surroundings. However, scarcely had their words faded when the sounds of battle erupted from a distance, powerful divine abilities detonating in the sky. Someone is fighting. Let us go and take a look. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he immediately led the group towards the source of the commotion, entirely unaware of the black dragon lurking in the void, following closely behind them. Chapter 141. The arrogant divine son of the realm. As the 5 members of the Piaomiao Sect arrived at the battlefield, they found themselves surrounded by numerous cultivators. At the center of this gathering stood 2 combatants, one elderly and one youthful. The young cultivator radiated arrogance, looking down upon all. In stark contrast, the elder had suffered a grievous injury, with one arm severed, while clutching a token inscribed with the words Pharmaceutical King Order. It was evident that the recent display of power had emanated from these 2 individuals. However, the battle had concluded, and the elder lay defeated, gravely wounded. The onlookers buzzed with conversation, speculating about the significance of the Pharmaceutical King Order. Whispers echoed, revealing their astonishment that even the divine son had emerged in pursuit of it. Did you know? In recent times, countless prodigious talents have ventured into the endless mountains seeking the Pharmaceutical King Order. To date, several hundred pieces have already been unearthed. Is it truly so? It seems the rumors hold weight, given that the pharmaceutical secret realm has been dormant for tens of thousands of years. If it were to resurface now, the herbs within would surely have transcended into sentience. Whoever gains entry to the pharmaceutical secret realm would undoubtedly soar to greatness. Indeed, the emergence of the Pharmaceutical King Order presents a grand opportunity for us. Yet, it is unfortunate for that elder. Though he labored to obtain the order, he could only present it willingly when faced with the divine son Bei Haojuan's onslaught. Had he not surrendered it earlier, now he finds himself in this pitiful state, still compelled to relinquish it. Humph! The Pharmaceutical King Order was initially discovered by that elder. Yet, the divine son, relying on his status, seeks to seize it. Are those of great power so brazen? Alas, those of significant influence act without the need for explanation. Moreover, Bei Haojuan did not employ underhanded tactics. His assault was straightforward. With a cultivation level of the 7th heaven in the King realm, he easily incapacitated a veteran of the 9th heaven. Such prowess is indeed humbling for us. The sacred land possesses the means to acquire the pharmaceutical king order, yet insists that their disciples personally traverse the endless mountains for training, claiming it is for experience. They have indeed gained experience, while we have merely become stepping stones. The crowd continued to murmur, expressing their awe and discontent. At the scene, the elder, bloodied at the corner of his mouth and racked with pain, embodied the quintessential veteran of the king realm. Meanwhile, the unscathed young man, clearly the divine son Bei Haojuan, surveyed the elder with disdain. With a haughty demeanor, Bei Haojuan taunted, "You could not withstand even a single strike from me. What do you possess to protect the pharmaceutical king order? Surrender it and bow in repentance, and I may grant you mercy." Never. The bloodied elder's expression shifted to one of shock, fury igniting within him. Though he was not a prodigy, he had always acted with integrity and righteousness. How could he permit such indignity, even from a divine son? Thus, the elder, with eyes ablaze, declared vehemently, "A gentleman may be slain, but must never be humiliated. Do not presume that your status as a divine offspring grants you the liberty to act as you please. I, a venerable elder, have bowed before you, a mere seventh-layer celestial, due to my inferior skills. Yet, I would rather bestow the Medicine King's decree upon another than surrender it to you." With that, he raised the Medicine King's decree, addressing the gathered crowd. "Esteemed friends, this is the Medicine King's decree, which grants entry into the Medicine King's secret realm upon its opening. The Medicine King's secret realm is a remnant of the supreme powers from tens of thousands of years ago, and it is certain that within its confines lie countless rare treasures. Entering it would surely lead to unparalleled fortune." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many were stirred to action. Even Lin Fan and his companions, who had just recently arrived, felt their hearts race. From the conversations around them, they learned that they had arrived at the boundless mountains of the divine realm, the very site where the Medicine King's decree was unearthed. The decree was the key to accessing the Medicine King's secret realm, a vestige of a bygone supreme power, long since plundered, yet after thousands of years, it was likely that the herbs had regrown. Thus, upon receiving this news, Lin Fan and his companions became equally excited. They had not anticipated such an opportunity upon their arrival in the divine realm. The group from the mysterious Cloud Sect exchanged glances, silently preparing to seize the Medicine King's decree. The other cultivators around them were equally eager. However, at that moment, a sudden remark from Bei Haojuan, the divine offspring of the Bei family, doused everyone's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. "If you are not afraid of offending the Bei family, then feel free to try and take it." Boom. At the utterance of those words, the crowd trembled in shock, rendered speechless. They had considered competing for the decree, but with the divine offspring's warning, who would dare to challenge him? Unless they were willing to court death. Realizing this, the onlookers exchanged glances, then discreetly lowered their arms, abandoning the contest altogether. Witnessing this scene, the elder celestial's expression darkened, and he understood the grim reality. Yet, the matter had reached this point. The Medicine King's decree must not be lost. Better to stand and face death than to kneel and live. Among so many cultivators, surely a few would be unafraid of death. With a determined heart, the elder celestial raised his hand and tossed the decree into the throng. It soared towards Lin Fan and his companions. However, none of the cultivators around Lin Fan made a move to catch it. Seeing this, Lin Fan was elated. He stepped forward and grasped the Medicine King's decree, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. Incredible. Someone truly dared to catch it. Does he not fear the Bei family? What audacity this young man possesses. Yet, the fate of these individuals would surely be dire. Chatter erupted among the crowd, and they quickly retreated, creating a clear space around Lin Fan and his companions, making them appear distinctly prominent. Observing this, the elder celestial smiled, then gracefully departed the scene. In response, Bei Haojuan did not intervene, nor did he even glance back, but raised his hand and struck the sky, bringing the departing elder crashing down. Then, casting a somber gaze upon Lin Fan and his companions, he declared, "You possess remarkable audacity to disregard my words." A thunderous silence followed his proclamation, causing those around to tremble, silently expressing their concern for the 5 individuals. After all, the prowess of these 5 was not to be underestimated. The leader among them boasted a cultivation level of the 6th heaven of the Heavenly King, while the others, though slightly less formidable, were also of the Heavenly King realm, clearly distinguished talents in their own right. The potential loss of such individuals would indeed be a lamentable fate. However, it was evident that the crowd had gravely underestimated the 5 disciples of the mysterious sect. While their cultivation may not rival that of Bei Haojuan, each of them possessed extraordinary gifts. As for battling beyond their level, they had commenced such endeavors even during their ascendance to the skyward realm, rendering them indifferent to Bei Haojuan's standing. Thus, the vivacious Morong Yingluo was the first to retort, "Who do you think you are? Does everyone need to heed your command? Indeed, this token was given by someone else, and it is not yours to claim." Yi Qingqing nodded in agreement, adding her voice to the dissent. Lin Fan, with a tone laced with hostility, warned, "I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Junior siblings, let us depart." With that, Lin Fan attempted to lead his companions away. Yet, at this juncture, should they manage to leave unscathed, Bei Haojuan would no longer be the formidable figure he was reputed to be. In a swift motion, Bei Haojuan positioned himself before the 5, coldly asserting, "I, Bei Haojuan, am not unreasonable. A mere token of the Medicine King holds no significance for me. Wishing to leave? Very well. Then you must first defeat me." The crowd erupted once more, their eyes fixated on Lin Fan and his companions, anticipation hanging thick in the air. Chapter 142, The Rules of the Guardians. The legend of 5 faced with the teasing of the divine son from the divine realm, Lin Fan and his companions, despite their slightly inferior cultivation, exhibited no signs of fear whatsoever. Among them, the junior disciple Tang Yin eagerly volunteered, saying, "Senior brothers and sisters, allow me to battle him. Grant me an opportunity to prove myself. Tang Yin, you have just entered the sect, and your cultivation is quite low. Allow me to take this one." Morong Yingluo countered without hesitation. "Do not quarrel, let me handle this." Yi Qingqing stepped forward boldly. Even Sherlinger obediently presented herself, addressing the crowd. "I can also join." The onlookers were left bewildered, as it was evident that none of these 5 possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of Bei Haojuan. Moreover, Bei Haojuan was the divine son of the sacred land. Those who attain the title of divine son are invariably the most formidable among their peers. It is not only the same tier cultivators who dare not provoke the divine son. Even those slightly higher in rank would refrain from confrontation. These 5, with their modest cultivation, displayed such audacity. What was their true background? Surely they had not gone unheard of concerning the Bei family's sacred land. As the crowd remained in a state of confusion, Bei Haojuan's expression darkened, seemingly insulted, and he declared in anger, "No need for discussion. Come at me together." Together? The 5 were taken aback, then turned in unison to Bei Haojuan and asked, "Are you certain?" "Haha. Against you, one hand is more than sufficient. If you can force me to use my other hand, I shall no longer pursue this matter. Now, make your move." Bei Haojuan wore a proud expression, as if reclaiming his dignity, and he raised one hand behind him, his hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, gazing down at the others with arrogance. Seeing this, the 5 exchanged knowing glances and smiled. In that case, there was no need for courtesy. They instantly launched their most formidable attacks against Bei Haojuan. Invincible sword intent, boundless void, chaotic divine light, celestial calamity light, endless entanglement. Boom. In an instant, 5 cataclysmic auras surged forth, directly targeting Bei Haojuan, who stood at the 7th heaven of the Heavenly King realm. Bei Haojuan trembled, his pupils contracting in shock. He had not anticipated that the assault from these 5 would be so ferocious. Each aura seemed intent on his annihilation. With no time to spare, he exerted every ounce of his strength to form a defense with unprecedented speed. Yet excitement flickered in his eyes as he braced himself to endure the divine powers unleashed by the 5. "Ha! How powerful! I did not expect to encounter worthy opponents. Excellent. You shall serve as my stepping stones." Madness glinted in his gaze as he withstood the first divine power, endless entanglement. This technique struck him without imparting any sensation at first. He initially thought his adversaries too weak, but when he felt himself ensnared as if by some unseen force, he paused in mild surprise. Yet, he brushed it off, not giving it much thought. Although his body was ensnared, rendering movement arduous, he found it feasible to break free, and thus began to gather strength, preparing to confront the second divine manifestation. However, as he amassed his energy, Bei Haojuan realized with dismay that the more he struggled, the tighter his restraints became. Moreover, he had yet to accumulate sufficient power when the second divine manifestation arrived. Boom! The temporal essence surged past. Bei Haojuan's cultivation level plummeted instantaneously by 2 minor realms, reducing him to the 5th tier of the king realm. What the hell? Where has my cultivation gone? Startled by the sudden decline in his power, Bei Haojuan felt a surge of panic. After all, with his realm diminished, breaking free from his bindings would require even greater effort. Furthermore, 3 more divine manifestations loomed ahead. Bei Haojuan began to distance himself from the struggle. Yet, it was too late. The subsequent 3 divine manifestations came in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The sword intent soared. The light of destruction erupted, and divine radiance enveloped him. In an instant, Bei Haojuan found himself ensconced by divine forces. The resounding echoes reverberated through the mountains. His flesh began to splatter, and cries of agony echoed relentlessly. Those observing from the periphery felt a shudder in their hearts, their brows furrowing in concern. Yet, amidst the collision of divine energies, the myriad colors obscured the extent of his injuries. Just when the onlookers believed Bei Haojuan was on the brink of death, a terrifying aura emerged, followed by a sudden burst of radiance from Bei Haojuan, shielding his heart. Simultaneously, an elderly figure appeared before him, a saint, the saint of the Bei family's sacred ground, the protector, the guardian of Bei Haojuan. In that moment, everyone recognized the elder's identity. The guardian cast a fleeting glance at the 5 members of the Miaomiao Sect, causing a wave of tension to wash over them as they braced for flight. After all, no matter how talented they were, they could never hope to contend with the saint. Fortunately, at that moment, the saint did not engage them. He merely cast a piercing glance before lifting the bloodied and nearly lifeless Bei Haojuan into the air, vanishing into the depths of the sky. Upon witnessing their departure, the 5 collectively exhaled in relief. Especially Lin Fan, whose back was already drenched with sweat. Wiping the cold perspiration from his brow, he murmured in confusion. Why did he leave? I thought we were to remain here. How strange. He didn't seek vengeance for the Son of God. Tang Yin and Murong Ingluo also mumbled to themselves, engulfed in puzzlement. However, soon the surrounding crowd provided clarity, enlightening the 5 on the situation. The figure they had just seen was the guardian, who is not permitted to intervene in the cultivation of the protected individual. He may only act in the face of imminent death. Is it truly so? The 5 were momentarily taken aback. A kind-hearted wandering cultivator nearby chuckled and remarked, Indeed. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Yet, this is an established rule within the divine realm. Otherwise, if everyone were surrounded by protectors who would readily intervene, how could the disciples cultivate and grow? Thus, the protectors are solely responsible for ensuring the safety of the disciples. However, one must not be complacent. Although the protectors may refrain from action, other disciples or elders may still choose to engage. It would be prudent for you to depart promptly. I see. Thank you. Esteemed brother. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. After expressing their gratitude with a cupped fist, they hastily vacated the area. Of course, escaping was not a feasible option. Firstly, the divine child from earlier was under the protection of a sage, thus he was certainly unharmed. The older generation of formidable beings would theoretically refrain from seeking revenge upon them. Moreover, with the imminent emergence of the Medicine King's secret realm, the 5 of them possessed only a single token and needed to locate 4 more. They could not afford to miss the opportunity to enter the Medicine King's domain. Thus, the 5 continued to wander through the endless mountains, searching for additional Medicine King tokens. To avoid offending excessively powerful individuals, they adopted a more discreet approach. Regardless of whom they encountered, their aim was not to kill, but to gather resources. Once they obtained what they sought, they would depart without hesitation, avoiding prolonged engagements. Consequently, in pursuit of the Medicine King tokens, the 5 embarked on a legendary treasure-hunting journey. Together, they traversed mountains and crossed great rivers, delving deeper into the endless mountains. Their experiences were vibrant and varied, encapsulated in a single phrase. They had battled dragons in the marshes, raided beast dens for offspring, bathed in the mists, and even napped in the tombs of predecessors. Thus, one by one, the Medicine King tokens fell into their possession. Opportunities abounded, fostering the growth of the 5. As time passed, the atmosphere in the endless mountains grew increasingly vibrant, with more prodigies arriving. The five continually reaped benefits, their renown escalating. Particularly after the news spread of the northern divine child being defeated by them, a multitude of divine sons and daughters sought encounters with the five. This led to the initially cautious group being discovered several times, compelling them to engage in combat on occasions, defeating other divine sons and daughters who sought trouble. The five believed that by vanquishing these challengers, their troubles would diminish. However, they were entirely unprepared for the ensuing complications. Each victory against a divine son or daughter significantly bolstered their reputation, attracting even more challengers. Even some elder powerhouses perceived that the five possessed valuable treasures and began to harbor nefarious intentions towards them. In an effort to establish their dominance, the five had, at times, not held back and eliminated many greedy individuals, only to find that the fearless persisted in growing in number. Ultimately, the five resorted to adopting a more cautious stance, waiting in the shadows for the secret realm to open, while occasionally venturing out to seize fleeting opportunities. Chapter 143, The Grand Feast of Sea and Sky. The second test of the mysterious sect officially commences in the eastern region, outside the mysterious sect. A multitude of figures filled the landscape, a veritable sea of humanity. Whether atop the mountains or within the valleys, as far as the eye could see, there were nothing but people, billions gathered in this place. In stark contrast to the mysterious sect's inaugural recruitment, this opening has clearly transformed into an extraordinarily grand spectacle. Most of the attendees are youthful boys and girls, while the older individuals are either accompanying family members or engaged in business ventures. Despite the overwhelming crowd, the orderliness of the mountain and wilderness is markedly improved compared to the previous occasion. Essential facilities such as inns, restrooms, and taverns are plentiful, and in addition to these, there are numerous larger and more standardized establishments. The influx of visitors has astonished the powerful factions, prompting them to set up shop in this bustling hub. When these formidable forces decide to take action, they unleash remarkable establishments, superb inns, exquisite taverns, and luxurious restrooms. Not only do these venues boast greater capacity, but they also exude an air of sophistication and grandeur, instantly becoming high-end establishments fiercely sought after by countless cultivators. Although considerable effort and resources were expended by the superpowers to create these amenities, leading to some regret over the sacrifices made, the commencement of business has led to an immediate surge in popularity. The substantial profits have brought joy to the major factions, causing them to forget their earlier discontent. After all, the lucrative returns are sufficient to allow them to forge even more extraordinary artifacts. However, as occupancy rates rise, a new dilemma emerges. What happens when all the rooms are filled? Though their initial costs have been recouped, who would be satisfied with merely a fixed income? In response to this predicament, various inns have begun to introduce services such as wake-up calls, notification services, overnight accommodations, and meal provisions, allowing them to continuously extract wealth from these affluent youths. Naturally, the guests able to reside in these prestigious inns are all wealthy individuals, eagerly making reservations. Once again, the members of the superpowers are elated. Finally, the day has arrived for the mysterious sect's second official commencement. Although no one has yet emerged from within the sect, many innkeepers have begun waking their guests, calling out, "Guests, guests, please awaken. The test of the mysterious sect is about to begin." With these notifications, the guests within the inns, invigorated, opened their doors and stepped out. Among them, a strikingly beautiful woman, meticulously adorned, emerged first from a luxurious suite on the second floor. Leaning over the railing, she gazed intently at the mysterious sect-esque square, murmuring softly, "Brother Chen, I have come to find you." Indeed, this woman is Chen. Now resplendent in her attire, she appears exceptionally alluring, having clearly undergone careful preparation. As for the reason why she possesses such confidence in being recruited by the mysterious sect, the explanation is quite simple. She has practiced a secret technique that has cost her a portion of her lifespan, forcibly enhancing her innate talent. Although the improvement is merely slight, it is sufficient to ensure her smooth entry into the sect. She has long made up her mind to earn Xiao Chen's forgiveness, willing to sacrifice anything for it. With a decisive click, as Chen pressed the button of her determination, the doors of the adjacent rooms gradually opened, and one by one, talented young men and women emerged, casting glances towards Nailin Yan. It must be said that Nailin Yan's beauty is striking, especially after her meticulous adornment, which captivates many men to the point of being unable to look away. Yet, her heart is solely occupied by her brother Xiao Chun within the mysterious sect, completely oblivious to those who steal glances at her. Thus, while they gaze at her, she gazes at the mysterious sect. In an instant, they formed a stunning spectacle. Rise, rise, wake up, it seems the test is about to commence. Brother Pingyan, wake up. The test is starting soon. Soon, as the commotion spread, countless cultivators were awakened. Those without funds to lodge in an inn or who had not secured a room began to emerge from their tents, caves, behind boulders, or haystacks, tidying themselves up. Once everyone was fully prepared, the sky brightened, and several elders slowly emerged from the mysterious sect, making their way to the square in front. However, the figure of the sect leader was absent among these elders. Leading the group was still Lu Tsong. Following the elders were several disciples and attendants assisting them, creating quite an impressive assembly. Among those assisting were Xiao Chun and others, who took their seats beside the elders they were to aid. In the distance, within the Divine Weapon Inn, Nailin Yan spotted Xiao Chun's figure and was immediately shaken, her grip on the railing tightening, her heart racing with excitement, particularly as Xiao Chun sat beside one of the elders, demonstrating how highly he is valued. In that moment, Nailin Yan felt as if her adoring spirit might soar away. However, due to the overwhelming number of test participants and her distance from the inn, Xiao Chun remained unaware of her presence. Soon, everyone was seated. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tsong, seated at the main position, unveiled the celestial ladder designated for the test. At the sight of the ladder, the entire audience erupted into a frenzy, all cultivators instantly filled with exhilaration. The celestial ladder, indeed. It is said that the last test utilized this very apparatus. Is it about to begin? How thrilling, how nerve-wracking. It is rumored that only those who can ascend to the 600th level will be accepted as outer disciples. The 600th level? Thankfully, I have been preparing and have practiced climbing for over a month at home. I refuse to believe this mere ladder will pose much difficulty. In that moment, countless eyes turned towards the magnificent celestial ladder. Lu Tsong did not waste time before announcing the commencement of the test. He articulated the recruitment rules and detailed the modifications to the entry examination before gesturing grandly to officially declare the test underway. The moment the announcement echoed, a cacophony ensued, and countless cultivators surged forward with frenzied urgency towards the heavenly ladder. These zealous practitioners swarmed like a locust invasion, creating a scene of breathtaking magnitude. "Charge forth, my children. We must join the sect," echoed the fervent cries. "Who dares to push me aside? Ouch, someone stepped on my head. Where are my shoes? Who has trampled them away?" The throng pressed onward, refusing to relent. "Believe in yourself. I can do this." Beyond the heavenly ladder, a vast multitude descended in a tightly packed formation, then propelled themselves upward. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Tsong felt immense satisfaction, stroking his beard thoughtfully and emulating Chen Xuan. He picked up a cup of enlightenment tea and began to sip leisurely. Meanwhile, the cultivators continued to ascend with determination, climbing ever higher. However, in contrast to the inaugural event, this time the influx of prodigies was significantly greater. Some, who had just reached the 6th tier and were exuberantly shouting, found themselves inadvertently jostled by another participant, sending them tumbling back down, forced to start their ascent anew. Chapter 144. On the first day, 2,000 disciples enrolled. Summoning 200 saints. The test on the celestial ladder resembled a tumultuous wave washing away the chaff. Although numerous individuals participated in the assessment, those with extraordinary potential remained exceedingly rare. As countless souls ascended the ladder, Nailin Yan reached the 600th level. However, unlike others who pressed forward with relentless determination, she understood her own talents well. Upon reaching this level, she found a quiet corner to sit and await the conclusion of the test. After all, simply entering the 600th level and passing the introspective examination would secure her a place in the sect. She recognized the difficulty of achieving admission to the outer door and had no aspirations of climbing further. Soon enough, waves of individuals surpassed Nailin Yan, continuing their ascent. Among them was a frail-looking boy who appeared quite exhausted, dripping with sweat as he rested on the stairs. Upon seeing this boy, Nalan Yin cast a fleeting glance, but paid little mind. After all, for a youth lacking any cultivation, attempting to climb higher was akin to an insurmountable challenge. The boy, too, paid her little attention. After a brief respite, he resumed his ascent. This time, the boy managed to ascend several hundred steps before pausing to rest again. Such an astonishing spectacle quickly captured the attention of all present. Who is that boy? He seems rather formidable. Li Pingyan? No way. How can it be him? I thought he only had a one-star talent, the most ordinary and feeble of mortal bodies. 1 as a mortal, 10 as a celestial. Impossible. How could a mere one-star mortal ascend to 800 steps? Incredible. A one-star mortal has actually reached the 800th level. My heavens. Is that really Li Pingyan? The boy we met along the way? Indeed, it is Li Pingyan. Ha ha ha, it truly is him. I brought him here. Father, look. That boy we assisted along the way has climbed to the 800th level. In an instant, Li Pingyan's silhouette loomed like a majestic mountain, capturing the gaze of every cultivator. Though he appeared diminutive amidst the celestial ladder, his unwavering spirit and relentless ascent were profoundly inspiring. Even as sweat poured down his brow and his legs trembled, he pressed onward with resolute determination. Those who were climbing, along with those he surpassed, could not help but lift their heads, following his figure with admiration. Grandfather, I have reached the 800th level. I have become a disciple of the Misty Sect. The world claims that mortals cannot cultivate, but I shall prove to them that a mortal can slay demons and vanquish evil. Li Pingyan clenched his fists, allowing his sweat to flow freely, fueled by the light of hope in his heart as he continued his ascent. His diligent figure instantly inspired countless onlookers. Who could have imagined that a youth, who had once faced starvation on the road without any support, could now radiate a brilliance capable of piercing the vastness of the sky, boldly taking the lead? In an instant, the hearts of the people surged with excitement. Li Pingyan surpassed one cultivator after another, solidifying his position at the 998th level before unexpectedly turning around. At that moment, Li Pingyan resembled a sovereign atop a peak, gazing down upon an endless sea of humanity. Upon witnessing this, everyone was astounded and eagerly scrambled upward. Meanwhile, in the sect's plaza, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, for he understood that, barring any unforeseen events, the individual above would soon become his junior brother. Soon enough, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Those who had passed the test began to queue for the second heart testing examination. However, this time, the number of successful candidates was notably greater than during the first round, with a remarkable 20,000 ascending to the 600th level. Although no one achieved a 10-star rating, over 200 reached the inner sect, marking a bountiful harvest. Consequently, during the second heart testing examination, those assisting, including the miscellaneous disciples, became particularly busy. Even Nalan Yin was among them, yet Xiao Chun remained oblivious to her presence. The sheer busyness of multiple teams operating simultaneously left him with little inclination to notice the others. After the heart test concluded and everyone reconvened, he remained unaware of Nalan Yan's existence. As dusk approached, the first day of testing came to a definitive close. The elders escorted the 20,000 newly admitted disciples into the sect, beginning the allocation of accommodations, personal tokens, and garments. Meanwhile, Lu Tsang brought the data on new disciples to report at the main peak. Sectmaster, on the first day of opening the mountain, we have accepted 20,000 outer sect disciples and 200 inner sect disciples. Among them, one disciple named Li Pingyan has ascended to the 998th level. Excellent. Nurture them well. You may leave. Yes. Lu Tsang departed respectfully. Chen Xuan, seated in a rocking chair at the cliff's edge, quietly glanced at the incoming gifts. Luxurious Discipleship Gift Package X20,000. Opulent Discipleship Gift Package X200. Chen Xuan. It was his first encounter with such an abundance of discipleship packages, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to utilize them. Although the luxurious and opulent packages contained nothing particularly remarkable, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. If he were to open them all, he feared there would be a considerable amount of useless items. Taking a deep breath to brace himself, Chen Xuan then quietly commanded, "System, open all gift packages." Ding. All gift packages opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 180 King Summoning Cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 40 Saint Summoning Cards. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 millennia snow Ganoderma. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 various basic elixirs. Congratulations to the host. Soon enough, a series of substantial rewards have arrived in succession. Upon witnessing these rewards, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Although the quantity had increased, the majority were suitable only for those below the saint level. Moreover, the sheer number of summoning cards was overwhelming, over 20,000. Fortunately, they could be synthesized. Otherwise, after accepting over 20,000 disciples, the addition of more than 20,000 elders would undoubtedly drive one to madness. System. Synthesize all summoning cards. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. Current summoning cards are, for Emperor summoning cards, non-synthesizable, 200 Saint summoning cards, non-synthesizable, and 8 Royal summoning cards, can still be synthesized once. Chen Xuan remarked. Goodness. On the very first day of establishing the sect, I have acquired 4 Emperor cards and 200 Saint cards. If I were to accept disciples for 7 days, wouldn't I end up with so many saints that they would be as common as dogs? Chen Xuan paused for a moment, yet he was too lazy to ponder over it any further. After all, the system encouraged him to develop into the foremost sect among the realms. Having a few more saints seemed quite reasonable. Thus, Chen Xuan retrieved all the Emperor summoning cards he had previously accumulated and began the synthesis process. Not one to settle for mediocrity, he successfully synthesized another immortal card. Henceforth, Chen Xuan possessed 3 immortal summoning cards, 4 Emperor summoning cards, and approximately 200 Saint summoning cards. Upon reaching this point, Chen Xuan slowly stowed away the immortal summoning cards and, without a moment's hesitation, initiated a new wave of large-scale summoning. System. Summon all cards, except for the immortal cards, that cannot be further synthesized. Beep. Characters are being batch engraved. Chapter 145. The Establishment of the Criminal Law Hall. The Crisis of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Boom. 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 As the system delineated the summoners, formidable beings materialized within the ranks of the Misty Sect, emerging from the ether. In no time, 4 great emperors, accompanied by 200 quasi-saint kings, majestically ascended to the summit. Wherever they passed, countless individuals looked up in awe. The aura emanating from the 200 strong was so potent that it sent tremors through the hearts of the 20,000 newly initiated disciples and 5,000 miscellaneous workers, as if they had glimpsed the face of sheer terror. What just flew by? I couldn't catch a glimpse, but it felt so terrifying. Could something be amiss with the sect? Goodness, I've just joined. I've never seen those figures before. Is the sect truly in peril? That aura, it seems to carry the essence of saints. Goodness, it appears there are many saints among them. What on earth is happening in the Misty Sect? Why are there so many saintly presences? In an instant, countless newcomers and the multitude of workers were engulfed in shock, each startled and beginning to discuss the unfamiliar powerful beings that had just surged past. Yet before they could utter many words, Lu Tsong's explanation resonated, sending a jolt through everyone, intensifying their astonishment. Silence. What just passed was our sect's elders who have emerged from seclusion. With the expansion of disciples, the elders have simply come out of their retreats. Boom. Upon hearing this, the 20,000 disciples, along with the 5,000 workers, were instantly stunned. Goodness, those who just flew past were all elders? My heavens, could that group truly consist of saints? What kind of place have we entered? Saints abound in the skies. I've long heard that the Misty Sect has many saints, but this is simply overwhelming. In that moment, countless perceptions of the Misty Sect were dramatically reshaped, especially the newly joined disciples, whose spirits soared, filled with fervor. After all, the more powerful the sect they joined, the prouder they felt. On another front, the 200, under the guidance of the 4 great emperors, arrived at the summit. Subsequently, all knelt in unison, paying homage to Chen Xuan, who reclined in his chair. We greet the sect master. Amidst the synchronized voices, a few feminine tones could be discerned. Though few, they were clearly heard by Chen Xuan. His face lit up with delight as he eagerly turned to behold several female saints within the crowd. Seeing this, Chen Xuan felt immensely satisfied. Although the ratio of summoned men to women was relatively low, the sheer number ensured that there were indeed women among them. At last, the sect would have formidable female elders. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded contentedly and gazed at the 4 kneeling before him, gently inquiring, "What are your names?" His tone was soft, as if speaking to children. Before him, the four indeed resembled children, trembling slightly as they lifted their gazes and clasped their fists, promptly reporting, "I am Du Zhantian. I am Du Beitian. Underlings Du Chaitian and Du Patian. I pay my respects to the sect master." The last phrase was shouted in unison by the four. Chen Xuan mused, "Do you harbor a grudge against the heavens?" The four replied, "No, sect master. If there were no grudge, would we bear such names?" Chen Xuan silently pondered this thought, yet did not delve deeper into their names. With a gentle smile, he raised his hand and instructed, "Rise. Henceforth, the sect shall establish the criminal law hall to oversee the transgressions of elders, disciples, auxiliary members, and advanced disciples. You four shall serve as the criminal law elders, directly obeying my commands. The 200 saints shall be your law enforcement members. Go forth." "Yes, we accept our orders." The four again clasped their fists in gratitude and departed to assemble the criminal law hall overnight. The news of the establishment of the criminal law hall in the mysterious sect quickly spread, reaching the ears of every disciple, especially after it was revealed that all members of the criminal law hall hailed from that group on the fateful night. The hall's authority surged to an unseen pinnacle. However, this was not the end. As the number of disciples recruited during the mountain opening ceremony increased, the disciples encountered a group of elders emerging from seclusion each night. Initially, everyone was taken aback, but gradually, they grew accustomed to it. With more and more elders being summoned back, various departments within the sect began to fill up. The personnel of the mysterious sect became increasingly abundant. During the days of recruitment at the mysterious sect, the southern region also entered a new phase of turmoil, particularly after Chen Xuan, accompanied by Miao Yunyi, emerged from the imperial tomb and vanquished the two ghostly teachings. The tale of Miao Yunyi acquiring the legacy of the demon emperor spiraled into outrageous proportions, especially with the destruction of the ghostly teachings, the confiscation of the celestial devouring demon jar, and the restoration of the shattered imperial array at the Jade Maiden Pavilion. These events, after 2 months of fermentation, led everyone to firmly believe that Miao Yunyi had indeed obtained the complete legacy of the demon emperor. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, it would have been impossible to annihilate the united forces of the ghostly teachings or repair the imperial array. Thus, as this narrative spread, the extreme sacred grounds and ordinary sacred grounds of the southern region began to stir with excitement. Among them, the demon race was the most impetuous. The leader of the Rock clan, Peng Wanli, upon learning this news, gathered extreme-grade weapons and allied with the Red Tiger clan, Ancient Ape clan, Black Bear clan, and Heavenly Beetle clan, the strongest demon factions, and approached the Jade Maiden Pavilion demanding the legacy of the emperor. He boldly asserted that it was only right for the demon race to reclaim their ancestral treasures, threatening the annihilation of the Jade Maiden Pavilion should they refuse. Once this news broke, the southern region was thrown into chaos. This left Miao Yunyi within the Jade Maiden Pavilion feeling helpless, for she had truly not obtained any legacy of the emperor. Fortunately, the imperial array, completed by Chen Xuan, was not something her adversaries could easily breach. Of course, while she was not fearful, she also lacked the strength to resist. Thus, Miao Yunyi, contemplating that it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications, confided in Peng Wanli that she had acquired no inheritance within the imperial tomb and that the demon emperor had not perished but had instead transcended into a new existence. However, upon uttering these words, the demon clan collectively expressed disbelief, accusing her of deceiving them. They persisted in their threats, clamoring that if she did not present the inheritance, they would indeed resort to violence. In desperation, Miao Yunyi sought assistance from other sacred lands to unite against the demon clan of the southern region. Yet, it was evident that everyone harbored covetous intentions towards the emperor's legacy. Upon learning of Miao Yunyi's plea, they opportunistically proposed demands for portions of the emperor's inheritance as a condition for their support. This predicament left Miao Yunyi increasingly exasperated. She had not received any inheritance, yet everyone insisted that she had. Alas, even if she spoke until her lips were chapped, she could not clarify the situation. Resigned, Miao Yunyi relinquished her hope for aid from other factions and instead placed her trust in the distant Shangzong of the eastern region. Within the Grand Hall of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, a magnificent teleportation ritual, founded upon supreme weapons, was underway. In the teleportation array, Saintess Su Ro held the token of the Piaomiao Sect in one hand and a sword in the other, her gaze resolute as she proclaimed, "Master, I am ready. We may commence the teleportation." Very well. The journey to the eastern region is long. Although we have the support of supreme weapons, we cannot ascertain precisely where you will arrive. Exercise utmost caution on your journey. The pavilion master, Miao Yundi, reiterated her warnings once more, then joined forces with all the elders to activate the teleportation array. As the array was energized, the divine essence and precious spirit stones laid upon the ground were absorbed at an astonishing rate. Subsequently, the array emitted a protective barrier encasing Su Ro, before the fabric of reality split open, engulfing her entirely. Chapter 146. The Saintess Seeks Salvation. The entire clan transcends as the fissure in the void disappeared. Miao Yun felt a profound emptiness within her heart. She could only silently pray for her disciple to reach the mysterious sect safely. Although it seemed cruel to send a blossoming maiden to the eastern domain, circumstances left her with no alternative. In recent days, she had attempted to dispatch disciples stealthily from the Jade Maiden Pavilion, but with the increasing presence of demonic tribes, no matter how many she sent, they were invariably captured or struck down by formidable weapons. Thus, she was compelled to resort to the teleportation array. The ordinary teleportation array could not facilitate long-distance conveyance and was susceptible to detection by powerful weapons. The array before her, however, was the only one capable of eluding such detection and enabling long-range transport. Yet, this array was incomplete and could not endure the passage of those at the sage level, only allowing for the transit of those beneath the heavenly king rank. Hence, sending Su Ro was an act of desperation. As Su Ro was drawn into the spatial rift, she felt a dizzying sensation, surrounded by a multitude of stars whirling past her at a speed that rendered them mere streaks of light, obscuring her view of the surroundings. This experience instilled a sense of fear within her, as though she had entered an unknown realm. Had it not been for the protective barrier enveloping her, she would likely have perished in the boundless expanse. Fortunately, the duration of the teleportation was brief. With a sudden jolt, Su Ro broke free from the void, arriving in an expanse of clear skies stretching for miles. Is this the eastern domain? Master, you must hold on. I will surely locate the sect. She gazed vacantly at her surroundings before resolutely choosing a direction and soaring forth, embarking on her quest to uncover the whereabouts of the mysterious sect. Friend, please wait. Have you heard of the mysterious sect? The mysterious sect? You seek to apprentice there, right? Follow me. My vessel is headed to the mysterious sect as well. Where's this? This is not the mysterious sect. Ha! What a beautiful girl. This time, I've brought back a fine prize. Come, take her to my chamber. Ah, my hand. My hand is broken. Goodness, she is a formidable presence. Run, run. Friend, may I inquire about the direction of the mysterious sect? The mysterious sect? Keek. Ah, please don't kill me. This is my first time robbing someone. Woo, shopkeeper. Have you heard of the mysterious sect? The mysterious sect? You won't make it in time. The last ship has already departed. But it seems there's a vessel from Yunzhou heading towards Huangzhou. You could check there. Meanwhile, within the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan had not anticipated that amidst the vastness of the eastern domain, a woman was tirelessly searching for him. Along the way, she had been deceived multiple times. Yet, fortunate for her, as a saintess, her vigilance and inquiries allowed her to draw ever closer to the mysterious sect. Of course, Chen Xuan remained unaware of this. For today marked the culmination of the mysterious sect's recruitment of disciples. As the sovereign, while he need not personally engage in every task, there remained a multitude of reports for him to attend to. At this moment, Lutsong had just finished briefing him on the matter of recruiting disciples. Following a rigorous 7-day assessment, the Piaomiao Sect had successfully welcomed 100,000 outer disciples and 1,000 inner disciples. Among the inner disciples, there were 100 with 9-star potential and 900 with 8-star potential. Although no direct disciples had emerged, Chen Xuan was quite content with this outcome. After all, stabilizing the foremost sect in the realms hinged on a substantial number of disciples. However, Lutsong did not depart immediately after his report. He proceeded to discuss the upcoming initiation ceremony for the new disciples. It was necessary for the new initiates to meet the sovereign, to behold his visage, lest they fail to recognize him. Furthermore, during the ceremony, a speech would be delivered to deepen the disciples' loyalty to the sect and clarified their future paths. In essence, it was a welcoming event for the newcomers. Chen Xuan did not decline. He readily agreed and entrusted Lu Cong with its organization, intending merely to make an appearance. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's consent, Lu Cong promptly set about arranging the initiation ceremony for the new disciples. With that, Chen Xuan found the opportunity to summon the remaining powerful cards. System: summoned the recently synthesized card. Ding. The character depiction was successful, and the summoned entities were en route to the host. The host was asked to be patient for a moment. Soon, another wave of 100 elders materialized, converging in the skies above the Piaomiao Sect and heading straight for the main peak. However, this time, the disciples of the Piaomiao Sect were unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences. Of course, if one were to express any curiosity, it would pertain to just how many elders the Piaomiao Sect possessed, as new elders seemed to emerge nightly in astonishing numbers. Nevertheless, the exact count of elders was likely known only to the sovereign. Atop the main peak, observing yet another group of elders come to pay their respects, Chen Xuan waved his hand, directing them to report to the appropriate elders. He then quietly began to tally the number of elders currently within the Piaomiao Sect. To his astonishment, the count was staggering. After a series of summoning waves, the sect now boasted 28 great elders and an astonishing 1,018 half-step sacred kings. Over 1,000 saints? 28 great emperors? This was overwhelming. Chen Xuan was taken aback. He had been opening packages and synthesizing summons daily, yet he had not anticipated such a bountiful yield. Alarmed, he calculated once more. The initial recruitment yielded 100,000, equating to 100,000 heavenly king cards. The subsequent synthesis resulted in 1,000 saints, which was accurate. The 109-star inner disciples translated to 200 saint cards, yielding 20 great emperors, also accurate. Adding in the previously summoned elders and the 8-star inner disciples. Goodness, he had not miscalculated. After several recounts, Chen Xuan was nearly rendered speechless. After all, the sheer number is somewhat astonishing, especially the 28 great emperors. It is likely that all the great emperors born in the vast ancient continent over several 100,000 years do not even amount to his count. With such a multitude of formidable beings at his command, one could easily sweep through not only the entire ancient continent, but perhaps the entire cosmos. However, one cannot help but wonder if these 28 great emperors could stand against a dark sovereign. The thought of the dark sovereign conjures vivid memories in Chen Xuan's mind of the battle scene he witnessed in the imperial tomb. In that scene, the dark sovereign effortlessly unleashed waves of energy capable of obliterating stars and could traverse time and space to detect prying eyes, a testament to his formidable power. As for the 28 grown emperors, their capabilities remain uncertain. Nevertheless, it matters little. The summoned emperors can cultivate and grow stronger, without necessarily achieving immortality. Should these 28 emperors reach their peak, they might very well make the dark sovereign search for his teeth. Moreover, he still possesses 3 unused celestial summoning cards. With this in mind, Chen Xuan felt no apprehension whatsoever. He cheerfully disposed of the worthless rewards he had received in the package into the sect's warehouse. Although he had welcomed numerous disciples this time, aside from the summoning cards, there was nothing among the rewards that piqued Chen Xuan's interest. All that remained were various divine weapons, sacred herbs, and materials. Speaking of materials, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled his intention to construct a teleportation array for the Jade Girl Pavilion in the southern region. After the sect initiation conference tomorrow, I shall have Lu Cong take care of it. With this thought, Chen Xuan returned to the main peak. However, upon his return, he found Li Qie still at work. To be precise, he was feeding the fish. Since bringing Li Qie back 2 months ago and assigning him daily tasks, Li Qie's cultivation had already reached the initial stage of concentration. His breakthrough speed was remarkable, showing no signs of bottleneck whatsoever. Master, upon seeing Chen Xuan, Li Qie promptly set down the earthworm he was holding and greeted him. Chen Xuan glanced at the plump goldfish in the tub, nodded in approval, and said, "You have fed the fish well. Remember to rest early. Tomorrow, accompany me to the new disciples' initiation conference." "Yes." Li Qie respectfully clasped his fists and watched Chen Xuan depart before returning to his room to rest. Yet, that night, he dreamt once more of his sheep. Chapter 147. The Youth's Wild Ambition. Na Lan, Yin. The assembly for the new disciples of the mysterious sect is taking place at the combat square. 100,000 disciples, adorned in their neatly organized sect attire, stand in perfect formation, each exuding the vigor of youth. On the battle stage, Chen Xuan occupies the main seat, surrounded by elders, resembling stars encircling the moon, making his position unmistakably clear. Upon the appearance of the sect master, the throng of new disciples erupts with excitement, each clasping their fists in salute. With a swift motion, their synchronized actions produce a resounding echo. Following this, the disciples collectively shout towards Chen Xuan, "Disciples, pay homage to the sect master." The sound, resounding and spirited, coalesces into a powerful chorus that pierces the heavens. This marks their inaugural encounter with the leader of the mysterious sect, as it is also Chen Xuan's first sight of them. Observing the radiance emanating from the youthful disciples, Chen Xuan gently raised his hand to signal for calm, then gestured to Lu Tsang to proceed. Lu Tsang, seizing the moment, stepped forward and retrieved a piece of paper from his robes to commence the speech for the initiation ceremony. Although the assembly had received Chen Xuan's approval, he had not anticipated that Lu Tsang would read from a prepared script. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Xuan chose to remain silent and settled back into his seat. Only then did Lu Tsang dare to speak. Clearing his throat, he held the script and began to read. As the red sun rises, its path radiates great light. Chen Xuan felt an inexplicable familiarity with the text and glanced towards the corner where the elder Yi Junlin stood. Indeed, Yi Junlin, listening intently, wore a broad smile, nodding his head as if the script were his own creation. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was expected that the Yi family could produce such eloquence, a talent evident in their leader, Yi Chongqing. Thus, Chen Xuan redirected his focus to Lu Tsang's address. The river emerges with hidden currents, surging forth into the vast ocean. The lurking dragon soars from the abyss, its scales and claws gleaming. The young tiger roars in the valley, sending tremors through the beasts. Lu Tsang's voice grew increasingly fervent, his emotions rising with each word, particularly with the final phrase. The atmosphere erupted with an overwhelming force, soaring into the skies. Every young disciple felt their spirits uplifted, their expressions animated. The essence of the youth possesses wild ambition resonated profoundly within them. My fate is determined by me, not by fate. Such a commanding proclamation, such a formidable elder, such an awe-inspiring sect master. Suddenly, I found myself enamored with this sect. Historically, sects have often suppressed their disciples, fostering self-doubt. This was my first encounter with encouragement. I am absolutely thrilled. Who dares to claim that youth is weak? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. The elder's words resonate beautifully. The young tiger roars in the valley, sending tremors through the beasts. Today, it is solely the youth who reign. In an instant, 100,000 disciples were swept up in an unparalleled fervor. Although the surface appears calm, her eyes are already red, and the blood within her surges with fervor, as if she is poised to soar beyond the clouds. It must be said, the writings of the Yi family are indeed remarkable, resonating with words that stir the heart. Observing this, Lu Tsang continued, when the youth are strong, the sect flourishes. Now that you have entered the sect, I hope you will diligently cultivate and not disappoint the expectations placed upon you. He then invited the sect leader to speak. With that, Lu Tsang descended from the podium, approached Chen Xuan, and quietly suggested, "Sect leader, would you like to say a few words? I have a speech prepared." Chen Xuan replied, "I shall speak briefly. There is no need for the script." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the manuscript and slowly approached the podium, gazing out at the 100,000 disciples. In an instant, the disciples were filled with excitement, standing tall with pride. Clearing his throat to organize his thoughts, Chen Xuan spoke gently, "You have passed the sect's test, proving your exceptional potential. Though you are still young, you shall undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the future. I hope you will remain true to your original aspirations and strive for excellence. No matter where you are, do not easily give up in the face of adversity. You must believe in your ability to succeed and trust that you will surely attain the path to becoming an emperor. Though the journey to becoming an emperor is fraught with challenges and thorns, remember, the wind rises from the edges of the green grass, and the waves form amidst gentle ripples. The path to enlightenment and ascension is no different. Strive on, my young ones." His voice carried on the wind, reaching the ears of every disciple. In that moment, the 100,000 disciples, along with 5,000 miscellaneous workers, trembled with emotion, deeply moved by Chen Xuan's words. The wind rises from the edges of the green grass. The waves form amidst gentle ripples. Such profound wisdom. Indeed, the sect leader is correct. Every great emperor begins from humble beginnings. I shall not belittle myself. I too can become an emperor. Roars of determination erupted as the disciples, their faces flushed and necks taut, shouted strive. In response to Chen Xuan's encouragement, even as Chen Xuan announced the conclusion of the gathering and the elders began to depart, many disciples remained, fervently shouting strive. In unison, this demonstrated to the elders of the sect the remarkable ability of Chen Xuan to stir emotions with just a few words. He ignited the passionate spirit of 100,000 youths. Let us go cultivate. Strive. Strive. Moments later, the disciples, awakened from their fervor, began to disperse, rushing towards various training facilities. Among them was Xiao Chun, who was excitedly heading towards the illusion tower with his 3 old friends and the newly joined brother Ping'an. However, not far into their journey, they noticed Nailan Yin trailing behind them. Upon being discovered, Nailan Yin panicked and quickly hid behind a tree, peeking out as if admiring the scenery. Witnessing this, Xiao Chun was bewildered, unable to comprehend Nailan Yin's entry into the sect. Regardless of how the other party entered the sect, the grievances between them had long been settled. There was no necessity for further entanglement. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Chun allowed a few of his close brothers to proceed ahead while he made his way directly to Nailan Yin, intending to clarify matters with her. However, before Xiao Chun could utter a word, Nailan Yin revealed a joyful smile and exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Chun, I thought you would pretend not to recognize me. I'm truly delighted that you came." Xiao Chun replied, "Nailan Yin, since you have joined the sect, I have nothing further to say. Our grievances are resolved, and I shall not trouble you again in the future. I have come only to advise you to conduct yourself appropriately within the sect, so as not to disappoint the expectations placed upon you." With those cold words, Xiao Chun turned to leave, showing no regard or sentiment, not even glancing at her carefully chosen attire for the day. This left Nailan Yin feeling a pang of grievance. However, she understood that this was the outcome she deserved. Thus she bore no resentment. She hastily grasped Xiao Chen's sleeve and, with gentle sincerity, pleaded, "Brother Xiao Chun, I was wrong in the past. Please do not be angry. All right? As long as you are not upset, I will do anything you ask. Let go." Xiao Chen's voice remained flat, his eyes filled with icy detachment. "No, unless you call me Yenner." Nailan Yin pouted, locking eyes with Xiao Chun, refusing to release her grip. Chapter 148. Confrontation with Nailan Yin. As Xiao Chun watched Nailan Yin act coyly, memories of their innocent childhood friendship flooded his mind. Back then, she would cling to him, calling him Brother Xiao Chun and sweetly asking him to refer to her as Yenner. However, all the beauty of those moments was irrevocably shattered by a subsequent engagement annulment. Recalling the haughty demeanor of his former betrothed during the dissolution, a wave of disgust washed over Xiao Chun, prompting him to exert a slight pressure in his arm. Forcefully shaking off Nailan Yin's delicate hand, coldly, he remarked, "Junior sister, please refrain from such disgraceful behavior." "Disgraceful? Junior sister?" Nailan Yin was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon a shameless smile graced her lips as she replied, "Brother Xiao Chun, do you wish for me to be disgraceful then?" Xiao Chun responded, his expression impassive. "Such behavior only intensifies my aversion. Is that so? Then why not continue to strike me? Teach this disgraceful person a harsh lesson." With that, Nailan Yin leaned in, her eyes narrowing into slits, inviting a confrontation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chun felt an unexpected urge in his palm, instinctively clenching his fist to quell the sensation. He desired no further conversation and turned to leave. However, Nailan Yin, quick on her feet, blocked his path, once again presenting her face and saying, "Brother Xiao Chun, you wouldn't truly wish to part ways, would you?" "Wish to part ways? I would rather you not exist." Xiao Chen's brows furrowed, irritation mounting at her incessant questioning. Yet, he refrained from acting upon his frustrations. The enmity between them had long been accounted for. Any physical confrontation now would leave him without justification. Yet, the unfolding events rarely adhered to one's expectations. Despite Xiao Chen's silence, Nailan Yin continued to provoke him. "Brother Xiao Chun, I implore you, strike me. If you do not, My heart will ache. I had no choice during the engagement annulment. She laughed mockingly. Brother Chen, do not hold back. If you truly cannot find a reason, just remember how I humiliated you. Yes, I did not only humiliate you, I also dishonored your father and grandfather. Boom. At the mention of his father and grandfather, vivid images from that day surged into Xiao Chun's mind, igniting a fury that consumed him. Coldly, he retorted, "Do you truly believe I am afraid to strike you, you wretched girl? Then go ahead. Strike me. If you do not, I shall inform my roommates about the annulment. And soon all the outer disciples will know." Smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen could no longer contain himself and delivered a resounding slap to Nailin Yin. She fell to the grass, rolling 3 times upon impact. "You wretched girl, is that how much you crave punishment?" Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with intensity as he stepped closer, crouching before Nailin Yin. As Nailin Yin was scrutinized at such close proximity, she displayed no fear. Instead, she boldly declared, "You are nothing but the worthless youth whom I have rejected." With a resounding slap, her words were abruptly silenced, her face turning towards the side. Yet undeterred, Nailin Yin resolutely returned her gaze to Xiao Chen. However, just as she regained her composure, Xiao Chen seized her collar and raised his hand once more. Slap, slap, slap. Yes, precisely like that. It hurts. Please, no more. After a series of sharp blows, Nailin Yan's cheeks were swollen and tears streamed down her face. Xiao Chen, momentarily lost in impulse, eventually released her. As he beheld her inflamed visage, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Of course, he recognized that such feelings were inappropriate. Hence, he concealed his emotions and hastily uttered a parting remark before departing. "Dare to pursue me again, and this shall be your fate." "Humph, I am unafraid. I am determined to pursue you," Nailin Yin retorted defiantly, though her swollen cheeks rendered her words indistinct, leaving her uncertain if Xiao Chen had heard her. Watching his figure fade from view, she gently touched her throbbing face. "Oh, that hurts." She winced, retracting her hand. Despite the pain, her heart swelled with joy, for she understood Xiao Chen's nature. His willingness to strike her indicated that she still held significance in his eyes. If he were to dismiss her completely, then she would indeed be without hope. With this thought, she cheerfully began to circulate her energy to reduce the swelling on her face before setting off to the illusory tower for her training, preparing to seek him out again once the pain of the beating had faded from her memory. At the main peak, having concluded the sect's welcoming conference, Chen Xuan had just settled into his rocking chair, ready to summon Lu Song to arrange for the construction of a teleportation array in the southern region. When Lu Song entered holding a token, "Master, a female cultivator has arrived at the mountain gate, claiming to be the saintess of our sect's vassal force. The Jade Maiden Pavilion. Here is her token." "The Jade Maiden Pavilion?" Chen Xuan mused, recognizing the vassal token he had previously bestowed. "Indeed, they are our vassal force. But how did they come to the eastern region from the southern region?" Although somewhat skeptical, he commanded, "Bring her to me. I wish to meet her in person." "Yes," Lu Song replied, clasping his hands together, then waved his hand, summoning a frostbitten young woman to the main peak. To his surprise, the young lady was none other than Su Ro, the saintess of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Yet, her current appearance bore no resemblance to that of a saintess. She was weathered and disheveled, her clothing tattered, particularly around her legs, which were marred with rips exposing her pale skin, leaving one to wonder if she had been attacked by demonic beasts or torn by thorns. Su Ro steadied her weary form and, upon spotting Chen Xuan in the rocking chair, felt a surge of vitality. Disregarding her disheveled appearance, she promptly knelt upon the grass with her long, graceful legs and exclaimed, "I am Su Ro, a disciple of the subordinate sect, the Jade Maiden Pavilion, and I humbly pay my respects to the esteemed leader of the sect." "Su Ro, what has happened to you?" Chen Xuan inquired, concern lacing his tone as he sat up slightly. At the warmth of the leader's concern, Su Ro felt her eyes welling with tears. Her beauty had nearly led her to be abducted on several occasions, but she had narrowly escaped each time through her vigilance. Despite her efforts, the journey had been fraught with hardship. In her haste to reach the mysterious sect, she had pressed on without rest. To evade unwanted attention drawn by her appearance, she had even resorted to disguising herself with paint along the way. Nevertheless, she had encountered numerous perils, battles with demons in the forest, sharpened blades beyond the forbidden zone, and treachery within the cities. Yet, Now was not the time for such tales. Su Ro merely wore an expression of unspoken anguish before urgently relaying the threat posed by the southern region's demon clan against the Jade Maiden Pavilion, explaining how she had been transmitted here by the elders. Upon finishing her account, she humbly implored, "Please, esteemed leader, lend your strength to save the Jade Maiden Pavilion. We are willing to pay any price for your assistance." Chapter 149. Song emerges in the southern region. Su Ro's eyes brimmed with earnest pleading, eager to prove herself at that very moment. Even if Chen Xuan were to propose an unreasonable demand, she would acquiesce without hesitation. Yet, is Chen Xuan truly that type of person? Clearly not. The Jade Maiden Pavilion serves as his transit point in the southern region and is a vassal force under his command. He would never allow it to come to harm. Thus, upon hearing Su Ro's explanation, Chen Xuan nodded reassuringly, saying, "You need not worry. I shall send someone to address this matter." With that, he turned to Lu Tsong. "Lu Tsong, you shall handle it. Additionally, install a teleportation array in the Jade Maiden Pavilion to facilitate swift communication between the two realms. Furthermore, inform the pavilion master that, as they have pledged allegiance to my sect, they may select 100 individuals to join us for further training." Understood. Lu Tsong clasped his fists and then waved his hand to part the fabric of space, heading toward the southern region. Seeing this, Su Ro hurriedly rose to follow. However, as soon as she stood, the space sealed shut, leaving no time for her to enter. Staring at the restored void, Su Ro felt utterly bewildered. Casting a pitiful glance at Chen Xuan as she meekly asked, "Sect Master, do I have to fly back again?" Chen Xuan replied, "I have not instructed you to return. Observing your exhaustion, it would be best for you to remain here at the sect to rest for a few days. Once matters are resolved on that end, you may return." After saying this, Chen Xuan summoned Lu Yu to arrange a place for Su Ro to rest. Finally, Su Ro sighed in relief and took her leave. Although she harbored concerns for her master, she had greater faith in the strength of the sect at this moment. From the instant she arrived at the mountain gate, she sensed the sect's formidable power. Even the elder guarding the gate exuded a presence that surpassed her master's. Especially that elder named Lu Tsong, who effortlessly tore through space with a single motion. All signs indicated that the sect was indeed powerful and did not regard the demon tribes of the southern region as a threat. This was why she felt secure enough to stay. "Miss Su, you shall reside here. This is the main peak, and typically, no other disciples frequent this area. Should you require anything, just call for me. I will be residing in the willow tree by the entrance of the main hall." After arranging a resting place for Su Ro in a secluded corner of the main peak, Lu Yu bid her farewell. Living in a tree? Su Ro was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, she promptly stepped outside to see Lu Yu off, watching as she melded into the willow tree. In that instant, she fully grasped the meaning behind Lu Yu's words. She truly resides in a tree. Su Ro stood there, momentarily dazed. Even when she returned to her room and immersed herself in a bath, she pondered how Lu Yu could possibly live within a tree. Meanwhile, in the southern region's Jade Maiden Pavilion, after several days of settling in, an increasing number of powerful demon clans began to establish their homes in the Jade Maiden Mountains. In recent days, after probing the capabilities of the demon race, they discovered that relying solely on extreme weapons could not breach the formidable array of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Reluctant to relinquish their imperial heritage, the demon leaders convened and resolved to adopt a policy akin to trapping a beast. Unable to overcome you, they would instead confine you. Consequently, at the behest of several demon factions, numerous rogue demons and lesser demon species flocked to the Jade Maiden Pavilion, preparing to permanently seal it within the confines of the demon realm, intending to exhaust the pavilion over time. Thus, upon the announcement of this strategy, various demon clans gradually converged, enveloping the Jade Maiden Pavilion in an impenetrable snare. At this moment, within the Jade Maiden Pavilion, in a bid to avoid passively awaiting their fate, Miao selected 2 exceptionally talented female disciples from her inner circle, intending to send them to the Eastern Domain to seek assistance from Su Ro at the Misty Sect. After all, they had previously dispatched only 1 disciple, and given the vast distance to the Eastern Domain, should anything befall a single disciple en route, their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, being confined within the Jade Maiden mountain range, they were cut off from the outside world, unaware of Su Ro's circumstances or whether she encountered any peril. Therefore, The only course of action was to continuously dispatch individuals to the eastern domain. Now, they were preparing to send a second batch of disciples, comprising 2 individuals. Observing the 2 young women standing confidently within the array, Miao Yunyi spoke gently, "My dear disciples, the journey to the eastern domain is fraught with peril. Are you prepared?" "Ready, master. No matter how treacherous the path ahead, we pledge to find the sect and will not betray your profound expectations." The 2 female disciples, their faces resolute and unyielding, seemed ready to swear an oath in blood. This filled Miao Yunyi with immense satisfaction, affirming that her care for them was not in vain. Nodding, she raised her hands and began to activate the teleportation array alongside the other elders. However, before anyone could fully exert their power, the void suddenly shimmered with rippling waves. Instantly, the fabric of reality split open, and a middle-aged man, expressionless, emerged from within. The sight startled everyone present. It was known that the Jade Maiden Pavilion was protected by an imperial array, meticulously restored by the sect's leader, impervious even to extreme weapons. How had this man appeared so silently? Could he possibly be from the higher sect? Suddenly, the thought of the higher sect stirred a tumultuous wave in the hearts of Miao Yunyi and the esteemed elders. After all, based on the performance of the sect leader, the higher sect indeed possessed such formidable power. With this in mind, Miao Yunyi quickly clasped her fists and inquired, "May I ask who you are? And what brings you to my Jade Maiden Pavilion? Is this indeed the Jade Maiden Pavilion? Who among you is the pavilion master?" Lu Tsong replied, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the crowd. In response, Miao Yunyi promptly declared, "I am Miao Yunyi, the master of the Jade Maiden Pavilion." "Ah, here are your belongings." Lu Tsong glanced at Miao Yunyi and casually tossed the vassal token back, then introduced himself, "I am Lu Tsong, the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the Piaomiao Sect. I have come at the behest of the sect master to resolve your troubles. Pray tell, what is the current situation?" The mention of the Grand Elder of the Piaomiao Sect elicited joy among the crowd, particularly upon the return of the vassal token, which solidified their belief in Lu Tsong's identity. "Thank you, esteemed sect. Please, Elder, take a seat." Miao Yunyi expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the sect before inviting Lu Tsong to sit, while simultaneously explaining the present circumstances. Lu Tsong, unceremoniously, took his place at the head of the table. After listening to Miao Yunyi's account, he grasped the situation at hand. In essence, the demon clan of the southern region was numerous and had besieged the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Lu Tsong rose immediately and declared, "These mere demons are of no consequence. Lead me there, and I shall disperse them." "Ah, Elder Lu, the opposing demon forces are formidable in number. Perhaps we should wait for the arrival of other elders from the sect before proceeding?" Miao Yunyi, noticing his eagerness, hastily offered her counsel. However, Lu Tsong's subsequent response left her utterly astounded. "There are no other elders. I am here alone. Only one person?" Miao Yunyi. "Other elders?" For a moment, everyone in the hall was left bewildered. Even Miao Yunyi's 2 other disciples were taken aback. Only one elder had come for support? Was this not rather dismissive of the demon clan? "Elder Lu, did Su Ro fail to convey the severity of the situation? The demon clan possesses 2 supreme weapons, and their gathering of powerful beings is increasing by the moment. Relying solely on us may be." Miao Yunyi did not state her concerns outright, but her implication was clear. To this, Lu Tsong merely smiled lightly and replied, "Who said I need your assistance? I alone am sufficient. Lead the way." Chapter 150. Terror from the Upper Sect. Shaking the southern domain, Lu Tsong's nonchalant demeanor left Miao Yunyi and her companions feeling helpless. Nevertheless, everything that needed to be said had been articulated clearly. The elder of the Upper Sect remained confident, perhaps possessing a strategy to repel the adversaries. Furthermore, she wielded a supreme weapon. Even if the elder failed to negotiate successfully, she could lead everyone back to the Jade Maiden Pavilion. With this thought in mind, Miao Yunyi ceased her delay, promptly stowing away the supreme weapon from the teleportation array and began to lead the way. Thus, a small group, accompanied by Lu Tsong, soared out of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, heading straight towards the stronghold of the demon clan nestled in Jade Maiden Mountain. However, as soon as they flew out of the pavilion, the sentinels of the demon clan and spies from other sacred lands swiftly spotted them. "Look, the people from the Jade Maiden Pavilion have emerged, and they are accompanied by a man." The emergence of the Jade Maiden Pavilion signified potential reinforcements. They hastily communicated with their sacred lands. Informed the sacred land that the Jade Maiden Pavilion may be on the verge of surrendering the Emperor's legacy. They have now exited the pavilion, and a guarantor has been found. In an instant, the spies from various sacred lands notified their respective factions, urging them to prepare for the acquisition of the Emperor's legacy. The demon clan's formidable members converged from all directions without delay. Ha! Miao Yundi, you actually dared to come out. Let's see where you can run to now. The first to appear among the demon clan was Peng Wanli of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Following closely were the twin demon saints of the Red Tiger clan, the demon saint of the Ancient Ape clan, the demon saint of the Black Bear clan, the Heavenly Cattle clan, and numerous other demon saints from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, among others. In a mere moment, Lu Tsong and his party found themselves encircled by over 30 demons and more than 20 demon saints. Throughout this ordeal, aside from Miao Yundi invoking the supreme weapon to shield everyone, Lu Tsong remained utterly silent, not moving a finger. This was not out of fear. Rather, Lu Tsong intended to wait for all the demons to gather before resolving the matter in one fell swoop, thereby avoiding future complications. Soon enough, all factions of the demon clan had assembled, and Miao Yundi, accompanied by several high-ranking elders, wore an increasingly grim expression. With over 20 demon saints present, even with the supreme weapon in her possession, breaking through seemed exceedingly difficult. All hope now rested entirely upon Lu Tsong. Thus, as the fierce gazes of the demon clan bore down upon them, Miao Yundi turned her attention towards Lu Tsong. Noticing that nearly all the demons had gathered, Lu Tsong finally spoke, his voice calm, yet resonant. I am Lu Tsong, the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the Misty Sect in the Eastern Domain. The Jade Maiden Pavilion has submitted to our sect and is now a vassal force of our sect. To oppose the Jade Maiden Pavilion is to oppose the Misty Sect. Disperse at once, or face the consequences. A tremor rippled through the air as his declaration reached the ears of every demon saint. In an instant, the demon saints erupted into laughter. Particularly, Peng Wanli of the Golden-Winged Rock clan scoffed. So, reinforcements have been summoned from the Eastern Domain. Miao Yundi, you certainly have some gall to be so easily deceived. Ha! A mere elder dares to boast in front of our demon clan. I am curious to know, who bestowed upon you such audacity? What? Do you, a force from the Eastern Domain, wish to meddle in our affairs in the Southern Domain? Do you think you are worthy? The crowd erupted into derisive laughter, dismissing Lu Tsong with utter disdain. Yet, Lu Tsong remained unperturbed, calmly stating, if the three numbers do not depart, then let them stay. Huh? 3 numbers? Who do you think you are? Even if you wield an extreme weapon, we fear you not. Count away, for we shall also grant you 3 numbers. Should you not leave after that, then remain you shall. Some among the demon clan scoffed and began to count. However, a more volatile individual, unwilling to prolong the verbal exchange, proposed, why waste words with him? Let us act decisively and seize Miao Yundi. After some rigorous interrogation, she will surely yield the legacy of the demon emperor. Indeed, I concur. Now that she has emerged, we cannot afford to let her escape. Let us act. Suddenly, in a collective decision, an extreme weapon was summoned forth, and they combined their strength to strike at the Inyang Bagua furnace. Miao Yundi, startled by their abrupt aggression, quickly allied with several elders to mount a defense. Yet, at that moment, Lu Tsong too took action. He had not anticipated that his offer of mercy would go unrecognized by the demon clan. With a solemn expression, he raised his hand and directed it at their extreme weapon. In an instant, the oppressive force emanating from the weapon dissipated, rendering it uncontrollable as it flew into Lu Tsong's grasp, executed with the same finesse as Chen Xuan when he seized the Yin Ming's swallowing heaven demon jar. Seeking death, after stowing away the extreme weapon, Lu Tsong let out a cold snort, then waved his hand, unleashing a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The few demon saints controlling the extreme weapon were instantly obliterated, offering no resistance whatsoever. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, their confidence shaken. Yet, after a brief pause, Peng Wanli summoned the thunder staff and shouted, combine your strength. Vanquish him. Swish, swish, swish. Over a dozen demon saints immediately joined forces, directing the thunder staff towards Lu Tsong. The remaining demon saints, caught off guard, were rendered speechless. Alas, I grant you an opportunity, yet you prove ineffectual. In that case, Let us send you all to meet your ancestors. Lu Tsang sighed, remaining calm and unhurried, as he waved his hand once more. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged forth, cascading towards the crowd. The allied demon saints, unable to react, trembled and were promptly annihilated, dissolving into a mist of blood. The thunderstaff slowly drifted towards Lu Tsang's hand. As this scene unfolded, those demon clan members who had been momentarily stunned, along with distant spies from the Holy Land, were left utterly dumbfounded. Even Miao Yundi and the elder leaders of the Jade Maiden Pavilion were rendered speechless. To disregard an extreme weapon and annihilate nearly 20 demon saints with a mere wave of the hand. My goodness, could this be a great sage of the human race? In an instant, everyone stood in stunned silence. The surviving demon saints, terrified, immediately knelt in the void, trembling, and implored, "Senior, please spare us. We shall take our leave now. We implore you, esteemed elder, to spare us." Observing the pleading demeanor of the several demon clan sages, Lu Tsang refrained from further annihilation. After all, his objectives had been fulfilled, and this particular sage had exhibited a notable lack of audacity, refraining from any disrespectful remarks. Lu Tsang thus spoke calmly. "You have one day to vacate the Jade Maiden Mountain Range. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Yes, indeed. We shall depart immediately." Upon hearing that their pursuer would not press further, the sages of the demon clan felt an immense sense of relief, quickly expressing their gratitude before hastily making their way down the mountain. The demon clans below gazed upward, having witnessed the preceding events in their entirety. As they saw the sages fleeing, none dared to linger any longer. They all hurriedly retreated in haste. The name of the Piaomiao Sect of the Eastern Domain was indelibly etched in the minds of all the demon clans. Chapter 151. Constructing the Teleportation Array. The departure of the 100-woman ensemble as the demon clan hastily retreated. The spies from various holy lands, hidden in the distance, observed the demons dispersing and dared not linger. They withdrew while promptly reporting their observations back to their respective sanctuaries. Master, the crisis at the Jade Maiden Pavilion has been resolved. The demon saints have been annihilated, and 2 supreme artifacts are lost. Oh no. The Jade Maiden Pavilion has summoned a savior, who effortlessly dispatched 20 demon saints. What? With a mere gesture, 20 demon saints were struck down? Incredible. The savior from the Jade Maiden Pavilion is so formidable. From the Eastern region? Is that true? Has the Jade Maiden Pavilion become subordinate to another? Not a force from the central divine domain, but from the Eastern region? How could there be such a powerful force in the Eastern region? In an instant, the holy lands of the Southern region, upon receiving this news, were left in stunned disbelief. Yet, despite their reluctance to accept the truth, the facts remained undeniable. The name of the mysterious cloud sect from the Eastern region began to circulate among the major sanctuaries of the Southern region. Many holy lands, upon learning this information, could no longer remain idle and promptly dispatched representatives to the Jade Maiden Pavilion to establish cordial relations while discreetly investigating the veracity of the news. In the skies above, the group led by Miao Yundi remained in a state of shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if caught in a dream. The saying goes that long hair accompanies short knowledge. However, despite their flowing locks and ample bosoms, their experiences paled in comparison to the sheer terror of such power. With a single strike, over 20 demon saints were obliterated, sending the demon clan into a panicked flight, retreating like receding tides. Remarkably, this was merely the work of an inner sect elder from the upper sect. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of the upper sect, capable of suppressing the entire demon clan of the southern region with a mere wave of the hand. Although they themselves were of supreme caliber, they were left utterly astonished. After all, combating all the demons in the southern region was not something a single supreme force could achieve. Miao Pavilion Master, the situation has been resolved. Let us return. At this moment, Lu Tsang spoke, awakening the dazed women. As they regained their composure, their gazes towards Lu Tsang transformed entirely. Yes, let us return. Miao Yundi promptly stowed away the supreme weapon, her tone exceedingly respectful. The other elders were equally tense, scarcely daring to breathe. Soon, the group returned to the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Upon landing, Miao Yundi courteously gestured Lu Tsang towards the main hall, saying, "Elder Lu, this way please." "No need." Lu Tsang shook his head and, gazing at Miao Yundi, remarked, "The sect master has commanded that I construct a teleportation array here to facilitate passage between our two domains. Choose a suitable area for me to install the array." A teleportation array? Upon hearing this, Miao Yundi's expression brightened, her heart surging with excitement. The upper sect intended to establish a teleportation array connecting the two regions. This was a monumental undertaking, one that few could accomplish, as the remnants of previous arrays were incomplete and flawed. If we truly succeed in creating this, the exchange between the two realms will become instantaneous. Who would dare to provoke the Jade Maiden Pavilion? Moreover, if such long-distance teleportation can be employed for transportation, the revenue generated would be substantial. Of course, wealth is trivial compared to the prestige that the establishment of a teleportation array between the two realms would bestow upon the Jade Maiden Pavilion in the southern region, signifying the sect's favor towards them. Thus, Miao Yuni was overwhelmed with excitement, promptly pointing to a prime piece of land and exclaiming, "Elder Lu, what do you think of that land?" "Very well." Elder Lu glanced at the site without any objections and proceeded towards it, seemingly preparing to commence the construction. Observing this, Miao Yuni hurriedly followed, inquiring, "Elder Lu, are you starting the construction right away? Do we need to prepare any materials? Our Jade Maiden Pavilion supplies are limited, but the Great Wind Divine Kingdom is right next door. We can dispatch someone to procure them immediately. You need not prepare anything. Your assistance is not required here." Upon arriving at the site for the array installation, Lu Tsang paused momentarily and continued, "By the way, the sect master has issued a decree. Now that you are our vassals, the sect master grants you 100 spots for further training. You may select 100 individuals to enter our sect for advancement." "What? We can also pursue further training?" Miao Yuni was taken aback, her body quivering with exhilaration. While it is known that the major sacred lands are quite similar, everyone understands that the results of cultivating alongside a powerful figure differ vastly from solitary training. Furthermore, Elder Lu and Sect Master Chen Xuan are undoubtedly at least at the Saint King level, likely even greater, possibly the Grand Saints. Such a sect must be formidable even within the divine realm. To have the opportunity to cultivate beside a Saint King would undoubtedly lead to boundless prospects. Miao Yuni stood there in a daze, questioning her own senses, until Lu Tsang's continued response confirmed her understanding. "Yes, go ahead and select, but do not disturb me while I set up the array." Lu Tsang waved his hand and turned to retrieve the materials needed for the array. In her excitement, Miao Yuni quickly saluted a few supreme elders with clasped fists and hurried off to select disciples, leaving Lu Tsang to refine the materials required for the teleportation array. Although the crafting of materials was relatively simple for Lu Tsang, he still exerted considerable effort to create a super-stable, long-distance two-way teleportation array. After all, while the materials were plentiful, many needed to be refined before use. Additionally, as this was a two-way teleportation array, it required double the effort, thus taking some time. Before long, with all materials prepared, Lu Tsang completed the installation of the teleportation arrays at both the Mysterious Mist Sect and the Jade Maiden Pavilion, and began testing the teleportation personally. He stood on the teleportation array of the Mysterious Mist Sect and instructed the other elders to activate the array. With a flash of white light, Lu Tsang's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself at the teleportation array of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. As Lu Tsang successfully arrived, the elder women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, stationed outside the formation, were filled with immense excitement and hurried forward to offer their flattery. Although Lu Tsang was not one to relish insincere compliments, he couldn't help but feel a bit elated upon hearing the melodic voices of the elders. With a faint smile, he remarked, "The teleportation array is now operational. My task has been accomplished. By the way, have you selected the disciples for advancement? If so, let them accompany me back." Yes, they will be here shortly." The elder replied promptly, then conveyed the message to the pavilion master. Before long, Master Miaoyun arrived, leading 98 meticulously chosen young beauties. Each of these maidens was tall and curvaceous, not only possessing exceptional talent, but also exquisite appearances. After all, they were destined for further training at the main sect, a selection made with great care by Miaoyun herself. "Elder Lu, here are the 98 female disciples for advancement. Along with myself and Su Ro from the sect, we have exactly 100. Upon reaching the formation, Miaoyun appeared somewhat bashful. After all, as a pavilion master, It was a bit embarrassing for her to join the ranks of the disciples seeking advancement just to visit the main sect. However, it was evident that her concerns were unfounded. Lu Tsang exhibited no trace of disdain, merely nodding calmly and saying, "Very well, let us proceed to the sect." With that, he took the lead onto the teleportation array, followed promptly by Miaoyun and the 90-odd female disciples. Soon, the 100-strong procession of beauties vanished in a flash of white light. Chapter 152. Ethereal Grace. Collective Breakthrough. After Miaoyun led her companions to the upper sect, individuals from the sacred grounds of the southern domain began to arrive at the Jade Maiden Pavilion in succession. Unfortunately, their timing was less than fortuitous, for they were only greeted by the attending elder. Nevertheless, even in this limited encounter, representatives from various sacred grounds confirmed the affiliation of the Jade Maiden Pavilion with the ethereal Piaomiao Sect in the eastern domain. The elders of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, in a bid to showcase their strength, guided this group of representatives to observe the interdomain teleportation array and the complete imperial formation, among other impressive constructs. The existence of such sophisticated teleportation arrays and imperial formations subtly underscored the formidable prowess of the Piaomiao Sect, as their creation alone signified the sect's remarkable strength. In the ensuing hospitality, the demeanor of the representatives from the various sacred grounds softened considerably, with those from the ordinary sacred grounds even resorting to flattery. The elders of the Jade Maiden Pavilion savored the exhilarating sensation of their rising status. Alas, the absence of the pavilion master deprived them of the experience of standing shoulder to shoulder with the other esteemed sacred grounds. Piaomiao Sect. With a flash of white light, Miaoyun and her companions found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Surrounded by an abundant flow of spiritual energy, they felt a mix of astonishment and restraint. Even those on the verge of breakthrough exerted great effort to control themselves, unwilling to achieve a breakthrough upon arrival, lest they appear inexperienced. Despite their attempts at self-restraint, the exquisite spiritual atmosphere left them as awed as a newcomer in a grand garden. Brimming with curiosity about the upper sect. Is this truly the upper sect? It feels so incredibly comfortable. Indeed, the richness of the spiritual energy is unlike anything I have ever encountered in my life. No wonder it is called the upper sect. Look over there at that tower. So grand and round. As the disciples conversed quietly among themselves, Lu Tsang led the way, imparting essential regulations to Miaoyun, Pavilion Master. The advanced disciples are individuals specially permitted to train within our sect, and they may cultivate alongside ordinary disciples. While there are numerous training facilities within the sect, advanced disciples must seek permission from the relevant elders to use such resources and may not enter freely. I shall now take you to the advanced peak, where the elder responsible for advanced disciples will distribute the necessary items. Understood. Thank you, Elder Lu. Throughout the journey, Pavilion Master Miaoyun appeared exceedingly reserved, nodding in agreement with every instruction, embodying the essence of a diligent student. The other disciples, equally constrained, followed closely behind her, anxious not to fall behind. Soon, under Lu Tsang's guidance, the group traversed a secluded teleportation area and emerged onto a bustling main thoroughfare. The flow of people was considerable, especially following the conclusion of the mountain opening ceremony and the arrival of 100,000 disciples, which enlivened the Piaomiao Sect. Lu Tsang, accompanied by over 100 exceptionally beautiful young women, immediately drew a significant amount of attention, especially these 100 women, not only possessing exquisite figures and enchanting beauty, but also being at the prime of their youth, instantly stirred the hearts of countless young men. Wherever they passed, disciples halted in their tracks, captivated by the fervent and fiery gazes directed at the female cultivators, causing their cheeks to flush and their voices to diminish to mere whispers. Each felt a sense of awkwardness and their eyes wandered aimlessly. Although they hailed from prestigious sects and held noble statuses, they were acutely aware of their standing before the higher sect. However, rather than quelling the attention of the crowd, this only intensified the fascination of numerous young disciples. Goodness! So many women! Where did this group of celestial beings come from? Look at the one in the front. Astonishingly beautiful, simply perfect. Are these new disciples? When did our sect acquire such a bevy of beauties? Soon, some sharp-eyed disciples noticed the extraordinary Miaoyun accompanying Lu Tsang. Particularly striking was the fact that Miaoyun had chosen to forego her veil this time, her breathtaking visage leaving the inexperienced young men utterly spellbound, their hearts racing. Feeling the multitude of gazes upon her, Miao Yunyi's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, she maintained her poise, standing tall and confident, causing many young men to blush with embarrassment under her gaze. Even the 12 inner door guardians, passing by, could not help but pause, captivated, as if they had never seen women before. As the crowd swelled around them, Luzong furrowed his brow and calmly remarked, "What are you all doing gathered here? Disperse at once." With that, the disciples jolted and hurriedly turned to leave. Thus, Miao Yun-yi and her companions were finally freed from the multitude of eager eyes. Watching the departing figures, a gentle smile graced Miao Yun-yi's lips, further igniting her fervor for the Piaomiao Sect. It was a realm of women, always filled with delightful charm, while sects with numerous men seemed to teem with an atmosphere charged with fervent energy. They continued onward, soon arriving at the refinement peak, where Luzong entrusted the group to the elders of the peak. The elder began registering the newcomers, distributing tokens and provisions. After receiving their belongings, they officially became disciples of the Piaomiao Sect, hastening toward their designated quarters. However, the refinement peak was far from lively. Not a single figure was in sight along the way. It was only upon reaching their lodgings that they vaguely spotted an elderly man, radiating warmth, beneath a stone pavilion. The old man sat there, brewing enlightenment tea while perusing a book. From a distance, the ethereal aura of the tea swirled around the cup, bestowing upon him an air of transcendent wisdom. Observing this, the disciples were cautious, and Miao Yun-yi promptly led her fellow disciples to pay their respects. "Disciples of the Yunu Pavilion, we humbly greet the elder. Are you the one overseeing our accommodations? May we inquire where we shall reside?" Miao Yun-yi politely inquired, bowing respectfully. Hearing the sound, Yi Junlin instinctively set down his book and sprang up from the stone bench, glancing around in confusion. "Elder? Where's the elder? Where could the elder be?" Miao Yun-yi and the other disciples exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed by Yi Junlin's dazed expression. Goodness, he is not the elder. If he is not the elder, why is he drinking the enlightenment tea? If he is not the elder, what is he doing at the entrance? Miao Yun-yi's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she asked, "Aren't you the elder in charge of accommodations?" Yi Junlin paused, realizing he had been mistaken for someone else. Once he relaxed, he chuckled heartily and clasped his fists towards Miao Ni, saying, "Ha, I am not an elder. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yi Junlin, the ancestor of the Yi family, a subordinate force of the Miao Sect, and I am here as an advanced disciple." "You are also here for advanced study, correct? Advanced disciple?" Miao Yunyi's heart enlightened as she secretly sighed with relief, immediately clasping her fists in response. "Indeed, I am Miao Yunyi, the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, a force of the extreme path in the southern region. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow practitioner." Goodness, a force of the extreme path? A leader? A jolt of shock coursed through Yi Junlin's entire being as he looked at Miao Yi in disbelief, clearly taken aback. Has the sect grown this powerful? Has even the leader of a force of the extreme path come to study? Chapter 153, Dividing the Extreme Dao Weapons and Establishing the Dual Rankings of Heaven and Earth. Yi Junlin cautiously inquired about the prowess of Miao Yundi, yet he could not perceive her cultivation level at all. Reflecting on this, he dared not be presumptuous and promptly extended a courteous invitation. "Ah, it is an honor to have a senior here. Please, senior, make yourself at home. Currently, apart from you, there are only 3 individuals on the cultivation peak. Any vacant room is at your disposal." "Thank you, my friend." Miao Yundi nodded and led her disciples into the building to select their accommodations. Soon after, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion had scarcely settled in when they felt an irresistible urge to break through. Boom, boom, boom. "Master, I can no longer contain myself. Master, I too am unable to hold back." In an instant, several eager female disciples began to meditate on the spot, and even Miao Yundi could sense her own aura steadily rising. Thus, with a grand gesture, she declared, "Let us cultivate right here." With that, she too sat down, entering a state of meditation. Consequently, the other disciples shed their hesitations and likewise settled into meditation. Before long, the air was filled with the resonant energy of breakthroughs and the excited gasps of the young women. "Wow, sister, I have reached the spirit condensation stage. I have broken through as well. Goodness, it is so easy to advance here. I thought it would take a whole day, yet in the blink of an eye, I have succeeded. With each breakthrough, the female disciples were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some had barely settled in when their breakthroughs were already accomplished, their speed akin to a dream. Heavens, what manner of environment is this? It is simply terrifying. This truly is a blessed land. If one could continue cultivating here, attaining enlightenment and becoming an emperor would be within reach. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can hold up half the sky. Boom, boom. More breakthrough energies soared into the sky, accompanied by a surge of noble sentiments. The cultivation environment of the mysterious Cloud sect instilled boundless confidence in these female disciples. Meanwhile, at the main peak of the mysterious Cloud sect, Lu Tsang was reporting to Chen Xuan. Master, the crisis at the Jade Maiden Pavilion has been resolved. We have vanquished over 20 demon saints and acquired 2 extreme Dao weapons. These are indeed extreme Dao weapons. As he spoke, 2 extreme Dao weapons materialized before them. However, Chen Xuan now found himself disinterested in the extreme Dao weapons and waved his hand dismissively. You may keep them for yourself. Keep them for myself? Lu Tsang was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by sudden joy. Though he possessed an extreme Dao weapon himself, his 2 brothers did not. He then eagerly asked, May I distribute them to my 2 brothers? Chen Xuan, glancing at Lu Tsang with mild surprise, nodded in agreement and subsequently inquired, What progress has been made regarding the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion? In response to the words of the sect leader, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion have successfully entered the training peak. The esteemed Master Miao has also arrived, becoming one of the training disciples. Lu Tsang promptly reported this, causing Chen Xuan to momentarily pause in surprise. While she had anticipated that Miao Yundi would come, she was taken aback by the fact that the latter arrived as a training disciple. However, this was of little concern to her. She preferred not to worry about such matters. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Chen Xuan closed her eyes once more to rest. Observing this, Lu Tsang cautiously withdrew, seeking 2 brothers to distribute the extreme path weapons. Meanwhile, within the training peak, the disciples were steadily completing their breakthroughs. Miao Yundi had fully transitioned into the late stage of the Saint Realm, achieving a remarkable metamorphosis. This filled her with immense joy, as she had struggled for years to take that final step, only to find that a visit to the upper sect had facilitated her breakthrough. It was indeed a momentous occasion in her life. Upon awakening, she continued to consolidate her cultivation. For the late stage of the Saint Realm was already a pinnacle among the various extreme path forces. Moreover, at such a young age, her recent breakthrough foreshadowed her inevitable ascension to the Saint King realm in the future. In her excitement, Miao Yundi found little desire to engage with the mysterious sect any further. Even when the holy maiden Su Ro came to visit and invite them for a stroll upon learning of their arrival, Miao Yundi declined, choosing instead to immerse herself in her cultivation. Understanding their fervor, Su Ro too relocated from the main peak to the training peak to commence her own training journey. Additionally, as the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion settled in, their identities gradually spread throughout the sect. When the disciples learned that they were affiliated with the extreme path forces of the southern region, shock rippled through the entire sect. After all, the ability of the sect to recruit extreme path forces was a testament to its power. The arrival of such forces for training underscored the allure of the mysterious sect. Consequently, the disciples felt a renewed sense of pride. As time passed, the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion began to recognize the strength of the sect. However, good times are often fleeting. Merely days after joining the sect, Miao Yundi received a notification from the pavilion, summoning her back to oversee matters. It was mentioned that other holy lands had invited the Jade Maiden Pavilion to collaborate in the development of certain regions. Reluctantly, Miao Yundi, still in the process of consolidating her cultivation, had no choice but to return and assume her responsibilities. The only regret she harbored was that despite being there for several days, she had yet to meet the sect leader. This left her quite disheartened. Therefore, before her departure, Miao Yundi specifically instructed Su Ro to keep her informed about the personal achievements of the sect leader whenever possible. Before she took the teleportation array to leave the mysterious sect, Su Ro, adhering to her master's request, took it upon herself to investigate and document Chen Xuan's accomplishments for future reference. However, before she could take action, the training peak became lively. Following Miao Yundi's departure, several male disciples, seeking any excuse, flocked to the training peak to present gifts and write letters to the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. There was an indistinct sensation of wanting to captivate all the female cultivators, leaving the female disciples of the Progress Peak both astonished and reluctant to refuse, causing them considerable distress. However, in this world, there exists no secret that does not eventually come to light. Soon enough, this matter reached the ears of Chen Xuan. Upon learning of it, Chen Xuan felt somewhat helpless. He never anticipated that as soon as the leader departed, his disciples would become restless, which was indeed rather embarrassing. Nonetheless, such youthful exuberance is to be expected, and if restrictions are too stringent, it may lead to adverse consequences. Guidance was necessary. Thus, on the very day Chen Xuan acquired this knowledge, he instructed Lu Tsang to create 2 lists, effectively redirecting the attention of most cultivators. The inner sect heavenly rankings. The outer sect earth rankings. These 2 lists materialized upon 2 colossal stone tablets, prominently displayed along the path traversed by all disciples, clearly inscribing the rankings of all disciples within the sect. Heavenly rankings first place, Xiao Chun. Heavenly rankings second place, Han Pao Pao. Heavenly rankings. Earth rankings first place, Luo Feng. Earth rankings second place. The rankings were clear and easily discernible, although space was limited. With each list displaying only the top 1,000 names, one could delve deeper into the stone tablet to uncover the concealed rankings. In no time, countless disciples surrounded the lists, eager to ascertain their standings. Yet, to their astonishment, upon checking, many were taken aback by their rankings. Chapter 154. Entering the Era of Intense Competition 2.0. The Apothecary King's Secret Realm opens incredible. I find myself ranked over 80,000. Unbelievable. Previously, my lowest position was within the top 3,000 of the sect. This disparity is utterly shocking. What the heck? 98,000th place. I can't take it anymore. I must devote myself to cultivation and enter seclusion. If anyone dares to drag me to the training peak again, I will not let it go easily. Wait a moment. Wasn't I just ranked 23,510? How did I suddenly drop to 23,518? I heard from the elder that this ranking list updates in real time. Any improvement is instantly detected, causing fluctuations in rankings. Goodness. A real-time updated ranking list. It's about to get intense. Soon, as the rankings spread, both outer and inner disciples began to compete fervently. 100,000 disciples strive to enhance their standings, eager to present better ranks. After all, we are all newcomers. Why should you be ahead of me? Is it merely due to your secret of cultivation? In that case, I shall cultivate tirelessly for 24 hours straight. I will outlast you. In an instant, the competition erupted, with names on the celestial and earthly rankings dancing in a frenzy, rising and falling in chaotic succession. All 100,000 disciples were ensnared in this competition. Even those who previously frequented the training peak ceased their visits, restoring tranquility to that place. Observing the fervent dedication of the entire sect, Chen Xuan on the main peak revealed a satisfied smile. Seizing this opportunity, he imposed restrictions on the training peak, while simultaneously increasing the rewards for those who made the rankings. The top 100 on the celestial list and the top 1,000 on the earthly list would receive additional monthly supplies of enlightenment tea and cultivation elixirs. Furthermore, the higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Once this announcement was made, the 100,000 disciples erupted into a frenzy once again. Especially those ranked higher who felt the pressure of competition. A moment's negligence could lead to being surpassed, hastening the arrival of the era of intense competition 2.0. Consequently, all cultivation facilities within the sect became bustling with activity, as no one dared to slack off. Even the disciples quickened their pace, hurriedly moving about, unwilling to waste any precious time. Witnessing the increasing diligence of the disciples, Chen Xuan smiled once more, murmuring to himself, "Oh, you little ones. Do you think I cannot manage you?" Humph. Meanwhile, amidst the fervor of intense competition in the Piaomiao Sect, in the central divine domain, after more than 2 months, the Endless Mountains finally welcomed the day of the Apothecary King's Secret Realm's opening. On this day, deep within the Endless Mountains, the heavens and earth split apart, revealing a rift spanning hundreds of kilometers. Countless extraordinary colors surged forth from the crevice, illuminating the void with a dazzling array of hues, creating a dreamlike spectacle. It has begun. The Apothecary King's secret realm is finally open. My goodness, it appears as though the heavens themselves have torn asunder. It is said that the Apothecary King's secret realm is a small world with vast internal space. I never anticipated the entrance to be so remarkably unique. Let us go. Quickly, let us enter. As the fissure opened, the prodigies from various factions, wielding the coveted Medicine King's token, soared towards the abyssal rift. Although entry into the secret realm required the token, many who lacked it stood vigil at the entrance, biding their time to seize the opportunity once the realm's trials concluded, eager to prey upon the unprotected wandering cultivators. This trepidation cast a shadow of fear upon many solitary practitioners, who began plotting their escape even before entering. Brother Lin Fan, everyone has gone in. We should follow suit. Atop a certain peak, as they observed the throngs of talents swarm towards the fissure like locusts, the 5 members of the mysterious Cloud Sect stealthily materialized. However, they did not immediately reveal themselves, but rather concealed their presence atop a mountain. During this period, they had roamed the endless mountains, earning the ire of numerous foes, yet their cultivation had ascended several realms as a consequence. Even Tang Yin, the least accomplished among them, had reached the 4th heaven of the Celestial King realm, while Lin Fan had ascended to the 8th heaven. Nevertheless, the group refrained from exposing their true cultivation levels, choosing to maintain the guise of possessing only the capabilities of a newcomer to the divine domain. Patience. We have offended too many individuals. We shall enter once they have all gone in, Lin Fan whispered, fixated on the void fissure. The others nodded in agreement, harboring no dissent. Indeed, they had made far too many enemies, particularly among the elite forces of the divine domain, all of whom they had antagonized. Across the vast expanse of the endless mountains, countless powerful beings sought them out. With the convergence of strong practitioners at hand, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the 5 underestimated the extent of the wrath they had incited, even without revealing themselves. Their mere presence near the entrance of the secret realm had already drawn the attention of formidable figures, who instinctively turned their gazes towards the mountain where the 5 concealed themselves. There they are. The audacity to harm my disciple. I must capture a couple to take as new apprentices, exclaimed one powerful figure. Geniuses. They are on par with any divine offspring. It would be a travesty if they do not join my sect. In rapid succession, numerous piercing gazes converged upon them. Oh no, we've been discovered. Quick, let us make our move. Lin Fan and his companions felt a jolt of alarm. Yet, before they could react, several formidable beings had already converged, completely surrounding them atop the mountain. The commotion immediately drew the attention of countless cultivators nearby, all of whom turned their eyes towards the encircled mysterious Cloud Sect. Upon recognizing the 5 from whom they had previously suffered, many wandering practitioners who had been oppressed by them erupted with excitement. Goodness, it's those 5 rascals. Indeed, it's them. I knew they would show up. They possessed the audacity to offend not only the northern sacred land, but also various other sects. Now they dare to enter the secret realm. They must be courting disaster. Every formidable force that ventures into the endless mountains inevitably incurs their wrath. Such audacity has resulted in being cornered. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Lin Fan and his companions relinquished any thoughts of escape, although they had concealed their true capabilities. Several among the imposing figures above were saints from the sacred lands. Given their strength, fleeing was not an option. Nevertheless, the crowd remained undaunted. At worst, they could call upon their sect to intervene. Moreover, it was well known that within the divine realm, there existed an unwritten rule forbidding the elders from taking action against the younger generation under normal competitive circumstances. Thus, Lin Fan clasped his fists respectfully and addressed the leading saints with a dignified demeanor. Esteemed elders, do you truly intend to act against us juniors? Huh, what is striking you? They retorted. Rules serve to restrain the weak, not to bind the strong. Surrender obediently. With that, the foremost saint from the Beijia sacred land raised his hand to seize Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback, astonished at the shamelessness of a venerable elder from the sacred land, showing no regard for the principle of might over weakness. Had they truly transgressed so grievously? Was it merely for defeating a few of their sacred progeny and inadvertently causing the demise of a couple of royal elders? Was this enough to provoke such ire? The 5, unwilling to remain idle, promptly summoned all their strength to resist. Yet, their efforts were but futile in the eyes of the saints. Chapter 155. The Guardian Black Dragon emerges, entering the secret realm of the Medicine King. The sage of the Bei family, with an expressionless face, raised his hand to seize the 5 individuals. The other sages from various sacred lands were equally unceremonious, all attempting to capture them. It seemed as if they were intent on snatching the 5 away. Moreover, as the sages unleashed their power, Lin Fan and his companions found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Despite exerting their utmost effort, they felt as if they had been ensnared by a binding spell, making it nearly impossible to summon their abilities. Feeling the changes within them, Lin Fan and the others' eyes turned red with fury. They could only curse inwardly, appalled by the shamelessness of these old geezers. Watching helplessly as they were about to be captured, the 5 were consumed by rage, exchanging glances as they prepared to deploy their ultimate technique, the Grand Void Art, to conceal themselves within the void. Although they could not resist the sages, they could still manage to hide within the void simultaneously, albeit at the risk of paying a painful price when confronted by the sages. However, just as this crisis unfolded, and before they could act, a figure clad in black suddenly materialized before them. Instantly, the restraints binding the 5 dissipated. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Fan and the others' pupils constricted, and they erupted with excitement. It was the Elder Black Dragon. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "How did the Elder Black Dragon end up here? I understand now. It must be that our master was worried for us and sent the Elder Black Dragon to protect us. Our master is truly kind. I am utterly devoted to him." The 5 were overwhelmed with exhilaration. Gazing at the Black Dragon transformed into human form, it was as if they were seeing their master before their very eyes. Yet, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that their praises for their master nearly caused the Black Dragon to spit blood. "Goodness, it's me, the old dragon who has appeared. And you are expressing gratitude to the sect leader. I am utterly grateful to you." The Black Dragon rolled his eyes at the 5, but chose not to elaborate further. After all, he was indeed sent by Chen Xuan and was also promised an extraordinary weapon as a reward. Of course, even without the extraordinary weapon, he would have willingly come, for these individuals could be considered his saviors. Yet, he had long remained concealed, unable to find an opportunity to intervene, which left him feeling uneasy about taking the extraordinary weapon. Thankfully, after enduring for several months, he finally had a chance to act, which meant he could accept the extraordinary weapon with peace of mind. The Black Dragon then turned to the sages of the sacred lands and spoke coolly. "Those who bully the weak shall face death without mercy." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the Black Dragon, surging toward the attacking sages. The sages, taken aback, realized that Lin Fan and his companions had a guardian and hastily attempted to resist. However, in just a fleeting moment, the sages found themselves frozen, reduced to dust scattered across the sky. Witnessing this, countless cultivators in the vicinity gasped in astonishment. Goodness! With a single strike. No, merely a single utterance. 3 sages were obliterated. Who on earth are these 5 individuals to possess such a formidable guardian? It is worth noting that these 3 sages were seasoned veterans, merely a step away from the pinnacle of sagehood. Such a nonchalant extermination of the 3 eminent saints nearing their peak. Could this protector truly be a Saint King? Good heavens! A Saint King? Surely that cannot be. This is overwhelmingly powerful. No family would readily allow a Saint King to emerge as a guardian. In an instant, the crowd was shaken to its core, left dumbfounded. Those few semi-saint powerhouses who had yet to make a move were utterly petrified by the Black Dragon's display, hastily averting their gazes and pretending to pass by, soaring off in another direction. "Old Deng, you have arrived as well." Indeed, I am here to accompany my disciple." "Who is it? Long time no see. What do you mean you don't recognize me? We met last time." "Ahema. Yes, the weather is quite pleasant today." The numerous powerful figures who had come seeking trouble dispersed in a flurry, engaging in nostalgic conversations with other approaching strongmen. The scene turned comically absurd. Yet, no one dared to mock. After all, that man had effortlessly extinguished the lives of saints from the extreme Dao Holy Land. They could not afford to offend him. Although the extreme Dao forces might retaliate, no one dared to act recklessly in the current situation. Upon witnessing this, the Black Dragon made no effort to pursue trouble. merely uttering a cold remark. Let the younger generation walk their own path. Whoever dares to bully the weak shall meet a fate like this. The voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the world. Outside the secret realm, everyone involuntarily shuddered, taken aback, not daring to respond. This was an existence capable of challenging even the saints of the extreme Tao forces. While those saints who had just perished were not the strongest of the extreme Tao, they nonetheless represented its stature, and thus no one dared to take the lead at such a critical juncture. Senior Black Dragon, it turns out you have been secretly protecting us all along. We are immensely grateful. At this moment, Lin Fan and the others excitedly soared into the sky, approaching the Black Dragon. Especially Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger, who were familiar with the Black Dragon, gazed at him with beaming smiles. Senior Black Dragon, you have become even more handsome, they exclaimed in gratitude. Upon hearing their thanks, the Black Dragon's eyes sparkled with delight, completely shedding the demeanor of an elder, and earnestly exclaimed to the five, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, perhaps you could invite me to dine in the city. I have been yearning to indulge in fine cuisine after witnessing others feast for months. As he spoke, a hint of drool escaped the corner of his mouth. The five from the Miao Sect stood there, momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Dine out. The illustrious Black Dragon of the Great Saint Realm wishes to go out for a meal? Such a request is astonishingly humble. Yet, upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. After all, this dragon had been confined within the mystical secret realm for tens of thousands of years, and upon emerging, had taken on the role of a guardian beast, never daring to descend the mountain on his own. With this in mind, Murong Ingluo promptly agreed, all right, no problem. As soon as we emerge from the Medicine King's secret realm, we shall go. After all, we've been in the divine realm for quite some time, and have yet to explore the city. Excellent. However, allow me to convey one crucial piece of information. The secret realm of the Medicine King originates from the hands of the Emperor, and there are restrictions based on one's realm. I, the old dragon, am unable to enter. Should you choose to venture inside, I can no longer intervene on your behalf. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The Black Dragon noted the unwavering resolve of the others and issued a reminder. After all, he had witnessed the number of adversaries the five had incurred during this period, a sight that did not escape his keen observation. To assert that they were even more audacious than he was in his youth would not be an exaggeration. Yet, the five remained undaunted. Since the Black Dragon could not enter, it was evident that other formidable beings would also be barred from entry. Thus, they harbored no fear. They nodded in agreement, resolutely unyielding. Observing their determination, the Black Dragon refrained from further persuasion. After all, youth is often marked by a certain audacity. In his own youth, he had boldly traversed the cosmos, fearlessly challenging those beyond his level. Moreover, these individuals were direct disciples of the Emperor. What timidness could be expected from the Emperor's students? Therefore, the Black Dragon nodded and declared, very well. Off you go. I shall await your return here. Indeed, we shall take our leave now. Upon our return, we will certainly invite the esteemed Black Dragon to partake in a drink within the city. The group clasped their fists in salute to the Black Dragon before they ascended in unison into the vast, gaping void, vanishing from sight. Chapter 156. The Emergence of the Immortal Elixir. What are your intentions? As the figures of the five individuals completely vanished into the rift in the void, the silhouette of the Black Dragon gradually dissipated into the ether, its destination unknown. Observing this, the surrounding cultivators finally exhaled a sigh of relief and began to engage in hushed discussions. Particularly, the kin of the recently slain individual expressed their fury on the spot, voicing their dissatisfaction with the Black Dragon. Arrogance. Utterly presumptuous. It seems they hold our northern sacred land in utter contempt. Indeed, such hubris from a mere sacred king. Does he truly believe himself invincible? How dare he provoke us so brazenly? Summon aid. Notify the sacred land. This conflict among the younger generation warrants our elder generation's intervention. Quickly contact the powerful figures from the sacred land for support. Several disgruntled representatives from the extreme Tao sacred lands issued their threats to the crowd, which seemed rather like an afterthought. A few cultivators could no longer contain themselves and cautioned, "Be wary, that formidable presence has yet to depart. We must not allow him to overhear." Upon hearing this, several members of the extreme Tao factions instinctively recoiled. Yet, Despite not catching sight of the black dragon, they mustered their courage and declared, "Humph! And if he hears us? Our extreme Tao forces fear no one. Yes, once our powerful allies arrive, we shall ensure he faces justice." Their bravado diminished considerably, and shortly thereafter, they fell silent, each retrieving communication talismans to alert their respective sacred lands. Upon learning of a sacred king's contempt for their authority, the extreme Tao sacred lands wasted no time in dispatching their own sacred king to provide assistance. As the pinnacle of the continent's powers, they would not stand idly by in the face of provocation, especially upon discovering that the opposing sacred king was accompanied by 5 prodigies surpassing their own esteemed offspring. Initially, they lacked justification to act against these young talents, yet the opportunity now lay before them. Consequently, several extreme Tao sacred lands sent forth their champions, accompanied by formidable subordinates, embarking on various flying vessels or mounts towards the endless mountain range. Meanwhile, the black dragon remained indifferent, cloaked in the void. After all, he was a formidable figure of the great sage realm, equipped with extreme Tao weaponry. To be perturbed by mere words from these individuals would be beneath his dignity as a true powerhouse. On another front, as they traversed the 100-mile rift, a brand new world unfolded before the eyes of all cultivators. Here, the sun shone gently, eternal and unchanging. The vast landscapes of mountains and rivers resembled the intricate network of human veins. Endless islands and towering peaks floated in the sky, embellishing the scenery of heaven and earth. Wow, what a breathtaking place! Is this the fabled realm of the Medicine King? The very location where the extreme Tao forces cultivated divine herbs? My goodness, the fragrance of medicine here is so rich. There must be divine elixirs. Look, oh my, is that the immortal elixir soaring through the skies? On the other side of the rift, countless cultivators who entered the secret realm were left utterly astonished by the vistas before them. In particular, a divine offspring from one of the extreme Tao sacred lands was seen in pursuit of a ginseng nearly half his height. The figure stood half a person's height, resembling a human form, seemingly imbued with a spark of intelligence as it darted away with astonishing speed. By heavens, it is the elixir of immortality. Truly, the fabled potion exists here. Quickly, we must seize it. If we can obtain the elixir of immortality, our fortunes will be made. Just think of presenting it to the elders of our sect to extend their lifespans. That would be an extraordinary achievement. In an instant, a multitude of cultivators ascended into the sky, racing towards the elixir of immortality. Observing this, the divine offspring furrowed his brow and coldly admonished, "I, the divine offspring of the heavenly heart's sacred land, discovered the elixir first. Do you wish to oppose the heavenly heart's sacred land by attempting to snatch it away? Huh, just because you found it first, does that make it yours? You have yet to capture it," retorted another. "Such a grand opportunity belongs to whoever seizes it. Indeed, whoever claims it, it shall belong to them. Otherwise, if we go by who discovered it first, exploration would be futile. There will always be someone who finds it before you." Huh, what of the divine offspring? If we secure the elixir of immortality, extending our sect's elders' lifespans, we shall not fear you. In that moment, countless cultivators became utterly frenzied, disregarding the divine offspring's words. After all, the elixir of immortality could extend one's life for millennia, a millennium of existence. Even if one could not achieve the status of an emperor, perhaps they could cultivate into a great sage. And if a great sage were beyond reach, what family did not have a few ancestors with dwindling lifespans? If bestowed upon their elders, those ancestors could protect their lineage for thousands of years. Thus, anyone who discovered the elixir would be driven to madness, let alone yielding it willingly. In a heartbeat, the skies erupted with myriad divine powers clashing fiercely, ensnaring the elixir of immortality and preventing its escape. Witnessing the fierce battle above, Lin Fan and his companions were equally unwilling to be left behind, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they joined the fray. Given the strength of their quintet, acquiring the elixir should not pose too much difficulty. However, retreating unscathed thereafter might prove challenging. With more and more cultivators arriving in a frenzy, Lin Fan promptly instructed his companions to conceal their cultivation levels before plunging into the throng, engaging in battle while inching closer to the elixir of immortality. The chaotic fight gave the impression that no one could prevail over the other. alleviating concerns about the elixir being snatched away unexpectedly. Yet, just as they were lost in thought, Lin Fan suddenly unleashed his cultivation, delivering a powerful strike that drove several opponents back, seizing the elixir of immortality in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingqing and the others dared not linger, promptly pursuing Lin Fan. They left behind a multitude of bewildered cultivators. By heavens, the elixir of immortality has been taken. Stop fighting. Chase after him. Don't let him escape. Curse it, it's those 5. They concealed their powers and are chasing together. As the reality set in, countless cultivators erupted into a frenzy, their eyes aflame with determination as they pursued Lin Fan and his companions. However, Lin Fan and his group unleashed their full speed, rapidly distancing themselves, while those left behind fell further and further behind. At last, the figures of Lin Fan and his companions were scarcely visible, dwindling to a mere handful. The distance between them only grew, until they were ultimately lost from sight. Curse those 5 wretches. Should I ever cross paths with them again, I shall ensure their demise. Men shall be killed, and women shall be toyed with. I cannot bear this grievance. Enough of this. Let us depart. We have squandered so much time pursuing them. Others may have already discovered numerous spiritual herbs. Humph. Let us go. Having exchanged their fierce words, the group prepared to leave. Yet, at that moment, a rift suddenly tore through the void, and the 5 members of the Piaomiao Sect emerged from within, encircling the 3 who had just spoken so boldly. In an instant, the trio from the Holy Land was taken aback. Despite their bravado, they understood that these 5 could easily overpower even a divine offspring, let alone themselves. Who could have imagined that these 5 were hiding in the void? In that fleeting moment, the 3 desperately wished to call for help, but their voices failed them. Trembling, they gazed at Lin Fan and his companions, stammering. What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Why, of course, we mean to deal with you. Chapter 157, Scherlinger Strikes. Reinforcements from the sacred land arrive with a resounding slap. Tang Yin delivered a blow that left the opponent utterly bewildered, covering his face in stunned silence. Were not harsh words spoken? Continue, if you dare. Tang Yin seized a disciple of the sacred land, his expression frosty, instilling such fear in the disciple that his legs quaked and his lips trembled. The disciple, witnessing Tang Yin's ferocity, dared not utter a word, stammering, I. Alas, before he could finish, Tang Yin struck again, leaving the disciple in a daze. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. At that moment, Yi Qingqing stepped forward, delivering a fierce slap to another disciple of the sacred land. Smack. So you wish to slay men, do you? Smack. And toy with women, I presume? Murong Ingluo pretended to saunter over, raising her hand to land a slap on a 3rd disciple's face. In an instant, each of the 3 disciples received their just deserts. But the onslaught was not yet over. 4 Lin Fan and Scherlinger were also dragged into the fray by Tang Yin and Murong Ingluo. Senior brother, you take that side. Junior sister Linger, we're a team. I'll guide you. Oh, do not be shy. Reflect on the insults they hurled at us earlier. To spare them would be a mercy beyond measure. With trepidation, Scherlinger tentatively slapped. Murong Ingluo's face lit up with delight. Yes, just like that. But it could be fiercer. Watch me. Why are you staring? What are you looking at? Wah. We were just joking. Please, stop. Wah. A joke, you say? No. Not a joke, is it? Wah. My dear lady, is it? In a whirlwind of slaps, the 3 sacred land disciples teetered on the brink of collapse. Under Murong Ingluo's tutelage, Scherlinger gradually found her rhythm in this chaotic ballet of hits. Junior sister Ling, deliver some fierce words. Wrong, was it? Scherlinger mustered the courage to utter a phrase, then swiftly followed it with a resounding slap. The sacred land disciple whimpered. Wah. Wah, was it? Smack. Another slap from Scherling. Gradually, the group reveled in their spirited activity. However, just as Scherlinger began to relish the moment, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the distant sky. The 5 were compelled to cease their antics and took flight towards the anomaly. On the grass, the 3 dizzy men clutched the ground tightly, their spirits suffering an unprecedented blow. Especially as they watched the 5 ascend into the sky, their eyes reddened, and an avalanche of curses burst forth from their hearts. Demon, witch, fiend, scoundrel, villain. Departing from the scene of humiliation, the five arrived at the site of the anomaly. Indeed, a sacred herb had emerged. Thus, without uttering a word, the five individuals commenced their contest for supremacy and, having secured their prize, swiftly made their escape. During their flight, they encountered other factions vying for the coveted elixir, and without hesitation, the five interjected, continuing their pursuit of the prize. In a short span, the five emerged as formidable figures within the realm of the apothecary king, instilling fear and awe in those around them. In terms of combat prowess, each individual was exceptionally strong, capable of engaging foes far beyond their level. When united, they could overwhelm entire groups, their might magnified in unison. Even when faced with opponents at the threshold of imperial power, their combined strength proved formidable enough to secure victory, establishing them as sovereigns of the secret realm. Soon, the reputation of the five reverberated throughout the domain, prompting cultivators to tremble at the mere mention of their names. Upon hearing of their arrival, whether engaged in fierce competition for spiritual herbs or embroiled in conflict, all would immediately cease hostilities to unite against the five. Yet, despite this collective effort, they could not halt the relentless advance of the quintet. Wherever they traversed, all spiritual and divine herbs were swept away, leaving only the most powerful imperial beings behind. Gradually, the five amassed an ever-increasing bounty of herbs, each possessing a share of the coveted immortal elixir. From that point onward, no further immortal elixirs emerged within the secret realm. Alas, this cannot continue. The entire stock of immortal elixirs has been claimed by these five. At this rate, we will not secure even a single vial. Indeed, how could an entire trove be monopolized by one group? We must take action. They are merely five prodigies surpassing the divine. We must unite. Yes, we shall divide the immortal elixirs by merit. But wait, it is too late to think of unity. Several elder factions have already begun to ally in pursuit of them. I have witnessed one such group, all composed of venerable elders. Quick, assemble our disciples from the sacred grounds. We must secure at least one immortal elixir. In an instant, countless forces were thrown into a frenzy, urgently seeking to rally their members to partake in the spoils claimed by the five of the Misty Sect. As news of the immortal elixirs being hoarded by the five spread, more groups began to emerge, bands of 100 independent cultivators, factions of elder warriors, and uniformed disciples from the same sect. In a whirlwind, hundreds, even thousands of teams mobilized, sweeping through the secret realm in search of the whereabouts of the five from the Misty Sect. Upon learning of this, the five were taken aback. Goodness, over 1,000 factions are seeking us? Have they truly become so united? Brother, look, another group of over 300 is soaring overhead. It appears they, too, are in search of us. The allure of the immortal elixir is indeed potent. It seems our hopes of taking it out to honor our master are dashed. Without obtaining the immortal elixir, those outside will not relent. Brother, perhaps we should find a secluded spot to consume the elixirs ourselves, to spare us their incessant pursuit. Indeed, having consumed the elixir of immortality, they shall no longer squander their time on us. Swiftly, the consensus among the few was reached, and they resolved to ingest the elixir of immortality. Although they contemplated returning it to their master, given their capabilities, challenging all within the secret realm was indeed beyond their grasp. Should they attempt to retain it forcibly, it might very well be seized from them. It is imperative to seek refuge beneath the protection of the Black Dragon upon their emergence. However, once they reveal themselves, they would undoubtedly be encircled by countless formidable adversaries. How could they possibly manage to escape with it? Thus, consuming it emerged as the most prudent course of action. Upon reaching a decision, the five sought a secluded spot and commenced the ingestion of the elixir of immortality. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, thousands of teams frantically fanned out, desperately searching for the five members of the Piaomiao Sect. Outside the secret realm, countless cultivators, lacking the coveted Medicine King's decree, remained steadfast at the periphery, reluctant to depart. News from within the secret realm gradually trickled out, particularly regarding the elixir of immortality, sending shivers of excitement through the hearts of innumerable cultivators. After all, the elixir of immortality has always been one of the rarest substances in existence, a supreme elixir coveted even by emperors. Now, as reports of each new elixir of immortality's emergence circulated, it was impossible for anyone to remain unmoved. Even the Holy Lands and superpowers began to stir restlessly upon learning of the elixir's existence. My goodness, look to the heavens. The people from the Bei family's Holy Land have arrived. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous sounds as a banner emblazoned with the insignia of the Bei family's Holy Land unfurled. Beneath the banner stood several venerable elders, accompanied by a throng of hundreds of middle-aged men at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. Chapter 158. The Five Sacred Lands Strike Together. The Heavenly King's legion advances into the secret realm. The Northern Sacred Land approached with a grand entourage of several hundred individuals, leaving all the cultivators present in a state of astonishment. Goodness, why has the Northern Sacred Land brought so many people? They all seem to be Heavenly Kings. Wait, look at the elder leading them. He appears to be the Northern Sacred King. How is it that even he has come? Wow, the Northern Sacred King is here as well? Are they here to avenge their saint? Or are they preparing to send their disciples into the secret realm? Surely, they wouldn't send their Saint King for mere disciples. With the appearance of 5 undying divine herbs, the matter of vengeance became trivial. They must be here to seize the undying divine herbs. But hold on, with such a large entourage, do they possess enough Medicine King orders? Without them, entry is impossible. I don't know. All of them are peak Heavenly Kings. It's evident they intend to enter the secret realm. The royal level of the secret realm cannot be accessed. Only Heavenly Kings can enter. They wouldn't have brought so many peak Heavenly Kings otherwise. This is clearly for the purpose of entering the secret realm. Indeed, the Extreme Path Sacred Land is impressive. They can easily gather hundreds of peak Heavenly Kings. What a shame they cannot enter. The crowd regarded the Northern Sacred Land with quiet derision, for bringing so many people only to be denied entry is futile. However, given their audacity to come in such numbers, surely they must have a way to gain entry? Upon arrival, the Northern Sacred King did not immediately seek vengeance against the culprit, but instead focused on the entrance to the secret realm. After all, vengeance can wait, but the undying divine herbs cannot be delayed. Thus, before the eyes of the multitude, the Northern Sacred King raised his hand and summoned the Extreme Path weapon, then shouted loudly, instantly reviving the formidable weapon. With a powerful command, the Extreme Path weapon trembled under the control of the Saint King, forcefully reopening a new passage at the entrance of the secret realm. Yet, the passage was unstable. The entrance's space was distorted, rendering it unusable. Nevertheless, this spectacle still astonished the onlookers. After all, the elders of the Northern Sacred Land are not limited to just one. If they can open it, they can stabilize the passage. Soon, under the guidance of the Saint King, several other saints beside him also took action. In no time, the passage into the Medicine King's secret realm was thoroughly stabilized. Countless cultivators stared, dumbfounded, wishing to curse. Goodness, the Northern Sacred Land is extraordinary. Is it true? The Extreme Path Sacred Land possesses so many techniques? They could actually open it. I'm impressed. It seems that with valuable treasures, they disregard the rules. In that moment, the crowd felt a mix of resentment and helplessness, forced to watch as hundreds of peak Heavenly Kings soared into the secret realm. Look, the Heavenly Heart Sacred Land is also here. My word. And the Floating Lights Sacred Land. Not to mention the Jiang and Jun Sacred Lands. They have all arrived. As the Northern Sacred Land entered the secret realm, suddenly, from all directions in the sky, more teams of powerful beings flew in. Formidable teams emerged from 4 distinct directions, each led by a venerable elder, accompanied by hundreds of disciples at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm, exuding the unique essence of their respective clans. Their presence was grand and imposing, reminiscent of celestial warriors descending from the heavens. Lo and behold, the North Family Sacred Land, the Jun Family Sacred Land, the Jiang Family Sacred Land, the Tianqin Sacred Land, and the Fuguang Sacred Land, the most esteemed sanctuaries within the divine domain, have all gathered. The 5 supreme sacred lands, each led by a sovereign, undoubtedly brought forth their ultimate weapons as well. Alas, this is disastrous. They possess the means to reopen the entrance. And now the coveted elixir of immortality will surely be divided among these 5 families. 5 elixirs of immortality, 5 supreme sacred lands, and thousands of disciples at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. What a rare spectacle this forms. Indeed, I am utterly astounded. After such a long pursuit of the elixir of immortality, these supreme sacred lands seem to have gone mad. Will they allow us, the ordinary sacred lands, to survive? The crowd lamented, their frustrations palpable. Without ultimate weapons, they found themselves utterly incapable of breaching the secret realm's entrance. They could only watch helplessly as others feasted upon the spoils. Moreover, what once was a fair competition within the secret realm has now transformed into a contest dominated by supreme powers, effectively casting others aside. No one could remain unperturbed. Yet, there was no alternative but to harbor their grievances in silence. Perhaps this encapsulates the notion of having the desire but lacking the means. Under the watchful eyes of the discontented crowd, the four great supreme sacred lands arrived in succession. After exchanging glances, they said little, instead drawing forth their ultimate weapons, and with the assistance of their venerable elders, opened four passageways. Brothers, we vow to seize the elixir of immortality. We are determined to acquire the elixir of immortality. Charge. The disciples of the four sacred lands surged towards the entrance of the secret realm with fervor. In no time, all the disciples of the four sacred lands had entered the secret realm. Soon after, the entrance sealed shut, and the sovereigns of the five sacred lands, having stowed away their ultimate weapons, exchanged knowing glances and gathered to reminisce. Though they were rivals, those who had reached such heights were few in number, all forged in the same era, thus sharing a profound respect for one another. Within the secret realm, as the forces of the five supreme sacred lands converged with their disciples, the atmosphere within the secret realm shifted into a delicate situation. Wonderful! Our reinforcements from the North family have arrived. We must locate those five rascals. Our reinforcements from the Tianxin sacred land have also arrived. Woe is me, senior brother. We must find those five individuals and eliminate them. One after another, the armies of various sacred lands emerged, igniting excitement among the disciples of the five sacred lands as they began an all-out search for the whereabouts of the five members of the mysterious sect. As the Heavenly King armies conducted a thorough search, the five members of the mysterious sect were still consuming the elixir of immortality. Boom, boom. As the elixir entered their bodies, the lifespans of the five began to surge dramatically. Even their cultivation levels were on the rise. Especially Lin Fan, after completely consuming an elixir of immortality, experienced an astonishing surge in his cultivation, advancing 2 minor realms to reach the pinnacle of the King realm. Boom. The aura of his breakthrough erupted uncontrollably, shooting skyward and piercing the clouds. Following closely, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, Sherlinger, and Tang Yin also achieved breakthroughs in succession, their cultivation soaring several minor realms beyond their control. In an instant, 5 distinct auras soared into the heavens, unmistakably revealing their coordinates. Alas, we have been exposed. Lin Fan, alarmed and unable to stabilize his newfound power and the surging vitality within him, hurriedly urged the others. Junior sister, junior brothers, flee. Depart from this secret realm. The elder black dragon will safeguard us. Understood. The other 4, not daring to linger, swiftly rose into the air, racing towards the exit of the secret realm. However, as the 4 took flight, a throng of figures emerged in the distance, densely packed. By heavens, they are indeed here. Hurry, everyone. The elixir of immortality is present. Do not let them escape. Quickly pursue. In an instant, countless powerful beings from all directions converged upon the 5, many of whom bore unfamiliar faces at the pinnacle of the King realm. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and the others' pupils constricted in shock, clearly unprepared for the sudden emergence of so many formidable opponents. Thus, Lin Fan, not daring to delay, immediately redirected his course with his junior sister and brothers, sprinting towards a less crowded area while shouting, "Do not pursue us. We have already consumed the elixir of immortality. Please disperse." Chapter 159, Lost in the Realm. Amongst a sea of graves, stop chasing us. The elixir of immortality has already been consumed, they shouted, urging their pursuers to disperse. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, sending tremors through the bodies of all cultivators present, leaving them momentarily astounded. What? They ingested the elixir of immortality? Unbelievable, that was too swift. Look, their vitality seems indeed boundless. Could it be true that they actually consumed it? They certainly haven't finished it. Press on. We must capture them. The 5 great sacred lands, accompanied by thousands of formidable kings, relentlessly pursued the 5 fleeing figures. This left the quintet in a state of utter frustration. They had already declared their consumption, yet were still being chased. Could they possibly regurgitate it? Curse it! The five, with no time to ponder further, exerted all their strength to flee. However, escaping from thousands of cultivators of equal rank was no simple feat. As they ran, interceptors began to appear along their path, obstructing their escape. While these adversaries could not inflict harm upon them, they nonetheless hindered their speed. Thus, the five shouted as they ran, "We truly have consumed the elixir of immortality. If you do not believe us, look, here are two tendrils." Two tendrils floated into the sky, further inciting the wrath of their pursuers. Indeed, they have consumed it. Pursue them. They must not have fully digested it. We must force them to regurgitate it. Yes, they surely lack the time to refine it. Their stomachs must still be filled. Let us join forces. The five great sacred lands shall unite. We will each take one. Agreed. Let us pursue. The disciples of the five great sacred lands swiftly coordinated their efforts, intensifying their interception and chase. Even with the confirmation of the elixir's consumption, they remained relentless in their pursuit. After all, they had come in great numbers. It would be unacceptable to return empty-handed. Such a failure would undoubtedly disappoint the elders of the sacred lands. Moreover, given their urgency, the fleeing party had little time to refine the elixir. Even remnants would not render their journey in vain. In no time, footsteps echoed incessantly, and the crowd grew increasingly dense. This left the five with little choice in their escape route. They could only run toward areas with fewer people. Fortunately, the five moved with great swiftness. Although they could not fully shake off their pursuers, they were momentarily safe from being overtaken. Yet, being hunted by such a multitude of powerful cultivators stirred a thrill within them. "Brother, we cannot continue like this. We need a plan, or we will inevitably be caught." Tang Ying glanced around, noting the throngs of cultivators surrounding them, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. While the chase was exhilarating, being cornered would spell disaster. Lin Fan shared his anxiety, scanning their surroundings keenly. However, in the distance, atop a floating island, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared, its diameter spanning several meters and radiating a dazzling light. "Look to the east. Is that not the entrance to a secret realm?" Lin Fan exclaimed urgently. The other four immediately turned their gazes. Indeed, they spotted the swirling void emerging from the distant island. However, whether it served as an entrance or exit remained a mystery to all. "Senior brother, let us venture in. Perhaps it will lead us out." "Yes, the surroundings are teeming with people, yet that direction appears less crowded. It is our sole opportunity to dash through with ease." "Agreed. Let us charge forth and investigate." The sudden appearance of a vortex in this tranquil secret realm surely cannot be simple. As long as we evade their line of sight, we shall be safe. The group reached a consensus, promptly redirecting their course towards the east. Yet, they were not alone in their pursuit. A handful of celestial kings trailed them, merely a few dozen, and not all at peak levels. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm was palpable, for they had been designated as the vanguard, tasked with encircling and flanking the main force. "Ha! Quick, pursue. They cannot escape. Drive them toward the main army." A throng of cultivators, upon spotting Lin Fan and his companions, erupted with excitement, eager to partake in a game of cat and mouse. Although they recognized the formidable combat prowess of Lin Fan and his group, they were confident that their adversaries would not resist. Any opposition would only squander precious time for escape. Thus, the encircling team remained undaunted. However, just as they had flown a short distance, Lin Fan and his companions unexpectedly altered their trajectory, charging directly towards them instead of fleeing. This sudden shift startled everyone. "What the hell? Boss, they aren't running away. Wait, this isn't right. Why are they coming towards us? What should we do, boss? They're approaching. Quick, we must intercept them." The leader, beads of cold sweat on his brow, steeled himself to direct the confrontation. Witnessing this, the others hastily drew their weapons and formed a defensive stance. Yet, when Lin Fan and his five companions arrived, the freshly positioned defenders instantly scattered, creating a clear passage. "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Lin Fan expressed his gratitude without looking back, charging straight towards the floating island in the distance. The intercepting group stood awkwardly. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Instead, they silently regrouped and called out loudly to the retreating figures of Lin Fan and his companions. "Chase them. Don't let them escape." Stop! Stand still! Charge! You cannot flee! Where do you think you're going? As they shouted, they resumed their pursuit of Lin Fan and his companions, completely forgetting their earlier trepidation. On the floating island, several rogue cultivators who had inadvertently activated the vortex were startled by its sudden emergence and retreated a distance before daring to observe. Goodness! This isn't a sealing treasure formation. It's a spatial passage. How could a spatial passage manifest here? Could it lead to the outside world? This place is indeed a hidden realm. Surely, there cannot be another hidden realm within this one. Should we venture inside? What if it truly is a hidden treasure within a hidden realm? One must not act recklessly. Who knows what dangers may lie within? A few bewildered cultivators gazed at the swirling passageway, chattering among themselves, uncertain of their course of action. As more and more people were drawn to the vortex, the crowd around it swelled. Yet, in the face of the unknown passage, none possessed the courage to be the first to enter. Just then, a figure suddenly darted through, plunging directly into the swirling passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Someone has entered. Did those figures just now belong to humans? What should we do? Should we follow suit? In an instant, the crowd gathered anxiously around the swirling passage. However, before anyone could make a decision, a mass of dark figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They clustered together like a storm cloud sweeping across the ground, heading straight for the vortex. They all went in. No time to hesitate. Let us move quickly. There must be treasures inside. With so many having entered, what is there to fear? Let us go. Swiftly, countless rogue cultivators also stepped into the swirling passage. Yet, the moment they entered, a chill ran down their spines. For on the other side of the vortex was not the outside world, nor a hidden treasure sanctuary, but a grim and eerie mass grave, strewn with countless tombstones and desiccated bones. Chapter 160, A Wave of Consumption. Terrifying corpses. What instilled dread in the hearts of the onlookers was not merely the oppressive atmosphere of the surroundings, but rather the multitude of graves scattered across the ground. The disarray of the graves was troubling enough, but the presence of numerous holes of varying sizes at their edges suggested a passage for the dead to emerge. Particularly alarming was the sight of many skeletal remains strewn haphazardly on the ground or near the openings, amplifying the terror. How peculiar these graves are. Surely, those bones on the ground could not have crawled out from within the holes. Could it be that the dead can rise from their graves? Someone's incredulous remark sent shivers down everyone's spine, causing an involuntary tremor. After all, the environment here was undeniably eerie. Outside lay the famed Medicine King's secret realm, abundant with spiritual herbs and vibrant life, while here lurked a chaotic graveyard. It evoked a profound sense of the intertwined nature of life and death. Oh, the Medicine King's secret realm has been lost for countless millennia. Even the remains of saints must have long since turned to dust. Fear not. Indeed, what is a mere chaotic graveyard? After thousands of years, it is impossible for anyone to still be alive. This area is not extensive. Let us band together to find those 5 individuals. They shall have no escape. The leaders among them quickly spoke to reassure the group. Upon hearing their words, the crowd felt a sense of rationality and began to relax. After all, the Medicine King's sacred land had been annihilated for countless ages. Even if there were living beings here, they would surely have perished by now. Thousands of years. That is a span even emperors cannot withstand. In an instant, the crowd descended. However, as they landed, some individuals immediately sensed something amiss and cried out in alarm. Ah, the corpse is moving. At the exclamation, everyone turned in unison towards the direction indicated. In the distance, a corpse, still bearing flesh, was quietly writhing. In the next moment, a chilling aura of death emanated from the body. Goodness, the corpse truly is moving. Do not fear. It is merely a single corpse. Boom. Before the words could fully escape, waves of deathly energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire chaotic graveyard. Subsequently, one corpse after another began to rise from the ground or crawl out from the burial mounds. Roar, roar. The corpses, devoid of consciousness, emitted ghastly howls as they charged towards the throngs of cultivators. Though lacking in divine abilities, these corpses involuntarily radiated the terrifying essence they possessed in life, instilling fear in the hearts of countless cultivators. Even though these auras were now faint, they still carried the remnants of saintly or semi-saintly power, causing every cultivator to feel a chill run down their spine. They are alive. They have all come to life. These corpses are all semi-saints or saints. Oh heavens! How terrifying! Ah, such resilient bodies, impervious to harm, utterly unyielding. Some nearby cultivators were forced to defend themselves. Yet, when their divine weapons struck the saintly corpses, it was akin to striking an exceedingly hard object, producing sparks without inflicting any damage upon the remains. In but a fleeting moment, all the cultivators found themselves besieged, compelled to resist. Even those who were slow to react, overwhelmed by the immense terror that loomed over them, were instantaneously crushed by the corpses. This vividly illustrates the formidable strength of these cadavers. Upon witnessing this, the leaders of several sacred grounds could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The phenomenon of the dead rising, commonly referred to as the transformation into undead, but one or two transformations could be tolerated. Yet, this was an entire legion of the undead? What manner of place is this? It is exceedingly bizarre. A sense of dread enveloped the leaders, yet none chose to withdraw. Instead, they boldly launched an offensive against the corpses, rallying the others with fervent cries. Fear not, everyone. They are merely a horde of corpses. Even if they were once saints in life, they are but lifeless husks now. Let us engage them. Until we secure the elixir of immortality, none shall depart. Indeed, we shall not abandon our resolve. Together, let us strive. Charge. Today we combat the remains of saints. Tomorrow we shall confront the living saints. To arms. In that instant, thousands of cultivators steeled themselves and began their resistance. Within the graveyard of the dead, supernatural powers clashed, yet they struggled to inflict any substantive harm upon the corpses. Hidden in the void, Lin Fan and his companions were also taken aback by this absurd scene. Upon their arrival, they had sensed something amiss and had immediately employed the Great Void technique to conceal themselves. However, they never anticipated that all would succumb to the transformation. The demise of this apothecary's secret realm might very well be linked to these undead. Senior brother, shall we seize this opportunity to escape? They seem too preoccupied to notice us, whispered Yi Qingqing in the void. After all, witnessing so many corpses rise and attack the cultivators with frenzy had instilled a modicum of fear in the group of girls. Had it not been for their perilous situation, they would have likely cried out in terror. No haste. Though they are currently engrossed in their plight, should we reveal ourselves, they would undoubtedly pursue us. Let us allow this horde of corpses to expend their energy first. Lin Fan remained resolute, his keen eyes discerning everything. His younger sisters looked upon him with admiration, nodding in agreement. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the ground of the graveyard suddenly trembled violently, causing all to stagger in fear. Then, the earth split open, and an abyss several miles long was instantaneously formed. From within the chasm, a deafening, low growl echoed throughout the realm. The sound was deep, resonating within the very soul. It jolted every cultivator and all the transformed corpses into a state of stillness. Following this, an aura of unfathomable terror surged forth from the abyss, sweeping in all directions. Subsequently, a desiccated corpse slowly emerged from the depths. Though it was but a dry husk, it emanated an overwhelmingly dreadful aura of death. Its crimson eyes scanning the scene with a chilling gaze, as if dragging all into the depths of the infernal abyss. Witnessing this spectacle, every cultivator within the graveyard was rendered utterly speechless. It was discovered that the overwhelming aura of terror emanated entirely from the lifeless corpse. A heavy sensation gripped the hearts of all present, rendering their breaths labored, as if they might shatter at any moment. Even closing their eyes could not free them from the chilling presence. Good heavens, another corpse has risen. What manner of monstrosity is this? Do not move. Do not breathe. Some individuals, in shock, resorted to methods of resisting the transformation, holding their breaths in fear of facing the entity. This tactic appeared to be effective. The horrifying corpse merely cast a fleeting glance before smoothly shifting its attention towards several panicked cultivators. Run. Ah, monster. Do not come closer. A few cultivators, stricken with terror, turned to flee. Yet, as they spun around, the corpse detected their movement, raising its hands to grasp at them. In an instant, they were seized by a tremor, a visible energy force being forcibly extracted from their very beings, flowing into the corpse's nostrils. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chill race down their spines, trembling as they held their breaths. What on earth is this? My goodness, how powerful! Those individuals were on the brink of royal rank. yet they possessed no strength to resist. This corpse must have been a formidable entity in life, perhaps from the revered medicinal sanctum. Do not move, under any circumstances. The crowd communicated telepathically, and the cultivators became as still as statues, utterly immobilized in this harrowing predicament. Chapter 161. The Corpse Emperor, the Black Dragon, and the devouring demon jar. Nearly 10,000 cultivators stood immobile, frozen in an array of bizarre postures. The desiccated corpses, their eyes glowing crimson, scanned the surroundings, emanating waves of deathly energy that surged like relentless tides. Although devoid of tangible harm, this malevolent aura instilled a profound sense of dread among the gathered cultivators. Yet, their immobility did not equate to safety. At that very moment, a new wave of individuals emerged from the swirling passage. A fierce roar erupted from the corpses as one agile figure vanished from sight, only to reappear at the vortex entrance, seizing the newcomers and siphoning their vitality. The newly arrived cultivators, caught unawares, found themselves immobilized, helplessly witnessing their own demise. This chilling scene sent shivers down the spines of those present. Fortunately, no additional cultivators entered the passage, leaving the corpses in a state of bewilderment once more. Panic ensued. They were trapped at the entrance and could not escape. What to do? What to do? My posture is unbearable. I can hardly endure it. I must hold on. Do not move at all. What is your position? Is it not merely a one-legged stance? Mine is far more excruciating. What could possibly be worse than a one-legged stance? I can't even see it. What position could that be? You wouldn't believe it. I'm halfway through a backflip. Halfway through a backflip? By heavens. You truly are impressive. It's beyond impressive. My entire body is leaning back, with only my toes touching the ground. My back can barely withstand it. Incredible. Amidst their diverse and peculiar postures, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Although they could not draw upon their cultivation, their formidable physical prowess allowed them to endure for an extended period. However, the numerous corpses on the ground, lingering ominously around them, were unsettling, especially with the desiccated corpses stationed at the swirling passage, effectively severing the retreat for all. While danger seemed momentarily absent, the pressure was immense. Meanwhile, outside the swirling passage, waves of deathly energy surged forth, soon saturating the entire Medicine King's secret realm. The number of cultivators gathered outside the passage swelled, but the thickening aura of death within deterred any reckless ventures inside. As time passed, the deathly energy within the vortex intensified, spreading a chilling terror throughout the Medicine King's secret realm, further dissuading anyone from entering the swirling passage. Consequently, some disciples from the sacred land, who had refrained from entering the vortex, deliberated briefly and promptly resolved to exit the secret realm to report the situation to their elders. However, they entirely underestimated the penetrating power of the deathly aura. As they were on the verge of deciding to leave the mystic realm, the ominous aura of death had already traversed the Apothecary King's secret domain, spreading from the fissures in the vast void to the outside world. What is this aura? Such a sinister presence emanates from the depths of the secret realm. No, this cannot be. Isn't this the Apothecary King's domain, which should be suffused with the life force of spiritual herbs? How could such a terrifying aura of death manifest? By heavens, could there be a calamity within the Apothecary King's refuge? Goodness, how fortunate we are that we did not enter. The cultivators outside the realm were seized by a chill, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance of the fissure. Even the sovereigns of the 5 supreme sanctuaries sensed an unsettling essence within this aura. The miasma of death enveloped the area. How could a place brimming with vitality exude such a dense aura of demise? It defies logic. In the extremity of life lies death, and in the extremity of death lies life. Could it be that someone has orchestrated a domain of profound negativity here, aiming for rebirth through destruction? Hiss, could it be possible? Indeed, it is plausible. The Apothecary Sanctuary was once immensely powerful, dominating the entire primordial continent, wielding the elixirs of immortality, yet it suddenly met its downfall, which is quite suspicious. If someone truly intends to rise anew from the ashes, our disciples could be in grave peril. At this juncture, the 5 sovereigns trembled, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Subsequently, they simultaneously summoned their ultimate weapons. As these formidable artifacts were invoked, vivid scenes abruptly unfolded in the void. Within these visions, a grotesquely terrifying entity was extending its claws in a desolate graveyard. Searching for prey, thousands of cultivators stood paralyzed, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Witnessing this sight, the five sovereigns' pupils constricted, and they gasped in astonishment. The sea of extreme negativity was filled with corpses, all transformed into the undead, a veritable breeding ground for the Corpse King. My heavens! The aura of that Corpse King is dreadfully terrifying, faintly exuding the presence of a quasi-emperor. Goodness! Could this Corpse King be on the verge of transcending to the quasi-emperor realm? To utilize a corpse to achieve imperial status, what grand designs the apothecary sanctuary harbored, seeking to elevate the remains of their ancestor to imperial heights. No wonder they faced annihilation. A secret must have been divulged. However, it is evident that this Corpse King has yet to enter the quasi-emperor realm and was forced to emerge prematurely, forever forfeiting any chance of ascendance. The brows of the five sovereigns knitted tightly, each fixated on the ethereal projection, profoundly shaken by the scenes depicted. As for the surrounding cultivators, they were already paralyzed with terror at the sight of the Corpse King. Although it was merely a projection, the aura radiating from the Corpse King seemed to permeate the void, instilling dread in all present. Especially upon hearing the sovereigns utter that the Corpse King had failed to ascend through its death, it became apparent that this entity would forever remain a mere corpse. Goodness! If such a terrifying corpse were to escape, even the combined forces of the sanctuaries might struggle to suppress it. Amidst the collective fear, the five sovereigns furrowed their brows, desperately contemplating how to rescue their disciples trapped in the domain of profound negativity. These disciples represent the formidable force within the five great sacred lands, destined to ascend to the imperial level, and some are even fated to attain sanctity. They absolutely cannot permit the loss of all these disciples within this secret realm. However, given their cultivation levels, the challenge of unlocking the inner sanctum to rescue the multitude of disciples is exceedingly daunting. Just as the five sacred kings were deep in contemplation, the surrounding void suddenly stirred, and a middle-aged man materialized, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Lo and behold, it is he. How could he appear here? How dare he show himself? Is this not the protector who vanquished the saint of the sacred land? Why has he emerged at such a critical moment? Instantaneously, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. The five sacred kings, in unison, turned their gaze towards the black dragon, their eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Sensing this hostility, the black dragon did not even glance at the five kings. His focus remained fixed on the projection in the void. His purpose for appearing was clear: to rescue the five disciples of the sect leader. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, the black dragon made his move. He slowly extended one hand, palm open towards the heavens. In the next moment, an aura of extreme power radiated from him, and a ceramic jar expanded from small to large, effortlessly cradled in his grasp. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled cultivators were instantly taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Good heavens! It is an ultimate weapon. Chapter 162. The Supreme Path's Great Sage slays the Corpse King. Striking fear in the Holy Land as the black dragon cradled the sky-swallowing demon cauldron, everyone present was taken aback. Goodness, it's an ultimate weapon, they exclaimed. Indeed, it truly is an ultimate weapon. When did such powerful artifacts become so commonplace that even a guardian possesses one? It was somewhat expected for a holy king to wield an ultimate weapon, but for a holy king to take on the role of a guardian was exceedingly unusual. Who were they truly? Such figures had never been heard of before. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as the crowd speculated about the black dragon. The five holy kings of the five supreme holy lands, however, did not immediately retaliate against the black dragon to avenge their fallen comrade. Given the dire circumstances and the presence of an ultimate weapon on the opposing side, this was not the opportune moment for vengeance. Even without engaging in combat, the onlookers harbored doubts about the black dragon's ability to rescue those trapped within the secret realm. Other cultivators shared the same sentiment. After all, the restrictions of the secret realm were formidable, and merely possessing an ultimate weapon did not guarantee its easy breach. Moreover, even if they managed to break through, they would still face the terrifying Corpse King lurking within, a being nearing the threshold of the Emperor realm. Consequently, opinions on the black dragon were divided. Yet, the black dragon paid them no heed. After summoning the ultimate weapon, he unleashed its power. A resonant hum reverberated as the sky-swallowing demon cauldron trembled, releasing a vast and overwhelming aura that spread instantly. Its might surpassed all expectations. In a blink, a colossal entrance was carved out in the void. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively shuddered in disbelief. Incredible, it has opened. They gasped. How is this possible? Even if he breaches the alchemist's secret realm, he cannot unlock the inner sanctum. Yes, even if he does, the Corpse King will surely target him. Some were astonished, while others scoffed. However, just as the disdainful thoughts began to surface, the sky-swallowing demon cauldron quaked once more. A profound energy, seemingly derived from the heavens, cascaded forth. This aura was immense and overwhelmingly powerful, as if it could annihilate everything in its path. Even the 5 holy kings felt dwarfed by this presence, trembling with unease in their hearts. What is this? A great sage. He is not merely a holy king. He is a great sage. What? A great sage? It has been millennia since a great sage has emerged from the ancient continent. How can someone become a great sage? They gasped in astonishment. My heavens! There still exists a living great sage. The appearance of a great sage heralded the dawn of a great era of conflict. With the emergence of a great sage, the path to the emperor reveals itself. In this tumultuous age, chaos reigns across the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the crowd was engulfed in shock. The 5 holy kings trembled, their desire for vengeance dissipating like mist. They could scarcely fathom the origins of those 5 individuals who had summoned a great sage as a guardian. Such a display was terrifying beyond measure. Once more, the sky-swallowing demon cauldron quivered, its vast power cleaving through another layer of space, establishing a thoroughfare within the graveyard of chaos. At that moment, all cultivators within the graveyard of chaos felt their pupils constrict in shock. The Corpse King immediately sensed something amiss. With a low growl, he sprang forward and swiftly entered the passage. Upon witnessing this, the multitude of cultivators in the mass grave quickly regained their composure and scrambled towards another swirling portal in a frenzy. Run! Hurry! It's leaving! It's finally leaving! They cried out in panic. Retreat, quickly! The Heavenly King's army fled like a receding tide, each soldier vying for their escape. However, the act of fleeing was far from simple. Although the threat of the Corpse King had diminished, the moment the cultivators resumed their movements, the countless corpses on the surface stirred to life as well. The army of the dead immediately pursued the Heavenly King's forces. Even though they lacked the terrifying aura of the Corpse King, their leaps resembled a swarm of locusts, darting chaotically through the air. Anyone captured was instantaneously crushed, utterly defenseless against their onslaught. Fantastic! It's the Black Dragon, Senior. The Black Dragon has intervened. Don't panic. Let them flee first. We shall wait a moment before making our own escape. In the void, Lin Fan and his companions were overwhelmed with excitement, yet they refrained from rushing in. They intended to wait until the corpses had pursued further before preparing to withdraw. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, as the double-layered barrier was lifted, the crowd hardly had time to react before the Corpse King appeared before them in a flash. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from the Corpse King's body, swiftly engulfing the entire area. In an instant, everyone present felt a chilling dread grip them, paralyzed by fear, unable to muster the will to take a step forward. How terrifying! This is utterly horrific. How did those cultivators inside the secret realm manage to endure? Don't move. Absolutely don't move. As they trembled in terror, their eyes remained fixated on the figure of the Corpse King, bracing themselves to flee the moment it charged towards them. Yet, it was evident that they were overthinking, for upon emerging, the Corpse King paid them no heed, fixating solely on the Black Dragon. Though the Corpse King was merely an unconscious body, it instinctively refrained from rushing forward, instead letting out a series of deafening roars directed at the Black Dragon. Roar! 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 The sound waves reverberated, akin to a monstrous entity descending from the depths of the abyss, sending the hearts of all cultivators into disarray, altering the rhythm of their very pulses. Yet, the Black Dragon remained serene, unfazed by the cacophony, and retorted sharply, Roar, roar, roar. You wretched corpse dare to deceive the heavens. To use your corpse as evidence of your sovereignty is nothing but a delusion. With these words, the atmosphere trembled, leaving even the 5 great holy kings in bewilderment. After all, It is often wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, while everyone possessed supreme weapons. Provoking the Corpse King was hardly a prudent choice. Even if the Corpse King was merely a corpse, lacking the cultivation of a late-stage great saint, its formidable physique was enough to instill fear in all. Oh right, it is a great saint, so perhaps it can be provoked. In a moment of collective bewilderment, the Corpse King found himself utterly dumbfounded. It appeared he grasped the humiliation conveyed by the black dragon, and in an instant, his demeanor intensified, with dark smoke billowing from his nostrils. Following a low, guttural roar, he charged towards the black dragon with fervor. Today, I, the old dragon, shall claim you. Yet, the black dragon remained undaunted, raising a hand to unveil the devouring demon jar, which instantly expanded, ensnaring the Corpse King within its confines. At that moment, the onlookers were once again left speechless. Goodness, he has been captured. Is this truly the conclusion? They gasped in disbelief. Heavens, is the great sage, wielding an unparalleled weapon, truly this formidable? As the crowd stood in shock, the black dragon activated the devouring demon jar once more, transforming the Corpse King into a mere puddle of blood. He then opened the jar and let the viscous substance spill forth. Incredible! It has turned to blood. This is utterly terrifying, they exclaimed. Although the Corpse King was reduced to mere instinct, his physical form had undergone a transformation, effortlessly refined in such a manner. In that instant, the spectators were once again left agape, while the five great saints felt a tremor in their hearts, struggling to swallow their disbelief. Chapter 163. The arrival of another great sage. Oppression from Ningyue revenge? What nonsense is this about revenge? It would be more appropriate to draw a clear line. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the five great sage kings, the black dragon once again shook the sky, swallowing demon jar, sending a tremor towards a certain space within the realm. In an instant, the void rippled, and five youthful figures emerged from the ether. Stop hiding, let us go. The black dragon's voice resonated slowly. The five did not hesitate, scratching their heads before soaring towards the rift in the void, swiftly arriving beside the black dragon. Upon witnessing this, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that these five individuals were concealed within the void. Their methods were indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder so many cultivators had entered the mirror of mirrors without discovering their presence. As the five returned to the black dragon's side, the scattered cultivators turned their gazes in unison towards the five sage kings of the great sacred lands. Feeling the countless anxious eyes upon them, the five sage kings quickly averted their gazes to the sky, feigning a search for something, clearly devoid of the courage to seek vengeance. Others merely muttered in disdain at this display. After all, the realm of the great sage was beyond their comprehension. With just the earlier display of power, these five sage kings would undoubtedly be treated like children. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Their reaction was thus quite understandable. In the midst of this silence, the black dragon raised its hand, enveloping Lin Fan and the other four, vanishing from the scene. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The five sage kings exchanged glances, sighed, and prepared to depart. However, just then, an aura of unfathomable terror suddenly descended upon the world, sending a shockwave through all present. The five sage kings were particularly startled, momentarily believing the adversary had returned, and thus hastily prepared their excuses in their minds. But before they could gather their thoughts, a figure clad in black materialized before the five. It was a woman. Her countenance was icy, yet her figure was alluring. She stood as if descended from the heavens. That terrifying aura emanated unmistakably from her. Yet upon realizing that she was not the middle-aged man from earlier, the five sage kings felt a sense of relief. After all, it was a comfort that she was not of the great sage realm. Naturally, given the formidable presence she exuded, the five sage kings did not underestimate her, greeting her with cupped fists, saying, "Esteemed friend, is there something you require?" It was evident that they regarded Ningyue as a powerful cultivator of the sage king level. In response, Ningyue merely raised the corner of her mouth slightly, her voice cold and alluring. "The man you allowed to escape has just slain your sage, and you let him go so easily? The extreme path sacred land is hardly impressive." The five were momentarily stunned, left in a state of bewilderment. They scrutinized Ningyue again, finding nothing amiss. The sage king of the northern sacred land immediately expressed his discontent, saying, "Esteemed friend, whether we allow him to leave or not seems to be none of your business. Indeed, who are you to meddle in matters between our sacred lands? Could it be that calling you a fellow cultivator has led to such arrogance? Even the holy king of the heavenly heart sacred land dismisses your words." The other three sacred land kings remain silent, yet their disdainful gazes are directed at Ningyu. In response, Ningyu merely lets out a hearty laugh. Such lowly cultivators possess great tempers despite their meager strengths. Very well, I shall aid you in taking revenge. Allow me to borrow your supreme weapons. When I capture that person along with the 5 prodigious youths, I shall leave them for your clans to divide amongst yourselves. Upon her declaration, the crowd is left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. The 5 sacred kings struggle to process her audacious words. Capture that individual? Divide the 5 prodigies? Borrow supreme weapons? Good heavens! Who is this woman to utter such outrageous claims? That person is a great saint wielding a supreme weapon. Even without it, they may not stand a chance against him. How could this be within their grasp? The holy king of the Bei clan furrows his brow, disdain evident in his tone. What audacity! Given that you are but a woman, we shall not hold this against you. Yet, I urge you to retreat at once, lest we show no mercy and suppress you. Ningyu chuckles softly, a mocking glint in her eyes. Ah, how small-minded you are, esteemed kings. When I was a holy king, if I had been as timid as you, I would never have advanced further. However, she does not grow angry. Instead, her laughter fades, her expression turning cold as she states, "Today, I shall capture him. Should you refuse to join me in this endeavor, none of you shall leave." Arrogance, boldness, insolence. Prepare yourselves. The 5 sacred kings frown, their anger boiling within them as they raise their hands to summon 5 supreme weapons. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the 5 supreme weapons fills the air. Yet before they can act, Ningyu waves her hand, effortlessly reclaiming their supreme weapons. Her own aura erupts with a terrifying force that causes the heavens and earth to tremble. A chilling wind swirls around her, lifting her skirt and revealing her flawless, fair legs. Is this the aura of a great saint? Goodness, her presence surpasses even that of the previous great saint. My heavens, she is not merely a holy king. She is also a great saint. What ill fortune has befallen our 5 sacred lands today? To offend not one, but 2 great saints? After millennia of silence, great saints now appear one after another. The ancient continent is surely on the brink of upheaval. In an instant, all are left dumbfounded. The 5 sacred kings are gripped by fear, their hair standing on end. Especially after losing their supreme weapons, their confidence evaporates, leaving them feeling utterly exposed. "Senior, we were unaware of your identity. Please forgive our transgressions." The holy king of the Bei clan stammers, bowing in apology. The other kings follow suit, hastily offering their respects and expressing their remorse, their attitudes now exceedingly deferential. There is no need for apologies. I am a woman of my word. In due time, upon capturing those 5 prodigies, they shall share with you. Together, the 5 of you shall wield a formidable weapon of utmost power to assist me in combating that individual. With an impassive expression, Ningyue raised her hand to return a weapon of supreme authority, belonging to the Heavenly Heart Holy Land. The Heavenly Heart Holy King was elated and immediately seized it with fervor. However, he dared not act recklessly. After all, even without a weapon of supreme authority, they might struggle against their adversary, especially considering that the opponent possessed 4 such weapons. Thus, the Heavenly Heart Holy King cautiously remarked, "Esteemed predecessor, you are also a great sage. Perhaps we are of little assistance. Moreover, since you already possess a weapon of supreme authority, you surely can subdue that individual. Might you consider sparing us?" Boom. Upon hearing these words, the other 4 holy kings widened their eyes in disbelief and cast reproachful glares at the Heavenly Heart Holy King, inwardly cursing him. "How dare you, Heavenly Heart Holy King? Now that you have reclaimed a weapon of supreme authority, you wish to abandon us. Our own weapons have yet to be retrieved. Infuriating. We must bring you along today." Chapter 164. Only one more avatar needed to attain the Tao and become an emperor. The crowd cast exasperated glances at the Holy King of Tianxin, their thoughts filled with unspoken curses directed at his entire family. Without waiting for Ningyue to respond, the Holy King of the Bei family stepped forward, clasping his fists. and addressed the Holy King of Tianqin. Since you have spoken, how could we possibly refuse to assist? With you here, we shall surely be safe. Indeed, we 5 possess an unparalleled weapon. Even if we are not a match for that individual, we can surely defend ourselves. The others chimed in, each offering words of encouragement, leaving the Holy King of Tianqin seething with frustration. Just as he was about to clarify, Ningyue interjected, "What they say is true. If you wish to leave, simply hand over the unparalleled weapon. I will seek others." The Holy King of Tianqin thought, "Well, since they have spoken, how can I possibly depart?" Reluctantly, he acquiesced. However, despite his agreement, the challenge of slaying a great saint remained daunting, with success appearing bleak. Tentatively, the Holy King of Tianqin ventured, "May I dare to inquire, esteemed one, what grievances do you hold against that great saint? Why pursue him?" Upon hearing this, the other 4 holy kings perked up. For engaging a great saint could spell disaster for the 5 holy lands if mishandled. Observing their curiosity, Ningyue revealed without hesitation, "I am not targeting him, but rather those 5 prodigies." What? Targeting those 5 prodigies? Could it be that their lineage is so formidable that even you regard them with such seriousness? Realizing that the focus was on the 5 prodigies, the others pondered how to proceed. Indeed, if we defeat those 5 prodigies but fail to eliminate that powerful figure, what recourse do we have if he seeks vengeance? A wave of anxiety swept through the group. In response, Ningyue remained composed and explained, "You need not worry. Those 5 have no substantial backing. My intent is to capture one of their sect to facilitate my ascendance to the Tao and become an emperor. Once I achieve that, I shall ensure your safety. Your task is simple. While I confront that great saint, seize the opportunity to apprehend those 5, and then join forces with me to vanquish the great saint." At her declaration, the 5 were once again struck with astonishment. To kidnap 5 prodigies in exchange for one? To attain the Tao and become an emperor? How utterly outrageous! And how shall we divvy up the prodigies once we have them? Their eyes widened in confusion, grappling with the implications. However, Ningyue merely cast a fleeting glance before delivering a proclamation that left them all in utter shock. "I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Ningyue. I have cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious art and manifested 8 avatars, defying fate to live a second life. I have now merged with 7 avatars, and only one remains before I can attain the Tao and become an emperor. Should you assist me, I shall undoubtedly support you in the future." A thunderous resonance echoed in their minds as they stood utterly dumbfounded. The reincarnation of the great Emperor Ningyue, mastering the 9 transformations of the mysterious art and creating 8 avatars? In the present moment, only one final vessel remains for the attainment of the imperial path. Though this notion may sound utterly absurd, the name of the esteemed Emperor Ningyue is one they are familiar with. Furthermore, the individual in question, a grand sage, does not appear to be in the twilight of their years. They certainly do not resemble one who has merely progressed through the ranks of cultivation to reach the grand sage level. A sage of such youthful vigor may indeed possess the capability to ascend to imperial status, as she has claimed. Should this be true, the 5 of them would undoubtedly become invaluable aids to the emperor. In that eventuality, their 5 sacred grounds would not only ascend to become the most formidable force in the ancient wilderness, but would also exert influence over the celestial realm above. Even if the claims were false, there would be no evading the situation now. Moreover, a youthful grand sage would have no reason to deceive them. With this realization, an overwhelming impulse of ambition surged within the 5, reminiscent of noble lords and ministers. The Saint King of the Northern Clan immediately clasped his hands in greeting and declared, "I, Beijia of the Northern Sacred Ground, pay my respects to Emperor Ningyue." Following his lead, the other 4 Saint Kings from the Supreme Sacred Grounds were quick to show their deference, bowing in submission. The Tianqin Sacred Ground, the Jiang Clan Sacred Ground, the Fuguwei Sacred Ground, the Jun Clan Sacred Ground, all acknowledged the presence of Emperor Ningyue. No need for excessive formalities. Let us proceed. Ningyue nodded, and with a wave of her hand, she lifted the 4 Saint Kings and vanished from sight, leaving a multitude of cultivators in stunned silence. What had they just heard? An emperor? Could it be true that an emperor has reincarnated? Not merely a reincarnation, but an emperor defying fate to live a second life. There are records of such phenomena. It appears this individual has yet to fully enter their second existence. How astonishing! With an emperor emerging, The ancient continent is indeed entering a golden age. This is happening far too swiftly. Quickly, contact the clan and announce the emergence of an emperor. We must secure the favor of this imperial figure. Yes, reach out to the clan immediately. Patriarch, it's me, the sixth. Hurry, contact the sovereign. Quickly reach out to our sect leader. The ancient continent is on the brink of transformation. In an instant, countless cultivators became busily engaged in their tasks. Meanwhile, in a secluded paradise within the endless mountains, the 5 individuals and a dragon gracefully descended, entirely unaware that they were being observed. Elder Black Dragon, we shall take a moment here to assimilate the divine elixir within us and solidify our cultivation. Once we are fortified, we will return to the sect. And I assure you, we shall treat you to a splendid time in the city on our way back. Upon landing, Lin Fan clasped his hands and spoke with a smile to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon, unconcerned with formalities, waved his hand in agreement and subsequently settled by the waters to fish. The 5, seizing the moment, approached the cliff's edge, effortlessly carving out 5 chambers, and then dove within. However, just as they had prepared and were about to commence their cultivation, a startled exclamation from the Black Dragon echoed from outside. Elder Luo? Huh? What brings you here? The group turned in unison to gaze outside the cave. The Black Dragon stood by the water's edge, gazing at Ningyue in a state of bewilderment. The group of 5 was equally astonished, struggling to comprehend how Elder Luo could appear in the divine realm. Elder Luo? Huh, I am not Elder Luo. Ningyue scoffed inwardly, yet maintained a slight smile on her face as she approached the Black Dragon, declaring, I have come on the orders of the sect master to deliver something to you. With that, Ningyue extended her fist, presenting it before the Black Dragon. Instantly, the dragon's curiosity was piqued, and it leaned closer, fixated on her fist, inquiring, what could it be that requires such a long journey? Ah, a splendid gift. Ningyue replied softly, before suddenly unfurling her fingers. In an instant, a vast surge of power radiated from her palm, hurtling towards the Black Dragon's brow. The unexpected turn of events startled the 5 in the cave, but it was too late for them to issue a warning. Boom! A brilliant light erupted from her palm, emanating an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of annihilating all in its path. Ningyue even wore a hint of triumphant glee. Yet, before her smile could fully manifest, it was abruptly frozen in place. The formidable energy from her palm, intended to devastate the Black Dragon, failed to deliver a crushing blow. Instead, just as it was about to make contact, it was thwarted by a wave of light radiating from the Black Dragon itself. You possess defenses? Ningyue was taken aback, instinctively retreating to create distance. Chapter 165, A Scheme Within a Scheme. Tangyin captured. Haha. You are prepared, but why should I be unguarded? The Black Dragon let out a hearty laugh, then raised his hand, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from behind Ningyue. To her shock, the devouring demon jar had stealthily concealed itself behind her, now hurtling towards her. Boom! The devouring demon jar struck Ningyue's back with tremendous force. Ah! Ningyue let out a pained scream, propelled directly towards the Black Dragon. Observing this, the Black Dragon grinned widely, raising his hand to seize her, while mockingly stating, although your aura mirrors that of Elder Luo, he lacks your strength. I had sensed your presence long before you appeared. Hee. Is that so? Suddenly, in a disheveled state, Ningyue raised her forehead, her eyes sparkling with fierce determination. In an instant, she adjusted her stance and wielded her ultimate weapon, striking towards the Black Dragon's head with lightning speed. At that moment, another hidden ultimate weapon behind her quietly revealed itself. Evidently, the Black Dragon's attack was thwarted by the ultimate weapon concealed behind her, causing no harm. Her cries of anguish and the appearance of injury were merely an act. So convincing was her ruse that even the Black Dragon was caught off guard. Consequently, the Black Dragon's pupils constricted, and he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. Boom! A resounding shockwave erupted, sending the Black Dragon stumbling back several meters. The aftermath of their collision reverberated outward, shaking the surrounding area for hundreds of miles, splintering mountains and trees in its wake. The 5 prodigies were startled, hastily emerging from the cave to evade the collapsing mountain above. Hee. Did you think I was unaware of your knowledge? Ningyue smirked with pride, as if everything was under her control. The Black Dragon's expression darkened. Despite being struck by the ultimate weapon, his dragon form possessed formidable defenses, and with timely precaution, he sustained no serious injury. Yet, the cryptic words of his opponent left him bewildered, and he retorted, "What gibberish are you speaking? I cannot comprehend a single word. Who are you really? Why are you masquerading as Elder Luo to ambush me? Hee, I am not in disguise. I am simply myself, a firework of a different hue." Ningyue, wielding an ultimate weapon in each hand, gazed at the black dragon and remarked coolly, "As for ambushing you, it is merely because you belong to the Misty Sect." With that, Ningyue wasted no time and charged towards the black dragon. The black dragon furrowed his brow, perplexed by her words. However, facing an opponent of equal standing, he dared not underestimate her and promptly summoned the devouring demon jar to engage in battle, though both were controlling the residual powers of their abilities, directing them skyward. The clash still unleashed shockwaves that rippled across the land. In an instant, the landscape within 1,000 miles erupted, rivers were severed, the earth caved in, and yellow sand filled the air. The void itself was shattered, revealing layers of ancient, unfathomably deep, and silent realms. Even a mere glance seems to evoke an illusion of being drawn in and ensnared within an endless realm. My goodness, is this the confrontation of the great sage realm? It is utterly terrifying, shattering even the void. How peculiar! That woman bears an uncanny resemblance to Elder Luo. Could it be that there truly exist two individuals who are indistinguishable? No matter, let us swiftly retreat. The quintet gathered together and soared into the distance. Yet, they had scarcely flown far when 5 terrifying auras surged forth, and 5 elders materialized from all directions. Though their forms had not yet arrived, their oppressive presence was already palpable. This is bad. There are more of them. We must flee. The 5 immediately darted toward the direction of the black dragon. However, as soon as they turned, the overwhelming pressure rendered them immobile, particularly for Tang Yin, as the least powerful among them. While the other senior brothers and sisters had managed to run several meters before being halted, he had barely turned before losing all capacity to move. "Ah, senior brother. I can't move. I can't move," he shouted in panic. "Don't panic. We are unable to move either." Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng replied helplessly. At that moment, the 5 elders swiftly approached, their faces adorned with smiles. "It's quite simple. Ha! Mission accomplished. You thought having a great sage would shield you? Hee. With ill intent, the 5 raised their hands to capture them. Yet, in this critical moment, the black dragon engaged in a fierce battle with Ningyu in the distance, sensed the emergence of the 5 auras, and was thrown into disarray. Unfortunately, he could not free his hands in time. It was only when the 5 sacred kings drew near that he could act. "Halt, you rascals!" The black dragon bellowed, rushing forth and breaking the quintet's confinement with a wave of his hand. Seeing this, the 5 immediately dashed toward the black dragon. Meanwhile, the 5 sacred kings did not falter, unleashing their ultimate weapons toward the 4 in the front. Simultaneously, Ningyu, wielding her ultimate weapon, charged in from behind. In an instant, the black dragon found himself besieged on both fronts. Frowning, he had no choice but to use both hands, one to fend off Ningyu's assault and the other to unleash his powers, severing the escape route for Lin Fan and the others, blocking the ultimate weapon. The might of the ultimate weapon surged forth, creating a formidable gust that halted Tang Yin in his tracks. "Goodness, Senior Black Dragon, I haven't reached yet. Tang Yin exclaimed in shock, retreating while shouting. But before the black dragon could act again, the 5 sacred kings were already beside him, swiftly reconfining him and taking Tang Yin with them. "Oh no! Let go of me! Let go of me! Senior Black Dragon, save me!" Tang Yin cried out in alarm, never having expected to be taken away alone. "Halt!" The black dragon furrowed his brow once more, raising his hand to open the abyssal demon vessel, drawing Lin Fan and the others inside, before pursuing the 5 sacred kings, unleashing his powers in relentless pursuit. As the divine power seemed poised to subdue the 5 great holy kings, a sudden, raucous laughter pierced the air. Giggling, "Your opponent is me." The laughter resonated, and Ningyu materialized before the 5 holy kings, obstructing the onslaught of the black dragon. Witnessing this, the black dragon's fury nearly reached a boiling point. This group was indeed filled with cunning strategies. They dared to scheme against a dragon. How could he possibly return and explain this to the sect leader? Suppressing his rage, the black dragon coldly inquired, "What will it take for you to release Xiao Tang?" Xiao Tang. The playful tone was rather endearing. Ning Yu smiled gently, then raised her hand to draw Tang Yin beside her, stating nonchalantly, "It's simple. Return and inform your sect leader that his disciple is in my possession. If he wishes for Tang Yin to remain unscathed, he must bring Luo Feishuan to me. Otherwise, be prepared to collect his corpse." Tang Yin, wide-eyed, whimpered silently, unable to utter a word. The black dragon clenched his fists in outrage. Informing the sect leader? Wasn't that a slap in his face? He immediately rebuked. "Preposterous. How dare you threaten our sect? Do you not realize that every member of our sect is a great emperor? Merely dispatching one would suffice to suppress you all. If you wish to avoid a gruesome demise, release Xiao Tang at once." Chapter 166. A Trade of Lives. The serene Chen Xuan. What? All our emperors? Merely dispatch one to subdue us? Ha! I believe he must be frantic. In an instant, the 5 great holy kings and Ning Yu erupted in derisive laughter. It was the kind of scornful mirth that belittled their opponent. If their sect possessed several great saints, or even a couple of dying quasi-emperors, they might have entertained some doubt. But an entire sect of emperors? Surely they are unaware of the true terror an emperor embodies. Hee little black. You have quite the gift for boasting. Ning Yu teased with a smile, but her expression turned grave as she sternly declared, "I must have Luo Feishuan. I demand Luo Feishuan. I seek only her. If you fail to bring Luo Feishuan, then let Tang Yin accompany the dead. Furthermore, if you do not inquire, how can you know your sect is unwilling? She is the direct disciple of your sect's leader. Perhaps your sect leader would consider the exchange. I grant you 3 days to bring Luo Feishuan to the North family's sacred grounds. Should you fail to present her in 3 days, prepare to collect Tang's remains. We shall take our leave." With a sweeping gesture, Ning Yu led her companions away, leaving the black dragon in a state of turmoil. If he were to return to seek the sect master, his reputation as a dragon would be tarnished. Yet, pursuing them would only lead to a stalemate and could endanger Tang Yin. After much contemplation, the black dragon ultimately resolved to return. After all, once the sect intervened, rescuing Tang Yin would be a trivial task. Thus, he immediately released Lin Fan and the other 3, conveying the situation to them. Upon learning that their junior brother was merely captured and in no mortal peril, they all breathed a sigh of relief and suggested hastening back to the sect to seek assistance in rescuing their comrade. The black dragon had no objections to this. He once again confined the 4 within the devouring sky demon jar, then tore open the fabric of space, setting off towards the sect. Although he was only at the great saint level and unable to breach the immense barrier between his location and the sect in one leap, his speed was nonetheless impressive. With each rupture of the void, he appeared millions of miles away in an instant, swiftly arriving at the sect. Within the misty sect, the atmosphere remained tranquil. However, it was considerably more vibrant than before, with disciples bustling about. The black dragon dared not delay, releasing Lin Fan and the others, then hurriedly leading them toward the main peak. In an instant, the presence of the 5 stirred a commotion wherever they passed. "Oh, are these beauties also from our sect? I've never seen them before. Indeed, they exude such grace. I've encountered many with poise in the sect, yet I do not recognize them. Goodness, do not speculate recklessly. They are all direct disciples of the sect master. They were out in the world honing their skills, hence you do not recognize them. What? They are the sect master's other disciples? I'm astounded. They are truly extraordinary. The leading male appears somewhat aged. He must be Lin Fan. Could we refrain from wild conjectures? The one at the forefront is our sect's guardian beast, the black dragon. The other is... Wait, where's the other? Where is Tang Yin? Under the watchful gaze of several onlookers, the black dragon and his companions continued their journey. However, they had not ventured far when they encountered Luo Feishuan. "Black dragon, you have returned," she greeted cheerfully, holding a purple gold gourd filled with elixirs. Instantly, Black Dragon and Lin Fan were taken aback, reflexively halting their steps and adopting wary expressions. "You are Elder Luo?" Black Dragon inquired, while subtly releasing his aura to assess her. Luo Feishuan was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You do not recognize me?" "Ah, I do. Black Dragon hastily responded, relieved to confirm that she was indeed Luo Feishuan. Just as he was about to take his leave, A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps she possessed some knowledge regarding the current matter. Therefore, he slowed his pace and began to share the details concerning the other Luo Feishuan. Of course, Black Dragon tactfully omitted any mention of the request to exchange Luo Feishuan for another. Upon hearing his account, Luo Feishuan did not display any exaggerated reaction. Yet, when she learned that Tang Yin had been captured, a realization dawned upon her. She then recounted her own circumstances and entrusted the gourd she held to a servant for delivery, choosing to accompany Black Dragon in pursuit of an audience with the sect leader. Thus, Black Dragon faced no objections and led the group directly to the main peak. Having once attained quasi-emperor status without entering the realm of the great emperor, he was unaware of the extraordinary means by which a great emperor could transcend to a second life. The notion of transforming one into 9 sounded rather implausible. Moreover, it was indeed Luo Feishuan who had taken Tang Yin. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, neither Black Dragon nor Lin Fan harbored any animosity toward Luo Feishuan. After all, they had spent some time together and could discern that, aside from their resemblance, they were fundamentally different individuals. Before long, the 6 of them arrived at the main peak, where Black Dragon promptly recounted the entire sequence of events. Particularly when he mentioned the proposal to exchange Luo Feishuan, he cast a slightly apologetic glance in her direction. Yet, Luo Feishuan displayed no sign of surprise. Instead, she stepped forward with a sincere expression and clasped her fists, saying, "Sect leader, this matter arose because of me, and I am willing to exchange myself for Tang Yin. No regrets." Chen Xuan regarded her resolute demeanor without any hint of reproach, merely smiling gently as he replied, "Elder Luo, I never suggested that you go. For me, no one in this sect is replaceable, nor do I require such a sacrifice from you." Upon hearing these words, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of emotion, realizing she had joined a truly commendable sect. In the past, at the Treasure Pavilion, she would likely have been expected to make sacrifices. However, as she reflected on the current circumstances, with the sect having grown strong enough to disregard even the guardian beasts, she understood that if she did not act, Tang Yin would surely face peril. Moreover, since joining the sect, the leader had treated her well. Now was the time for her to rise to the occasion, and she could not falter. Upon reaching this conclusion, Luo Feishuan insisted, "Sect master, this matter arose because of me. Allow me to handle it. If I do not go, they will not release the captives. I shall go to negotiate without any grievances." Her words were sincere and heartfelt. However, the Piaomiao Sect did not require the efforts of a mere saint like her. Nevertheless, seeing her earnestness brought great comfort to Chen Xuan, who felt that his investment in her had not been in vain. As his eyelids gently lowered, he inadvertently caught sight of the pronounced curvature of Luo Feishuan's figure as she bowed in supplication. Chen Xuan averted his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor, and stated, "Enough. This sect does not require the sacrifice of a mere saint. This matter shall be resolved by me. Lutsong, come here." With that, Chen Xuan casually commanded into the void. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through, and Lutsong's figure materialized from the ether, appearing before the assembly. With a discerning glance at the Black Dragon and the others, Lutsong sensed that something significant was about to transpire. He slowly clasped his fists and bowed to Chen Xuan, saying, "I pay my respects to the sect master." Chen Xuan replied, "Yes. My disciple Tang Yin has been captured in the divine realm. Please find an inner sect elder to address this issue." Chapter 167, A Bold Rescue. The emperors rally together. What? Tang Yin has been captured? Who dares to lay a hand on the disciple of our esteemed master? This is nothing short of suicidal. Upon hearing this, Lutsong's expression darkened, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He clasped his fists once more and said earnestly, "Master, I request permission to immediately annihilate those ruffians and bring back Tang Yin." Chen Xuan observed Lutsong's reaction with a hint of embarrassment. He himself was not the least bit angered, yet Lutsong seemed incensed as though it were his own disciple who had been taken. Nevertheless, this demonstrated the current unity within the mysterious sect, where elders and disciples shared a deep bond. Chen Xuan, feeling reassured, instructed, "The ones who have captured my disciple are from the divine realm. You must swiftly send someone to resolve this matter alongside the Black Dragon. Ensure Tang Yin's safe return." "Yes, I shall dispatch someone at once." Lutsong vowed, clasping his fists, then turned to inform other available emperors. Elder Lu, wait for me. Black Dragon hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Luo Feishuan, who had received no orders, glanced around, and seeing that the master had yet to issue a command, could no longer restrain herself. She saluted Chen Xuan and excused herself, quickly pursuing Lu Tsang. Elder Lu, I shall accompany you. That person is my main body. They will surely not allow Tang Yin to make an appearance without me. One by one, they departed, leaving only Lin Fan, Yi Qingqing, Morong Ingluo, and Shilinger behind. The four wore expressions of guilt, and Lin Fan took the lead in bowing, saying, Master, it is my fault for not properly safeguarding junior brother Tang Yin. I implore you to punish me. With that, he knelt on the grass. Observing this, Yi Qingqing, Morong Ingluo, and Shilinger also knelt, raising their bottoms in submission. Master, I too am at fault. Master, I share the same guilt. Yi Qingqing and Morong Ingluo confessed earnestly. Shilinger remained silent, simply bowing her head in humility, seeing the sincerity in their repentance. Chen Xuan felt no urge to chastise them. After all, trials often come with both opportunities and dangers. Thus, he smiled gently and lifted them up with a wave of his hand, his gaze sweeping across each of their faces in turn. As his eyes passed over Lin Fan, he dared not meet his master's gaze and quickly lowered his eyelids. Then his gaze drifted slowly over Yi Qingqing and the others, causing the three female disciples to blush slightly and lower their eyes, nervously fiddling with their fingers. There is no need for you to belittle yourselves. Chen Xuan's gaze finally settled on the four of them as he spoke softly. Such is the nature of trials. There are gains and losses. I observe the vibrant life force within you. Have you perhaps ingested the undying elixir? At this revelation, the four were taken aback, astonished that their master could see through their actions. They promptly recounted how they had intended to keep the undying elixir to honor their master, but had been forced to swallow it when besieged. After sharing their story, they quickly retrieved the sacred herbs and other spiritual medicines they had amassed in the Medicine King's secret realm from their spatial rings and presented them to Chen Xuan with reverence. While casting worried glances at him, they seemed fearful that he might harbor discontent due to the immortal elixir. Yet, their concerns were clearly unfounded. For other formidable beings, the immortal elixir is a precious remedy for prolonging life, something to be obtained at any cost. However, for Chen Xuan, it was merely a large herb. Aside from the occasional brew for tea, he currently possessed over 90 immortal elixirs. Thus, Chen Xuan smiled gently and said, This is your opportunity. It is enough that you have the heart to serve as my disciples. Keep it for yourselves. I observe your vibrant life force and the instability of the elixir's effects. Quickly return and absorb its potency to solidify your cultivation. Thank you, Master. We take our leave. The four exhaled in relief, gathered their sacred herbs and elixirs, bowed in unison, and departed together. Their admiration for their master grew ever more profound. After all, which master in the world would bestow such an abundance of sacred herbs and elixirs upon their disciples? Surely, it could only be their own master. Upon returning to their dwelling, the four wasted no time and immediately entered seclusion to absorb the divine herbs and fortify their cultivation. Naturally, they also reserved many exceptional herbs to later share with Li Qie and Lu Yu. Meanwhile, several inner sect elders of the mysterious Cloud Sect received a summons from Lu Tsang. Elders, the sect master's disciple, Tang Yin, has encountered danger in the divine domain and has been captured. The assailants include a great sage, 5 holy kings, and 5 supreme weapons. The sect master has commanded the safe retrieval of Tang Yin. Who among you is available to venture into the divine domain? Please come to the Elder Hall. The message echoed in the ears of the inner sect elders. Instantly, those who had been immersed in their training halted, their eyes snapping open, while those engaged in chess or meditation also ceased their activities. 5 supreme weapons? My heavens! Is it finally my turn? In an instant, the notified inner sect elders were filled with joy and hurried towards the Elder Hall. Before long, ripples of energy surged through the space of the Elder Hall. With each ripple, an emperor manifested within. In a brief moment, over a dozen emperors congregated within the hall. Witnessing this scene, the Black Dragon's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. After all, it was his first experience witnessing such a gathering of emperors. Luo Feishuan was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that so many inner sect elders would eagerly volunteer for a perilous mission. Amidst their bewilderment, The first elder to appear anxiously offered, Great Elder. Great Elder, I am available. Let me go. Upon closer inspection, the eager volunteer was none other than Lu Tsang's brother, Lu Hai. However, as soon as he finished speaking, before Lu Tsang could respond, Wang Zhuma and Wang Mingtian eagerly clasped their fists and declared, I'll go, I'll go. Last time, it was the Great Elder who went to the southern domain. This time, it should be our turn. Just as they finished their words, for more figures approached, none other than the four brothers of the Du family, who bore a grudge against the heavens. The four excitedly exclaimed, Great Elder, allow us to go. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Lu Tsang felt a wave of headache wash over him, suddenly regretting that he had notified so many individuals. However, before he could dwell on his dilemma, the other emperors gathered around, each one volunteering with fervor. I will go. I will go. Count me in. Great Elder, allow me to undertake this mission. Lu Tsang could only respond with silence. The Black Dragon remained mute, while Luo Feishuan refrained from uttering a word. The incessant chatter of the various inner door elders within the Elder Hall echoed in his ears, each one vying for the opportunity to venture into the divine realm, their faces flushed with excitement. Fortunately, Lu Tsang had only informed a select few familiar elders. If more than 20 emperors had shown up, he feared he might lose his sanity. Moreover, since he and Lu Hai Lu Xiao had already been bestowed with the extreme Dao weapons, it would be inappropriate to send any more of their own. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tsang ultimately turned his gaze toward the four brothers of the Du family. Settling on the second brother, Du Beitian. You shall go, he declared. Me? Du Beitian was momentarily taken aback, but then joy surged through him, and he excitedly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Great Elder. I shall not fail the sect's mission and will ensure that Tang Yin returns safely. Chapter 168. The emergence of the defeated emperor with tears streaming down his face. Tang Yin was chosen by Lu Tsang, eliciting a similar surge of excitement from the other three brothers of the Du family. Meanwhile, the other emperors were left in disappointment. Observing their dismay, Lu Tsang offered words of consolation. Fear not, brothers. Should there be further missions in the future, you shall be summoned. Grateful, the crowd nodded in resignation before dispersing. Before long, the Elder Hall was left with only Du Beitian, Lu Tsang, He Long, and Luo Feishuan. Under Lu Tsang's instruction, Luo Feishuan and He Long recounted the events and circumstances to Du Beitian once more, expressing their desire to accompany him for fear that their adversaries might conceal Tang Yin. However, Du Beitian dismissed their concerns entirely. Yet, to ensure absolute safety, Lu Tsang acquiesced to Luo Feishuan accompanying them, and thus Du Beitian did not refuse. Nonetheless, the prospect of undertaking a mission for the first time stirred a slight thrill within him. I am well aware of the situation, Elder Luo, so there is no need for your worry. I shall not only safely retrieve Tang Yin, but also ensure that you remain unharmed. Let us depart, Du Beitian said with a smile, nodding his head before slicing through the void with a wave of his hand. Lu Tsang also turned to leave the Elder Hall. Witnessing this, Luo Feishuan stood in awe, struck by Du Beitian's formidable power. Yet, considering his strength, she could not help but ask, Elder Beitian, are you not going to request an ultimate weapon? They possess 5 after all. To deal with merely one great sage and 5 saint kings. What need have I for an ultimate weapon? My own strength suffices. Du Beitian replied nonchalantly, though internally he mused, even if I were to apply for one, it would not be mine. I am merely seeking the ultimate weapon. With 5 ultimate weapons in their possession, it was likely that the sect leader would not utilize them all, and perhaps even grant him one. With that, he stepped toward the void passage, followed closely by He Long and Luo Feishuan. The latter was captivated by his audacity, though her expression still bore concern. Noticing her apprehension, He Long quietly reassured her. Elder Luo, rest assured, you are well aware of the strength of our inner sect elders. To challenge them, one would need to be an emperor as well. Luo Feishuan was momentarily taken aback by He Long's words. Unless they too possess an emperor? Can Elder Beitian truly contend with an emperor? That cannot be. Dazed, she queried. Elder He Long, what is Elder Beitian's cultivation level? Is he at the later stage of the Great Sage? The later stage of the Great Sage? He Long was now the one perplexed. Are you not aware of the power of our inner sect elders? I know, but they should be great sages. Luo Feishuan replied absent-mindedly. Previously, she had thought the inner sect elders were saints, then concluded they were saint kings, and now believed them to be great sages. Yet, when it came to their precise cultivation level, she seemed uncertain. A great sage? My goodness, you truly do not know. Elder Batian is an emperor. It is surprising that you, having joined the sect earlier than I, remain unaware. The black dragon rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Upon hearing the title of Great Emperor, Luo Feishuan was taken aback, her entire being trembling as she stammered, Great Emperor? Indeed. Observing her astonishment, a smirk crept onto the black dragon's lips, followed by the revelation of a monumental bombshell. Not only is Elder Batian a great emperor, but all the elders in our inner sect are great emperors. Boom. At this revelation, Luo Feishuan was left completely dumbfounded. All the inner sect elders are great emperors? Good heavens. How could this be? Isn't the great emperor the pinnacle of power, a rarity seen once in a millennium? How could there be so many hidden within the sect? Luo Feishuan was stunned. She did not believe that the black dragon would deceive her. Moreover, Du Baitian did not dispute this, seemingly endorsing the black dragon's words. In that instant, Luo Feishuan felt as though she were dreaming. However, before she could confirm further, the trio had already traversed through the void and arrived in the divine realm. In mere moments, they tore through the boundaries of the great domain, further affirming Du Baitian's cultivation. At this moment, it became undeniable for Luo Feishuan. After all, who but a great emperor could achieve such terrifying spatial leaps? The group oriented themselves and continued their journey. Only then did Luo Feishuan find the opportunity to ask the Black Dragon, Senior Black Dragon, what is our sect leader's cultivation level? The sect leader is also a great emperor. The Black Dragon replied succinctly. Boom. Once again, Luo Feishuan was astounded. The sect leader is also a great emperor? By the heavens. Had she unwittingly stumbled into a nest of great emperors? No wonder the sect leader did not regard this matter with concern. No wonder the sect's environment resembled a paradise. It turned out that so many great emperors resided there. In that moment, Luo Feishuan's heart trembled with realization. Fully believing the Black Dragon's words, the visage of Chen Xuan resurfaced in her mind, lingering there, refusing to fade. Naturally, after grasping the sect's strength, she felt a renewed confidence for this transition mission. After all, with a great emperor's intervention, all matters could be resolved without worry. At the northern sacred land, Ningyu arrived with 5 great saints. The northern sacred land welcomed them with open arms, placing Tang Yin in the dungeons of their secret realm. Preparing to retrieve the other 4 prodigies once Ningyu ascended to the throne of emperor, so they could share in the spoils. Following Tang Yin's capture, upon returning to the northern sacred land, Ningyu generously returned 2 supreme weapons to both the northern sacred land and the Jiang family sacred land. Thus, the Tianqin sacred land, northern sacred land, and Jiang family sacred land reclaimed their respective supreme weapons. However, having already offended the Black Dragon, the saints of Tianqin sacred land and Jiang family sacred land, despite having retrieved their supreme weapons, dared not mention leaving, opting instead to remain and rest in the guest residences arranged by the northern sacred land. At this moment, having settled everyone, the northern sacred king quietly approached the dungeon of the secret realm. Inside the dungeon, Tang Yin was bound and sealed, crucified and enduring a beating. Boom. An overseeing elder struck Tang Yin squarely in the abdomen. Tang Yin immediately stuck out his tongue and retched. Ugh. A powerful punch landed. Ugh. Tang Yin continued to heave. As another barrage of punches followed, boom, boom, boom. The discomfort was unbearable. He feared that he would be captured and meet a grim fate. Mentally, he had prepared himself for the worst. However, to his utter astonishment, his assailants focused solely on his stomach, aiming to force him to expel the immortal elixir within. The relentless heaving was excruciating. He would rather they simply killed him and dissected his stomach. Fortunately, during his training in the Endless Sea, he had mastered a technique to protect his stomach, allowing the contents to merge with it, rendering them inseparable. Little did he expect that this skill would one day prove useful. Yet, enduring a continuous onslaught was hardly a viable option. Tears streamed down Tang Yin's face as he desperately controlled his abdominal muscles, refusing to vomit. It had taken immense effort to acquire a single immortal elixir. Absorbing only a fraction of its potency, he would not relinquish it easily. He would rather die than expel it. Thus, he continued to retch. Ultimately, after enduring relentless blows, The elder of the dungeon grew furious and intensified his assault. However, after just a couple more strikes, other elders intervened, urging him to cease. Stop. At this rate, you'll injure him. Use the medicine. Yet, administering the medicine could compromise its efficacy. There was no alternative. The holy ancestor had decreed that they must not harm him. Accepting some loss of potency was the only option. How curious it was. Even the saints could not extract the contents of his stomach without causing harm. It was truly remarkable. Soon, the special potion arrived, and several individuals restrained Tang Yin's head, forcibly pouring it into his mouth. Chapter 169. Unable to endure any longer. You have mistaken the person. Despite Tang Yin gritting his teeth in defiance, he was forcibly compelled to open his mouth by the actions of the saint-level expert, who poured the emetic potion into his stomach. The moment the potion entered, Tang Yin could not help but gasp, his tongue extending long as he fought the upheaval within his stomach, desperately trying to expel the remnants of the divine medicine from his body. Within him, a tempest raged, the waves of nausea crashing violently, yet he clung to his resolve, determined not to yield. I cannot vomit. This is the immortal divine medicine, a treasure that even a saint might scarcely encounter in a lifetime. I must endure. Tears streamed down his face as he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Despite the acid surging forth and spilling onto the ground, he steadfastly refrained from releasing even a droplet of the precious drug. Goodness, how can he endure so much? Indeed, he is not retching. Our concoction would make even a saint vomit for 3 days. The elders in the dungeon expressed their astonishment and concern, pacing anxiously. A few could no longer contain themselves and fetched bowls to collect Tang Yin's gastric juices, much to the disgust of the onlookers. Yet, they did not intervene, for they speculated that those gastric fluids might be refined into a semblance of the immortal divine medicine, potentially bestowing their elders with the chance to elevate their status within the sacred domain. If a saint were to advance further, extending their lifespan by thousands of years, the strength of their sect would undoubtedly flourish. Even if they could not break through, the existence of 2 living saints would allow them to look down upon the entirety of the divine realm. Tang Yin's anguished cries echoed throughout the dungeon, yet still, no remnants of the divine medicine emerged. After collecting half a basin of gastric fluid, only a trivial amount of insignificant medicinal properties remained, utterly incapable of yielding any real efficacy. As the urgency mounted, the crowd contemplated further action against Tang Yin. His vision blurred, and he felt as though his very insides were being expelled, discomfort overwhelming him. A few more strikes might indeed coax the medicine from him. At that moment, however, the sound of footsteps echoed from the dungeon entrance, halting those poised to act. Saint King Ancestor. The crowd quickly bowed in reverence to the newcomer. Tang Yin managed to slightly open his eyes, though the tears obscured his sight. Has the immortal divine medicine been expelled? Upon entering the dungeon, the northern family Saint King eagerly inquired. Faced with the Saint King Ancestor's question, the elders of the dungeon dared not conceal the truth and promptly replied, "We have tried every method, yet he only expels gastric acid, nothing more." "Oh, is that so?" The northern family Saint King was taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Tang Yin, and in that instant, he discerned the reason behind Tang Yin's inability to vomit. It is evident that the opponent has mastered the formidable powers of the aquatic tribes within the endless seas, enabling them to integrate the contents of their stomachs with their own being, rendering it impossible to forcibly extract anything from within. This ability serves as a means for the aquatic beings to consume their targets and prevent them from causing any mischief. However, one cannot help but ponder why a human would cultivate such an ability. Despite its strength, this power holds little significance for humankind. It is rather perplexing. The holy king of the Bei family slowly approached, seemingly disinterested in conversing with Tang Yin. He merely raised his hand and pointed towards Tang Yin's abdomen. In an instant, Tang Yin's stomach reacted violently, and he opened his mouth wide, as if on the verge of transformation. Simultaneously, the contents of his stomach began to rise uncontrollably. "Oh no, it's going to come out. No, I must endure. I will hold on. I cannot hold on any longer." Tang Yin's eyes turned crimson, his expression contorted in agony. Yet against the holy king's power, all his secret techniques became futile. The elixir of immortality began to ascend through his esophagus, swiftly reaching his throat. The surrounding elders watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with excitement. "I see it. I see it." It's the elixir of immortality. As soon as the ancestor intervenes, we know the outcome. We must rely on the ancestor. They observed that it seemed to be somewhat fragmented. The crowd erupted with fervor, fixating intently on Tang Yin's throat. Tang Yin could no longer endure, feeling the peristalsis in his throat, just as he was about to expel the contents. The holy king of the Bei family suddenly trembled and halted his actions. Keep a close watch on this individual. With that singular command, the holy king swiftly departed the scene. Tang Yin immediately swallowed the elixir of immortality once again. Witnessing this, the elders grew anxious. Having no time to ponder the sudden departure of the holy king, they rushed to Tang Yin, attempting to pry his mouth open, with some even inserting their fingers inside, desperate to retrieve the elixir. However, it was too late. The elixir had already been swallowed anew. As Tang Yin felt the probing fingers in his mouth, he displayed a triumphant gleam in his eyes, a mixture of pride and defiance that infuriated the elders. Cursed be it, he has swallowed it once more. We cannot extract it. Our fingers reach the very depths. In the Bei family's sacred ground, within the garden of the side hall, Du Beitian appeared out of thin air with the black dragon and Luo Feishuan, blocking Ningyue's path. The two remarkably similar women stood face to face for the first time, both momentarily taken aback. However, while Luo Feishuan's expression reflected shock, Ningyue's was one of exhilaration. Though she had encountered Luo Feishuan, Ningyue prudently notified the other 5 holy kings. In mere moments after Du Beitian and his companions arrived, all 5 holy kings gathered behind Ningyue. In an instant, 2 opposing factions materialized in the realm of the Piaomiao Sect, just seconds after the arrival of their party. It bears an uncanny resemblance, as if sculpted from the same mold. If one were to disregard their cultivation and merely focus on their aura, it would indeed be challenging to distinguish one from the other. The words of Elder Ningyue ring true. She is indeed on the verge of attaining the status of an emperor. Observing the two, Ningyue and Luo Feishuan, everyone present was engulfed in astonishment. Even the black dragon, who had encountered them once before, could not suppress his admiration at this moment. As silence enveloped the crowd, Du Beitian finished scrutinizing Ningyue and then, standing tall, proclaimed, "Woman, I have come in person. Swiftly surrender Tang Yin to me. In light of your miraculous resurrection, I may allow you to keep your whole body intact." Giggling, the sect leader exhibited an extraordinary presence, her commanding words resonating with authority. Yet, she reassured them, "Rest assured, your disciple is quite all right." Ningyue gazed at Du Beitian, covering her mouth with a playful laugh, embodying the demeanor of an amiable elder sister, engaging in casual conversation with him, leaving those unaware to believe they were old acquaintances. However, as her words lingered in the air, the black dragon, Luo Feishuan, and Du Beitian stood there, utterly perplexed. Sect leader? Goodness, who is the sect leader? The sect leader is not present. The trio was momentarily stunned. Du Beitian's expression shifted dramatically, fearing that he might invoke the ire of the sect leader by misappropriating their title, and promptly refuted, "I am not the sect leader. I am Du Beitian, an elder of the inner sect of the Misty Sect. Though I possess some degree of charisma, I cannot possibly be compared to the sect leader's grandeur. You have mistaken the identity." "What?" Ningyue was taken aback, her smile abruptly freezing on her face.